Chapter 1. Signing in to gain the Undying Sword Constitution. In a shabby little wooden house, it was somewhat dim inside. A teenage boy lay on the bed, his body covered in blood. His chest was slightly sunken, with an alarming palm print above it. My head hurts so much. Where am I? Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the unfamiliar environment before him with a mixture of surprise and panic. As a torrent of chaotic memories suddenly fused into his mind, Xuanhuan's expression transitioned from initial bewilderment to some clarity. Turns out I've been reincarnated. This person's name is also Xuanhuan. This is a world where martial arts are paramount, where the strong can rip apart the sky with their hands, crush the earth with their feet, break star rivers with one punch, and shatter voids with a single sword strike. There are even greater warriors who can pluck the stars with just a wave of their hand. This is exactly the kind of world I like. Xuanhuan felt a bit excited. The body I've taken over belongs to a servant disciple from Tianyuan Sect. Because he didn't complete his duties today, he was struck by a steward's palm blow, leaving him half dead. It seems I've just reincarnated as he passed away. As Xuanhuan looked at his injured body, he gradually calmed down. The most important task right now is to heal my wounds. Otherwise, with injuries this severe, I'll die again soon. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. He searched himself, but found no healing pills, just a hardened bun. Xuanhuan sighed bitterly. Being a servant disciple really isn't easy. Am I going to die shortly after being reincarnated here? Just then, there was a ding sound, followed by a voice echoing in Xuanhuan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the sign-in system. This system allows daily check-ins. Host, would you like to sign in today? Upon hearing this voice, Xuanhuan immediately became thrilled. So it's a sign-in system. Xuanhuan had read plenty of novels in his past life, knowing how powerful such systems could be. Those who acquired them were bound to thrive. System, sign in, Xuanhuan thought. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of superior Peiyuan pills. Xuanhuan took out the Peiyuan pills from the system. Inside a transparent white jade bottle were 10 perfectly formed pills filled with intricate patterns and of exceptionally high quality. These are supreme healing medicines of the upper Huang level. They're not just valuable for pulse-gathering practitioners. They're rare treasures even for Yuan returning practitioners. One pill is worth more than a life. Although these pills aren't at the highest level, they're exactly what I need now. Saving my life comes first. Xuanhuan swallowed one Peiyuan pill without delay. Instantly, a warm medicinal energy began to spread from his dantian to his limbs, making him feel very comfortable. After half an hour, Xuanhuan's body brimmed with vitality. After a series of loud cracks, the scabs on his skin fell off, revealing smooth new skin underneath. Xuanhuan was filled with excitement. Just one Peiyuan pill has healed all my fatal wounds completely, and it's even advanced my cultivation from the first stage of pulse gathering to the second stage. Ordinary people would probably keep these pills for saving their lives later on and wouldn't use them like me for cultivation. Since there are still 9 left in the bottle, I'll try cultivating with 2 more tonight. And tomorrow I can sign in again. So let's focus on enhancing my strength. For the whole night, Xuanhuan was tirelessly cultivating, advancing from the second stage of pulse gathering directly to the 4th stage. Alas, my talent is too poor, and the speed at which I absorb spiritual energy is too slow. Half the efficacy of the Peiyuan pills has been wasted. Moreover, the cultivation method I practice is the lowest level one given to every servant disciple. No wonder the original owner of this body cultivated so slowly. It's been nearly half a year since he joined the sect, yet he was still at the first stage of pulse gathering. In martial cultivation, both talent and resources are essential. Today is another brand new day, and I can sign in again. I'm quite looking forward to it. After cultivating through the night, Xuanhuan smelled unpleasant, so he quickly bathed and changed clothes. After eating the cold bun, Xuanhuan initiated today's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 10 divine constitutions, the Undying Sword Body. Would you like to integrate it? Integrate. Xuanhuan responded eagerly. No sooner had the words come out than Xuanhuan experienced excruciating pain throughout his body, as if thousands of sharp swords were slicing his muscles and bones. He endured it for an unknown length of time until the pain gradually subsided. After the pain disappeared, Xuanhuan felt a tremendous force rapidly repairing his body. In the blink of an eye, his shattered meridians and bones were restored to their original state. At this moment, Xuanhuan sensed that his physical constitution had undergone a tremendous transformation. And just at that time, above the sky of Tianyuan Sect, strange celestial phenomena occurred as countless sword shadows appeared, emitting 10,000 beams of light. Tens of thousands of swords in the sky resonated together with earth-shattering clamor. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like dragons and phoenixes were swirling about, and there also appeared to be celestial maidens playing divine music. Such a world-shaking omen immediately caught the attention of the strong factions and noble families from all over Lingtian Kingdom. Could it be that an absolute world-defying sword constitution has been born within Tianyuan Sect? Top experts from various factions looked up at the overwhelming omens above Tianyuan Sect, their expressions filled with extraordinary shock and awe. Today's luck is off the charts. It's the Undying Sword Body, one of the 4 greatest godlike constitutions which are on par with the Space-Time Constitution, the Honghuang Divine Constitution, and the Primordial Tao Constitution. Among the 10 godlike constitutions, these 4 are ranked far ahead of the other 6 godlike constitutions. A martial artist who possesses the undying sword constitution advances in cultivation speed extremely fast and exhibits an almost insane level of insight into the Tao of the sword. Practicing sword-based martial techniques becomes twice as effective with half the effort, and the same sword technique can unleash 10 times the power when wielded by someone with the undying sword constitution compared to a normal person. The most crucial advantage is that the undying sword constitution embodies immortality. Once the practitioner comprehends even a single sword intent, they can revive instantly even after death using only the residual sword intent. After successfully integrating the undying sword constitution, Qin Yuji's cultivation potential and comprehension had undergone an enormous change. He transformed from having merely average talent to possessing peerless genius-level aptitude. Throughout history, those who possessed the undying sword constitution but didn't fall victim to unforeseen calamities eventually became absolute superiors capable of dominating their era. Just take Longwu Sword Emperor from 100,000 years ago as an example. He too possessed the undying sword constitution. Rumors say his strength was boundless. A casual flick of his sword could shatter the sun, moon, and stars. Qin Yuji closed his eyes and watched as spiritual energy around him surged violently into his body. His cultivation began ascending in leaps and bounds, breaking through all barriers until finally stabilizing at the first stage of Yuan returning realm. I never imagined that in just half a short while, I would have advanced through an entire great realm, reaching the first stage of Yuan returning. The fusion with the undying sword constitution caused such a powerful phenomenon that triggered my rapid breakthroughs today. However, future cultivations won't likely be as absurdly quick as today. It appears my path forward will involve the Tao of the sword. Only then can I fully bring out the full potential of the undying sword constitution. The commotion of today's celestial signs was too intense, but fortunately, within 10,000 miles surrounding Tianyuan Sect, and considering my current location in the peripheral servant disciples area, surely no one noticed me. Qin Yuji took a bath, changed clothes, and suddenly felt refreshed. Since I've inherited your body, and thus bear the weight of your karmic cause and effect, it's time for me to seek revenge on your behalf. Qin Yuji quickly reviewed how the previous owner of this body had died and understood what had happened. Chapter 2 Challenge, Qian Fugui. It turned out that the miscellaneous disciples of the Tianyuan Sect had to complete tasks distributed by the head of the miscellaneous disciples every day. Some tasks were light, and some were heavy. To be assigned an easy task, one had to bribe the head with money. Qin Yuji was just a disciple of a small family. After entering the Tianyuan Sect, he was already penniless and thus unable to bribe the head of the miscellaneous disciples. The head of the miscellaneous disciples was named Qian Fugui, with a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the pulse-gathering phase. He was especially greedy for wealth. Since Qin Yuji didn't have money to bribe him, he was naturally given the most exhausting tasks. At first, relying on getting up early and staying up late, Qin Yuji could manage to complete his tasks. However, yesterday, he was too tired and didn't finish his task on time, which led to being used as an example by Officer Qian, who hit him so hard that only a breath of life remained. In the Tianyuan Sect's miscellaneous area, there were 4 heads of the miscellaneous disciples, each in charge of the East, West, South, and North zones respectively. Qian Fugui was in charge of the West zone. Being the head of the miscellaneous disciples was completely determined by strength. Anyone strong enough could challenge for the position, and the large sects like the Tianyuan Sect almost completely ignored the lives and deaths of the miscellaneous disciples. Even if a head died, no one cared. Qian Fugui only has an 8th-stage pulse-gathering cultivation. Killing him is no different from killing chickens or dogs. Today, I'll send him to hell. Qin Yuji coldly chuckled, then left his shabby little wooden house. Before long, he arrived in front of a magnificent building. This building couldn't compare to a real palace, but in this miscellaneous area, it was incomparably superior to the other ramshackle wooden houses. This Qian Fugui really knows how to enjoy life. A warrior, and yet here he has made himself into a tyrant. I remember that miscellaneous disciples must come here daily to collect their tasks. Then when everyone is gathered, I'll kill Qian Fugui publicly. This way, it's perfectly justified. Soon, the disciples of the miscellaneous area gradually came to gather here. Everyone looked at Qin Yuji with incredulous expressions. How could Qin Yuji still be alive? And today, he seems full of energy. Yesterday, I saw that one palm strike from Officer Qian. It was incredibly powerful, said one of the miscellaneous disciples. Yeah, yesterday I thought Qin Yuji was heavily injured, nearly dead. I can't believe he's fine today. It seems Officer Qian underestimated him yesterday. After striking that palm, Officer Qian confidently declared Qin Yuji's meridians were severed and he wouldn't survive past tomorrow. Yeah, but what does it matter now? Qin Yuji even dared to show up today. It's practically asking for death. I believe today Officer Qian won't make the same mistake. After half an hour, all the miscellaneous disciples had gathered outside Qian Fugui's door, waiting for him to wake up and assign the day's tasks. Soon after, the door opened, and a pot-bellied man walked out. Behind him was a slim and somewhat attractive woman. People were not surprised. Apart from greed, Qian Fugui had another obsession, lust. The woman was also a miscellaneous disciple, and under Qian Fugui's threat, she had long become his plaything. Recalling last night fondly, Qian Fugui grinned with satisfaction. You did well last night. Starting today, you'll be exempted from your tasks for a month. The woman first squatted down and cried loudly for a while, then began furiously beating her own body. At this moment, her eyes flashed with boundless hatred, but thinking of Qian Fugui's terrifying strength, her hatred instantly transformed into a sigh and helplessness. In the world where warriors held supreme power, it was harsh, everything decided by strength. Qian Fugui slowly raised his head to look at everyone, then released his 8-stage pulse-gathering aura. Instantly, all the miscellaneous disciples began trembling all over. What Qian Fugui wanted was exactly this kind of intimidation. He enjoyed the feeling of being as high above others as an emperor. Every day upon waking, the first thing he would do was release his aura in front of everyone to intimidate them. Because Qin Yujie was standing relatively far back and blocked by quite a few miscellaneous disciples, Qian Fugui didn't notice Qin Yujie immediately. Looking at the quaking crowd, Qian Fugui smiled smugly, fantasizing about his own majestic scene of ruling the land. Just then, a jarring voice cut through his fantasy. Qian Fugui, stop dreaming. Today I will send you to hell. Qin Yujie's words shocked everyone to the point that they stared at each other in disbelief. All wondered, had this person lost his mind? Oh, it's you. Never thought you actually survived today. Initially Qian Fugui was a bit surprised, but then continued, but so be it. Today, I will hold nothing back. Since you're eager to die, I will tear you limb from limb right in front of everyone today and chop you up to feed the dogs. As they watched the somewhat deranged Qian Fugui, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Even though everyone knew Qin Yujie was no match for Qian Fugui, they all hoped that Qin Yujie could kill him. Qin Yujie is truly too stupid. Feeling better today, he didn't run away. Now, even if he wants to escape, it's impossible, said one of the miscellaneous disciples. Maybe death would be a kind of relief for him, better than living as lowly as we do, another person added. A woman named Zhou Ying, standing not far from Qian Fugui, had already tightly closed her eyes in tension. She silently prayed. I hope he can kill Qian Fugui for me. May God bless. Qin Yujie and Qian Fugui were standing face to face, and without realizing it, the crowd around them had stepped back, leaving a large open space. Qin Yujie, my power is beyond your imagination. Never mind. I'll show you my true strength today, so you don't come back unaware of how vast the sky and earth are, said Qian Fugui. Qin Yujie said impatiently. Power isn't spoken through words. Just go ahead and make your move. I don't have time to waste. All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Qian Fugui made his move, he used his best martial skill, Cold Ice Palm. It seemed that the surrounding spirit force rapidly swirled, forming enormous icy currents. Finally, these air currents formed a huge hand in the sky, dim but roughly 3 zhang in size. This enormous hand hovered high above Qin Yujie's head. The palm was covered with sharp icicles, and the cold airflow blew like a tornado, causing the people nearby to stagger around. Go for it. Subsequently, with Qian Fugui shouting loud, this colossal palm came pressing down on Qin Yujie, resembling Mount Tai crushing the top. If this blow hit, a human body would turn into mincemeat instantly. This is the famous cold ice palm of Manager Qian, indeed of extraordinary power. It looks like Qin Yujie will surely die today, a miscellaneous disciple said bitterly. Yeah, we actually expected him to kill Qian Fugui, but now it seems impossible, another miscellaneous disciple agreed. Cold Ice Palm was an intermediate Huang-class martial art of extraordinary power, and Qian Fugui had practiced it for many years, bringing it to its perfected state. Any martial skill brought to perfection has incomprehensible power. Manager Qian's single palm yesterday nearly killed Qin Yujie. Today, under Manager Qian's full-out attack, Qin Yujie will certainly be reduced to nothingness. Yeah, Manager Qian is killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. We must never follow Qin Yujie's example later. The masses all looked down on Qin Yujie, feeling he was about to die. Qin Yujie, seeing the huge palm rushing at him fast, shook his head slightly, then said with disdain, a simple Huang-level martial art, yet you dare to embarrass yourself in front of me. It seems you've been wasting your many years as the manager. Chapter 3, Defeated with One Punch. Qin Yujie casually raised his hand, as if digging his ear, and lightly threw a punch towards the sky. This casual punch astonishingly formed a massive fist shadow in the air. The presence of this fist shadow was intimidating, its power several times stronger than Qian Fugui's cold ice palm. In an instant, Qin Yujie's punch shattered Qian Fugui's cold ice palm. Manager Qian's grand attack was effortlessly broken by Qin Yujie. Is Qin Yujie even human? Exclaimed a servant disciple in shock. It seems Qin Yujie's strength far exceeds our expectations. Unbelievable, another added. At that moment, everyone's eyes were wide open. They were all shocked by the power of Qin Yujie's single punch. Qin Yujie smirked contemptuously at the stout figure of Qian Fugui. After being a manager for so many years, you've only managed to achieve this level? Truly useless. If that's the case, I'll send you to your death. Qin Yujie lifted his hand again, and with another light and effortless punch, he attacked Qian Fugui. However, upon seeing the fist shadow heading towards him, Qian Fugui's face filled with horror, cold sweat covering his body. It can't be. How could you throw such an earth-shattering punch? Qian Fugui shouted in defiance. Desperately wriggling his body, Qian Fugui attempted to evade the punch. But Qin Yujie's attack was too swift, giving Qian Fugui no chance to dodge. Bang! A loud explosion followed, and Qian Fugui's hefty frame flew backward like a deflated balloon. The deep indentation on his chest contrasted sharply with his large build. With just one punch, Qian Fugui lay grievously injured, hanging on by a thread. Earth-shattering, huh? Wrong, wrong. What you see as earth-shattering is just my casual strike. Standing there, Qin Yujie spoke somewhat dismissively. His tall figure and unique aura made him stand out. Though he still wore the attire of a servant disciple, his distinct essence couldn't be concealed. Qin Yujie feels so different from a few days ago, a servant disciple said in astonishment. Yeah, he exudes the aura of a powerful person. Could he have been hiding his true strength yesterday? That's impossible. Yesterday he was nearly beaten to death. There are certain physiques that become stronger the more they get beaten, especially when they're near death. Then they burst forth with formidable power. Such a talented youth, Qin Yujie is surely about to rise. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Qin Yujie slowly approached Qian Fuguwei and then forcefully stomped down on one of his legs. With a bang, the leg shattered instantly. Another bang, and Qian Fuguwei's other leg was also crushed. It hurts. It hurts. Qian Fuguwei rolled around on the ground, wailing in pain. Qin Yujie remained unaffected and continued to lift his foot, pressing it against Qian Fuguwei's chest. Spare me, spare me. Qin Yujie, I'll tell you a secret, don't kill me. Qian Fuguwei pleaded hurriedly. Coldly, Qin Yujie asked, what kind of secret can save your life? There's someone else who wants you dead. Qian Fuguwei hastily screamed. Who is it? Qin Yujie lowered the foot pressing on Qian Fuguwei's chest and questioned further. It's. Suddenly, Qian Fuguwei spat out a mouthful of blood and his gaze turned vacant, as if he were about to die. You're such a troublemaker. Irritated, Qin Yujie took out a top-grade Pei Yuan pill, making Qian Fuguwei swallow it and transferring a bit of true essence into him to stabilize his heart pulse. Holy cow, that's a top-grade Pei Yuan pill. Qin Yujie just let someone else eat it casually. If it were me, I wouldn't bear to part with it. An apprentice disciple nearby said incredulously. Forget it. How could the gap between people be so great? I'm not content. I want a top-grade Pei Yuan pill too. Another servant disciple jealously exclaimed. At that moment, everyone was amazed by Qin Yujie's extravagant move. Soon after, Qian Fuguwei's body began to recover visibly, coming back to life instantly. Now, can you speak? Promise first that if I tell you, you won't kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than say it. Fine, I promise. Satisfied with Qin Yujie's agreement, Qian Fuguwei began to explain everything. Actually, the person who wanted you dead is Zhao Chong, an Outer Sect disciple. Yesterday, he approached me and promised to transfer me to the Outer Sect if I killed you, which is why I did it. Even if you had completed your servant tasks yesterday, I would have found another excuse to act. So that's how it is. Rest assured, I always keep my promises. I won't kill you. Qin Yujie said to Qian Fuguwei, and then turned toward the servant disciples, continuing. Though Qian Fuguwei has committed numerous wicked acts, though I've already promised not to kill him, you still can. Qian Fuguwei had originally thought he had narrowly escaped death, but Qin Yujie's next sentence filled him with utter despair. Qin Yujie, even as a ghost, I'll never let you off. Qian Fuguwei screamed furiously. I said I wouldn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. I haven't broken my word. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Zhou Ying and the rest of the servant disciples detested Qian Fuguwei immensely. Now, with Qin Yujie backing them, they all grabbed their weapons, each delivering a slash to cut Qian Fuguwei into pieces, feeding his remains to the dogs. Zhou Ying, you'll be in charge of the errands and daily tasks for the servants. If you encounter something too difficult to handle, feel free to find me. After saying this, Qin Yujie gracefully departed. To be honest, Qin Yujie didn't have any interest in being a supervisor of servant disciples. Managing such a position involved dealing with so many daily matters, far less enjoyable than simply signing in every day. Thank you, Manager Qin. After Zhou Ying killed Qian Fuguwei, her days of suffering were finally at an end. She knelt down in the direction Qin Yujie had gone, tears streaming down her face as she resolutely kowtowed 3 times loudly. Master Qin, you have saved me from my torment and freed me from his clutches. This lifetime cannot repay your kindness. I only hope that I may meet you sooner in the next life. Zhou Ying gazed at Qin Yujie's retreating back, suppressing the emotions rising in her heart, before raising her head emotionlessly and starting to manage the remaining affairs. Because of Qin Yujie's powerful presence, none of the servant disciples dared to defy Zhou Ying's new role as manager. Qin Yujie returned to his quarters, surprised at how strong he had grown. How strong exactly is Zhao Chong, the Outer Sect disciple? It seems I need to find a chance to investigate more closely. Qin Yujie resumed his cultivation, watching as the visible spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed frantically into his body. A day later, Qin Yujie ceased cultivating. The spiritual energy in the servant area is far too scarce. It looks like I will need to become an Outer Sect disciple in due time. I've heard the area for Outer Sect disciples contains 3 times the amount of spiritual energy compared to the servant quarter. Today, I can sign in again. I wonder what I might get today. Qin Yujie awaited the moment with slight anticipation. Chapter 4, Portable Mansion. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upper earth level technique, Eternal Youth Technique. Qin Yujie felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Surprisingly, it's an earth level technique. In the vast Tianyuan Sect, the most powerful technique they have is only one earth level technique, Yuxian Decision, and that too is only available for core disciples to cultivate. The technique I'm currently practicing is the most basic technique of the Tianyuan Sect, Mixed Qi Technique, which is a lower yellow level technique. I imagine only those who are truly lacking in resources would cultivate such a technique. Anyone with even a little means wouldn't choose this technique. Now that I have the upper earth level Eternal Youth Technique, Combined with the undying sword body, my cultivation speed will definitely be very fast. Just as Qin Yujie was preparing to practice, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Qin, are you there? Came Zhou Ying's voice from outside. What do you need? Qin Yujie walked out of the door and asked indifferently. Zhou Ying respectfully said to Qin Yujie, Mr. Qin, this is a storage bag I found in Qian Fugui's room. All his possessions should be inside. Qin Yujie took the storage bag and checked it, feeling slightly surprised. I didn't expect Qian Fugui to be so wealthy. Not only does he own a storage bag, but there are also quite a few cultivation resources inside. I heard he has been a steward for more than 10 years. The profit must have been considerable. Qin Yujie said indifferently. After checking the pills, Qin Yujie noted that they were all pills used during the Gathering Meridian stage, and they were all lower-rank pills. Pills are provided for martial artists to cultivate, and they can be divided into supreme, upper, middle, and lower ranks. You must know that except for supreme rank pills which have no pill toxins, all other rank pills contain some toxins, with lower rank having the most toxins, followed by middle rank, and the least in upper rank. Especially lower rank pills, which contain the most toxins. When these lower rank pills are ingested, they leave toxins within the body. Over time, these toxins accumulate, and when they reach a certain level, they may even pose a threat to life. Moreover, if someone accumulates too many toxins within their body, it can significantly affect the later stages of cultivation for a martial artist. Are these trash pills meant to be eaten by people? Qin Yujie disdainfully shook his head. Qin Yujie indeed had the right to say such things now, because he possessed a lot of supreme rank pills. If it were before he obtained the system, he might have also regarded these lower rank pills as treasures. Now that Qin Yujie's perspective has broadened, his mindset naturally expanded as well. Unknowingly, Qin Yujie made a comment that instantly brought a bitter smile to Zhou Ying's face. After all, as an errand disciple, how hard it is to obtain these pills. Even the lowest rank pills are something rare and difficult to come by for them. Even among the outer sect members, these pills are valuable cultivation resources. However, thinking that Qin Yujie could easily give away supreme rank pills to others, Zhou Ying felt at ease. Besides the pills, there were two martial arts techniques in the storage bag. One was cold ice palm, and the other was clear wind knife method. Both techniques were lower yellow rank, and now that Qin Yujie had the system, he would one day be able to draw high-tier martial arts techniques. Moreover, techniques drawn by the system can be instantly comprehended, making it unnecessary to practice these garbage techniques now. But this storage bag, with a capacity of about a zhang around, despite being the lowest level, can still hold quite a number of things, including ordinary weapons. Moreover, with this storage bag, next time I can directly take things out from the system, and others will think I'm taking them out from the storage bag. This way, I can better hide the existence of the system. After adjusting the storage bag, Qin Yujie indifferently said, this storage bag is useful to me. I'll keep it. You can take away the rest of the items. Those cultivation resources are useless to me. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhou Ying smiled, showing gratitude. Qin Yujie indeed looked down on such pills, but for Zhou Ying, these were invaluable resources. After all, not everyone can benefit from daily system sign-ins like Qin Yujie does. After Zhou Ying left, Qin Yujie continued cultivating. After switching to the Eternal Youth technique, Qin Yujie's cultivation speed increased significantly. The Eternal Youth technique was a terrifying technique. Practicing this technique allows one's true essence recovery rate to become very fast, and it can also help others recover true essence and stamina. This is akin to the healing skill of a mother class in previous games. The more Qin Yujie practiced, the more he understood the power of this technique. Undying Sword Body, combined with the Eternal Youth technique, it's impossible to die with this combination. Qin Yujie chuckled lightly. After practicing through the night, Qin Yujie's true essence grew much stronger. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host. A set of portable mansion has been obtained. With a thought, Qin Yujie saw a house with an ancient appearance appear before him. The house looked ancient, simple, yet exquisite, perfectly fitting the aesthetic of this world. Outside the house was a massive courtyard with a pond. Holy cow, this system is simply amazing. From now on, I can cultivate in my own courtyard and rest in my room. This house is so big, more than enough for me to live alone. While others are struggling to practice, I just need to lie in the yard, bask in the sun, and sign in. How cozy is that? Moreover, this house can be taken into the system anytime. It's like an essential item for home living and traveling. Qin Yujie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Yujie abandoned his old wooden shack and immediately headed to his new yard. After taking an overall look, Qin Yujie found the environment of the yard was truly nice. This yard is really good. There are so many flowers and plants, and these unknown little fish in the pond. Qin Yujie smiled. Qin Yujie walked into the central mansion in the yard and discovered that the space inside was even bigger than it looked from the outside, and all the furniture was complete. Wow, is this space folding technology? Qin Yujie was stunned speechless. The house is too big. Practicing alone feels quite lonely. Alas, let's go out to the yard, enjoy some wind, and watch the sunrise. Qin Yujie came to the yard and lay down on the wicker chair, beginning a day of cultivation. In the morning, as the sun slowly rose, the disciples in the errand area also gradually got up and started their daily tasks. When the people in the errand area saw this beautiful and elegant mansion, and Qin Yujie completely relaxed in the courtyard, they were instantly shocked, followed by feelings of admiration and jealousy. This is a stunning masterpiece. Overnight, such a gorgeous house appeared here. Master Qin is incredible. Even if I become his lackey, I would be willing. I suspect Master Qin is a reincarnation of the great emperor. Otherwise, how could he have such an extraordinary way? We live in shabby woodsheds with leaking walls on all sides. When comparing our poor housing to Master Qin's luxurious mansion with a courtyard, my motivation to work for the day vanished entirely. As everyone gazed at Qin Yujie, who carried himself gracefully with an air of sophistication, their hearts churned with a complex mixture of emotions: envy, jealousy, admiration, and reverence. The female disciples in the errand area were particularly mesmerized by Qin Yujie. Zhou Ying softly muttered, "A man as handsome and refined as jade. There is no one like Master Qin in the world." 10 days later, Qin Yujie successfully broke through to the second stage of Guiyuan realm. It took 10 days to break through to the second stage of Guiyuan realm. Apparently, the spiritual energy in this errand area is too scarce. Qin Yujie slightly furrowed his brow, dissatisfied. Chapter 5, 1 against 3. If Qin Yujie's statement was overheard by someone else, it might just drive them to the brink of fury. Advancing from the first level to the second level of Guiyuan within 10 days is something probably even core disciples can't accomplish, and that too in a place like the Gaichu with its meager spirit energy. During these 10 days, Qin Yujie managed to draw quite a few good items. Among these was an upper-class Earth-grade sword technique called the Four Seasons Sword Technique. The Four Seasons Sword Technique has 4 moves: Spring Rain Drizzle, Summer Sun Blazing, Autumn Winds Withering, and Winter Snows Blanketing. Each move corresponds to a season, with incredible power. Since this martial art was obtained through the system's sign-in, Qin Yujie instantly refined it to perfection. An upper-level Earth-grade sword technique combined with the Undying Sword Body's enhancements to sword techniques made Qin Yujie himself uncertain how powerful his skills had become. He suspected he had reached a point where nothing in the Guiyuan realm could rival him. Even if he encountered a warrior at the early Tianyuan stage, Qin Yujie felt confident enough to instantly kill the opponent. After all, the Undying Sword Body is among the top-tier physiques, boosting the practice of the sword path to a horrifying degree. For the same sword-based martial art, while others could only utilize about 100% of its strength, those who possessed the Undying Sword Body could release around 1000%, rendering their abilities incomparable. Aside from the Four Seasons Sword Technique, Qin Yujie also drew an upper-class Earth-grade weapon, the Blue Lotus Sword. Emerging pure from the mud without stain, or washed clear of lotus leaves without blemish, this Blue Lotus Sword truly lives up to its name. The Blue Lotus Sword appeared a soft, bluish-green throughout, with a translucent blade akin to a piece of jade. Elegant yet noble, it was simply irresistible. This is indeed a fine sword. With trembling hands, Qin Yujie said excitedly as he touched the blade. Given Qin Yujie's current capabilities, this sword would suffice for a long time to come. Besides these 2 items, there were other superior elixirs with special uses, such as antidote pills, disguise pills, cultivation boosting pills, and youth preserving pills. Since these pills wouldn't be necessary for now, Qin Yujie kept them stored within the system. At this moment, a knock came from outside Qin Yujie's door, short but hurried, seemingly out of urgency. "Master Qin, are you here? I have urgent news to report." Zhou Ying's anxious voice sounded from outside. Qin Yujie knew immediately that some significant event must have occurred, otherwise, Zhou Ying wouldn't seek him out. When Qin Yujie stepped out of the door, he saw Zhou Ying looking utterly disheveled. More startling still, her arm bore a shocking wound, one nearly severing her entire arm. "What happened?" Qin Yujie asked, slightly furrowing his brows. He couldn't comprehend who in this servant zone dared touch Zhou Ying. After all, Zhou Ying was the servant manager he had personally appointed. If people didn't show deference for his sake, surely they'd respect his position. Who was bold enough to defy both? "Master Qin, just now, 3 people arrived in our west zone. They were respectively the servant managers from east, south, and north zones. They came storming in, demanding to see you. I believe you should flee immediately," Zhou Ying anxiously urged. The servant zones of Tianyuan Sect were divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north. Generally speaking, everyone managed their respective territories without crossing paths. But today, with the arrival of these 3 people full of aggression, Qin Yujie surmised that no good could come from this visit. Having spent all his time in the west zone, Qin Yujie had never met these 3 individuals before and thus never offended them. Thinking carefully, Qin Yujie remembered one person, Oqiang, an outer sect disciple. Qin Yujie was almost certain that Ouyang's death had been discovered by the enemy. However, because the enemy didn't dare make an overt move into the servant zone, they sent the 3 managers instead to confront him. Why does Oqiang keep sending people to assassinate me when I don't feel I've wronged him in any way? Confusion clouded Qin Yujie's mind. Shaking off this thought, Qin Yujie declared firmly, "Well, let's face challenges head on. As long as we possess sufficient personal strength, there's no need to fear anything." Without wasting further thoughts on such issues, Qin Yujie asked, "What are their capabilities?" 2 are at peak 9th layer polarity condensation realm. 1, at 8th layer peak polarity condensation realm. They are all more capable than Qian Fugui. Even if you're at Guiyuan realm, you'd still lose against their joint force. Zhou Ying hadn't witnessed Qin Yujie's true strength and naturally had no inkling of his actual prowess. "Here, take this pill. It will help mend your injuries. The rest, leave it to me." From the system, Qin Yujie produced a premium cultivation enhancing pill and handed it to Zhou Ying. With utmost care, Zhou Ying accepted the pill in her trembling hands. Her face registered complete shock. She couldn't imagine ever possessing an exceptional elixir in her life. Examining the premium elixir in her hand, Zhou noticed its rich coloring and intricate patterns, which seemed otherworldly. Taking a whiff, she immediately found the pain across her body significantly alleviated. Young Master Qin, this top-grade Peiyuan pill is too precious. I cannot accept it, Zhou said. Despite her desire for it, she had not let excitement cloud her judgment. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally declined. This elixir is merely a trifle to me. If you don't treat your injuries soon, your life will be in danger, Qin Yujie said casually. Then, thank you very much, young Master Qin. Zhou thought of her own wounds and quickly swallowed the pill. She then sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to channel her energy to heal herself. This top-grade Peiyuan pill was something Qin Yujie had drawn multiple bottles of, with 10 pills per bottle. Giving one away caused him no pain at all. Of course, Qin Yujie wasn't the type to just hand out pills as if he were some good Samaritan. He only did so because Zhou seemed to have decent character. Furthermore, even with such severe injuries, she risked her life to warn Qin Yujie first, which showed her trustworthy nature. Qin Yujie stood by the door, watching as 3 people rapidly approached him from afar. 2 at the peak of 9th layer polarity condensation realm, 1 at 8th layer peak polarity condensation realm. This was already the strongest lineup in the servant zone. However, Outer Sect disciple Zhao Chong clearly hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie had already broken through to Guiyuan's second realm within such a short time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent these 3 people here to die. Before long, the 3 arrived in front of Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, you're quite something, killing Qian Fugui like that. No wonder that person told us to attack you together, Sun Yidong said with some surprise. Sun Yidong, Western Zone Servant Manager, with peak cultivation at the 8th level of Polarity Condensation Realm. I guessed correctly, it's Outer Sect disciple Zhao Chong who sent you here, right? Qin Yujie asked casually. Qin Yujie, I'll tell you the truth. You've offended senior brother Zhao, and today is your death day. Zhao Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie, revealing a cruel smile on his face. Zhao Xuanhuan, Eastern Zone Servant Manager, with peak cultivation at the 9th level of Polarity Condensation Realm. I think we're making too big a deal out of this. I can kill him alone, Li Yunda scoffed. Li Yunda, Southern Zone Servant Manager, also at peak cultivation of the 9th level of Polarity Condensation Realm. The 3 of them surrounded Qin Yujie, forming an encirclement. The situation appeared dire, with battle seemingly about to erupt at any moment. At this point, a large number of servant disciples had gathered around, eager to watch the show. After all, it would be hard not to attract attention with such commotion. What's going on? Qin Yujie has managed to offend the managers of the other 3 zones. He's in for a rough time now, one servant disciple said somewhat gleefully. Yeah, although Qin Yujie is strong, compared to these old-time experts, he still has a big gap, another servant disciple chimed in. I know this Li Yunda well. Having reached the peak of 9th level Polarity Condensation Realm, he's the strongest warrior in the servant zone. And this Zhao Shangyang, reportedly also at the peak of 9th level Polarity Condensation Realm cultivation, known for his ruthlessness. His methods are far crueler than Qian Fugui's. If Qin Yujie falls into his hands, he might not even keep his corpse intact. Qin Yujie's been acting too arrogantly lately. It's probably because they saw Qin Yujie as a threat and decided to give him a lesson. It looks bad for Qin Yujie. He just started to rise but seems destined to vanish. Surrounding spectators watched Qin Yujie with pity, believing unanimously that Qin Yujie could never stand up to the 3 of them. Qin Yujie stood there without taking any notice of the trio, his prideful demeanor further igniting their rage. Zhao Shangyang inspected Qin Yujie coldly and said, Qin Yujie, you will definitely die today. In your next life, remember to be more careful and not offend people you shouldn't. Qin Yujie responded lightly. If you 3 hadn't come to bother me, you might have continued living. Now, you'll have to join Qian Fugui below. Qin Yujie, don't think killing Qian Fugui makes you extraordinary. I can easily do the same, Zhao Shangyang sneered. Well, I don't have time to waste words with you. The 3 of you should unleash your strongest martial techniques at once. Otherwise, when I move, you won't even get a chance to act, Qin Yujie said indifferently, as if viewing the 3 before him as mere feral animals, not worth much interest. Since you want to die so badly, we'll go all out. But this way, you'll be crushed to pieces, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Shangyang seemed to hear the greatest joke and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. In the next moment, each of the 3 revealed their most powerful martial arts, attacking Qin Yujie. It turned out Zhao Shangyang was extremely cunning. Earlier, his forced laughter was to make others lower their guard. In fact, he'd secretly notified the other 2 to prepare. Then he suddenly halted his laughter and launched a quick assault. If they were an average opponent, they'd surely fall prey. Zhao Shangyang's martial technique was called Yu Hua Zhang, Feather Transcendence Palm. As he threw out a palm strike, the spiritual energy in the sky wildly spun before rapidly coalescing into a massive golden hand. The gigantic golden palm had its 5 fingers slightly spread open. Each finger was as thick as a person, possessing shocking power and terrifying momentum. Go! With a loud shout from Zhao Shangyang, the golden palm carried overwhelming force and swiftly descended upon Qin Yujie. Chapter 6. The Might of One Sword. Sun Yidong's weapon was a knife, and the martial skill he wielded was the water-cutting blade technique. As soon as he swung his blade, a massive stream of water formed in the sky. The water quickly began to spin, transforming into a water dragon. The water dragon exuded an awe-inspiring aura, fierce and terrifying. At the same time, Li Yunda unleashed his famous technique, the fierce tiger fist. As he threw a punch, a giant tiger formed in the air. The tiger roared toward the heavens, then leapt forward like a ferocious tiger descending from a mountain, charging straight at Qin Yuzhe. The three massive attacks were grand in scale, with shocking power. Many servant disciples were knocked down by the residual might of these three attacks. Some weaker disciples even spat blood and fainted. Such a powerful attack. Qin Yuzhe is certainly dead this time, one servant disciple exclaimed in shock. These three attacks are terrifying. Even one of them would be enough to overpower Qin Yuzhe, let alone all three, another servant disciple added. Indeed, those at the peak of the 9th level of Gathering Veins are truly formidable, nearly invincible below the Reverting Essence realm. The mere residual force of their attacks already overwhelmed me. If they hit me directly, I'd probably turn to dust. Amidst the crowd, servant disciples watched these terrifying attacks, discussing among themselves. Qin Yuzhe looked up at the three oncoming attacks and disdainfully said, "Mere trifles. Today, you will taste the true power of my 4 Seasons sword technique." 4 Seasons sword technique, Summer Blaze. With a single stroke of his sword, a massive sun appeared in the sky, shining fiercely with blazing light. The surrounding temperature soared under the sun's rays. Nearby pond water instantly boiled, evaporated, and dried up. The colossal sun hung high above the three individuals, emanating 10,000 beams of light. Horrified looks filled their faces as despair set in. In an instant, the three were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Pathetic, utterly useless. Qin Yuzhe retracted his Qinglian sword and commented nonchalantly. The surrounding servant disciples were speechless, dumbfounded, and unable to express their shock. They had always known Qin Yuzhe was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Was he even human? This. A servant disciple stammered in astonishment, too shocked to finish his sentence. Quick, slap me. Am I dreaming? Did Qin Yuzhe just eliminate those three with only one strike? Were they made of paper? Another servant disciple exclaimed in shock. This single sword strike is overwhelming. I reckon Qin Yuzhe must have held back. Otherwise, we would have turned to ash too. Yes, I was wrong to doubt Master Qin's strength. He is unparalleled and unmatched in this world. How could he possibly fail? Master Qin isn't just strong, but he's also handsome and refined. Yes, that phrase. A gentleman like Jade, peerless master. It seems it perfectly describes him. That line is on the path. A man like Jade, peerless master. Clearly, you lacked education since childhood. Right. That's what I wanted to say. On the path, a man like Jade, peerless master. I feel this phrase was specifically created for Master Qin. All around, the crowd stared at Qin Yuzhe with admiration, buzzing with conversation. Qin Yuzhe himself hadn't anticipated how potent the 4 Seasons sword technique was. He had merely unleashed a casual strike, not even utilizing 1/10 of his actual power. Alas, the loneliness of a great warrior. With a sigh, Qin Yuzhe vanished back to his courtyard, lying on a wicker chair to close his eyes in tranquility. The onlookers, witnessing Qin Yuzhe's graceful retreat, were both shocked and admiring. After killing the 3 servant managers, Qin Yuzhe's name spread rapidly throughout the servant quarter. His earth-shattering single strike became more legendary with every retelling. Currently, the highest cultivation among the disciples in the servant quarter reached only the 7th layer of Gathering Veins. Here, Qin Yuzhe was absolutely supreme. In the outer sect disciple zone of Tianyuan Sect, this Qin Yuzhe used to be a waste, yet now, unbelievably, he has broken through to the Reverting Essence realm. Unfortunately, I cannot openly move against him. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago, Zhao Chong said helplessly. This Qin Yuzhe was assigned to be covertly eliminated. They seem reluctant to act openly due to some hidden fears, a man beside Zhao Chong agreed. We shouldn't concern ourselves too much. Once he advances to the Reverting Essence realm, he'll eventually become an outer sect disciple. That's when we can deal with him. If assassination fails, we simply kill him openly on the life and death duel platform. Regardless of who supports him, it will be rendered useless. Zhao Chong scoffed coldly and stopped speaking. Servant quarter. Within a luxurious courtyard, Qin Yuzhe lay on a wicker chair, holding a pot of wine in his hand. He drank while closing his eyes to relax under the sunshine beaming down on his face, showing an expression of pure enjoyment. Around Qin Yuzhe were 4 rather attractive servant disciples giving him a shoulder and back massage. Since Qin Yuzhe solved the issue of the 3 managers with one strike, the 4 zones of the servant quarter had been thoroughly united. It seemed that among the female disciples in the servant quarter, there were indeed several rather good-looking ones. Of course, Qin Yuzhe wouldn't do things like oppressing men and women by force. First, he was not that kind of person. Second, he didn't look at them as such opportunities for indulgence. Qin Yuzhe merely asked them to give massages, serve tea, and pour water. Just that simple. Even so, the threshold of Qin Yuzhe's yard almost got trampled. After all, who doesn't like a youth genius like Qin Yuzhe with preternatural talent and a refined demeanor? Press harder on the left shoulder here. It feels great. Qin Yuzhe enjoyed and ordered at the same time. Lighter on my right leg. Yes, just here. Qin Yuzhe took a sip of wine and gave more instructions. Master, open your mouth. At this moment, a delicate hand held a grape with its peel removed and slipped it into Qin Yuzhe's mouth. This grape was called Xinyu grape, a spiritual fruit of the mystical rank, which could aid cultivation. Qin Yuzhe recently obtained it from signing in at the system. The wine in Qin Yuzhe's hand was named Drunken Spirit Jade, and also came from the system's sign-in rewards. Drunken Spirit Jade was brewed using over 100 varieties of spirit fruits of the yellow rank. Only the system allowed for obtaining it. There was none of this in their world currently. Such a harmonious scene made the surrounding servant disciples envious. I regret that I am not a girl. Otherwise, I would offer Qin Master a leg massage, said a servant disciple jealously. Yes, I want to bring tea and water for Master Qin. Unfortunately, I'm too fat, sighed a female disciple helplessly. Many servant disciples watched what happened in Qin Yuxia's courtyard, suddenly feeling like they had suffered countless critical hits. I want to get a massage from beauties too, numerous male disciples shouted in their hearts as they looked at Qin Yuxia. Time flew quickly. Half a month passed in a flash, and Qin Yuxia smoothly broke through to the third level of the reverting essence realm. One day, while Qin Yuxia was enjoying a massage, a ding sound echoed. Congratulations to the host. The servant quarter of Tianyuan Sect has finished signing in. Please proceed to the outer sect of Tianyuan Sect for further sign-ins. In the past half-month, Qin Yuxia signed in to obtain many valuable items, various precious spirit fruits, and top-tier elixirs of various kinds. As for martial techniques and cultivation methods, he hadn't drawn any in recent times. It seems it is time to enter the outer sect. Tianyuan Sect has a rule. As long as one breaks through to the reverting essence realm before 30 years old, one can become an outer sect disciple. I am only 18 years old now, completely meeting the requirement. Qin Yuxia slowly opened his eyes, stood up, stretched his muscles, and then said to the 4 women beside him, I will enter the outer sect of Tianyuan Sect tomorrow. Here are 4 pills of Supreme Peiyuan pill, 1 for each of you. And this string of Xianyu grapes, you 4 can share it. After finishing his speech, Qin Yuxia instructed the 4 women to leave. Thank you, Lord Qin. The 4 women knelt on the ground, excitedly speaking. They never expected Qin Yuxia to take them along. After all, for a youthful prodigy like Qin Yuxia, they dared not even dream of it. The man on the path is like Jade, peerless master. Being able to meet Lord Qin is already a great opportunity in life. We are fully satisfied. The 4 young women took a glance at Qin Yuxia and then left respectively. The night was extraordinarily quiet. In a flash, Qin Yuxia appeared in front of a house where a woman was diligently cultivating. It was Zhou. Qin Yuxia quietly left some cultivation resources for her and then departed. Back in his own yard, Qin Yuxia took a sip of wine, then lay down on the wicker chair to sleep peacefully. Chapter 7. Entering the Outer Sect. The next day, Qin Yuxia got up from the rattan chair, stretched his arms, and casually practiced a set of boxing forms to loosen up his muscles. This rattan chair is truly a great thing. No matter how tired you are, after sleeping on it, you wake up refreshed. Qin Yuxia folded up his house and placed it inside the system space. Then he departed confidently from the miscellaneous servant area, his tall and straight figure resembling an unparalleled sword ready to be unsheathed. Tianyuan Sect spreads across dozens of miles with undulating mountain ranges and vast lands. The entire miscellaneous servant area is merely the tip of Tianyuan Sect's iceberg. On the way, Qin Yuxia enjoyed fine wine and took in the surrounding beautiful scenery leisurely. After 2 hours, Qin Yuxia finally left the miscellaneous servant area and arrived at the entrance of the outer sect. Looks like I need to cultivate a body movement technique so that traveling would be faster, and I would also be more agile during combat. Qin Yuxia noticed the areas where he was lacking. 2 gatekeeping outer sect disciples saw Qin Yuxia and immediately blocked his path, sneering disdainfully as they said, servant disciples are not allowed to enter the outer sect area unless they break through to the Guiyuan realm or have an access token. Seeing the servant disciple robes Qin Yuxia wore, the 2 instantly showed disdain in their hearts, becoming somewhat haughty. Servant disciples have no status in any sect since, in the world where martial artists are revered, someone without talent or strength cannot earn others' respect or importance. The 2 guards had formidable auras. Both were martial artists of the first level of the Guiyuan realm. If an ordinary servant disciple dared to barge in, they'd end up regretting it. However, these 2's strength was like child's play to Qin Yuxia. Probably one move would suffice to defeat them, but Qin Yuxia didn't deem it necessary. My cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm. Please take a look, said Qin Yuxia without saying much more. Then, the momentum around him gradually built up, stopping only when it reached the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm. Seeing the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Yuxia, their faces immediately turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. It's the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm. Congratulations, brother, for entering the outer sect and becoming an outer sect disciple. Junior brother just needs to register your information. One of the on-duty disciples quickly changed his expression and smiled politely. That's right, senior brother has already achieved the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm, truly extraordinary talent. We lacked insight to recognize your greatness. Please forgive us. The other person also hastily responded. No problem, it's just part of your duty, said Qin Yuxia. Qin Yuxia registered his information, collected an identity pendant and 2 sets of clothing, then left. The outer sect area of the Tianyuan Sect is expansive. At first glance, lush green stretches endlessly. The outer sect's spiritual energy is almost 3 times that of the miscellaneous servant area, and there are many facilities to assist cultivation such as training rooms, Fudo Pagoda, alchemy rooms, and more. Therefore, all the servants of the Tianyuan Sect hope that one day they can become outer sect disciples. If the miscellaneous servant area is a village, then the outer sect is a county town. Qin Yuxia remarked, deeply moved. System, check-in. Upon entering the outer sect, Qin Yuxia could continue to check in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host obtaining the high-grade Earth-class martial technique, half-step chasing cicada. Gaining another high-grade Earth-class martial technique, and what's more, a body movement skill. My weaknesses have been instantly remedied. Qin Yujie was inwardly thrilled. Generally, anyone learning a martial art must go through 4 stages: beginner, basic mastery, advanced mastery, and perfection. However, because Qin Yujie had the Gilugunding from the system, he could instantly achieve perfection. Legend has it that the ancient giant cicada can fly 10,000 li with a single flap of its wings, yet half a step can catch up with the cicada. This shows how powerful this martial technique is. The higher the cultivation realm, the stronger the use of this martial art. Now that I am at the Xuanhuan realm, I might not be able to unleash the full power of this technique, but even so, with each step I take, I can nearly teleport about 1,000 meters. Earth-grade techniques are indeed powerful, but they consume true essence more than ordinary techniques. Yet, my foundation is robust, making my true essence naturally denser than that of a regular martial artist, which poses no problem to me. Qin Yujie took one step and instantly moved about 1,000 meters, arriving at another place. Qin Yujie continuously used the half-step chasing cicada skill and soon came to a crowded place. This seems to be the Fudo Pagoda. I heard successfully climbing the pagoda will give rewards, but today being my first day in the outer sect, I'll stay under the radar for now. I'll come back another time if I get the chance. After some thought, Qin Yujie decided not to enter the Fudo Pagoda. The Fudo Pagoda consists of 33 levels and is designated for practitioners of the Xuanhuan realm to train in. Legend states that breaking through all 33 levels while in the Xuanhuan realm will grant the ultimate reward. Furthermore, once a practitioner advances to the Heavenly Man realm, they lose the qualification to attempt the Fudo Pagoda. This Fudo Pagoda was established 1,000 years ago by the founding patriarch of Tianyuan Sect. However, over these 1,000 years, no outer sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect has managed to fully complete the trials within the Fudo Pagoda. Each level of the Fudo Pagoda has 1 or more guards, with each level becoming progressively stronger than the last. The early levels are relatively manageable, but past level 22, the guards become equivalent to Heavenly Man realm first stage warriors, increasing in strength sequentially for each higher level. As for level 33, what kind of warrior would guard it? Perhaps nobody knows. The highest number of levels currently completed in the Fudo Pagoda is 28. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered around the Fudo Pagoda because Lin Xinin, known as the top beauty among the outer sect disciples, was preparing to enter the tower today. Many people had come to watch. Lin Xinin, the top beauty of the outer sect, not only boasts remarkable looks, but even more captivating are her long, beautiful legs and slim waist, all presenting an ideal golden ratio, truly a masterpiece crafted by heaven. Of course, in the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. Aside from being the most beautiful, Lin Xinin is also incredibly strong, having achieved the 7th level of the Xuanhuan realm at a young age, ranking 3rd among the outer sect disciples. As for the first ranker, that would be Zhao Chong at the 8th level of the Xuanhuan realm. Second ranked is Zhou Taoyuan, also at the 8th level of the Xuanhuan realm. And 4th place goes to Wu Yanling at the 6th level of the Xuanhuan realm. These 4 are known as the 4 powers of the outer sect. The weakest of the top 10 outer sect experts holds at least 4th level cultivation of the Xuanhuan realm. The outer sect indeed hides many extraordinary talents. Although I have reached the 3rd level of the Xuanhuan realm, I can't even break into the top 10, clearly showing my cultivation is still a bit low, but I believe it won't take long before I surpass them. A faint look of confidence crossed Qin Yujie's face. Hey, brother, you seem unfamiliar. Haven't you just joined the outer sect? A chubby man standing beside Qin Yujie grinned lewdly. Yes, I just joined today. Qin Yujie touched his nose, smiling. Brother, we've got a connection. Here's a booklet featuring the top 4 beauties of the outer sect. It indicates their personalities and preferences. Brother, if you appeal to their likes, I believe you'll win them over. The fatty secretly pulled out a small book from his storage bag, waving it in front of Qin Yujie. The top 4 beauties of the outer sect. Qin Yujie asked curiously. Yes, Lin Xinin is the top beauty, cold and aloof, making her difficult to pursue, but the other 3 beauties are lively and easier to handle. Do you want a copy? Just 100 points. Points? What good are points? Qin Yujie asked. Brother, I forgot you're new here. Let me give you a free lesson. Points are the universal currency in Tianyuan Sect. Whether inner sect or outer sect, you'll need points to train. You need points to rent training rooms, buy items from shops, exchange techniques and manuals in the scripture hall, all require points. In short, in the outer sect, without points, you'll hardly be able to move forward. The fatty explained. So how do you get points? Qin Yujie quickly asked, surprised at encountering such a chatty, yet helpful person. Brother, you're asking the right person. There are several ways to earn points in the outer sect. Mainly, there are 4 ways: completing sect tasks, challenging the Fudo Pagoda, free trade or setting up stalls, and arena gambling matches. Alright, I'll buy your guidebook on the 4 beauties, but I'll owe the points now until I have some later. Alright, brother, I see you possess extraordinary charisma. With my guidebook, winning over these beauties will be a piece of cake, and you'll thank me later. Just then, Lin Xinin turned around and saw the fatty. Immediately her face turned icy. Xuanhuan, you're actually selling these guides again? Looks like you didn't learn your lesson last time. A woman beside Lin Xinin coldly said. Instantly, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. This woman is named Wu Yanling, a 6th level practitioner of the Xuanhuan realm and one of the 4 beauties. She is fiery-tempered and slightly violent. However, probably due to their complementary personalities, she gets along very well with Lin Qinin. This book isn't mine. This brother wanted to sell it to me. I refused, but he insisted on giving it to me. The fatty quickly changed expressions, then in a flash disappeared. What? That's impressive. Qin Yujie was stunned by the display and looking at the fat man's retreating back, smiled faintly. But this fatty sure has some decent movements. He escaped fast. Next time, I'll settle the account with him. Chapter 8. Lin Qinin, the music obsessive. Everyone looked at Qin Yujie with sympathy, as if they all knew he was about to get a severe beating. Senior sister, you've got it wrong. I just entered the outer sect today. Qin Yujie touched his nose and smiled as he explained to Lin Qinin. Lin Qinin glanced at Qin Yujie with disdain, frowned, and said indifferently, never mind. You're lucky today, so I'll let you go this time. Wu Yinling swung her fist and spoke fiercely. Everyone knew Xuanhuan's nature clearly. He had been privately selling maps of strategies for approaching the four beauties for quite some time now, earning himself quite a few points in return. However, Lin Qinin didn't irrationally target Qin Yujie without knowing the facts. After saying this, Lin Qinin stepped into the floating pagoda. Wow, senior sister Lin has entered the floating pagoda. I wonder which level she'll reach today, one disciple said admirably. She reached the 18th level last time. Perhaps she can reach the 19th level today. Another person added. The first beauty of the outer sect. If only someone could win her heart. She's both powerful and beautiful. I'd love to live off her. A man said longingly. Don't dream too much. The top disciple in the outer sect, Zhao Chong, is also pursuing Lin Qinin. It's said that he has already declared that anyone who gets close to Lin Qinin will be opposing him. A male sourly remarked. This Zhao Chong has already reached the 8th level of Guiyuan realm. Looks like Lin Qinin can't escape Zhao Chong's clutches. Ho ho, not necessarily. Lin Qinin has an incredible talent and is very strong. Even if she might not be able to defeat Zhao Chong cannot simply force himself on her. Besides, I've heard that Lin Qinin comes from a prestigious family with significant influence in Xuanhuan City. Yes, and killings among the outer sect disciples are prohibited unless on the life and death stage. If found out, their cultivation will be abolished. Zhao Chong wouldn't dare to do anything rash. The crowd around the floating pagoda began chatting back and forth. Quick look, Lin Qinin broke through the first layer so fast, she's already at the second layer. One disciple looked up at the floating pagoda in astonishment. Lin Qinin is truly amazing. Lin Qinin, who uses music to cultivate the way, is known as the music obsessive. All the martial techniques she learns belong to the art of sound. Look fast, she's breaking through the second layer, coming to the third layer. How could she be so quick? Lin Qinin is indeed a genius. The outer sect disciples tournament takes place in 3 months, but she will definitely enter the inner sect this time. Yes, we should put in more effort as well. Mentioning the competition in 3 months made everyone take it seriously. This Lin Qinin is incredibly skilled, and even with this strength, she still ranks third. I wonder how strong the number 1, Zhao Chong is. However, against me, neither of them would pose any threat, Qin Yujie thought inwardly. There are too many people here today. I'll come again when there are fewer people next time to conquer the floating pagoda. After glancing at the crowd, Qin Yujie employed half-step Zhuai Chan and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, Qin Yujie arrived at a bustling street. The street was lined with various shops, filled with goods. On the other side of the street, however, was an open space where many stalls were set up, bustling with people. This is where the outer sect disciples trade freely. Perhaps I can sell something first and earn a bit of merit points. Qin Yujie found a secluded corner, looked around, and finding no one nearby, took out a disguise pill and swallowed it down. This disguise pill was an extraordinary pill that could instantly alter one's appearance. It could even change one's voice tone and body shape. This disguise pill allows one to arbitrarily change one's form at will, even transforming into the likeness of Lin Qinin herself if one wished. However, its effects only last for a maximum of 1 hour. Qin Yujie smiled and finally transformed himself into the appearance of Xuanhuan, strutting confidently out in full view. Qin Yujie casually found a spot, sat down on the ground, then took out 2 jade vials, placing 2 pills in front of him. One was the extraordinary diving beauty pill. The other was the extraordinary cultivation essence pill. Passers-by, don't miss this chance. I am parting with these 2 extraordinary pills painfully. One is the extraordinary cultivation essence pill, and the other is the extraordinary diving beauty pill. Qin Yujie casually called out twice from his seated position on the ground, immediately attracting the attention of many passers-by. Xuanhuan, are your pills genuine or fake? Someone who seemed to know Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. Those who know me understand that Xuanhuan never sells fake things. For instance, the strategy maps of the 4 beauties I sold before were all carefully made treasures, Qin Yujie replied with a grin. Ho ho, Xuanhuan, you still dare to sell maps about the beauties? Are you not afraid of Lin Qinin chasing after you? Another person sneered. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Qinin may be the top beauty, but I, Xuanhuan, declare here and now that sooner or later, I will make her mine, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Xuanhuan, you're all talk. If Lin Qinin ever finds out, you're in for it. The people around looked at Xuanhuan, sensing something off about this fatso today. Well, enough chatter. Take a look at my pills instead. These extraordinary pills are extremely rare. This extraordinary Pei Yuan pill is crucial for us martial artists of the Guiyuan realm. Having this pill can save your life in dire situations. As for this extraordinary diving beauty pill, there's no need to elaborate. It can preserve one's appearance, perfect for gifting to a woman you like or your paramour. Tell me, which woman wouldn't fall for such a gift? All right, let's start the bidding now. The highest bidder shall take them home. Qin Yujie finished speaking and sat down waiting for bids from the crowd. I offer 1,000 points. One person called out. I offer 1,001 points. Another replied. I offer 2,000. I offer 2,500. 3,000. 3,500. I offer 4,000. I offer 5,000. In no time, the price was bid up to 5,000 points, especially some female disciples who couldn't take their eyes off the diving beauty pill. I offer 6,000. Finally, both pills were sold for 6,000 points by a female cultivator. Qin Yujie stood up and vanished in an instant, leaving everyone puzzled over his disappearance. His speed is incredible. Yeah, I didn't even see how he left. Is he man or ghost? Such speed is quite alarming during daylight. The crowd watched as Qin Yujie disappeared, astonishment evident on their faces. Not long after, a group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Leading them was none other than Wu Yanling, whom Qin Yujie had met earlier. This Xuanhuan sure has guts to boastfully claim he'll win our senior sister Lin. He slipped away this time, but next time we catch him, we'll beat him every chance we get. Wu Yanling said fiercely. The group came fast and went faster, and in a moment, they marched away in grand fashion. That's Qingyu Sect's gang, led by 3 of the 4 beauties from the outer sect, a disciple watching the scene commented. They call themselves the 4 beauties, but the other 3 cannot hold a candle to Lin Qinin. There's an enormous gap between them. Indeed, although Lin Qinin's Qingyu Sect consists entirely of women, they aren't to be trifled with. This time, Xuanhuan is probably going to end up skin and bones. Chapter 9 Conflict arises again. Not long after, Qin Yujie reverted to his true form and confidently strode into the cultivation room. The concentration of spirit energy here is so high. It truly is a great place for cultivation. Qin Yujie looked at the building before him, which was as large as a soccer field, and stepped inside. Excuse me, may I have a cultivation room? Qin Yujie said to a disciple in charge of registration. Senior brother, our cultivation rooms are divided into 3 grades. Upper grade costs 1,000 points per day, middle grade 500 points per day, and lower grade 200 points per day. The disciple responsible for registration replied. Get me an upper grade cultivation room, registered for 6 days. Qin Yujie handed over 6,000 points to the registration disciple, then received a room number, room 10. Senior brother, number 10 represents room 10 cultivation chamber. Also, we only recognize the token number here, not the person, so brother must keep your token safe, the registration disciple added, possibly seeing that Qin Yujie was new, hence speaking more out of caution. It was rare to see someone like Qin Yujie who would spend 6,000 points all at once just for cultivation. After all, apart from cultivation, there were many other places where points could be used. People usually conserve their points. How could they possibly be as extravagant as Qin Yujie? Thank you. Qin Yujie had just received his token when he was blocked by 3 people. Junior brother, I am Shun Jiming, ranked 7th. I've occasionally experienced insights while cultivating these past few days, so I wish to borrow the upper grade cultivation room. Could junior brother bear the pain of giving it up? Shun Jiming smiled insincerely at Qin Yujie with ill intentions. The onlookers nearby sympathetically stared at Qin Yujie. This kind of highway robbery had long been something they were accustomed to. He spent 6 days worth of cultivation time at once on an upper grade room. This person is truly rich, but dumb. A nearby disciple looked at Qin Yujie and sympathetically shook his head. Yes, isn't he a money giveaway boy? Shun Jiming's strength has already reached the 4th level of Gui Yuan realm, ranked 7th. Except for the top 6 ranks, who can defeat him? Moreover, he frequently bullies weaker disciples and has become notorious throughout the outer sect. The 2 people next to him are also at the 3rd level of Gui Yuan realm. Their combined forces might even pose a threat to a 5th level Gui Yuan realm warrior. Qin Yujie looked coldly at the 3 individuals before him, muttering a single word softly. Scram. As soon as the words left his lips, the surrounding murmurs abruptly stopped. Everyone was incredulously staring at Qin Yujie, completely stunned. Very good, very well indeed. I haven't met anyone in a long time who dared speak to me this way. Although according to the sect rules, I cannot kill you directly. Disabling your legs should still be permissible. Shun Jiming said with a sinister look on his face. Don't dilly-dally, make your move quickly. Qin Yujie cleaned his ears, clearly growing impatient. Fine, I'll make sure you live worse than death for the rest of your life. Finishing his statement, Shun Jiming roared loudly and struck with a punch toward Qin Yujie. That's Shun Jiming's ultimate technique, Lightning Fist. Someone shouted aloud among the onlookers. Lightning Fist moves as fast as lightning. Often those who fight Shun Jiming don't even have time to react before being struck down by his punch, another person remarked. And besides its speed, the force behind the Lightning Fist is enormous. The last guy got disabled in one punch by Shun Jiming. Shun Jiming glanced at Qin Yujie, who seemed frozen in terror, revealing a sneer on his face. With your skill level, you dare to challenge me? Truly asking for death. As Shun Jiming saw his punch hitting Qin Yujie, his face lit up with smug satisfaction. The crowd was once again awestruck by Shun Jiming's speed. Is Qin Yujie scared stiff? He hasn't moved at all. Yeah, at least try to resist. Standing there dumbly like wood, what's the point? Seeing Qin Yujie's seemingly petrified posture, the surrounding audience sighed in unison. At this moment, an incredulous voice rose up. You've all been tricked. Shen Jiming is absolutely no match for Qin Yujie. What? Impossible. The group refused to believe it. Just watch further, you'll see. That person uttered, and then began intently observing the battle between the two. It happened slower to recount than it did to occur. With Qin Yujie's body exploded upon impact, Shen Jiming finally realized something. That's wrong. This isn't Qin Yujie's real body. It's actually a shadow. Shen Jiming suddenly panicked, breaking out in cold sweat. It turned out that Qin Yujie's speed was too fast. Using half-step chase cicada, he had instantaneously moved to Shen Jiming's back, leaving behind a mere shadow where he had originally stood. Neither Shen Jiming himself nor the spectators noticed right away how terrifying his speed is. I couldn't see anything at all. Shen Jiming felt a chill run down his spine. You just realized now? It's too late. Qin Yujie gave a cold laugh and threw a punch towards Shen Jiming's back. Oh no, it's too late for me to dodge now. Shen Jiming had no time to react at all. But I am at the 4th level of Gui Yuan realm. He seems only at the 3rd level. Even if I get hit by his punch, I might still be fine. Shen Jiming was fairly confident in his defense. His judgment wasn't wrong. Generally speaking, someone at the 3rd level of Gui Yuan realm should have far less internal true essence than one at the 4th level. However, Qin Yujie wasn't ordinary. His foundation was solid, and his internal true essence was immensely robust. Even compared with those at the peak 9th level of Gui Yuan realm, Qin Yujie's true essence was far more abundant. Bang! A loud noise rang out as Shen Jiming was sent flying away, landing unconscious on the ground. This was Qin Yujie holding back. Otherwise, a single punch from Qin Yujie would have shattered Shen Jiming outright. Still, though Shen Jiming didn't die, he was seriously injured, with several broken ribs. It would probably take him months to recover. This guy is really strong, defeating Shen Jiming with just one punch. Yeah, looks like there will be unrest in the outer sect. The shocked crowd looked at Qin Yujie, having initially assumed he was surely going to lose, never expecting the situation to reverse so quickly. Do you two want to fight? Qin Yujie gazed at the remaining two individuals, asking indifferently. No, we don't. The two trembled in fear, shaking their heads rapidly. They were both only at the 3rd level of Gui Yuan realm, weaker than Shen Jiming. Furthermore, Qin Yujie's speed was too fast. They estimated they wouldn't even touch Qin Yujie before being struck down. After dealing with Shen Jiming, Qin Yujie went over to room 10. Around this high-quality cultivation room, there was a spirit-gathering formation set up, making the spiritual energy density about 5 times higher than that of the common outer sect areas. Cultivation really does cost money. 6,000 points gone in a blink. Chapter 10, Cultivation Breakthrough. Qin Yujie sat cross-legged on the ground and began to channel the eternal spring power. Instantly, an enormous amount of spiritual energy surged into Qin Yujie's body like a hurricane. Feels great. 6 days later, the aura around Qin Yujie grew stronger, and the surrounding spiritual energy became more concentrated. Finally, a series of popping sounds emerged from his body, followed by a terrifying surge of energy radiating outward. Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. Finally, I've broken through to the 4th level of the Return to Origin realm. Based on my talent, and with the top-notch cultivation chamber, these 6 days should have allowed me to break through to the 6th level of the Return to Origin realm. However, the eternal spring power follows the principle that water fills itself when it overflows. Speed must not be excessively pursued. Because I've cultivated the eternal spring power, the true essence within my body is nearly 10 times that of an average martial artist at the same stage. Therefore, I need 10 times as much spiritual energy for cultivation than others. Qin Yujie stood up slowly and stretched his body. For these 6 days, even though I've been cultivating continuously, I haven't neglected my daily sign-in. Since signing in only requires silently chanting in one's mind, it doesn't actually take much time. Let's see what I've received from signing in these past few days. Qin Yujie took out 6 items from the system with a smile. First was the heaven-grade finger technique, the single finger that pierces the sky. The single finger that pierces the sky is a lower-grade heaven-level finger technique, and although it consists of only one move, its power is astonishing. This technique involves using a special hand method to gather all one's true essence onto a single finger. When perfected, it can condense a colossal finger in midair, unleashing shocking might. This finger technique focuses on piercing points to destroy surfaces, delivering extremely sharp attacks. The more robust the true essence, the stronger the attack power. Besides the 4 Seasons sword technique, I now possess another formidable means of offense. Qin Yujie then took out another item, a light blue pearl. This pearl is called the Spirit Gathering Pearl. As its name suggests, it gathers the surrounding spiritual energy when worn, accelerating cultivation. This Spirit Gathering Pearl is truly an excellent item, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy by 10-fold, far surpassing the upper-grade Spirit Gathering formation in this cultivation room. From now on, I no longer need to come to this cultivation room. I can cultivate in my own courtyard. Next, Qin Yujie took out another item. It was the Devil Master 9 Styles, an upper-grade, earth-level martial technique. The Devil Master 9 Styles consists of 9 moves, each one stronger than the last, especially the 9th move, whose power is earth-shaking. This martial skill is completely useless to me. My 4 Seasons sword technique and single finger that pierces the sky are both much stronger, Qin Yujie said helplessly. Could it be that this stupid system wants me to pursue Lin Qinin? Qin Yujie couldn't help but imagine wildly in his mind. Well, no matter what, too many skills won't hurt. In an instant, Qin Yujie mastered the Devil Master 9 styles. Then Qin Yujie took out another item and sighed wryly upon seeing it. Upper grade, earth level weapon. Purple Jade Harp. Amazing. The system has even prepared a weapon for me, and it's an upper grade earth level weapon. Currently, aside from my Green Lotus sword, this Purple Jade Harp is also an upper grade earth level weapon. With 2 upper grade earth level weapons, combined with my sword techniques, finger techniques, and harp techniques, I truly don't know how powerful I've become. There were still 2 more items left, a harp scorebook and a set of clothes. The scorebook contained famous tunes from the previous life, a total of 5 pieces, each with a special effect. Although they weren't combat-oriented martial techniques, they were quite precious for martial artists who entered the path through music. After all, there were no such 5 tunes in this world, making them uniquely valuable. As for the clothes, they were ordinary, good-looking but without any other special qualities. However, wearing these clothes on me feels comfortable, and more importantly, they really suit my style. Already handsome as I am, I've now become even more attractive. Qin Yujie murmured to himself after putting on the new clothes. Sigh, I could have relied on my looks, yet I insist on relying on strength. I wonder if the women in this world can resist my charm. If being handsome is a crime, then my offenses are already beyond count. Qin Yujie said with a tinge of narcissism. The 6 days had passed, and Qin Yujie walked out of the cultivation room, his spirits soaring. On the way, Qin Yujie heard people buzzing about something extraordinary happening. Everyone, hurry to the Heart of Heaven Lake. If we're late, there won't be any spots left. Everyone's faces were full of excitement as they rushed toward the Heart of Heaven Lake. Qin Yujie grabbed a passing disciple casually and asked curiously, "Young master, what's going on at Heart of Heaven Lake?" The man initially bristled at being stopped, but upon seeing Qin Yujie, he quickly lowered his tone and forced a smile. "Oh, it's senior brother Qin. The Green Nurturing Sect is hosting a gathering by the Heart of Heaven Lake where musicians come together to exchange their art. All 4 beauties of the Outer Sect are attending, especially Lin Qinin. It's rumored that she will play a piece for everyone, which can help enhance cultivation," the man hurriedly explained. Everyone in the Outer Sect had basically heard about the battle between Qin Yujie and Shun Jiming from a few days ago, and Qin Yujie's name was gradually becoming renowned. "Ah, I see. Then you may go." Qin Yujie released the man and turned around, disappearing in an instant. Wow, this senior brother Qin is really fast. The man rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he looked at where Qin Yujie had vanished, feeling shocked. In no time, Qin Yujie arrived at the Heart of Heaven Lake. The Heart of Heaven Lake was vast, and now it was crowded with people. Some were there to watch the commotion, others were here to listen to the music, and some were specifically coming to see the 4 beauties. In the middle of the lake stood a large platform, and at the center of the platform was an elegant pavilion. Inside sat a young woman, Lin Qinin. Today, Lin Qinin wore a light green long dress with her jet black hair tied up delicately by a fine green silk ribbon. Her skin was as smooth and elastic as milk, her beautiful face resembling a celestial being. Even more captivating were her long legs, flawless like a jade sculpture. Behind Lin Qinin stood 3 other women, all members of the Green Nurturing Sect and equally beautiful young ladies. But when compared to Lin Qinin, these 3 women paled in comparison. In front of Lin Qinin was an ancient zither intricately carved with complex patterns, clearly indicating it was no ordinary instrument. "Junior brother, why aren't you heading to the center? Why stay out here?" Qin Yujie looked at the person beside him and asked curiously. Senior brother Zhao said that only those ranked among the top 10 in strength could go to the center. The rest of us must stay outside. The disciple responded with evident reluctance. Chapter 11. The Musical Instrument Skill Exchange Meeting. Qin Yujie glanced at the people in the center of Tianjin Lake, then used the half-step chasing cicada technique, flashing into the midst of the crowd. Qin Yujie's sudden appearance immediately caught everyone's attention, especially his extraordinary aura, which drew quite a bit of notice from the female disciples. A few people in the central area of Tianjin Lake glanced at Qin Yujie and began to whisper among themselves. "This person's movement is so powerful. Yes, but I have never seen this person before. He's Qin Yujie, the one who defeated Shun Jiming with a single punch. In that case, I acknowledge that he has the right to be here in the center of Tianjin Lake." Because Qin Yujie had previously beaten Shun Jiming, everyone recognized his strength. Therefore, there was no opposition towards Qin Yujie's presence. At that moment, a man of medium build with rather handsome features stepped forward from the front of the group. With a cold look on his face as he stared at Qin Yujie, the man arrogantly said, "You are Qin Yujie, right? You sure were ruthless. Don't you know that Shun Jiming is mine?" This person was Zhao Chong, an 8th grade Gui Yuan powerhouse, ranked first among the outer sects. "Yours? Do you like men?" Qin Yujie intentionally pretended not to understand and backed away slightly from Zhao Chong, exclaiming with feigned surprise. The crowd around them couldn't help but want to laugh, particularly the realistic gesture of Qin Yujie stepping back. It was truly the perfect touch. Even the 3 women standing behind Lin Qinin couldn't help but smile faintly. "The person I'm referring to is my subordinate." Suppressing his anger and fearing misinterpretation, Zhao Chong hurriedly explained. "Even if Shun Jiming is your subordinate, I would still fight him. If others attack me, I will repay them 100-fold. It's as simple as that," Qin Yujie stated confidently. Qin Yujie's strong demeanor immediately drew everyone's attention. Was there going to be a battle between these 2 today? "Gentlemen, today is the day for our Qingyu Sect Musical Instrument Skill Exchange Meeting. Could you perhaps resolve your disputes another day? Lin Yin glanced at both Qin Yujie and Zhao Chong, then spoke coldly. Little sister Lin, forgive me. It was my fault. Zhao Chong revealed a confident smile, looking nothing like his previous demeanor. After Qin Yujie and Zhao Chong both withdrew their respective auras, tranquility returned to Tianjin Lake. Everyone took deep breaths, ready to immerse themselves in beautiful music. One must understand that Lin Yin had never held a musical skill exchange meeting before. She only did so this time because her musical skills had hit a bottleneck. Apart from Lin Yin, all the others sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to give their full attention. At that moment, Qin Yujie took out his reclining chair from the system, lay down on it, and leisurely drank wine, pulling out a small table laden with a string of spirit jade grapes. He indulged himself with such extravagance. Everyone watched Qin Yujie's actions and was momentarily left speechless in shock. Damn, we sit humbly on the ground, yet this guy lies comfortably on his chair. A person, observing Qin Yujie's relaxed manner, felt a strange bitterness well up inside him. Hell, this wine smells so good that just inhaling its fragrance enhances my energy source slightly. Oh, how I wish I could sip some. Another person said enviously. These are actually Xiangrade spirit fruits, spirit jade grapes. I've only ever read about them in books. I didn't expect to see them today. If I can obtain these, I'll break through Gui Yuan's 9th stage in no time, possibly even reach the Tianyuan realm. Zhao Chong, eyeing the grapes in Qin Yujie's hand, pondered silently on ways to possess them. Lying leisurely on his chair, eating grapes while drinking wine, Qin Yujie seemed completely content. All the people present were astounded by Qin Yujie's behavior. If earlier Lin Yin had been the focus of the entire event, now, Qin Yujie had quickly turned into everyone's point of interest. Lin Yin looked somewhat startled at Qin Yujie, closed her eyes, and placed her hands on the strings of her ancient qin, preparing to play. A beautiful melody flowed forth from the qin, instantly silencing everyone. Everyone entered a state of serene enchantment. After the tune ended, the listeners remained entranced, lost in reverie as if immersed in a wonderful dream, unwilling to awaken. It wasn't until much later that they slowly came back to reality. So beautiful, truly celestial music. Only elder sister Lin could create such harmonious melodies. Zhao Chong stood up and praised enthusiastically. That's true. Elder sister Lin's music could cleanse the soul. My days of tiredness from cultivation vanished in an instant, one disciple said in astonishment. I feel as though elder sister Lin might be the reincarnation of the emperor of music. How else could she create such exquisite tunes? If only we could hear elder sister Lin's music every day. Truly, Lin Yin's talent was extraordinary. At just 18 years old, she could play the qin so masterfully that it seemed as if she were in perfect harmony with the instrument. In the future, as her strength increased, her skills would become even more formidable. As the praises from everyone gradually reached Lin Yin's ears, a frown started to form on her brow. The reason I play for you is to hear your suggestions, not your flattery, Lin Yin said coldly. Zhao Chong stood up and smiled as he spoke. Sister Lin, your qin techniques have reached an unparalleled level of mastery, far beyond any critique we could dare to offer. Nevertheless, I've recently learned a new musical score. Would Sister Lin be kind enough to provide me with some guidance? Then I will certainly listen attentively, Lin Yin replied, not expecting Zhao Chong to know how to play. Her icy expression softened slightly, becoming somewhat warmer. Do you think I could use your qin, Sister Lin? Zhao Chong asked politely yet confidently. To a warrior who uses the qin as their path to enlightenment, the qin is their weapon and they usually do not lend it to others. My qin cannot be lent to you. However, we have an exchange-use ancient qin here which you can use, Lin Yin responded after a brief consideration, but still refused. Understood, Sister Lin, it was my mistake, Zhao Chong said uneasily with a hint of awkwardness on his face. Qin Yujie looked at Zhao Chong, sneering in his heart. This Zhao Chong really knows how to charm girls, targeting their preferences like this. Fine, enjoy yourself for now. The earlier you feel good, the harder your fall will be when you get your comeuppance. The crowd also quieted down, preparing to listen to Zhao Chong's performance. Zhao Chong glanced at Lin Yin's beautiful silhouette, feeling his heart flutter. This piece of music cost me quite a sum, and I've spent a whole year practicing it. It should surely appeal to Lin Yin. Afterward, I'll present it to her, and she may well be moved. As Zhao Chong began to play, a tune filled with youthful ardor emerged from the qin, evoking romantic feelings. It appeared to be a composition describing young love, narrating a story of a man expressing his affection to a young girl, from initial hesitation to a final courageous declaration, culminating in a tale of blissful happiness. As the listeners absorbed the melody, they understood Zhao Chong's ability with the qin was not bad. The piece was played competently, although not as superior as Lin Yin's, it was still commendable. After all, not everyone could possess Lin Yin's exceptional talent for qin arts. For an ordinary person, achieving Zhao Chong's level of skill was already commendable. From this, it was evident that Zhao Chong had put in considerable effort to impress someone through charm and practice. As the music played, Zhao Chong successfully conveyed the intended emotions of love and devotion. Chapter 12, a startling piece. After Zhao Chong finished playing his piece, everyone applauded. Many female disciples looked at Zhao Chong with starry eyes. Senior brother Zhao Chong is not only gifted but also good-looking. More importantly, he plays such a great piece of music. If I were Lin Yin, I would definitely agree to Zhao Chong's pursuit, said one female disciple. Senior brother Zhao, I like you. Another female disciple boldly confessed. At this moment, Zhao Chong had become the focus of everyone. Sister Lin, do you think my performance was okay? Zhao Chong asked elegantly with a charming smile. Senior brother Zhao Chong's musical skills are indeed impressive. It shows he has worked hard on them. Lin Qinyi nodded and objectively commented. Just as Zhao Chong was preparing to seize the momentum, an inharmonious laugh rang out from the crowd. Ha! Your music is far inferior compared to senior sister Lin's voice. Zhao Chong, how dare you embarrass yourself with such mediocre skills? Qin Yuzhe laughed loudly. Qin Yuzhe's words made the atmosphere around quiet immediately. Everyone looked at Qin Yuzhe with disbelief. How could someone dare speak so arrogantly? Oh, since you say that, does that mean your musical skills surpass mine? Why don't you play us a piece then? Zhao Chong coldly chuckled. Alright, today I will reluctantly play a piece. After all, I usually do not casually play for others. A single sentence from Qin Yuzhe left everyone astonished. Even Lin Qinyan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shift towards Qin Yuzhe. With composure, Qin Yuzhe took out the purple jade zither from the system and placed it before him. This zither appears to be of high quality, even higher than my burntwood zither. Lin Qinyan was knowledgeable about zither, each with its unique charm. Thus she immediately recognized the uniqueness of the purple jade zither. However, the others didn't understand. They just felt that Qin Yuzhe might be seeking attention. Since you can bring such a fine zither, your proficiency in musical skills must be impressive. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Qinyan stared fixedly at Qin Yuzhe, feeling there was a particular aura about him. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Yuzhe took a sip of wine from a wine pot, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and began playing. A single laugh echoes over the vast sea. The tides rush along both shores. Just with these two opening lines, everyone was transported into a world that was ethereal yet unrestrained. Each person involuntarily bore a look of fascination on their face. Images came alive in their minds. Between heaven and sea, two figures raised their cups to drink together and laughed heartily, exuding pure ease. Such a realm and sense of atmosphere were truly appealing. Floating with the waves, remember only today. Heaven laughs. The tumultuous tide flows through the mortal world. People's thoughts rose and fell along with the music, reflecting on their martial path, full of obstacles, mocking from others, encouragement from friends and family. Different people experienced different feelings. Some started to smile unconsciously, while others began to weep loudly. The joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness among everyone hit the crescendo with the zither's tune. Who wins or loses, heaven knows. Jiangshan laughs, smoke dissipates afar. The music ended, leaving everyone deeply submerged in its profound atmosphere, unable to extricate themselves. It was unclear how long it lasted, but finally, everyone slowly regained consciousness. Suddenly, a martial artist felt their aura start to rise abruptly, followed by spiritual energy surging wildly into their body. My realm has actually broken through, exclaimed the martial artist excitedly. Music could cleanse one's soul, repair one's mental state, and indeed, allow some to transcend their cultivation levels. Moreover, because of this composition's profound artistic conception and being played on a top-grade zither like the purple jade zither, its effectiveness was more pronounced. Because Qin Yuzhe had mastered the 9 styles of the magic zither, his musical skills had already reached a higher level than Lin Qinyan, so the composition was perfectly performed. Of course, the first time a person listens, the effect is best. Later repetitions will not have the same potent impact. I've been stuck at level 1 of the Xuanhuan realm for 3 years, but I broke through today unexpectedly, said the man with tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Qin Yuzhe. Thank you, Master Qin. No need for many thanks. Should there be a time when I, Li Kun, can assist you, I shall repay you even if it costs me my life, said Li Kun emotionally. In the scene, more and more individuals began to feel their power increase, breaking through their respective realms. Damn, I advanced from the 3rd stage of Xuanhuan to the 4th stage, said the chubby man Xuanhuan incredulously. These past few days, Xuanhuan hadn't been doing well because he was impersonated by someone who offended Lin Qinyan and received a beating from members of the Qingyu gang. He was in a bad mood today, but unexpectedly advanced to the 4th level of Xuanhuan. He immediately laughed joyfully. In the entire venue, many people gradually awoke, with quite a few achieving breakthroughs in their cultivation realms. Even those who didn't break through found that their mental states had greatly improved, a boon for their future practice. This melody proved to be an unexpected opportunity for everyone present. Thank you, Brother Qin. Thanks to Master Qin. Master Qin's generosity will never be forgotten by us. Everyone began expressing gratitude towards Qin Yuzhe. There's no need to thank me. Your breakthroughs were possible because your own cultivation levels were already near breakthrough points. It was only your mental state holding you back. Now, after being cleansed by the zither's music, your mental states have been repaired, so naturally, you've achieved your breakthroughs, Qin Yuzhe said lightly. This also explained why some managed to break through while others did not. Take Qin Yuzhe himself for instance. Having no issue with his mental state, he did not experience a breakthrough. Conversely, those whose cultivation had been hindered by their mental states were now able to break through. Zhao Chong looked at Qin Yuzhe with some apprehension and muttered silently in his heart. This man is extraordinary. He even excels at playing the zither. It seems I must deal with him sooner rather than later. Lin Qinyan watched Qin Yuzhe in astonishment, noticing that her own mental state seemed to have made great progress, pushing her cultivation from the 7th level of Xuanhuan to the 8th. Since Lin Qinyan was herself skilled with the zither, having begun learning it at the age of 8, she had the highest comprehension among everyone present. Therefore, she benefited the most. From this moment on, she, Zhao Chong, and Zhou Taoyuan all reached the same level, which was the 8th stage of the Guiyuan realm. However, neither Zhao Chong nor Zhou Taoyuan had achieved any breakthrough this time. I thought senior brother Zhao played wonderfully before, but compared to Master Qin, there's truly a huge difference. One disciple remarked disdainfully towards Zhao Chong. Yes, Zhao Chong has clearly overestimated himself if he wanted to compete in musical skills against Master Qin. It was utterly humiliating. Another disciple chimed in agreement. You should lower your voices. Although senior brother Zhao's zither skill may be average, his combat strength is formidable. Watch out or he might beat you up. As whispers circulated among the crowd, Zhao Chong's expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 13, Lin Qinin's Shock. Thank you, brother Qin. Your Qin playing skill surpasses mine by far, and I'm embarrassed to have performed in front of you. Lin Qinin bowed slightly to Qin Yu. This was the first time Lin Qinin had ever shown such respect to someone else. After all, learning knows no order of precedence. The one who has attained mastery is the teacher. Even though Qin Yuji's cultivation level was still lower than Lin Qinin's, when it came to playing the Qin Yuji could already be considered Lin Qinin's teacher. Sister Lin is too polite. If you're interested, we can exchange ideas, Qin Yuji said softly as he put away his purple jade Qin. Of course. I'd be delighted, brother Qin. Could you explain the tremolo technique you used just now? Why is it different from mine? Lin Qinin, being a Qin fanatic, quickly voiced her doubts. Oh, your tremolo technique is one that only emerged within the last 1,000 years, whereas the technique I used originates from ancient times. They fundamentally differ. Qin Yuji explained with a smile, not holding anything back. Ah, so that's how it is. May I be so bold as to ask if brother Qin would be willing to teach me? Lin Qinin regretted asking immediately after she spoke. She knew this involved another person's skills. Playing the Qin was fundamental for any Qin master, and most wouldn't casually pass on their techniques, especially an ancient technique long lost to history. Certainly, here, your hand should move like this, and the flow of essence power in your fingers must follow this pattern. Qin Yuji lightly held Lin Qinin's hand, demonstrating repeatedly on the Qin strings. Zhao Chong, watching Qin Yuji gently grasp Lin Qinin's delicate hands, suddenly flushed bright red, anger welling up inside him like a volcano ready to erupt. Sister Lin, there are too many people around here. Would you mind if we continued our discussion elsewhere? Qin Yuji suggested, glancing at the onlookers. All right. Lin Qinin, upon reflection, quickly withdrew her left hand, her face turning faintly pink. Lin Qinin had never been this close to any other man before, and in their earlier focus on discussing the art of the Qin, she hadn't noticed her hand had remained in Qin Yuji's grasp all along. The surrounding spectators saw the interaction between them and were instantly heartbroken. My icy goddess has fallen. Heaven, I can't live without my goddess. Numerous outer sect male disciples, witnessing Lin Qinin's close engagement with Qin Yuji, felt envious and admiring simultaneously. Zhao Chong, observing Lin Qinin continually talking to Qin Yuji the whole time, flared with anger in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, as if something belonging to him had been snatched away. Qin Yuji, you're dead, Zhao Chong muttered darkly under his breath. With Lin Qinin present today, and given the large number of outer sect disciples due to Qin Yuji's recent breakthrough, Zhao Chong knew it would definitely be impossible to duel with Qin Yuji today. In fact, Zhao Chong was overthinking it. If he had challenged Qin Yuji to a life or death battle right then, Qin Yuji would have accepted without hesitation because he wasn't afraid of him. Since there were far too many spectators, Qin Yuji finally employed the half-step pursuing cicada technique and left Tianqin Lake. What incredible speed! Lin Qinin also unleashed her own method of movement. In an instant, the two figures, one following the other, vanished from everyone's view. The area of the outer sect was vast. The general residence for disciples usually involved finding a place abundant with spiritual energy and carving out their own cave dwellings. Qin Yuji, having just entered the outer sect, didn't yet have a dwelling of his own, so he picked a random quiet spot. This environment is quite nice. For now, I'll settle here. Qin Yuji thoughtfully summoned a residence from the system, and shortly thereafter, a house complete with a courtyard appeared on the ground. Because Qin Yuji was faster, Lin Qinin had not yet arrived, but Qin Yuji slowed down intentionally, believing Lin Qinin wouldn't be far behind. Sure enough, a short while later, Lin Qinin arrived. Welcome, Sister Lin, to my humble abode. Please, come in and sit down. Qin Yuji invited her warmly with a welcoming gesture. How can this possibly be called humble? The elegant architecture, the pavilions and gazebos in the courtyard, all these truly stand apart from everything else. I dare say, throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect, there might be no more exquisite location than this, Lin Qinin remarked with slight astonishment. Sister Lin flatters me too much, Qin Yuji laughed lightly. They both settled into a pavilion within the courtyard, where the surrounding scenery was immediately breathtaking to behold. From the system, Qin Yuji retrieved 4 types of spirit fruits: mystic jade grapes, cloud spirit ruby fruits, crystal glow fruits, and frost dew peaches. Last time, during his sign-in event, Qin Yuji had received 4 types of fruit, each in abundance, and they hadn't all been consumed. It's Sister Lin's first visit, and I don't have much to offer in terms of hospitality, only these few mystical spirit fruits. Please forgive me. Qin Yuji explained helplessly, realizing the system only contained these edible items. Lin Qinin looked at Qin Yuji in shock, both inside and out affected by his words. What a trivial Xin-level spirit fruit. Just how much do you despise these fruits, she thought. Each of these spirit fruits had its unique role, and it was already a great fortune for an ordinary person to consume one type. Yet here Qin Yujie stood, viewing these 4 types as trivial. Lin Qinin gazed at Qin Yujie. The more she observed him, the less she could fathom who he truly was. Senior Sister Lin, as a guest from afar, all these spirit fruits are prepared especially for you. I'm so tired of eating them every day. Once you've eaten them all, we can then further exchange our knowledge of the Qin. Qin Yujie chuckled warmly. Lin Qinin's mind was in disarray, the phrases tired of eating and eat them all echoing repeatedly. She even doubted if this was all a dream. Sister Lin, hey, what's got you lost in thought? Am I that mesmerizing? Qin Yujie waved a hand before her, laughing gently. Lin Qinin rolled her eyes at Qin Yujie, responding bluntly. Then I'll eat them. I dare you to regret it. Eat away, eat away. If it's not enough, I have more. Qin Yujie said with a smile. Lin Qinin picked up a mystic jade grape and took a bite. The grape dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, leaving an indescribable deliciousness behind. This mystic jade grape enhances the warrior's true essence. It is a rare, Xian-level spirit fruit, Lin Qinin silently acknowledged. Next, she swallowed the cloud spirit ruby fruit. Immediately, her mind felt crystal clear. Insights about past cultivation mysteries suddenly revealed. This cloud spirit ruby fruit sharpens one's enlightenment. Lin Qinin was astonished beyond measure. The crystal glow fruit can strengthen vision. Consuming it regularly may even awaken a divine pupil. And the frost dew peach prevents aging and improves skin. Lin Qinin was utterly overwhelmed by waves of shocks, becoming somewhat numb from all the marvels unveiled before her. Chapter 14. Giving away music scores. Half an hour later, Lin Qinin glanced at Qin Yujie with a touch of resentment and finally said shyly, Senior brother Qin, I can't eat anymore. After hearing this, Qin Yujie burst out laughing. Lin Qinin had never imagined that one day she would be so full from eating spirit fruits. All right, Senior Sister Lin, let's begin exchanging knowledge about playing the Qin, Qin Yujie said. Senior brother Qin, besides the tremolo technique, could you teach me some other methods? Lin Qinin asked excitedly. The 9 ancient techniques, aside from tremolo, also include vibration. Qin Yujie began explaining the techniques he understood from the 9 styles of the devil Qin. Lin Qinin kept asking questions, and they continuously exchanged knowledge until sunset. Senior brother Qin, I am deeply grateful for your generous teachings. I truly don't know how to thank you. Lin Qinin realized she had gained a great opportunity. If she practiced diligently in the future, her Qin skills would surely improve significantly. Moreover, having eaten so many spirit fruits today, which were yet to be digested, once absorbed, they would surely help her reach the 9th level of the returning origin realm before the outer sect disciple competition. Well, these mean nothing to me. Senior Sister Lin is a true master who enters the Tao through the Qin, worthy of respect as a martial artist. I'll pass on these 5 music scores to you as well. Qin Yujie calmly said. Truthfully, Qin Yujie was not interested in these music scores at all. If it weren't for the fear of overwhelming Lin Qinin by giving too much, he would have given her the 9 styles of the devil Qin as well. After all, Qin Yujie possessed the undying sword body, and the path of the sword was his true calling. These Qin-related martial skills were meaningless to him. His achievements in them would never match his potential in the sword, but to Lin Qinin, they were entirely different. Senior brother Qin, this is too valuable. Lin Qinin shook her head and declined. Just take it. I have a habit of never taking back what I give away, Qin Yujie calmly said. All right, then thank you, Senior brother Qin. In the future, please stop calling me Senior Sister Lin. If you don't mind, you can call me Qinin, Lin Qinin said. Everyone who knew Lin Qinin was aware that she was a cold beauty. No man had ever called her Qinin. All right, then you shouldn't call me Senior brother Qin either. Just call me Yujie. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. Okay, Lin Qinin softly replied. Then her figure flickered, and she turned and left. After Lin Qinin left, Qin Yujie entered a state of cultivation. With the assistance of the spirit gathering pearl and the spirit fruits, his cultivation progressed faster. After a night of cultivation, his true yuan became even stronger. With this rate, cultivating for another 4 or 5 days should bring me to the 5th level of the returning origin realm, Qin Yujie confidently said. A new day had arrived, and it was time to sign in again. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host has advanced 1 minor level. Surrounding spiritual energy surged toward Qin Yujie. The momentum of his body continued to rise until reaching its peak limit. Finally, there was a bang. Qin Yujie instantly broke through to the 5th level of the returning origin realm. I worked hard cultivating all night, and now you've let me break through instantly. Was my whole night wasted? Qin Yujie felt somewhat unbalanced due to the system's actions. Well, Qin Yujie let out a bitter laugh. At this moment, a shout was heard outside Qin Yujie's door. Is Brother Qin at home? Brother Zheng has come to pay a visit. Outside stood a chubby man, holding a bottle of wine at the courtyard gate. Qin Yujie went to the door and saw Xuanhuan, who had tricked him last time. He smiled and said, It's you, right? What? Want to sell me those girl-conquering strategy maps again? Brother Qin, last time was purely a misunderstanding. I know Brother Qin likes wine. Look, I brought the best wine from Xuanhuan City today. Xuanhuan shook the fine wine in his hand and smiled. All right, come in. Although Xuanhuan had deceived Qin Yujie once, Qin Yujie had also played a trick on Xuanhuan. It was common knowledge among the outer sect members that Xuanhuan had been beaten up by the Qin Yu gang a few days ago. Senior brother Qin, your mansion is way too luxurious, and the garden scenery is absolutely beautiful. Xuanhuan couldn't believe what he saw. In fact, Xuanhuan had seen many larger mansions, but those were all locations of major clans. As an outer sect disciple, Qin Yujie living in such a mansion was definitely astonishing. If Xuanhuan knew that this mansion could also be carried around by Qin Yujie, he would be shocked again. It's just okay. Qin Yujie didn't think much of it. Senior brother Qin, thanks to you, I successfully broke through to the 4th level of the returning origin realm yesterday. Today, I've specially come to express my gratitude. Here, allow me to drink first. Xuanhuan picked up his wine jar, poured 2 cups of wine, took one, and drank it all at once. This wine tastes pretty good. Qin Yujie took a sip, then smiled and said, this is the best wine in Xuanhuan City, called Beauty's Tears. It tastes sweet upon entry, yet carries a hint of bitterness. Moreover, it can aid in cultivation and is truly a rare delicacy. Xuanhuan explained with a smile. Beauty's Tears, what a beautiful name for this wine. Since you've brought out your treasured wine, I shouldn't be stingy either. Try my drunken spirit elixir. Qin Yujie chuckled, then took out the drunken spirit elixir and poured 2 glasses. Drunken spirit elixir, what a great name. Xuanhuan picked up his glass, sniffed it, and immediately felt his true essence flowing unconsciously throughout his body. The old injuries within him from years ago even seemed slightly healed. Just by smelling it, it has such a significant effect. Xuanhuan was shocked inside, then couldn't help but hastily drank the drunken spirit elixir in one gulp. The drunken spirit elixir turned into essence instantly upon entry, making Xuanhuan feel an immense wave of spiritual energy circulating within him. In just this short while, his internal wounds were already half healed, and his true essence had grown much denser. My beauty's tears pales in comparison to the drunken spirit elixir, the difference being as vast as heaven and earth. I never imagined there could be such a precious wine in this world. Xuanhuan closed his eyes, immersed in the delightful taste of the drunken spirit elixir, and spontaneously recited a poem. Men who drank too much have long since gone. Spirits return home dreaming about distant lands. Where does the drunkenness lead us? In dreams, a cup of drunken spirit elixir intoxicates. Good poetry. Who would have thought Brother Zheng can write poems? Qin Yujie carefully appreciated the poem, discovering it carried deep meaning and symbolism. Brother Qin flatters me. I've had some slight exposure to this art in the past. Fine, let me compose a poem too. Qin Yujie remembered ancient poems from his previous life and suddenly developed poetic inspiration. When did the bright moon first appear? Holding my cup, I asked the blue sky. Not knowing if the celestial palace exists, what year it is today. I wish to fly back riding the wind, yet fear that jade towers at great heights may be too cold to bear. Qin Yujie didn't know that this poem he casually recited had already caused Xuanhuan great shock, his whole body trembling as if he had discovered some tremendous secret. Chapter 15, Life and Death Duel. Not knowing what year it is in the heavenly palace. Could senior brother Qin be the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor? Xuanhuan couldn't help but have a wild daydream. If Qin Yujie knew what Xuanhuan was thinking, he would surely shout out an injustice. I just randomly plagiarized a poem from my previous life, and you're this shocked. The two continued drinking and chatting until the sun set behind the mountain, and Xuanhuan left in a drunken stupor. The next day, system, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wind sword intent. In an instant, Qin Yujie comprehended the wind sword intent within his mind. The sword intent refers to the true meaning of the sword's way, representing the pure essence of swordsmanship, which can greatly enhance the attacks of a swordsman. This is why swordsmen are often considered to have the strongest attack at their cultivation level, because they comprehend the sword intent. Many swordsmen may not even reach enlightenment on the sword intent after reaching the celestial human realm, let alone while still in the returning origin realm. And yet, Qin Yujie comprehended the sword intent while still at the 5th level of the returning origin realm, truly proving himself a genius among geniuses. The sword intent can be channeled into any sword martial art. With the support of the sword intent, the power of these martial arts will become much stronger. After comprehending the sword intent, the undying sword body's full potential could now truly manifest. When combined with the sword intent's enhancement of sword techniques, their strength wouldn't simply multiply, as 1 + 1 = 2. Moreover, only after comprehending the sword intent could the undying sword body regenerate using the sword intent. Certainly, each time it regenerates, the strength of the sword intent weakens. The stronger the sword intent, the more times it can resurrect. However, if someone could master multiple sword intents simultaneously, when perfected, it would truly be eternal immortality. Luck has been pretty good these past few days, Qin Yujie said contentedly after taking a sip of the drunken spirit brew. Just then, a figure came flying from the distance with rapid movements. In no time, the figure appeared before Qin Yujie. It was Lin Qinyin. Her brows were tightly furrowed as if something important was weighing heavily on her mind. Qinyin, you've arrived. What's wrong? Qin Yujie asked curiously upon seeing Lin Qinyin's urgent expression. Yujie, just now, senior brother Zhao Chong broke through to the 9th stage of the returning origin realm, Lin Qinyin said cautiously. Oh, didn't expect him to break through so quickly. But if you're this worried about finding me, does it mean that this matter involves me? Qin Yujie guessed internally. Yes, Zhao Chong has challenged you to a life or death duel. Now everyone in the outer sect already knows about it. But since your cultivation rank is lower, you do have the right to decline. Lin Qinyin said somewhat worriedly. I'm afraid you might impulsively agree, so I came early to inform you. Why should I decline? Let's go to the arena. Qin Yujie smiled confidently, emitting an aura of world-class sharpness. Lin Qinyin, sensing the air of youthful brilliance from Qin Yujie, realized there was nothing she could say to change his mind. All right, I trust you. Lin Qinyin nodded. To her astonishment, Qin Yujie casually packed away his living quarters and, activating their agility techniques, they vanished instantly from the spot. By this time, the dueling grounds had already been surrounded by people. The crowd was literally packed as dense as sardines. The dueling grounds was a special place in the Tianyuan Sect, the only location where public combat was allowed. Once both parties stepped onto the dueling grounds, only one person could leave alive. Although the Tianyuan Sect forbids intra-sect violence, cultivating the way of martial arts is a struggle against heaven, earth, and man. If one must compete, then naturally there will be conflicts between individuals. Once such conflicts grow so severe that resolution seems impossible, the dueling grounds would be the final answer. Most people would not lightly step onto the dueling grounds, as failure means certain death. Hence, it had been quite a long time since the Outer Sect witnessed a life and death duel. Thus, today's duel immediately captured the attention of all Outer Sect disciples, drawing thousands of eyes, even several Inner Sect members coming over to watch. At that moment, Zhao Chong was already standing on the dueling platform, his face icy cold, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Do you think Qin Yujie will show up? A surrounding disciple asked. I guess he won't. Zhao Chong is already at the 9th layer of returning origin. Coming would just be seeking death, right? Another replied. That's right. Although Qin Yujie's abilities aren't bad either, compared to Zhao Chong, he's nowhere near the same league. I hope Senior Qin doesn't come. Just a few days ago, I benefited from his help. I don't want to see him die. Everyone was murmuring. Very soon, Qin Yujie and Lin Qinyin appeared at the dueling arena. Their arrival immediately caused an uproar. Look fast. Senior Brother Qin has actually come. The onlookers exclaimed in shock. Senior Brother Qin is truly a dashing gentleman. It's really a pity he will soon be dead. A female disciple sighed with regret. Amidst all the commotion, Qin Yujie and Lin Qinyin had arrived at the dueling grounds. You're all wrong. Qin Yujie will definitely win. If you don't believe me, let's bet cultivation points. A plump figure appeared beside the crowd, and his words immediately sparked interest in some people. All right, let's bet then. Count me in too, fatty. You're truly a godsend. Xuanhuan, I'll wager everything you have. People around joined the betting frenzy. The appearance of Qin Yujie immediately drew everyone's attention, including Zhao Chong on the stage. Upon seeing Qin Yujie walking side by side with Lin Qinyin, anger surged within Zhao Chong. Qin Yujie, did you really dare to show up? Since you've come, ascend the platform to meet your death. At that moment, an elder standing on the high stage glanced at Qin Yujie and gave him a reminder. Young man, once you step onto the life and death arena, your life is forfeit. Given your youth and evident talent, you should reconsider this decision carefully. This elder was Wu Yu, one of the Outer Sect elders responsible for overseeing life and death duels. He had witnessed Qin Yujie playing the zither a few days prior and recognized him as a prodigious genius of the way of music, even surpassing Lin Qinyin by far. Elder Wu believed that if such a world-class genius were to die on the arena, it would be a great loss for Tianyuan Sect. Hence, he couldn't help but give a warning. Elder Wu's remark caused the entire arena to fall silent momentarily. Could today's duel still be called off? The surrounding spectators waited quietly for Qin Yujie to make his choice. With Elder Wu's advice, even if Qin Yujie declined the duel now, he would have a face-saving way out and wouldn't lose his reputation. Currently, the person who must feel most uncomfortable should be Zhao Chong, as he genuinely feared that Qin Yujie might change his mind and use this opportunity to retreat gracefully. Chapter 16, Breaking the Sky with One Finger. Qin Yujie paid his respects to the elder and then said, Thank you, elder, for your reminder. However, the path of martial arts is inherently about defying the heavens. If a person retreats when they encounter a martial artist stronger than themselves, they will never achieve greatness in their lifetime. Martial artists battle the heavens, the earth, and other people. I, Qin Yujie, fear nothing. Qin Yujie's words rang out like thunder, enlightening everyone and leaving them astonished. Many even felt their martial arts mentality had improved significantly. At such a young age to speak such truths shows this person is truly a prodigy. If he does not perish along the way, he will surely become a great martial artist. Elder Wu was also shocked by Qin Yujie's words, as a martial artist still in the Guiyuan realm could rarely express the essence of martial arts so clearly. Though these words make sense, going to die when knowing one is no match is foolishness. Elder Wu sighed again after that thought. After finishing his speech, Qin Yujie paid no more attention to the others. In one graceful leap, he stepped onto the life and death platform. Although Qin Yujie currently only had the cultivation of the 5th level of Guiyuan, his momentum seemed far stronger than Zhao Chong's. This was due to the dual influence of practicing Chongqing technique and possessing the Immortal Sword constitution, making Qin Yujie's true energy both vast and concentrated. The two emanated formidable presences, ready for what appeared to be an imminent clash. Fine. Since you have stepped onto the life and death platform, live or die by destiny. Begin. Elder Wu cast a protective barrier around the platform. Once set, the barrier would not be lifted until there was a life or death outcome. Qin Yujie, should I commend your bravery, or call you stupid? A mere martial artist at the 5th level of Guiyuan challenging a 9th level Guiyuan martial artist. Where do you get such confidence? Zhao Chong said coldly. The 5th level of Guiyuan suffices for me to handle you easily. In fact, I somewhat regret accepting your challenge now. Qin Yujie responded nonchalantly. Haha, it's too late to regret now, Zhao Chong laughed. Qin Yujie shook his head and said, what I regret is accepting your life or death duel, because your skill doesn't deserve such treatment. Still defiant on the brink of death. Rest assured, I won't kill you right away. I'll torture you to death slowly. Zhao Chong spoke cruelly. At this point, everyone watching from below believed Qin Yujie would surely lose, except Lin Qining and Xuanhuan. After all, the difference between Qin Yujie and Zhao Chong was 4 whole levels of power. Even for a 9th level Gui Yuan martial artist, handling someone at the 8th level of Gui Yuan was effortless, let alone a 5th level practitioner. Xuanhuan looked at the points in front of him and internally rejoiced. You're just bringing money to me. Brother Qin is a reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Handling a mere 9th level Gui Yuan is like playing a simple game for him. Everyone watched the duel tensely, fearing to miss any crucial moment. Qin Yujie die. Zhao Chong roared loudly as an awe-inspiring presence erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chong's body suddenly accelerated and reached Qin Yujie's position. He unleashed a punch of unprecedented power. This punch was immensely powerful. The surrounding spirit energy surged chaotically and coalesced into a massive fist-shaped shadow in the sky. The speed of the shadow fist was breathtaking, akin to a meteorite, carrying immense force as it hurtled towards Qin Yujie's chest. Heavens, this is actually the yellow-grade upper-rank martial skill, Heavenly Passage Fist, a nearby disciple exclaimed in astonishment. The Heavenly Passage Fist, penetrating heaven with one strike. It may be exaggerated, but its power ranks among the top yellow-grade techniques. Could Qin Yujie possibly die with this single punch? Everyone gazed at Zhao Chong's devastating punch, stunned and unable to say a word. Yellow-grade martial skills dare to embarrass themselves here. With a flash of half-step cicada leap, Qin Yujie easily evaded the attack. In several continuous strikes, Zhao Chong couldn't even graze the edge of Qin Yujie's clothing. Actually, Qin Yujie didn't need to dodge. He could resolve Zhao Chong in one move. However, since the fight would end too quickly if done so, Qin Yujie chose to refrain from attacking. Zhao Chong, are these all of your skills? Qin Yujie asked. These were merely appetizers. My real strength isn't something you can imagine. Zhao Chong replied confidently with a cold snort. Then bring forth your best strength immediately, or I'll end your life once I start. Qin Yujie challenged. Big talker. Fine, let me show you my mysterious grade lower rank martial skill, the devilish divine palm. Zhao Chong closed his eyes and rapidly circulated his true energy. Then, he shouted and forcefully opened his eyes. Instantly, Zhao Chong's body sank deep into the ground before rotating swiftly. The surrounding spirit energy centered on him and began spinning madly, forming a colossal vortex. After 9 rotations, Zhao Chong suddenly delivered a powerful punch with his right hand. This punch mobilized the vast surrounding spiritual energy, carrying an overwhelming momentum as it surged towards Qin Yujie. Truly worthy of being a mysterious grade martial skill, this palm strike is astonishingly powerful. It can't be compared with the previous Heavenly Passage Fist, one martial artist said in shock. Indeed, the power of this punch is immense. Qin Yujie will definitely die, another martial artist followed up. Qin Yujie is truly unfortunate. With his musical talent, if he had endured for some time, his strength would surely surpass Zhao Chong. But now, due to his impulsiveness, he met an early end, a nearby martial artist added. On the dual platform, at this moment, the entire sky was filled with the frenzied flow of spiritual energy. A massive palm instantly appeared before Qin Yujie. The violent wind blew Qin Yujie's hair wildly. Qin Yujie die? It's almost a pity that I'm about to kill you quickly when I wanted to torture you a little longer. Zhao Chong laughed maniacally with wild excitement on his face. Qin Yujie sneered disdainfully and said, Is this your strongest attack? It's embarrassingly weak. Qin Yujie slowly raised his hand and lightly extended it forward. Instantly, a colossal golden finger appeared in the sky. With a tremendous explosion, boom, the golden giant finger collided with the demon god fist. At once, the demon god fist shattered like a broken watermelon, disintegrating into fragments. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. My demon god fist is from a mysterious grade lower class technique. How could it fail? Zhao Chong screamed hysterically, fear evident in his eyes as his body began trembling involuntarily. Frog at the bottom of a well, mysterious grade skills are precious to you. But to me, they're trash. Qin Yujie remarked contemptuously. These words shocked everyone yet again. Unconsciously, a bitter smile rose on their faces. If mysterious grade skills were considered garbage, then what were the yellow grade skills they practiced? Were they even worse than garbage? Time seemed to slow down, but action was swift. The golden giant finger continued moving forward relentlessly, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, it struck Zhao Chong. With another thunderous boom, Zhao Chong's body flew backward like a broken sandbag until he slammed against the barrier, where he finally stopped. Chapter 17. Fame spreads in the outer sect. And at this moment, there was a huge bloody hole over Zhao Chong's chest where his heart was, leaving no trace of vitality. This was still due to Qin Yujie not using his full strength. Otherwise, with just this one finger strike, Zhao Chong would have been utterly shattered into pieces. How could this be? With merely a single finger, Qin Yujie has defeated Zhao Chong. Isn't Qin Yujie's cultivation only at the 5th level of Gui Yuan realm? How can he possess such power? Zhao Chong is actually dead, and that too while using his strongest martial skill. Goodness, isn't Qin Yujie's power too monstrous? In the outer sect, Qin Yujie has become invincible. Qin Yujie is so unnaturally talented. If it took him countless struggles to defeat Zhao Chong in the end, I might have accepted it. But he defeated Zhao Chong so effortlessly with just a flick of his finger. I can't accept that. Indeed, the contrast is too great. The strength of Senior Qin is truly unfathomable. All the spectators on the dueling field looked at Qin Yujie with mouths agape, truly shocked by his power. During the entire battle, Qin Yujie used just one move before it ended. If Qin Yujie had unleashed this move from the start, Zhao Chong wouldn't have even had the chance to use any martial techniques. Elder Wu Yu of the Outer Sect looked at Qin Yujie in astonishment and murmured, "What a young genius indeed." Lin Xining fixed her gaze on Qin Yujie intently, discovering that since she met him, every day was filled with shocks. The more she interacted with him, the more she realized how formidable he was. How could a phoenix possibly emerge from a chicken coop? Could he really be a warrior from a minor family? Oh right, his surname is Qin. Lin Xining thought back to a taboo topic about Lingtian Kingdom, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became of her guess. Qin Yujie glanced around, seeing everyone still immersed in their shock from the earlier battle. He then lightly leapt off the dueling platform. This Zhao Chong storage pouch is pretty decent. It contains quite a few cultivation resources. Truly, those who kill get the spoils. Qin Yujie said quietly to himself. Earlier, during the duel on the stage, Qin Yujie had already conveniently taken Zhao Chong's storage pouch, a default rule in duels where the victor could take the loser's items. The path of martial arts was cruel like this. If Qin Yujie had been killed by someone else, all of his cultivation resources would probably have been taken as well. Just then, Zheng Nanhua's angry voice rang out. Do you intend to renege now? It turned out that because of this duel, Zheng Nanhua had gained quite a lot of points, roughly around 30,000. Earlier, everyone thought Qin Yujie was sure to lose, so many had participated in the wager, even betting everything they owned. Qin Yujie arrived next to Zheng Nanhua and said helpfully, "Everyone, when you gamble, you must abide by the rules. Let this matter end here." Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, everyone quieted down. After all, Qin Yujie's strength was there for everyone to see, and justice was clearly on his side as well. "Thank you, Senior Qin, for resolving the situation. I'll share half of my points with you," Zheng Nanhua said with a grin. "I don't need the points. You keep them," Qin Yujie replied casually. With the Spirit Gathering Pearl, Qin Yujie didn't need to exchange points for cultivation rooms. Moreover, as for martial skills, elixirs, and cultivation methods, Qin Yujie was abundantly equipped. For him, these points were akin to a trivial appendage. "Let's go, call up Qinin, and we'll all drink together," Qin Yujie said with a smile. "Sure thing," Zheng Nanhua responded, clearly thrilled at the prospect of drinking. In a flash, the three figures disappeared from sight after utilizing their agile techniques. They arrived beside the Celestial Heart Lake, where Qin Yujie simply placed his personal estate on the ground, causing an instant formation of a luxurious lakeside courtyard. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enter," Qin Yujie invited warmly. "Brother Qin, you are truly remarkable," Zheng Nanhua exclaimed in awe. Lin Xining wasn't particularly surprised anymore because, having witnessed so much, she had grown numb to constant amazement. Seeing Qin Yujie produce a bottle of wine, Zheng Nanhua's eyes lit up, his mouth practically drooling. "Qinin, come on, try some of my Zue Ling Qiong which you haven't yet tasted last time." Qin Yujie grinned. "Fine, whatever you bring out must surely be extraordinary. I'll certainly give it a taste," Lin Xining said curiously. Qin Yujie produced 3 exquisitely designed cups, pouring the Zue Ling Qiong within them. This Zue Ling Qiong really does live up to its reputation as an unparalleled fine wine. It is endlessly enjoyable, Zheng Nanhua praised after taking a sip, closing his eyes with contentment written across his face. Lin Xining also sipped gently, her face flushing slightly, though her 8th level Gui Yuan cultivation enabled her to dissolve the alcohol's potency with a slight circulation of internal energy. "This liquor is indeed delectable, and I feel that my internal true essence has become much stronger," Lin Xining remarked. "Since you all like it so much, I'll give each of you a few jugs. Anyway, I have plenty more, and I'm kind of tired of drinking the same thing all the time. It's such a waste to pour them out." Qin Yujie genuinely felt a bit bored with constant drinking. Even the most delicious taste could get tiresome eventually. "Big brother Qin, would it be alright if I follow you from now on? Even a crumb dropping from your fingers is an immense fortune for me." Zheng Nanhua was once again shocked. This only strengthened his belief that Qin Yujie was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Lin Xining shot Qin Yujie a disdainful glance, thinking to herself, "This guy really acts like a spendthrift, giving away these precious wines as if they were worthless." Qin Yujie then took out 2 pills, smiling as he said, "These are 2 Dingyan pills, and I'll also give them to you." Dingyan pills. Lin Xining glanced meaningfully at Qin Yujie, her face flushing slightly. Dingyan pills had appeared only once before. Not just the Outer Sect, but the entire Inner Sect didn't even possess a single one. Now, Qin Yujie suddenly came up with 2, causing Lin Xining to immediately understand that the market stall commotion some time ago was actually staged by Qin Yujie. When Zheng Nanhua saw the Dingyan pills, he realized something right away. He acted as though he'd suffered a tremendous injustice and cried out, "Big brother Qin, it turns out it was you impersonating me, saying you'd easily obtain Senior Lin. What nonsense." "Shut up," Qin Yujie and Lin Xining said in unison. At this moment, Zheng Nanhua looked like a hurt little rabbit and hurriedly closed his mouth, feeling deeply aggrieved. "Why must you both treat me this way? It's me who has been hurt." "Forget about him," Let's head over to the pavilion and exchange some insights on our loot skills. Qin Yujie quickly changed the subject, looking somewhat embarrassed. All right, Lin Qinin agreed with a slight nod. As Xuanhuan watched the two leave, he thought inwardly, Big Brother Qin is truly impressive. I wonder if he secretly checked my strategy. Qinin, today I'll play Lofty Mountain Flowing Water for you. One of the 5 music scores I gave you before includes this piece. Qin Yujie took out his purple jade lute and smiled. Great, this piece requires many ancient techniques. I'm eager to learn them. Lin Qinin truly lived up to her reputation as a lute enthusiast. The mention of playing music instantly erased the previous awkwardness from her mind. Suddenly, an elegant and melodious tune began to resonate, like majestic mountains or trickling streams. The music was enchanting, with an ambience that reached far into the distance. My mental power has grown. Lin Qinin's heart filled with shock. Chapter 18, Family Letter. Bear in mind, spiritual power is related to the soul and is generally difficult to enhance unless there's a specific cultivation method. Faraway Xuanhuan was also surprised, his face full of disbelief. Thus, whenever she had free time, Lin Qinin would come to consult Qin Yujie about her lute skills. Gradually, a subtle change occurred in their relationship. It seemed like they were closer than ordinary friends. 7 days later, a powerful surge of momentum emanated from Qin Yujie's body, followed by a strong true essence radiating from him. Through constant cultivation over 7 days, aided by the Spirit Gathering Pearl and the Spirit Fruit Wine, I have finally advanced to the 6th level of the Return to Origin realm. Qin Yujie smiled, then continued. During these 7 days, I signed in to obtain some good things. Let me organize them first. On the first day, Qin Yujie obtained a high-grade Earth-rank medicinal cauldron named Panlong Cauldron. The Panlong Cauldron can theoretically refine all Earth-rank and lower-grade medicinal pills. Of course, this Panlong Cauldron weighs 520,000 pounds and is an upper-grade Earth-rank item. Besides refining medicines, it can be used as a weapon for crucial defensive purposes. Currently, Qin Yujie already owns 3 upper-grade Earth-rank weapons, the Azure Lotus Sword, the Purple Jade Lute, and the Panlong Cauldron. On the second day, Qin Yujie received the inheritance of a Pill Emperor, which contained various refining knowledge and techniques, numerous pill recipes, and medical legacies. The Pill Emperor's inheritance is extremely precious, regarded as one of the top inheritances in the Pill Dao. If the Pill Emperor's inheritance were to emerge, it would drive the whole world to frenzy. With the enlightening methods provided by the system, Qin Yujie instantly mastered all kinds of refining techniques. However, given his current cultivation and soul strength, he could only refine mystic-grade medicine at most. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of his future abilities and cultivation, the grade of medicine that Qin Yujie could refine would become higher and higher, perhaps even the legendary divine medicine. On the third day, Qin Yujie acquired a type of primordial flame called Qi-Qing Flame Fire, ranking 32nd on the primordial flame chart. The Qi-Qing Flame Fire has an extremely high temperature, suitable for refining medicines or as an attacking means. Since it was a system reward, Qin Yujie instantly assimilated the primordial flame. The Qi-Qing Flame Fire belongs to the fire element of the 5 elements, and the human heart also corresponds to the fire element. Therefore, once the Qi-Qing Flame entered his body, it settled comfortably near Qin Yujie's heart, as if finding a warm home. After the Qi-Qing Flame Fire embedded itself into his heart, Qin Yujie immediately felt his heartbeat becoming more forceful. Warm blood circulated through his limbs and nourished his entire body via his heart's beating. Due to the reinforcement of his heart, Qin Yujie felt immense energy surging throughout his body. His fist strike became several times stronger than before. One must know that due to possessing the undying sword constitution, Qin Yujie's physical form was already very powerful. Now, with the enhancement of Qi-Qing Flame Fire, he was unsure just how strong he had become. Moreover, with the strengthening of his heart, Qin Yujie's healing ability improved significantly. And since the restorative power of his eternal spring art was already formidable, combining these two enhanced his recovery abilities even further, akin to adding wings to a tiger. The 32nd ranked primordial flame is already so potent. I wonder how powerful the first ranked one is. Qin Yujie exclaimed in shock. On the 4th day, Qin Yujie gained a millennium-old spirit peach tree that blooms every 100 years and fruits every 100 years. All this peach blossom on the tree, not a single peach, it's quite useless. Looks like wanting to eat peaches will take at least 100 more years. No matter, let's just plant it in my portable courtyard. Actually, planting this 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree in my yard has made it look so much prettier. More importantly, the spirit energy here has become more abundant. It doesn't matter whether I eat the peaches or not. Anyway, this peach tree's value is just that of a large potted landscape. Why bother growing peaches when you can sign in and directly obtain such a miraculous fruit? On the 5th day, Qin Yujie received a set of exquisite tea utensils. This tea set is crafted from a high-grade earth-rank Xuanhuan jade, exquisitely beautiful. In general, grand families would make Xuanhuan jade into jade amulets, treating them as family treasures passed down through generations, never being extravagant enough to use it for making tea sets. On the 6th day, Qin Yujie received a flying horse-drawn carriage. The entire carriage was luxuriously decorated, but most importantly, the carriage was pulled by a spirit flower deer at the Heavenly Man realm. On the 7th day, Qin Yujie finally drew a fine wine, named Celestial Immortal Dew. Celestial Immortal Dew is also a spirit wine, and its taste is completely different from Zui Lingkong. However, despite the difference in flavor, it is equally delicious. After organizing the items he had received from signing in recently, Qin Yujie stood up and said thoughtfully, "Yesterday, I received a letter from the family, asking me to go home soon as there seems to be something important. Now that my cultivation has broken through, let's go home." With that in mind, Qin Yujie put away his portable courtyard and summoned his flying horse-drawn carriage. The flying carriage floated in midair, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Those who didn't know might think some legendary treasure was about to appear. This stunning sight immediately caught the attention of all the outer sect disciples, with even inner sect disciples and elders rushing over. As they leapt towards the scene, everyone stared agape in shock at the levitating carriage. The entire carriage gleamed regally in purple and gold, adorned with mystical and intricate runes. Its top was a perfect semicircle, carved with vivid depictions of dragons and phoenixes. "Wow, there are real dragons and phoenixes carved on this carriage," one outer sect disciple exclaimed in astonishment. "Yeah, and the whole carriage emits layers of radiant light. It's dazzling enough to blind my eyes," another chimed in. "I've never seen such a noble and luxurious carriage in my life. The last time, I was lucky enough to see Xuanhuan, an inner sect senior brother's carriage. I thought it was the most lavish one I'd ever see, but now I know how wrong I was. Completely wrong." An outer sect disciple trembled, speaking with madness evident on his face. "Compared to this one, his carriage is trash, trash among trash. Tang brother is the strongest expert of the inner sect, highly respected. Who would have thought that in the outer sect, we could see an even more extravagant carriage than Tang brothers? How incredible. Even the carriages of the legendary Emperor Immortals can't be better than this." The surrounding outer sect disciples looked at the carriage in the sky, their hearts stirred by towering waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 19, Everyone Competes. Just as everyone was discussing, in the distance, more than 10 figures quickly flew toward this direction. In no time, they arrived. These over a dozen individuals were both male and female, each radiating terrifying auras. Judging from their luxurious attire, it was clear that they were inner disciples. As the saying goes, amateurs see the spectacle while experts look at subtleties. These inner disciples, whether in vision or strength, could not be compared to the outer disciples from earlier. The carriage actually has intricate runes and formations carved on it, and as an array master, I can't make any sense of it. Who has such great proficiency in arrays? One of the inner disciples, looking at the carriage floating in the sky, exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, even scarier is that these are not ordinary runes, but the ancient runes lost to history. Though I don't fully understand them, I've seen something similar in an old book before. Another inner disciple exclaimed in shock. The integration of runes and arrays is simply perfect. And also, the body of this carriage is made of purple gold metal. Could it possibly be Li Zujin Kat, Li Zijin Tai? Li Zujin Kat? Don't scare me. This precious metal, when regular people cast swords, adding a thumb-sized piece would be enough. Who has such extravagance to craft an entire carriage like this? Damn, this is sheer luxury, actually crafting a carriage out of Li Zijin Kat. I wonder whose carriage this is. Please stop showing off, my heart can't take it. Looking at this carriage makes my mind instantly unbalanced. The gap between people can be so huge. If I could have this carriage, I'd willingly pay anything, including myself. The inner disciples stared wide-eyed at the airborne carriage in awe. At this moment, more and more people rushed over. Everyone, don't you realize that the spirit flower deer pulling the carriage has already reached the Heavenly Man realm? Heavenly Man realm, which means it's roughly as strong as us. Remember, in general terms, spiritual beasts of equivalent level are stronger than we are. Spirit flower deer are renowned for speed. Combined with the rune formations on the carriage, this flying carriage will definitely be extremely fast. Everyone looked at the flying carriage, amazed yet envious. Qin Yujie watched as the flying carriage drew attention from the crowd and muttered to himself, "It's just a carriage. Look at all your country bumpkin faces. If only I had known it would cause such a big commotion, I wouldn't have taken it out." Qin Yujie straightened his sleeve and rose gracefully amid the stunned stares of the crowd, ascending to the top of the flying carriage where he stood with his hands behind his back. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair and clothes, giving him a remarkable aura. Instantly, Qin Yujie became the focus of everyone. At this moment, an angry voice sounded. "Stop right there. An outer disciple like you doesn't deserve to touch this carriage. Come down immediately." One of the inner disciples glared furiously at Qin Yujie, loudly reprimanding him. "That's true. How could a mere outer disciple own such an extraordinary carriage? Hurry up and get down." Another inner disciple joined in, equally harsh. "There must be someone astonishing inside the carriage. You'll regret provoking them." What audacity. Looks like he wants to take advantage of the situation to claim this treasure carriage before anyone else reacts. You're right. I think there's no one in the carriage either. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone come out yet? To think, he tries to deceive us into believing this carriage is his. Truly evil. If the carriage is ownerless after all, his intentions truly were despicable. He let us mistakenly believe it's his. His goal was clearly to mislead us, and almost everyone fell for it. Almost everyone present berated Qin Yujie, cursing and shouting. Qin Yujie smirked disdainfully at them. "You're truly pitiful. Look at how unsophisticated you are. To you, this world-class carriage is merely a trinket to me. Do you really think I need to fake ownership?" Shocked by Qin Yujie's words, the group was left speechless and mentally battered. "It's impossible. You, a waste of 6th level Yuan realm cultivation. How could you possibly possess such a treasure? I don't believe it." An inner disciple shouted angrily. "Absolutely, stop making wild claims here. Get lost, or else don't blame me for going hard on you." Another inner disciple threatened. They kept talking among themselves, feeling as if their possessions had been snatched, resentfully arguing. Qin Yujie, looking at everyone's reactions, seemed to come up with a good idea and then laughed. Haha, seniors and senior sisters, I was just joking with you earlier. This carriage indeed doesn't belong to me. You go ahead and snatch it. After saying that, Qin Yujie executed the technique half-step pursuit locust, flashed momentarily, and instantly returned to the ground. Good for you to know your place, but we'll still teach you a lesson later. One of the inner disciples said with hostility. Admittedly, you've got some guts to even deceive us. Since you've admitted your mistake willingly, this time, we'll forgive you, another inner disciple stated. At this moment, everyone's attention refocused on the flying carriage, and Qin Yujie had been deliberately ignored by the group. Seniors and senior sisters from the inner sect, let me make a suggestion. Whoever gets to the roof of the carriage first will claim ownership of it. What do you think? One of the inner sect disciples suggested with a smile. Agreed. Zhou brother is correct. I agree. I also agree. The many inner sect disciples quickly concurred. As for the outer sect disciples, they were excluded from the very beginning. After all, the outer sect disciples were of lower strength and certainly didn't have any right to speak. All right, begin. No one knows who started, but soon enough, all of them began to utilize their unique abilities, unleashing their specialized techniques. Watch my whirlwind step. One inner disciple instantly used his body method martial skill. He excelled in movement techniques, swiftly pulling away from the crowd, advancing to the front. There was no way the others would allow him to succeed easily. Sure enough, he hadn't been celebrating long before being struck down by a punch from another individual. Inner sect disciples fiercely competed against each other, eyes blazing red, as if they bore immense hatred toward one another. Finally, an inner sect disciple reached the carriage. Triumphantly, he exclaimed with laughter. Ha! Your speed was too slow. Looks like this carriage was destined to be mine. Just as he was about to step onto the roof, a loud boom resounded. It was as though he had hit an invisible wall, and he was sent bouncing back harshly onto the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the battling group to stop at once. Chapter 20. Tang Jibei of the Inner Sect. It turned out that the flying heavenly chariot was equipped with a defensive array. Once this array was activated, a transparent protective barrier would form around the chariot. Just then, Qin Yujie suddenly activated the defensive array on the chariot, causing the man to collide with the array's barrier and fall off. Qin Yujie returned to the flying heavenly chariot once more, smiling as he said, Ladies and gentlemen, I just played a joke on all of you. Actually, this flying heavenly chariot belongs to me. Do you believe it now? Without me, none of you could even enter the chariot. The flying heavenly chariot had a defensive array surrounding it. Seeing Qin Yujie easily board the chariot, everyone now had no choice but to believe that the flying heavenly chariot belonged to Qin Yujie. After speaking, Qin Yujie prepared to leave in the chariot. At that moment, a voice sounded. Wait a moment. May I inquire if this younger brother is willing to part with this chariot and sell it to me? Just then, another person appeared from afar. When the many inner sect disciples saw who arrived, they were instantly greatly shocked and moved several dozen feet away from the individual. The man was dressed in splendid silk clothing and quite handsome, but every now and then, an evil smile would creep onto his lips, making people very uncomfortable. Especially his utterly reckless gaze, as though everyone in his eyes was nothing more than ants. Sorry, I won't sell it, and you can't afford it anyway. Qin Yujie glanced at him disdainfully and said, Esteemed junior, my name is Tang Jibei. You not knowing me is fine, but my older brother Tang Jinan, you must definitely know. My older brother is the top expert in the entire inner sect. Tang Jibei somewhat arrogantly proclaimed. To be honest with you, this flying heavenly chariot only matches someone as exceptionally talented as my older brother. You, a mere 6th-tier Yuan realm outer sect disciple, don't deserve it. Within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, Tang Jinan's fame was thunderous. Some might not even know who the elder of the inner sect was, but absolutely no one was unaware of Tang Jinan. As the top expert in the inner sect, Tang Jinan had reached the 9th tier of Tianren realm at the young age of 25, and his terrifying power was indisputably ranked first in the entire Tianyuan Sect. It was rumored that his extraordinary talent had been noticed by a core disciple, and this core disciple himself was an even more powerful figure. Within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, anyone could be provoked except for one person, Tang Jinan. And Tang Jibei, as Tang Jinan's younger brother, although possessing average strength and talent, still no one within the entire inner sect dared to offend him. Everyone knew that the relationship between Tang Jinan and Tang Jibei, the two brothers, was very close. Once upon a time, there was an inner sect disciple who only because of competing with Tang Jibei over a female disciple suffered furious retaliation from Tang Jinan. That disciple was an 8th-tier Tianren realm martial artist with immense power. However, he was still cut down at the knees by Tang Jinan, escaping death by sheer luck. But lying bettered for life was worse than dying. Therefore, when Tang Jibei arrived, everyone realized that this flying heavenly chariot was already his possession. Among the disciples of the entire inner sect, no one dared to provoke Tang Jibei. Those who had offended him ended up either dead or crippled. You think your brother is so talented? Why don't I see it? To have only reached the 9th tier of Tianren realm at the age of 25 makes him pretty much useless. As for you, forget about it. Even more useless than your brother. One south, one north. You two should simply be called the twin wastes of south and north. Qin Yujie said in a way that stunned everyone with his audacity. The name of Tang Jinan, Qin Yujie had also heard, but frankly speaking, he didn't really think the other's talent was particularly outstanding. Qin Yujie's words struck like a thunderclap on a clear day, shaking everyone deeply. This Qin Yujie is really courting death, daring to call Tang Jinan, the first expert of the inner sect, a waste. A disciple of the inner sect exclaimed in shock. How dare a 6th-tier Gui Yuan realm warrior like Qin Yujie rashly criticize a 9th-tier Tianyuan realm powerhouse? Doesn't he even know how to write the word death? Is Qin Yujie crazy? Does he not realize that killing him would be as simple as crushing an ant for Tang Jinan? We better keep our distance from Qin Yujie. Otherwise, we might be dragged into disaster unnecessarily. All around, everyone watched Qin Yujie with shocked expressions and started discussing amongst themselves. By now, Tang Jibei was trembling with rage. He pointed at Qin Yujie and shouted loudly, "You are truly something without any understanding of the heaven's heights and depths, daring to insult my brother publicly. Can you even imagine my brother's strength? I see you as the real waste." "Waste? Who are you insulting?" Qin Yujie said indifferently. "Waste is insulting you." Tang Jibei responded without hesitation. The crowd nearby glanced at Tang Jibei and tried hard to suppress their laughter, finding it too difficult to withhold smiles despite wanting to remain serious. "Oh, so waste is insulting me." Qin Yujie chuckled with profound meaning. Only at this moment did Tang Jibei realize what had happened, and his expression became extremely displeased. "In the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, no one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. You're truly asking for death. Even without my brother's intervention, I can still beat you into a cripple," Tang Jibei said furiously, realizing he had been tricked. Qin Yujie responded disdainfully. "Power is earned through fighting, not talking. Stop boasting already. Initially, I was looking for an excuse to take your chariot. Now I don't need one. Rest assured, I won't kill you. I'll break both your legs and leave you bettered for life, wishing you were dead," Tang Jibei said cruelly. "If that's how it is, then I'll repay you double. Not only your legs, but also your hands are mine. How about turning you into a human swine?" Qin Yujie never thought of himself as a good person. If someone was ruthless towards him, he would be even more ruthless in return. To sever a martial artist's legs meant almost completely ruining their martial path. This was almost worse than killing them. Since Tang Jibei was so cruel, Qin Yujie decided to repay him in kind. As everyone watched the two facing off with growing tension, they quickly cleared out a large space, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. This Qin Yujie really is fearless like a young bull just out of the barn. He's only at the 6th level of Gui Yuan realm, while Tang Jibei has reached the 1st tier of Tianren realm. They're simply not on the same level, one inner sect disciple sneered. Who could disagree? Qin Yujie must have some brain damage. A normal person wouldn't do something like this, another added. What a pity, such a rare flying heavenly chariot is about to fall into Tang Jibei's hands. It's truly a waste. To know oneself is precious, yet this Qin Yujie, an outer sect disciple, dares to act so presumptuously before inner sect disciples. If he gets beaten to death, he deserves it. It seems we're about to witness a good show today. I hope Qin Yujie isn't too weak, or getting killed in one move will be no fun at all. Such a pity for Qin Yujie. My younger brother is an outer sect disciple. He told me that Qin Yujie's talent in Qin music is extraordinary. With just one melody, many people improve their cultivation by a minor level. It would be a shame if such a musical genius got ruined by Tang Jibei. Chapter 21. The Thunderous Rush Sword Technique. What can be done? Nowadays, in the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, basically everything is decided by Tang Jinan. Many inner sect elders don't dare to easily offend Tang Jinan. Aren't there already too many talented geniuses who have died over the years? This Qin Yujie is simply too impulsive. If he had endured it, this whole thing would have passed. Why offend Tang Jibei? Yes, taking a step back makes for a broader horizon. Enduring for a while leads to peace. Qin Yujie is truly too impulsive. The surrounding inner sect disciples were discussing heatedly. Everyone was pessimistic about Qin Yujie's chances and thought his loss was certain. Just at that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from Tang Jibei. Some of the lower-ranked outer sect disciples were instantly forced several steps back by the residual pressure. Tang Jibei simply stood there, yet an ominous amount of spiritual energy surged towards him as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth. Even the residual pressure of someone in the heaven-man realm, I couldn't withstand. Truly, the strength of inner sect disciples is extraordinary. One of the onlookers among the outer sect disciples said nervously, "The power of the heaven-man realm, it's something we return to origin realm practitioners simply can't resist. The difference between major realms is truly immense." Another disciple watching Tang Jibei's intimidating aura seemed paralyzed with fright and muttered to himself crazily. Many inner sect disciples glanced disdainfully at the outer sect disciples within the crowd and mocked them. Now you know how terrifying the heaven-man realm is, right? In martial arts, as one progresses, each minor realm presents a world of difference in strength, not to mention two separated by a major realm. Qin Yujie has absolutely no chance of winning. As Tang Jibei looked at Qin Yujie remaining calm under his own imposing pressure, he was slightly astonished and said, "Qin Yujie, you really do have guts, able to withstand the pressure of my heaven-man realm. However, this is where your journey ends. Witness my thunderous rush sword technique." With a wild laugh towards the heavens, Tang Jibei instantaneously conjured a sword in his hand. It was 3 feet long, completely blue-black, clearly not a common item. "That's the inferior rank Xian treasure Tai Xian Jian." An informed disciple nearby exclaimed loudly. The Tai Xian Jian was well known throughout Lingtian Kingdom. It was a masterpiece of Shun Hongda, the master weapon creator from his early years. Master Shin used a very light but extremely sharp metal to achieve ultimate speed when creating this sword. As a result, the sword's body is unusually light and as thin as a sheet of paper. If paired with a fast sword technique, their combined power isn't just a simple 1+1, it's much more than that. And indeed, the Thunderous Rush sword technique is precisely such a fast sword technique. Being an inferior rank Xian technique, it emphasizes lightning-fast sword swings and swift movements akin to thunderbolts. This technique is powerful, even renowned within all inferior rank Xian techniques. Many martial artists who had fought against Tang Jibei in the past hadn't even realized what was happening before they were swiftly killed by his blade. Tang Jibei's true essence wildly surged within his body. Spiritual energy rapidly converged into him from the surroundings, and with a single slash of his sword, a thunderclap resounded through the sky. In an instant, a massive streak of sword chi erupted, its speed matching that of a bolt of thunder, its motion faster than light itself. Boom! The enormous streak of sword chi sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Within the blink of an eye, it traversed 20 meters of distance and rapidly pierced toward Qin Yujie's legs. Anyone struck by this streak of sword chi would surely have their bodies and legs cleaved into two halves in an instant. Such a fast strike. This Tang Jibei might only be at the first level of the Heaven Man realm, but his fast sword technique is immensely powerful. Even if it were me, I'd likely be hit without being careful. Indeed, Qin Yujie is only at the 6th level of the Return to Origin realm. He definitely can't evade such a rapid strike. The Thunderous Rush sword technique is truly formidable, living up to its reputation as one of the top techniques among inferior rank Xian techniques. The Great Suspended Sword, the sword that suspends life. With this sword out, Qin Yujie is already on the brink of death. Seeing the power of Tang Jibei's attack, countless outer sect disciples broke out in cold sweat, and even many inner sect disciples showed expressions filled with caution. Trifling tricks. Your sword speed is too slow. In response to Tang Jibei's stunning strike, Qin Yujie merely sneered dismissively, and then casually threw a punch forward. Bang! The two attacks collided instantly, producing a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the skies. Tang Jibei's powerful streak of sword chi was broken apart by a single punch from Qin Yujie. Because of the dual enhancements brought on by fiery anomalies and the undying sword body, even Xian-level weapons couldn't harm Qin Yujie's flesh. This streak of sword chi posed absolutely no threat to him. Heaven, this strike has been blocked. Damn, Qin Yujie managed to block it with just a casual punch. And more crucially, Qin Yujie didn't use even a bit of true essence. He repelled this strike solely with sheer physical strength. Truly terrifying physique. That punch must have weighed tens of thousands of caddies. You all seem to have forgotten, this isn't a battle between fighters of the same realm. Qin Yujie is still at the 6th level of Return to Origin realm. All the people around were shocked and couldn't believe that a 6th level Return to Origin realm martial artist could break through an attack from a Heaven Man realm powerhouse with only physical strength. At the moment, Tang Jibei's face was full of shock as well. He knew very well that with his previous strike, he had already put forth 50% of his power. Even if another Heaven Man realm 1-star martial artist was careless, they would be cut down by his sword. Yet, a mere 6th level Return to Origin realm martial artist actually managed to withstand his attack, and only through sheer body. How could this be possible? Tang Jibei said incredulously, unable to accept this fact mentally. Tang Jibei's expression looked exceptionally grim now. He never dreamt that, with his powerful strength, he wouldn't manage to kill Qin Yujie with just one stroke of his sword. This was, for him, like being slapped across the face nakedly. Tang Jinan, there's nothing impossible. You are too useless, you can't achieve it, so you assume others can't either. I haven't even used 1/10 of my true abilities. Qin Yujie sneered in disdain and continued saying, if this is all your might, then you're too weak. Qin Yujie's words made everyone feel bitter in their hearts. The crowd was provoked by Qin Yujie's speech. Is this only 1/10 of your strength? How strong must your total strength be then? Are you still a 6th level Return to Origin realm martial artist? Can you at least give some dignity to the Heaven Man realm powers? Without comparison, no one would know the gap. Now with the comparison, everyone realized how powerful Qin Yujie was. Actually, Tang Jibei wasn't weak. He was already among the best in his realm. However, Qin Yujie was too powerful, making Tang Jibei look like a complete waste in comparison. Qin Yujie, don't brag. That was just me taking it easy before. Now I will unleash all my strength. And there's no way you'll be able to block it. Tang Jibei said with absolute confidence. Chapter 22. The True Fist of Loot Devil. Don't beat around the bush. I have something to do, no time to waste on you. Hurry up, Qin Yujie said disdainfully. Very well indeed. Lightning Rush Sword Technique. Tang Jibei was so angry with Qin Yujie that his whole body trembled. He gathered all his true essence, and suddenly the surrounding area was filled with a howling wind, flashes of lightning, and rumbling thunder. The spirit energy in the sky gathered wildly, then formed into an enormous magical sword, imposing and terrifying. This colossal shadow of a sword came forward, carrying overwhelming sword chi rushing toward Qin Yujie at a speed faster than the previous one. Although both were instances of the Lightning Rush sword technique, this second instance was more than twice as powerful as the first. This awe-inspiring scene again made everyone lose confidence in Qin Yujie. I admit Qin Yujie is very strong, but this time, there's absolutely no way he can win. Tang Jibei didn't use his full power before. Now this all-out strike, which has tremendous power, is something Qin Yujie won't be able to withstand. Yes, alas, Qin Yujie is about to be ruined. Again, Those watching became pessimistic about Qin Yujie, believing he was certain to lose this round. Qin Yujie, looking at the swiftly approaching surge of mighty sword chi, sneered dismissively. Qin Yujie had numerous methods, like his toughened physique, mystic fire, sword intent, four-seasoned sword technique, piercing sky finger, 9 styles of loot devil, etc. Just any one of these techniques would be enough to destroy Tang Jibei in one move. Qin Yujie could also dodge using the advanced stepping technique, half-step pursuit, escaping from the attack instantly. Even if Qin Yujie let himself suffer severe injuries near the heart, his potent mystic fire combined with evergreen skill could still quickly heal him. Even if Qin Yujie died, he could resurrect instantly due to the undying sword body. Alas, it is truly lonely being invincible. Qin Yujie sighed skyward while taking out the jade loot. The audience who were worried for Qin Yujie earlier now felt an urge to punch Qin Yujie when they heard this somewhat showy line. The first style of Loot Devil 9, True Fist of Loot Devil. With his left hand supporting the jade loot, Qin Yujie plucked it with his right hand vigorously. An enigmatic lute melody sounded, and the spiritual essence between heaven and earth instantly formed into an immense fist above. The vast and irresistible force carried by this giant fist surged rapidly toward Tang Jibei. An upper earth level martial arts power isn't comparable to a lower mystic level skill. Moreover, aided by the upper earth grade weapon jade loot, this 9 styles of loot devil technique approached the power of a celestial level martial art. A deafening boom resonated as the two massive attacks collided, astonishingly shattering Tang Jibei's huge blade-like chi without much resistance. The colossal fist generated by the sound continued advancing towards Tang Jibei, unstoppable. How domineering a loot-based martial art. Qin Yujie truly specializes in loot skills. His strongest point wasn't his physical strength, but the art of the loot. It's rumored that there's a loot prodigy among the Outer Sect disciples, and it turns out this rumor is true. This Qin Yujie is truly an unprecedented genius in loot mastery. At that moment, the crowd surrounding them was astounded by Qin Yujie's formidable musical combat technique. It's impossible. Impossible. Tang Jibei's face changed abruptly as he stared at the incoming strike. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura, feeling as if death was upon him. I can't withstand it. Damn. Tang Jibei's inner fear was palpable, trembling through his body. Ultimately, under his terrified gaze, the monstrous fist struck him in an instant, throwing him far away. With just one blow, Tang Jibei was severely wounded and rendered incapable of further fighting. It was Qin Yujie's restraint that prevented a fatal outcome. Had Qin unleashed his full strength with the Loot Devil True Fist, Tang Jibei wouldn't have survived. How could you launch such a powerful attack? Tang Jibei, lying on the ground, asked incredulously. My strength surpasses your comprehension. Remember earlier when you mentioned cutting off my legs? Well, I'll return the favor doubly. Qin Yujie spoke calmly as he walked over to Tang Jibei. Don't do anything reckless. If you back off now, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, my brother won't let you go unscathed. Tang Jibei warned threateningly. Qin Yujie pulled out the blue lotus sword, and within moments 4 streaks of sword light flashed, severing Tang Jibei's arms and legs. Ah, painful, painful. Qin Yujie, you will pay dearly for this. Tang Jibei screamed in pain. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie would act so decisively, barely uttering a word before making his swift move, giving Tang Jibei no opportunity to ask for help from those nearby. In fact, given Tang Jibei's identity, if he had called out for help, many would likely have come to his aid. After all, rescuing Tang Jibei would mean gaining a major favor from Tang Xuanhuan, the top disciple of the Inner Sect, who possesses countless resources. Even a small favor from him could be a life-changing chance. However, Qin Yujie's actions were too quick, leaving Tang Jibei no room to seek assistance from fellow Inner Sect members. Witnessing the shocking scene before their eyes, the surrounding crowd felt as if their heads had been hit by a hammer, instantly losing their ability to think. As Tang Jibei's younger brother, Tang Jibei was known for his bullying behavior within the Inner Sect, with almost no one daring to provoke him. Now, Qin Yujie, an Outer Sect disciple, had actually severed Tang Jibei's limbs, turning him into a human swine. This act had caused an enormous commotion. The entire Inner Sect would be shaken to its core. What awaited Qin Yujie would surely be Tang Xuanhuan's furious retaliation. Everyone looked at Qin Yujie in stunned silence, thinking that this man was surely doomed. Ah, it hurts so much. Whoever helps me chop off his limbs, I promise you, my brother Tang Xuanhuan will certainly reward you greatly. Tang Jibei lay on the ground, disheveled and dirty, screaming like a madman. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, some of the Inner Sect disciples were immediately tempted. Tang Xuanhuan was currently at the peak of power within the Inner Sect, and helping Tang Jibei now could bring about an extraordinary opportunity in the future, something no one could resist. In just a moment, 10 people stepped out from the crowd and surrounded Qin Yujie. Among them, 2 were at the second level of Tianyuan realm, while 8 were at the first level of Tianyuan realm. Although they acknowledged that Qin Yujie was indeed strong, and none of them could match him in a one-on-one fight, they believed that with 10 of them attacking together, Qin Yujie was bound to fail. Truly, greed leads to death, and birds die for food. We originally had no grudges, but alas. Qin Yujie said indifferently, all 10 of us are attacking together. He will definitely not be our match, one among them declared. Immediately, the 10 respectively unleashed their strongest martial techniques, various attacks rushing toward Qin Yujie in an instant. End it, Qin Yujie. You have offended Tang Jibei, and now there is no way out for you, either in heaven or on earth. The 10 looked confidently at Qin Yujie, who was surrounded, assured of their impending victory. Chapter 23, 1 against 10. 9 Styles of Qin Devil. Second style, Qin Devil True Mirror. Qin Yujie's hands suddenly struck the strings, causing a fierce vibration in the spiritual energy around him. Immediately, 10 notes rang out from the cold jade Qin, sharp and ferocious. These 10 sounds transformed into 10 enormous mirrors that enveloped Qin Yujie at their center. In an instant, 10 attacks crashed against the mirrors, and blinding flashes illuminated the surface of the mirrors, causing a thunderous disturbance. Then, the mirrors violently trembled. Those 10 attacks were instantly reflected back along the original paths toward the 10 attackers. How is this possible? One inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. This martial art is bizarre. It actually reflects our attacks. Another inner sect disciple was speechless, breaking out in cold sweat. Not good. The counterattack is too fast to defend against. Hell, I've been beaten by my own technique. How could this happen? Voices echoed as the 10 fearsome attacks collided with them, sending the group flying like kites cut loose, crashing to the ground. They had spared no effort, each delivering their ultimate attack, making the reflected force even more powerful. The 10 disciples were gravely wounded. 7 of them lost consciousness outright, while the remaining 3 lay gasping on the ground, having completely lost their fighting ability. The skills of the inner sect disciples are nothing special, truly disappointing. Qin Yujie said disdainfully. The 3 who remained heard his words, enraged, spat blood, and then passed out. 10 inner sect disciples at the celestial realm had been defeated with a single move by Qin Yujie. This scene shocked the surrounding crowd, leaving them frozen for a long time without reaction. After some time, they finally came to and began discussing the matter. Qin Yujie truly possesses extraordinary talent. Who would have thought music-based martial arts could be so strong? Among the 3,000 great Daos, every path, if truly mastered, can become formidable. There's a legend about an ancient Qin emperor whose power was unparalleled. The surrounding people looked at Qin Yujie in shock, and no one dared to intervene anymore. Qin Yujie, my brother will never forgive you. Tang Jibei cried from the ground, madly yelling. I'll wait. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Qin Yujie took the storage bags from the 10 men and Tang Jibei, then in a flash, ascended into the sky aboard the flying heavenly chariot. The chariot disappeared in an instant, vanishing from sight. Thus, the commotion finally subsided temporarily. Throughout the journey, the flying heavenly chariot raced forward, stunning the surrounding martial artists with its speed. 3 hours later, Qin Yujie finally arrived at Xuanhuan City. Flying was forbidden within Xuanhuan City, so Qin Yujie brought the flying heavenly chariot down to the ground. Xuanhuan City was the capital of Lingtian country, fronting the Qingjing Grand Canal and backed by the Brocade Mountains, a transportation hub and a prosperous trade center serving as the economic lifeline of Lingtian country. At the city gates, Qin Yujie retracted the flying heavenly chariot, paid 1 gold coin as the entry fee, and queued to enter the city. Xuanhuan City was large and bustling, with ancient and elegant buildings arranged in order. Wide streets were filled with continuous traffic and crowds. What a prosperous city! Qin Yujie had not yet had a chance to properly appreciate the beauty of this world, and this flourishing city immediately drew his attention. My stomach feels a little hungry. Let me go eat something first. As he walked, Qin Yujie came before a grand tavern, named Tianyuan Tower. The inn consisted of 3 floors, each exquisitely decorated. A couplet was inscribed on both sides of the gate. Delicious food attracts guests from all over the world. The aroma of wine lures immortals out of their caves. Tianyuan Tower was the most famous inn in Xuanhuan City, renowned for its countless delicacies. It was rumored that it was backed by the royal family. The couplet is well written. Let's see if it lives up to its name. I'll give it a try today. Qin Yujie naturally possessed a refined bearing and the aura of someone cultivated at the returning origin realm. The shop boy, seeing this, assumed Qin Yujie was a nobleman rather than a commoner. Esteemed young master, please come inside. Which floor would you like to ascend? The shop boy greeted warmly. Go to the 3rd floor, replied Qin Yujie casually. All right, sir. The shop boy enthusiastically led Qin Yujie upstairs. Each floor of Tianyuan Tower had a different level of consumption. The 1st floor cost at least 100 gold coins per visit, the 2nd floor 500 gold coins, and the 3rd floor required no less than 1,000 gold coins per visit. A gold coin was standard currency in Lingtian country, and 1 coin was enough to sustain an ordinary person for a year. With the minimum spending here being 100 gold coins, it was evident how luxurious the consumption was. Only the rich and influential could afford to come to the Tianyuan Tower. Qin Yujie followed the shop boy to a table on the 3rd floor near the edge. Indeed, Tianyuan Tower had an excellent location. From the 3rd floor, the view of the Qingjing Grand Canal was breathtaking. Master, what would you like to order? I'll have all your signature dishes. All right. Master, please wait a moment. Sitting there, Qin Yujie took out his immortal dew and began drinking it. This immortal dew was brewed with 100 varieties of spiritual fruits, its fragrance imbued with extraordinary medicinal properties. The people around him were initially enjoying their meals, but as soon as they smelled the fragrant aroma, they suddenly found their own drinks less appealing. Master, may we share a table with you? At that moment, 2 young women approached Qin Yujie. One wore a mask, while the other was slightly more lively, her face full of mischief. Both were dressed in exquisite brocade garments, clearly indicating they came from prominent families within Lingtian country. Even though there were empty tables nearby, the 2 insisted on sharing Qin Yujie's table, which puzzled him slightly. Sure, Qin Yujie replied with a smile. The mischievous woman gave a light grin before pulling her quieter companion, who was wearing the mask, to sit down. My name is Mu Linglong. May I inquire about your esteemed surname, master? She said, arching an eyebrow, her mind racing with unknown ideas. My surname is Qin. Just call me Master Qin. Qin Yujie responded. Oh, so you are Master Qin. What an honor. Mu Linglong smiled, and then continued. Master, your wine smells divine. Would you allow us to taste it? Linglong, isn't this inappropriate? The masked woman tugged at Mu Linglong's sleeve, looking somewhat bashful. Haha, no problem. But aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Qin Yujie chuckled. With such an elegant demeanor, Master surely cannot be a bad person. Mu Linglong winked, smiling. Chapter 24, Mu Linglong. In fact, Qin Yujie didn't know that Mu Linglong was born with a special constitution called the 7 Orifices of Crystal Heart. This allowed her to discern malice and kindness in others' hearts. She could sense who had ill or good intentions towards her. When she saw Qin Yujie, she felt an unprecedented sense of joy bubbling up inside her. If you want a drink, I have plenty here. The question is whether you have the guts for it. Qin Yujie poured 2 cups of Immortal Dew and said with a smile. In a world where martial cultivation reigned supreme, there weren't many good people. Qin Yujie questioned whether he would dare to drink someone else's alcohol if he didn't trust them. Fine wine. Truly a peerless delight. Mu Linglong downed the Immortal Dew in one gulp and was then inwardly stunned. She only felt her true essence circulating wildly within her body, causing her cultivation to break directly through from the 8th level of Qi gathering to the 9th. Young lady, are you afraid I've poisoned this drink? Qin Yujie smiled as he addressed the masked woman opposite him. The masked woman wore all white, and although her face was covered by a mask, it was evident from her posture that her beauty must be exquisite. Not at all, sir, you misunderstand. I shall drink. The masked woman usually refrained from alcohol, but after meeting Qin Yujie's gaze, she lifted her head and drank it in one go. Instantly, the masked woman also felt a surge throughout her body and broke through to the 9th level of Qi gathering. Thank you, sir. Both Mu Linglong and the masked woman expressed their astonishment with wide eyes. It's no big deal. I have plenty of this wine. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. The breakthroughs in cultivation exhibited by Mu Linglong and the masked woman immediately drew the attention of those around them. They all looked at the wine in Qin Yujie's hand with shocked expressions, but dared not cause any trouble after glancing at Mu Linglong. The Mu family was one of the top families in Xuanhuan City, someone not to be trifled with. Mu Linglong was quite renowned in Xuanhuan City. At this moment, the dishes Qin Yujie had ordered arrived. Tables were full of various exquisite dishes. Let's eat together. After saying this, Qin Yujie ignored the 2 women and began eating on his own. But neither of them was interested in the lavish feast laid out before them. Especially Mu Linglong, whose eyes kept flickering toward the bottle of Immortal Dew in Qin Yujie's hands. As the Mu family's young miss, Mu Linglong had eaten all kinds of delicacies from Xuanhuan City. She naturally wasn't impressed by such meals. Perhaps even this Tianyuan Tower's cuisine had become tiresome to her. You can help yourselves if you want a drink. Don't be shy, Qin Yujie said with a slight chuckle. Upon hearing this, Mu Linglong's eyes sparkled, and she began drinking without reservation. Master Qin, allow me to introduce my good friend next to me. Her name is Li Shiming, Mu Linglong said with an inscrutable smile. Ah, so this is Miss Li. Pleasure to meet you. Qin Yujie responded. Master Qin, you're being unfair. Telling us your friends' names while we don't even know yours yet. Mu Linglong narrowed her eyes and chuckled. My name is Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie stated simply. Both Mu Linglong and Li Shiming silently memorized Qin Yujie's name in their hearts. Just then, 3 men ascended the 2nd floor. The one in the lead was fairly handsome with elaborate clothing adorned with silk, and a precious sword hung at his waist. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. Linglong, so you're here. When the man caught sight of Linglong, a fleeting but lascivious thought passed through his mind, though he concealed it well. His expression remained gentle and kind. Everyone present, men included, watched Zheng Juanxing with envy and admiration. The women looked at him with idolatry and obsession. Who wouldn't be fond of a man with prestigious lineage, high martial talent, striking looks, and gentlemanly demeanor? Zheng Juanxing, why have you come? Mu Linglong frowned at the man, instantly sensing strong malicious intent from within him. Zheng Juanxing was the 2nd son of the Zheng family. Like the Zheng family, the Mu family was also among the elite families in Xuanhuan City. The city boasted 3 premier powerful families, the Zhengs, Mus, and one other. As members of the nobility, Mu Linglong and Zheng Juanxing had met early on in their lives. However, upon their first encounter, Mu Linglong had perceived Zheng Juanxing's evil thoughts emanating from within his heart. Consequently, she always kept a distance from him. Upon his first sight of Mu Linglong, Zheng Juanxing had been captivated by her beauty, thus beginning a relentless pursuit of her. Nevertheless, Mu Linglong, through her 7 orifices of crystal heart, had long since detected the wicked nature hidden deep inside Zheng Juanxing's heart. Otherwise, she might have fallen prey to his charming and gentlemanlike facade. Only Mu Linglong knew about her unique 7 orifices of crystal heart. She hadn't mentioned it to anyone, not even her own parents. Hence, nobody was aware of this extraordinary trait of hers. Prince Zheng is not only handsomely endowed but hails from a distinguished lineage, truly the best choice for a husband. One of the surrounding women sighed dreamily. Yes, and he is so gentle and considerate. Just thinking about it makes me tipsy, said another woman, her eyes filled with infatuation. I heard that Master Zheng not only has remarkable martial talent, but also writes poetry. Yes, the talents of Master Zheng are rare in this world. If he would write a poem for me, I would do anything. A gentleman as exquisite as jade, unmatched in this world. This describes someone like Master Zheng. The surrounding women, looking at Zheng Juanqing's elegant demeanor, all had stars in their eyes. Zheng Juanqing approached Mu Linglong and then smiled, saying, Linglong, is this your friend? Why haven't I seen her before? What's it to you? Zheng Juanqing, you care too much. Mu Linglong said angrily. Linglong, don't be upset. I was just asking casually. Zheng Juanqing suppressed the anger in his heart, maintaining a warm expression on his face. Friend, would you mind if I sat at this table? Zheng Juanqing glanced at Qin Yujie and instantly felt a sense of danger. He thought to himself, this man truly has an outstanding demeanor and an extraordinary aura. In his presence, even I feel inferior. When Mu Linglong heard that Zheng Juanqing wanted to sit at their table, she immediately signaled to Qin Yujie with her eyes. Qin Yujie could only smile and say, sure. Mu Linglong was utterly shocked. She thought, are you made of wood? I'm signaling you to refuse, not to agree. What a complete idiot. Mu Linglong stepped hard on Qin Yujie's foot, and Qin Yujie inwardly sighed. This Mu Linglong is not only mischievous, but also has a fiery temper. It seems I should stay away from her in the future. Meeting is fate. I happen to have brought some fine wine today. Since you're a friend of Linglong's, why don't we share a taste together? Zheng Juanqing spoke elegantly, adopting an air of superiority. This wine is called Tears of Beauty. It's the best wine from Xuanhuan City, always in high demand. Today, let you have a taste. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 25, Beauty's Tears and Immortal Dew. Mu Linglong and Li Shiming looked at Zheng Juanqing with disdain as he bragged on and on. Before they had tasted the Immortal Dew, they couldn't deny that Beauty's Tears was a rare fine wine. But now, Beauty's Tears simply couldn't compare to Immortal Dew. Wow, it's actually Beauty's Tears. I wish I could have a sip too, said an envious voice from the crowd nearby. I've been fortunate enough to taste Beauty's Tears once. It was truly exquisite. Yes, I also drank it once, unforgettable for life. The people around started discussing excitedly. As the best wine in Xuanhuan City, Beauty's Tears was expensive but hard to come by. But those who could eat on the third floor of Tianyuan Tower were not ordinary, and even though Beauty's Tears was precious, many of them had managed to taste it before. Zheng Juanqing, this Beauty's Tears can't compare to Master Qin's Immortal Dew. I suggest you stop showing it off, Mu Linglong said indifferently, looking down upon Zheng Juanqing. Qin Yujie smiled and said, I've also tasted Beauty's Tears. Honestly speaking, it's just average. Perhaps since Master Zheng hasn't tried any better wines, he feels rather proud. Oh, then what is your Immortal Dew, Master Qin? I don't believe it can outmatch Beauty's Tears. Zheng Juanqing's face slightly darkened. Since you're a friend of Linglong, today let you try it. Qin Yujie finished speaking, then addressed the surrounding group. If anyone here wants to drink, I will treat all of you to a cup. There were more than 20 people on the third floor now, each wanting a cup, which would definitely be no small cost. The previous guests smelled the aroma but refrained due to face-saving considerations and Linglong's high status, so none dared ask for drinks. Now that Qin Yujie offered proactively, everyone felt interested and wanted to know how delicious this Immortal Dew might be. Qin Yujie activated his true essence slightly. Instantly dividing a pot of fine wine into over 20 portions, they shot off towards all directions accurately. These more than 20 portions of fine wine landed precisely into empty cups before everyone, without spilling a single drop. Such incredible skills. All were shocked with surprise flashing across their faces. A stream of the fine wine also flew into Zheng Juanqing's cup. Master Zheng, take a taste, Qin Yujie said faintly. Even before drinking, Zheng Juanqing smelled an intense aroma, intoxicating just by its fragrance alone. Zheng Juanqing lifted the cup and gulped it down in one go. The moment it touched his mouth, it melted instantly, causing a powerful spiritual energy to flow inside his body. Every cell in his body seemed to sing joyfully. There exists such divine liquor in this world, Zheng Juanqing exclaimed with awe. At the moment, the reactions of the people around him mirrored Zheng Juanqing's feelings. All were deeply astonished inside. This Immortal Dew indeed tastes marvelous. Drinking such divine wine in this lifetime, death itself would be worth it, someone reminisced, feeling endlessly satisfied. Originally, I thought Beauty's Tears was the finest wine in existence. Now, I realize my error, so wrong. Beauty's Tears doesn't even deserve to lace Immortal Dew's shoes. Another person spoke emotionally. My cultivation level has advanced, from pulse gathering level 3 to 4. Another one exclaimed shockingly. I've advanced as well, from pulse gathering 5 to 6. I found that Master Qin possesses even greater elegance compared to Master Zheng. How did I not notice it earlier? Thank you for your wine, Master Qin. I thank you 10,000 times. Master Qin, your generosity needs no words of gratitude. Let the bill of today at Tianyuan Tower fall on me. How could it be only you? It should include me. I admire friends like Master Qin. Master Qin is far more generous than Master Zheng. A priceless bottle of spiritual wine given away freely. I remember I used to admire Master Zheng so much. What's happening? Did I change my heart? Amidst the savoring of the divine wine, the surrounding crowd chattered endlessly. At this moment, Zheng Juanqing's expression turned extremely ugly. He had to admit that Qin Yujie's Immortal Dew was hundreds of times better than his Beauty's Tears. They were utterly incomparable, like earth and sky. Master Qin, since we have such good wine today, why don't we each recite a poem to compete? What do you think? Having thought of something, Zheng Juanqing devised another idea. Having shown off his arrogance previously only to get humiliated, Losing face in front of Mu Linglong and others, he now wished to reclaim his dignity. Though Zheng Juanqing's martial talent was only average compared to his brother, in terms of poetic improvisation within Xuanhuan City, if Zheng Juanqing called himself second, no one would dare claim first. The literary prowess of Master Zheng is renowned throughout the Ling Empire. Perhaps Master Qin shouldn't challenge him. Someone worriedly interjected. That's right. As warriors, we should compare cultivation levels. I am at the first level of the Gui Yuan realm, yet I can't discern Qin Yujie's cultivation. Qin Yujie must be superior to me, another person said. Yes, Master Qin, don't fall for that trick. You won't surpass Master Zheng in poetry. Why compete with our weaknesses against their strengths? As the saying goes, those who eat others' food will find it hard to criticize, and those who accept gifts feel indebted. Everyone had tasted Qin Yujie's fine wine, so now they were all on Qin Yujie's side. Mu Linglong glanced at Qin Yujie and then said, Master Qin, let's enjoy our wine. Why bother with others? Being good at writing a few poems, what's there to be proud of? Qin Yujie glanced at Zheng Juanqing, sighed, and said, it's better not to compete after all. Losing would be embarrassing. Upon hearing this sentence, everyone nodded. They all understood Qin Yujie's concerns were valid. After all, knowing you couldn't win and still insist on participating, isn't that like deliberately offering your face to be stepped on? No problem. It's okay if you lose face. I won't mock you. Zheng Juanqing declared confidently. On Zheng Juanqing's face was a gentle smile, but in his heart, he was already thinking, hurry up and agree. Wait until I thoroughly crush your face in front of everyone. Master Qin, I'm so disappointed in you. Surely you're not afraid to compete. Zheng Juanqing urged provocatively, fearing Qin Yujie wouldn't agree. Zheng Juanqing, that's enough. Go away. You're unwelcome at this table. Mu Linglong's fiery temper flared up instantly, berating Zheng Juanqing heavily. At this moment, Zheng Juanqing's face was exceptionally grim. He looked at Qin Yujie and arrogantly said, hey, what use is having good looks if one lacks any substance inside? Truly, a golden exterior concealing a rotten core. At this moment, everyone detested Zheng Juanqing intensely. All were startled inwardly, wondering how they had never noticed before how detestable Zheng Juanqing could be. Chapter 26. Master Qin, wait a moment. Hey, since you're so insistent, I'll satisfy you. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine and casually said, I was referring to how it would be embarrassing for you when I mentioned losing face. Considering your renowned reputation, it must be hard to lose to someone as unknown as me. Qin Yujie's words stunned the crowd. Even Mu Linglong and Li Shiming thought he had gone mad after drinking. Good. I'd like to see how exactly you plan to humiliate me. Zheng Juanqing secretly rejoiced that Qin Yujie had agreed. This fool, falling into someone else's trap without realizing it. Well, this time, I'll let you have a taste of suffering. Mu Linglong gave a pitiful glance at Qin Yujie, then added, if that's the case, let Master Qin come up with the question. Agreed. Zheng Juanqing responded confidently and elegantly. Everyone felt Mu Linglong's words made sense. If Qin Yujie set the question, he wouldn't lose too badly at least. No, you should set the question. I'm afraid if you lose, you won't admit it. Go ahead, choose any challenge. It doesn't matter to me. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. The crowd was struck by the authority in Qin Yujie's statement. It was akin to telling someone in combat, do whatever you want. I'm invincible. Usually, one wouldn't say such things without absolute confidence. Mu Linglong and Li Shiming looked at Qin Yujie, a flash of disbelief in their eyes. Could it be that this guy had some hidden advantage? Fine, here's the question. Let's make a poem praising Linglong, Zheng Juanqing said, a smile on his face, confident and full of pride. All right, you go first, Qin Yujie responded nonchalantly. Zheng Juanqing glanced at Mu Linglong a few times before starting to ponder. After a while, he broke into a grin. Springtime brings drizzling rain. The beauty lifts her pearl curtain. A bright laugh graces her presence. Sitting alone by her dressing table. In fact, this poem was something Zheng Juanqing had prepared beforehand just to impress Mu Linglong. He hadn't expected to use it today, but did so now. Upon hearing this poem, everyone around was instantly amazed by its graceful imagery. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Zheng Juanqing is truly a man of profound knowledge. Yes, with this poem, all future attempts to describe a woman will pale in comparison. With such pearls ahead, how can those who come after compete? This poem will surely stand unrivaled throughout history and be passed down for centuries. Apologies, Qin Yuza. Although your wine was exquisite, I cannot lie. This poem is genuinely outstanding. Qin Yuza has certainly lost, though this isn't his fault. Even compared to anyone else, Zheng Juanqing would still undoubtedly win in poetry. In terms of poetry, Zheng Juanqing ranks second. Nobody dares to claim first place. Indeed, Zheng Juanqing was quite annoying earlier, but there's no denying the brilliance of this poem. Every person present was shocked without exception. Even Mu Linglong couldn't believe it. She had not imagined that Zheng Juanqing could create a poem so worthy of being remembered for generations. So what if you've written a good poem? I don't like it. Take this poem and give it to someone else, Mr. Zheng. Mu Linglong coldly replied after sipping some immortal dew. She simply wasn't interested in Zheng Juanqing. When someone isn't interested in you, all your virtues turn into flaws, and even your breathing might feel wrong to them. Zheng Juanqing gently smiled and replied, it's fine if you don't like it. Nevertheless, this poem will definitely endure for centuries, and the contest today will surely be spoken of by future generations. At this moment, Qin Yujie faintly smiled, bluntly saying, a poem like this deserves immortality? That's utterly ridiculous. His remarks left everyone speechless. Even Mu Linglong began to feel slightly disdainful towards him. This poem by Zheng Juanqing was indeed excellent, sufficient enough to last through the ages. However, Qin Yujie completely negated it, leading everyone to believe that Qin Yujie was just unable to accept defeat and therefore spouting nonsense. Seeing this, Mu Linglong calmly addressed Qin Yujie. Master Qin, losing is not scary. What's truly frightening is refusing to acknowledge a loss. Just admit defeat. There's no shame in it. From Mu Linglong's eyes, Qin Yujie sensed a slight trace of distaste and self-deprecatingly chuckled. So it seems I've become this kind of person in everyone's eyes. Fine, I concede defeat. There were countless poems better than Zheng Juanqing's from Qin Yujie's past life. He could easily pull out any one of them and crush Zheng Juanqing. However, this poem was originally intended for Mu Linglong. Since she herself seemed uninterested, Qin Yujie decided against further trouble. After all, they were merely passing acquaintances. If they got along, it was an edge. If not, they could part ways gracefully. Haha, I knew it. How could you possibly write a better poem than me? What a show-off. Zheng Juanqing's earlier oppression was finally released, and he laughed a little crazily at the moment. Master Qin, although you lost, it wasn't unfair. Besides, we practice martial arts. Losing in poetry composition is nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah, in a world where warriors are esteemed, strength is king. Many around consoled him. Mu Linglong, with her 7 clear insights, immediately sensed that Qin Yujie's attitude towards herself had changed slightly. She couldn't exactly say what, but they seemed more distant. He wasn't as casual as before. Mu Linglong's heart suddenly sank, and she slightly frowned, but then thought she hadn't done anything wrong, murmuring internally, "It's your own fault anyway. Should others not have their say? Afraid to admit defeat, this will make people dislike you." Just at this moment, Qin Yujie stood up and smiled, saying, "Waiter, the bill please. Let me handle it. You bought us drinks, allow me to treat you to a meal." Mu Linglong smiled. "That won't be necessary. I can still afford this much." Qin Yujie chuckled faintly. Currently, Qin Yujie had more than 10 storage bags on him, filled with plenty of cultivation resources. There were over 100,000 gold coins alone, not to mention other types of resources. As inner disciples generally possessed substantial wealth, Tang Jibei's storage bag was especially well-stocked with all sorts of treasures. "Friends by chance meeting, I bid you farewell here." After Qin Yujie said this, he was about to turn and leave. "Master Qin, wait a moment." A young woman's voice rang out. It was Li Shiming wearing the mask. "May I inquire what Lady Li still needs?" Qin Yujie asked somewhat surprisedly. Chapter 27. A poem spreads throughout the world. No one knew why this previously quiet masked girl suddenly called out to Qin Yujie. "I have always believed in you, Master Qin. Please display the poem you wrote earlier for all of us," Li Shiming said with a tinge of entreaty. Everyone was confused by Li Shiming's actions. Even Mu Linglong didn't understand her intentions. What was there to show? It surely couldn't compare to what Zheng Juanqing had written, right? Hadn't Master Qin himself already conceded defeat? Was Li Shiming trying to embarrass Qin Yujie? Are you not afraid that I might have written poorly? Qin Yujie asked seriously. "It won't be bad. Master Qin isn't the type to boast unnecessarily." Li Shiming replied softly. Qin Yujie smiled and said, "I've already conceded before, but since you want to hear it, this poem is for you." Qin Yujie then walked away swiftly, vanishing from sight within moments, leaving only his poem hanging in the air. In the north there lives a fair maiden. Peerless beauty, standing alone. A glance can topple cities. Another can overthrow nations. When the crowd at Tianxiang Tower heard this poem, their minds went blank, stunned on the spot. Zheng Juanqing's face turned paler than ever. Being knowledgeable about poetry, he realized that this poem by Qin Yujie would truly endure for 1,000 years. Compared to Qin Yujie's work, his own seemed as though one was from the heavens and the other from the earth. The audience soon caught up, still struck with awe, shaken 100 times more, 1,000 times more, than when they had heard Zheng Juanqing's poem. It seems we've misunderstood Master Qin all along. Before Qin Yujie's verse, Zheng Juanqing's poetry simply doesn't deserve to endure through the ages. In the north there lives a fair maiden, peerless beauty, standing alone. A glance can topple cities, another can overthrow nations. Haha, this is the true masterpiece. With just this poem, Master Qin is enough to become known across the world. We were wrong. Master Qin has always possessed an extraordinary demeanor. How could he be someone who makes empty boasts? It was us who failed to give Master Qin the opportunity. At this moment, the one feeling the most disheartened was likely Mu Linglong. She felt as though she might have lost something important. In a somewhat disoriented state, Mu Linglong muttered under her breath. "This poem was originally meant for me, yet I rejected it myself. Now reflecting back, perhaps it was my slight aversion that led him to concede willingly. Linglong, this poem is given to you. Even I don't deserve such a piece." Li Shiming hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie would gift this poem to her. She merely felt instinctively that Qin Yujie wasn't the type to exaggerate, so she couldn't help but plead for him to stay. "Shiming, since Master Qin says this is for you, it belongs to you. Don't worry, I'm fine." Mu Linglong smiled faintly. As Mu Linglong looked towards the direction where Qin Yujie disappeared, she knew deep down that from the moment he distanced himself inwardly, even if they had another chance to drink together in the future, their relationship wouldn't be as carefree as before. In the north there lives a fair maiden. Peerless beauty, standing alone. A glance can topple cities. Another can overthrow nations. Mu Linglong murmured these lines softly, feeling a sense of loss for the first time. An hour later, Qin Yujie drove a flying carriage, following his vague memory. and finally arrived at the Qin family estate. The Qin family, just a minor third-rate family in Xuanhuan City, seemed exceedingly insignificant amidst the tangled web of powers in this capital city. They appeared rather fragile. Qin Yujie looked at the somewhat dilapidated mansion in front of him, his emotions complex. Knock, knock. Lifting his hand, Qin Yujie knocked on the main door of the Qin household. After a brief pause, the sound of creaking doors was heard, and out came a Qin family disciple. Master Qin, you're back? Little Z will be so happy. The young man of the Qin family, upon seeing Qin Yujie, felt excited, expressing joy. His name was Qin Xuanhuan. He had a sister named Qin Xiaoji, both orphans adopted by the Qin family. Around the same age as Qin Yujie, their relationship was very close. Though officially master and servant, Qin Yujie never treated them as subordinates. Back when Qin Yujie lived at home, his daily affairs were mainly taken care of by Qin Xuanhuan and Qin Xiaoji. But after he entered the sect, they hadn't met each other again since then. How is little Z doing? Qin Yujie thought about a familiar figure and asked gently. Upon hearing this question, Qin Xuanhuan fell silent momentarily, hesitated for a while, then with red eyes, suddenly knelt down. Master Qin, if you'd come a few days later, little Z might have been gone. Qin Xuanhuan broke into sobs. Stand up, gold is beneath a man's knees. No need to cry, tell me what happened. Qin Yujie furrowed his brows and asked. Qin Xuanhuan stood up and then said, a few days ago, the second young master came back. He took a fancy to Qin Xiaoji and wanted her to serve him, but she refused, so the second young master beat her up badly. She's still locked up in the woodshed. The second young master of the Qin family was called Qin Longyun, his father being Qin Xiaoli. Qin Xiaoli was the younger brother of Qin Yujie's father, so even Qin Yujie would have to address Qin Xiaoli as uncle. Furrowing his brows, Qin Yujie asked, isn't there anyone in the family who can handle this? Qin young master might not know, but this time when the second young master returned, he had already broken through to the third level of Guiyuan realm and awakened the Flame's spiritual body. The family is even considering letting him be the successor. Flame's spiritual body, a special kind of physique, innately close to fire and able to manipulate it. If a martial artist could couple it with fire attribute cultivation techniques and martial skills, its power would be immense. No wonder the family lets him do as he pleases, just because he has awakened the Flame's spiritual body. However, the Flame's spiritual body isn't even considered a holy body, let alone a divine body. This kind of ordinary physique is treated as a treasure by the family. Truly pitiful. Qin Yujie said disdainfully. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Qin Xiaohuang's heart suddenly jolted, thinking to himself, could young master also possess a special physique? And its grade is even higher than that of the Flame's spiritual body. First, take me to see Xiaoji in the woodshed. Night had already fallen. After some consideration, Qin Yujie decided to first check on Xiaoji's condition before dealing with other matters tomorrow. All right, young Master Qin, please follow me, Qin Xiaohuang said happily, as if he had found his backbone once again. The two passed through a bamboo grove and crossed several corridors, arriving at a cluster of shabby houses where the Qin family servants lived. Although the Qin family was only a third-rate family, they had a considerable number of people, including over 400 or 500 servants alone. The members of the Qin family, direct descendants plus collateral branches, totaled around 900 people. In total, the Qin family amounted to approximately 1,500 individuals. Arriving at an old woodshed, there were two servants standing guard on either side of the door. Chapter 28. Qin Xiaozhu gets injured. Seeing someone approaching, the two guards recognized Qin Xuanhuang at the head of the group and spoke arrogantly. Qin Xuanhuang. This was instructed by young master number 2. No one uninvolved may come near. Even though you're Qin Xiaozhu's brother, you cannot visit her. Please leave. Qin Yujie stepped forward and said coldly. What? You don't even recognize me? The two guards took a closer look, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. They stammered. Young Master Qin. How is it you? Although there were distinctions between the direct and collateral lines in the Qin family, only one person was called Young Master Qin. This was Qin Yujie. Even Qin Longyun was addressed as Young Master number 2 due to family hierarchy. Qin Yujie said calmly. I won't make things difficult for you. The both of you move aside. Even though you're the eldest young master, Qin Yujie, one of the guards replied, bolstered by the support of Qin Longyun behind him. Young Master number 2 will become the heir of the Qin family tomorrow. From now on, your fate is tied with his. I suggest you think carefully about offending him right now. It's not a wise choice. Qin Yujie chuckled faintly. Two servants who know nothing about respecting ranks dare threaten me? If that's how it is, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Having said this, Qin Yujie released the power of Guanjing, leaving the two guards without any resistance. Instantly, they were thrown away and badly injured. How could you possibly be this strong? Neither of the two guards could believe how powerful Qin Yujie had become. After all, when he left the clan, his strength was pitiful. Qin Yujie ignored them and opened the door. He saw a girl curled up against the wall, her body full of wounds, eyes closed as if she were sleeping. An immense anger arose within Qin Yujie. He grew up together with Qin Xiaozhu, and though they were master and servant, he had always treated her like his own younger sister. It made him angry to think that just after a few months of his absence, Xiaozhu would end up so severely wounded. If he had returned just a few days later, he didn't know whether Xiaozhu would still be alive or not. Qin Yujie approached Xiaozhu, reaching out to touch her cheek, noticing the dark bruise upon her face. Qin Longyun really went too far this time. Tomorrow, it's time for payback. Heartbroken, Qin Yujie scooped Qin Xiaozhu into his arms, immediately catching a whiff of her fresh scent. Qin Yujie thought. Xiaozhu has really grown up. At that moment, Qin Xiaozhu seemed to realize she was lifted up, and her eyes quickly snapped open with panic. Young master, is that really you? Am I dreaming again? If it's a dream, let it last forever. I hope I never wake up. Qin Xiaozhu said happily. You're not dreaming. Now rest quietly. Here, take this pill. Qin Yujie handed her an extraordinary Peiyuan pill. This single pill was enough to heal Qin Xiaozhu's injuries completely. Qin Xiaozhu lay peacefully in Qin Yujie's arms, happier than ever. Qin Yujie carried Qin Xiaozhu, activating the half-step cicada leap technique. In a blink, they reached his old room. The room hasn't been dusted once. Looks like Xiaozhu has been taking care of it all this time I've been gone. Qin Yujie smiled faintly, looking at Qin Xiaozhu who continued to stare at him absent-mindedly. Qin Yujie laughed and said gently, Xiaozhu, go to sleep first. Your injuries will be healed when you wake up tomorrow. Perhaps due to extreme fatigue, Qin Xiaozhu fell asleep in the blink of an eye. Qin Yujie walked outside, looking toward the dark empty space around him and speaking casually. You've already come. Why not show yourself? In a flash, a figure appeared before Qin Yujie. Grandfather. Qin Yujie was somewhat surprised as he addressed the figure. Astounding. Yujie, I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached the 6th level of Guiyuan Jing. Qin Songyuan immediately discerned Qin Yujie's current strength and expressed great shock. Grandfather, what about Xiaozhu? Qin Yujie asked casually. Yujie, you must understand. Xiaozhu is merely a servant adopted by the family. With Qin Longyun's remarkable talent, if he becomes the successor, the clan will undoubtedly try their best to meet his demands. The Qin family is currently on the verge of collapse. We need a highly talented successor to lead the family back to its former glory. Do you know that before our decline, the Qin family used to be one of the top-tier clans in Lingtian Kingdom? The incident that led us to fall to a third-rate clan is related to your parents. If you become the successor of the clan tomorrow, I will tell you about your parents' matters. But if you lack the talent necessary to become the successor, live the rest of your life peacefully in the Lingtian Kingdom. This was your father's original intention. These words from Qin Songyuan left Qin Yujie speechless. In his previous memories, Qin Yujie had always remembered losing his parents at a young age. Could there be some hidden truth? Were his parents still alive? Qin Songyuan's words today contained too much information for Qin Yujie to process all at once. Originally, Qin Yujie was not interested in becoming the family heir. He was naturally free-spirited and destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse who would leave Lingtian Kingdom. How could he let himself be bound by a small family like this? But now he had changed his mind. It seems that winning tomorrow's succession competition is inevitable. Qin Yujie glanced at the bright moon in the sky and spoke quietly to himself. As Qin Songyuan left, news of Qin Yujie's return also spread throughout the clan. If Qin Yujie hadn't come back today, there would be no doubt that Qin Longyun would become the family heir. However, with Qin Yujie's return, according to the family tradition, tomorrow, there would be a competition between him and Qin Longyun, with the winner chosen as the family heir. The Qin family. Inside Qin Longyun's room, the lights were shining brightly. Who would have thought Qin Yujie would return right at this critical moment? Qin Longyun said, somewhat incredulous. That's true. I altered the letter we sent him, only mentioning he should come home recently without specifying a time or even mentioning the succession thing. Qin Longyun's father, Qin Xiaoli, said in surprise. Of course, Qin Xiaoli didn't know that Qin Yujie traveled all the way back on a flying carriage, moving incredibly fast. A journey that normally took a full day was completed in just a few hours. But it doesn't matter, father. I've awakened the flame's spiritual body, and my cultivation has reached the 3rd level of Guiyuan Jing. Moreover, I am now a disciple of Watermoon Sect, while I bet Qin Yujie is probably still a servant disciple at Tianyuan Sect. Qin Longyun confidently declared. That's true. Qin Yujie's talent has never been as great as yours, and now that you've awakened the flame's spiritual body, he can never match up to you. Qin Xiaoli also laughed. Chapter 29, Passing on the Chongqing Technique. The current head of the Qin family is Qin Songyuan, who has already reached the 9th level of the Celestial Realm, just one step away from entering the Wheel-Sea Realm. Qin Songyuan has 2 sons. One is Qin Hanjing, father of Qin Yujie, and the other is Qin Xiaoli. Qin Hanjing and Qin Xiaoli, these 2 brothers, never got along well, which also caused Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun to have a relationship as hostile as water and fire. From childhood until now, Qin Yujie hasn't escaped much bullying from Qin Longyun. Half a year ago, after expending a great deal of resources, the Qin family managed to send both Qin Longyun and Qin Yujie into the Xuanhuan Sect and the Tianyuan Sect respectively, to become laborer disciples. Since Qin Longyun progressed faster, he became an outer gate disciple first. Qin Yujie, however, only recently made a sudden leap forward and entered the outer gates. Both the Xuanhuan Sect and the Tianyuan Sect are large sects within the Tianling Kingdom. If Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun could become inner gate disciples, it would be highly beneficial for the entire family. Besides the main line, the Qin family also has many collateral branches. However, members of the collateral branches do not have the qualifications to compete for the role of family successor. Thus, tomorrow will show whether Qin Yujie or Qin Longyun has greater talent and power. Master, I also want to cultivate martial arts, so that I can protect my younger sister in the future. Qin Xuanhuan came before Qin Yujie and pleaded earnestly. Qin Xuanhuan was tightly gripping his fists, his face showing anguish as he deeply regretted not having enough strength to protect even his own younger sister. After pondering, Qin Yujie realized that since he wouldn't often be home in the future, it would be better if Qin Xuanhuan grew stronger, enabling him to protect Qin Xiaozi better. This storage pouch is for you. Just let your blood drip onto it to acknowledge ownership. There are plenty of cultivation resources inside. They should suffice for quite some time. Qin Yujie casually pulled out a storage pouch, organized some resources, and handed them over to Qin Xiaowang. Qin Xiaowang had seen storage pouches before, but only on the patriarch Qin Xuanhuan. He never dreamed that one day he would also own a storage pouch. Qin Xiaowang carefully took the storage pouch with both hands, and when he saw the myriad resources inside, he was instantly shocked, speechless. Master, there's too much, Qin Xiaowang stammered. It seemed like he was dreaming. Qin Xiaowang secretly pinched his thigh. It hurts. This isn't a dream. Qin Xiaowang cried in pain. Qin Yujie found Qin Xiaowang's actions slightly amusing and thought to himself, just this amount astonishes you so much? Sigh, I've got even more good things. Such storage pouches. Qin Yujie had more than 10, and he didn't care at all about giving one away. These resources mean nothing to me. If you run out later, I'll give you more. Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. These lower quality cultivation resources were something Qin Yujie himself wouldn't use. Compared to the resources obtained from signing into his system, these were insignificant. To Qin Yujie, passing these resources along was akin to disposing of waste. Thank you, master. Qin Xiaowang immediately knelt down, his emotions visibly moved. As a servant of the Qin family, Qin Xiaowang might never encounter so many cultivation resources throughout his life. I'll pass down a cultivation technique to you. This technique is called Changqing Gong, and it is an upper-grade earth class technique. Remember, innocence bears no sin, but possession of treasure invites guilt. Do not disclose this technique to anyone. Qin Yujie said lightly. In the martial world, cultivation techniques are extremely important for practitioners. Good techniques are generally monopolized by sects, prestigious families, and royal courts. The Qin family has its own cultivation technique named Xian Yi Gong, which is an upper-grade Xian class technique. However, this technique is not something anyone can cultivate. It's restricted solely to the family heir. Ordinary people like Qin Xiaowang can generally only cultivate the lowest class of Huang-level techniques, and would never have access to Xian class techniques, let alone Earth class techniques. An Earth class technique is sufficient to establish a first-rate family. Even the Tianyuan Sect only possesses one such technique, accessible exclusively by core disciples. This precious Earth class technique, given so easily by Qin Yujie, would probably leave others cursing his extravagance and waste. Master, this technique is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Qin Xiaowang was drenched in cold sweat, trembling slightly. Qin Xiaowang was deeply shocked by the Earth class technique. In truth, being merely a fostered servant in the Qin family, what qualification did he have to practice such a high-grade technique? The gifts I've given, I never take back, Qin Yujie said indifferently. With a casual wave towards Qin Xiaowang's forehead, Qin Yujie transmitted the content and detailed cultivation methods of the Changqing technique into Qin Xiaowang's mind. With all of this, I believe your cultivation should not present too many problems, Qin Yujie said. Thank you, master. I, Qin Xiaowang, swear to follow master for a lifetime and never betray, Qin Xiaowang declared while looking at the sky. That's enough, get up. We've grown up together since we were little, so stop kneeling all the time. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Master is kind-hearted, but master is master, and servant is servant. Rules are rules that must be followed. Qin Xiaowang insisted firmly. Well, do as you like, but today you have to join me for a drink. Qin Yujie pulled out his immortal dew and smiled as he said it. Since master has such an elegant mood, then I will accompany you for a drink. Qin Xiaowang replied with a smile. One cup down. Qin Xiaowang's face once again showed shock. He had never felt this comfortable before. His entire body cells seemed to be happily cheering. The true essence within him surged wildly, and his cultivation level actually broke through from the first level of gathering meridians to the second. But this one cup was already Qin Xiaowang's bodily limit. Drinking more would be impossible for him to absorb in the short term. Xiaowang, so one cup and you're already drunk. Qin Yujie chuckled faintly. This wine of masters truly packs a powerful punch after effects, Qin Xiaowang said just before passing out. The next morning, Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes and saw a girl staring intently at him. Master, you're awake. Qin Xiaozi's face turned slightly red as she shyly said it. After being fully repaired by the supreme quality Pei Yuan Dan overnight, Qin Xiaozi's injuries were completely healed. Even the bruises on her face had disappeared without a trace. Xiaozi, did you miss master this half year? Qin Yujie touched Qin Xiaozi's nose and smiled as he asked. Yes, who says no? Qin Xiaozi nodded and then furrowed her brows, saying, how could master not take me along to the Tianyuan Sect? This way I can serve you every day. The Tianyuan Sect has complex forces, it's not that easy to mix around there. It's safer if you stay in the family. Qin Yujie smiled faintly as he said, when I become the successor, no one in the family will dare to bully you. All right, Qin Xiaozi said somewhat dejectedly. Qin Xiaozi was born with dead meridians and thus could not cultivate martial arts. Otherwise, Qin Yujie really wanted to teach her some skills to make her stronger, able to defend herself. But now, with Qin Xiaowang striving hard in cultivation, Qin Yujie felt somewhat reassured. Chapter 30, the start of the family duel. Early in the morning, news of the duel between Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun had already spread throughout the Qin family. Many people woke up early and went to the massive training ground of the Qin family. The training ground was normally used by the Qin family disciples for practice, but today it would determine the successor of the Qin family, future patriarch. This was a day that would decide the destiny of the Qin family, and many disciples gathered one after another to watch. As the crowd grew, the entire training ground became lively with chatter among acquaintances or strangers. The middle and upper levels of the Qin family had arrived early at the training ground and arranged things on site. Qin Yujie probably won't dare to show up, right? He injured 2 of my servants yesterday, and today I'll give him a good lesson so he knows better than to attack dogs without looking at their masters, Qin Longyun said arrogantly after glancing around and not seeing Qin Yujie. Master Qin Longyun, Qin Yujie is no match for you. I think this heir position is definitely yours, said a junior branch disciple, flattery evident in his tone. That's true. Young Master Longyun has extraordinary talent, destined to become a great power. How can Qin Yujie even compare? Added another junior branch disciple in agreement. Young Master Longyun awakened the flame spirit body and will surely lead our Qin family into glory. Young Master Longyun is handsome and charming, as if a god descended from heaven. If such a man cannot become our successor, it will be a loss for our Qin family. Where is Qin Yujie? Is he too ashamed to face our brilliant young Master Longyun, and thus hiding? It's not surprising, considering anyone facing our talented young master would back away respectfully. Qin Longyun listened happily to the praise around him and laughed loudly. Your compliments are truly exaggerated. Humility leads to progress, arrogance to failure. With so much praise, I might become arrogant. None of those present knew except for Qin Songyuan that Qin Yujie had reached the 6th level of the Gui Yuan realm. After leaving yesterday, Qin Songyuan did not disclose this information, so everyone remained unaware. Just then, everyone saw Qin Yujie slowly walking toward the training ground accompanied by 2 others, Qin Xuanhuan and Qin Xiaozi. The surrounding group, upon seeing Qin Yujie, was immediately amazed by his refined demeanor. Who would have thought Qin Yujie's demeanor changed so much after being away for half a year? Asked the shocked family disciple. Look how dignified and handsome he looks. There's something very attractive about him, commented a female disciple oddly. Indeed, in 6 months, Qin Yujie seems to have transformed. He radiates an aura of strength. It seems that today's outcome might still be uncertain. Qin Yujie doesn't seem ordinary. True, I sense a powerful confidence emanating from Qin Yujie. Everyone started murmuring when they saw Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, who would have thought you'd dare to show up today? You're just asking for humiliation, Qin Longyun said with a smirk. Since Qin Yujie had hidden his cultivation at the 6th level of the Gui Yuan realm, Qin Longyun couldn't detect his actual strength. Only a few Tian Rin realm warriors could discern his current level. Oh, I feel it's you who will be humiliated. What do you have to boast about? Qin Yujie responded calmly. The two faced each other with an intense confrontation in the air. Qin Xiaoli stood beside Qin Songyuan, puzzled, asked, Father, did you know Qin Yujie's cultivation all along? I learned last night. Qin Songyuan replied indifferently. Father, the reason we became a third-rate family is because of big brother Qin Hanjing. Frankly speaking, I hate him deeply, and even nephew Qin Yujie. Qin Xiaoli said coldly. Sighing, Qin Songyuan responded. Xiaoli, don't say that. Our family is already weak as it is, and any internal conflict will only bring destruction sooner. I forgive what you've done before, and hope from now on our family will unite. Qin Xiaoli frowned, staying silent. My talents indeed aren't as good as my brother's, but my son Qin Longyun's potential must exceed Qin Yujie. Even though Qin Yujie's cultivation is stronger right now, I believe Qin Longyun will go further because the potential of the flame spirit body is unimaginable. Qin Xiaoli swore firmly. Perhaps, let them fight fairly today, Qin Songyuan said indifferently. On the training ground, Qin Yujie and Qin Longyun stood face to face, poised for a clash at any moment. I've reached the 3rd level of the Gui Yuan realm, Qin Yujie. I see that you're merely at the Jumai realm. Qin Longyun moved his true essence throughout his body, instantly releasing all of his cultivation power. Some of the family disciples with lower strength immediately felt an immense pressure. Second young master is so powerful. Just from his oppressive aura alone, I can't withstand it. My whole body is trembling in fear, one of the family disciples said in shock. That's right. The overwhelming aura of second young master made me retreat several steps. I almost fell just now, another disciple added in agreement. Before such a mighty presence as second young master, I don't even have the courage to fight. Second young master is incredibly strong. I was so frightened that I lost control of my bladder. The crowd around admired Qin Longyun. That was the charm of a true powerhouse. In the martial world, only the strongest are revered. You are too ignorant. I have already reached the 6th level of the Gui Yuan realm, Qin Yujie said disdainfully, then also unleashed his cultivation level. A terrifying momentum rose from Qin Yujie and pressed toward Qin Longyun like a crushing mountain, unstoppable. Qin Yujie's true essence was originally extremely profound, and furthermore, he was 3 sub-levels higher than his opponent. Qin Longyun immediately sensed a terrible pressure on his body. All these years I have been challenging others at higher levels. Now I find out, oppressing someone with a superior realm is really this satisfying, Qin Yujie remarked indifferently. Qin Yujie's cultivation at the 6th level of the Gui Yuan realm instantly left everyone stunned. It was only now that they realized how far Qin Yujie had surpassed them. How is this possible? Qin Yujie is actually stronger than Qin Longyun. Qin Yujie is truly a freak. Now comparing him to Qin Yujie, Qin Longyun seems far inferior. It's not that Qin Longyun is weak, but Qin Yujie is just too strong. He's unbelievably powerful. But that may not matter. Qin Longyun has the flame spirit body. We still cannot predict who will win. Chapter 31. Do your best, I'll use just one move. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie, whose strength seemed boundless, and their hearts were filled with disbelief as they began to doubt reality. Flame spiritual body. Activate. Under this terrifying pressure, Qin Longyun instantly unleashed his flame spiritual body. A dreadful flame erupted from Qin Longyun's body. At that moment, Qin Longyun was completely enveloped by flames, and behind him stood a ghostly figure of a flame giant, resembling an ancient heavenly deity, its aura intimidating. Just the pressure alone forces Qin Longyun to unleash his flame spiritual body. Qin Yujie's momentum is incredibly strong, Qin Xuanhuan said, barely containing his shock. And his true essence is extraordinarily profound and inexhaustible. The grade of his cultivation technique must be very high and powerful. Qin Shaoli also said, incredulously. The two had much deeper insight than other disciples of the Qin family, naturally seeing things others couldn't. Qin Yujie, you're merely slightly more cultivated than me, but in terms of real talent, I surpass you. If we fought on the same level, I could easily defeat you. Qin Longyun hadn't expected Qin Yujie's aura to be so powerful that even after releasing the flame spiritual body, he still struggled. If this continued, there was no doubt Qin Longyun would lose. Fine, I'll make you lose with no regrets. I will suppress my cultivation level, and we shall fight on the same level. I give you one chance. Bring out your strongest abilities. Qin Yujie said calmly. Once again, Qin Yujie's words shocked everyone. Is Qin Yujie being too arrogant? Remember, cultivation level is also a part of strength. How confident is he to say such things? Does he think himself invincible at the same level? A surrounding disciple asked in astonishment. I think Qin Yujie is overly confident. The combination of Flame's spiritual body, fire-attributed techniques, and skills produces tremendous power. I believe Qin Longyun is truly invincible at the same level. If Qin Yujie restricts his own cultivation, there's no way he can win. He's about to be humiliated. Though Qin Yujie's cultivation was strong, many believe Qin Longyun was stronger at the same level because of the Flame's spiritual body. In the world, there are 10 divine bodies, 100 saint bodies, and 3,000 spiritual bodies. If divine bodies don't appear, then saint bodies reign supreme. If saint bodies don't appear, spiritual bodies become king. Of course, this is an absolute, but it does emphasize the strength of spiritual bodies. Good. I hope you won't be defeated by just one of my moves. Qin Longyun coldly stated. Let's start already. You do whatever you want, but I will use only one move. If I fail to beat you in one go, I concede. Qin Yujie said indifferently. All around, the crowd gaped at Qin Yujie's grand proclamation. Only someone exceedingly confident could utter such words. Don't underestimate anyone. Incinerating heaven knife technique. Qin Longyun roared. Around him, spiritual energy surged wildly. Behind him appeared a massive figure of a flame giant. With his blade in hand, Qin Longyun slashed straight toward Qin Yujie. A colossal wave of fiery blade energy charged forward, carrying immense power and scorching heat toward Qin Yujie. So strong. This blade energy could almost split the training ground in half, a family disciple exclaimed in shock. The incinerating heaven knife technique is a lower-grade profound art, but paired with the flame's spiritual body, its power is extraordinary. The temperature is unbearable. It feels like my whole body might catch fire any moment. As the saying goes, water and fire show no mercy. If this flame touches someone, it will surely burn them to death. With no saint bodies, spiritual bodies are king. It's undeniably true. In this same-level battle, Qin Longyun is destined to win. Everyone around was stunned by Qin Longyun's awe-inspiring knife strike, showcasing the full force of the flame's spiritual body. Its power would only grow greater with future advancements in cultivation. Qin Yujie, admit defeat now. There's no way you can withstand this move, Qin Longyun confidently declared. Qin Yujie glanced at the devastating attack and chuckled lightly. So this is your strongest move? Clearly, I overestimated you. What exactly do you have to brag about with such feeble strength? Fuji sword technique, winter snow drifts. Qin Yujie drew his azure lotus sword. With a gentle wave, goose feather-like snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Gigantic beams of sword energy, akin to falling snow, surged towards Qin Longyun. Behind Qin Longyun, the flame giant vanished as if doused with water, extinguishing immediately. Even worse, the entire training ground suddenly transformed into winter, blanketed in white snow. As snow settled on Qin Longyun, the freezing air intensified drastically. Qin Longyun quickly found himself unable to move, except for his conscious soul thinking. Instantaneously, Qin Longyun's entire body turned into an ice sculpture. His face became exceptionally grim, yet it retained an expression of surprise until the very end. His body appeared lifelike, an impeccable statue. Seeing his frozen opponent, Qin Yujie simply smirked. At this moment, countless terrifying sword chi energies surged towards Qin Longyun. If he were hit, the entire ice sculpture would shatter instantly, reducing Qin Longyun to a pile of broken remains. What an incredibly frightening attack. Qin Yujie's sword technique is too powerful, defeating Qin Longyun in just one strike. The snow covering the sky makes it seem like winter has suddenly arrived. Those who don't know any better might think that Qin Yujie's mastery of the sword technique reaches divine levels, instilling such terror. This single stroke I will never forget in my life. This world-shocking and earth-splitting slash truly shocks heaven and moves spirits. Initially, I thought Qin Longyun was sure to win, but now I realize how ignorant I am. Such a terrifying sword technique leaves even the flame's spiritual body pale in comparison. Qin Yujie possesses far too great a talent for the way of the sword. It seems he didn't even use all his strength. With a casual strike, he defeated Qin Longyun. Imagine how fearsome he would be if he went all out. Qin Longyun has been frozen into an ice sculpture. I fear danger looms for him. All the people at the training ground were shocked by Qin Yuje's dazzling sword strike. Only now did they realize that what they had previously thought was the formidable Qin Longyun seemed pathetically weak in this moment. Only through comparison can one see the disparity. There was simply too much difference between Qin Yuje and Qin Longyun. One might as well have come from the heavens, while the other came from the earth. Master is so strong. I never expected that after only half a year away, Master has become this powerful. Qin Xiaozhu looked at Qin Yuje with a face full of smiles, unreserved pride shining through, as though Qin Yuje's power reflected her own strength. Yes, if I could achieve just half of what Master does, that would be enough for me, Qin Xuanhuan said in astonishment. Still, reflecting on the resources and techniques Qin Yuje had given him, Qin Xuanhuan regained his confidence. He believed that one day he could surely protect his sister. At this very moment, Qin Songyuan and Qin Xiaoli were equally stunned, but soon their faces turned with concern. They realized that Qin Yuje's sword qi moved too quickly for them to react in time. Chapter 32. Easy Victory. Just as the sword qi was about to pierce Qin Longyun, it suddenly stopped and hovered in front of Qin Longyun. If it advanced another inch, Qin Longyun would surely die. To be able to control the sword qi so precisely, it was evident that Qin Yuje's grasp of martial arts techniques and mastery over his true essence had reached an unparalleled level. The onlookers around let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene, especially Qin Songyuan and Qin Xiaoli, who felt their anxieties dissipate. Qin Yuje is a kid with good judgment. We don't need to worry about Qin Longyun's safety, Qin Songyuan said with a smile to Qin Xiaoli. Although Qin Longyun did not possess talents equal to Qin Yuje's, the fire spirit body, one of the 3,000 spirit bodies, had not fully realized its potential. When it truly matures, it would undoubtedly unleash even greater power. If Qin Longyun were to die at the hands of Qin Yuje now, it would also represent a significant loss for the Qin family. Even though Qin Longyun could not move physically, his soul trembled violently with fear. Qin Yuje and Qin Longyun had some minor conflicts before, but it wasn't any deep hatred. Given that both were disciples of the same family, Qin Yuje had no reason to go as far as killing him. Qin Yuje retracted his true essence and sword qi, allowing the ice on Qin Longyun's body to slowly melt away. The surrounding temperature gradually returned to normal. I've lost. I wholeheartedly admit defeat. Qin Longyun realized he had just passed through the gates of death. His survival was solely due to Qin Yuje's mercy. At this point, the competition among family successors came to a complete end. Without a doubt, Qin Yuje was the ultimate victor. Excellent. I hereby announce Qin Yuje as the family successor. In the future, he will become the head of the Qin family, Qin Songyuan joyfully proclaimed. Who would have thought Qin Yuje would end up being the big winner? Truly unexpected. Qin Yuje's talent in swordsmanship is terrifying. It has surpassed the power of the fire spirit body. Such an awe-inspiring sword technique. Most people couldn't begin to grasp it. Yes, that single stroke was truly astonishing, something I'll never forget. Qin Longyun spoke arrogantly before, but now his face has been soundly slapped. From now on, Qin Yuje will be my idol. Everyone present recognized Qin Yuje's capabilities and talents, and no one opposed this decision. To tell the truth, if you weren't a disciple of the Qin family, you'd already be dead. Although the competition is over, the harm you inflicted on Xiao Zi those few days ago isn't something easily resolved, Qin Yuje coldly said. The fact that Qin Longyun had coerced Qin Xiaozi into submission, resulting in her sustaining grievous injuries when she refused, was no longer a secret within the Qin family. Everyone knew about it. Previously, since Qin Longyun possessed exceptional natural gifts, everyone assumed he was destined to become the heir. As such, they didn't criticize his actions too harshly. After all, for an exceptionally talented young warrior like Qin Longyun, it was considered somewhat normal to act arrogant or domineering. Moreover, in everyone's eyes, Qin Xiaozi was merely a servant, making her relatively less important compared to the matter at hand. However, things were different now. Qin Yuje, displaying outstanding natural talents, triumphed with a decisive strike over Qin Longyun, thereby becoming the heir of the Qin family. Now, as the potential head of the family, Qin Yuje was fully justified to hold Qin Longyun accountable. Qin Yuje, my son has already admitted defeat. What else do you desire? Would you dare turn against your own younger brother because of a mere maid? Qin Xiaoli swiftly stepped forward, appearing displeased. Oh, is that so? Even if Qin Xiaozi were my maid, only I have the right to treat her as I please. Besides, I regard her as a younger sister. Her life is very precious. Qin Yuje replied coldly. The two stared each other down intently, and the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Since childhood, Qin Yuje and Qin Xiaozi had grown up together, their bond akin to that of lifelong friends. She held a special place in his heart. Qin Yuje, I'm your uncle. Do you dare speak to your elder in this manner? Qin Xiaoli smiled grimly. What kind of elder are you? If it weren't for grandfather, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. I distinctly remember how you bullied me when I was a child. Qin Yuje dismissed Qin Xiaoli with contempt. Once again, Qin Yuje's words left everyone speechless. After all, Qin Xiaoli was a formidable martial artist at the third level of the celestial human realm. His prowess was undeniably beyond what Qin Yuje could counter. Is Qin Yuje crazy? Challenging Vice Patriarch Qin? That's like trying to break a rock with an egg. It's sheer arrogance. A disciple nearby muttered in disbelief. Qin Yuje does indeed possess remarkable talents, but his temperament seems severely flawed if he thinks he can subdue a third-level celestial human realm warrior. He's barely at the 6th level of the return origin realm. Yes, I used to look up to him, but it appears his newfound strength has gone to his head. Can someone so recklessly proud really lead our family? Qin Yujie is way too confident this time. He's practically hoisting himself with his own petard. I bet he can't even withstand one move from Qin Xiaoli. From a distance, Qin Xiaozi teared up as she gazed at Qin Yujie, a twinge of worry crossing her heart. So, it seems how important I am in the Master's eyes. Master is willing to offend Vice Patriarch Qin just for me, but I don't know if Master stands a chance against Qin Xiaoli. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Qin Xiaoli burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Yujie, I admit you possess extraordinary talent, but with your current strength, attempting to challenge me is pure fantasy. Celestial human realm warriors are beyond your comprehension. Don't think that having some skills allows you to spout such reckless talk. Qin Xiaoli shook his head as he addressed Qin Yujie. Well, today I will challenge you and see how strong you truly are. Qin Yujie coldly responded. All right then, as an elder, I'll teach you a lesson and let you know the gap between us. Qin Xiaoli confidently declared. Xiaoli, make sure you stop when necessary. Do not take Qin Yujie's life. Qin Xuanhuan wanted to observe the upper limit of Qin Yujie's strength and did not intervene, merely reminding Qin Xiaoli. Qin Yujie shook his head lightly and calmly said, You don't need to hold back. Probably you lack the ability to instruct me. Then let's settle this in action. Qin Xiaoli disdainfully retorted. Since it's so, then have it your way. Qin Yujie's true essence surged violently within him. Then the spiritual energy around him began to fluctuate violently. Sky-piercing finger. Instantaneously, a colossal golden finger formed in the sky, its overwhelming attack rushing toward Qin Xiaoli. With Qin Yujie's greatly strengthened physical body, he could now unleash far more potent power with this finger technique. A heaven-class martial skill. There wasn't even one across the entire Lingtian kingdom. This art was incredibly powerful. Such terrifying finger technique. This martial skill. Is it even possible to be stronger? Chapter 33. Defeating Qin Xiaoli. How could Qin Yujie have so many powerful offensive techniques? Earlier it was swordsmanship, and now it's finger techniques. I wonder what else he has up his sleeve. Qin Yujie is too monstrous. His strength is simply unbelievable. Yeah, I originally thought that Qin Yujie would definitely lose, but now it looks like Vice Patriarch Qin will be the one to lose. Look at Vice Patriarch Qin. His face has turned green. He must be scared. Once again, those around were astonished by Qin Yujie's attack. They couldn't believe that someone at the 6th level of the Yuan realm could unleash such an overpowering attack. Qin Xiaoli looked at this earth-shattering finger strike and felt some tingling in his scalp. This single technique was not only immensely powerful, but it also blocked all his retreat routes. Aside from meeting it head-on, Qin Xiaoli had no other option. On this golden finger, Qin Xiaoli sensed a fatal threat. A sharp instinct developed over years of battles which had never failed him. Qin Xiaoli's expression became grave. The true essence within his body went into an intense surge, prompting a sudden storm across heaven and earth. Spiritual energy gathered furiously like an ocean rushing toward him. Opening the monument palm, Qin Xiaoli roared as he unleashed his most powerful attack. Instantly, a massive stele appeared in the sky. This stele stood square and grand, radiating an immovable mountainous presence. Go! The colossal stele, carrying an overwhelming momentum, swiftly rushed toward Qin Yujie. If an ordinary person were hit by this, they'd instantly turn into minced meat. Then came a thunderous roar. The two powerful attacks collided with each other like a meteor striking Earth. A violent tremor sent everyone nearby tumbling, shaking everything as if a great explosion was occurring. Qin Yujie is extremely strong. This attack is utterly ruthless. The Vice Patriarch isn't bad either. He managed to block Qin Yujie's assault. You forget, Qin Yujie is merely at the 6th level of the Yuan realm, while Vice Patriarch Qin is already at the 3rd level of the Tianrin realm. That's right, though Vice Patriarch Qin resisted the attack, he still lost. Just as everyone thought the fight ended in a draw, something astonishing happened. As soon as the huge stele collided with the golden giant finger, it shattered like a broken mirror. However, the golden finger didn't sustain even a bit of damage and rapidly continued its advance toward Qin Xiaoli. No, Qin Xiaoli watched as the unstoppable golden finger rushed towards him, panic sweeping over his face as he let out an unwilling shout. Home! Another deafening roar resounded. The golden finger struck against Qin Xiaoli, causing him to be hurled away instantly. Qin Yujie had used just one move, defeating Qin Xiaoli, who suffered severe injuries in the process. And Qin Yujie had reined in much of his force at the last moment. Otherwise, Qin Xiaoli would have died on the spot. This scene shocked every person present. They all knew Qin Yujie was strong, but they didn't realize he was this strong. Heavenman Realm Level 3 is nothing more than this. I haven't even gone all out yet, Qin Yujie said calmly, as if he had accomplished something trivial. It can't be. How could I be defeated? I'm at Heavenman Realm Level 3. Qin Xiaoli exclaimed, unable to accept the reality before him. What can't be done? You're not the first Heavenman Realm expert to fall beneath my hand. Qin Yujie replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words from Qin Yujie, people couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. It seemed everyone was somewhat crushed by him. To beat Qin Xiaoli without using his full power. Just imagine how powerful you'd be if he did. Yes, Vice Patriarch Qin was already very strong, yet Qin Yujie proved himself stronger. Listening to Qin Yujie's tone, It seems he's defeated countless experts at the Heaven Man realm. What a monster. How could he still be considered human? All who can defeat opponents above their rank are called geniuses, and Qin Yujie is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Yes, with Qin Yujie leading us, our Qin family will surely rise to glory. Everyone looked at Qin Yujie, hearts no longer peaceful. Qin Xuanhuan stared in astonishment at Qin Yujie, muttering in his heart, Han Jing, your son is truly extraordinary. There's hope for the rise of the Qin family. You've left a world-class talent behind for the Qin family. Qin Yujie walked up to Qin Longyuan and said indifferently, now that no one can back you, it's time you received my punishment. The victor dictates the terms. What do you intend to do? Qin Longyuan asked. It's simple. I'm going to beat you up, Qin Yujie said calmly. Immediately, screams of agony echoed throughout the training grounds as Qin Longyuan was thrashed without resistance. Naturally, Qin Yujie refrained from using lethal force, so the injuries inflicted upon Qin Longyuan would heal after a few days. Everyone glanced at Qin Xiaoji and quietly remembered her name in their hearts. It was clear to everyone that they could afford to offend anyone else, but they must never provoke Qin Xiaoji. All right, the grudge between you and me is settled, Qin Yujie said. Qin Longyuan gave a complicated look to Qin Yujie. He knew Qin Yujie had held back. Otherwise, these would not just be surface wounds. Thank you, brother, for showing mercy. At this moment, Qin Longyuan's attitude had changed as he expressed his gratitude. This top-grade Pei Yuan pill, feed it to your father, and I believe he will recover soon. Qin Yujie casually took out a Pei Yuan pill and handed it over to Qin Longyuan. Truth be told, the Qin family disciples had never seen such an exceptional pill. After all, top-grade pills are rare treasures that even the most accomplished alchemists need some luck to refine. Moreover, top-grade pills are usually consumed by the individual who possesses them, rarely offered up for auction. After all, life-saving substances like these cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. Now Qin Yujie casually handed out one of these Pei Yuan pills, leaving everyone somewhat dumbfounded, especially when paired with his nonchalant demeanor that left the crowd feeling unsettled. Top-grade Pei Yuan pill, this divine healing medicine. Qin Yujie actually gave it away. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to part with it. Yes, look how he didn't even bat an eye. Clearly, he has more than just this one. Our martial arts journey relies on serendipity. Working closely alongside the Qin family is our great fortune. When Qin Yujie becomes head of the clan, he will surely reward us with good things. That's right, I also practice swordsmanship, but it's the first time I've witnessed such a devastatingly powerful style. This four-season sword technique must rank highly in quality. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I ever got the chance to learn it? I still think Petit finger technique is impressive. It practically wiped out half of Vice Patriarch Qin's vitality with just one finger strike. Did you notice the sword in Qin Yujie's hand? It seems extraordinary, possibly a heavenly tier weapon. Impossible. The only Qin family member with a mystical tier weapon is the Patriarch himself, and he guards it as though it were a treasure, always keeping it close. In comparison to Qin Yujie, I feel like we're all garbage. In terms of cultivation level, skills, combat techniques, weapons, or training resources, we're way beneath him. What's even more disheartening is that he could rely solely on his looks, but chooses to do so through sheer strength instead. Handsome and unbelievably talented. He leaves us ordinary people wondering how we can possibly compete. Everyone was buzzing with discussions around Qin Yujie. Looking at him, they felt both admiration and jealousy. Chapter 34. The Hidden Truth of the Parents' Past. Qin Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie with satisfaction. Qin Yujie's performance today greatly surprised him. Whether it was his character, strength, talent, or even the means of combining kindness with authority later on, all of this led Qin Xuanhuan to make a decision. Yujie, you've truly given me a big surprise. I have decided that starting from today, you will immediately assume the position of the family patriarch, and I will be the vice patriarch. Qin Xuanhuan announced loudly as he came to Qin Yujie's side. Although Qin Yujie was the successor, he still needed several more years of experience to become the patriarch. After all, Qin Yujie was still young, and it wasn't possible for him to jump straight into becoming the patriarch right away. But things were different now. Qin Xuanhuan believed that having Qin Yujie become the patriarch now was the best arrangement. Grandfather, you should continue as the patriarch. My ambition is to reach the peak of martial arts. I can't be confined to just one place. However, no matter where I go in the future, I will always be a member of the Qin family. Qin Yujie had cultivation practices and sign-ins to attend to, so he wouldn't have time to manage the family's affairs all day. Your personality is the same as your father's. Both of you want to explore the outside world. Very well, let this old bone of mine continue as the patriarch then. But I cannot hold out for many more years, Qin Xuanhuan said with a smile. Grandfather, you are already at the 9th level of the Heavenly Man realm. If you can break through to the Wheel C realm, your lifespan will increase by another 100 years. There's really no need to worry, Qin Yujie said. My potential has been exhausted, and I suffered an internal injury when I was young. To reach the 9th level of the Heavenly Man realm is already my limit, Qin Xuanhuan sighed. It won't be like that. With me here, you will definitely break through the Wheel C realm, Qin Yujie said confidently. Qin Xuanhuan thought Qin Yujie was just comforting him and didn't take it to heart. He shook his head and said to everyone, the competition is over. Everyone can disperse now. Yujie, follow me. Qin Yujie followed Qin Xuanhuan through a forest and arrived at a courtyard. It was an extremely quiet yard, which was Qin Xuanhuan's residence. Yujie, your talent surpasses others, and you've passed the inheritor's trial. I'll tell you now what I know about your father and mother, Xuanhuan said after a brief silence, his emotions slightly low. Your father had extraordinary talent. At the age of 20, he reached the Will Sea realm, making him the youngest Will Sea realm warrior in Lingshan Kingdom at the time. Our Qin family became a first-class clan in Yushuan City because of your father's talent and strength. Back then, we were incredibly prestigious. At that time, many noble daughters of famous families were interested in your father. Even the emperor wanted to personally arrange a marriage for your father, offering his cherished eldest princess. But surprisingly, your father firmly refused. His reason was that he disliked constraints and wished to see the outside world. Later, your father left alone, leaving Lingshan Kingdom behind to travel the world. After your father left, our family secretly faced oppression from the royal family. However, because they feared your father's talent, the royal family didn't go too far. They worried that one day your father might return. Sure enough, 10 years later, your father returned, bringing a woman, who was your mother. When your mother returned, she was already pregnant with you. We didn't know your mother's identity, and your father never mentioned it to us. However, your father's talent was indeed monstrous. In those 10 years, your father's cultivation had already reached the emperor realm. You must understand, when sages do not appear, emperors are unmatched, and when emperors do not appear, kings rule supreme. The emperor at that time was only at the Will Sea realm. After your father returned, the then emperor personally came to apologize. That was our Qin family's most glorious moment. If things continued like this, how could our Qin family possibly decline like it is now? Half a year later, you were born. I remember clearly that at the time, every family large or small in Yushuan City came to celebrate, and even the emperor himself came to congratulate us. Rare treasures filled the entire Qin estate. There wasn't enough space to hold them all. However, disaster struck that very day. Suddenly, an elder appeared in Yushuan City. He hovered high above Yushuan City, like a supreme being. Upon seeing him, your mother immediately panicked, facing a great enemy. That elder radiated an overwhelming aura. When that elder saw your father and you in your mother's arms, he erupted in boundless fury. He immediately struck at your father with a palm. Your father resisted, but alas, the elder was far too strong. Despite your father's remarkable talent, he ultimately lost, and his cultivation was completely ruined. At this point, tears streamed down from the corner of Qin Songyuan's eyes. That elder was extremely powerful and originally wanted to annihilate our entire Qin family with a single palm strike. In the end, your mother begged for our lives with her own death, which is how you and your father, as well as all of us in the clan, were spared. Since then, your mother was taken away by that formidable being, and later on, your father also left Lingshan Kingdom alone. Because our Qin family had offended such a powerful person, and because your father had lost his cultivation, the royal family began oppressing us relentlessly. Our Qin family declined as a result, falling from a first-class family to the third-class family we are now. Qin Songyuan paused here, and then took out a letter, handing it to Qin Yujie. It read, "To my son Yujie personally." Qin Yujie accepted the letter in silence. He never expected that his parents had such astonishing stories, nor did he know that the Qin family once had such a glorious past. More surprisingly, he realized how different his origins truly were. In his previous life, Qin Yujie had been an orphan, never experiencing the warmth of family love. But in this lifetime, simply hearing the story of his parents made him deeply feel the helplessness and frustration his father must have felt in such desperate times, as well as the sorrow and desolation of his mother's desperate plea for their lives. Qin Yujie opened the letter and saw only a few lines written within. "My son Yujie, when you open this letter, it means your martial talent is high. However, you are still too weak at the moment. Only when you reach the Emperor realm will you have the right to know the truth about what happened. When you achieve the Emperor realm, go to the West Sea and find someone named Sun Hailey. He will tell you my whereabouts and information about your mother." After finishing the letter, Qin Yujie calmed down, thinking to himself, "My father, despite being at the Emperor realm, was utterly helpless against that elder. It seems the strength of that opponent was immense. I am still so far from reaching the Emperor realm. My main goal right now should be focused on cultivating. Once I become stronger, I will search for my parents." Qin Yujie carefully stored the letter away and gently placed it into his storage pouch. "Grandfather, let's focus on how to improve the overall strength of our Qin family first. This is the most urgent matter at hand. We can deal with the rest later," Qin Yujie said. Chapter 35. I am a pill master. Enhancing the power of our Qin family. This might be somewhat difficult. Our foundation is insufficient, said Qin Songyuan with a worried expression. "Grandfather, what are currently the best techniques and martial skills in our family?" asked Qin Yujie. Whether it's a family or a sect, the most important core resources are cultivation techniques and martial skills. Many people choose to join one of the four major sects mainly because they possess powerful techniques and martial arts that are rarely passed down outside unless it is to a core disciple. In Lingtian Kingdom, why the four great sects, three families, and the royal family are so strong is because each has its own earth-rank cultivation technique and martial skill. For a martial artist, training under different cultivation techniques can make a huge difference. A superior technique not only accelerates cultivation speed but also enhances power immensely. As a third-rate family, the Qin family naturally lacks excellent techniques. Sighing, Qin Songyuan said, "Alas, our Qin family's best technique right now is the High Xian rank technique, Xian Gong. As for our strongest martial skill, you've already seen it. It's the High Xian rank skill, Kai Bei Zhang, Open Monument Palm. Grandfather, compared to top-tier families, One of our shortcomings is that the quality level of our cultivation techniques and martial skills is too low. But this you don't need to worry about. I will present our family with 1 cultivation method, 2 martial skills, and a body movement skill. This will surely compensate for our Qin family's deficiencies. This cultivation technique is the High Earth rank Long Qin Gong, Everlasting Vitality Art. The 2 martial skills are the High Earth rank CG GNFA, 4-season swordplay, and Lower Heaven rank Patian EG, Split the Heaven's Finger. As for the body movement skill, it's the High Earth rank Ban Bu Jue Chan, Half-Step Chasing Cicada. Qin Yujie integrated these 4 techniques into 4 jade tablets respectively. For later generations to train, they just need to touch the tablet to their foreheads, and they'll see the content of the techniques. Very convenient. However, others who wish to master them can only rely on their own intuition. After all, not everyone is like Qin Yujie, who instantly learned and perfected them through a system. My god, this is actually a High Earth rank Everlasting Vitality Art. My current Xian Yi Gong seems utterly inferior when compared to this, exclaimed Qin Xuanhuan in awe. And the 4-season swordplay, it's extremely powerful. Previously, you haven't even used your full strength. Even more terrifying is the Split the Heaven's Finger, which is at the lower heaven rank. I imagine there shouldn't be any heaven rank techniques within the entire Ling Tian kingdom. Looking at the 4 jade tablets in front of him, Qin Xuanhuan was struck speechless by the shock. At this moment, he felt that the gifts from Qin Yujie were truly too valuable, almost immeasurable in worth. Yujie, where did you get these precious cultivation techniques from? Qin Xuanhuan asked in astonishment. While dreaming, my teacher passed these techniques down to me. He said that due to my extraordinary talent, he accepted me as his disciple in my dreams, then taught me some techniques and cultivation knowledge. When I woke up, these memories were already in my mind. Qin Yujie casually fabricated a lie because the matter of the system couldn't be revealed casually. To transmit cultivation techniques through dreams, I've never heard of such a thing before. Clearly, your teacher's power is unimaginable. His realm must have reached the sage level. Yujie, you must seize this opportunity. It is your fate. Qin Xuanhuan started hypothesizing on his own. I understand. Then these 4 jade tablets shall be kept by you, grandfather. I believe with these cultivation methods and martial skills, gradually, our family will grow stronger, Qin Yujie said. Rest assured, I will establish an appropriate examination system. Such precious cultivation methods and martial skills should definitely be prioritized for use by disciples who greatly contribute to our family. Well, grandfather, the problem with the cultivation techniques has been resolved. Is there anything else our family is struggling with? Qin Yujie followed up. Although we now have cultivation techniques and martial arts, our family lacks far too many cultivation resources, and we're barely making ends meet. Qin Xuanhuan furrowed his eyebrows and stated. That's easy. Let me tell you the truth, grandfather. My teacher also passed down some alchemy techniques to me. Everyone knows that alchemy is the most lucrative business, so I can guarantee that our family's cultivation resources will only get better and better. Heaven, you're actually a pill master as well. Qin Xuanhuan was already astonished to the point of being speechless. Qin Xuanhuan swore. Today was the day he had been most astonished in his entire life. If a normal person without cultivation had experienced so much astonishment in one day, their heart would likely have been shocked to death. There's no time to waste. Grandfather, go buy some spiritual herbs immediately. I'll give you a list. Get as many as you can. Chuanlong grass, hui shui fruit, yuanqin flower, white snake fruit, duluan grass, intian flower, ringui grass, danyuan grass, zhenling liquid, xianyu fruit. Qin Yujie swiftly listed around 100 spiritual herbs on the paper. These herbs were all of yellow rank, about 100 years in age, and not too expensive. However, once Qin Yujie refined them into pills and sold them, the price would be more than 10 times higher. If this process was repeated a few times, the cultivation resources of the Qin family would grow rapidly like a snowball rolling downhill. Grandfather, I also have some resources here. Take them together to buy the herbs. Qin Yujie handed over the storage bags he had seized to Qin Xuanhuan. The quality of these captured resources was rather poor, so they weren't very useful to Qin Yujie. He thought it better to exchange them for spiritual herbs, which could then be used to refine high-quality pills, proving to be far more valuable later. All right, I'll gather the herbs today and aim to bring them back to you by tomorrow morning. You should rest well tonight because refining pills will be quite exhausting moving forward. Okay. After finishing his conversation with Qin Xuanhuan, Qin Yujie left his grandfather's residence and returned to the room he used to live in. At the door of the room, Qin Xiaoji sat absent-mindedly, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Qin Yujie patted Qin Xiaoji's head and asked with a smile. Master, you're back? Qin Xiaoji said happily. Of course. Since you've cleaned my room so thoroughly, I definitely need to come back and sleep here. Qin Yujie laughed. Master, there's something on your face, Qin Xiaoji pointed out earnestly after glancing at Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie touched his face curiously and asked, what is it on my face? Seeing Qin Yujie's serious expression, Qin Xiaoji suddenly burst into laughter and playfully replied, it's charm on your face. Qin Yujie didn't react immediately, still believing that perhaps there was some dirt on his face from today's martial arts competition, or sparring might have caused something to stick to his face. Never did Qin Yujie expect that Qin Xiaoji would say something like that, as he wasn't mentally prepared for such an unexpected flirtation. Did she just flirt with me? Qin Yujie looked at Qin Xiaoji incredulously, feeling a strange yet delightful joy inside. In fact, just like women, when men are caught off guard by someone's sudden flirtation, their hearts experience an indescribably pleasant sensation, and Qin Yujie was no exception. Chapter 36. Doubts from everyone. Xiaozi, you've become naughty, daring to tease young master. Qin Yujie said with a smile. Qin Yujie wasn't angry either. After all, having a clever maid who knew how to please the young master was nothing but pleasant. Qin Xiaozi laughed and said, young master has worked hard today, standing up for me. Let me massage your back and rub your shoulders tonight. All right. Qin Yujie didn't refuse. He pulled out a rattan chair from the system and lay down on it. Qin Yujie only felt a pair of soft little hands pressing on his shoulders, the technique and strength perfectly appropriate. Really comfortable. Our Xiaozi is truly amazing. Qin Yujie, feeling completely relaxed all over, praised her immediately. If the young master likes it, I'll give you a massage every day. Qin Xiaozi smiled and said. Not long after, Qin Yujie fell asleep on the chair. Qin Xiaozi's hands continuously changed position on Qin Yujie's body, from the shoulders to the back, then to the waist. Feeling the solid muscles and perfect lines of Qin Yujie's body, her face turned slightly red. Young master is really charming. I wonder who will be so lucky in the future. No, I must steal a kiss first. Seeing that Qin Yujie had fallen asleep, Qin Xiaozi stealthily kissed him on the cheek. Qin Xiaozi's face instantly turned crimson. This was the first time she'd ever done something like this. The next day, Qin Yujie stretched lazily, feeling incredibly comfortable. He touched his face and smiled faintly. As a practitioner of the Guiyuan realm, even if he was asleep, he still had basic awareness of his surroundings. In fact, Qin Yujie knew everything Qin Xiaozi had done yesterday. This girl really has some guts. Qin Yujie just chuckled softly and had no intention of blaming her. At this moment, the family patriarch Qin Xuanhuan arrived in front of Qin Yujie in a rush. In order to buy enough spiritual herbs as soon as possible, Qin Xuanhuan hadn't slept all night, working hard all night to gather the necessary herbs. Yujie, I bought all the spiritual herbs you wanted. Qin Xuanhuan took out a storage bag, and inside were plenty of spiritual herbs, an impressive collection. Grandpa, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Qin Yujie took the storage bag, poured out all the spiritual herbs, and they piled up into a small mountain-like heap. There were 100 kinds of spiritual herbs in the storage bag, each about 100 years old. With these 100 herbs, Qin Yujie could mix them in various ways to refine many different types of elixirs. Qin Yujie sorted through the vast number of elixir recipes in his mind, deliberately selecting a few formulas useful for practitioners at the Ju Pulse and Guiyuan realms, Pulse Qi Dan, Ningyun Dan, and Peiyuan Dan respectively. All four of these pills were classified as yellow-grade elixirs, currently widely used and also popular in the market. Pulse Qi Dan assisted in the cultivation of Ju Pulse realm practitioners, allowing for faster progress. Ningyun Dan, on the other hand, was used by Guiyuan realm practitioners. This pill increased their cultivation speed, being one of the more common types. Peiyuan Dan was a healing pill, highly beneficial to both Ju Pulse and Guiyuan practitioners. If someone had an extra Peiyuan Dan, it might be equivalent to having another life. Of course, if it was used by a Tianyuan realm practitioner, its effects would be less effective. Although these three elixirs were available in the market, the ones Qin Yujie refined followed different recipes since the ones in his mind were classic ancient lost recipes. The effectiveness of the same type of elixir was nearly double compared to what was currently available. Qin Yujie categorized the 100 kinds of herbs, placing them separately in different areas. Once everything was ready, Qin Yujie took out the panlong tripod from his system. Qin Yujie skillfully controlled the panlong tripod to land steadily on the ground. The tripod could change size according to his intent, making it very convenient. This commotion drew the attention of many clan disciples. What's Qin Yujie doing? Why are there so many spiritual herbs? A disciple asked curiously. How blind can you be? Didn't you see the tripod? He's definitely preparing to refine pills. Another person explained. Refining pills? You must be joking. Refining pills isn't something anyone can do. Without talent, it's impossible to enter the field in a lifetime. Who says otherwise? I admit Qin Yujie has high martial talent, but I don't believe he knows how to refine pills. It's completely ridiculous. Alas, so many spiritual herbs will be wasted. Alchemy masters consume a lot of herbs. Besides the Pill God Temple, who has the resources to cultivate an alchemy master? I think the head of the family must be confused, actually accompanying Qin Yujie in this reckless behavior. If not a single pill is refined from all these spiritual herbs, our entire Qin family will be doomed. Qin Yujie may have gotten a bit overconfident. Alchemy masters usually come from long-established traditions. How can you refine pills using self-taught methods? Everyone looked at Qin Yujie preparing to refine pills and voiced their doubts one after another. Qin Yujie paid no attention to them, diverting a strand of his spiritual energy to control the panlong tripod. Then, with a flick of his right finger, a flame shot beneath the tripod. The small flame gradually expanded into a roaring blaze. This fire came from the Qi Qin Yin flame, located near Qin Yujie's heart. Due to its fusion within him, he could manipulate the flame effortlessly. Could this be the legendary odd flame? One disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Odd flames in this world are extremely rare, treasures that one might never encounter. Yet Qin Yujie possesses one. My heavens! In my lifetime, I never thought I'd witness an odd flame. Qin Yujie truly has great blessings to possess such a treasure. How does Qin Yujie keep acquiring so many extraordinary things? Any ordinary person possessing just one would already have a miraculous destiny. The temperature of this odd flame is extremely high. If yesterday during the battle, Qin Yujie had unleashed the odd flame, it's likely Qin Longyun would have been burned alive. Yes, I wonder if Qin Longyun is around. If he sees this, he'd probably tremble in fear. Even with the odd flame, I still don't believe Qin Yujie can refine pills. Refining demands precise temperature control, otherwise, there's a risk of the cauldron exploding. Qin Yujie focused all his concentration. Once he felt confident in his ability to fully control the flame, he picked up a Xuanhuan grass and placed it inside the panlong tripod. Currently, Qin Yujie was refining Ningyun Dan. 30 types of medicinal herbs were required for Ningyun Dan, each with strict requirements on the order of placement and fire intensity. Otherwise, it could easily result in failure or even an explosion. Actually, Qin Yujie could have placed all the ingredients together and then condensed them, which would have been faster. However, since it was his first attempt, he chose a relatively more conservative method. Chapter 37. He's going to blow up the furnace. Xuanhuan grass, with a hard texture, has a cool medicinal property and tends to work in lower parts of the body. The temperature control for Xuanhuan grass is extremely demanding, too high, and its medicinal properties instantly transform into a toxin harmful to humans. Too low, and its texture won't fully melt, preventing the release of its efficacy. Qin Yujie continuously controlled the flames, adjusting the temperature. After a while, the Xuanhuan grass turned into a mass of medicinal liquid. The first step was perfectly successful, and Qin Yujie revealed a satisfied smile. Next, Qin Yujie used his true energy to grab a Zhu by snake fruit and placed it into the panlong cauldron. The by snake fruit has a warm medicinal property that works on the upper parts of the body. This by snake fruit's medicinal property completely opposes that of the Xuanhuan grass. Typically, combining these two medicines would result in a conflict in their properties, causing an explosion in the cauldron. Some disciples of the Qin family who knew a bit about medicine shook their heads in regret when they saw Qin Yujie haphazardly mixing Xuanhuan grass and by snake fruit for alchemy. This Qin Yujie doesn't even know a little about the properties of medicine, yet he dares to practice alchemy, one disciple remarked. Yes, even someone like me knows that Xuanhuan grass cannot be mixed with by snake fruit. Their properties are completely conflicting. Yes, if these two medicines are combined and heated at a high temperature, the furnace will explode. At this moment, Qin Yujie's panlong cauldron began to violently shake, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone run. Qin Yujie's cauldron is about to explode. Yes, once it explodes, it can be very dangerous. Everyone, step back quickly. The crowd looked at Qin Yujie and hurriedly retreated several steps in panic. If ordinary alchemists were present, none of them would dare to take such risks. However, Qin Yujie was skilled enough to confidently employ Dan Emperor's special techniques. With mysterious gestures, Qin Yujie gathered threads of true energy and lightly tapped the panlong cauldron a few times. The violently shaking panlong cauldron instantly quieted down. In fact, this abnormal shaking was intentionally done by Qin Yujie. People only know that the combination of these two medicines causes explosions, but what they don't know is that after such violent vibrations, the fusion of the two drugs increases their potency. But special techniques are required to ensure no explosion happens. Heavens, I thought it was about to explode just now. How did it calm down so suddenly? Yes, it's incredible. I saw Qin Yujie use some profound technique, then the cauldron calmed down. I didn't expect Qin Yujie to have some real skills. He solved the problem of the impending explosion effortlessly. The crowd changed their opinion of Qin Yujie again, believing he might really succeed in refining pills. Qin Yujie continued controlling the panlong cauldron, continuously adding more spiritual medicines. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie consistently controlled the fire temperature until finally 30 kinds of medicinal liquids merged into one, forming the embryo of the pill. Slowly, the embryo kept solidifying and eventually formed individual pills. Around the pills, purple lightning coiled, emitting sounds akin to electric shocks. Pill thunder. Disciples around, having some knowledge, sucked in cold breaths and exclaimed in astonishment. What is pill thunder? A disciple asked in confusion. Pill thunder is a phenomenon similar to natural lightning that occurs during the final stage of refining pills. Passing through the pill thunder, the outer layer of the pill forms a Danwen, pill pattern. Yes, and Danwen only appears on top-quality pills. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yujie collected 3 premium Ningyun pills, appearing in his hand. Seeing the premium Ningyun pills in Qin Yujie's hands, everyone was stunned dumbfounded, taking a long while before reacting. Holy cow, young Master Qin actually refined top-grade pills, one disciple said, shocked. I've discovered compared to young Master Qin, I am a complete failure, another disciple gasped. Young Master Qin is too talented. Refining pills is as easy for him as eating food. Isn't it said that the failure rate for refining pills is quite high? What's failure rate? Are you belittling young Master Qin? Our young Master Qin's refining process never fails. Refining depends on talent, and I must say young Master Qin's talent in the art of pill refinement matches his terrifying sword talent. How does he still allow others to live? I feel my existence is merely wasting air. Young Master Qin is too awesome. I swear, from now on, I'll follow young Master Qin as his loyal follower. The surrounding crowd, looking at Qin Yujie, had faces full of admiration and enthusiasm. In this world, the status of alchemist is quite high because everyone's cultivation almost always involves pills. Especially alchemists like Qin Yujie, whose talents are extraordinary, are even more favored. Everyone, rest assured, I will refine a batch of top-quality pills for the clan, and everyone will have the chance to obtain them. Whether you're direct or collateral relatives, as long as you genuinely work for the Qin family, we will not let you down. Qin Yujie looked at the astonished crowd and smiled. The crowd's hearts surged with excitement. They never would have imagined that they'd actually have the opportunity to consume these top-quality pills. You must understand that such superior pills are incredibly rare and valuable, practically irreplaceable. An ordinary pill master usually takes 4 to 5 days to refine one Ningyun pill, whereas Qin Yujie only needed half an hour. The main difference lies in the pill refining techniques and the formula used. For a common alchemist, if they can successfully refine 4 out of 10 herbs, it's already quite impressive. A 40% success rate makes them outstanding among their peers. Qin Yujie, however, could guarantee a 100% success rate, and all his refined pills were of the highest quality. In comparison, Qin Yujie's talent in Dan Dao was truly monstrous. Thank you, young Master Qin. Even though I'm adopted by the Qin family, I've already considered the Qin family as my own home. I was born into the Qin family and will die as its ghost, an adopted disciple said moved. Every year, the Qin family adopts some orphans and raises them since childhood in martial arts before integrating them as clan disciples. Young Master Qin is wise. I will also work hard on my cultivation and make contributions to our family, another person said excitedly. Young Master Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you before. Please punish me. Young Master Qin possesses extraordinary talent in both swordsmanship and pill refinement. With him, the Qin family is bound to soar straight to the 9 heavens. Qin Yujie's terrifying talent in the art of the sword and his prodigious aptitude in refining pills completely won over every disciple of the Qin family. How could anyone not admire or respect such an unrivaled genius? At this moment, Qin Yujie became the pillar of support for all Qin family disciples. His single word carried even more weight than the clan leader Qin Xuanhuan. That's enough. Everyone stop surrounding me. Disperse now. I still need to refine pills, Qin Yujie said. With the experience of his first success behind him, Qin Yujie became fully confident. He began refining pills skillfully, improving with each try. His hands grew more adept and precise with every attempt. Qin Yujie also experimented with various different pill refining methods. The Dan Emperor's inheritance was vast. Even the most basic pills could be refined in countless ways. Chapter 38. The Explosive Rangshan City. Thus, after 2 days, Qin Yujie successfully refined all the spiritual medicines into pills, and every single one was of top quality. During these 2 days, Qin Yujie had been refining pills around the clock. A regular person would definitely be unable to endure it, but with various types of spiritual wine and fruits at his disposal, whenever he felt tired, he could just drink some wine or eat some spiritual fruit, restoring him completely. Qin Yujie handed all the pills over to Qin Xuanhuan to sell, not expecting that they would be sold out instantly. The entire Rangshan city saw a surge in the popularity of the Qin family. Because all the pills produced by the Qin family were premium quality pills. Their prices matched others, yet the effects were double compared to their counterparts. This was akin to spending the same amount of money but gaining twice the efficacy. Moreover, premium pills were already rare. In one fell swoop, the Qin family practically monopolized the trade in Meridian Qi pills, condensed cloud pills, and cultivating foundation pills. This dealt quite a blow to other families that also traded in these 3 types of pills. After all, there were only so many martial artists in Lingtian Kingdom. If everyone came to buy from you, naturally business at other places became sluggish. This time, the Qin family reaped profits galore, multiplying their family's assets nearly tenfold. Qin Yujie instructed Qin Xuanhuan to invest all the capital back into purchasing more spiritual medicines for further pill refinement. Rangshan City, Pill God Hall. An old man with slightly gray hair stared in shock at the pill patterned with alchemy marks in front of him. Too incredible. The alchemist who refined this pill is truly a genius. They are both consolidating cloud pills, both are considered top-tier pills. Yet why does this pill have twice the efficacy? This elder was named Feng Yushu, the master of the Pill God Hall of Lingtian Kingdom, and a mystical rank alchemist. A mystical rank alchemist, by definition, is an alchemist who can refine mystical grade pills. To be able to refine earth grade pills would make one an earth rank alchemist. In the whole Lingtian Kingdom, there was only one mystical rank alchemist, and that was Feng Yushu. Feng Master, this consolidating cloud pill is too miraculous. How was it refined? An attendant beside Feng Yushu asked with equal astonishment. Feng Yushu's mind lit up as if grasping something important. His face full of excitement, he tremulously said, "If my guess is correct, only ancient era recipes could produce such results. Many of our current recipes are incomplete." Feng Yushu looked at the premium consolidating cloud pill with excitement on his face, feeling that once he found the alchemist who made this pill, his alchemy skills would certainly improve. Besides practicing alchemy, Feng Yushu also enjoyed studying ancient alchemy texts. He had once seen a text describing alchemy from the ancient era and always dreamed about one day seeing an ancient recipe and refining techniques. Feng Master, according to the investigation, these pills came from the Qin family, the attendant beside him said. The one who can refine such pills must surely be a master of alchemy, possibly even an earth rank alchemist. When the time comes, I will personally visit. You absolutely must not act rashly, Feng Yushu instructed. Yes, the attendant replied respectfully. Rangshan City, what family manner? Who would have thought that the Qin family could refine such pills? Truly incredible, muttered the head of the Mu family, Mu Bodeo. Father, do you mean the Qin family from the past Lingtian Kingdom? Mu Linglong asked with surprise. That's right. Thinking back, then how glorious the Qin family was. Unfortunately, in the end, they faded into obscurity, Mu Bodeo sighed. Mu Linglong couldn't help but recall the encounter with Qin Yujie a few days ago. She inwardly wondered, could Qin Yujie also be from the Qin family? This move by the Qin family has caught the attention of the major families of Rangshan City. 5 days later, Qin Yujie finally finished refining all the pills. In these 5 days, due to the constant refining without rest, pushing himself to his limits, while continuously restoring his energy through spiritual wine and fruits, Qin Yujie managed to break through smoothly to the 7th level of the Return to Origin realm. Now the pills we've refined should suffice for the family's needs for quite some time. We can relax a bit, Qin Yujie stretched and said. Qin Yujie kept a portion of the pills for himself and prepared to hand the rest over to the family. Just then, Qin Xuanhuan rushed into Qin Yujie's room with great urgency. Yujie, how are the pills coming along? Qin Xuanhuan asked anxiously. They're done, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Wonderful. Our family has earned so much money this time thanks to your hard work, Qin Xuanhuan said joyfully. However, upon reflecting, Qin Xuanhuan frowned. Seeing the furrowed brows of Qin Xuanhuan, Qin Yujie questioned, Grandfather, what's wrong? Qin Xuanhuan said worriedly. We've sold so many pills this time, and it has already drawn the attention of many forces. We don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Grandfather, don't worry. In the future, half of the pills will be kept within the family, and the other half I'll sell myself. Grandfather, your task now is to break through to the Wheel C realm. Qin Yujie hadn't counted how many pills he had exactly. All he saw were jars and bottles in his storage bag, piled up like a small mountain. All the resources Qin family currently possessed were these pills. However, for maintaining regular expenses, Qin Yujie still planned on selling another half of them. Breakthrough to the Wheel C realm? I want that too, but it's just too difficult, Qin Xuanhuan sighed. This is an extraordinary quality breaking mirror pill. With this pill, Grandfather can break through with peace of mind. Qin Yujie took out the breaking mirror pill from his storage bag and said calmly. The breaking mirror pill, as its name suggests, is a pill used for breaking through to a new realm. When consumed by 9th-tier celestial human realm warriors, it could significantly increase the chance of breaking through to the Wheel C realm. However, the breaking mirror pill only worked for 9th-tier celestial human realm warriors, being useless for warriors of other realms. This time, Qin Yujie only managed to refine 3 breaking mirror pills in total, which he specifically made for Qin Xuanhuan. Breaking mirror pill? Qin Xuanhuan thought he might have heard wrong and asked in disbelief. Of course, Qin Xuanhuan had heard of the famous reputation of the breaking mirror pill. Throughout Lingtian Kingdom, whenever a breaking mirror pill appeared, it would always be purchased at exorbitant prices. Of course, the breaking mirror pill was only used by those with insufficient talent. Generally, those with remarkable talent didn't need the breaking mirror pill to break through to the Wheel C realm. Yes, Grandfather can stay home and focus on breaking through. Our family lacks top combatants. You should break through to the Wheel C realm as soon as possible, Qin Yujie said. Good, there's no time to waste. I'll start preparing for the breakthrough right now, Qin Xuanhuan said excitedly. Half a day later, the spiritual energy around the Qin residence surged wildly. Qin Xuanhuan's presence grew stronger and stronger. Finally, a terrifying aura erupted from him. With the help of the exceptional breaking mirror pill, Qin Xuanhuan finally broke through to the Wheel C realm. Chapter 39, Dan Shun Hall Examination. Qin Xuanhuan had advanced to the Wheel C realm. Now, the Qin family could already be considered a second-tier family. Most families would need to carefully reconsider before challenging the Qin family. However, compared to the 3 first-tier families, the Qin family still had quite a gap. After all, Qin Xuanhuan had just broken through to the first level of the Wheel C realm. His combat strength was vastly inferior to that of martial artists in the 3rd or 4th levels of the Wheel C realm. In the world of martial arts, as one ascended to higher realms, the gaps widened further. Sometimes, even the smallest difference in rank could lead to an immense disparity in fighting power. However, Qin Yujie believed that with his help, the clan would soon rise. Qin Yujie drove a flying horse carriage along the streets of Xuanhuan City. The city was particularly bustling today. Many young people from other places had gathered in Xuanhuan City and were rushing off towards the Dan Shin Hall with hurried expressions. What special day is it today? Why has Xuanhuan City suddenly become so crowded? Qin Yujie asked a passerby woman, perplexed. The woman had originally intended to vent her anger but immediately changed her tone upon seeing Qin Yujie's extravagantly decorated carriage and his handsome and refined demeanor. She smiled and replied, Young sir, today is the triennial examination held by the Dan Shin Hall. Those who pass will be recognized as registered alchemists of the Dan Shin Hall. What are the benefits of becoming a registered alchemist? Qin Yujie questioned with a hint of confusion. Becoming a registered alchemist of the Dan Shin Hall provides countless advantages. For example, the individual receives protection from the Dan Shin Hall. There are discounts when buying medicinal pills, and there might even be an opportunity to become an apprentice under Master Foam. The woman explained as if highly knowledgeable about the subject. Oh, I see. Thank you. Here's a medicinal pill for your effort. After saying this, Qin Yujie casually tossed a pill towards the woman before leaving without looking back. The woman caught the pill absent-mindedly at first, but once she noticed what it was, she gasped in astonishment and stuttered. This is actually an extraordinary Nirvana essence pill. She stood dumbfounded, staring at Qin Yujie's luxurious carriage as it disappeared into the distance. Her body felt as though it had been struck by lightning, stiffening on the spot. Who could such a young master be, whose generosity knows no bounds? He seems to also be heading to the Dan Shin Hall. I must hurry over to take a look. Realizing this only after a moment's pause, the woman excitedly rushed towards the Dan Shin Hall. By the time Qin Yujie reached the Dan Shin Hall, the square in front was already teeming with people. So many people have come. Qin Yujie murmured as he dismissed his carriage and positioned himself at the outskirts of the crowd. Due to the large number of people present, His arrival did not catch anyone's attention. Although there were many individuals present, only more than 100 were actually participating in the assessment. The majority had merely come out of curiosity. After all, alchemy relies on genuine skills. Attempting to fill in as a charlatan would not only embarrass oneself, but would also risk drawing disapproval from the Danshan Hall, making such actions entirely counterproductive. These more than 100 people encompassed practically all of Lingtian Kingdom's talented youths in alchemy, some being sons and daughters born with golden spoons, while others hailed from impoverished common families. However, regardless of background, participating in the alchemy assessment granted each individual an invaluable opportunity for meteoric advancement. Performing admirably and passing the examination would allow them to become esteemed alchemists admired by all. With a bit of luck, they might even become apprentices under Feng Yushu, securing unlimited futures. At this moment, the appearance of one individual caught everyone's eye. He stood elegantly dressed in white amidst the crowd, radiating pride, treating those around him as nothing more than air. This person, isn't it Pan Dingwei? Surrounding voices erupted in shock. Who is this Pan Dingwei? Another asked curiously. Pan Dingwei, don't you know him? It's truly surprising if you haven't heard of him. Pan Dingwei is a famous alchemical prodigy in Xuanhuan City. It's rumored that he can independently refine yellow-rank medicinal pills, so there's no doubt he'll pass this examination. Wow, so skilled. No wonder he possesses such arrogance. This level of talent in the Tao of alchemy is exceedingly rare in the Lingtian Kingdom. Though Pan Dingwei has average martial talent, his alchemical gifts surpass all. Even Elder Feng personally praised him. Imagine that, today he's here. This time, he's definitely going to pass the test, and he may even have the chance to become Elder Feng's disciple. Elder Feng is the sole profound-level alchemist in the Lingtian Kingdom. If someone can become his disciple, their future will simply be limitless. Yes, I envy Pan Dingwei so much. Why couldn't I have received talents like his? Not only does this Pan Dingwei possess incredible talent in alchemy, but he's also exceptionally handsome. How can ordinary people like us survive? That's right, he could have relied on his looks, but he chose to rely on his abilities. Compared to him, we're just useless. The surrounding crowd watched as Pan Dingwei appeared in the square, sparking various discussions. At this moment, another figure also appeared in the square, immediately drawing everyone's attention once again. There she was, with a delicate figure and a slim form, especially her eyes which were mischievous and full of vitality. This is Miss Mu Linglong from the Mu family, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. It's rumored that Mu Linglong has always loved refining pills since she was young. Her talent in pill refinement must be pretty good. Yes, the Mu family, with their great wealth, started cultivating her from a young age. It's even said they hired a yellow-rank pill master as her teacher. Though a yellow-rank pill master isn't as powerful as a mystical-rank pill master, it's certainly not something an ordinary person can afford. Mu Linglong, not only does she come from an impressive background, but she's also so beautiful. Whoever marries her would be so lucky. That's true, and considering the head of the Mu family, Mu Boda, has no son, only Mu Linglong as his daughter, imagine, wouldn't all of the Mu family one day belong to her? Everyone looked at Mu Linglong with envy, particularly the men, who couldn't take their eyes off her, wishing that Mu Linglong would look favorably upon them and return home with them in affection. Even Pan Dingwei, known for his arrogance, when seeing Mu Linglong, shifted from his proud demeanor to offer a faint smile. Miss Mu, you've also come. To attend the assessment together with you is truly my honor. Pan Dingwei's face lit up with a charming smile as he elegantly approached Mu Linglong with confidence. Admittedly, Pan Dingwei did possess a certain amount of charm when he smiled, captivating many women in the vicinity. However, this certainly didn't include Mu Linglong. Mu Linglong wasn't the kind of girl to fall head over heels for handsome men. As the miss of the Mu family, what kind of man hadn't she seen? Moreover, she possessed a heart like 7 clear holes, able to sense genuine or malevolent intentions directly from the core of a man's soul. Master Pan, your praise is too much, Mu Linglong said slightly coldly. She subtly distanced herself further from Pan Dingwei, as she had felt a deep malicious intent emanating from within his soul. Just then, the entire Danshan Hall square fell silent as Hall Master Feng and several enforcers emerged from the Danshan Hall. Is there anyone else willing to take the examination? If not, we'll officially start, one of the nearby enforcers shouted loudly. Right at this moment, a voice rang out. Wait, I also wish to participate. Then, a refined, elegant gentleman walked out from the crowd, capturing everyone's attention in the square the instant he appeared. Chapter 40. He came to make jokes. This person was Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie wasn't intentionally showing up at this time. It was really because there were too many people around, and he couldn't squeeze in no matter what. After all, when Qin Yujie arrived at the Pill Deity Hall, it was already quite late. However, Qin Yujie's shout turned out to be pretty effective, as the people around now voluntarily made way for him, allowing Qin Yujie to smoothly reach the center of the square. Who is this guy? Is he here to cause trouble? One of the surrounding people laughed and said, I think so too. Maybe he wants to grab everyone's attention this way. What a shameless show-off. I think he's just here to make jokes. But there's something extraordinary about him. I believe he might be a pill refining prodigy. TCH, I don't believe that. If he really had any skills, why hasn't he dared to step up? This person doesn't seem like someone's son, but strangely enough, he looks even better than Pan Dingwei. Without comparison, there would be no difference. Earlier, I thought Master Pan was handsome enough, but after comparing with this man, there is an enormous gap between them. What's the use of good looks? Master Pan is a true pill refining genius. How can anyone compare to him? You have a point. Still, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, I saw him at the Tianyuan Tower. That poem which has spread across Xuanhuan City recently. It was written by him. The northern beauty stands alone in the world, her charm unmatched. A glance could captivate a city, another could mesmerize a nation. Is it this poem? Yeah, exactly this poem. It was written by him, though Mu Linglong was also present on that occasion. I admit this poem is brilliant, destined to last 1,000 years, but today is a pill refining examination. Why is he trying to join in such a farce? You're right. Writing good poems is useless since we're competing in pill refinement today. The crowd began discussing Qin Yujie fervently. Seeing Qin Yujie, Mu Linglong's face lit up with joy. She hurriedly approached him, smiling as she asked, Qin Yujie, are you also taking part in the assessment? Qin Yujie casually nodded his head and replied, I've been refining pills at home recently, which gets a little boring. Happened to pass by, so decided to participate. A series of shocked faces emerged among the surrounding people. Even many who were also participating in the assessment were stunned by his words. Refining pills every day, huh? I bet you're doing it in your dreams. Yeah, talking big won't split your tongue. Be careful not to overinflate your ego, or there will be nowhere to hide from embarrassment later. Refining pills daily. Who wouldn't know how to do it? Me too. Except I've never managed to refine successfully. The masses murmured dismissively. Only Mu Linglong trusted what Qin Yujie said because the Qin family sold a lot of pills. If Qin Yujie truly belonged to the Qin family, then his statement must be factual. Pan Dingwei's face immediately darkened upon seeing Qin Yujie stealing his limelight. In arrogance, he proclaimed, what an attention-seeking and embarrassing act. Why don't you just leave quickly? Don't ruin our assessment. At the sound of Pan Dingwei's words, the whole square fell silent. While others criticized Qin Yujie, they merely questioned his arrogance. Yet hearing such derogatory and personal insults was a first for everyone. Mu Linglong's expression instantly turned grave, ready to lash out until Qin Yujie grabbed her and pulled her behind him. Don't worry, let me handle this. Qin Yujie smiled at Mu Linglong gently. Though Qin Yujie didn't take the jeers and doubts earlier seriously, Pan Dingwei's remark indeed went too far. You talk too much, as if you ate poop. With that, Qin Yujie appeared beside Pan Dingwei in a flash and slapped him across the face. A loud slap echoed through the square, swelling Pan Dingwei's face instantly. Worse still, the blow left him dazed, reeling back several meters. Qin Yujie's physical strength had become incredibly formidable. This slap was under controlled force. If Qin Yujie unleashed his full power, Pan Dingwei's skull would have shattered like a watermelon. Stunned, Pan Dingwei hadn't even noticed Qin Yujie move before being slapped. One should not hit others in the face. While Qin Yujie's slap inflicted minimal harm, its insulting nature was extreme. This action utterly disgraced Pan Dingwei. Pan Dingwei tried to retaliate with some harsh words, but was cut short when an overwhelming pressure descended on him. Qin Yujie unleashed his 7th level Guiyuan realm aura pressure. At only the 3rd level Guiyuan realm, Pan Dingwei was completely overpowered, pinned down to the ground unable to rise. How strong Qin Yujie is. His movements are so swift. I didn't even see them clearly, remarked one astonished bystander. Yes, with such mysterious and elusive speed, how could anyone fight back? And his momentum is so powerful. Anyone who doesn't know would think he's a cultivation at the Sea of Wheels realm. I haven't even seen such terrifying momentum in someone at the 1st level of the Sea of Wheels realm. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Yujie and began to discuss amongst themselves. Originally, someone making a move at the front door of the Pill Deity Hall would surely be reprimanded by Feng Yushu. But upon remembering Qin Yujie's words and considering the recent influx of pills from the Qin family, he decided to observe before acting. If, in the end, Qin Yujie was merely seeking attention, then punishing him later would suffice. All right, this matter ends here. Let's begin the assessment, Feng Yushu said calmly. Feng Yushu's voice wasn't loud, but no one dared disobey. As a martial artist at the 8th level of the Sea of Wheels realm, his strength made him untouchable in Lingxian country. Qin Yujie retracted his pressure, allowing Pan Dingwei to stand up and straighten his clothes. Hearing that the evaluation was about to start, everyone immediately became alert, for this was the triennial Dan Dao Grand Gathering, where perhaps they'd witnessed the rise of a prodigious alchemist. Pan Dingwei glanced once more at Qin Yujie and muttered to himself, what's so great about having high martial skills? Today's competition is about refining pills. Once I pass the test and become Master Feng's disciple, I'll settle accounts with you then. Qin Yujie, are you still upset about what happened last time? Mu Linglong tilted her head and asked, smiling. In these past days, Mu Linglong often caught glimpses of Qin Yujie in her mind, though she didn't understand why. At the time, I was a little, but I'm not petty. So, I forgive you, Qin Yujie laughed. Are we still friends? Mu Linglong twirled her eyes mischievously. Of course, drinking with you was quite enjoyable, Qin Yujie answered. Their oblivious chat drew envy and admiration from those around them. At this moment, an official in charge of the exam took out 10 spiritual herbs. He used true energy to suspend the 10 herbs in midair, ensuring that they were visible from every direction. Chapter 41, The Bragging Burst. The first test, identify the spiritual herbs. You need to write down the name, medicinal properties, and meridian affiliation for each herb. If all your answers are correct, you may proceed to the second test. Everyone has paper and pen in front of you. Whispering or discussing will result in disqualification. The time limit is half an hour. Begin now. The examination started, and everyone began to nervously identify the spiritual herbs. Some people wore expressions of delight, appearing confident, while others frowned anxiously. As Qin Yujie, who had inherited all the teachings from the Elixir Emperor, he felt these questions were as simple as asking him, 1 + 1 = what? Nothing could be simpler. I thought this would be hard, but it's too easy. What a waste of time. I shouldn't have come for this test, said Qin Yujie nonchalantly. Qin Yujie's words created a huge stir among the crowd. They looked at him unbelievingly. Was this man exaggerating things? Easy. Why do I find it so difficult? This Qin Yujie just loves to brag. These questions are hard, and he claims they're easy. A bystander remarked with disbelief. Yeah, I see many people looking worried. It is hard. I've collected medicine before and am familiar with spiritual herbs, yet I only recognize 3 kinds, and 7 remain completely unfamiliar. Brother, you're amazing to recognize 3 kinds. I only know 1. Please stop talking, I don't even recognize 1. Do you think Qin Yujie really identified them all? I think he's guessing blindly. He must have realized he has no chance, then gave up on himself. Look, Pan Dingwei looks confident the whole time, his face brimming with assurance. Looks like he surely recognized them all. Pan Dingwei indeed lives up to his reputation. The saying, there is no false fame under great prestige, rings true. This Mu Linglong isn't bad either. She smiles throughout the exam, clearly having extensive knowledge about elixir art. How could it not be that way? Don't you know her family background? She has been learning alchemy since childhood. How can we compare? Mu Linglong will definitely pass the first round. Among the crowd, discussions went on as they observed the candidates taking the exam. In no time, Qin Yujie completed the first part of the test. He then took out a set of tables and chairs from his system, sat on the chair, and started drinking his drunken spirit liquor casually. It's strange, actually. I got tired of drinking it recently, but now it tastes completely different. Qin Yujie murmured happily after savoring another sip. Is this even human? We are working hard on our test, but he is drinking alcohol. One person nearby complained grudgingly. This wine smells so fragrant that it makes me drool just by sniffing it. Among those around him, some envied Qin Yujie, some grumbled, and others looked down on him. All sorts of emotions were evident. Pan Dingwei was very satisfied with his own performance today. He understood all 10 of the spiritual herbs well. To become an alchemist, one must first recognize herbs and understand their medicinal properties. Without knowing the herbs, how could one possibly refine elixirs? Looking at the worried faces around him, Pan Dingwei shook his head disdainfully. When his gaze fell on Qin Yujie drinking alcohol, his eyes flickered with a glint of hostility. Let you revel in this moment of pride, and soon, when the exam ends, I'll make you realize how foolish it is to offend an alchemist. Pan Dingwei glanced a few times at Qin Yujie, then closed his eyes to cultivate spirit. Qin Yujie noticed Pan Dingwei occasionally eyeing him, but he paid no heed to it. Would an elephant care about an ant's gaze? Of course not. In Qin Yujie's eyes, Pan Dingwei's strength was as insignificant as an ant's. Time's up for the first round, test concluded. At this moment, a supervisor from the Alchemist Divine Hall announced. With a casual wave of his hand, the papers in front of everyone flew into his grasp. Then he respectfully handed over the papers to Hall Master Feng Yushu. Transcendent Realm 9th Tier. Qin Yujie immediately judged the strength of the supervisor. Well, you may rest for half an hour. Afterward, I'll announce the results, Feng Yushu said indifferently. Come, Mu Linglong, let's share a drink if you don't mind, Qin Yujie invited. Sure, I'd love to, Mu Linglong replied eagerly, her mouth already watering. Taking the wine glass, Mu Linglong gulped it down. A beautiful taste lingered continuously in her mouth. Truly a fine wine. This matches last time's fairy dew in quality. Though their flavors are different, both are supreme among wines. Mu Linglong praised, her eyes shining brightly, still craving more. If you like, have more. Qin Yujie generously offered. The two of them enjoyed drinks and chats, feeling at ease. It was hard for the crowd to imagine that these two were actually there for an evaluation. Anyone uninformed might think they had come to enjoy mountain views and share pleasant conversations over wine. The half an hour seemed like an agony for everyone, except for Qin Yujie and Mu Linglong. All right, I'll announce the results. Feng Yushu looked over the group and began. Among you, only 20 have answered all questions correctly. All others who made mistakes will be eliminated. Feng Yushu's announcement left the crowd in astonishment. Out of more than 100 participants, only 20 passed the first stage while the rest were dismissed. I did say it wasn't easy, right? This exam truly is quite difficult. Yes, becoming a registered elixir refiner at the Elixir Divine Hall is no easy feat. I wonder who these 20 people are. Be patient, Hall Master Feng will reveal the names soon. All eyes from the crowd around turned toward Feng Yushu as they awaited the unveiling of the selected names. Feng Yushu gave Pan Dingwei and a few others a satisfied glance before stating calmly. These 20 individuals include Pan Dingwei, Mu Linglong, Chao Yunjin, Xue Erlu, Zhao Ruifeng. Upon hearing his own name, Pan Dingwei instantly released a powerful aura, casting a contemptuous glance at Qin Yujie before jeering sarcastically. Haha, certain people didn't even make it past the first stage and were so boastful just now. It's absolutely hilarious. Qin Yujie felt slightly surprised as well. How could his name not be among the 20? Could he have answered incorrectly? That was impossible. Mu Linglong was also incredulous. With Qin Yujie's capabilities, it was inconceivable for him to have erred in his responses. I told you, Qin Yujie is here for laughs. He couldn't even pass the first stage. How would he ever refine elixirs? An onlooker among the crowd scoffed disdainfully. He has been bragging this whole time. Now his arrogance backfires. Let's see how he salvages his dignity. Qin Yujie's dignity surely lies shattered now. He went on about refining elixirs daily at home, exaggerating without restraint. Exactly. A person clueless about spiritual herbs wouldn't possibly refine elixirs. The spectators started murmuring and criticizing Qin Yujie incessantly. Chapter 42. Questioning Director Feng. Feng Yushu gave a regretful look at Qin Yujie, then said, "All right, the next step is the second assessment." Hold on. Before Feng Yushu could finish, a voice interrupted him. The one who spoke was none other than Qin Yujie, who had been drinking all along. Feng Yushu's expression darkened. He coldly eyed Qin Yujie and asked sternly, "Why are you interrupting me? If you don't have a good reason, don't blame me for bullying someone weaker. Even clay figurines have tempers. As a warrior of the Wheel Sea realm, to be interrupted by a return origin realm warrior, Feng Yushu would have likely acted already if not for the unknown alchemist from House Qin. Director Feng, I have some questions that need your clarification," Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. "What questions?" Feng Yushu asked with a cold face. Qin Yujie took a sip of his wine before calmly asking, "Please tell me where I went wrong in the first test." Qin Yujie, you don't even know where you made a mistake in the first round, so how dare you ask? Doesn't this just show your ignorance more? Pan Dingwei mocked. "I didn't ask you, so shut up," Qin Yujie replied lightly. Pan Dingwei's face turned ashen with rage, but remembering Qin Yujie's terrifying strength, he kept quiet. "All right, I'll tell you where you erred. Unfortunately, you only got 9 out of 10 right. The last medicinal plant was Xianyi grass. You got that wrong," Feng Yushu explained. "Ha. This is truly laughable." Upon hearing what Feng Yushu had said, Qin Yujie seemed to hear an incredibly funny joke and started laughing loudly. The laughter was unrestrained, and it carried a trace of mockery. "What are you laughing about?" Feng Yushu was on the verge of exploding with anger. He glowered darkly and coldly questioned. "I'm laughing at the distinguished director of the Pill God Hall who can't even distinguish between Xianyi grass and Jiulong grass. It's indeed pitiful and lamentable." Qin Yujie took another sip of wine and disdainfully commented. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, everyone was shocked. How dare someone who didn't even recognize medicinal plants question the judgment of the Pill God Hall's director? Isn't that looking for death? If you're wrong, then why does Qin Yujie still think he's correct now? The people around shook their heads, speaking condescendingly. That's right, Qin Yujie lacks the courage to admit defeat. How tragic, another person sighed. This Qin Yujie doesn't acknowledge his mistakes, but dares to mock Director Feng. What arrogance. The surrounding group thought Qin Yujie was completely insane. As the sole Rangxian alchemist of Lingtian Kingdom, Feng Yushu's authority was beyond challenge. Jiulong grass. I've never heard of it, Feng Yushu coldly demanded. Jiulong grass looks almost exactly like Xianyi grass. But there's a key difference. The former has 8 roots while the latter has 9. You can check this by comparing several more Xianyi grasses, Qin Yujie stated calmly. Qin Yujie's words were like a bolt of lightning that stunned everyone present, including the esteemed Rangxian alchemist Feng Yushu. Qin Yujie, stop spouting nonsense here. How could you possibly know about a spiritual grass that Director Feng hasn't heard of? Are you claiming to be more skilled than Director Feng? Pan Dingwei sneered contemptuously. Exactly, according to what you're saying, the 20 of us all made a mistake, but only you are correct? Another nearby individual chimed in agreement. Yes, it's impossible for all these people to be wrong while only you were right. The crowd around began murmuring amongst themselves. As the Pill God Hall's director, Feng Yushu possessed a variety of spiritual herbs, including quite a few Xianyi grasses. To verify Qin Yujie's statement, he retrieved numerous Xianyi grasses from his storage bag. However, when he closely inspected the herbs in his hand, he found them exactly as Qin Yujie had described. Some had 8 roots, others had 9. In the past, Feng Yushu hadn't noticed such a detail, but after being reminded by Qin Yujie, he immediately recognized the issue. Feng Yushu's face showed great shock. He looked at Qin Yujie incredulously, his tone softening. It's indeed true as you say. Some have 8 roots, others 9. But how do you prove this? Different root counts don't necessarily mean they aren't the same type of herb. Not surprisingly, Feng Yushu, as a Rangxian alchemist, quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter. When the surrounding crowd heard Feng Yushu's question, they were dumbfounded. What Qin Yujie said was actually true. Qin Yujie smiled and said, "This is just basic knowledge. Jiulong grass has been recorded in many ancient books and pill formulas. Since none of you have seen it, I'll give you all a free lesson. Jiulong grass and Xianyi grass are companion plants. That is, wherever Xianyi grass grows, Jiulong grass will also grow nearby. Xianyi grass has a yin property with yang mixed in, whereas Jiulong grass is yang with yin mixed in. Though they sound similar, the differences are significant when it comes to refining pills. When refining a pill using Xianyi grass, you need to extract its yang essence first. However, for Jiulong grass, you must extract its yin essence first. If one cannot differentiate between these 2 types of spiritual grasses, how can they refine pills?" Qin Yujie sipped his wine leisurely as he spoke knowledgeably, and Feng Yushu listened attentively like a young student listening to his teacher. This sight astonished everyone. Who was Feng Yushu? The sole Xian-level alchemist in the entire Lingtian Kingdom and an 8th-layer Wheel Sea realm warrior. And now, here he was earnestly listening to an 18-year-old return origin realm martial artist preaching. It sounded utterly unbelievable, like a fantastical tale, but this very scene unfolded before their eyes. Everyone thought they might be dreaming. Especially Pan Dingwei, whose face was filled with disbelief as he muttered repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. Qin Yujie is lying. You're all being deceived. But no one paid him any mind because Qin Yujie's explanation was logical and all the points he had made earlier had been proven correct. By now, most people believed about 70 or 80% of what Qin Yujie said. Mu Linglong sipped her wine while gazing at the confident Qin Yuzhe. Her heartbeat quickened unconsciously. She realized that Qin Yuzhe was like a treasure chest. One never knew what else he could achieve. Seeing Feng Yushu's silvery hair fluttering in the breeze with a look of insatiable curiosity on his face, Qin Yuzhe couldn't help but admire such dedication. Deciding to share more, Qin Yuzhe continued. Actually, there is another simplest way to differentiate Xianyi grass from Jiulong grass. Just place them in water. If it floats, it's Jiulong grass. If it sinks, it's Xianyi grass. That's because Jiulong grass contains slightly more yang within its mix of yin and yang properties. On the other hand, Xianyi grass has slightly more yin. As we know, everything in this world carries elements of yin and yang. For instance, male represents yang, female represents yin, sky is yang, earth is yin, fire is yang, water is yin. Similarly, rising in water symbolizes yang, sinking symbolizes yin. Therefore, Jiulong grass will float, whereas Xianyi grass will sink. This follows the principles of yin and yang. Director Feng can verify this if you don't believe me. Chapter 43, The Contrast of Before and After. Feng Yes, who seemed to suddenly understand a lot when he heard this. He didn't even need to test it. And he knew that what Qin Yuzhe said was completely right, because every word that Qin Yuzhe said was in accordance with the pharmacological principles of refining pills, and it made a lot of sense, giving people a feeling like enlightenment. However, Feng Yushu still ordered someone to bring a bucket of water. Although he believed it, there were so many people on site, and not everyone might believe it. Feng Yushu threw the Xianyi grass and the 9 dragon grass into the water at the same time, and sure enough, after a while, the Xianyi grass began to sink, and the 9 dragon grass began to float. The surrounding crowd, seeing this, felt as if their minds had been struck by 1,000 pounds of weight, going completely blank. They were shocked and frozen there, unable to react for a moment. Everything Qin Yuzhe said turns out to be true. There really is such a thing as 9 dragon grass in this world. I thought he was talking nonsense. I never noticed these details before. Originally, these 2 medicines are companion spiritual grasses, and today I finally learned something new. Qin Yuzhe is really powerful. Look at Master Feng. He listens so attentively. Regardless of whether Qin Yuzhe can refine pills or not, at least in identifying spiritual medicines, I admire him. Feng Yushu stood up and said respectfully to Qin Yuzhe. Learning knows no order. Those who achieve are teachers. Thank you, young brother, for explaining the differences between 9 dragon grass and Xianyi grass for us. Even I gained a great deal from listening. I hereby announce that the one who has passed the first round with full marks is Qin Yuzhe. As for the previous 20 individuals, you've also passed. After all, even I couldn't distinguish the 9 dragon grass, let alone you. This isn't your fault. The second round assessment begins now. You may refine any kind of pill, and the best quality one will be ranked first place and can become a registered pill refiner for our Dan God Hall. There were only 21 people left at the scene now, and those who didn't pass the first round were eliminated. Our Dan God Hall has prepared more than 200 types of spirit herbs for everyone, and you can freely choose and match them. Each of you has 2 chances to refine a pill. Indeed, the Dan God Hall was extravagant, having prepared over 200 types of spirit herbs, although they were all grade yellow herbs with 100 years worth of essence, making them priceless nonetheless. Moreover, these spirit herbs were provided free of charge by the Dan God Hall for the examinees to refine pills with. Even if one fails in the end, there are still 2 chances to try refining a pill, which is a rare opportunity indeed. As everyone saw that it was time to begin refining pills, excitement started to build among the group. Keep in mind, recognizing spirit herbs during the earlier assessments was merely basic work. The actual refinement of pills during this assessment would be the real crux of the matter. The second round began, and each participant selected the necessary spirit herbs required for their chosen pills. Qin Yuzhe was no exception, quickly choosing his own herbs. After selecting their herbs, everyone returned to their positions to prepare for the pill refinement. Pan Dingwei confidently selected his herbs, then released his alchemical flame, the grasswood flame. The grasswood flame is a type of flame often used by beginners in pill refinement. It doesn't qualify as a divine fire of the heavens and earth, but rather an ordinary mortal flame. Acquiring the grasswood flame is quite simple. One just needs to swallow a grasswood pill and refine it using a special technique to produce this flame. Almost all 20 participants on site released their grasswood flames, except for Qin Yuzhe, who did not unleash his flame. For a moment, the whole venue was filled with fiery energy, creating a rather spectacular sight. Qin Yuzhe, don't tell me you don't even have the grasswood flame? Then what pills are you trying to refine? Pan Dingwei jeered mockingly. Yeah, how can you refine pills without flame? Another person chimed in agreement. Qin Yuzhe claims he's been refining pills at home daily, yet it seems he hasn't even acquired the most common grasswood flame. Looks like he was lying before. I think Qin Yuzhe simply got lucky knowing the difference between the 9 dragon grass and the Xianyi grass. Now faced with a real contest of refining skills, he's revealed his lack of talent. Indeed, even novice apprentices have the grasswood flame. How come Qin Yuzhe does not? Led by Pan Dingwei, the gathered crowd began questioning and ridiculing Qin Yuzhe. Qin Yuzhe glanced at Pan Dingwei and said calmly, "You guessed right. I truly do not possess the grasswood flame." Seeing that Qin Yuzhe indeed lacked the grasswood flame, Pan Dingwei's confidence swelled immediately, and his tone grew far more aggressive. Pan Dingwei laughed out loud. That's hilarious. Qin Yuzhe, I must admit I overestimated you. Initially, I thought you were my greatest rival in pill refinement, but it seems you haven't even started, and you're already about to get eliminated." Upon seeing Qin Yuzhe directly admit that he didn't have the grasswood flame, Everyone felt disdainful inwardly. Without even possessing the grasswood flame, how could he remain so calm? Are you here just for entertainment? Qianyuja looked at the crowd and asked curiously, does refining pills necessarily require the use of grasswood flame? Can I use a different kind of flame? As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling flame appeared hovering in the palm of Qianyuja's hand. The flame grew larger instantly according to Qianyuja's will, catching everyone's attention immediately. The crowd was stunned the moment they saw the flame in Qianyuja's palm. This is actually a divine fire of the heavens and earth. Pan Dingwei stammered as he looked at the flame in Qianyuja's hand, his heart stirred by an immense wave of astonishment. Pinch me quick. Am I dreaming, or is it true that Qianyuja possesses a divine fire? Yes, we were too ignorant. How could someone who owns a divine fire possibly look up to something as trashy as the grasswood flame? Turns out the fool all along has been us. Haha, how dare we, these who use the grasswood flame, mock Qianyuja. The divine fire is the lifelong pursuit of a pill refiner. Many pill refiners go through their entire lives without having a chance to obtain a divine fire. Divine fires are incredibly rare in this world. They are something one might encounter, but cannot seek. To possess a divine fire is nothing short of an extraordinary destiny. Just realizing that Qianyuja had a divine fire shocked the crowd immensely. If they knew that Qianyuja had ranked 32nd on the divine fire list, the Qiqing flame, they would likely be so shocked they'd question their existence. Pang Dingwei, just now you were the most smug, weren't you? With a puny grasswood flame, where do you get such confidence from? Truly lamentable. Qianyuja shook his head disdainfully. At this moment, Pan Dingwei's complexion became unusually grim. Just moments ago, he had arrogantly mocked Qianyuja, only to realize shortly thereafter that the person being ridiculed turned out to be himself. This massive contrast, soaring high one moment and getting slapped down the next, left Pan Dingwei utterly disheartened inside. Many people who had earlier ridiculed Qianyuja were now embarrassed. They wanted to dig a hole to hide in right away. Big deal about having a divine fire. Ultimately, it still comes down to one's alchemical skill. Without alchemical ability, owning a divine fire means nothing, said Pan Dingwei. When talking about refining pills, confidence sparkled in Pan Dingwei's eyes again. He was extremely confident in his own pill refinement skills. Chapter 44, Supreme Explosive Pill. Pan Dingwei's words instantly enlightened everyone. So they all took out their furnaces and began to refine pills. That's right, we are competing in pill refining. Even if you have a strange fire, it's uncertain who will win in the end. The crowd recovered from their shock and then started focusing on refining pills. Qianyuja gave a faint smile without any concern. He took out his panlong tripod and shot the Qiqing flame into the bottom of the furnace, starting the heating process. This panlong tripod looked extraordinary, but since Qianyuja hadn't unleashed its full potential, no one noticed anything different about it. Moreover, with limited knowledge among the crowd, none of them recognized this panlong tripod as an upper-grade Earth-level Dan tripod. Otherwise, everyone would have been shocked speechless again. Even Feng Yes, who didn't notice this panlong tripod. He was still stunned by Qianyuja's strange fire. As the hall master of the Danshin Hall, Feng Yes, who considered himself fortunate for having once encountered a strange fire, which was a relatively common one. Despite this, Feng Yes, who felt quite proud, but he never expected that Qianyuja also possessed strange fire. Feng Yes, who glanced at Qianyuja and thought inwardly, it seems that Qianyuja is no ordinary individual. There must be some great person behind him. Otherwise, how could such a young man possess strange fire? I think this strange fire must have been gifted by his elders. Qianyuja skillfully picked up a spiritual herb, placed it inside the panlong tripod, and focused all his attention on beginning the refining process. The pill Qianyuja was refining today was a mystical level pill known as the explosive pill. The explosive pill is a relatively common type of mystical level pill. It is not meant for consumption by people, but is instead used for battle. In general, pills are used for consumption, but in reality, many pills are actually intended for combat. For example, the explosive pill. Once detonated, it has the potential to severely wound even a heavenly realm warrior of the 9th rank if they're not cautious. Qianyuja divided a thread of his spirit energy to control the temperature of the flame. Then every few moments, he would add a spiritual herb into the panlong tripod. After half an hour, Qianyuja's panlong tripod violently shook as if it was about to explode. Each ingredient in the explosive pill possesses an extremely fierce nature. A moment's inattention can easily result in the explosion of the tripod. Hence, most people dare not attempt to refine this kind of pill. Even Feng Yes, who, though being a mystical level alchemist, doesn't have much confidence in refining this pill. Is Qianyuja about to cause his tripod to explode? It seems like his alchemical skills are too poor to even master pill refining. Look, what good is having a strange fire? Without the talent for alchemy, success is simply impossible. This strange fire following Qianyuja is truly wasted. Such a pity. The surrounding crowd, looking at the wildly shaking panlong tripod, spoke with disdain. Qianyuja gave a carefree laugh and extended his palm. With a mysterious technique, he lightly slapped the panlong tripod. Immediately, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged madly into the panlong tripod. In no time, the tripod calmed down. The crowd had no idea what just happened, but Feng Yes, who understood immediately. Suddenly, he stood up in astonishment and exclaimed, "This is actually the ancient alchemy technique known as shaking pill method. This technique not only accelerates the fusion of various herbs, but also enhances the potency of the pill, causing external spiritual energies to flood into the tripod and blend with the herbs, producing extraordinary effects." Qianyuja, despite being young, has already surpassed me in alchemy. There must definitely be a master alchemist guiding him. All of this makes sense now. Those Pei Yuan pills, Ningyuan pills, and my Qi pills from the Qin family must all have been refined by Qin Yuzhe. Feng Yes, who finally comprehended all the issues. Staring dumbfounded at Qin Yuzhe, his body trembled continuously from the shock. Of course, except for Feng Yes, who, the others couldn't understand Qin Yuzhe's techniques. They saw that Qin Yuzhe's alchemical tripod remained motionless and assumed that his pill refinement had failed. Pan Dingwei glanced at Qin Yuzhe, a look of supreme confidence spreading across his face. Pan Dingwei's alchemical process today went very smoothly. He had already finished refining the pill and succeeded at the first attempt. The pill he refined was my Qi Dan, and it reached the medium quality grade. Remember, a medium quality pill is already quite impressive because both superior and supreme quality pills are very difficult to produce. Being able to refine a medium quality pill sufficiently demonstrates Pan Dingwei's commendable alchemical skill. Mu Linglong had also finished her pill refinement. She also refined my Qi Dan and achieved a medium quality grade. However, her refinement took longer than Pan Dingwei's. According to the competition rules, if the pill qualities are the same, then the one with the shorter refinement time wins. Pan Dingwei displayed a smug smile, believing he had victory within reach. At this moment, he even envisioned the splendid moment when he would become a registered alchemist and apprentice under Feng Yes Hu. Just as Pan Dingwei was indulging in this fantasy, a sudden shout interrupted his wonderful reverie. Dan Raft, everyone exclaimed. As alchemists, everyone knows what the Dan Raft means during the pill refining process. If everything goes well, the final product will definitely be of supreme quality. Everyone looked at Qin Yuzhe with incredible shock, momentarily unable to respond. Qin Yuzhe's earlier pills, after being infused with spiritual energy, hadn't finished refining. Instead, they underwent continued preparation and ultimately, when forming the final pills, a Dan Raft appeared above the cauldron. The Dan Raft disappeared in a flash, instantly merging into the Panlong tripod. With that, Qin Yuzhe's pill refining was complete. Qin Yuzhe took out the pills from inside the Panlong tripod. The pills had a plump shape, covered with strange and intricate patterns. My goodness, this is actually a supreme explosive pill. The surrounding crowd said with full shock on their faces. I originally thought Pan Dingwei would surely win this time, but unexpectedly, Qin Yuzhe managed to refine a supreme explosive pill. When compared to Qin Yuzhe, Pan Dingwei falls far behind. There's simply no comparability between a medium-quality My Qi pill and a supreme-quality explosive pill. That's right, and the Pulse Qi pill is just a yellow-level pill while the explosive pill is a mystic-level pill. The value difference between the two is like day and night. Qin Yuzhe's talent in the Tao of pills is truly monstrous. He ranks first in all of Ling Shao Kingdom. This Pan Dingwei still wanted to compete in pill refining with Qin Yuzhe. It's simply asking for humiliation. That's right, Qin Yuzhe is a naturally born pill refiner. He's so young now, yet his future accomplishments are boundless. The explosive pill is a mystic-level pill drug. Doesn't this mean that Qin Yuzhe is already a mystic-level pill refiner? The youngest mystic-level pill refiner in Ling Shao Kingdom. Qin Yuzhe is too powerful. I swear, from now on, Qin Yuzhe will be my idol. Even Feng Yes, who at his advanced age, is merely a mystic-level pill refiner. Qin Yuzhe's talent in the Tao of pills is absolutely terrifying. Everyone looked at Qin Yuzhe with awe and admiration, feeling as though they were dreaming due to the unbelievable situation. At this point, the Danshan Hall evaluation was over. Some participants who were still refining pills also gave up the test with bitter expressions. Chapter 45. Feng Dazhuang wants to become a disciple. As everyone was buzzing with discussion, Feng Yushu came over with excitement written all over his face. Then, under the surprised eyes of the crowd, he bowed deeply to Qin Yuza and said in an agitated tone, Master Qin, please accept me as your disciple. Feng Yushu's sudden action stunned everyone. The entire Danshandian square became quiet. What's going on? Has Lord Feng gone crazy? One of Feng Yushu's subordinates exclaimed in shock. A noble Xian-level alchemist from Lingshan country and the hall master of the Danshandian wants to bow to a Guiyuan realm martial artist as his teacher? Am I dreaming? I admit that Qin Yuza has a monstrous talent in the art of Dan Dao, but does Lord Feng need to stoop so low for this? The surrounding spectators looked at Feng Yushu in disbelief, believing him to be out of his mind. Qin Yuza didn't expect Feng Yushu to declare himself as a disciple publicly, in front of such a large crowd. Honestly, if their roles were reversed, Qin Yuza would never have been able to act like Feng Yushu did. Hall Master Feng, please stand up. You're my elder. It's too much for me to accept you as a disciple. However, regarding the Dan Dao, we can exchange knowledge mutually. Actually, I want to talk to you about something important as well. Could we move this conversation to a quieter place? Qin Yuza smiled and proposed. Frankly speaking, Qin Yuza respected Feng Yushu immensely for openly declaring his desire to learn. Such straightforward honesty appealed to Qin Yuza more than any hidden deceit or hypocrisy. Alright, Qin Master, let's discuss inside the Danshandian. Despite failing to become a disciple, Feng Yushu was somewhat disheartened but quickly cheered up when Qin Yuza suggested they could still exchange insights about the Dan Dao. Subsequently, Qin Yuza and Feng Yushu left the square and entered the Danshandian. Everyone watched their retreating figures in bewilderment. Although Feng Yushu hadn't officially announced the test results, they no longer mattered. It was clear enough, Qin Yuza had emerged victorious. Pan Dingwei looked at Qin Yuza's silhouette with intense anger and displeasure. Had Qin Yuza not appeared, today's victory would have been his. He would have become a registered alchemist. even possibly becoming Feng Yushu's disciple. Now, because of Qin Yuza, everything had changed. Nobody remembered Pan Dingwei anymore except those who might recall how he underestimated Qin Yuza, challenging him only to get humiliated. After the assessment, Qin Yuza's fame spread throughout Lingxian country, with news reaching every major power's family and sects. After all, Qin Yuza's extraordinary talent in the art of Dan Dao was astonishing. As Lingxian country's youngest Xian-level alchemist, his identity alone was enough to astonish people. In a luxurious room within the Danshindian, Qin Yuza sat across from Feng Yushu. Honestly, Lord Feng, I've come to the Danshindian today to sell some pills. All the pills our Qin family recently sold. Well, they were actually all produced by me. Qin Yuza stated directly. Since Master Qin is already a registered alchemist of our Danshindian, this isn't a problem. No matter how many you have, we will take them all. This sum of money is nothing for us. Feng Yushu replied with a smile. Since Lord Feng is being so straightforward, we can discuss our second cooperation. If successful, I will present the ancient recipes of 3 kinds of medicines, Maiqi pill, Ningyun pill, and Peiyuan pill to Lord Feng, along with some knowledge of ancient alchemy. Qin Yuza said calmly. At hearing this, Feng Yushu was instantly excited. But then he seemed to remember something and hesitantly asked, Master Qin, may I inquire whose student you are? Will passing on these techniques to me cause any trouble? To tell you the truth, Lord Feng, my master is a sage. After teaching me some secrets of the Dan Dao, he left Lingxian country, leaving me to train independently. He asked me to find him once I achieve some accomplishment. And since I am his sole disciple, he wouldn't mind me sharing some of the Dan Dao knowledge with you. Qin Yuza explained with a laugh. By fabricating such a powerful master, all of Qin Yuza's abilities now made perfect sense. After all, without such a remarkable mentor, how could a Guiyuan realm martial artist like Qin Yuza possess so many ancient prescriptions and lost alchemical methods? Even the mystical flames and Panga dragon tripod on him could be claimed to be gifts from his master. Moreover, having a sage as his master meant that Feng Yushu would feel even more restrained. Even if Feng Yushu harbored any ill intentions, he wouldn't dare to easily target Qin Yuza. Upon hearing Qin Yuza's words, Feng Yushu was greatly shocked. He had long suspected that there was a master behind Qin Yuza, but he never expected this master to be a sage. What is a sage? A sage is an unparalleled powerhouse. When a sage makes a move, it can cause the heavens to collapse and the star rivers to shatter. Cold sweat broke out on Feng Yushu's forehead. He hadn't realized that Qin Yuza's background was so grand. Master Qin, then please tell me about your second cooperation, Feng Yushu said. It's like this. I will give you these 3 elixir recipes for free. The spiritual herbs needed to refine the elixirs will be provided by you. However, we, the Qin family, will take 50% of the produced elixirs, Qin Yuza said indifferently. Actually, taking 50% was already a great profit for the Qin family, since the Danshindian would provide the herbal ingredients as well as handle the refining. What Qin Yuza contributed were some less valuable elixir recipes and some basic Dan Dao knowledge. Moreover, in this way, Qin Yuza wouldn't need to spend time refining elixirs for his family anymore. With so many alchemists at the Danshindian, half of the income would be more than sufficient for the family. Of course, these recipes held little value for Qin Yuza, but to others, they represented an extraordinary opportunity. After all, these 3 ancient elixir recipes, which could double the efficacy, were indeed highly attractive. Fine, I agree. Feng Yushu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Great. May our cooperation be fruitful. Qin Yuza took out the 3 elixir recipes and handed them over to Feng Yushu. Feng Yushu took the recipes and began studying them carefully. His expressions shifted from excitement to deep contemplation as he scrutinized the content. So ingenious. No wonder these are ancient elixir recipes. The combination of the herbs is simply marvelous. I see. Here, 2 herbs were used together, producing unexpected results. But why put the 100-flower fruit here? It's used to balance the natures of the various herbs. This way, the success rate of refining will increase significantly. Haha, I finally understood. Feng Yushu mumbled to himself, lost in thoughts, and laughed aloud when he reached an amazing insight. Qin Yuza furrowed his brow slightly and thought, it's just 3 of the most useless recipes. Do you really have to get so excited? If Feng Yushu could hear Qin Yuza's thoughts, he might have been so enraged, considering how Qin Yuza referred to such ingeniously designed ancient recipes as junk ones. Chapter 46, Hallmaster Feng Goes Crazy. After a long while, Feng Yushu's emotions finally settled down gradually. Master Qin, I'm sorry for losing my composure just now, Feng Yushu said somewhat sheepishly. It's fine. Here are a few more ancient pill refining techniques. If you can understand them, you will surely become a rank earth pill refiner. Qin Yujie took out a blank jade token, selected several of the most useless ancient pill refining techniques he knew, inscribed them, and handed it over to Feng Yushu. Feng Yushu excitedly received the jade token with both hands. His face was ecstatic, and his body trembled with excitement. Who would have thought that the ancient art of pill refining is like this? It's absolutely marvelous. Wah. Why do I only encounter such perfect pill refining techniques now? If I had met them earlier, I would have saved so much time going down wrong paths. I get it now. Finally, I truly understand. These techniques are absolutely incredible. Compared to these ancient pill refining methods, mine are trash among trash. Feng Yushu alternated between crying and laughing, behaving as if he had gone crazy. Qin Yujie sighed upon seeing Feng Yushu's excited state. Sigh. It's all my fault. Luckily, Hallmaster Feng has high cultivation. Otherwise, if he went crazy next time, that would be problematic. The outer sect members of the Dan Divine Hall heard Feng Yushu's erratic cries and were stunned. They had never seen Feng Yushu act this way before. Could Hallmaster Feng really have gone mad? One official asked fearfully. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you hear? Hallmaster Feng is merely excited, another official replied. Half an hour later, under Feng Yushu's escort, Qin Yujie walked out of the Dan Divine Hall. The onlookers saw Feng Yushu looking reverent and admiring toward Qin Yujie. They exchanged glances with each other, wondering what was going on. Starting from today, Master Qin is officially a registered pill refiner of our Dan Divine Hall, and the Qin family is also protected by our hall. Whoever wants to harm Master Qin or the Qin family in the future, don't blame us at the Dan Divine Hall for turning against you. With one loud cry, Feng Yushu's voice resonated throughout Rain Pavilion City. Everyone in Rain Pavilion City realized that the era in Lingtian Kingdom was about to change. The rise of the Qin family was already unstoppable. Actually, Feng Yushu had deeply contemplated before making this announcement. He knew that Qin Yujie had a sage-level master, and currently, although Qin Yujie wasn't yet very powerful, if they invested in him at this point, offering benefits and protection, when Qin Yujie became stronger in the future, any minor guidance given to him in the way of pill refining would result in tremendous opportunities. Qin Yujie couldn't help but admit, Feng Yushu was good at human relations and very astute, and he, Qin Yujie, had unknowingly owed him a favor. Qin Yujie chuckled inwardly. Well, I might as well offer him some guidance in pill refining sometime in the future. By then, many of the disciples who participated in the trial had already left, but Qin Yujie was surprised to see that Mu Linglong was still there. Why are you still here? Qin Yujie asked indifferently. In fact, I was waiting for you. Mu Linglong smiled. All right, let's get in the carriage then. Qin Yujie pulled out his flying carriage from the system and quickly departed with Mu Linglong. In the carriage, Mu Linglong hesitated as if she wanted to say something. If you want to learn pill refining, I can teach you some techniques. If you have questions, you can seek advice from Hallmaster Feng. Qin Yujie laughed, looking at Mu Linglong. Really? Mu Linglong couldn't believe her ears. After all, pill refiners were usually selfish. How could anyone possibly transmit their pill refining knowledge to others? Qin Yujie brought out a blank jade token and carved some basic pill refining methods onto it, passing it to Mu Linglong. This knowledge, if fully comprehended, would allow Mu Linglong to become a rank earth pill refiner. Of course, as a rank yellow pill refiner, Mu Linglong still had a long way to go to become a rank earth pill refiner. Thank you. Qin Yujie, you're too kind to me. How should I thank you? Mu Linglong's face turned slightly red, seemingly lost in deep thought. Haha, don't tell me that a girl doesn't know how to repay, and thus wants to pledge herself to me. Mu Linglong, this certainly doesn't fit your mischievous character. Qin Yujie joked. Qin Yujie, humph, how could I be such a person? Idiot. Mu Linglong stepped on Qin Yujie's foot and huffed angrily. A subtle atmosphere that had begun to form was unintentionally broken by Qin Yujie, and the two returned to their usual behavior. That's right. Back when we drank together, weren't you always so unrestrained? We are good friends after all. Don't be so formal about receiving gifts from me. Qin Yujie laughed. Okay, as good friends, I must warn you. Watch out for the royal family. Mu Linglong warned seriously. The royal family? Qin Yujie had learned from his family that in recent years, the royal family of Lingtian Kingdom had been secretly suppressing the Qin family. They didn't dare to act openly for fear of his missing parents, worried they might one day return. All right, I understand, Qin Yujie said. Now with the Divine Pill Hall protecting the Qin family, it was likely the royal family wouldn't dare to go too far. In no time, the flying carriage arrived at the entrance of the Qin household. At the door stood the clan leader of the Qin family along with all the disciples of the Qin family, each filled with immense excitement. Everyone in Rain Pavilion City knew that Qin Yujie had become a rank earth pill refiner that day, and naturally, the clan chief and disciples of the Qin family also knew. Welcome home, young Master Qin. Long live young Master Qin. Every face among the Qin family members brimmed with excitement, their eyes flashing with immeasurable admiration and faith when they saw Qin Yujie. Yes, Qin Yujie was the belief of the Qin family. Grandfather, why have you made such a big fuss? Qin Yujie asked somewhat helplessly. Naturally. After all, you are the benefactor of the Qin family. Qin Xuanhuan laughed and said. Qin Yujie then turned to Mu Linglong who stood beside him and said, Mu Linglong, would you like to come in for a visit? Sure, Mu Linglong nodded in agreement. At the Qin family estate, Qin Yujie and Mu Linglong chatted while drinking wine until late into the night before Mu Linglong finally left. This was the first time for Mu Linglong to drink so late with someone. Of course, being the young miss of the Mu family, she always had protection in the shadows wherever she went, thus not fearing any danger within Rain Pavilion City. Grandfather, now that family affairs are settled and I've been away for some time already, I will return to Tianyuan Sect tomorrow. Qin Yujie said to Qin Xuanhuan. All right, take care of yourself within the sect. The family is now under the protection of the Divine Pill Hall and doesn't lack resources, so don't worry about this side. Qin Xuanhuan replied. With everything on track for the Qin family now, Qin Yujie believed that it wouldn't take long for the overall strength of the Qin family to significantly rise. Both Qin Xuanhuan and many others within the Qin family had already changed to practicing Chongqing art. With such a fine cultivation technique, coupled with abundant resources, Qin Yujie believed even a pig could see a dramatic improvement in cultivation. Chapter 47. Return to Tianyuan Sect. The next morning, Qin Yujie left Xuanhuan City early. Once outside of Xuanhuan City, the flying chariot finally found its purpose, soaring through the skies as it was meant to do. Qin Yujie sat in the flying chariot, cultivating. With the spirit-gathering pearl, supreme condensing cloud pill, and various spiritual wines at his disposal, his cultivation advanced quite rapidly. He believed that in a few days, he could break through to the 8th level of the Xuanhuan realm. I really hope I reach Tianyuan Sect soon. During this time, not being at Tianyuan Sect means no daily sign-ins, and that's wasted so many things, Qin Yujie said regretfully while cultivating. But Qin Yujie would only voice this complaint occasionally. He always believed that a system serves people and must not be misused. If he were to remain at Tianyuan Sect just for daily sign-ins, ignoring all family matters, living life in fear, then that wouldn't be what Qin Yujie wanted. An hour later, Qin Yujie had traveled approximately 1/3 of the journey. Although he had only flown for an hour, the speed of the flying chariot allowed him to cover great distances from Xuanhuan City. The Lingtian Kingdom was vast, with countless small towns beyond Xuanhuan City that remained relatively unknown. Such was the case with Tage City, a small town with a population of around 2,000 people. However, last time Qin Yujie flew over Tage City, the place seemed lively enough. Today, when he passed by again, everything was eerily quiet, with no signs of people on the roads. Qin Yujie stopped the flying chariot, landing within the city walls. Walking through the streets of Tage City, Qin Yujie noticed blood stains here and there on the ground, but saw not a single soul. That's strange, such a strong smell of blood and no one around. Could it be that everyone in this town has been abducted? Qin Yujie said in confusion. Just then, Qin Yujie felt a powerful fluctuation of vitality coming from the southeast direction of Tage City. Instantly, Qin Yujie used his half-step chasing cicada technique, reaching the southeast region in moments. The southeast area was dense forestland. In a flash, Qin Yujie appeared on a tall tree. Amidst the clearing in the forest, thousands of people lay within a large deep pit, some already dead, others still alive. Blood continued to pool within the enormous pit. By its side stood 3 men. In the middle, a young man sat cross-legged, eyes closed as he cultivated a malevolent demon art. Streams of bloody chi from the pit flowed into his body, creating a terrifying sight. By his side stood 2 older men, guarding his cultivation process. Qin Yujie frowned deeply, his face turning somber. Although he wasn't someone to turn away from violence, having taken lives himself, Qin Yujie still maintained a moral line. This act, using the blood of innocence to cultivate such a cruel and malicious technique, crossed his boundaries. If he hadn't come across them, he might have let it slide, but since he did, Qin Yujie knew he couldn't stand idly by. At least half of those in the pit were still alive. In a flicker, using the half-step chasing cicada technique, Qin Yujie appeared before the trio. Someone at the 7th level of Xuanhuan dare interfere? We've seen you long ago. Passing through would have been fine. But now that you interfered and exposed our Immortal Sect's affairs, you'll pay with your life. One of the thin, old men spoke cruelly. Immortal Sect was one of the 4 major sects in the Lingtian Kingdom. Their disciples favored demonic arts, known for their radical dispositions and brutal methods. Kill him. I sense a thick flow of energy in him. If we can extract his blood, I feel confident I can break through straight to the Tianren realm. Truly, fortune favors me today. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Qin Yujie with a manic gleam. This young man practiced a demonic technique that could sense the potency of others' vital energy. The stronger the target, the greater its appeal. Yes, young master. The 2 elders replied respectfully. The young man was named Fu Kunyang, the 7th level of Xuanhuan, and son of the Immortal Sect's leader. The 2 elderly figures by his side were none other than fat and skinny twin demons, 2 brothers renowned throughout the Immortal Sect. Both had achieved the 4th level of Tianren realm. They had previously hunted and slain a warrior of the 5th Tianren level together. Let me handle this, elder brother. A mere Xuanhuan 7th level isn't worth both of us going at once. I alone shall suffice. The slim old man licked his lips greedily, volunteering with a smile. All right. Be sure to control your force. Young master needs his whole body intact, the fat old man warned. Rest assured, I understand. The slim elder responded. Their conversation disregarded Qin Yujie entirely, treating him like a certain kill. Have you 2 made your decision? I'm in a hurry, so let's get this going. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Fine, since you're eager to die, I'll oblige you. The thin old man gave a cold smirk, then casually unleashed a palm strike at Qin Yujie. Blood-killing palm. A congregation of spirit energy appeared in the sky, forming an enormous black hand covered with blood, a sight dark and terrifying. This attack carried imposing momentum and immense power, rushing toward Qin Yujie in an instant. Among those still alive within the great pit, some watched this devastating palm strike with alarm, fearing for Qin Yujie's safety. If he were to perish, they too would face certain death. 4 seasons sword art, autumn wind whistling. Qin Yujie swung his sword, and immediately stormy winds arose around him as spirit energy surged wildly from the surroundings, coalescing into a massive blade of energy that rushed toward the thin old man. Bang! The 2 titanic attacks collided. To everyone's astonishment, the blood-infused hand shadow conjured by the thin elder disintegrated easily like crumbling tofu under the sheer force of Qin Yujie's colossal blade of energy. It can't be. The thin old man's eyes widened in disbelief and panic. Even though I didn't use my full strength, only 1/3 of my power, that attack should have been difficult for even a first-tier Tian's Rin realm warrior to resist. How could a mere 7th level Xuanhuan realm warrior like this one shatter my technique? There's no impossible here, Qin Yujie remarked calmly. Oh no, this sword chi is far more lethal than I expected. It poses a fatal threat to me. Cold sweat streamed down the forehead of the thin, old man. No longer daring to underestimate Qin Yujie, he instantly channeled all his true essence, causing a towering shield to rise before him. As more true essence flowed into it, the shield exuded formidable might. An upper-grade Xian-level protective shield. Even Fu Kunyang and the Fat Elder were shocked. They never thought the Thin Elder would have to resort to deploying such a high-grade shield. Although I was careless earlier, I still have this upper-grade Xian-level shield. There's no way your attack can break through my defense. The Thin Elder laughed triumphantly, confident now that he had the invincible barrier. Chapter 48. Furious Slaying of the Fat and Thin Twin Fiends. Is that so? What's so great about a profound-level shield? Asked Qin Yujie with disdain. The thin old man obviously didn't know that Qin Yujie's Qinglian sword was an upper-class earth-level weapon, making the profound-level shield utterly powerless against it. Too slow, yet too fast. In the blink of an eye, the enormous sword Qi struck the shield, astonishingly splitting this high-grade profound-level shield like tofu in two. My end has come. The thin old man revealed a look of despair at once. The fat old man nearby had been observing the situation carefully, seizing the opportunity. He swung his blade fiercely, releasing a colossal blade energy toward Qin Yujie's sword Qi. Boom. The two attacks collided, creating a loud sound. Thus, Qin Yujie's attack was barely neutralized after 3 blockades. Good, excellent. The more powerful you are, the more effective your blood will be for me. You too. Come on, use all your strength. Fu Kunyang laughed madly. Yes, young master, the fat and thin twin fiends respectfully responded. The two of us together will attack you. You're done for. I underestimated you earlier. Now you just die, the thin elder said coldly. Second brother, stop wasting time. Unleash your full power, complained the obese elder. The combat experience of the fat and thin twin fiends was very rich. They now realized that Qin Yujie was no ordinary opponent, so their initial moves were their strongest attacks. Dustfall Blade Technique. Immediately, the obese elder unleashed his cultivation at the heavenly human realm 4th level, true essence wildly surging from his body, followed by a stunning slash aimed directly at Qin Yujie. This slash was immensely powerful. A massive blade shadow could be seen streaking towards Qin Yujie quickly. If not evaded in time, there was a possibility he would be split into two. This blade shadow, filled with majestic momentum, moved faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, this enormous blade shadow arrived right before Qin Yujie. At the same moment, the thin elder was no less aggressive, amassing all his strength, then sending a palm strike towards Qin Yujie, instantly forming a gigantic shadow of a thunder snake in the sky. Thunder Snake Palm. This immense shadow of the thunder snake was as dark as ink, encircled by lightning, displaying formidable might. The entire sky surged with spiritual energy, intense fluctuations causing centuries-old trees around them to snap one after another. The two powerful attacks approached Qin Yujie almost simultaneously. Qin Yujie only felt an overwhelming pressure before him, his breathing becoming somewhat difficult. These two formidable attacks formed a vacuum-like space around Qin Yujie. The combined force of a blade strike and a palm technique turned out to be terrifyingly fearsome. No wonder these two could slay martial artists at the Guiyuan Realm 5th level. You both cooperate well, but merely well, said Qin Yujie. 4 Seasons Sword Technique, Fiery Summer. Suddenly, a massive sun rose in the sky, immediately increasing the surrounding temperature. A huge sword energy carrying scorching heat divided into two, heading towards each of them respectively. Their attacks were instantly dissolved by the sword energy. The momentum of the sword energy was unstoppable, reaching both of them as fast as lightning. This can't be possible. In an instant, the two were split into halves by the sword energy, and their bodies burned into ashes by the sun. Where's the other one? Qin Yujie wondered slightly. It turned out that seeing the situation was unfavorable, Fu Kunyang had secretly used a teleportation talisman. As the son of the Dark Devil Sect Master, Fu Kunyang possessed many life-saving items, and this teleportation talisman was one of them. Qin Yujie exterminated 2 Heavenly Human Realm 4th level martial artists with a single stroke, shocking everyone. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. The kindness of sir shall be remembered forever. Thank you, sir, for saving us from suffering. People who survived inside the huge pit all expressed gratitude towards Qin Yujie. As for those who had already died, Qin Yujie could only summon half a pile of soil with his true Yuan energy to bury them. In a world dominated by martial artists, it was extremely brutal. Life was as fragile as grass. Only by continuously strengthening oneself could one grasp one's destiny. The majority of the survivors were ordinary people, with a few being pulse-gathering realm martial artists. Some were severely injured, while others had fallen unconscious, each with varying degrees of injuries. Just at that moment, an old beggar among the crowd woke up from his slumber, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, muttering incomprehensibly to himself. No one knew what he was saying. The crazy woman has woken up. Her luck is really great, sleeping through a whole day, avoiding this calamity. This lunatic, she is either sleeping or acting crazy, never clear-minded. No one knows when she started begging in Taish City. She truly has a tough life. At her age still begging on the streets. Qin Yujie glanced at the madwoman. He saw that she was an ordinary person with no cultivation, and then he didn't pay much attention to her. Qin Yujie circulated his Chongqing skill and transmitted a bit of true essence to those who were heavily injured. Then he left some healing pills and departed from Taish City. Qin Yujie did not know that, after he flew away, the madwoman suddenly became clear-minded. She looked at Qin Yujie flying off into the distance and thought silently. The destiny of this little guy is so deep that I can't even see through it? It's truly strange. The madwoman took a step and instantly disappeared without a trace. Is this madwoman human or ghost? The surrounding crowd exclaimed in surprise. This madwoman sometimes becomes lucid, but most of the time, she's crazy. Forget about her. Maybe she went to beg elsewhere. Let's go. We must leave Tej City, for the people of Inma Sect may come again. Yes, how come I didn't think of that? Come on, let's all leave. The surrounding crowd got up one by one and gradually left Tej City. On the road, Qin Yujie drove his flying chariot at high speed. After 2 hours, Qin Yujie finally returned to Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie soon entered the outer area of Tianyuan Sect. Almost everyone in the outer area of Tianyuan Sect knew about the flying chariot. When people saw the flying chariot soar across the sky, they realized that Qin Yujie, who had cut off Tang Jibei's 4 limbs, had returned. Amazing, Qin Yujie actually dared to return. I thought he ran away. An outer disciple watched the flying chariot of a celestial being and said admiringly. That's right. In recent days, many inner disciples have specifically looked for Qin Yujie, but each of them failed. Another outer disciple added. To be honest, we should support senior brother Qin. The inner disciples are too domineering. We'd better ignore this matter. We can't afford to get involved in such things. Many outer disciples watched Qin Yujie's flying chariot and started discussing. The entire outer area of Tianyuan Sect seemed poised for turmoil. Lin Xining and Xuanhuan also noticed Qin Yujie's eye-catching flying chariot. The two both furrowed their brows and flew after Qin Yujie's chariot. Chapter 49. Breakthrough by drinking tea. Qin Yujie returned to his former residence, then put away the flying horse-drawn carriage and took out his personal manor. Instantly, a luxurious mansion appeared on the ground. Qin Yujie walked into his mansion, lay back in a wicker chair, and leisurely took a sip of immortal dew. Looking up at the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree above him, he stretched lazily and thought to himself, I'm finally back. System check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 spatial ring. Qin Yujie immediately took out the spatial ring from the system, put it on, and said satisfactorily, not bad. This spatial ring is actually as large as a radius of 1 kilometer. It can hold quite a lot. After tidying up everything, Qin Yujie stored them all inside the spatial ring. Let's see what's in this storage bag belonging to those fat and thin duo. As practitioners at the celestial human level, they shouldn't be that poor. Qin Yujie muttered to himself. When Qin Yujie opened the storage bag, he indeed found plenty of resources, though most of them weren't valuable enough for him. Fine, I'll leave them here for now. Qin Yujie organized the resources and placed them into the spatial ring. Qin Yujie took out a set of exquisite tea utensils from the system. This was something obtained from a recent system draw. However, because there hadn't been any spirit tea around, these utensils had simply been left unused. Of course, ordinary tea would never satisfy Qin Yujie. These tea utensils were made of moon-cold jade. Thus, they deserved only spirit tea. Right, aren't tea leaves just the leaves plucked from tea trees? I have a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree here, which is basically a ready-made tea tree. The leaves on this 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree are as abundant as cow hairs. If I want to brew some tea, I could just pick a few leaves from it. Although the medicinal efficacy of these leaves might not match that of a 1,000-year-old spirit peach, they're still leaves from a 1,000-year-old spirit tree and will definitely possess extraordinary effects. Moreover, when the spirit peach tree bears peaches, who knows how long that will take. I'm truly genius. I've decided it's my tea tree. Qin Yujie felt proud of himself. Just as he prepared to pick some leaves to brew tea, 2 people arrived at the gate. Are you guys dogs with sensitive noses? I was just about to brew tea, and you're already here. Qin Yujie chuckled faintly. The 2 visitors turned out to be Lin Xining and Xuanhuan. Lin Xining looked at the countless peach blossoms blooming on the peach tree within the mansion courtyard, instantly captivated by its beauty. She also realized that this wasn't an ordinary peach tree, but rather a spirit tree, shocking her momentarily. After a while, she finally came to her senses. Astrolabe, do you still have the time for tea? Lin Xining glanced at the relaxed Qin Yujie and said somewhat exasperatedly. Big brother Qin, you've caused a huge mess. Tang Jibei has already announced within the inner sect that many people are now looking for you to duel. Xuanhuan said anxiously. What's there to fear? I don't even know how powerful I've become, so don't worry about me. Come, let me treat you to some tea. Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's confident words, both of them immediately calmed down. After all, Qin Yujie's talent was extremely monstrous, making it impossible to gauge his strength merely based on cultivation and realm. Big brother Qin, you claim to treat us to tea, but where are the tea leaves? Xuanhuan joked while glancing at the empty teacups. Xuanhuan had recently consumed a good amount of spirit wine here at Qin Yujie's place, allowing his cultivation to break through from the 4th level of Reunion Realm to the 5th level. Upon hearing there was tea, his mouth watered almost instantly. Fatso, don't be anxious. We have more than enough tea leaves. Qin Yujie laughed lightly and pointed at the leaves hanging above. He casually picked a few leaves from the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, threw them into the teapot, and poured hot water over them. After a little while, the tea was brewed perfectly. Lin Xining and Xuanhuan were utterly astonished. Only now did they notice that Qin Yujie's entire set of tea utensils was crafted entirely out of moon-cold jade, a rare superior-grade earth-rank material, likely not existing anywhere else in Ling Heaven Nation. Yet here Qin Yujie was, extravagantly using it as a tea set, and not just any set, but an entire collection. Big brother Qin, I admire no one but you. Even Xuanhuan, who had seen much of the world and whose background wasn't simple, had never come across someone as extravagant as Qin Yujie. There were too many treasured items on Qin Yujie's person, each capable of making others envious and even frantic. Qin Yujie poured a cup of tea for each of them and smiled. Qinin, fatso, give it a try. Lin Qinin lifted the teacup, smelled it, and immediately a captivating tea aroma greeted her nose. Just from sniffing this, the true essence within me has strengthened significantly. Lin Qinin inwardly marveled in shock. Lin Qinin knew this tea was definitely no ordinary brew. She tilted her head back and took a gentle sip, immediately feeling an intense surge of spiritual energy coursing wildly through her body. Lin Qinin quickly closed her eyes and began to circulate her cultivation technique. Xuanhuan was the same. After drinking a mouthful of tea, his face instantly became filled with disbelief, and he started cultivating furiously. Qin Yujie watched the two, pondered for a moment, then realized that the efficacy of the tea was too strong. This 1,000-year-old spirit tea, even though they had only sipped it once, if they did not promptly circulate their techniques, they might suffer death by bursting. The 1,000-year-old spirit tea meant an immense stroke of luck for a martial artist at the reunion realm. Such fortune would be almost impossible to find in the outside world, yet here both of them easily obtained it. Qin Yujie also picked up his teacup and drank it all down in one gulp. With his divine tier constitution, the undying sword body, and an upper-grade earth rank cultivation technique called evergreen technique, Qin Yujie required dozens of times more spirit energy than others to reach the next level. Therefore, he was not worried about exploding from the energy. And even if he did explode, Qin Yujie could revive instantly thanks to his undying sword body. The tea melted away as soon as it entered his mouth. Qin Yujie felt a vast wave of spirit energy surging through his entire body. He swiftly channeled the evergreen technique and noticed that his true essence within grew much thicker. He poured himself another cup and drank it all in one go. Instantly, Qin Yujie felt his true essence increasing like water rising with the tide, but it still wasn't enough for him to break through. He continued to drink 4 cups in total, until finally Qin Yujie's body emitted a powerful vibration, successfully elevating his cultivation to the 8th level of Reunion Realm. Truly worthy of being a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, its effect surpasses that of a supreme quality condensing cloud pill, Qin Yujie remarked. Lin Qinin's cultivation was already at the 8th level of Reunion Realm, but now just one sip of the 1,000-year-old spirit tea allowed her to smoothly ascend to the 9th level. Could I have broken through so easily? Lin Qinin wondered, feeling as though she were dreaming. All the hard work of her cultivation was surpassed by just 1 cup of spirit tea. Chapter 50, Intersect Warriors Arrive. Speaking of which, Lin Qinin's recent cultivation breakthroughs have all been related to Qin Yujie. Before she met Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin had never thought that breaking through in cultivation could be such an easy thing. There was no doubt now that Lin Qinin had become the disciple with the highest level of cultivation among the outer sect disciples of Tianyuan Sect. In not much longer time, she would be able to break through into the heavenly person realm. Xuanhuan was the same. Just by drinking a sip of tea, his cultivation level broke through from the 5th level of Guiyuan spirit to the 6th level of Guiyuan realm. However, as far as Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan were concerned, they didn't have any special physiques. Today's sip of tea was their limit. If they drank more, they probably would die from explosion of their bodies. Moreover, they would need some time to consolidate their progress before continuing to drink tea. Lin Qinin looked at the half cup of spiritual tea in front of her eyes, her face full of confusion. She thought in her heart, alas, it's still due to my insufficient talent that this spiritual tea is in front of me, but I can't drink it. Though Lin Qinin's talent wasn't bad, she couldn't compare with someone like Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan also showed the same expression as Lin Qinin. Just as he considered whether he should take the remaining half cup of tea away, Qin Yujie's one sentence caused him to petrify on the spot. This tea has already turned cold. It doesn't taste good anymore. Qin Yujie controlled the teapot and the teacup with his true essence, dumping out the remaining tea water together with the tea leaves outside the door. No, how could you be so extravagant? Xuanhuan was shocked by Qin Yujie's actions. Even Lin Qinin slightly scowled. You're really wasteful. I see that you both love drinking tea quite a bit. I'll give each of you 10 pieces of spiritual tea. Qin Yujie casually plucked 20 leaves from his head and handed them over to the two. Both Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan were stunned. These 1,000-year-old spiritual tea leaves were priceless treasures. Now, Qin Yujie just gave them away 10 leaves each with such ease. Both of them were dumbfounded by Qin Yujie's generous offering. You've seen, there are many leaves on my tree. I'll send you more when you finish them. Qin Yujie said indifferently with a smile. All right, thank you. Lin Qinin smiled without declining. Big brother Qin, thanks. Xuanhuan also expressed gratitude. At this moment, a roar of anger sounded across the entire outer sect area. Qin Yujie, I'm waiting for you on the life-death platform. If you have any guts, come here and get killed. This shout was filled with powerful true essence, majestic in momentum. From this voice alone, it was clear that this person possessed extraordinary strength. This call immediately attracted the attention of many outer sect disciples. The inner sect disciple came so fast, we're about to have a show. Yes, Qin Yujie is going to suffer. Let's go and see if Qin Yujie can turn disaster into safety this time. Numerous outer sect disciples rushed toward the direction of the life-death platform. Let's go. Let's also check out the life-death platform. Qin Yujie stood up and casually said. Qin Yujie led the two flying off, and the whole estate disappeared like a mirage. The life-death dueling platform. Now it was crowded. Not only were there numerous outer sect disciples, but many inner sect disciples also came to watch. Because the matter of Qin Yujie cutting Tang Jibei into a human piglet had already become well known within the inner sect. Although Qin Yujie hadn't yet entered the inner sect, his name had already spread within it. This Qin Yujie is too young. He hasn't entered the inner sect, and he doesn't know the situation there. One inner sect disciple shook his head and said, "Yeah, Tang Jibei was only at the bottom in the inner sect. I could easily kill him. But what truly makes people cautious is Tang Jinan." Another inner sect disciple chimed in. Tang Jinan, as the #1 genius of the inner sect, his talent and power are what make people genuinely afraid. However, this Qin Yujie is somewhat lucky. 3 months ago, Tang Jinan represented Tianyuan Sect and entered the Mingji secret realm. Right. This secret realm lasts 6 months, and after 3 months, when Tang Jinan returns from the secret realm, he will definitely have broken through from the 9th level of Heavenly Person realm to the Wheel C realm. The Mingji secret realm is jointly controlled by the 4 major sects of Lingtian country and opens every 10 years. There are simply too many precious resources inside. When Tang Jinan comes back, his strength will definitely be unfathomable. Still, Qin Yujie won't possibly last until then. I think he will die today. That's right. Chao Zhou has the cultivation at the 5th level of Heavenly Person realm. If Qin Yujie dares to ascend the life-death platform today, he's bound to die. Among the various discussions, numerous inner sect disciples gazed at the expressionless Chao Zhou standing on the life-death platform. Chao Zhou was one of Tang Jinan's followers. Since Tang Jibei was cut into a human piglet, Chao Zhou definitely needed to kill Qin Yujie to avenge him. Besides the inner sect disciples, the outer sect disciples were also discussing. "Do you think Qin Yujie will come today?" asked one outer sect disciple. "I think he definitely won't dare to come today. I heard Chao Zhou's strength has reached the 5th level of Heavenly Person realm. Qin Yujie is absolutely no match for him," another inner sect disciple added. "Alas, I feel the same way. Last time, although Qin Yujie defeated 10 inner sect disciples, the strongest among those 10 was merely at the 2nd level of Heavenly Person realm. They are simply incomparable." That's right. How powerful a 5th level Heavenly Person realm practitioner is, I can't even imagine it. One punch might be enough to kill Qin Yujie outright. Kong Yujie's going to have it bad this time. Although I admit his talent is monstrous, he's not developed enough yet. That's true. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Everyone around the life-death platform, whether from the inner sect or the outer sect, was highly focused on today's life-death duel. It wasn't long before Qin Yujie and the other 2 arrived at the life-death platform. The moment Qin Yujie appeared, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Can you believe it? Qin Yujie actually dared to come. Is he not afraid to die? Who knows? But I really admire him. If it were me, I'd definitely hide like a coward. Seeing that Qin Yujie had actually dared to appear, the surrounding crowd was astonished. "You're Qin Yujie?" Chao Zhou looked down at Qin Yujie and asked lightly. "Yes, you want to engage in a life-death duel with me?" Qin Yujie casually asked back. Chao Zhou looked down at Qin Yujie with disdain and responded coldly. "That's correct. With your courage, surely you wouldn't dare to refuse, would you? What level of cultivation do you have?" Qin Yujie questioned calmly. 5th level of Heavenly Person realm. Chao Zhou hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Chao Zhou feared that if he revealed his cultivation level, Qin Yujie might refuse the duel. However, according to the rules of the life-death platform, one could not intentionally deceive or conceal their cultivation level before the duel. Hence, Chao Zhou had no choice but to answer honestly. "Ha ha ha, the 5th level of Heavenly Person realm daring to challenge me. A martial artist at the 8th level of Guiyuan Spirit realm, and acting so self-righteous about it. You've got no shame left, have you?" Qin Yujie smiled faintly. Chapter 51. Do your best, I am invincible. When the crowd heard Qin Yujie's words, they all felt that what he said made sense. A martial artist at the 5th level of Heavenly Human realm bullying one at the 8th level of Return to Origin realm. What kind of skill is that? Bullying the weak, who doesn't know how to do that? Defeating the strong when being weaker and fighting against a higher rank is truly what defines a powerful person. Qin Yujie saying this definitely means he won't accept a life and death duel. Heavenly Human realm 5th level dueling Return to Origin realm 8th level. This kind of fatal duel, who would accept? That's right, such a suicidal duel. Most people would surely refuse it. I think Qin Yujie is correct. Qin Yujie's talent is monstrous. In just a few months, he will be able to dominate Chao Zhou. Why would he fight to the death with him now? The crowd couldn't help but think about Qin Yujie's journey up until now. He had always been challenging those above his level. Comparing this, everyone realized Qin Yujie's talent was indeed monstrous. Chao Zhou's expression turned exceptionally grim after hearing Qin Yujie's comment. Just as everyone thought that this life and death duel would end here, Qin Yujie said another sentence. "However, despite everything, I still accept your challenge. Although your realm is higher than mine, in my eyes, you are not even worth fearing," Qin Yujie said without any care. A single sentence from Qin Yujie instantly ignited the entire life and death duel arena, shocking everyone present with his majestic statement. Not everyone dares to accept such a life and death duel with a huge gap in realms. In the world, there are only 2 kinds of people who dare to accept such challenges: those purely seeking death, and those fully confident in their abilities. Undoubtedly, Qin Yujie belongs to the latter. After finishing his speech, Qin Yujie immediately employed the half-step chasing cicada technique, flashing onto the life and death platform. Qin Yujie, Honestly, I admire your courage quite a bit. But why did you offend someone you shouldn't? You offended Tang Jinan. Death is inevitable. Chao Zhoutu declared. You only know that offending Tang Jinan leads to certain death. Do you not also realize that offending me, Qin Yujie, will make you regret endlessly until despair? Qin Yujie stated calmly. Qin Yujie's words sent a shiver through the spectators. Qin Yujie, you're too ignorant. You don't understand the might of Tang Jinan. If you had truly met Tang Jinan, you'd realize your so-called talents pale compared to nothing in front of him. Chao Zhoutu glanced disdainfully at Qin Yujie. Oh, is that so? Maybe it's your narrow-mindedness, mistaking garbage for geniuses. Qin Yujie replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, the audience involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Those who dared say such things were typically either ignorant and overly proud fools or truly monstrously talented individuals. Although Qin Yujie undoubtedly belonged to the latter category, aside from Lin Qinyin and Xuanhuan, everyone else considered Qin Yujie to belong to the first group, overly arrogant and ignorant. This Qin Yujie, despite his monstrous talent, still has a gap when compared to Tang Jinan, an inner disciple remarked. Yeah, but his courage I genuinely admire. People won't be youthful if they're not a little reckless. I appreciate his character. Strength grants the capital for arrogance. Arrogance without ability is mere ignorance. The onlookers began murmuring among themselves, discussing Qin Yujie incessantly. Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Chao Zhoutu burst out laughing as if he had heard the biggest joke of his life. Qin Yujie, you're pitiful. It's clear you are a mere well-frog. Anyway, you should be satisfied that I've wasted so much time chatting with you before you die. Stop blabbering. Show your strongest ability and attack already. Do your best. I am invincible. Qin Yujie stated indifferently. This powerful statement from Qin Yujie stunned the crowd once again. You do your best. I am invincible. I really like that phrase. Next time I'll use it to boast. One disciple seemed to have discovered profound wisdom and became extremely excited. Buddy, stop dreaming. Without the ability, saying that would get you beaten to death. Another disciple kindly reminded. What's to fear? I'll only say it to people weaker than me. The disciple declared resolutely. Yeah, how could I miss that? Brother, you're really talented. The surrounding crowd seemed to like this line very much, imitating it earnestly, unaware that Qin Yujie had inadvertently popularized these words, turning them into a maxim for many disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Do your best. I am invincible. How audacious of you to say it. Without ability, uttering such words is nothing more than a joke, Chao Zhoutu sneered. After finishing his sentence, Chao Zhoutu's aura skyrocketed. His whole body radiated with overwhelming power, his true essence deep and robust, exuding a terrifying presence. Giant Dragon Fist. With a flash, Chao Zhoutu appeared in front of Qin Yujie, delivering a devastating punch straight at him. In an instant, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth went wild, converging together and forming a vivid yellow dragon in the sky. The dragon was imposing, radiating immense power from every part of its body. The yellow dragon opened its massive mouth and roared toward the heavens before lunging down at Qin Yujie with a fierce bite. If it connected, Qin Yujie would likely be reduced to nothing more than shattered remains. The onlookers, despite being aware of Chao Zhoutu's considerable strength, had only heard tales and never witnessed his true combat prowess. Seeing something with one's own eyes always left a far greater impact than hearsay. That's actually Giant Dragon Fist. This Giant Dragon Fist is incredibly powerful, adhering to the principle of brute force breaking all others. It's a very famous martial technique among the inner disciples. Even just the residual might of this boxing style sends chills down my spine. Were I to face this head-on, I wouldn't even dare to make a move. Yes, Qin Yujie will definitely not be able to withstand this Giant Dragon Fist. You do your best. I am invincible. It's truly just a joke without any real skill behind it. The crowd below the life and death platform looked at Qin Yujie with regret and shook their heads. Lin Qinyin watched Chao Zhoutu unleash this overwhelming punch and admitted to herself that she would have no chance of blocking it. After all, Chao Zhoutu's 5th-level heavenly human realm advantage was simply too great. The sheer force of this punch was catastrophic for practitioners at the return to Origin Realm. However, she believed in Qin Yujie from start to finish without wavering. Qin Yujie, are you feeling utterly desperate now? Let me tell you, I've only used 50% of my power. Now you understand how big the gap between us really is. Chao Zhoutu laughed loudly. Your attack is too weak. I can't even summon interest. Qin Yujie said with a hint of helplessness. As Qin Yujie looked at the overwhelming yellow dragon in front of him, he casually lifted his hand and lightly pointed. Suddenly, a colossal finger appeared in the sky and collided instantly with the yellow dragon. The mighty yellow dragon shattered like broken glass, scattering into pieces within moments. This sight, akin to a bolt of lightning piercing through the darkness of night, stunned everyone present speechless. Chapter 52. Killing at the 5th rank of Tianyuan Realm. How is this possible? Chao Zhoutu was shocked on the spot. Chao Zhoutu had not been lying before. Although he had only exerted 5/10 of his strength, this punch was something even an average 4th-rank Tianyuan Realm martial artist couldn't withstand. Let alone Qin Yujie, who was merely an 8th-rank Guiyuan Realm martial artist. Qin Yujie's attack had also not been executed with full force. Otherwise, Chao Zhoutu would have certainly turned to powder and dust. Damn, these two seem to be evenly matched in their first clash. That's right, Qin Yujie actually managed to withstand Chao Zhoutu's attack. This Qin Yujie is no simple character. I saw him nonchalantly point out a finger without seeming to have given it his all. but Chao Zhoutiu has only utilized half of his strength, so Qin Yujie will be in danger next. The real drama is just beginning. Neither of them has used their full power. The outcome is still uncertain. The crowd around started discussing the two fighters. On the life and death stage, Chao Zhoutiu no longer maintained his previous ease. His expression became increasingly serious. Although Qin Yujie's cultivation level was about one major rank below Chao Zhoutu's, the thickness of the true essence within Qin Yujie's body was not much inferior to that of Chao Zhoutiu. In fact, it seemed subtly stronger. Moreover, the sharpness of that earlier finger technique had enormous power, causing Chao Zhoutiu to feel unprecedented pressure. This kind of immense pressure was something Chao Zhoutiu had only felt from Tang Jinan. Qin Yujie, it seems I underestimated you. From here on, I will use my full strength, said Chao Zhoutiu earnestly. You should hurry up and go all out, or you won't get the chance anymore. Qin Yujie responded lightly. All right, as you wish. Ancient True Fist. Chao Zhoutu's whole body surged with true essence. Then he unleashed his most formidable martial art. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy wildly poured into Chao Zhoutu's body. A terrifying aura erupted from him, and then a massive fist descended from the heavens, carrying the oppressive weight akin to Mount Tai itself bearing down on Qin Yujie. Ancient True Fist is unique to the Tianyuan Sect. Only internal disciples can cultivate this middle-tier, Xian-grade martial skill. Its power is several times stronger than Hualong Fist, their effectiveness being as different as heaven and earth. Seeing this powerful punch, the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. This is Ancient True Fist. Chao Zhoutu's punch is too powerful. I feel even an ordinary 6th-rank Tianren realm martial artist would struggle to resist this punch. Yes, under this overwhelmingly powerful punch, Qin Yujie will inevitably be shattered into pieces. Looking at the formidable punch, Qin Yujie shook his head and said, Is this your strongest ability? Too weak. 9 styles of the Demon Lute. The third style, Demon Lute Shooting the Sun. Qin Yujie took out his purple jade lute and rapidly plucked a complex series of techniques on it. The spiritual energy of the world rushed towards the purple jade lute, gathering there, then transforming into a strong musical wave that quickly manifested in the sky as a colossal bow and arrow. Go! With a flick of his fingers, Qin Yujie set the lute to resonate, instantly drawing the bow full. Then, he released an arrow imbued with overwhelming force. The momentum of this arrow was magnificent, unstoppable like breaking through anything. With lightning speed, it shot towards Chao Zhoutiu. Home. The two powerful attacks collided instantly, causing the entire life and death stage to shake violently, winds raging like an enormous explosion. What was incredible was that the ancient True Fist had been shattered instantly by Qin Yujie's arrow conjured by his lute. This arrow continued forward, brimming with devastating might, reaching Chao Zhoutiu in the blink of an eye. No way! How can you unleash such a world-shocking attack? Chao Zhoutiu screamed in horror. Chao Zhoutiu only felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down on him, making him unable to move. He sensed a suffocating and horrifying power from this arrow. Heavens! The ancient True Fist was broken by Qin Yujie's martial skill. Qin Yujie's attack is too powerful. This strike is truly shocking to the heavens and moving to the spirits. Look at Chao Zhoutu's face. His terror makes him tremble all over. The spectators exclaimed in astonishment. Before anyone could say more, Qin Yujie's attack reached Chao Zhoutiu in the blink of an eye. Damn! I can't block this attack, cried Chao Zhoutiu, horrified. Chao Zhoutiu fully concentrated his efforts into his body techniques, attempting to evade, but the arrow's suppression was too intense and its speed too fast. Before he could react, the arrow pierced through his chest. Chao Zhoutu's body flew backward like a kite cut loose from its string, crashing and sliding back several dozen steps. There was a ghastly large blood hole in his chest. Chao Zhoutiu had been killed in one move by Qin Yujie, even after using his most powerful martial skill. Seeing this scene, the crowd around was shocked with their mouths wide open, as if they were experiencing an illusion. One move, just one move. Chao Zhoutiu of the 5th level of Tianren realm had actually been killed by Qin Yujie, who was at the 8th level of Guiyuan realm. Everyone couldn't react immediately, refusing to believe it was true. But Chao Zhoutiu lying on the ground, completely devoid of life, forced everyone to accept the fact. Qin Yujie was truly too powerful, so much so that it left everyone breathless. Is this Chao Zhoutiu dead? It's simply unbelievable. Qin Yujie is far too strong. Chao Zhoutiu was already formidable, yet he wasn't even a match for one move of Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's talent must be beyond normal. I think he might even surpass Tang Jinan, the strongest disciple in the inner sect. As monstrous as Qin Yujie's talent is, defying Tang Jinan will only lead him to his death. Even though he won today, he's merely prolonging his demise. That's right. Although Tang Jinan isn't back yet, among his 4 followers, Chao Zhoutiu is only the weakest. Tang Jinan's 4 followers are already famous in the inner sect. It seems there's no way Qin Yujie can escape a deadly end. I feel like Qin Yujie's strength might not be as simple as it appears on the surface. Perhaps he can turn the tables and succeed. No matter what, the extraordinary talent Qin Yujie has shown today is undeniable. I imagine the higher-ups within the sect must have noticed him. Surely they wouldn't want to lose such a genius. It's indeed possible, but the grudge between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan cannot be resolved. This will depend on whom the sect favors more. The crowd continued discussing Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie then took the storage pouch from Chao Zhoutu's body and stepped down from the life and death stage. As they say, killing and arson bring wealth. After a cursory inspection of Chao Zhoutu's storage pouch, Qin Yujie discovered a multitude of resources, all sorts of valuable items. A pity, since I have the system. Anything less than top-tier cultivation resources holds no value for me. But these resources can still be traded for some spiritual herbs. I could use them to refine my own pills. Qin Yujie thought. Currently, Qin Yujie had an abundance of resources on him, possibly even exceeding the wealth of any other Wheel C realm martial artist. Chapter 53. The Enforcement Hall sends someone. Inside the Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, in an exquisitely elegant and beautifully crafted pavilion, Tang Jibei was lying on a bed in agony, venting his anger at the servants. Since his hands and feet had been severed, Tang Jibei's mood had never been good. He had tried all sorts of ways to heal his body, but without any effect. Indeed, there were spiritual medicines or pills in this world that could enable broken bones to regenerate, but those pills were not something even the Tianyuan Sect possessed. Even if they did, who would give them to someone of average talent? Although my older brother is not in the inner sect right now, with Chao Zhoutu's intervention today, Qin Yujie will definitely die. Lying in bed, Tang Jibei fantasized about Qin Yujie's death, which made his mood slightly improve. When my elder brother comes back, perhaps he can help me regrow my severed bones. I've heard that the secret realm contains many spirit herbs. I am sure I can recover. Qin Yujie, you have wronged me, and it would be too easy on you to just let you die. I should feel fortunate that I'm still alive. As long as I live, there must be a way to recover my limbs. In this sense, I've won. Thinking to hear, Tang Jibei's mood improved significantly. At that moment, a servant rushed in. He came to Tang Jibei's bedside, seemingly having something to say, but dared not utter a word. Speak quickly. Are you here to tell me that Qin Yujie is dead? I keep telling you, Chao Zhoutu has already reached the 5th level of the Heavenly Man realm. Killing Qin Yujie is like taking candy from a baby. Tang Jibei said, excitement evident in his voice. Senior brother Tang, Chao Zhoutu, he is dead. The servant summoned up his courage to speak. Good. Then at last, Qin Yujie has finally met his end. Tang Jibei momentarily didn't catch on and rejoiced. What I mean is, Chao Zhoutu is dead. He was killed by Qin Yujie. The servant stuttered fearfully. Tang Jibei froze on the spot, disbelief written all over his face. Impossible. How could Chao Zhoutu die? It's true. Everyone saw it. Qin Yujie was incredibly powerful. The servant swore confidently. Hearing this news, Tang Jibei felt as though thunder had struck him on a clear day, and he froze momentarily. After a while, Tang Jibei recovered, and then screamed furiously. Qin Yujie, we are sworn enemies. The life and death platform. After Qin Yujie's victory in the life or death duel, his reputation within the entire outer sect soared to new heights. Even in the inner sect, Qin Yujie was quite well known. Big brother Qin, you're so amazing. Xuanhuan came beside Qin Yujie and said admiringly. Lin Qinin looked at Qin Yujie. She had always focused on cultivating the art of music and also excelled in martial techniques of musical instruments, but she never imagined that Qin Yujie's martial arts were so strong. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, a group of people appeared around the arena for the duel. They were dressed uniformly in black robes, each one displaying formidable strength. The leading elder had even reached the 1st level of the Wheel C realm. This is Su Laiyong, the deputy elder of the Inner Sect's Enforcement Hall. Why has he come? The people of the Enforcement Hall are always domineering in the Tianyuan Sect. If someone is taken away by them, their fate is usually sealed. Look quickly, they're heading toward Qin Yujie. Could they be here to capture him? Tang Jinan's influence in the Inner Sect is really overwhelming if even the deputy hall master of the Enforcement Hall works under him. If the Enforcement Hall isn't causing trouble for no reason, they must be here for Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie is in trouble. How can an 8th-ranked Guiyuan Outer Sect disciple possibly stand against the Enforcement Hall? Seeing the menacing group, the crowd around retreated several steps to avoid being involved. Are you Qin Yujie? Su Laiyong, the deputy hall master of the Enforcement Hall, asked condescendingly after approaching Qin Yujie. Yes. Qin Yujie replied. Qin Yujie also couldn't figure out why the Enforcement Hall would be coming for him. Could it be related to Tang Jinan's influence inside the Inner Sect? Young in years yet devious in thought, ruthless and brutal. A person like this, the Tianyuan Sect cannot tolerate you. Su Laiyong released a wave of oppressive energy before speaking rudely. Hearing these words, the surrounding crowd immediately realized that the Enforcement Hall was moving to deal with Qin Yujie. I don't understand where my thoughts have turned wicked or how I have acted ruthlessly. And how can you, merely the deputy hall master of the Enforcement Hall, represent the Tianyuan Sect? Do you think your power surpasses even the patriarch of Tianyuan Sect? Qin Yujie retorted without fear. This bold statement put Su Laiyong under significant pressure. If Su Laiyong failed to provide a reasonable explanation and forcibly took Qin Yujie away today, these words would inevitably reach the ears of the Tianyuan Sect patriarch, and Su Laiyong would surely face severe consequences. A mere deputy hall master of the Enforcement Hall certainly cannot represent the Tianyuan Sect. Su Laiyong said coldly. If that's the case, I wonder what business you have here? Are you trying to take me to the Enforcement Hall? Qin Yujie said coldly. Qin Yujie's words left the crowd in utter shock. They could hardly believe that Qin Yujie had the audacity to speak this way to the deputy hall master of the Enforcement Hall. In the Tianyuan Sect, every outer sect disciple would always be courteous when encountering members of the Enforcement Hall. Qin Yujie, you mercilessly cut off Tang Jibei's hands and legs a few days ago, destroying someone's foundation in martial arts. Isn't that proof of your malicious intentions and ruthless cruelty? Su Yeong's face darkened as he spoke icily. This is nothing but a huge joke. If someone wants to kill me, shouldn't I have the right to defend myself? Don't think I don't know that within the Tianyuan Sect, as long as someone does not cause another's death during a private fight, it's considered fine. Can you really manipulate everything just because you're the deputy hall master of the enforcement hall? Qin Yujie responded indifferently. Our enforcement hall always handles things fairly. Regardless, you must come with us to the enforcement hall. Su Liyong declared. Once inside the enforcement hall, one never comes out. Everyone knew this. Although Qin Yujie wasn't afraid of them, there was no need for him to risk anything unnecessarily. Ho ho, what crime have I committed? Why should I follow you to the enforcement hall? Qin Yujie retorted. You shouldn't blame me for taking advantage of your junior status then, Su Liyong said coldly. As the deputy hall master of the enforcement hall, apprehending an outer sect disciple should not invite any objections. Qin Yujie cast a casual glance at Su Liyong. He harbored no fear for him. Qin Yujie still held several formidable cards up his sleeve that he hadn't used yet, such as the Undying Sword Body, the Eat Fire, and the Wind Sword Intent. Any one of these alone could kill Su Liyong. However, unless Su Liyong initiated the attack, Qin Yujie wouldn't act first. Doing so would give Su Liyong exactly the excuse he needed. Just as the battle seemed imminent, a magnificently dressed woman flew down from the sky. Her aura was potent, exuding power with every movement she made. Director Su, as a mere deputy, do you really think you can overshadow heaven and earth? The palace-clad woman asked icily. Chapter 54, Inner Sect Elder Jiang Fanxian. The lady in court robes who had arrived was none other than an elder from the Inner Sect, named Jiang Fanxian. Jiang Fanxian had a large reputation within the Inner Sect, not just because she was renowned for her beauty, but also because of her prowess. Although she was barely over 30 years old, her cultivation had already reached the third stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Is this true, Elder Jiang? I am unsure what you mean by your previous words, Su Liyong asked somewhat astonished. I meant exactly what I said. Lord Su, if you want to capture someone, there needs to be a reason. Acting rashly without reason is unacceptable, Jiang Fanxian replied. Elder Jiang, is it worth offending Tang Jinan for the sake of an outer sect disciple? Asked Su Liyong. That's not for you to decide. Or are you suggesting we fight? Jiang Fanxian said coldly. Let's go. Su Liyong scoffed, then led the group from the enforcement hall away. With her cultivation at the third stage of the Wheel Sea realm, Jiang Fanxian was far beyond Su Liyong's match, and he had no choice but to leave quietly. Thank you, Venerable One. Qin Yujie thanked Jiang Fanxian. If Jiang Fanxian hadn't appeared today, Qin Yujie might have ended up in a fight with Su Liyong. Although Qin Yujie didn't fear Su Liyong, Jiang Fanxuan's intervention certainly helped him out. Are you Qin Yujie? Follow me, Jiang Fanxian said, then left on her own. Qin Yujie quickly followed Jiang Fanxuan's figure, disappearing from the other's view. At a secluded bamboo grove, Jiang Fanxian and Qin Yujie stopped. What do you require of me, Venerable One? Qin Yujie asked himself, having never met Jiang Fanxian before or had any significant relationship with her. He was confused about why she would risk offending Tang Jinan for his sake. Weren't you the youngest level alchemist in Xuanhuan City recently? Jiang Fanxian casually asked. Yes, I didn't expect your information to be so precise, Qin Yujie responded with some surprise. Jiang Fanxian sighed. Actually, as an alchemist, shouldn't you have noticed the issue in my body? Qin Yujie carefully examined Jiang Fanxian, then said, to fully understand, I need to feel your pulse. However, I sense that your vital energies are steadily declining. If nothing unexpected occurs, you have at most 3 months to live. Throughout history, medicine and pharmacology have been inseparable. A qualified alchemist must excel in both medicinal arts and pill crafting. As Dan Emperor's successor, apart from inheriting the art of pills, Qin Yujie also inherited the medical wisdom of the Dan Emperor, reaching a masterful level in both areas. Furthermore, medical knowledge branched into 3 parts: acupuncture, massage, and Dan artistry, all of which Qin Yujie had comprehended thoroughly. You're right. I truly have only 3 months left. This time, I'm taking a gamble since I saw your prodigious talent in alchemy. If there's no way to save me, I won't blame you, Jiang Fanxian said calmly. In fact, Jiang Fanxian had previously consulted Feng Yesu in Xuanhuan City, but even he could do nothing. Yet, unwilling to give up hope, when she learned Qin Yujie was a Shang-level alchemist, a new spark of hope ignited within her. Caught between hope and fear of disappointment, Jiang Fanxuan's heart twisted in conflicting emotions. It was her last shred of hope, for she believed Qin Yujie's talent was supernatural, possibly holding the key to her survival. If this still proved fruitless, Jiang Fanxian resolved to accept her fate. Silence enveloped the two for a long while. Eventually, Jiang Fanxian seemed to accept the answer from the silence, speaking lightly. You may leave. Qin Yujie detected Jiang Fanxuan's sinking mood, thinking silently. You initially had 3 months left, but now with the abandonment of your will to live, you'll survive only 2 more months. Qin Yujie said mildly. There might still be a way. Let me check your pulse first. Qin Yujie refrained from making exaggerated claims, wanting to keep his options open until fully understanding her condition. All right. Jiang Fanxian extended her arm, reigniting a small glimmer of hope in her heart. Qin Yujie placed 3 fingers on her wrist and released a thread of true yuan essence, entering Jiang Fanxuan's body. He guided the flow of this energy throughout her meridians. Immediately, Jiang Fanxian grew cold in her expression, filled with annoyance. She'd never encountered such brashness before. Typically, when checking the pulse, true yuan was carefully controlled around the arm, Qin Yujie's actions were far too bold. The human body had many private areas, and among the 12 main meridians passing through various points, the movement of his energy made Jiang Fanxian feel as though her entire privacy had been intruded upon. I hope you can justify your words, or don't blame me for being ruthless. This thought flashed through Jiang Fanxuan's mind. As Qin Yujie gradually channeled true yuan into her body, his brows furrowed. He discovered that the situation inside Jiang Fanxian was much worse than it appeared on the surface, more complex even, and he had also uncovered a secret about her body. Qin Yujie actually had many ways to cure Jiang Fanxian in his mind, but since he was only at the Guiyuan realm, he couldn't employ many of these methods yet. Right now, the best he could do was to heal her gradually over several treatments. But as his cultivation improved later, Qin Yujie believed he would definitely be able to cure Jiang Fanxuan's injuries. With a complicated glance at Jiang Fanxian, Qin Yujie said with shocking confidence, "Senior, if my guess is correct, you should have originally possessed a special physical constitution, but someone forcibly removed it from your body." Jiang Fanxian couldn't care less about Qin Yujie's earlier rudeness and exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" "Of course it came from diagnosing your pulse. Senior, your previous cultivation level must have been very high, but then someone forcefully stripped you of your special constitution, causing your realm to fall back to the third stage of the We'll See realm," Qin Yujie said with certainty. "Go on." Jiang Fanxian suppressed her excitement and coldly commanded. It was the first time anyone had accurately described her condition just by taking her pulse, and she felt confident that Qin Yujie must have a solution. At the time, if you had been properly nurtured, Senior might still have survived without issues. But not only did you fail to receive proper treatment, someone poisoned you, and you went through a major battle. It's already incredible that you've managed to survive this long. This was the first time Qin Yujie had seen someone like Jiang Fanxian, who had been stripped of their special constitution. What cruelty they had endured, what extraordinary pain Jiang Fanxian must have gone through. Despite himself, Qin Yujie felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Fanxuan's plight and wondered inwardly, what kind of person is Jiang Fanxian really? Chapter 55, Senior, lie on the bed. Qin Yujie, everything you said is right. Can you cure my injuries? Jiang Fanxian asked anxiously. I can't completely heal your wounds all at once now, but I can control the severity and then treat it gradually. After each treatment, you'll definitely feel better, and after around 10 to 15 treatments, you will be cured. But although your injury can be healed, the physical constitution you've lost and the realm you've fallen from won't return, Qin Yujie replied. Just being able to survive is already good. As for the other things, we'll deal with them later. Jiang Fanxian didn't have too many requests. After all, for someone close to death, saving their life was the top priority. Senior, the poison inside of you is called heavenly cold Yin water. This water is colorless and odorless. Once ingested, it can destroy all of your blood and meridians. Even a martial artist at the We'll See realm could fall victim without caution. Every night at midnight, you must feel excruciating pain and extreme coldness over your entire body, right? That's correct. Please start treating me immediately. Jiang Fanxian trusted Qin Yujie thoroughly, as his analysis was perfectly accurate. Should we treat you here or at my residence? Qin Yujie casually tossed out his own estate. An elegant courtyard suddenly appeared in the bamboo forest, breathtakingly beautiful. This? Jiang Fanxian was shocked. She wasn't an ignorant person, yet she was still astonished by Qin Yujie's extraordinary means. Senior, this way. Qin Yujie led Jiang Fanxian into the courtyard. This is a 1,000-year spirit peach tree. Jiang Fanxian instantly recognized the peach tree in Qin Yujie's yard, surprising her. Jiang Fanxuan's cultivation had been high in the past, though she had now dropped to the We'll See realm. Her previous discernment still remained. She had seen many 1,000-year spirit herbs before, but seeing such an item in the possession of a martial artist at the primordial origin realm was the first time. Senior, let's enter the room. Qin Yujie took Jiang Fanxian into one of the rooms in his mansion. To tell the truth, this was the first time Qin Yujie brought a woman into the room. In the past, even with Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua, they would at most drink wine in the courtyard. He had never entered this room with anyone else. This room was large, with multiple rooms, naturally including a bed for sleeping. Senior, lie down on the bed. After some thought, Qin Yujie decided to use acupuncture and massage techniques first. After all, using pills would require him to refine Earth-class pills to neutralize the toxicity of the heavenly cold Yin water. At his current level of cultivation, he wasn't proficient enough to refine those pills. What do you plan to do? Jiang Fanxuan's face immediately turned cold, thinking, is this little brat plotting something wicked? Senior, what do you fear? You are at the We'll See realm. Are you afraid of me at the primordial origin realm? If you don't trust me, then that's fine. Qin Yujie said indifferently. All right then. Jiang Fanxian hesitated for a moment and then laid down on the bed. After all, saving her life was the priority, and there were no further considerations to make. It must be said, Jiang Fanxian was not only beautiful in appearance but also had an excellent figure, lying there, which held a fatal attraction to men. Although Jiang Fanxian was over 30, as a martial arts cultivator, there was no difference between her and someone in their 20s. After all, within the path of martial arts, there were countless methods and pills to preserve youth. Qin Yujie looked at Jiang Fanxian, and his heart trembled slightly. As a normal man, saying he felt nothing would be false. Being 18 years old, the peak of youthful vitality, any man in this situation would experience some fluctuations. Qin Yujie quickly sat on the ground and ran through the eternal youth technique several times until his mood finally calmed down. I'll use acupuncture to treat you first. It's best if you take off your clothes. Qin Yujie said lightly. Are you looking for death? Zhang Fanxian responded coldly. If she hadn't retained a bit of rationality, just based on that statement alone, she might have already attacked Qin Yujie. I mean, take off your outerwear. Your royal outfit is far too thick for proper needle treatment. Qin Yujie quickly explained. Truthfully, even Qin Yujie didn't want things to come to this point, but there was no other option. Fine, if you dare to take advantage of me, you're dead. Zhang Fanxian clenched her teeth, threatening him with finality. Zhang Fanxian usually wore heavy royal attire that kept her tightly wrapped up. Although she was already 30, having never been close to any man before, the idea of removing her outer layer in front of Qin Yujie caused her considerable inner conflict. But thinking about her impending demise, she finally complied. You turn around, I'll signal when you can turn back. This was Zhang Fanxuan's last defiance. All right. Qin Yujie turned around. Zhang Fanxuan's face was a little red with embarrassment. She slowly took off her heavy palace gown, revealing the light blue shirt underneath. All right. Zhang Fanxian lay down on the bed and closed her eyes as she spoke. At this moment, Zhang Fanxian felt somewhat uneasy inside. She didn't dare to look into Qin Yujie's eyes because it was too awkward. Qin Yujie turned around, and just one glance caused his heart to race with excitement. There she was in her light blue shirt, exquisitely beautiful, with an exceptionally well-proportioned figure that was graceful beyond compare. Could it be that she wears such thick palace robes to cover her immense charm? Qin Yujie couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Fanxuan's beauty was different from Lin Qinin's. If Lin Qinin were a delicate lotus flower, then Zhang Fanxian was more like a fully blooming peony. Both were incredibly beautiful, yet they were beauties of a different kind. Hurry up and give me acupuncture, or I will gouge out your eyeballs. Seeing that Qin Yujie was unresponsive for so long, Zhang Fanxian snapped coldly. What a seductress! Qin Yujie calmed himself, mobilized the true essence within his body, and sent out needles from his hand with pinpoint accuracy at each acupoint. The technique Qin Yujie was employing was an ancient needle therapy called Divine Gate 13 needles, where each needle required special techniques. It was extremely demanding on true essence. After every needle insertion, a bead of sweat would form on Qin Yujie's forehead. By the time he had completed 6 needles, Qin Yujie had already exhausted his entire supply of true essence. Zhang Fanxian looked slightly pained. She felt the spiritual energy inside her body shaking violently, as if about to explode. Am I really going to die this way? Zhang Fanxian panicked internally. With the process halfway done, Qin Yujie could not stop the treatment now. Doing so would put Zhang Fanxuan's life in danger. However, Qin Yujie had anticipated this scenario, and he placed the 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf in his mouth. Immediately, a surge of immense spiritual energy entered his body. Qin Yujie controlled the flow of true essence, continuing to administer the remaining needles. When all 13 needles had been inserted, Qin Yujie was already drenched in sweat. It's still somewhat strenuous using this technique at my current level, but once my cultivation breaks through to the heavenly man realm, it should go much smoother. Qin Yujie muttered to himself. Initially, Zhang Fanxian felt immense pain throughout her body, but when Qin Yujie finished the 13th needle, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. It was as though all her cells were leaping alive, and she sensed a large portion of the toxins in her body being expelled. Chapter 56, Senior, lie down now. An hour later, Qin Yujie finally took the acupuncture needles off Zhang Fanxuan's body. Qin Yujie had recently acquired a number of other people's storage bags filled with various cultivation resources. This set of acupuncture needles was one of them. Although it wasn't particularly valuable, it proved to be useful today. Senior, how do you feel now? Qin Yujie asked. Previously, Qin Yujie refined a leaf from a 1,000-year-old spirit peach, and now his true essence was fully restored. Not only that, but his own cultivation also improved somewhat. Though he hadn't broken through to the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm, it was still significant progress. Actually, within Qin Yujie's body, half of the spiritual energy from the 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf had been absorbed by his undying sword body to temper his physical form. Without realizing it, Qin Yujie's physical body became even stronger. I feel much better now, Zhang Fanxian said with a slight tinge of surprise in her voice. Zhang Fanxian couldn't have imagined that just one treatment would have such an excellent effect. She naturally looked at Qin Yujie even more highly. Well, Senior, lie down on your stomach now. Let me give you a massage. You know, acupuncture combined with massage yields much better results, Qin Yujie explained. You will give me a massage? Fine, but if I discover that your hands are not behaving, I will cut them off. Zhang Fanxian coldly stated this, then turned over, quietly lying face down on the bed. Zhang Fanxian was no longer as resistant as before. She had been secretly observing Qin Yujie's every move. Seeing him focused solely on administering the acupuncture technique while consuming much of his true essence, she understood Qin Yujie harbored no ill intentions towards her. Thus, her guard lowered somewhat. At this moment, although Zhang Fanxian was dressed, the thin layer of her green robe failed to hide her alluring figure. The smooth robe closely hugged her back, vividly displaying every perfect curve. In reality, a truly perfect woman often possesses curves on her back far more enchanting than what is seen from the front, especially when adorned with such clingy clothing. It was an allure capable of captivating hearts. Her green robe covered up to her calves, leaving both her snow-white ankles and exquisite jade feet almost perfectly visible. Every part of her emitted an irresistible attraction. As Qin Yujie admired this beautiful posture, a poem escaped his lips involuntarily. Clouds resemble garments, flowers appear like faces. The spring breeze stirs railings, dew clings luxuriously. If not for seeing at the top of Kunyu Mountain, I'd surely meet under the moonlit Jade Terrace. Jiang Fanxian glanced back at Qin Yujie before saying coldly, "One more nonsensical word, and I'll cut out your tongue." "Senior, I apologize. It was wrong of me." Qin Yujie quickly admitted his mistake. After appreciating Jiang Fanxian for a bit, Qin Yujie dared not look anymore, fearing that another glance might make him lose control of himself. This truly couldn't be blamed on Qin Yujie. In the past, whenever he was with Lin Qinyin or Mu Linglong, none of these situations ever arose. Of course, Jiang Fanxian naturally heard this poem, causing a ripple of thought inside her heart, but soon enough, her emotions flattened like water once again. Jiang Fanxian wasn't some naive 18-year-old girl. Her focus remained entirely on her cultivation. Qin Yujie then controlled his internal true essence and began using special techniques to press and pat certain areas of Jiang Fanxuan's body. This was known as the 9 strokes of meridian massage from ancient times. The 9 strokes each had a unique function, and they were precisely suited for treating Jiang Fanxuan's condition. Qin Yujie had never tried these massage techniques on any human before, so he wasn't sure how effective it would be. However, given its ancient origins, he believed the effects wouldn't disappoint. Qin Yujie's hands wandered across Jiang Fanxuan's back, the hot temperature of his palms slightly reddening her face. Although Jiang Fanxian felt slightly uneasy, she could not deny that Qin Yujie's hands moved skillfully, providing immense comfort. At this moment, Jiang Fanxian was conflicted. She wanted to tell Qin Yujie to stop pressing her, but at the same time, she admitted that he made her feel good. She realized her injured meridians were recovering significantly. Gradually, Qin Yujie's hands traversed nearly the entire length of Jiang Fanxuan's back. After half an hour, the massage finally concluded. During the massage period, neither of them spoke a word. Such a scenario was too awkward, so perhaps it was best not to say anything. Jiang Fanxian put on her palace robes, then coldly declared, "No one else must know about today's events. All right, senior, after today's treatment, your life expectancy can likely be extended to 5 months. Come back to me for further treatment in a month." Qin Yujie replied with a smile. "Good. Since you've helped me so much, whether it's martial techniques, secret arts, or resources, name it, and it shall be yours." Jiang Fanxuan's tone softened, indicating her gratitude. "No need. I have everything. Consider this as my gratitude for today's help," Qin Yujie said with a smile. "All right, if you can really cure me, I'll give you ample thanks," Jiang Fanxian said solemnly. After finishing her sentence, Jiang Fanxian cast a meaningful look at Qin Yujie and then disappeared in a flash. Jiang Fanxian quickly returned to her own residence within the sect, where she served as an elder of the inner sect. Her dwelling was located on a mountaintop rich with spiritual energy. She looked up at the distant mountain peaks and murmured to herself, "Clouds resemble garments, flowers appear like faces, the spring breeze stirs railings, dew clings luxuriously. If not for seeing at the top of Kunyu Mountain, I'd surely meet under the moonlit Jade Terrace. Is it speaking of me?" Qin Yujie lounged in a rattan chair, picked a leaf from a 1,000-year-old spirit peach, placed it in his mouth, and then took out a spirit-gathering pearl to begin cultivating. He spent the entire night cultivating. As dawn broke, Qin Yujie woke up, looking refreshed and radiant. After a night of cultivation, Qin Yujie's true essence had become even more powerful. "System, check-in," Qin Yujie silently recited. "Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained the intent of Fire Sword." Qin Yujie felt a surge of excitement. Now Qin Yujie possessed 2 types of sword intent. One was Wind Sword intent, and the other was Fire Sword intent. When used together, the effect would far exceed simple addition. It was already rare for anyone to comprehend one type of sword intent while in the Xuanhuan realm, let alone 2. "My strength has increased further," Qin Yujie said contentedly. Thus, with the assistance of the 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf, superior quality condensing pills, and the spirit gathering pearl, Qin Yujie immersed himself in intense cultivation for 7 days straight. His cultivation level eventually broke through to the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm. My cultivation is finally at the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm. However, the system reminded me that the outer sect check-in has ended, and I must enter the inner sect to continue checking in. There's less than 2 months left before the outer sect competition begins, so I won't be able to check in during these 2 months. For these 7 days, apart from cultivating, Qin Yujie also checked in daily and gained numerous good things. On the first day, he received an upper-grade mystical spring, which could produce mystical spring water non-stop each day. Qin Yujie placed this spring in the courtyard of his mansion, making it convenient for him to brew tea locally. After all, using ordinary water to brew a 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf seemed inappropriate. But with mystical spring water, not only would the tea smell better, its efficacy would improve significantly. Chapter 57, Guidance on Sword Techniques. On the second day, Qin Yujie obtained 100 high-quality spirit stones. High-quality spirit stones contain a great amount of spiritual energy and are very versatile. They can be used for cultivation, for setting up formations, or even as currency to buy things. It was the first time Qin Yujie had seen high-quality spirit stones, so he couldn't help but pick one up to observe it closely. The spirit stone was crystal clear, like crystal, without any trace of impurity inside. On the third day, Qin Yujie gained a divination technique that allowed him to investigate anyone's cultivation level, as long as it wasn't more than 2 major realms higher than his own. Qin Yujie thought this was a very practical skill. Being able to understand an opponent's cultivation meant knowing both oneself and one's adversary. leading to victory in every battle. On the fourth day, Qin Yujie received a set of acupuncture needles named Tianyuan needles. These Tianyuan needles were made from many precious materials, all being lower-level heavenly grade materials, making their value immeasurable. With this set of needles, when Qin Yujie performed acupuncture treatments, he would be much more at ease, and the treatment effect would also improve. On the fifth day, Qin Yujie obtained a lower-level heavenly grade sword technique named Xuanhuan Sword Technique. The Xuanhuan Sword Technique consisted of only 2 moves, the first move being traveling through the world, and the second move hegemony across. The power of the Xuanhuan Sword Technique surpassed that of the Four Seasons Sword Technique, because the latter was merely an upper-level Earth grade technique, while the Xuanhuan Sword Technique already reached heavenly grade status. With the Xuanhuan Sword Technique, my strength has become even more terrifying, Qin Yujie said satisfactorily. On the sixth day, Qin Yujie obtained a mystical grade liquor named Spring Breeze Intoxication. This mystical grade liquor was brewed from over 100 different mystical grade medicinal herbs. The quality grade of the Spring Breeze Intoxication was 1 tier higher than Drunken Spirit Jade Elixir and Immortal Dew, since both Drunken Spirit Jade Elixir and Immortal Dew were considered yellow grade liquors. Another fine wine added to the collection. The taste is truly excellent. Qin Yujie took a sip of the Spring Breeze Intoxication and immediately sensed a flavor completely distinct from Drunken Spirit Jade Elixir and Immortal Dew. Indeed worthy of its name, Spring Breeze Intoxication, for it evokes a sense of the breeze of spring. Qin Yujie remarked with a hint of awe. On the seventh day, Qin Yujie received a set of female attire, made from valuable materials that could automatically adjust in size. Moreover, it had an excellent defensive function, comparable to an upper-level Earth-grade defensive armor. Looking at the clothes he himself wore, Qin Yujie felt a little irritated. They're both outfits signed from the system, yet why does mine only count as a regular outfit with no functionality whatsoever? That's far too unfair. After venting for a bit, Qin Yujie put the outfit away. Lying in his courtyard, Qin Yujie drank the Spring Breeze Intoxication while admiring the surrounding scenery. By now, Qin Yujie was somewhat famous among the Outer Sect disciples, as many had seen his personal manner which he always carried around. Every time those Outer Sect disciples saw Qin Yujie's manner, they looked upon it with envy. Cultivation within the Outer Sect was not easy. All resources needed to be earned personally, be it techniques, martial skills, or elixirs. All came with enormous expenses. If they didn't work hard to earn points, many wouldn't even be able to maintain basic survival. Therefore, in the Outer Sect, there weren't many people who led Qin Yujie's carefree lifestyle, spending their days drinking wine and enjoying tea. If everyone followed Qin Yujie's lead, most would abandon cultivation altogether. For several days, Qin Yujie kept the manor settled among the bamboo groves, occasionally encountering Outer Sect disciples passing by during their cultivation. Sometimes, if someone caught his eye favorably, Qin Yujie would invite them for a drink. You should know, Qin Yujie never carried anything less than exceptional alcohol. Both Drunken Spirit Jade Elixir and Immortal Dew were crafted from 100 yellow-grade medicinal herbs. Although Qin Yujie no longer placed much regard on them, these drinks represented profound opportunities for Outer Sect disciples. That day, Qin Yujie invited 2 individuals for a drink. Lord Qin, you are indeed my benefactor, Li Kun. A cup of wine shared with Lord Qin far surpasses a year of my arduous practice. An Outer Sect disciple gazed admiringly at Qin Yujie's luxurious estate, speaking gratefully. Yes, I have heard rumors before about how Lord Qin's wines were the best tasting in Lingtian Kingdom. Today, Meng Xiao feels immensely fortunate to drink even a single cup of Drunken Spirit Jade Elixir. Another Outer Sect disciple responded excitedly. Li Kun and Meng Xiao sparked some recognition in Qin Yujie's memory. Back when Qin Yujie played A Laugh Resounds Across the Ocean during a music competition, they were among those whose cultivations broke through instantly. Qin Yujie still vaguely remembered how Li Kun and Meng Xiao bowed down to him right then, thanking him with deep gratitude. Speaking of which, it could be considered their fortune to encounter Qin Yujie again today. Seeing that the two had humble origins but trained very diligently, Qin Yujie was reminded of when he first entered Tianyuan Sect and was still a servant disciple. Back then, he was also like them. Though life was hard every day, he never abandoned his martial arts dreams. Well, this wine doesn't amount to much. I noticed you two practicing swords in the bamboo grove earlier, didn't I? Qin Yujie asked with little regard. Yes, senior brother Qin. We were indeed practicing sword techniques. We've been learning an upper-level yellow-grade sword technique called Jingle Breeze Sword Technique, Li Kun replied somewhat bashfully. That's true. We've practiced it for a long time but haven't seen any progress. Could senior brother Qin give us some guidance? Meng Xiao asked with yearning. All right, let me see the sword manual. Qin Yujie said indifferently. To be honest, Qin Yujie had never heard of such a low-grade technique as the Gentle Breeze Sword Technique. As someone who possessed a heavenly grade sword technique, he naturally held no interest in it. However, since these two had come asking for help, Qin Yujie decided to offer some minor guidance. Senior brother Qin, here you go. Li Kun took out the Gentle Breeze Sword Technique manual and handed it to Qin Yujie. Upon reviewing the manual, Qin Yujie realized that the Gentle Breeze Sword Technique consisted of 3 moves, emphasizing softness, like a breeze brushing across one's face, allowing a practitioner to defeat an opponent almost unnoticed. With his undying sword body, Qin Yujie had already reached a monstrous understanding of the pinnacle of sword techniques. In just a few breaths, he comprehended the essence of the Gentle Breeze Sword Technique. Perform it once, so I can take a look. Qin Yujie said calmly. Sure. Li Kun and Meng Xiao stood up excitedly. As they demonstrated the gentle breeze sword technique, the two began sparring back and forth. The fight appeared lively and skilled. Someone unfamiliar with the sword path might even mistake them for experts. In reality, however, they were far from it. Observing their movements, Qin Yujie shook his head and thought silently. They clearly don't grasp the essence of the gentle breeze sword technique. Chapter 58. Intersect member Zhu Lianggong. A short while later, the two had finished. Senior brother Qin, what's wrong with our sword techniques? The two asked nervously. Since you've asked me, I'll be honest. Both of you are practicing incorrectly. You have already strayed from the right path. The Qingfeng sword technique may have 3 moves, but these moves are actually dispensable. The essence of the Qingfeng sword technique lies in its artistic conception rather than specific moves. You two are stuck in the framework of the moves and lack the artistic conception of the Qingfeng. How could you possibly integrate and reach a perfect realm? I will only demonstrate it once for you two. How much you understand depends on yourselves. Qin Yujie casually thrust his sword out, and instantly Li Kun and Meng Xiao felt as if a gentle breeze was coming, bringing a serene feeling. Before they realized what happened, a sword was already pressing against their foreheads. Li Kun said in shock, "This is the Qingfeng sword technique at its perfect realm. My God, senior brother Qin, you just practiced it once and reached the perfect realm." Meng Xiao also said in amazement, "Senior brother Qin has truly astonishing insight. We practiced for half a year before reaching the initial mastery. Any martial art skill has 5 realms: beginner, proficient, basic accomplishment, advanced accomplishment, and perfection. The higher you go, the harder it becomes to break through each level, especially the realm of perfection, which is extremely difficult." Yet, Qin Yujie broke through it so effortlessly. The extreme comprehension ability of Qin Yujie shocked the two on the spot. They knew that Qin Yujie had amazing talent in both swordsmanship and music, but they didn't expect him to also have such great comprehension. Qin Yujie looked at their astonished faces and said indifferently, "Is this hard? It's merely the simplest yellow-level sword technique. Look at your overreacting faces." This sentence of Qin Yujie, like a dagger, unintentionally pierced the hearts of Li Kun and Meng Xiao. Li Kun and Meng Xiao looked at each other and sighed bitterly. They understood that Qin Yujie's comprehension was indeed too monstrous. Luckily, both of them had strong psychological qualities. If it were an ordinary person, they would certainly be crushed so badly that they wouldn't be able to take care of themselves. Senior brother Qin's comprehension is truly shocking. We admire him with all our heart. Li Kun and Meng Xiao said in admiration. That's enough. Don't say more about it. Did you remember the feeling from that earlier sword technique? Qin Yujie asked indifferently. With Qin Yujie's personal demonstration, they would definitely gain something. Remembered it. I feel that my understanding of the Qingfeng sword technique has deepened. Li Kun said excitedly. I do too. We have been heading in the wrong direction all along. If not for senior brother Qin's timely guidance, we probably could never understand the true essence of the Qingfeng sword technique. Meng Xiao also said in gratitude. After thanking Qin Yujie thoroughly, they left and continued to practice their swords deeper into the bamboo forest. After watching for so long, you can come out now. Qin Yujie glanced at a lush area filled with bamboos, but saw no one there. If you don't come out, I will attack directly. Qin Yujie added. Soon, a stranger emerged from behind the bamboo grove, looking at Qin Yujie with disbelief, saying, I didn't expect you to see through my breath-concealing technique. Qin Yujie had noticed this man long ago. He just hadn't exposed him while teaching Li Kun and Meng Xiao their sword techniques. Who are you? Qin Yujie asked. I am Zhu Lianggong, an inner sect disciple. I didn't expect everyone to underestimate you. Not only do you have extraordinary talent, but your comprehension ability is also this strong. No wonder Chao Zhoutsu died at your hands, Zhu Lianggong said cautiously after appraising Qin Yujie. So, you're here to kill me too. Qin Yujie instantly understood what was going on. Zhu Lianggong shook his head and said, Rest assured, I won't kill you. At most, I'll nullify your cultivation. This was not a dueling ground. Even if Zhu Lianggong had the courage to openly kill someone, nullifying another's cultivation without taking their life doesn't count as breaking the sect rules. Oh, are you really that confident? Qin Yujie chuckled nonchalantly. Qin Yujie had already used detection art to observe Zhu Lianggong. His cultivation was at the 7th stage of the celestial realm. Although his strength far surpassed the previous Chao Zhoutsu's, in Qin Yujie's eyes, he was still utterly powerless. You probably don't know, Chao Zhoutsu was the weakest among our 4. I could kill him in one move, without needing a second. Do you think killing Chao Zhoutsu makes you very powerful? Zhu Lianggong said disdainfully. Oh, if that's the case, then hurry up and make your move, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Don't rush. I think your mansion is pretty nice. If you give it to me, I can refrain from nullifying your cultivation. And your flying sky chariot as well. If you also give it to me, I'll leave right now without bothering you. Zhu Lianggong was calculating in his mind. Not long ago, Qin Yujie's flying sky chariot caused a great commotion within the inner sect. Many people saw it, and even those who didn't see it at the time heard about it afterward. The flying sky chariot was an object of envy for many inner sect disciples. After all, in their eyes, an outer sect disciple did not deserve to own such a treasure. Zhu Lianggong had only just heard of this recently. He had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time, and only broke through to the 7th level of the celestial realm a few days ago. Are you serious? If I give you the mansion and the flying sky chariot, you'll let me go? Qin Yujie asked with a touch of mockery. Absolutely. Zhu Lianggong keeps his word. Zhu Lianggong quickly said while taking advantage of Qin Yujie's interest. Qin Yujie took out the flying sky chariot from his system and asked, "Is this the chariot you were referring to?" Upon seeing the chariot floating in the air, Zhu Liangong's eyes immediately lit up as though he had spotted a world-class treasure. The flying sky chariot hovering high in the air caught the attention of numerous outer sect disciples. That's where senior brother Qin resides. There seems to be some movement. We should go check it out. Yes, let's go together. We've heard that inner sect disciple Zhu Liangong came looking for Qin Yujie today. What? Zhu Liangong, the genius who just broke through to the 7th level of the celestial realm. Yes, exactly him. It said his power is terrifying, surpassing many of his peers. Senior brother Qin is in trouble this time. Let's go see. Many outer sect disciples rushed toward the bamboo forest where Qin Yujie was. Seeing Qin Yujie hand over the flying sky chariot so readily, Zhu Liangong happily remarked, "Qin Yujie, truly a wise man knows when to yield. Your flying sky chariot is indeed extraordinary. It's absolutely a top treasure." Qin Yujie smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" "I like it, I love it," Zhu Liangong excitedly replied. As he looked at Qin Yujie, he felt increasingly fond of him, imagining himself galloping wildly across the skies after owning the chariot. Qin Yujie smiled, then instantly retracted the flying sky chariot and indifferently said, "If you like it so much, why don't you buy one yourself? It's improper to ask others for such favors." Chapter 59, The Staggering Knife. When the crowd who had rushed over heard Qin Yujie's words, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Lin Qinin, who had hurried over in a rush, was made to smile by this sentence from Qin Yujie. "If you like it so much, why don't you buy one for yourself?" That is truly a classic line. I nearly died laughing. A disciple from the outer sect clutched his stomach and laughed while saying this. After all that build-up, Zhu Liangong actually thought Qin Yujie would really give him the flying heavenly horse carriage. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. That's right, the bigger the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Look, Zhu Liangong's face has turned green. Zhu Liangong really thinks others are fools. How could Qin Yujie possibly give away a treasure like the flying heavenly horse carriage? Yes, and even if he did, Zhu wouldn't let Qin brother off easily anyway. The surrounding crowd whispered about Zhu Liangong with various comments. At this moment, Zhu Liangong's mindset was almost destroyed. Furious, he said to Qin Yujie, "Are you playing with me?" Qin Yujie responded coolly, "You're probably mistaken. I never said I would give it to you. I just showed it to you so you could feel envious. You're overthinking things. Alright, you've got guts. Since you're picking a fight with me, don't blame me for not being polite anymore. When I cripple your cultivation, everything you own will be mine." Zhu Liangong said wildly. "Just stop talking and make your move already," Qin Yujie said impatiently. By now, many people had gathered around. Seeing the tension between these two, they instantly grew excited. After all, battles between such skilled experts weren't common, only occurring more frequently after Qin Yujie entered the outer sect. "Qin Yujie, today I'll show you my strength." Zhu Liangong let out a cold snort as his cultivation at Tianyuan Realm level 7 suddenly erupted, sending a massive pressure onto those around him. The Annihilation Knife Technique. First form, Skybreak. With a sudden slash of his knife, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth surged violently. Then, a colossal golden-yellow knife shadow appeared in the sky, its imposing momentum as if it could split the heavens. This is actually an upper-grade Xian-class knife technique, the Annihilation Knife Technique, one knowledgeable disciple from the outer sect exclaimed in shock. The Skybreak knife form is incredibly powerful. Qin Yujie won't be able to withstand this strike, another disciple continued. Zhu Liangong deserves his reputation as a genius in the path of the knife. This move was simply stunning. I doubt even someone at the same level as Zhu Liangong could withstand this strike, let alone Qin Yujie who is merely at the Xuanhuan realm level 9. But still, Qin Yujie is pretty remarkable. He only joined the outer sect a few months ago and has already reached Xuanhuan realm level 9. True, Qin Yujie's talent is monstrous, but I feel like he might be in serious danger today. Indeed, this attack by Zhu Liangong is extraordinary. What does Qin Yujie have to counter it? The onlookers gazed at Qin Yujie and Zhu Liangong, chattering amongst themselves. Zhu Liangong let out a burst of mad laughter towards Qin Yujie. "Qin Yujie, you should understand my power now, right? Unfortunately, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. There's no turning back once something is lost." As Qin Yujie saw the massive blade energy rushing toward him, he shook his head with disdain. "Regret? Your power doesn't deserve any regret from me." Although Qin Yujie could have used half-step chase locust to dodge this attack, there was no need. In his view, his power was far beyond the norm. However, Qin Yujie feared that his single blow might be too strong and accidentally kill Zhu Liangong if he can't control his force. If Zhu were killed by him, the enforcement hall would have a legitimate reason to accuse him. While everyone else assumed Qin Yujie was about to die, he was contemplating how to control his force and not accidentally kill Zhu Liangong. If everyone knew what Qin Yujie was thinking at that moment, they would likely be struck so hard that they'd question reality itself. 9 styles of the Demon Zither. Second style, True Mirror of the Demon Zither. Qin Yujie took out the Jade Zither. With both hands pressing on the zither strings, the heavenly essence immediately fluctuated violently. Then, a powerful mirror appeared before Qin Yujie. There was a resounding boom. The enormous blade, Qi instantly collided with the mirror. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, the blade Qi was repelled back along the same path it came from. "This isn't possible. My attack was reflected back." Zhu Liangong looked at the blade Qi before him, slightly furrowing his brow. Although the blade Qi was immensely powerful, Zhu Liangong only used half of his strength. so in his eyes, this attack wasn't a threat. Skybreak. Zhu Lianggong swung his knife again, and the two forces of the blade, qi, clashed together, creating violent airflow vibrations. The entire bamboo forest shook fiercely, and debris was strewn everywhere. The outer sect disciples surrounding them were all shocked. They looked at Qin Yujie in disbelief, unable to imagine that he had so easily countered Zhu Lianggong's attack. Qin Yujie, don't get too confident yet. That was only half of my power. Now I'll give it my all, said Zhu Lianggong with immense confidence. In that case, go ahead and make your move, Qin Yujie responded calmly. Your mirror reflection technique has a limit. Once the attack exceeds that limit, your technique will fail, Zhu Lianggong explained confidently. You're absolutely right, Qin Yujie agreed. While the reflection did have a limit, Qin Yujie's true essence was formidable, further enhanced by the superior rank Earth-class weapon, the purple jade zither. He wasn't sure where the exact boundary lay for his reflection, but he knew it was more than sufficient to handle warriors at the Tianyuan realm. Annihilation Knife Technique, second form, Heaven Destroy. This time, Zhu Lianggong poured all his true essence into the attack. The energy around him surged again, generating a blade, qi twice as powerful as before, heading straight for Qin Yujie. This was Zhu Lianggong's strongest offensive move. The Heaven Annihilating Knife technique consisted of two forms, Break Heaven and Destroy Heaven, with the second form being significantly more powerful than the first. This earth-shaking strike bore down on Qin Yujie with terrifying momentum. The forest roared under violent winds, trembling violently as a large patch of bamboo was flattened instantly. Birds and beasts fled in panic from the sheer might of this strike. Even those watching from the sidelines were thrown off balance by its residual force. Zhu Lianggong is incredibly strong. Qin Yujie is surely in grave danger this time. Such a spectacular and devastating knife technique, something I've never witnessed before. This strike could split the land in two. A warrior at the Tianyuan realm level 7 is truly frightening. No wonder Zhu Lianggong ranks third among Tang Jinan's followers. He is far stronger than Xiao Zhouziu. Although Qin Yujie is exceptionally talented, he's still not fully grown in power. There's just too great a gap between his level and Zhu Lianggong's. Everyone observing was awestruck by Zhu Lianggong's incredible move. Feeling some pity for Qin Yujie, they shook their heads in regret. Chapter 60, Astonishing? I'll break it with one sword strike. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd reached Qin Yujie's ears. Qin Yujie looked at the imposing giant sword shadow before him and shook his head lightly, saying, Is this what you call astonishing? How laughable. What you find astonishing is riddled with flaws in my eyes. I can break it with one strike of my sword. Qin Yujie slowly drew out his green lotus sword and delivered a piercing stab. The Suji sword technique, Winter Snow Kai Kai. Suddenly, the temperature of the heavens and earth dropped, and snowflakes as big as goose feathers began to fall. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had suddenly entered winter. Amidst the swirling snow, an awe-inspiring blade of energy surged toward Zhu Lianggong. This single sword strike was majestic and overwhelming. The crowd felt their minds go blank, utterly at a loss for words to describe such a strike. Because we already used the best words to describe Zhu Lianggong earlier, we cannot find better ones now. I have only now realized how ignorant we are. Zhu Lianggong's astonishing strike seems like trash compared to senior brother Qin's. You cannot use astonishing to describe this. Even astonishing falls short when describing senior brother Qin's strike. What powerful swordplay. Senior brother Qin's mastery over the way of the sword is divine. I originally thought that senior brother Qin's specialty was the art of the Qin, but turns out his talent for the sword way is equally devilish. Senior brother Qin's strike caused these celestial phenomena, truly astonishing beyond compare. Everyone around was completely shocked by Qin Yujie's world-shattering blow. In an instant, the two immense attacks clashed, creating a massive explosion. Zhu Lianggong's blade energy shattered into pieces while Qin Yujie's continued its unstoppable charge toward Zhu Lianggong. In just the blink of an eye, the sword's power struck Zhu Lianggong right on his dantian. His body was sent flying backward by the force. No, Zhu Lianggong's face showed panic. He could not believe he had been defeated, and so thoroughly. My cultivation has been ruined? Qin Yujie, how cruel you are. Feeling all his powers lost, Zhu Lianggong shouted in panic. Qin Yujie glanced at Zhu Lianggong and said, Weren't you planning to ruin my cultivation too? I merely returned the favor with his own methods. Kindness towards the enemy is cruelty to oneself, and Qin Yujie was not the type who would repay grudges with virtue. With too many people present, and the bamboo grove having been severely damaged, Qin Yujie decided to store away his personal residence. Then using a technique called Bond Step Chase Cicada, he disappeared from everyone's view in an instant. Before leaving, Qin Yujie gave Lin Qinin a glance, after which Lin Qinin also disappeared from sight. Although many had seen Qin Yujie's mansion, they were unaware that it could be carried with him. Therefore, when Qin Yujie stored it away today, everyone was instantly stunned. After all, Qin Yujie's mansion wasn't simple. It was large, had a spacious yard, and most importantly, there was a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree in the yard that caught people's attention. Now Qin Yujie had brought this system with him, causing shock among the audience. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yujie did indeed have a ring worn on his hand, confirming to all that his ring was a spatial ring. Everyone here was immediately astonished upon realizing this. Remember, regardless of whether they were outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, everyone used storage bags. In fact, many outer sect disciples couldn't even afford storage bags, let alone spatial rings. Throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect, The number of people who owned spatial rings was negligible. Even many intersect elders and core disciples did not possess them. Spatial rings also come in different grades, and one like Qin Yuji's, which could hold such a massive mansion, must be of high rank. I am sure the ring on Qin Yuji's hand is a spatial ring. Qin Yuji is incredibly bold. To wear such a treasure as openly as that, doesn't he fear others trying to steal it? Didn't anyone notice earlier? There was a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree in Qin Yuji's mansion. Yes, there should be one. Qin Yuji has so many treasures. Flying celestial carriages, 1,000-year-old spirit peach trees, spatial rings. Each one is worth a fortune. Don't forget, the wine that Qin Yuji carries is not simple either. I realize now that comparing ourselves to Qin Yuji makes us look like waste. Whether in talent, cultivation, or treasure, we cannot match him. And more crucially, even in appearance, we cannot compare. Zhu Lianggong, lying on the ground, watched Qin Yuji's retreating back and a gleam of hatred flashed in his eyes. Qin Yuji, you think that by nullifying my cultivation, you've cut off my path of martial arts? Haha, you underestimate me. Zhu Lianggong found a place where no one could see him, then sat cross-legged on the ground. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently into his body, and his injuries began to heal slowly. In no time at all, his cultivation had fully returned. It turned out Zhu Lianggong was different from ordinary people. He had 2 dantians. When one dantian was destroyed, he still had another that could be used. Moreover, due to this destruction and reconstruction, the other dantian absorbed the true essence from the original one. After the fusion of the 2 dantians, Zhu Lianggong's power became even greater. Although he was still at the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm, the strength of his true essence was almost twice what it had been before. My current power is twice what it was before. Qin Yuji, let you be smug for a few days first. Since my dantian has just fused now, I'll stabilize my foundation for a few more days before I take revenge on you. With this thought in mind, Zhu Lianggong took out a healing pill and swallowed it, then continued to close his eyes and practice cultivation. After leaving, Qin Yuji found another quiet spot and then took out his personal residence. This place should be free from disturbances. Qin Yuji went under the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree and began drinking spring breeze liquor. Not long after, Lin Qinin arrived. Yuji, I feel the gap between you and me is growing larger and larger, Lin Qinin said faintly. Qinin, actually, the reason I called you here today is that I intend to pass on my 9 styles of the devilish Qin to you. Qin Yuji smiled. As an ardent lover of the Qin, Lin Qinin's pursuit of Qin art was unquestionable. She adored Qin art, so when she heard that Qin Yuji was going to impart the 9 styles of the devilish Qin to her, she felt as though she were dreaming. Why are you passing it on to me? Lin Qinin asked, somewhat surprised. Chapter 61, The 9 Styles of the Devilish Qin. Qin Yuji's 9 styles of the devilish Qin had also been witnessed by Lin Qinin, and its power was simply awe-inspiring. Moreover, ordinary people would absolutely never pass on their martial arts skills to others. Because you're a music fanatic. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin in my hands is purely a waste. In your hands, it's truly putting things to good use, Qin Yuji said. Lin Qinin was slightly conflicted. Although she really wanted to learn, she felt that Qin Yuji's 9 styles of the devilish Qin were too precious. Qin Yuji, fearing Lin Qinin might refuse, continued. I regard you as a soulmate to whom I impart these skills. If you refuse, then we are no longer friends. All right. Lin Qinin gave Qin Yuji a deep look, then nodded in agreement. That's correct. Remember, for anything I give you, you can't refuse it, Qin Yuji laughed. Qin Yuji extended his index finger, tapping it on Lin Qinin's forehead, transferring the cultivation method of the 9 styles of the devilish Qin into her mind. When Lin Qinin saw the 9 styles of the devilish Qin, she was both shocked and thrilled, as if she had discovered new land. Truly, one does not disappoint as a music fanatic, starting to study the 9 styles of the devilish Qin with such urgency. Qin Yuji watched Lin Qinin's absorbed expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. Lin Qinin's comprehension of musical ways was high, though she didn't possess any instant enlightenment like Qin Yuji did with martial techniques. As she continuously studied, she found herself becoming increasingly insightful towards the 9 styles of the devilish Qin. Lin Qinin took out her scorched wood Qin and started trying out different techniques on it. She was now practicing the first move of the 9 styles of the devilish Qin, the true devilish Qin fist. Looking at Lin Qinin playing the Qin, Qin Yuji explained, the most important part of the true devilish Qin fist is the Qin playing technique. Did you notice? Here it requires special techniques, and here, if you can successfully integrate all these, this skill will be refined to perfection. True to her reputation as a musical prodigy, after listening to Qin Yuji's words, Lin Qinin suddenly felt enlightened, and many aspects which were previously unclear became crystal clear to her. Originally, it was like this. Lin Qinin focused deeply, her hands playing repeatedly on the scorched wood Qin. Suddenly, a fist appeared above Lin Qinin's head, then shot toward the distance. A tremendous attack immediately shattered nearby trees into fragments. In just half an hour, under Qin Yuji's guidance, Lin Qinin had reached the initial success level of the true devilish Qin fist. This 9 styles of the devilish Qin is indeed incredibly powerful, Lin Qinin said, somewhat astonished. Qinin, your musical talent is remarkable. Next, I will play through all 9 styles of the devilish Qin. I believe it will benefit you greatly, Qin Yuji said. Taking out his own purple jade Qin, Qin Yuji elegantly sat cross-legged beneath a tree, his graceful aura resembling an immortal. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin, The first style, the true devilish Qin fist. Suddenly, a massive fist appeared in the sky, radiating an overwhelming momentum, hundreds of times more powerful than what Lin Qinin had played before. Although Lin Qinin only achieved the initial level of success with the true devilish Qin fist, Qin Yujie had already reached mastery. At the level of mastery, martial techniques undergo qualitative changes, and their power surpasses that of lower levels significantly. Also, though both Lin Qinin and Qin Yujie were at the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm, the concentration of true energy within Qin Yujie's body was at least tens of times stronger than Lin Qinin's, much like the difference between a stream and the ocean. Therefore, naturally, the strength they could wield with martial techniques varied immensely. Furthermore, there was also the distinction between the purple jade Qin and the scorched wood Qin. The purple jade Qin was a top-tier earth-grade weapon, while the scorched wood Qin was only of the uppermost tier of mystical grade. Their difference in class meant their powers differed too. Lin Qinin attentively observed Qin Yujie playing the Qin, gaining deeper and deeper insights. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin, the second style, the true devilish Qin mirror. Suddenly, Qin Yujie's technique changed, altering the melody instantly. The natural spirit forces around gathered frantically, forming a giant mirror in the sky. This colossal mirror abruptly split into 8 smaller ones, enclosing Qin Yujie entirely within them. Lin Qinin became increasingly entranced and involuntarily began playing along with Qin Yujie. In the sky, another set of 8 mirrors appeared. Though weaker than Qin Yujie's, they resembled them quite accurately. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin, the third style, devilish Qin shooting the sun. Qin Yujie's hand techniques suddenly grew hurried. A massive bow and arrow materialized in the sky. Instantly drawn full, the arrow shot forth with tremendous force, invincible in every way. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin, the fourth style, devilish Qin domination spear. A colossal spear appeared in the sky, grandiose and majestic, splitting momentarily into hundreds of spear shadows. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin, the fifth style, devilish Qin true form. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin, the sixth style, devilish Qin seduction. The 9 styles of the devilish Qin, the ninth style, devilish Qin's wild dance. Qin Yujie's hand techniques alternated between gentle and hurried as he fully displayed his profound understanding of the 9 styles of the devilish Qin. Lin Qinin also followed along with Qin Yujie's performance, gaining significant insights. By now, she had already improved all the moves of the 9 styles to the minor success level. As for the major success and perfection levels, Lin Qinin could definitely break through to perfection by practicing more at home. No less than half a month, and no more than a month. When she reached this stage, her strength would absolutely undergo a qualitative leap. Yujie, thank you, Lin Qinin said. Don't be so formal. I have one more thing to give you. Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. What is it? Lin Qinin asked. It's this purple jade Qin. It's wasted in my hands. I'll give it to you, because you are truly someone who loves the Qin. Qin Yujie said. If you give me the purple jade Qin, what will you use? Lin Qinin asked. In fact, my strongest ability lies in swordsmanship. Qin playing is just an auxiliary skill for me. It's not essential, Qin Yujie said. All right, but then I'll give my scorched wood Qin to you. Lin Qinin thought for a moment and made a decision. All right. Qin Yujie knew that if he didn't accept the scorched wood Qin, Lin Qinin would feel uneasy. Actually, Qin Yujie was merely giving Lin Qinin things that were dispensable for him, whereas Lin Qinin was gifting him the scorched wood Qin that had accompanied her for over a decade. Although its value might be lower compared to the purple jade Qin, to Lin Qinin, the scorched wood Qin was her most precious possession. She had never let any man touch it. This scorched wood Qin held special significance for Lin Qinin. Do you really intend to give me your scorched wood Qin? Qin Yujie asked with a smile. Yes, I do, Lin Qinin answered. Qin Yujie caressed the body of the scorched wood Qin, causing Lin Qinin to flush slightly when she saw this. Chapter 62, Mutual Gift of Ancient Zither. The Jiaomu Zither, although not as good as the Ziyu Zither, is still a fine instrument. Qin Yujie casually played High Mountain Flowing Water, and a beautiful melody flowed from the strings, like a lofty mountain piercing through the clouds, then streaming out in an unceasing flow. Lin Qinin also used the Ziyu Zither to play a laugh at the vast ocean. It must be said that Lin Qinin played very well. Her zither skills had become even more proficient than before. The two exchanged for a while until sunset when Lin Qinin left. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine, then put away his estate, using the half-step pursuit of cicada technique, and soon arrived at the Fotu Pagoda. The Fotu Pagoda is a place for cultivation for warriors of the Guiyuan realm. Qin Yujie's current cultivation was already at the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm. If he breaks through to the Tianyuan realm, he would lose the qualification to attempt the Fotu Pagoda, so Qin Yujie decided to try his hand at it today. There were fewer people attempting the Fotu Pagoda today. When Qin Yujie arrived, there were only a few scattered people around the pagoda. The Fotu Pagoda has a total of 33 floors. It is said that passing all 33 floors will grant special rewards, but no one has ever managed to clear them all. Qin Yujie's arrival immediately caught everyone's attention because his combat strength is incredibly overpowered, and everyone wants to know how many floors he can pass. Without paying attention to the crowd, Qin Yujie flashed into the Fotu Pagoda. Once inside the Fotu Pagoda, he found himself in a surreal space. On the first floor of the Fotu Pagoda, there was a warrior at the first level of the Guiyuan realm. Qin Yujie delivered a punch, and he shattered him into pieces. This first floor is too simple. Qin Yujie shook his head and said. Qin Yujie quickly reached the second floor. The difficulty increased on the second floor, with 3 warriors of the Guiyuan realm's first level appearing. These 3 Guiyuan first-level warriors surrounded Qin Yujie in the center, cooperating seamlessly. A typical second-level Guiyuan challenger would have no chance against them. With slight movements, Qin Yujie swiftly dispatched them one by one with single punches. Soon, Qin Yujie arrived at the third floor. On the third floor, there was a second-level Guiyuan realm warrior. As expected, Qin Yujie handled this one with another quick punch. In this manner, Qin Yujie cleared obstacles effortlessly and swiftly arrived at the 18th floor of the Fotu Pagoda. Outside the Fotu Pagoda, quite a crowd had gathered. This Qin Yujie is so fast. I see that he spins almost a second per floor. 1 second? That means just one move. Judging by that, senior brother Qin dispatches every guardian with a single move. The first few levels, I could do the same. But as it goes further, the power of the guardians gets stronger. Senior brother Qin can still maintain this speed, which is really terrifying. That's right. Senior brother Qin is too prodigious in both strength and talent. At this rate, isn't he breaking records? That's true, but on the 18th floor, there are 3 guardians at the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm. Senior brother Qin probably can't get past them so quickly. Senior brother Qin defeated Zhu Lianggong, who was at the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm. Clearing the 18th floor should be a certainty. Yeah, but it will surely take longer. I guess senior brother Qin will clear it in 5 seconds. 5 seconds is too long. I bet senior brother Qin will finish it in 4 seconds. You're being too cautious. I think 3 seconds will be enough for senior brother Qin. Among the crowd outside the Fotu Pagoda, discussions about Qin Yujie were abundant. On the 18th floor, there were 3 guardians at the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm. Each of these warriors was an outstanding figure within their realm. Many challengers failed precisely at this floor. All 3 wielded swords, surrounding Qin Yujie. They simultaneously launched their attacks. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. One of the guardians swung his sword, instantly filling the space with lightning and thunder. Then, a bolt of sword energy covered in lightning streaked toward Qin Yujie. This sword energy possessed immense power, fast as lightning, arriving before Qin Yujie in an instant. Sky-splitting sword technique. At the same moment, the second guardian released his attack. A blade of chi erupted with overwhelming momentum, as if capable of cleaving through the entire world. This slash rushed toward Qin Yujie like surging river waters. Flame sword technique. The third guardian unleashed his sword strike. Instantly, flames filled the space and quickly converged into a massive fire dragon. This fire dragon exuded formidable power, roaring toward Qin Yujie with a terrifying aura. Each of these 3 attacks carried overwhelming momentum. An average warrior at the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm would likely be unable to withstand even one of these strikes, let alone face them all at once. Faced with these 3 attacks, Qin Yujie simply and casually swung his sword. 4 Seasons Sword Art, Winter Snow Drift. Suddenly, the entire space began to snow heavily, as if someone were scattering salt. The snowflakes fell on the 3 guardians, instantly freezing them into ice sculptures. At this moment, a frosty sword energy, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly shattered all 3 of them into pieces. Their massive attacks were swallowed by the falling snow and then dissolved. In just one stroke, Qin Yujie had defeated the 3 gatekeepers simultaneously. Outside the Fotu Pagoda, everyone was stunned at this point. They had all been guessing how long it would take Qin Yujie to pass the 18th floor. Some guessed 4 seconds, others 3, but none had expected that they were wrong. Qin Yujie had taken less than a second to clear it. It was evident that everyone had still underestimated Qin Yujie's strength. Is Qin Yujie even human? He passed the 18th level even faster than before. This proves that up until now, Qin Yujie wasn't using his full power. Senior brother Qin is amazing. We don't know if he can keep up this speed in the following floors. The challenges will only get stronger ahead. Even if senior brother Qin is extraordinary, it's impossible for him to maintain this speed. That's true. If my guess is correct, the next challenges will involve warriors at the first level of the Tianyuan realm. Yes, against Tianyuan realm warriors, senior brother Qin's speed will definitely slow down. Not necessarily. With a single strike, senior brother Qin could defeat Zhu Lianggong. Handling the first level Tianyuan realm guardians should be effortless for him. True. Senior brother Qin has godlike strength, so it's not impossible that he clears this level in another second. Everyone was astonished by Qin Yujie's speed. Some thought he'd inevitably slow down, while others believed he could maintain his current pace. The 2 factions debated fervently. Inside the Fotu Pagoda, on the 19th floor. On the 19th floor, there was a significant change in the strength of the guardian. Chapter 63, Bravely Venturing into the Foto Tower. The highest-ranked guardian in the first 18 floors was merely at the 9th level of Guiyuan realm, and many extraordinary individuals could pass through. However, beyond the 18th floor, starting from the 19th, each floor's guardian was a Tianyuan realm warrior. This meant that for Qin Yujie, starting from the 19th floor, every floor represented an upward battle. One could say, from the 19th to the 33rd floor, it was prepared for truly monstrous talents. On the 19th floor, there was a Tianyuan realm one-layer guardian. This guardian was a speed-type warrior. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qin Yujie and unleashed a terrifying punch. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. When it came to speed, he believed he wouldn't lose. Qin Yujie used half-step chasing cicada and instantly arrived behind the guardian. With just his powerful physical body, he delivered a horrifying punch. With just this one punch, the Tianyuan realm one-layer guardian immediately turned to ashes. Soon, Qin Yujie reached the 20th floor. On the 20th floor, there was a Tianyuan realm 2-layer guardian. This warrior was purely strength-based, following the path of overpowering with brute force. As soon as he punched, the space's spiritual energy suddenly converged, and then an enormous fist charged toward Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie also fiercely threw a punch. The two colossal attacks collided instantly, shattering the guardian into pieces. Quickly, Qin Yujie smoothly eliminated the guardians all the way and reached the 25th floor. At this moment, outside the photo tower, the crowd had already been shocked numb. They couldn't imagine that, facing the Tianyuan realm guardians, Qin Yujie's speed of passing through hadn't decreased at all, still maintaining a speed of 1 floor per second. Keep in mind, continuous challenges were extremely draining on both physical strength and true essence, especially when confronting Tianyuan realm warriors. However, for Qin Yujie, it didn't seem to have consumed much. Not only was the true essence inside Qin Yujie's body immensely abundant, but also the Chongqing art he practiced could quickly and automatically restore his true essence. Moreover, Qin Yujie had numerous elixirs, spirit wines, and spirit teas in reserve, so he had no fear of exhausting his true essence. Brother Qin is simply too amazing. It feels like he's about to break the record. Yes, the highest record for this photo tower is the 25th floor. If Brother Qin can surpass the 25th floor, he'll set a new record. Brother Qin is truly a prodigy. After the 18th floor, he has maintained such incredible speed. I suspect the photo tower might be malfunctioning. I think so too. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so fast? TSK, you guys don't know the awesomeness of Brother Qin. My recent breakthrough in Qingfeng's sword technique to the peak realm was all thanks to Brother Qin giving me some pointers. Li Kun said proudly, hiding among the crowd. Yes, Brother Qin merely glanced at the Qingfeng sword technique and instantly brought it to the consummate state. Brother Qin's talent in sword arts is truly monstrous. His rapid clearance isn't unfounded, Meng Xiao added. The attacks of sword techniques are usually renowned for their sharpness. Brother Qin can effortlessly kill Zhu Liangong with one strike. Certainly, he'll surpass the 25th floor. Brother Qin is about to break the record. He's amazing. Amidst the murmurs of those around him, inside the photo tower at the 25th floor, before Qin Yujie stood a Tianyuan realm 6-layer warrior who also wielded a sword. However, his sword was different from other swords. He wielded a heavy sword. This guardian swung his heavy sword toward Qin Yujie, making him feel an overwhelming force rushing toward him. Heavy sword without edge, great skill without trickery. A slight shock rippled within Qin Yujie's heart. This seemingly ordinary strike contained immense power. 4 Seasons sword technique, spring rain drizzle. In response, Qin Yujie swung his sword, causing rain to fall instantly throughout the entire space. Each drop of rain transformed into a streak of sword chi. Hundreds of streams of sword chi merged into one and charged toward the guardian. The two massive streams of sword chi collided with a boom. Qin Yujie's sword momentum surged forward relentlessly and struck the guardian, who immediately disintegrated into ash. On his journey through the tower, Qin Yujie encountered many guardians wielding swords, each possessing distinct characteristics. Some wielded their swords with peculiar techniques, others with dominance. Some followed the light-hearted sword path, while others embraced the way of the heavy sword, focusing either on offense or defense. With the undying sword constitution, Qin Yujie learned quite a few tricks about the sword from these encounters. Qin Yujie felt that his ideal sword path was a relentless, sharp and powerful attack capable of shattering mountains, which he would pursue throughout his life. Outside the photo tower at this moment, the crowd was stunned speechless, because it took Qin Yujie only 1 second to pass through the 25th floor and reach the 26th. Qin Yujie broke the record. No one had ever passed through the 25th floor of the photo tower. As for the levels beyond the 25th, the strength of the guardians was unknown to everyone. On the 26th floor, there was a guardian at the 7th layer of Tianyuan realm, wielding a long spear as his weapon. In the martial world, fewer warriors used spears, most preferred swords and knives. The sword is known as the monarch among weapons, the spear as the king among weapons, and the knife as the Gaul among weapons. These 3 types of weapons actually have no superior or inferior comparison. A warrior needs to choose the one that suits them to unleash extraordinary power. However, because few people use the spear, those who do generally possess remarkable abilities. Rising dragon from the sea. Suddenly, the guardian thrust out with his spear, instantly coalescing an enormous spear within the entire space. The massive spear emanated an overwhelming momentum, its power shaking heaven and earth. Most shockingly, this spear carried the aura of spear momentum. Just like swords have their own sword momentum, and knives their knife momentum, spears naturally possess spear momentum. Once someone comprehends spear momentum, their spear skills become much more powerful. This spear's attack was immensely strong, and for ordinary people, facing it almost meant certain defeat. Spear momentum means nothing if you haven't even grasped spear intent, let alone the 4 stages of spear intent: beginner, partial mastery, full mastery, and perfection. Not only have I mastered 2 types of sword intent, but both of them have reached the perfected stage. For me, this poses no difficulty at all. Moreover, I don't even need to activate my sword intent. Relying solely on the 4 Seasons sword technique will be enough to break through this. 4 Seasons sword technique, fiery summer. Qin Yujie extended his sword, without activating either of his 2 sword intents or the undying sword constitution. Just one simple thrust caused the guardian to vanish into thin air. On the 27th floor, there was a guardian at the 8th layer of Tianyuan realm, whose weapon was a qin, a Chinese musical instrument. Never did I expect to encounter a master of Qin martial arts, Qin Yujie said, slightly surprised. Because Qin Yujie had given the purple jade Qin to Lin Qinin, his current Qin martial arts prowess was not as strong as it originally was. Besides, the charred wood Qin belonged to Lin Qinin's gift, and Qin Yujie did not wish to use it as a weapon. Chapter 64. Knife Intent vs. Sword Intent. Dragon soaring, tiger roaring. Suddenly, the gatekeeper flicked his hands, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered crazily. Then a series of sound waves appeared in the sky and transformed into a giant dragon and a mighty tiger. The dragon and tiger roared upward to the sky, emitting a tremendous sound wave from their mouths. This sound wave was mesmerizing. Any ordinary warrior encountering it would absolutely suffer nosebleeds from 7 orifices. Sky-breaking finger. Qin Yujie extended a single finger, lightly pointing at the dragon and tiger. Immediately, spiritual energy vibrated wildly, and an enormous finger appeared in the sky. Affected by Qin Yujie's attack, the giant dragon and tiger turned into ashes instantly. The finger continued to shoot towards the gatekeeper, who then shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. At this moment, outside of Fudu Tower, many people had already gathered, even quite a few inner disciples came to watch. Seeing Qin Yujie breaking through all the way up to the 20th checkpoint made everyone draw a cold breath. This Qin Yujie is just too extraordinary. He's already reached the 20th checkpoint. Yeah, Qin Yujie is only at the 9th level of Guiyuan realm. How can he be so powerful? Even Tang Jinan, the strongest disciple in the inner sect, his best record in the outer sect was only at the 22nd floor. It seems that at the same cultivation level, Tang Jinan would definitely not be a match for Qin Yujie. True, but you're talking about the same level. By the time Tang Jinan returns, his cultivation will have reached Luanhai realm. Yeah, when Tang Jinan comes back, Qin Yujie might not have a chance. The onlookers engaged in much discussion. Inside Futu Tower, Qin Yujie kept breaking through checkpoints, quickly reaching the 30th checkpoint. The gatekeeper at the 30th checkpoint already possessed the strength of the first level of Luanhai realm. I've never fought with warriors at Luanhai realm before. This time I'll take it slowly to see how far my power has progressed. Qin Yujie said seriously. This gatekeeper was a knife-using warrior. Knife suppressing the sky. In one slash, the gatekeeper emitted a surging momentum akin to the river water charging straight towards Qin Yujie. River knife intent. Qin Yujie was slightly startled. This was the river knife intent in its elementary stage. Knife intent is the realm that genuine knife talent individuals could grasp, similar to the sword intent. Comprehending it was exceedingly difficult. Not every knife-practicing warrior at Luanhai realm could understand the knife intent. Once a warrior possesses a deja of knife intent, the power of knife-based martial skills in their hands would increase several times. Wind sword intent. Qin Yujie didn't unleash his perfect sword intent. Instead, he controlled his sword intent at the elementary stage. Both colossal attacks collided instantly, as if volcanoes were colliding with the earth, causing massive ripples throughout the space. Their attacks were evenly matched. One-character knife method. The gatekeeper swung his knife again. This one-character knife method was an Earth-tier lower-grade knife technique. Executed by a Luanhai realm warrior, its power was incomparably huge. With the superimposition of the river knife intent, its power increased several folds. This was without a doubt the most powerful move Qin Yujie had encountered so far from all his opponents. 4 Seasons Sword Technique, Autumn Wind Suffing. Wind Sword Intent. Qin Yujie fused his perfect wind sword intent with the sword method, instantly unleashing a shocking sword energy flying toward the gatekeeper. This was Qin Yujie's most powerful sword skill without using the undying sword body, the Zhongheng sword technique, the odd fire, and the fire sword intent. Under the assault of this strand of sword energy, the formidable knife energy disintegrated into fragments, and the sword energy continued its charge, slashing directly onto the gatekeeper. The body of the gatekeeper was immediately split into 2 halves. Just like that, Qin Yujie successfully passed the 30th level and arrived at the 31st level. The 31st level was guarded by a Luanhai realm 2nd level gatekeeper. This gatekeeper wielded a sword. A warrior at Luanhai realm 2nd level was several times stronger than one at the 1st level. Roaming Dragon Sword Technique. Earth Sword Intent. Qin Yujie was startled once more. It was actually the perfected Earth Sword Intent. Without hesitation, Qin Yujie struck with his sword. 4 Seasons Sword Technique. Winter Snow Kai Kai. Wind Sword Intent. Fire Sword Intent. The fusion of an upper-grade Earth-class martial skill with both wind and fire types of sword intent. Qin Yujie's single strike was breathtaking. This gatekeeper was killed with one stroke. On the 32nd level, a Luanhai realm 3rd level gatekeeper was also defeated by Qin Yujie with a combination of 2 sword intents followed by a killing blow. Finally, Qin Yujie reached the 33rd level, the final checkpoint. The strength of this gatekeeper had already attained Luanhai realm 4th level. Warriors at Luanhai realm 4th level possessed an unfathomable amount of true essence within their bodies. The Luanhai realm, as the name implies, signifies that the true essence within their bodies has become as vast as an ocean. Of course, the size of each individual's energy sea varies. Those with great talent possess a larger energy sea, while those with lesser talent have a smaller one. The gatekeeper's momentum was overwhelmingly powerful. The pressure from just the 4th level of Luanhai alone was more than an ordinary Tianyuan realm warrior could withstand, let alone a Guiyuan realm warrior. Qin Yujie felt an immense and overwhelming force pressing down upon him. Fortunately, Qin Yujie's true essence was extraordinarily potent. The concentration of his internal true essence was not inferior to that of an average Luanhai realm warrior. 7 stars sword technique. Sword shatters, star river. Water sword intent. Fuse them. With a single thrust of the gatekeeper's sword, the entire space trembled violently. A dazzling and devastating sword chi surged directly toward Qin Yujie. This 7-star sword technique was an upper-grade Earth-class sword skill that only had one move. This one move aimed for ultimate attack power. Moreover, it was fused with the water sword intent, which doubled its power. Seeing this devastating sword chi heading towards him, Qin Yujie felt a formidable fighting spirit rise within him. Zhongheng sword technique, soaring across the world. Wind sword intent, fire sword intent. Qin Yujie used a lower-grade heavenly-class martial skill, then combined it with 2 kinds of sword intent. This strike, excluding the absence of triggering the tenfold amplification of the undying sword body and the usage of odd fire, represented Qin Yujie's most powerful current attack. Instantly, the entire space vibrated wildly, and a shocking sword chi shot toward the gatekeeper. Boom! The 2 enormous sword chis collided instantly. Qin Yujie's sword chi paused only slightly before surging ahead unimpeded, heading straight for the gatekeeper. The combination of a lower-grade heavenly-class sword technique and 2 perfected sword intents, enhanced by the terrifying true essence within Qin Yujie's body, created a sword chi of extraordinary power. It easily broke through the gatekeeper's own sword strike. This sword chi moved as fast as lightning, striking the chest of the gatekeeper in just the blink of an eye. The gatekeeper instantly turned to dust. Qin Yujie himself couldn't believe it. He had killed a gatekeeper at the 4th level of the Luanhai realm with just 1 sword strike. Chapter 65. 9 Peals of the Bell. Outside the pagoda of Floating Buddha, everyone was once again astonished. Although the crowd had never seen the guardian behind the 25th floor of the pagoda of Floating Buddha, they knew that level 25 was already for martial artists at the 6th tier of the Heavenly Man realm. Presumably, the levels after would be even stronger. In everyone's view, the guardian of the 33rd floor should be 3 martial artists at the 9th tier of the Heavenly Man realm. As for the We'll-See realm, no one even considered it. It might be their limited perspective that shaped their thoughts. In Ling Tian Kingdom, no one had yet witnessed a martial artist at the 9th tier of the Returning Origin realm able to leap across 2 major realms and defeat a 1st-tier We'll-See realm fighter. If the crowd knew that Qin Yujie on the 33rd floor faced a 4th-tier We'll-See realm guardian, they might have been so shocked as to doubt their own reality. This Qin Yujie is truly extraordinary. He actually completed the entire pagoda of Floating Buddha. Yes, the 33rd floor should have been guarded by 3 9th-tier Heavenly Man realm fighters, yet he defeated them effortlessly. Qin Yujie's talent is simply monstrous. This marks his rise to great heights. Qin Yujie's combat power is terrifying. Perhaps only a We'll-See realm warrior could defeat him. I find this unbelievable. Has the pagoda of Floating Buddha malfunctioned? Once Qin Yujie comes out, I will try my hand at it too. At this moment, from the top of the pagoda of Floating Buddha came 9 resonant peals of the bell. It turned out there was an ancient and plain large bell at the summit of the pagoda of Floating Buddha. This bell, since the establishment of the Tianyuan Sect, had never rung before, thus leaving its purpose unknown to the masses. Now, with 9 loud resounding peals of the bell, all the disciples and elders of the Tianyuan Sect were instantly drawn to attention. This sound, like thunder in the ears, deep and muffled, enveloped the entire Tianyuan Sect, echoing continuously. Master Hong Yuchuan of the Tianyuan Sect, upon hearing the bell, froze where he stood. He trembled visibly, unable to conceal his excitement. I didn't expect the legendary 9 peals of the bell to truly appear. Hong Yuchuan looked astonished and thrilled. He cautiously opened a tome of antiquity, passed down through generations of sect leaders. On it was inscribed a rule of the sect. One who clears the 33rd floor of the pagoda of Floating Buddha and causes 9 bells to ring may directly become the chief core disciple. One who clears the 33rd floor of the Tianlong Tower and causes 9 bells to ring may directly become the master of the Tianyuan Sect. The Tianyuan Sect had 2 towers, the pagoda of Floating Buddha and the Tianlong Tower. The pagoda of Floating Buddha is outside, used for those in the Returning Origin realm, while the Tianlong Tower lies within, serving those in the Heavenly Man realm. Even Hong Yuchuan only knew that the 9 ringing bells were mentioned in the historical teachings. Details about what lay beyond the pagoda of Floating Buddha and the Tianlong Tower remained unknown even to him, comprehended only by those who successfully passed through. I wonder who has caused the 9 rings. I need to go and see. In a flash, Hong Yuchuan left his cave residence and flew towards the outer area. Many of the sect's elder members were also drawn by the 9 peals of the bell, rushing towards the pagoda of Floating Buddha using their techniques. Inside the pagoda of Floating Buddha, Qin Yujie wasn't aware of the commotion outside. After defeating the guardian of the 33rd floor, a ghostly soul figure appeared before him. The soul apparition took a look at Qin Yujie and then praised. Who would have thought that after 800 years, someone finally reached the last level? Young man, your strength is impressive. May I ask why the venerable elder waits here? Qin Yujie asked calmly. I wait here to find my successor. Now that you've come, you are my successor, said the soul apparition. But elder, I don't wish to become your successor. I merely came here to challenge myself. Qin Yujie shook his head and refused. Qin Yujie's response greatly surprised the soul apparition. He couldn't imagine anyone resisting the temptation of inheritance. With the lottery system, Qin Yujie possessed everything inside, including even the divine alchemist inheritance, and hence he didn't value the legacy in such a minor place. Moreover, Accepting a heritage meant taking on cause and effect ties. Once these ties were broken against destiny's path, causal laws would bind and influence future realm advancements considerably. The items obtained via Qin Yujie's system lacked any causal relationship and were better than heritages, so Qin Yujie outright refused. Young man, you probably don't know who I am. I am Wu Xingqiang, the founding patriarch of Tianyuan Sect. You must have heard of me, right? Said the soul apparition with a slight sense of pride. Sorry, I haven't heard of you. Qin Yujie shook his head and replied frankly. Alas, the current Tianyuan Sect is truly a place of declining morals, as its disciples don't even know the name of their founding ancestor. Well, my soul cannot last much longer anyway, and since you show no interest in my legacy, I won't force it upon you, sighed the soul apparition. I was born in the Nine Abyss royal dynasty, the only son of the first family, the Wu clan. Gifted since childhood, I was later betrayed by wicked men, forcing me to flee far from the Nine Abyss royal dynasty. Eventually, I reached Ling Tian Kingdom, an affiliate state of the Heavenly Feather royal dynasty. When I arrived at Ling Tian Kingdom, I was already severely wounded, my strength having fallen to the 9th level of the Wheelsea realm. However, Ling Tian Kingdom was a small territory with generally weak martial artists. Feeling no major threat here, I established the Tianyuan Sect. My plan was to restore my cultivation and then lead all of Tianyuan Sect back to seek revenge. Alas, things never go as planned. During a training session, I accidentally suffered energy retrogression and perished. On my deathbed, I separated a strand of my soul to wait in the pagoda of floating Buddha for someone fated to accept my legacy and exact revenge for me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yujie understood the situation. The pagoda of floating Buddha was set up to select the most talented genius to inherit this predecessor's legacy and take revenge on his behalf. Esteemed predecessor, what was your original strength? As the sole heir of the first family of the Nine Abyss royal dynasty, who dared harm you like this? Qin Yujie asked with puzzlement. My original strength was at the 3rd level of the divine aperture realm. Once, I was summoned by the crown prince of the Nine Abyss royal dynasty. That crown prince was originally my close friend, and I always regarded him as one. So, after entering the palace, I drank wine with the crown prince without any suspicion. But unknowingly, after a few cups, I passed out. When I woke up, I found myself in the crown princess chambers. The crown prince stormed in, furious, calling me a beast. I realized I had been tricked by the crown prince, but alas, there was no way to refute his false accusation. This incident made me a laughingstock across the entire Nine Abyss royal dynasty. My Wu family, being the first household, had my father titled as the king of equal standing, and yet the royal family finally found a legitimate excuse to move against my Wu family. Because of me, our entire Wu family was devastated. My father died in battle, and our Wu family had to live incognito ever since. Even so, Crown Prince Zuxian wouldn't let me be. It took all my strength to escape their relentless pursuit. Chapter 66, Shocking the Tianyuan Sect. Later, I came here, hiding my real name, and changing it to Wu Xingqiang. Actually, no one in Lingxiangguo knows my original name. It is Wu Hongwan. At this point, the spectral soul image grew even weaker, possibly not lasting much longer before disappearing completely. This Fudo Pagoda combined with the Tianlong Pagoda becomes the Fudo Tianlong Pagoda, a top-grade heavenly artifact. If you have the opportunity to reach the Jiuyou Empire, please return it to my family. If you don't get the chance to visit the Jiuyou Empire, then it's yours, along with the inheritance inside the Fudo Pagoda. Haha. I, Wu Hongwan, had such talent throughout my life, but unfortunately fell victim to small men's betrayal. How pitiful. Upon saying this, Wu Hongwan's spectral soul image began gradually weakening until it became almost transparent. It was clear that disintegration was imminent. Predecessor, may you rest easy. If given the opportunity, I'll deliver this Fudo Tianlong Pagoda to your kin. Qin Yujie spoke gently. Thank you. After finishing his words, Wu Hongwan's spectral soul image shattered entirely and vanished. The Fudo Tianlong Pagoda meant little to Qin Yujie. Returning it to the Wu family would fulfill Wu Hongwan's last wish. Qin Yujie looked through the contents within the Fudo Pagoda, finding some martial techniques, skills, and pills. Presumably, these were the inheritances Wu Hongwan mentioned. These techniques and skills could be duplicated and sent back to the family, while these pills will be kept for now, Qin Yujie thought. He duplicated the techniques and skills, knowing that large families within the Jiuyou Empire possessed many such skills and techniques. Even their lowest ranked were of the lower earth grade, while the highest technique reached the upper heavenly grade. If another person obtained such an inheritance from a celestial level expert, they would already be overwhelmed with joy because for any martial artist, this kind of inheritance was extraordinary. But Qin Yujie felt indifferent. He himself wouldn't cultivate other skills, unsure whether issues might arise from unknown sources, rendering the gain potentially unrewarding. The martial world was full of deceit. Not every inheritance was necessarily beneficial, some might even be traps. Though Qin Yujie didn't believe Wu Hongwan intended harm, he still believed that one must remain cautious. Hadn't Wu Hongwan failed to guard against Zuxian originally, resulting in his downfall? To Qin Yujie, only the system-obtained skills were safest to trust. As Qin Yujie completed the trial of the Fudo Pagoda, its ownership automatically transferred to him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qin Yujie quickly assimilated the pagoda. Despite doing so, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not take the Fudo Pagoda with him yet. I'll conquer the Tianlong Pagoda first, merge the two towers into the Fudo Tianlong Pagoda, then take it when the time comes. By then, my power will be even more fearsome, perhaps invincible within Lingxiangguo. With that thought, Qin Yujie left the photo pagoda. Outside the pagoda, a crowd had gathered, noticing Qin Yujie's emergence immediately. His godlike aura caught everyone off guard, causing them to pause momentarily. Reverently, they admired Qin Yujie's tall and proud figure. They felt an unstoppable vigor emanating from him. What an exceptional young genius. When has the outer sect of our Tianyuan sect produced such prodigious talent? An inner sect elder asked in shock. This elder was named Gu Baocheng, a warrior of the 3rd rank in the Wheelsea realm. Observing Qin Yujie, despite being merely at the 9th rank of the Guiyuan realm, his presence was extraordinary. Old Gu, this is Qin Yujie who has recently caused quite a stir in the Tianyuan sect. Another elder beside Gu Baocheng remarked. This elder was called Gao Yueza, also of the 3rd rank in the Wheelsea realm. Is this the same Qin Yujie who chopped off Tang Jibei's limbs and later astonished the crowd with his flying horse carriage? Gu Baocheng inquired, startled. The same, and more. Qin Yujie's talents in both swordsmanship and music are unparalleled. He once defeated Zhu Lianggong with a single strike. Now, completing all 33 levels of the Photo Pagoda, he triggered 9 bell chimes, a feat unmatched by anyone before or after him. Gao Yuezer explained, equally astonished. This youth's swordsmanship potential is outstanding. If I could take him as my disciple, my own sword path would finally find its ideal heir. Gu Baocheng said gleefully. Do you think obtaining a disciple is that simple? Look, the 4 great elders of the inner sect are already here. Apart from us, there's Zhang Fanxian and Si Yueza. There were a total of 4 great elders in the inner sect. To become an elder's disciple was akin to leaping from fish to dragon, a sudden rise in fortune. After all, becoming a disciple of an inner sect elder meant having a patron. One would have more cultivation resources than others. More importantly, having a martial arts expert guiding you on your cultivation path could save you from taking many detours, making everything twice as efficient. Qin Yujie looked at the 4 great elders of the inner sect. He hadn't expected that his actions would attract for Wheelsea realm warriors, including Zhang Fanxian, whom he'd met once before. Zhang Fanxian wasn't here for disciples. She had been attracted by the bells of the Photo Pagoda, curious to see what kind of prodigy could penetrate it. To be honest, in Zhang Fanxuan's eyes, Lingxiangguo didn't have any so-called prodigies. These regional prodigies couldn't compare to the true talents outside. However, Qin Yujie was an exception in her view. During Qin Yujie's duel with Zhu Lianggong, Zhang Fanxian had also been observing closely. In her eyes, Qin Yujie's sword talent already rivaled those top-tier external geniuses. Still, Zhang Fanxian believed there was a gap between Qin Yujie and the truly monstrous prodigies, because only Sword Dao practitioners who comprehended the sword intent were considered monstrously talented. And she hadn't seen any sign of such intent in Qin Yujie yet. Of course, Zhang Fanxian didn't know all of Qin Yujie's tricks up his sleeve. If she did, she'd understand how extraordinary he truly was. In fact, Zhang Fanxian valued Qin Yujie's alchemical talent even more. Becoming a Xian-level alchemist at 18 made him stand out, even in the outside world. Back where Zhang Fanxian came from, the art of alchemy thrived. And though there were some Xian-level alchemists at 18, they all hailed from alchemical families, trained since childhood under the tutelage of top alchemists. Yet Qin Yujie had achieved the same feat here, in this remote and resource-lacking area. This difference made Qin Yujie's achievement all the more impressive. Actually, Zhang Fanxian didn't know that Qin Yujie had obtained the alchemical inheritance of the Dan Emperor. Thanks to the systematic guidance through the Enlightenment method, Qin Yujie no longer needed to deliberately practice techniques. As his realm improved, he'd naturally be able to refine higher-tiered elixirs. Chapter 67. The Elder Wants to Take an Apprentice. The 4 elders observed Qin Yujie individually, each with their own thoughts. Qin Yujie, if you apprentice under me, I can provide all the cultivation resources for you. Si Yueza looked at Qin Yujie and smiled as he spoke. Qin Yujie, apprentice under me. I also practice the way of the sword. I am your best choice. Gu Baocheng said competitively. Qin Yujie, choose me. I have a daughter, and I feel she would be quite suitable for you. Gao Yu was truly pulling out all the stops. To make Qin Yujie his disciple, he even brought up his daughter. Gao, don't ruin the martial ethics. Do you know what condition your daughter is in? And you still have the nerve to say it? Last month, your daughter crippled one of her male concubines. Yet some people still think your daughter is outstanding, Gu Baocheng bluntly revealed. Gu, how dare you spoil my plan? I'm breaking off our friendship. Who knows, Qin Yujie might actually like this type of woman. Vegetables and radishes. Each has its own preference. Do you understand? Gao Yu angrily said. The crowd around them were stunned. They hadn't expected that Qin Yujie would attract so much attention that 3 elders started arguing over him. Such treatment had never been seen before. As for Jiang Fanxuan, as the inner sect elder who ranked highest among beauties across Tianyuan Sect, someone had once wanted to apprentice under her before. She had clearly expressed then that she would never take on disciples in her lifetime. So Jiang Fanxuan simply observed quietly without any intention of taking an apprentice. Our mentors refuse to accept us as apprentices, yet Qin Yujie gets so many elders competing for him. One of the inner sect disciples muttered jealously with mixed emotions. Yeah, Qin Yujie's talent is just too monstrous. Every elder wants to have him as a disciple so that when Qin Yujie grows stronger, they will also gain fame far and wide. Another disciple added. I envy him so much. Why don't I have talent like Qin Yujie's? This world is just too unfair. You can compare yourself to anyone but Qin Yujie. He's simply a monster. All around, Everyone looked at Qin Yujie with eyes filled with both admiration and jealousy. Qin Yujie watched as the three inner sect elders argued about taking on an apprentice. Instantly, he felt a slight headache, especially when it came to Gao Yu. Qin Yujie swore he'd rather die than apprentice under him. A normal person unfamiliar with Gao Yu could easily fall into his trap. Male concubine? My goodness, this world is too crazy. Qin Yujie slightly distanced himself from Gao Yu, recalling an image of a lady resembling Ru Hua chasing after him. He immediately got goosebumps and felt shivers down his spine. At that moment, a woman who resembled Zhang Fei came running from afar. Though she appeared large and tough, her movements were surprisingly graceful. In a flash, she reached Gao Yu's side. This was Gao Bingdai, famous within the inner sect, and also Gao Elder's daughter. Many men, upon seeing Gao Bingdai, couldn't help but retreat several steps, feeling sympathy for Qin Yujie. If chosen by Gao Bingdai to become her male concubine, it would be worse than death. There are two people within the inner sect that one should not provoke, Tang Jinan and Gao Bingdai. Tang Jinan is known for his incredible strength and shocking background, which makes everyone afraid of him. However, Gao Bingdai is different. Gao Bingdai can be called a strange phenomenon within the inner sect. Despite her bulky frame, she has a commendable level of skill, reaching the 6th layer of the heavenly human realm, plus having a father who is already at the 3rd layer of the Wheel Sea realm to depend on. She behaves as she pleases within the sect, causing many male disciples unfortunate misfortunes due to her whims. Father, those 2 male disciples you arranged for me a few days ago were worn out. Their bodies couldn't endure it, Gao Bingdai said indifferently to all around her. Her words instantly tightened the lower bodies of the male disciples nearby. They were worried she would set her sights on them. But they obviously thought too much. With a figure like Qin Yujie standing out amongst them, why would Gao Bingdai look elsewhere? Coming along with Gao Bingdai were also her 2 male consorts. Hearing her statement, their faces became pale, trembling legs showing signs of extreme fear. It was evident these 2 men were handsome, but their shaky steps, weak physiques, and pale complexions all confirmed they had endured inhumane torment. They've been drained dry. That's too brutal. Everyone looked at Gao Bingdai with expressions full of peculiar sentiment. Bingdai, you mustn't be rude. There are so many people here. What nonsense are you talking about? An embarrassed Gao Yu glanced at the group before scolding sternly. Gao Bingdai carelessly rolled her eyes but scanned her surroundings until she noticed Qin Yujie. It was as if she had discovered new territory. Her brightened eyes emitted fiery glances. You must be Qin Yujie, right? Be my male consort, and I swear I'll treat you well, Gao Bingdai said tenderly. Qin Yujie immediately felt covered in goosebumps. He glanced sympathetically at the 2 men beside Gao Bingdai, then replied indifferently. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Qin Yujie, I'm interested in you. Okay, I swear that from now on I will only like you. Is that good enough? After finishing her sentence, Gao Bingdai added, You 2 are free to go. Upon hearing this, the 2 men seemed as if they had heard the most wonderful news ever. They suddenly knelt down, sobbing with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Gao, for your mercy. After bowing repeatedly, the 2 quickly rushed off. Just before leaving, they cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Yujie. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, thinking how frightening Gao Bingdai truly was to have tormented these 2 into such a state. Miss Gao, I already like someone. It's Elder Jiang. Qin Yujie swiftly moved to Xuanhuan's side, then nonchalantly said. This single statement of Qin Yujie was akin to tossing a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly causing a ripple of astonishment across the entirety of Tianyuan Sect. Even Xuanhuan slightly furrowed her brow. If it were anyone else, she would have probably slapped them long ago. Xuanhuan was always so overbearing. Overbearing to the point where even expressing liking for her could be considered wrong. However, upon recalling the scene when Qin Yujie had helped her recuperate some time ago, Xuanhuan did not say anything. Although Xuanhuan still wore heavy imperial robes, everyone could tell her perfect figure was evident underneath. In the past, quite a few disciples had attempted to make moves on Xuanhuan, but almost ended up barely able to take care of themselves. Even an inner sect elder like Gao Yu was beaten by Xuanhuan. Thus, virtually no one dared to touch or tease Xuanhuan, nor did they dare to publicly declare something akin to what Qin Yujie just said. It was nearly equivalent to asking for death. Chapter 68. Chief Core Disciple. In the eyes of the onlookers, Qin Yujie's statement would undoubtedly enrage Jiang Fanxian greatly. Subsequently, everyone could predict that Qin Yujie would certainly be beaten half to death by Jiang Fanxian. However, much to everyone's surprise, Jiang Fanxian appeared completely indifferent, showing no reaction whatsoever. What is going on? An inner gate disciple exclaimed in shock. Who knows? Perhaps Elder Jiang is merciful and didn't get angry, another added. You don't understand Elder Jiang. The last time a disciple confessed publicly to Elder Jiang, he was nearly beaten to death. You forgot. How could I forget? In the end, the patriarch had to intervene for that disciple to narrowly escape death. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death. It said that disciple was a core disciple, which is why the patriarch intervened. This Qin Yujie must have something fishy with Elder Jiang. The crowd started murmuring heatedly about Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I won't give up. Even though you like someone else, I will definitely have you. Gao Bingdai stated stubbornly. Elder Gao, please keep your daughter in check. If she continues this way, I'll challenge her to a duel. Qin Yujie retorted, his face turning cold. Although Qin Yujie wasn't bloodthirsty, if Gao Bingdai persisted in Zuxian, bothering incessantly, he'd have no choice but to deal with her mercilessly. When Gao Yu heard these words, his expression immediately darkened. Instantly, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of a third-rank We'll See cultivator and coldly said, "You dare speak to me this way? Don't think having some talent makes you so important. Before me, your 9th rank returning origin cultivation level means nothing." Then let's see. Qin Yujie responded with disdain. The two were like needles pointing at wheat ears, seemingly ready to ignite conflict at any moment. At that very moment, a beautiful figure stepped in front of Qin Yujie. It was Jiang Fanxian. Terror-inducing power radiated from Jiang Fanxian, its might awe-inspiring. Though both were at the 3rd rank of the We'll See realm, Jiang Fanxian came from an extraordinary background, once possessing a special constitution. Even though her current strength had fallen back to the 3rd rank of We'll See, her power remained incredibly formidable. High-rank Gao Yu was utterly outclassed within their same cultivation tier. This unexpected event shocked everyone. They couldn't imagine Jiang Fanxian actually standing in front of Qin Yujie. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. The crowd simply couldn't believe it was true. Qin Yujie also hadn't expected Jiang Fanxian to step forward for him, and this small act moved him slightly. Actually, Qin Yujie wasn't afraid of Gao Yu. Inside the floating pagoda, Qin Yujie had defeated a 4th rank We'll See martial artist who mastered sword intent. How could he fear Gao Yu, who was merely at the 3rd rank? Elder Jiang, are you truly going against me for a 9th rank returning origin outer gate disciple? Gao Yu questioned, knowing full well he wasn't Jiang Fanquan's match. He wouldn't dare truly attack Jiang Fanxian, only feigning confidence. Never had Gao Yu imagined that Jiang Danxian, who usually minded her own business, would make an exception today. If we must fight, then so be it. Jiang Fanxian responded icily. These 4 words left Gao Yu trapped between advancing and retreating. To fight meant certain defeat in one move by Jiang Fanxian. Not fighting, however, would mean losing face before all these people. He'd never hold his head high among disciples ever again. Just then, 2 figures approached swiftly, reaching the group in mere moments. Elder Jiang, Elder Gao, take a step back. Let this matter be put to rest, an elder man casually declared, halting the dispute. Hearing this, Gao Yu's heart swelled with satisfaction, quickly using the opportunity to back down. Jiang Fanxian also withdrew her aura, quieting the entire scene immediately. This elder was none other than Han Yuchuan, the sect leader of the Tianyuan Sect. With him was Tian Feichin, the deputy sect leader of Tianyuan Sect. Han Yuchuan was at the 9th rank of the We'll See realm, his cultivation making him a peak-level existence in Lingtian country. As for deputy sect leader Tian Feichin, his cultivation had reached the 8th rank of the We'll See. Though younger than Han Yuchuan, his cultivation would surely surpass Han Yuchuan in the future. Are you Qin Yujie? Han Yuchuan asked. Yes, Qin Yujie replied. Do you know what 9 tolls of the floating pagoda bells signify? Han Yuchuan questioned further. No. Qin Yujie shook his head. According to sect rules, when the floating pagoda bell tolls 9 times, it signifies that you can now become a chief core disciple, Han Yuchuan announced. With just one sentence from Han Yuchuan, the crowd was stunned into silence on the spot. After all, for an outer gate disciple to become a core disciple was extraordinarily difficult. One must first pass exams to become an inner gate disciple, reach the We'll See realm, then challenge the 10 great core disciples. Only by defeating one of them could one earn the status of core disciple. The Tianyuan Sect had only 10 core disciple spots. To become a core disciple, one had to defeat an existing core disciple and take their place. However, the ones who could become core disciples all possessed great strength and talent. As you made progress, others did too. Furthermore, the environment for cultivation in the core disciple area was far superior to that available to inner gate disciples. A large portion of the sect's resources were spent on the core disciples. While inner gate disciples had to earn points themselves to sustain their cultivation, core disciples were given 5,000 points every month by the sect along with various pills. Moreover, only the strongest first-rank core disciple could be called the chief core disciple. The cultivation resources granted to the chief core disciple were terrifyingly abundant, many times more than those given to regular core disciples. Upon hearing that Qin Yujie was about to become the chief core disciple, everyone present immediately froze in shock, gaping like fools. For Qin Yujie to rise from an outer gate disciple straight to chief core disciple status was like climbing from the earth straight to the heavens. This tremendous stroke of fortune left the crowd envious of Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie is suddenly becoming the chief core disciple? It feels like I'm dreaming, one disciple said in astonishment. That's right. Qin Yujie is rising. Probably even Tang Jinan will not dare offend him anymore. Qin Yujie is truly formidable. The chief core disciple can be said to be the leading figure among the Tianyuan Sect disciples. Qin Yujie is ascending straight to the top. From now on, he won't be like us ordinary people anymore. He is destined to become a powerful figure within the Tianyuan Sect. The surrounding crowd started murmuring excitedly about Qin Yujie. Even Qin Yujie himself hadn't anticipated such good fortune upon clearing the 33 levels of the pagoda. If Qin Yujie didn't have his system, he would definitely accept it, as cultivation required enormous amounts of resources. Once he became the chief core disciple, his cultivation speed would increase, and with this title, most people wouldn't dare offend him easily. Chapter 69. Refusing to become a core disciple. If Qin Yujie really did that, it would be like picking up the sesame seeds and losing the watermelons. Randomly signing into the system for something would be much better than being a so-called core disciple. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yujie said, Master of the sect, I believe becoming the chief core disciple all at once will not benefit my cultivation. I want to step by step become the chief core disciple based on my own strength. Only then can I convince everyone. This statement from Qin Yujie shocked the crowd. They couldn't believe that someone would refuse such a great opportunity. Was this person crazy? Qin Yujie must be insane. He actually refused to become the chief core disciple. Yes, most people wouldn't be able to resist an opportunity like this, right? Qin Yujie is too arrogant. On the path of martial arts, resources are just as important as talent. Becoming the chief core disciple will make his cultivation smoother. Yes, but what Qin Yujie said does make sense. The martial path should still involve steady progress, one step at a time. To me, Qin Yujie is simply too stupid to reject an opportunity handed to you. If it were me, I'd definitely join the core disciples. The surrounding crowd whispered amongst themselves, believing Qin Yujie to be foolish. If they knew that the reason why Qin Yujie refused was because he didn't even value the benefits of being a core disciple, they would probably have been enraged enough to die. Hearing their murmurs, Qin Yujie glanced at the confused and stunned expressions on their faces and thought, "You don't understand. In your eyes, becoming a core disciple is a great fortune, but to me, it's nothing more than a fart." Hong Yuchuan also never imagined that Qin Yujie would refuse such a wonderful opportunity and provide such profound reasoning. Indeed, the chief core disciples do enjoy excellent benefits, but to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Once Qin Yujie became a core disciple, he would interfere with many others' interests. Currently, Qin Yujie was merely at the peak of the Gui Yuan realm level, while the weakest of the core disciples had already reached the first level of the Luanhai realm. In Hong Yuchuan's eyes, Qin Yujie's decision to reject becoming the chief core disciple was wise, indicating that Qin Yujie was calm and not impulsive when faced with gain. Satisfied with Qin Yujie's composure, Hong Yuchuan silently thought, "This child is no ordinary talent, possessing extraordinary martial talent and a calm personality, not impulsive, and above all, he is modest and pragmatic. Such individuals are truly rare. If he doesn't fall midway, he will undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future." If Qin Yujie knew what Hong Yuchuan was thinking, he might have retorted, "You're overthinking it. I simply look down on the resources you offer as a core disciple." When Deputy Sect Master Tianyuan heard Hong Yuchuan's suggestion of making Qin Yujie the chief core disciple, his expression darkened slightly, and a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. However, he masked it well, and with everyone's focus not on him, no one noticed anything amiss. After Qin Yujie rejected becoming the chief core disciple, Tianyuan's face immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. After reflecting for a moment, Hong Yuchuan said, "It's fine. It is indeed too early for you to become the chief core disciple now. You wouldn't be able to command respect from others anyway, so let's drop it." Upon hearing these words, some felt pity for Qin Yujie, while others secretly rejoiced. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Hong Yuchuan uttered another sentence, which completely stunned the crowd on the spot. "Willing to take me as your master?" Hong Yuchuan asked. These words from Hong Yuchuan were like a massive stone dropped into a peaceful lake, creating waves that shook the heavens. Heavens! What kind of luck does Qin Yujie have? Why do all the good things happen to him? This old heaven is way too unfair. The venerable sect master is actually willing to accept a foreign disciple as his apprentice. No way. Am I dreaming? Is Qin Yujie the fabled chosen one of destiny? My heart is imbalanced. Why is there such a huge disparity between people? This is injustice under the heavenly way. Yes, Qin Yujie is literally the favored child of the heavens. I've lost my motivation for cultivation. Compared to Qin Yujie, we're all working our butts off to earn cultivation resources. It's too hard. The crowd around looked at Qin Yujie with both envy and jealousy, wishing this good fortune would fall upon them instead. Hong Yuchuan, the sect master of the Tianyuan Sect, who possessed the 9th level power of the Luanhai realm, a supreme powerhouse standing at the zenith of Lingtian Kingdom, was actually willing to accept Qin Yujie as his disciple. This was an even greater opportunity than becoming the chief core disciple. If Qin Yujie becomes a disciple of the sect master of the Tianyuan Sect, he will ascend above 10,000 others. With limitless cultivation resources as a direct disciple of the sect master of the Tianyuan Sect, his journey to greatness would seem unstoppable. Moreover, the master of the Tianyuan Sect had never taken on an apprentice before. If Qin Yujie accepted, he would become Hong Yuchuan's only disciple. As Hong Yuchuan's disciple, Qin Yujie could potentially inherit the position of the master of the Tianyuan Sect in the future. When that day comes, Qin Yujie would have ultimate power at his fingertips. Qin Yujie couldn't believe that Hong Yuchuan was so confident in him. Could it be that he knew about the strength of the guardians behind the pagoda of floating emptiness? That was all Qin Yujie could think. However, obviously, Qin Yujie was overthinking it. Only those who had broken through the latter levels of the pagoda of floating emptiness knew about the guardians, and Hong Yuchuan wasn't aware of Qin Yujie's true strength or trump cards. Hong Yuchuan wanted to take Qin Yujie as a disciple for 2 reasons. First, he genuinely saw potential in Qin Yujie. Second, the sect's ancestral master placed great emphasis on anyone who managed to pass through the pagoda of floating emptiness. The examination set by the ancestral master was certainly no simple task. Furthermore, Qin Yujie was the first person to complete this challenge, an unparalleled feat, which clearly demonstrated his remarkable talent. Upon hearing that Hong Yuchuan intended to take Qin Yujie as a disciple, Tianyuan immediately furrowed his brow slightly. In reality, having a system made Qin Yujie the least suitable candidate for taking a master. Once he became someone's disciple, there would be no way to explain the many things obtained through the system's sign-in feature. Additionally, Qin Yujie worried about one more thing. Since becoming a lowly servant disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, There had always been a force lurking in the shadows trying to kill him. From the very beginning with Qian Fugui to Zhao Chong later on, Qin Yujie suspected that the mastermind behind all these attempts might even be among the upper echelons of the Tianyuan Sect. Everyone present, including the master and deputy masters as well as various internal disciples elders, were under suspicion. Of course, through interaction, Jiang Fanxian had been almost ruled out. If Qin Yujie were to accept a master, and if the master of the Tianyuan Sect turned out to be the Black Hand orchestrating these events, he would be walking straight into the lion's den. Although Qin Yujie was confident that even if he couldn't defeat Hong Yuchuan, escaping would definitely be no problem, there was no reason to put himself in such danger. Qin Yujie only needed some time. Once his cultivation reached the heavenly human realm, combined with his ability to fight against opponents 2 major realms higher, the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm would hold no fear for him. Chapter 70. Refusing to accept the sect leader as master. Because of all these reasons, Qin Yujie absolutely could not accept the offer to become a disciple. Qin Yujie pretended to think for a moment and then said, "I thank the sect leader for his kindness, but I'm used to my freedom and do not wish to have a master." With just one sentence from Qin Yujie, everyone around drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Is this Qin Yujie really a fool? I'd like to crack open his head and see what's inside. Probably just porridge, one inner sect disciple said incredulously. Yes, such a good opportunity, yet he doesn't seize it. Qin Yujie is far too arrogant. Another disciple chimed in agreement. Yeah, sect leader Hong has the cultivation level of the 9th realm of the Wheel Sea stage. How can Qin Yujie remain unmoved? I've discovered that Qin Yujie is nothing short of mentally deficient, wasting an opportunity of cosmic proportions. The surrounding crowd felt as though they were dreaming. None dared believe that Qin Yujie had actually refused. Hong Yuchuan also hadn't expected that Qin Yujie would refuse him. After all, he was the sect leader of Tianyuan Sect, a supreme cultivator at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and Qin Yujie had just turned him down. Tian Feiqing had been unusually heavy-hearted, but upon hearing that Qin Yujie had rejected Hong Yuchuan as a master, a stone seemed to drop from his heart. Tian Feiqing intentionally put on a gloomy face and then fanned the flames by saying, "Qin Yujie, you truly don't know your place. What is the identity of sect leader Hong? For him to take you as a disciple is already a blessing from heaven and earth, yet you fail to appreciate it. Don't think you're something special because of a bit of talent." At once, the crowd became dead silent, knowing well that if Hong Yuchuan now truly lost his temper, Qin Yujie was sure to suffer. Everyone grew quiet, ready to witness the spectacle. Qin Yujie's eyebrows slightly furrowed, thinking to himself, this vice sect leader Tian clearly harbors great animosity towards me. His skillful use of this provocation certainly came at just the right time. Even if he isn't the mastermind behind the scenes, he definitely has some connection with whoever is. Meanwhile, Hong Yuchuan remained expressionless, making it impossible for anyone to gauge his emotions. Just then, the floating pagoda unexpectedly rang out with 9 chimes once more. These 9 chimes were deafening and immediately captured everyone's attention. What's going on? Could it be that someone else has passed through the floating pagoda? When did the 33 levels become so easy? Asked Elder Gao Yao, astonished. That's right, it's impossible. Aside from Qin Yujie, who among the outer sect disciples possesses the ability and talent to accomplish such a feat, said Gu Baoqing, equally shocked. I suspect the floating pagoda might be malfunctioning. After all, it's been around for an incredibly long time, ventured a bold guess from an inner sect disciple. Yeah, very possible. There's no way Qin Yujie could pass through the floating pagoda. Defeating 3 people at the 9th realm of the celestial realm, while only at the 9th realm of return to origin? That's simply impossible, agreed another inner sect disciple. I think we were probably deceived by Qin Yujie. Likely, the floating pagoda was already faulty before he entered, allowing him to reach the 33rd level effortlessly. Yes, that explains why Qin Yujie's passage was so swift. It makes sense now. I get it now. That's why Qin Yujie didn't dare to bow to Master Hong as a disciple. He feels guilty inside. He knows that lies will eventually come to light, and when that happens, Qin Yujie won't walk away unscathed. Amid much chatter, many concluded that they had begun to uncover the truth. Qin Yujie appeared somewhat surprised, but soon realized what was happening. The purpose of the floating pagoda was to select the most outstanding heir, and since Qin Yujie had passed its trials, naturally the defenders of the 33 levels had vanished. Having received the inheritance and refined the floating pagoda, all the trial paths leading up to the 33rd level disappeared. Now, any individual could easily arrive at the 33rd level of the floating pagoda and trigger the 9 resonating chimes, since there were no longer any defenders on any level. At this point, an outer sect disciple emerged from the floating pagoda looking thoroughly bewildered, seemingly unable to believe that he had accidentally made it through the 33 levels. This disciple's strength was merely at the 7th realm of return to origin. What exactly happened inside? Tell us the truth, demanded Hong Yuchuan, coldly. Reporting to sect leader, within the floating pagoda, I never encountered any gate guardians. I smoothly arrived at the 33rd level, reported the outer sect disciple promptly. Upon hearing this, many other outer sect disciples rushed into the floating pagoda. Not long after, sounds of bells continued to ring out again and again. Haha, I've also succeeded. Clearly, the floating pagoda's mechanism is outdated. Haha, I've also passed. No wonder Qin Yujie could pass. It looks like as long as you're human, you can get through. In my opinion, Qin Yujie was just lucky. It must be that the floating pagoda malfunctioned during his trial. Many outer sect disciples burst into laughter, and even a great number of inner sect disciples managed to pass through the floating pagoda. Previously, only cultivators at the Return to Origin stage could pass through, while Celestial Realm practitioners weren't allowed entry. By this point, everyone had to admit that the floating pagoda had indeed malfunctioned. Now, there were two possibilities before everyone. First, Qin Yujie truly passed the floating pagoda's trials, which then caused it to fail. Second, the floating pagoda was already faulty before Qin Yujie took on its challenges. Most people leaned towards the second possibility, since no one in history had ever cleared the floating pagoda. How could Qin Yujie have been the exception? Qin Yujie, how exactly did you pass? Asked Han Yuchuan lightly. It was just me with a sword. I remember that the final level featured a martial artist at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. I defeated him with one strike and passed, replied Qin Yujie truthfully. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, everyone immediately thought he was lying. Originally, if Qin Yujie had claimed that the opponent on the last level was at the 9th level of the Celestial Realm, it might have been more believable. But when Qin Yujie said he defeated a 4th level Wheel C realm martial artist with a single strike, nobody trusted him. Qin Yujie is spinning tall tales without restraint. He actually claims to have defeated a 4th level Wheel C realm fighter with a single strike. No way I believe that, sneered an inner sect disciple. Yes, I'll admit Qin Yujie is strong. Beating Zhu Lianggong with a single strike proves his talent, but that's no excuse for exaggeration. Exactly. If he wasn't lying, why wouldn't he dare to bow down to Lord Hong as a master? Why not join as a core disciple? It's because he's afraid, feeling guilty inside. Someone at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm can be defeated by Qin Yujie in a single strike? Then defeating these inner sect elders would be a piece of cake for him too. The crowd around Qin Yujie scoffed at his explanation. They didn't believe a word. This reaction made perfect sense given their limited knowledge. Most of them hadn't witnessed true genius in action, so when Qin Yujie told the truth, they refused to accept it. Chapter 71. Becoming Jiang Fanxuan's disciple. Tian Feichin seemed to have found an opportunity. He approached Han Yuchuan and said, Master Hong, I see that Qin Yujie is nothing more than a charlatan. It's good that he had the self-awareness to reject you as his master. Otherwise it would be unimaginable. Han Yuchuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Qin Yujie rejecting him in public already made him somewhat unhappy. Now, discovering the Buddha Pagoda's ineffectiveness, he felt Qin Yujie was lying. After all, claiming to defeat a Wu practitioner at the Wheel C realm 4th layer with one strike sounded far-fetched and completely overturned everyone's understanding. Well, let's put the matter of discipleship aside for now. My haste before was indeed inappropriate. Han Yuchuan coldly snorted. Then his figure flashed, and he flew away. Tian Feichin sized up Qin Yujie briefly, then disappeared as well. Just at this moment, Jiang Fanxuan arrived beside Qin Yujie and said indifferently, I believe you. In a situation where everyone doubted him, Jiang Fanxuan actually chose to trust Qin Yujie, and this trust was quite touching. Since Elder Jiang trusts me, then how about I become your disciple? That way, you'll have gained a truly talented student, Qin Yujie joked with a smile. Qin Yujie knew that Jiang Fanxuan never accepted disciples, so this was merely offhand chatter that he didn't take seriously. Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately looked at Qin Yujie with some pity. As inner sect elder, Jiang Fanxuan refusing to accept apprentices was common knowledge, making Qin Yujie's suggestion tantamount to playing with fire. Jiang Fanxuan thought for a while, hesitated inwardly, then said coldly, agreed. This simple statement from Jiang Fanxuan stunned the crowd. Even Gao Yu, Gu Baochang, and Si Yueza, the 3 inner sect elders who stayed behind, were taken aback. This wasn't typical behavior from Jiang Fanxuan. Damn, I think there's something suspicious about Qin Yujie wanting to apprentice under Elder Jiang, one inner sect disciple jealously remarked. Yeah, I didn't expect Elder Jiang to agree. She must have fallen for Qin Yujie's trick, another chimed in. Damn, Brother Qin is such a scoundrel, simply the enemy of all men. Having Lin Qinin isn't enough. He even has designs on Elder Jiang. His audacity knows no bounds. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Lin has absolutely no relationship with him. They're merely musical acquaintances. If she hears this, watch out, or she'll beat you. Brother Qin is truly a model for us all. If I could have half of Brother Qin's talent, I wouldn't still be struggling to find a cultivation partner. Qin Yujie, teach me how to pursue women. I'll give you all my credits, just for a few pointers. Incredible. Qin Yujie, I admire you for daring to have designs on Elder Jiang. Just be careful, or you'll end up unable to care for yourself next life. Huh, why does my heart feel so sour right now? Is it envy because I can't have what I want? Envious glares were cast towards Qin Yujie by those around him. If looks could kill, Qin Yujie would have been torn into pieces by now. Jiang Fanxuan was a goddess across the entire Tianyuan Sect. Any man seeing her would drool secretly, though they dared only to fantasize. But now that Qin Yujie succeeded in becoming Jiang Fanxuan's disciple, everyone envied him greatly. Qin Yujie couldn't imagine Jiang Fanxuan would actually agree. Qin Yujie swore to heaven that he really meant it as idle chatter and had no intentions whatsoever toward Jiang Fanxuan. If others heard these words, they would undoubtedly scoff at him, not believing him any more than the author himself probably would. Qin Yujie let out a bitter laugh, hearing the murmurs of the crowd. He realized that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean of this suspicion. Qin Yujie, although your heart belongs elsewhere, I won't give up. Hai Bingdai stared at Qin Yujie intently and solemnly declared. Qin Yujie wanted to bang his head against the wall. Hai Bingdai bore him no grudge or enmity, yet Qin Yujie found himself unable to deliver the final blow. Jiang Fanxuan glared at Hai Bingdai, the imposing aura emanating from her forced Hai Yu to hastily cover Hai Bingdai's mouth. Turning around, Jiang Fansuan said indifferently to Qin Yujie, "Follow me." With that, Jiang Fansuan's figure flashed, and she disappeared. Qin Yujie used his half-step chasing cicada technique and followed her fleeting silhouette, quickly vanishing as well. Without question, Jiang Fansuan's back view was breathtakingly beautiful. Along the way, Qin Yujie enjoyed admiring Jiang Fansuan's silhouette, lifting his mood significantly. Soon, the two arrived at an imposing peak covered with lush greenery and permeated with spiritual energy. They paused on a flat area of the mountain peak. "Since you've decided to take me as your master, I am now your teacher. As a disciple, you should present tea to your master," Jiang Fansuan said calmly. "All right," Qin Yujie chuckled. In truth, Qin Yujie's mention of becoming a disciple was just an offhand comment. However, once spoken, Qin Yujie always kept his word. Moreover, with the system he already possessed, his martial path did not depend on a master at all. Thus, Qin Yujie wouldn't truly let Jiang Fansuan teach him any techniques or skills. Qin Yujie took out his portable mansion and said, "Master, please come in." The two entered the courtyard, sitting down on chairs. Qin Yujie plucked a few yearling peach leaves from a tree, then fetched some spiritual spring water from the nearby pond. Since Qin Yujie had placed a high-grade spring source in the pond, the entire pond's water had now transformed into spiritual spring water. "Master, please sit comfortably." Qin Yujie used an ethereal flame to heat the spiritual spring water and brewed a 1,000-year-old peach leaf tea. Bowing slightly towards Jiang Fansuan, he presented her with the tea using both hands. Jiang Fansuan watched Qin Yujie with slight astonishment. Brewing a 1,000-year-old peach leaf with spiritual spring water. This Qin Yujie was indeed extravagant. Although Jiang Fansuan had once been born into a prestigious family, she no longer had such rare 1,000-year-old medicines as Qin Yujie did. As Jiang Fansuan picked up the teacup, she realized it was made from moonchill jade. Though such treasures were nothing to the old Jiang Fansuan, for a small place like Lingtian Kingdom, Qin Yujie's possession of such fine items was extraordinary. After sipping the tea, Jiang Fansuan said, "All right, from now on, you are my disciple. This is your initiation gift from your master." From her storage pouch, Jiang Fansuan took out an upper-class heaven-ranked sword and gave it to Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie was stunned. His master was far from ordinary. What kind of identity had she held in the past? An upper-class heaven-ranked sword didn't even exist in the whole Lingtian Kingdom. Now, Jiang Fansuan casually handed over this sword to him. What generous means. "This sword is called Falling Snow Sword. It was a sidearm I once used," Jiang Fansuan said indifferently. "Thank you, master. Then, I'll give you some spiritual tea as well. These will help with your injuries." Qin Yujie freshly plucked more 1,000-year-old peach leaves and handed them to Jiang Fansuan. "Good." Jiang Fansuan accepted without hesitation. "Master, may I ask what level of cultivation you achieved in the past?" Qin Yujie asked with a tinge of curiosity. Chapter 72. Master calls me to go all out. Jiang Fanxian seemed to recall past experiences, then shook his head and said, "There's no need to bring up what happened before. It would only add unnecessary troubles." Jiang Fanxian didn't say more, and Qin Yujie didn't ask either. Everyone has their own secrets. He believed that Jiang Fanxian would tell him when the time was right. "Master, I have a set of clothes for you. I think it suits you well." Qin Yujie took out the clothes he had drawn from the system last time. "What are you scheming? Did you have another motive when you called me master?" Jiang Fanxian gave Qin Yujie a stern look. She suddenly regretted it. It was like inviting a wolf into her room. "Master, you're truly accusing me unjustly. These aren't ordinary clothes. They're upper-grade celestial attire that can adjust their size automatically," Qin Yujie explained. "All right, your thoughtfulness is noted. So as your master, I'll accept it." Jiang Fanxian replied. "Master, why don't you try it on now?" Qin Yujie looked at Jiang Fanxian with a smile. "Huh, let's try it next time." Jiang Fanxuan's gaze immediately turned cold. Qin Yujie didn't mind. He pulled out a rattan chair from the system and lay down on it. He then took out Chunfeng Zue and had a sip. "Yujie, use all your strength to attack me. Let me see your true power," Jiang Fanxian told Qin Yujie. "Master, do you really want me to go all out?" Qin Yujie asked in surprise. "Yes, trust me," Jiang Fanxian said confidently. "All right, be careful, master. You can call it off if you feel you can't handle it," Qin Yujie chuckled. The two moved outside the mansion. Qin Yujie withdrew his own residence. If they accidentally destroyed it during their fight, he'd cry, but there'd be nowhere to cry. Although Jiang Fanxuan's realm was only the 3rd stage of We'll See, she could still challenge 9th stage We'll See warriors, and she was very confident in her own abilities. Qin Yujie picked up the Luo Shui sword and unleashed a full-strength slash. The Dongheng sword technique, 2nd move, Reckless Dominance. Wind sword intent. Fire sword intent. Immortal sword body, 10-fold amplification, activate. This was currently Qin Yujie's strongest strike. A lower-class celestial sword technique, coupled with the enhancement of an upper-class celestial quality sword, merging both wind and fire sword intents. This move's power was already immense. And the most terrifying aspect was the Immortal Sword Body's enhancement. The Immortal Sword Body would allow this blade of air which had already merged the intents of wind and fire to increase its power by 10-fold. Even the strongest strike had just been amplified 10 times. What kind of concept was that? Even Qin Yujie himself couldn't imagine how powerful this strike was. When Jiang Fanxian saw Qin Yujie's frightening blade energy, she was instantly shocked, unable to help herself from exclaiming, "You've reached the returning origin realm, yet have comprehended 2 sword intents. Moreover, you possess the Immortal Sword Body." At this moment, Jiang Fanxian was truly astonished by Qin Yujie's talent in the way of the sword. Master, will you really be able to withstand it? Qin Yujie truly feared accidentally killing Jiang Fanxian. Don't underestimate me. Jiang Fanxian calmed herself, and then pulled out her own sword, unleashing a strike toward Qin Yujie. Royal level sword technique. Autumn waters near beauty. Water sword intent. Wood sword intent. Jiang Fanxian also used her own offensive skills. With a loud boom, the two huge waves of sword energy collided. The attacks were evenly matched. Jiang Fanxian was inherently a sword genius. Although her cultivation had dropped to the third stage of Will See, her understanding of the two sword intents still existed. And as someone who could fight against stronger opponents, her actual power couldn't be judged based on her current third stage Will See realm. I underestimated you as a teacher. If not for my level, the martial techniques and power methods I cultivated wouldn't have made me your opponent, Jiang Fanxian said in shock. This one hit from Qin Yujie had already gained the strength to instantly kill a 9th stage Will See warrior. Now Qin Yujie was at the 9th stage of the returning origin realm, yet could still fight across two great realms, displaying monstrous talent. Master is also amazing. You're the strongest person I've ever seen. I guess even Hong Zhongzhu isn't your rival. Qin Yujie didn't expect Jiang Fanxuan's power to be so formidable. Didn't expect you to possess a divine body, the immortal sword body, one of the 4 great divine bodies. Your future potential is enormous. The strange heavenly phenomena appearing around Tianyuan Sect recently should probably have been caused by your awakening of the immortal sword body. Jiang Fanxian didn't expect that such a place like Lingshan country, with sparse spirit energy and scarce resources, would give birth to a supreme sword body. It was indeed me, Qin Yujie said. Before you gain absolute power, don't expose your immortal sword body. Otherwise, I suspect many people would want to extract your immortal sword body, Jiang Fanxian reminded him, glancing at Qin Yujie. Understood, Qin Yujie answered. I originally possessed the star sword body, but unfortunately, it was cruelly extracted from me. I don't want you to go through the same fate. Jiang Fanxian shook her head and said faintly. The star sword body, though not a divine body, is still one of the 100 sacred bodies and a powerful one at that. A martial artist who possesses the star sword body will definitely gain immense advantages when practicing swordsmanship. It's like adding wings to a tiger. They achieve double results with half the effort. And Jiang Fanxian once had this star sacred body, showing just how monstrous her talent used to be. Well, I'm leaving. Every month, I'll come find you for treatment, and if you have any issues, you can also visit me in the inner sect. Here's my token. Jiang Fanxian handed Qin Yujie a token, which allowed him access to the inner sect whenever necessary. After finishing her words, Jiang Fanxian flickered and disappeared. Qin Yujie summoned his personal estate and brewed himself a cup of spirit tea in the courtyard. A massive surge of spiritual energy entered his body, instantly making his true essence denser. Following this pace, it won't take more than 10 days to break through into the heavenly man realm. Qin Yujie mumbled to himself. He found he quite enjoyed this relaxed way of cultivating, neither hard nor tiring. And after some time, as an inner sect disciple, he could continue lying low and earning rewards. At that moment, Qin Yujie noticed many people flying towards one place in the sky. They were all in a rush, as if something significant had happened. A 1,000-year-old magical herb has been discovered in the outer sect. Hurry up and grab it. A mysterious magical herb is out. If you're late, it'll be gone. Numerous outer sect disciples rushed off in one direction, their faces filled with madness, as if they'd discovered a new continent. A 1,000-year-old magical herb? Could there be some treasure appearing? I should check it out too. Qin Yujie stowed away his personal estate and took out his flying chariot. Piloting the flying chariot, Qin Yujie joined the crowd and flew off in pursuit. Chapter 73. The 1,000-year spiritual medicine emerges. In the outer region of Tianyuan Sect, at a beautiful, spirit energy-rich peak, many outer sect disciples were gathered together, their faces wild with excitement, as if they were searching for something. Suddenly, an outer sect disciple, with an agitated expression, exclaimed, "Haha, I have found the 1,000-year spiritual medicine. It's truly a blessing from heaven. This is simply a great opportunity for me. I feel that my rise is about to begin." The outer sect disciple tightly held the 1,000-year spiritual medicine in his hands and joyfully said this. Hearing this voice, the crowd quickly gathered around, making the situation suddenly tense. Are you all thinking of openly seizing it? The outer sect disciple, seeing the expressions on the surrounding people's faces, immediately swallowed the 1,000-year spiritual medicine. A massive surge of spiritual energy surged through the body of the disciple, his momentum becoming increasingly powerful. In the end, his aura violently shook, and his cultivation broke through from Guiyuan Realm 1st stage to Guiyuan Realm 3rd stage. Haha, I have broken through. After 3 years of hard cultivation, I was unable to break through, but I never imagined that today, after finding a piece of spiritual medicine, I have managed to break through. That disciple was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Haha, I found it too. Everyone, stop fighting over it. There should still be a lot more. Another outer sect disciple laughed, and then said. He imitated the previous disciple by swallowing the spiritual medicine outright, preventing others from trying to take it away. With other people finding the 1,000-year spiritual medicine, many eyes turned red with urgency. They immediately scattered to search everywhere. More and more people gathered here. Within moments, the place was packed with people. Those who didn't know assumed this place had become a trading market. Qin Yujie also arrived here, but he stayed on his flying heaven horse chariot without coming down to compete with everyone. because Qin Yujie noticed something familiar about this place, and after a moment, he realized this was where he used to live. Qin Yujie had a personal estate, so his residence among the outer sect disciples was unstable. For some time, he lived right here. How could there possibly be thousand-year spiritual medicine here? Don't fall for it, everyone. Qin Yujie scoffed at the crowd. How could such thousand-year spiritual medicine possibly exist in the outer sect region? Just thinking about it made no sense. Even if there was any spiritual medicine, by the time it grew for 100 years, it would already have been picked clean. How could it survive to grow for 1,000 years? But no one listened to Qin Yujie. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is doubting. Now, the truth was right before their eyes. Everyone had personally witnessed two people finding 2,000-year spiritual medicines and breaking through their cultivations on the spot. There was no way the crowd couldn't believe it. How could this be false? Didn't you see someone just now break through 2 small realms? An outer sect disciple asked. That's right. Qin Senior Brother, stop trying to trick us. We all know you've already apprenticed yourself to Elder Jiang. You will have countless cultivation resources. Why bother joining our commotion? Another disciple chimed in. Senior Brother Qin, this 1,000-year spiritual medicine is real. 3 people have already found it today, and their abilities have greatly improved. Yeah, our cultivation as outer sect disciples is very difficult. This 1,000-year spiritual medicine is indeed a tremendous opportunity for us. Senior Brother Qin, please don't disturb us further. The crowd spoke to Qin Yujie. They truly feared Qin Yujie would join them. Being the strongest among the outer sect disciples, if he came to grab the spiritual medicine, none of them could match him. Keep looking slowly then. I won't compete with you. Whoever finds the spiritual medicine first, show it to me briefly, and I'll give them 1 high-quality Ningyun pill. Qin Yujie said while sitting atop the chariot of his flying horse, speaking from a higher position. Just showing it, and you'll give away 1 high-quality Ningyun pill. The outer sect disciples were shocked by this announcement. Of course, Qin Yujie, always honor my promises, Qin Yujie said indifferently. As soon as Qin Yujie finished speaking, the crowd became even more diligent in their search for the spiritual medicine. While the crowd searched frantically, Qin Yujie casually sat on his chariot, drinking spring wind drunken wine and leisurely observing everyone's busy figures. No one knows how much time passed when an outer sect disciple, brimming with joy, shouted, I found the 1,000-year spiritual medicine. Take a look, Senior Brother Qin. From far away, Qin Yujie clearly recognized the 1,000-year spiritual medicine in the disciple's hand and felt slightly astonished. He hadn't anticipated that what everyone was searching for, this 1,000-year spiritual medicine, was actually the leaves of a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree he had used to brew tea before discarding. The leaf of the 1,000-year spirit peach is undoubtedly a 1,000-year spiritual medicine. Its immense medicinal properties mean that even after brewing it twice, part of its efficacy surely remains unextracted. If anyone picks it up and swallows it, it can genuinely enhance one's cultivation. Qin Yujie was quite particular. The first and second infusions of tea leaves taste the best, so even for a 1,000-year spirit peach leaf, Qin Yujie would at most steep it twice before discarding it. Qin Yujie hadn't anticipated that the tea leaves he had discarded would be regarded as treasures by everyone, and almost caused them to fight over these already steeped leaves. Indeed, this is a 1,000-year spiritual medicine. This Ningyun pill is yours, Qin Yujie said with a slightly odd expression on his face. With a flick of his finger, Qin Yujie sent a Ningyun pill shooting directly into the hand of that disciple. Thank you, Senior Brother Qin. After speaking, the person immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, imitating the earlier disciple who swallowed the 1,000-year spirit peach leaf. He began cultivating after running his power technique. A surge of spiritual energy wildly rushed through his body, and his momentum rapidly increased until it reached a critical point. Soon after, a series of popping sounds came from him. Haha, I've broken through from the 5th level of Xuanhuan realm to the 6th. I discovered that the medicinal properties inside me haven't been completely refined yet. Oh my goodness, today is really my lucky day. That disciple shouted in excitement. Seeing this disciple's success, everyone else felt envious and excited, quickly resuming their search with great effort. Qin Yujie looked at everyone's envious and jealous expressions and slightly smirked, thinking to himself, if you knew that the spirit medicine you consumed was actually tea leaves that I steeped and discarded, how would you feel? At that moment, another group of people arrived searching for the spirit medicine, among whom were Li Kun and Meng Xiao, who had met Qin Yujie once before. Senior Brother Qin, are you here looking for the 1,000-year spirit medicine too? Li Kun asked in excitement. No, I can't possibly care for such spirit medicine. Qin Yujie shook his head and replied indifferently. His words immediately shocked everyone around. What? You don't care about 1,000-year spirit medicine? Could it be that you're just too embarrassed to join us in the search, so you say this on purpose? Senior Brother Qin, could it be that you're just sour grapes because you can't get it? One outer sect disciple laughed. That's right. As the strongest of the outer sect disciples, Senior Brother Qin definitely won't compete with us for spirit medicine, but this way, we have one less competitor. I think Senior Brother Qin must be regretting it deep down. He's probably saying this to cover up his jealousy. The surrounding crowd started murmuring and speculating about Qin Yujie. Chapter 74. This is the tea I've drunk. Qin Yujie shook his head speechlessly. He really admired these outer sect disciples. How could their vision be so short-sighted? Why should I regret the tea leaves I've already steeped? There's plenty left on my tree, more than I can use. Qin Yujie wasn't angry. He smiled and said, this kind of medicine, I've seen it in other places too. If you trust me, you can follow me to find it elsewhere. Really? One disciple asked. Qin Yujie never lies. Didn't you see how Qin brother gave away an exquisite Ningyun pill without hesitation? Another disciple chimed in. Haha, then we'll follow Qin brother somewhere else. There are too many people here anyway. Just now, someone even patted my butt. That was a real loss. Disgusting. Who would touch your butt when you're a grown man? The surrounding crowd murmured with discussions. Qin Yujie drove a flying chariot at controlled speed and flew past in the sky. Behind him, a large group of outer sect disciples followed, men and women alike, in quite a spectacular scene. Those unaware might have thought it was some great figure making a grand procession, surrounded by so many attendants. Qin Yujie led them all to a place he used to stay. This place has a lot of the herbs you're looking for. Take a good search, Qin Yujie told everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone became immediately excited and started searching. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also joined in. After all, a 1,000-year-old herb would stir excitement in anyone. After a while, I found it. A patch of 1,000-year-old sacred leaves, cried out an outer sect disciple in excitement. Haha, I found it too. Qin brother is truly my benefactor. Li Kun exclaimed with joy. I found a piece too. Who would have thought I'd have such good luck today? Meng Xiao declared proudly. There were more 1,000-year-old peach leaves in this area compared to the previous one because Qin Yujie stayed here longer. Many found the 1,000-year-old peach leaves and immediately swallowed them before starting to cultivate. In no time, it became an extraordinary sight as many people's cultivation levels broke through rapidly. Those who didn't find any herbs were full of regret and envy. Qin brother, how did you know there would be so many herbs here? Li Kun asked in astonishment. That's right, Qin brother. If you knew there were so many herbs here, why didn't you collect them yourself, but instead tell us? Meng Xiao also inquired with confusion. The surrounding crowd was filled with curiosity. Qin Yujie smirked and calmly replied. Actually, the herbs you picked up are called 1,000-year-old sacred peach leaves. They're what I discarded after using them to brew tea. Upon hearing this sentence, the crowd froze as though struck by thunder. They felt like they were in a dream, realizing just how incredible the world could be. What? Is this true? The herbs I ate were actually the tea leaves brewed by Qin Yujie, one outer sect disciple asked in shock. It can't be. Does that mean the herbs we ate were things Qin brother discarded? Another disciple added incredulously. My goodness, what Qin brother threw away is garbage. We treat it as treasure. And the most important thing is, what Qin brother looked down upon. We considered our prized possession. Tea leaves that have been brewed still have such effects. Imagine the power of fresh 1,000-year-old sacred peach leaves. That makes sense now. Since they were something Qin brother threw away himself. That's why he didn't compete with us. We're truly frogs at the bottom of the well. We even ridiculed Qin brother earlier, but he's so generous, not calculating with us. Qin Yujie's words completely changed the perception of those around him about him. Previously, Qin Yujie was known among everyone as having astonishing talent in both swordplay and music, with unimaginable strength. Now, there was one more trait people associated with him. His wealth and vast resources, possessing countless top-tier treasures. I have 2,000-year-old sacred peach leaves. Let me give them to the two of you. Qin Yujie took out 2,000-year-old sacred peach leaves and handed them to Li Kun and Meng Xiao. Li Kun and Meng Xiao accepted the 1,000-year-old sacred peach leaves with trembling hands, instantly overjoyed. The rest of the crowd saw this and were filled with envy and jealousy. Qin Yujie's generosity shocked the crowd. Even within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, there was no one who acted as extravagantly as Qin Yujie. Not only was Qin Yujie extraordinarily talented and powerful, but he was also generous when interacting with others. Such a young powerhouse was exactly the kind of person that everyone wanted to befriend or flatter. Thank you, Qin brother. You are our benefactor. Qin brother, we've decided. We want to become your followers, Li Kun and Meng Xiao said emotionally. Li Kun and Meng Xiao had never received such valuable spiritual medicine before. The 2,000-year-old sacred peach leaves from Qin Yujie were truly worth a fortune. Hearing Li Kun and Meng Xiao's words, there was an immediate uproar among the crowd. While many of the outer sect disciples were present, not everyone had the courage to become someone else's follower, because once they became followers, their lives essentially belonged to their master. Are you too sure? Qin Yujie asked somewhat surprisingly. In truth, Qin Yujie didn't care much about whether he had followers or not, since he knew he would eventually leave Lingshan country anyway. Ordinary followers simply couldn't keep up with his pace, and the gap between them would only widen over time. We're certain. From now on, we'll recognize Lord Qin as our master and follow his orders. Li Kun and Meng Xiao said this with unwavering conviction. Fine. Then both of you need to work hard in your cultivation. I will eventually leave Lingshan country. If your strength remains too weak, you won't be able to catch up with my steps. Qin Yujie stated. Qin Yujie thought well of Li Kun and Meng Xiao since they were people who understood gratitude. In the future, at Tianyuan Sect, whatever unimportant tasks came up, he could assign them to these two, allowing him more focus on his own cultivation and signing into systems. Even if later their talents proved limited, they could still join the Qin family as disciples and help manage family affairs. Thank you, Lord Qin. Whatever direction Lord Qin instructs us to go, we will follow without question. Li Kun and Meng Xiao responded excitedly. In their hearts, they believed that following someone like Qin Yujie, a prodigy with monstrous talent, was a rare opportunity not to be missed. What they didn't know was that because of today's decision, their entire lives would change. Whenever they looked back upon this moment in the future, they would always rejoice at having made this choice. This decision was the wisest one of their lives, and also the greatest opportunity for their future. After speaking, Qin Yujie departed in his flying chariot, leaving behind shocked and envious stares from the crowd. Damn, I want to be Lord Qin's follower too. Li Kun and Meng Xiao are going to make it big. They've risen straight to the top. In the outer sect, no one will dare to bully them. It's not that simple. Li Kun and Meng Xiao may have acted foolishly. Once Tang Jinan returns, Qin Yujie might struggle to even survive. That's not necessarily true. I believe in Brother Qin. The surrounding crowd watched Qin Yujie's flying chariot fade away as discussions continued. Chapter 75. Zhu Lianggong's Reemergence. Inner Sect Disciples Area. A certain cave residence on a peak. It was evident that Zhu Lianggong's momentum was becoming increasingly powerful. After several days of cultivation, Zhang Liang's injuries had completely healed, and his cultivation level had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm. Now I feel my true yuan inside my body has never been so terrifying, and my cultivation level has also reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm. My strength is now several times stronger than before. Dealing with Qin Yujie should be effortless. Zhu Lianggong stood up and said with extreme confidence. For these few days, Zhu Lianggong had been in seclusion, cultivating continuously. He hadn't heard about Qin Yujie breaking through the floating pagoda tower. Even if he had heard, it wouldn't have concerned him because everyone assumed that the floating pagoda was defective, allowing Qin Yujie to pass through it. It's time to take revenge for the destruction of my Dantian. With a flash, Zhu Lianggong left the inner sect area. An hour later, news spread throughout both the inner and outer sects of Tianyuan Sect about Zhu Lianggong's upcoming life and death battle against Qin Yujie. This was a message intentionally released by Zhu Lianggong himself. His goal was to ensure that more people knew about this duel. Zhu Lianggong aimed to enhance his influence through this confrontation. If he could impress an inner sect elder during the duel due to his outstanding power, his martial path would become unimaginably promising. This life and death duel would give him double benefits, killing Qin Yujie and establishing his own fame, as well as stepping over Qin Yujie to display his astonishing combat abilities and incredible talent to the higher-ups of Tianyuan Sect. Standing on the outer sect's life and death platform, Zhu Lianggong exuded an extraordinary air. Many inner sect disciples at the 9th level of the Heavenly Man realm couldn't help but feel intimidated by his powerful strength. The surrounding crowd watched as Zhu Lianggong emitted overwhelming energy. They were shocked beyond words. Wasn't Zhu Lianggong's Dantian ruined by Qin Yujie not long ago? How was his current power even deeper and unfathomable now? Could Zhu Lianggong be the true child of destiny? Given Qin Yujie's current reputation, many inner sect disciples had already come to witness the event. Even inner sect elders Gao Yu and Gu Baocheng, along with Deputy Chief of the Enforcement Hall Su Liang, had arrived. Speaking of Zhu Lianggong's past abilities, he had been among the top within the inner sect. But now, Zhu Lianggong's momentum was much stronger than before, which astonished everyone, including inner sect elders Gao Yu and Gu Baocheng, who found this unbelievable. Zhu Lianggong, wasn't your cultivation nullified? Why are you stronger now? Gao Yu asked curiously. Respected Elder Gao, I was actually born with 2 Dantians. Although one was destroyed, I turned misfortune into fortune. Now, after the fusion of my Dantian, my true yuan has become much thicker and denser, making my power much greater, Zhu Lianggong said with pride. Upon hearing Zhu Lianggong's explanation, everyone was stupefied. They couldn't believe Zhu Lianggong's good fortune. Usually, if someone's Dantian was damaged, they would lose all their abilities, and their martial path would end, leaving them forever considered a useless laughingstock. However, Zhu Lianggong didn't just survive the damage to his Dantian, but instead emerged from the ordeal like a phoenix reborn from ashes. Not only did his talents grow higher, but his strength also increased significantly. Such an extraordinary fate usually only belonged to the child of destiny. In everyone's eyes, Zhu Lianggong was undoubtedly such a person. The more Gao Yu observed Zhu Lianggong, the more surprised he became. He remembered reading in an ancient text that assisting or taking a disciple of a child of destiny when they're still developing would lead to astronomical rewards in the future, even potentially enabling oneself to become an unrivaled supreme master alongside them. Thinking about this, Gao Yu grew increasingly excited. Suppressing the excitement on his face, he then said to Zhu Lianggong, Zhu Lianggong, seeing your remarkable martial talent, will you consent to being my disciple? You should know, I do not accept apprentices easily. If you choose me as your master, you will be my sole disciple. Zhu Lianggong never expected that Elder Gao from the inner sect would want to take him as a disciple. Zhu Lianggong realized that since his Dantian had gone through a fusion mutation, his starting point on the martial path was already far superior to others. His journey ahead would be even longer and broader. Even more, Zhu Lianggong now felt he no longer needed to be a follower of Tang Jinan, believing his future accomplishments would definitely rival those of Tang Jinan. At this moment, Gu Baocheng spoke as well. He cast a rather satisfied look at Zhu Lianggong and smiled, saying, Zhu Lianggong, would you consent to being my disciple? If you become my disciple, your cultivation journey will proceed much more smoothly, and your resources for cultivation won't be a worry anymore. Both inner sect elders Gao Yu and Gu Baocheng were vying publicly to claim Zhu Lianggong as a disciple, which stunned the crowd profoundly. Is the sun rising in the west? These two elders are actually going to start competing for a disciple, one inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Zhu Lianggong's talent is too powerful. His Dantian, having gone through fusion, is twice that of a normal person's. Within the same realm, his true yuan is terrifying, and I don't think anyone can match him. That's right. Zhu Lianggong has already become unmatched within his current realm. In just a few days, he's advanced to the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm. His cultivation speed is too fast. In my view, below the Wheel C realm, There's no one who could be Zhu Lianggong's opponent. Even when pitted against someone at the first level of the Wheel C realm, he still stands a chance. Zhu Lianggong has truly turned misfortune into fortune. I'm so envious of him. 2 intersect elders are fighting to take him as a disciple. Zhu Lianggong is destined to rise. With an intersect elder as his master, the gap between him and us will only grow wider. Before long, he will surely become a strong figure we all look up to. I feel that Zhu Lianggong is truly blessed by fate. Qin Yujie was placed by heaven as Zhu Lianggong's stepping stone. Only because Qin Yujie kept suppressing Zhu Lianggong has Zhu Lianggong managed to unlock his endless potential and talent. The onlookers watched Zhu Lianggong with envy, unable to believe they were witnessing the rise of such a prodigy. Haiyu looked extremely displeased seeing Gu Baocheng trying to poach his disciple, and snapped irritably. Gu Baocheng, you practice swordsmanship, but Zhu Lianggong practices Taoism. What exactly can you teach him? Only if Zhu Lianggong follows me can he achieve better growth since I specialize in the use of a Tao. With this statement, Haiyu emitted an imposing aura and waved his hand, releasing a powerful wave of energy. A surge of shocking Dao Qi cut through a distant empty plot of land, creating a colossal fissure that split the entire ground in two. Everyone present, including Zhu Lianggong, was thoroughly intimidated by Haiyu's horrifying strike. Haiyu may have possessed average martial arts talent, but he showed remarkable talent in the art of the Tao, wielding his blade technique with divine mastery. Objectively speaking, Haiyu was indeed more suitable to be Zhu Lianggong's master. Chapter 76. Heaven does not give birth to Zhu Lianggong. Zhu Lianggong looked at Gao Yueta with some shock. He could not have imagined that Gao Yueta's blade was so stunning and domineering, enough to qualify as his own master. With this thought, Zhu Lianggong's face lit up with joy. Then he knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Good, good. Never did I think in my lifetime that I would receive a disciple with such powerful talent. This is an inferior rank Earth tier weapon, the Frost Cold Knife, which I, your master, shall gift to you. An inferior rank Earth tier weapon was already a very precious item. Gao Yueta had spent a great deal of resources for it. You see, even Gao Yueta himself used an inferior rank Earth tier weapon. Originally, this Frost Cold Knife was meant for his daughter, Gao Bingdai. But Gao Yueta did not expect that he would meet Zhu Lianggong, such a prodigious disciple, on this day. After much hesitation, and considering the manifold returns Zhu Lianggong's rise might bring, he presented the sword to Zhu Lianggong. "Thank you, master." Zhu Lianggong stood up, his face filled with excitement. Zhu Lianggong couldn't help but fondly stroke the Frost Cold Knife, not expecting Gao Yueta to present him with such a valuable weapon. Everyone around was stunned. They looked at Zhu Lianggong with envy and jealousy. What was this unbelievable opportunity from heaven? Being stripped of one's cultivation only made him stronger, and he gained a precious weapon just by apprenticing himself to someone. Wasn't this grossly unfair? High Elder Gao sure knows how to be extravagant, said an intersect disciple enviously. I wish I could apprentice myself to Elder Gao too, but with my talent, he would definitely look down upon me. Another disciple continued. Zhu Lianggong has achieved what is truly a great leap forward. From now on he will rise tens of thousands of miles high. Truly an overnight ascent. Brother Zhu, forgive our ignorance. You are the real world-class genius. Qin Yujie isn't even close to your level. That's true. Brother Zhu has fortune guarding him. Dying is simply impossible. Brother Zhu, take my knees. I want to become your follower. Your future is absolutely unlimited. Following you, such a strong person, is my aspiration. If Qin Yujie dares to come today, he will surely die. Brother Zhu, I support you. The crowd was chattering noisily while observing Zhu Lianggong, who appeared to be on top of the world. Gao Yueta continued. Disciple, my welcome gifts for you don't stop here. There's also a Star Luo pill, another welcome present from your master. When the surrounding people heard Gao Yueta's words, they all took a sharp intake of breath in astonishment. The Star Luo pill could unconditionally elevate a Heavenly Man realm martial artist by one small stage without any side effects. Hence, the Star Luo pill was always something that was valued beyond price. However, this pill could only be consumed once by a martial artist. If taken a second time, it would have no effect. Currently, Zhu Lianggong's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm. If he consumes the Star Luo pill, there would be almost no doubt that his cultivation would break through to the 9th level of the Heavenly Man realm. Zhu Lianggong was already quite powerful right now. His genuine essence within his body was twice as much as other cultivators of the same level. If he breaks through to the 9th level of the Heavenly Man realm, his strength would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Looking at the Star Luo pill in his hand, Zhu Lianggong knew that his true path of martial arts was about to rise to prominence. He originally thought he already had the absolute ability to fight against Qin Yujie, but now with this Star Luo pill, if his cultivation can break through to the 9th level of the Heavenly Man realm before their duel, he would be even more confident when dealing with Qin Yujie. A faint smile crept onto Zhu Lianggong's lips. Coldly, he said, Qin Yujie, I must thank you for ruining my Dantian. To show my gratitude, I will rip you into shreds today. After thinking about this, Zhu Lianggong sat cross-legged on the ground without hesitation and swallowed the Star Luo pill. Instantly, genuine essence surged wildly in his body and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth crazily converged towards Zhu Lianggong. The onlookers were shocked as they observed Zhu Lianggong. They could feel a frightening aura emanating from him. Half an instant stick later, the momentum around Zhu Lianggong became increasingly powerful. The genuine essence became more terrifying. Finally, it seemed his body trembled violently, and his power surged rapidly, instantly causing many people nearby to lose their balance and fall helter-skelter. Zhu Liangong suddenly opened his eyes and slowly stood up. It was evident that his body was full of energy and genuine essence. At this moment, Zhu Liangong wasn't sure of his exact strength, but he felt that he was brimming with tremendous force. With my current strength, I could definitely annihilate my past self effortlessly. Zhu Liangong clenched both fists tightly, a surge of passion running through him. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and Zhu Liangong burst into laughter toward the sky. If heaven hadn't born Zhu Liangong, the way of the sword would remain in perpetual darkness. All those around were struck by Zhu Liangong's bold words. With faces full of shock, they admired and envied him. Gu Baoqing looked at Gao Yueta and regretfully shook his head. Old Gao, you're really something. I willingly admit defeat. It's a pity that such a remarkably talented genius has slipped through my fingers. The Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Su Laiyong, also said excitedly. Congratulations to young Master Zhu for taking Senior Gao as his master. This is a grand occasion indeed. From now on, young Master Zhu's martial path will surely soar, smooth and boundless. Zhu Liangong himself also felt that since encountering Qin Yujie, his fortune had improved. Could it be that he was truly the son of fortune? As long as Qin Yujie kept troubling him, could he keep getting stronger? Haha. If heaven hadn't born Zhu Liangong, the way of the sword would remain in perpetual darkness? What a huge joke. Zhu Liangong, what gives you the audacity to make such claims? A mocking voice rang out from afar, breaking everyone's astonishment. Who was so bold as to mock Zhu Liangong so brazenly? Just then, a handsome gentleman walked over from a distance, flanked by two attendants. The appearance of these three immediately drew everyone's attention. They were none other than Qin Yujie and his newly acquired attendants, Li Kun and Meng Xiao. And that mocking remark earlier had come from Qin Yujie himself. Qin Yujie looked at Zhu Liangong with a trace of surprise. Not long ago, when Li Kun and Meng Xiao approached him, they said Zhu Liangong wanted a life-or-death duel with him. Qin Yujie had almost thought he misheard. Now this, Zhu Liangong's cultivation had actually broken through to the 9th level of the Heavenly Man realm. Could it be that Zhu Liangong had encountered some extraordinary event during this period? Qin Yujie was very confident. At that time, he had disabled Zhu Liangong with a single sword strike. Zhu Liangong's Dantian was shattered, his cultivation ruined. He had never expected that in just a few short days, not only did Zhu Liangong's cultivation recover, but it had grown even more powerful. As Qin Yujie looked at Zhu Liangong, he thought inwardly. Could it be that Zhu Liangong is the son of fortune? The more tribulations he faces, the stronger he becomes. Chapter 77. The Worthless Master and Apprentice. Zhu Liangong looked down at Qin Yujie from above and said, Qin Yujie, you actually dared to come? You're so late, I thought you wouldn't show up. Qin Yujie shook his head with disdain and said, You're nothing but a troublemaker. Why would I be afraid to come? If I can't even handle someone like you, what's the point of my practicing the way of martial arts? Their conversation sparked intense interest among the onlookers. This Qin Yujie is likely coming here to die today. Zhu brother's current strength is unfathomable. Yes, if Qin Yujie had come earlier when Zhu Liangong hadn't found his master yet, he might have had a small chance. Now that Zhu brother has broken through to the 9th rank of Heavenly Man realm and also wields an inferior grade Earth-level weapon, the Frost Cold Knife, Qin Yujie is surely doomed. Pity. Qin Yujie's talent is quite monstrous, but the gap in their realms is simply too large. Zhu brother's current strength and innate talent are incomparable to what they used to be. Qin Yujie will definitely not be a match for Zhu brother. The heavens didn't create Zhu Liangong. The blade path would have remained as dark as long night. Zhu brother is incredibly amazing. This famous quote shall become my motto from now on. Zhu brother's rise is unstoppable. Today marks his first major battle in this rise. The surrounding crowd started discussing Qin Yujie and Zhu Liangong. Today's confrontation was absolutely going to be the most thrilling battle ever witnessed. They all said confidence stems from power. Now, Zhu Liangong was full of self-assurance. Suddenly, he changed his mind. If he could make the talented Qin Yujie serve him as an attendant, his future reputation and fame in Tianyuan Sect would rise to unparalleled heights. In this way, it would be better to crush Qin Yujie's spirit. Once Qin Yujie agreed to become his attendant, there'd be no more fear, and Zhu could eliminate him whenever he wanted. Thinking about this, Zhu Liangong said indifferently, Qin Yujie, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. My current strength is beyond your comprehension. I'll give you a chance, become my attendant, and I'll spare your life today. In an instant, Zhu Liangong's words shocked everyone. How could someone like Qin Yujie, pride of the emperor's son, casually serve others as an attendant? It was practically an insult to Qin Yujie. Of course, different people interpret things differently. For martial artists with average abilities, becoming someone else's attendant may not be a bad opportunity. Zhu Liangong, your martial path was actually fine until today. Unfortunately, the biggest mistake of your life is deciding to duel me. Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully and said coldly, boasting too much. Since you insist on finding death, then let's go to the life-death platform. Zhu Liangong replied confidently. A troublemaker, truly ignorant. Qin Yujie activated half-step Pursue Cicada, flashing into the life-death platform in the blink of an eye. The one in charge of the life-death platform battles was still the previous Outer Sect Elder. He knew once it reached this stage, it was beyond the control of a mere Outer Sect Elder. Thus, without any words of dissuasion, he directly activated the barrier on the platform. Once the barrier began, the life-or-death battle commenced. In the end, only one of them would be able to walk away alive. Qin Yujie, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, how would I have apprenticed under senior high? How would I have broken through to the 9th rank of Heavenly Man Realm? How would I have obtained the inferior grade Earth-level weapon, Frost Cold Knife? Zhu Lianggong took out the ice Frost Cold Knife from his storage bag, excitement evident in his tone. Hai Yaoda, that overrated elder? Truly fitting, a worthless master paired with a worthless apprentice. The two of you are truly a pair, Qin Yujie said without hesitation. At Qin Yujie's words, everyone present was stunned speechless. All eyes were anxiously watching Hai Yaoda, whose face had turned bright red, standing on the verge of explosive anger. Hai Yaoda, as an elder at the 3rd level of We'll-See realm, who among the inner sect disciples didn't speak to him with utmost respect. Now, Qin Yujie dared to publicly call him a failure. Had Qin Yujie gone mad? Qin Yujie is looking for death. Does he think having Elder Jiang as his teacher allows him to do whatever he wants? One inner sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Perhaps Qin Yujie realizes his inevitable death, hence he decided to vent before it happens. Another disciple chimed in agreement. Definitely so, otherwise why would an outer sect disciple like Qin Yujie say such things? If I were in his shoes, I'd do the same. Since death is certain, why not get some satisfaction out of verbal jabs beforehand? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Outside the life-death platform, on the high dais, Hai Yaoda, upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, immediately became overwhelmed with boundless rage. In fact, before Gao Yueta took out the ice frost cold knife and star luo pill, he had ulterior motives. The first aim was to make Zhu Lianggong feel deeply grateful. The second purpose was to enhance Zhu Lianggong's strength and use this as a tool to kill Qin Yujie through Zhu. Since Qin Yujie has Jiang Fanxian supporting him, and Gao Yueta isn't Jiang Fanxuan's match, he cannot blatantly kill Qin Yujie. But on the life-death platform, it's different. If Qin Yujie were killed by Zhu Lianggong, that would simply mean he wasn't skilled enough. Even if Jiang Fanxian wanted revenge later, he wouldn't have any excuse. After hearing Qin Yujie's words, Zhu Lianggong's face immediately turned dark, saying coldly, Qin Yujie, you not only called me worthless, but also insulted my master as useless. It seems you're too arrogant, so much so that you've forgotten how to spell death. Qin Yujie shook his head indifferently and said, you're wrong. It's not that I'm overconfident. It's just that you're truly too weak. Not just you. Even if your master came, I'd still make sure he couldn't leave. Upon hearing these words from Qin Yujie, everyone was shocked. They all felt Qin Yujie was exaggerating. After all, Gao Yueta is a warrior of the 3rd level in the We'll-See realm, while Qin Yuza is merely at the 9th rank in the Return to Origin realm. How could he possibly be Gao Yueta's rival? Has Qin Yujie gone mad? Who gave him the courage to say such things? Elder Gao could obliterate Qin Yujie with one move. Exactly, Qin Yujie is too blindly arrogant. He can't even beat Zhu Lianggong yet, but he dares to claim he can defeat Elder Gao. Truly, he has no idea which way is up or down anymore. Perhaps Qin Yujie knows he's bound to die, so he's throwing caution to the wind. If Qin Yujie hadn't come to this life-death duel today, he might have had a chance to surpass Zhu Lianggong in the future. But now he's acting too rashly. The crowd began discussing Qin Yujie. Zhu Lianggong looked at Qin Yujie and smirked disdainfully, saying, Qin Yujie, I admit your talent is monstrous, but your realm is too low. You can't beat me, let alone our master. Very well, today I'll teach you how to face reality. Impatient, Qin Yujie responded, Zhu Lianggong, hurry up and attack already. Why do you have so much chatter? Don't waste my time. Chapter 78. Qin Yujie versus Zhu Lianggong. Since you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish. Zhu Lianggong let out a cold snort as he released an overwhelming aura that caused the breathing of many disciples to become labored, and their bodies trembled slightly. Zhu Lianggong's 9th rank Tianyuan realm elemental pressure is so powerful. I can't resist it at all. One of the inner gate disciples in the same Tianyuan realm exclaimed in shock. Zhu Lianggong stepped forward and pulled out his frost cold knife. Zhu Lianggong's true yuan surged wildly, while the spiritual energy around him quickly converged towards him. Breaking Heaven Sword technique. First move, split the sky. Zhu Lianggong slashed forward with his knife. The spiritual energy in the sky vibrated violently. Then a shocking blade, chi charged towards Qin Yujie. Using the same Breaking Heaven Sword technique, this strike was far more powerful than the one Zhu Lianggong had used some time ago, likely at least 10 times stronger. When Zhu Lianggong was at the 7th rank of the Tianyuan realm, he had used the same technique. Back then, his true yuan wasn't as terrifying as it is now. Now that Zhu Lianggong had reached the 9th rank of the Tianyuan realm and combined 2 dantians, the true yuan within his body increased geometrically in strength. Moreover, with the enhancement from his Earth-class lower-grade weapon, the Frost Cold Knife, the power of this strike became even more terrifying. Qin Yujie, do you now realize just how strong I am? Let me tell you, I've only used 5/10 of my strength. Do you think that's enough to make you despair? A surge of unprecedented confidence welled up within Zhu Lianggong as he looked at Qin Yujie with arrogance. Indeed, this single slash from Zhu Lianggong could have killed his former self from a few days ago. Many of the inner gate disciples at the same 9th rank of the Tianyuan realm wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying attack either. Even more frightening was that Zhu Lianggong had only exerted 5/10 of his strength. He hadn't gone all out. A mere 5/10 of his power had already unleashed such a terrifying attack. If Zhu Lianggong were to unleash his full force, who knows just how powerful it would be. Seeing Qin Yujie expressionless, Zhu Lianggong couldn't help but feel even more satisfied and said, Qin Yujie, Are you trembling in fear right now like an ant? Haha, didn't expect my power to grow this terrifying, did you? Tremble in fear, and remember, next life, to see things clearly. Some people simply aren't someone you should offend. The surrounding crowd, staring at this earth-shattering blade chi from Zhu Liangong, froze on the spot, shocked. They couldn't believe that compared to a few days ago, Zhu Liangong's strength had grown so dramatically. These two states were like night and day. If a few days ago Zhu Liangong's strength was like a small river, then today, it was like the sea. No one knew how to describe Zhu Liangong's single slash. They had never seen a slash so impressive. Staring dumbfounded at this huge blade chi, everyone had to admit Zhu Liangong had truly risen. With this one slash alone, he could gain fame within the inner sect of the Tianyuan Sect. Zhu Liangong is too strong. This blade chi is too terrifying. I think many martial artists of the same realm wouldn't be able to withstand such a slash. One disciple exclaimed in shock. Yes, who would have thought that Brother Zhu's talent in swordsmanship would be so monstrous, truly a rare genius of generations. Brother Zhu will rise further. Qin Yujie will likely be slaughtered by Brother Zhu in one slash. Though Qin Yujie is strong, Zhu Liangong is stronger. As the saying goes, there is always a stronger person in the world. Zhu brother definitely surpasses Qin. Surrounding people looked at this spectacular slash with astonishment and began murmuring among themselves. As Qin Yujie saw this massive blade chi heading toward him, he had to admit that compared to a few days ago, Zhu Liangong had indeed grown much stronger. But no matter how much Zhu Liangong grew stronger, it was inconsequential to Qin Yujie. Shaking his head disdainfully, Qin Yujie said, I told you you're a frog at the bottom of the well, and yet you refuse to believe. Are you really content with being proud of this little bit of power? Your vision is too narrow. Honestly speaking, I don't even care about your current level. Qin Yujie's words fell like a stone into a lake, creating countless ripples. Listening, Zhu Liangong laughed heartily and said, Stop boasting recklessly. You probably can't even evade my attacks. You've run out of tricks. Faster than the blink of an eye, when the blade chi was right before Qin Yujie's eyes, he lifted the sword in his hand. Four Seasons sword technique, Summer Blaze. Qin Yujie casually swung his sword, and immediately a terrifying phenomenon arose in the sky. A fiery sun hung high above, causing the temperature around them to rise significantly. Accompanying this terrifying phenomenon, a stunning sword chi suddenly appeared. This sword chi was vast and radiant, majestic like midday, unstoppable and invincible. Qin Yujie didn't use his full strength at all, probably only around 1/10 of it. But even so, the power of this sword chi was already astonishing in the eyes of the onlookers. Boom! The two massive attacks collided instantly, and the entire life and death stage shook as if an earthquake had hit. It shattered into pieces, covered with enormous knife marks and sword marks. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing this scene, immediately covered their mouths in shock. They were overwhelmed by what they saw. Is Qin Yujie's strength really this strong? In this clash, the two are evenly matched. Qin Yujie's sword is incredibly overwhelming. The sword chi alone makes me, as a 9th-rank Tianren realm martial artist, feel completely powerless to resist. As a 9th-rank Guiyuan realm martial artist, I think Qin Yujie has probably shown his greatest ability with that one strike. However, Zhu Liangong has only unleashed 5/10 of his power. He will surely triumph in the end. But don't forget, Qin Yujie is only in the 9th rank of the Guiyuan realm. If they were of the same realm, Qin Yujie could probably kill Zhu Liangong in a single strike. Realm also contributes to overall power. In the future, when you face someone stronger in terms of realm, you can't expect them to suppress their strength and fight you head-on, can you? Qin Yujie's sword strike was incredible. His talent in swordsmanship is truly bizarre. Unfortunately, he accepted this life and death battle too hastily. If he had played it safe and delayed a bit longer, he could have easily crushed Zhu Liangong. How could a prodigy like Qin Yujie play it safe? That said, Qin Yujie always managed to create miracles in every battle he fought before. Perhaps he might still be victorious this time. It's not impossible. Yes, there is that possibility, but the likelihood is slim. Zhu Liangong's strength has now reached a qualitatively higher level. Qin Yujie shouldn't be his match anymore. Zhu Liangong's blade technique was indeed extraordinary. Just looking at the blade, Qi made my whole body tremble. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly, while watching Zhu Liangong and Qin Yujie with awe. Chapter 79, Jiang Fanchuan's Arrival. Gao Yue watched Zhu Liangong deliver an astonishing blow, feeling highly excited. In his view, Qin Yujie would surely be unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. But the truth was surprising. Qin Yujie had not only blocked it, but remained completely unharmed. Gao Yue could not have imagined that Qin Yujie's sword chi could be this formidable. He had underestimated Qin Yujie's talent and strength in swordsmanship. Gu Baoqing also gazed at Qin Yujie's sword chi in shock. As a swordsman himself, he understood more than anyone the extraordinariness and power of this sword chi. Gu Baoqing secretly felt some regret, sighing and saying, Qin Yujie's sword talent is truly monstrous. But today, he will meet his end. What a pity. A talent like this should be nurtured by Tianyuan Sect. Gao Yue snorted coldly and said, Old Gu, a dead genius isn't a genius anymore. Qin Yujie's death is unavoidable. Moreover, in my opinion, Zhu Liangong's talent doesn't fall short of Qin Yujie's. Zhu Liangong's future martial path is boundless. With a genius like Zhu Liangong, Tianyuan Sect has enough. Qin Yujie's death is not worth lamenting. At this moment, a peerless figure appeared around the life and death stage without anyone noticing. She coldly said, Who says my disciple will die? I see Zhu Lianggong as the one who will die. This person was none other than Qin Yuzhe's master, Jiang Fanxian. Jiang Fanxian was the only one in Tianyuan Sect who truly knew Qin Yuzhe's strength. She knew how inadequate someone like Zhu Lianggong would be compared to Qin Yuzhe, the true genius. Jiang Fanxian glanced at Zhu Lianggong and thought to herself, practicing knife techniques, yet failing to comprehend the essence of the blade. Is he really called a genius? Such a label might only hold weight in a backwater place like Lingtian Kingdom. How laughable. Jiang Fanxuan's insight was naturally far beyond what the people from Lingtian Kingdom could compare with. This was part of why she hadn't taken on disciples before, one of the reasons being that these individuals' talents weren't impressive enough for her to consider. Notably, Zhu Lianggong had once attempted to apprentice under Jiang Fanxian, but was rejected outright several years ago. Gao Yue didn't expect Jiang Fanxian to arrive so quickly. He let out a cold snort and said, Senior Jiang, you're here not to interrupt the life or death duel, right? Let me tell you, even though you've come, it won't make any difference. The rules of the life and death platform are established by the sect leader. You won't be able to save your disciple. It's all futile. Jiang Fanxian replied disdainfully, You're wrong. I'm here just to take a casual look. For Qin Yuzhe, defeating Zhu Lianggong is as easy as turning over his hand. Upon hearing Jiang Fanxuan's words, Gao Yue felt as if he'd heard the greatest joke in the world. Triumphantly, he said, Perhaps Senior Jiang hasn't realized how much Zhu Lianggong has changed. His current talent and strength far exceed your understanding. Gu Baoqing added explanations on the side. Senior Jiang, Zhu Lianggong's current talent and strength are indeed remarkable. He is no less capable than Qin Yuzhe, perhaps even stronger. After listening, Jiang Fanxian retorted disdainfully to Gao Yue. You're all just narrow-minded small fry. Do you know what true talent is? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was startled. Jiang Fanxuan's words seemed to directly criticize both Gao Yue and Gu Baoqing. It was known that Gao Yue and Gu Baoqing were both elders within the inner circle. Their cultivation at the third level of the Wheel C realm was not a hollow reputation. Surprisingly, Gao Yue did not get angry after hearing this. Instead, he confidently said, Senior Jiang, I admit my abilities fall short of yours, but by saying such things, you are trying to provoke both old Gu and me into a big fight. Once there's chaos, the duel between Qin Yuzhe and Zhu Lianggong will be interrupted haphazardly. I must say, Senior Jiang, you're quite smart. However, I, Gao Yue, am not stupid either. Everyone present immediately understood why Senior Jiang had made such remarks. It was to save Qin Yuzhe. But Jiang Fanxian was confused now, standing dumbfounded where she stood. She didn't expect her words to be interpreted this way. Indifferently, she said, You guys are overthinking this. I was merely mocking your ignorance. I wasn't scheming anything more profound. When Jiang Fanxian arrived, Qin Yuzhe had already noticed her. After hearing Gao Yue's self-satisfied analysis, he couldn't help but burst out laughing heartily. Senior Gao, you've cracked me up. What kind of mind do you possess to come up with such extraordinary conclusions? Qin Yuzhe said. Qin Yuzhe, I know you well. This laughter of yours is the last to spare before you meet your doom. Your teacher's plan has been exposed by me, and no one can save you now, Gao Yue stated with certainty. Qin Yuzhe suddenly thought of a fun idea, and immediately his face lit up with a sorrowful smile. He then said, Elder Gao, you are indeed a veteran schemer. My master just sent me a mental message, saying she would rescue me when chaos breaks out. But I didn't expect you to guess it so easily. Alas, it's a pity, now no one can save me. After hearing this, Gao Yue's face immediately lit up with an overconfident smile as he proudly declared, Ha! I knew it. You two really had a wicked plan. Luckily, my mind worked fast, or else we might have fallen for it. Qin Yuzhe, now no one can save you. You'd better beg my disciple to give you a full corpse after the fight. Jiang Fanxian immediately realized Qin Yuzhe was deliberately setting things up. She understood that with Qin Yuzhe's strength, handling Zhu Lianggong would be as easy as using one sword stroke. The onlookers surrounding them felt instant sympathy and compassion for Qin Yuzhe upon hearing his words. This Qin Yuzhe is truly pitiful. Who would have thought that soon after becoming someone's disciple, he would die? I think Elder Jiang is even more unfortunate. Her newly recruited disciple will die in the life and death arena. Elder Gao is really smart. It's amazing how deep he could see through this situation. He's like a 1,000-year-old fox. Unfortunately, Qin Yuzhe actually had a chance to escape before. Now that his plan has been uncovered by Elder Gao, he doesn't even have the last hope to run away. Zhu Lianggong heard the whispers around him and confidently said, Qin Yuzhe, I never expected that at the peak of the Guiyuan realm, you could withstand 50% of my attack. Your talent is indeed extraordinary, but I assume this must be your strongest ability, right? If you beg me now, I may leave your body intact. Qin Yuzhe shook his head and said, Stop wasting words. Go ahead and make your move. Zhu Lianggong, brimming with confidence, said to Qin Yuzhe, You're so eager to die because you know you won't be able to match me next, and you'd rather get it over quickly. I'm not going to let you die as you wish. Zhu Lianggong turned his head and smirked at Jiang Fanxian before arrogantly saying, Elder Jiang, aren't you regretting not taking me as your disciple right now? How do you feel about watching your new disciple die in front of me? Chapter 80. I am already at my last gasps. Jiang Fanxian said coldly. How could my disciple's talent be comparable to yours? Ignorance is truly fearless. You're about to die and you don't even know it. Zhu Lianggong was provoked by Jiang Fanxuan's condescending attitude. With a smirk, he said, Fine, Qin Yuzhe, prepare to die. This time, I'll unleash 70% of my strength. I bet you're already trembling with fear. The momentum emanating from Zhu Liangong continued to grow. The essence of the earth and sky gathered wildly. Then suddenly he swung his sword forward. The Annihilation Blade technique. First form, shatter the sky. Using the same Annihilation Blade technique, this slash embodied 70% of Zhu Liangong's strength, making it far more powerful and terrifying than before. Everyone watched as this astonishing blow descended. They were so numbed by shock that they couldn't react. Zhu Liangong's slash is even stronger than before. At 70% strength, there's no way Qin Yujie will be able to withstand this. Who can deny it? In the last fight, Qin Yujie used all his skills, and this time, death is inevitable for him. What a pity. By opposing Zhu Liangong, Qin Yujie has made the biggest mistake of his life, one that cost him his life. If Zhu Liangong is already this strong at 70% power, how terrifying would he be if he used his full strength? Heaven gave birth to Zhu Liangong to dominate the path of blades. Without him, the world of blades would remain in darkness forever. Zhu Liangong truly deserves his title as a blade prodigy. Those words are a perfect representation of him. For 10 years, no one paid attention as he honed his blade skills. But today, with just one stroke, Zhu Brother's name has become known throughout the world. Today, Zhu Brother has claimed his fame and now stands as a blade prodigy of Tianyuan Sect. Those around both admired and envied Zhu Liangong. Their hearts churned with a mixture of emotions. Facing this overwhelming strike, Qin Yujie casually flicked his sword. The Four Seasons sword technique, continuous spring rain. As soon as Qin Yujie struck, gentle drizzles started falling across the world between heaven and earth. It had to be admitted that the Four Seasons sword technique was among the top sword techniques classified as upper earth rank techniques. It was rumored that this technique was created by a great sword master who had meditated upon the changing seasons, each sword corresponding to a season of the year. It not only unleashed devastating attacks, but also followed the natural flow of the Tao. Sword techniques valued precision over quantity. To date, Qin Yujie had only drawn two kinds of sword techniques. Besides this Four Seasons sword technique, there was another even mightier technique called the Zongheng sword technique. With these two powerful techniques at his disposal, it was more than enough for Qin Yujie to wield. When Qin Yujie's sword pierced through the air, energy surged wildly, and a massive sword aura shot towards Zhu Liangong. This continuous spring rain was fundamentally different in nature from the fiery heat of scorching summer. That earlier sword aura was fierce and overwhelming, while this one was soft and soothing like spring rain nourishing the earth. This immense sword aura didn't appear as terrifying as the scorching summer, but anyone underestimating it due to its softer appearance would surely regret it. Every move in the Four Seasons sword technique held its own unique characteristics, with no distinction between stronger or weaker forms. The two massive attacks crashed into each other, creating an earth-shattering sound. Anyone unaware would think that a battle between Realm C experts was underway. Qin Yujie still restrained his true essence in this strike, ensuring that the balance between the two combatants remained even. Once again, those watching were left utterly shocked by Qin Yujie's awe-inspiring strike. Freak! How does Qin Yujie keep getting stronger? Just how strong is he? This is madness. Zhu Liangong and Qin Yujie have once again reached a draw. Why do I feel like Qin Yujie is doing this intentionally? Is this all in my head? Not possible. Not possible at all. How can Qin Yujie withstand such a terrifying attack when Zhu Liangong has already exerted 70% of his power? Didn't they say earlier that Qin Yujie was out of tricks? What is going on here? Oh God, save me. I can't take much more of this shock, otherwise I'll literally die of astonishment. You see, Zhu Liangong's expression doesn't look as relaxed as it did before. I feel like I'm dreaming. Such a dominant blade, Qi actually got blocked by Qin Yujie. Around the life and death platform, Gao Yu was also watching Qin Yujie in utter disbelief. He hadn't expected that even at 70% of his power, Zhu Liangong would still fail to overcome Qin Yujie. Still, after some thought, Gao Yu confidently said, "Disciple, Qin Yujie is already at his limit. Don't let his calm exterior fool you. I believe this strike is all he has left. From now on, if you unleash your full potential, Qin Yujie won't stand a chance against you." Hearing Gao Yu's words, Qin Yujie wanted to laugh. But since Gao Yu was confident, Qin Yujie decided to play along fully. The more complacent Gao Yu became now, the sweeter the coming blow would be later. Qin Yujie sighed and said, "Elder Gao, your sharp eyesight is indeed amazing. There's nothing that can be hidden from you. Yes, I am at my last gasp. The previous attack already consumed all of my true essence. If Zhu Liangong uses his full strength next, I will surely die without a trace." Qin Yujie then continued, "Zhu Liangong, how about we call it a draw?" After Qin Yujie said this, everyone was even more certain that Qin Yujie had exhausted all his tricks. If Qin Yujie still had a chance to win, why would he want to settle for a draw with Zhu Liangong? This was the life and death platform after all. Qin Yujie deliberately said this because he knew the more he did, the happier Gao Yu and Zhu Liangong would become. Knowing Qin Yujie was about to die, would they agree to a draw? This was a battle to the death where only one person could survive. Gao Yu confidently proclaimed, "Qin Yujie, both your abilities and strategies are fully exposed to me. You're still too inexperienced." Hearing Gao Yu's words, Zhu Liangong felt relieved. His face instantly regained its confidence as he looked at Qin Yujie, shaking his head, and said, "Qin Yujie, I was almost fooled by you earlier. It turns out that was already your strongest attack. Next, I'll unleash my full strength. Be proud that you'll die under my strongest attack." The surrounding crowd finally understood from their conversation that the previous strike was indeed Qin Yujie's strongest one. Therefore, it seemed clear that Qin Yujie was now bound to die. Qin Yujie sighed again. What a pity. Confidently smiling, Zhu Liangong said, yes, it is indeed a pity. If you hadn't come here today for this life or death duel, perhaps in the future I wouldn't have been able to match up against you. But alas, you were too rash and arrogant. Qin Yujie shook his head and replied, I mean, it's too bad for you. We have no grudge or feud between us, but unfortunately, you don't cherish your own life enough. Chapter 81. A sword that dominates without enemy. After hearing Zhu Liangong's words, he disdainfully said, you are about to die, and you still dare to attempt to disturb my mind with words. Qin Yujie, next, I will send you on your way. Zhu Liangong's entire true essence went into a frenzied rotation as his immense strength of the celestial being realm 9th layer finally burst forth unrestrained. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to gather wildly toward Zhu Liangong. A vast momentum surged from him, causing some disciples nearby to seemingly unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, and they all took several steps back. There were even some disciples of lower capabilities who were frightened and fell onto the ground by this horrifying atmosphere. Annihilation Blade Technique, second move, Obliterate Heaven. Zhu Liangong wielded his full dreadful true essence and delivered a blade strike towards Qin Yujie. A huge blade aura appeared in the sky, resembling the scythe of death, cutting down directly towards the top of Qin Yujie's head. This dazzling blade cut was Zhu Liangong's strongest attack. I can't believe Zhu Senior Brother's total power release is this terrifying. Yeah, the power of this blade has already surpassed the previous one. If Zhu Liangong had used his full strength at the beginning, wouldn't Qin Yujie have been killed instantly? Zhu Senior Brother's talent in the Tao of the blade is truly monstrous. This strike could likely be resisted by few at the same cultivation level, let alone Qin Yujie, who has now run out of tricks. It's a pity, Qin Yujie will still die in the end. His talent is also extraordinary, but he hasn't grown enough yet for Zhu Liangong to let him live. Yeah, Zhu Senior Brother's blade strike was indeed terrifying. Qin Yujie is probably going to be instantaneously killed. After the crowd around them discussed, they all stared at Zhu Liangong with eyes filled with reverence and astonishment. Qin Yujie looked at the rapidly approaching colossal blade aura and shook his head, saying, is this your greatest strength? If you had put all your efforts earlier, the duel would have ended long ago. Earlier, Qin Yujie had merely played along with Zhu Liangong. It would be too uninteresting if every duel could be resolved with just one move. Moreover, Zhu Liangong hadn't demonstrated his ultimate strength until now. Only when Zhu Liangong exerted his utmost strength could Qin Yujie defeat him with a single sword stroke for greater accomplishment. Zhongheng's sword technique, dominate all directions. Qin Yujie thrust his sword, and a giant sword chi emerged in the sky. This sword chi carried an overwhelming demeanor of dominating the world, rushing toward Zhu Liangong. Witnessing this overwhelming sword stroke, the crowd was astounded. They realized Zhu Liangong's blade aura seemed trivial before this sword chi. Without contrast, one cannot perceive differences in strength. Now upon comparison, the crowd discovered how stunningly impressive and overbearing Qin Yujie's sword was. Stunning so much so that their minds turned blank at the moment. Looking at this shocking sword strike, Zhu Liangong sensed a fatal threat. This is impossible. How can you use such a domineering sword? Refusing to accept it, Zhu Liangong shouted loudly. He believed himself to be already sufficiently powerful and possessed a monstrously gifted talent, yet unexpectedly, his celestial being realm 9th layer strength appeared so weak in this instance. Under the gaze of this astonishing and overbearing sword chi, Zhu Liangong felt enormous pressure, with nowhere to escape from it at the moment. Qin Yujie's sword chi split through Zhu Liangong's blade aura like slicing tofu, continuing its unstoppable advance, crashing onto Zhu Liangong's body. No, spare his life. Gao Yu suddenly called out loud. Qin Yujie's sword chi was too fast. Gao Yu didn't react in time, and could only watch helplessly as Zhu Liangong was split into two by this sword chi. Zhu Liangong dead. The surrounding crowd was utterly shocked by this stunning sword strike from Qin Yujie. They never imagined that Qin Yujie possessed such formidable combat ability. Had Qin Yujie used this sword strike right at the start of the duel, Zhu Liangong would undoubtedly have been slain instantly. Qin Yujie grabbed the storage pouch from Zhu Liangong's body, along with the frost-cold knife, which was also stored away into his own space ring, then departed the life or death platform amidst everyone's stunned stares. What happened? Am I dreaming? That final strike by Qin Yujie was simply breathtaking. Who would have thought? Qin Yujie has once again created a miracle by killing Zhu Liangong with a single sword strike. We were truly foolish. If Qin Yujie didn't possess absolute strength, why would he step onto the life or death platform? Qin Yujie's talent in the Tao of the sword is simply remarkable. That last sword strike, I don't know how to describe it. Simply put, Zhu Liangong's blade technique couldn't even compare with Qin Yujie's. May the heavens forgive my ignorance. Originally, Qin Yujie is the true genius, and we mistakenly took Zhu Liangong for the son of fortune, which was both hilarious and ignorant. No wonder Elder Jiang was so confident. It turns out she already knew the true strength of Qin Yujie. It seems we all misunderstood Qin Yujie. With such powerful abilities, he has no reason to fear Zhu Liangong. Why would he need Elder Jiang's help to escape from the life or death platform? It looks like what Elder Jiang said is true. She had no real strategy before. She simply looked down on Gao Yu. It's Gao Yu who overthought things. Look at Elder Jiang now. His face has turned green. Just thinking about how self-satisfied he was earlier makes it hilarious. Haha, Elder Gao's face has been slapped hard. He has lost all his dignity. It was only now that the crowd recovered from their shock. They looked at Qin Yujie with expressions of admiration, trembling fear, awe, and reverence filling their faces. Gao Yu's expression had become frozen. He could barely believe his own eyes. A moment ago, he was feeling smug, but now he was shocked, his mood plummeting into an abyss. The stark contrast between his previous confidence and his current humiliation left Gao Yu momentarily unable to process the reality. Moreover, it was only now that Gao Yu realized Qin Yujie had been deliberately toying with him. All those compliments about his intelligence and deep scheming were merely ways of mocking him. Qin Yujie had the strength to kill Zhu Lianggong in one stroke and never needed his master, Xuanhuan, to rescue him. How pitiful. It was Gao Yu who foolishly thought he had uncovered their plot and congratulated himself. This thought brought a searing pain to Gao Yu's face. Today, Gao Yu's face was handed over for Qin Yujie to slap, insulted as a waste of space by Qin Yujie and mocked repeatedly. Even worse, the disciple he just accepted as his apprentice was killed instantly by Qin Yujie's single sword strike. As an inner sect elder, Gao Yu being humiliated so thoroughly by Qin Yujie, a mere outer sect disciple, was unprecedented throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect. Chapter 82. Can your body handle it? Thinking about this, Gao Yu's face darkened. Qin Yujie's talent was too demonic. It had become so terrifying that it frightened him. He knew that if he waited for Qin Yujie to grow stronger, Qin Yujie would never let him go. Qin Yujie, I admit your talent is quite demonic, but wasn't it me who finally asked you to show mercy and spare a life? Why did you still kill Zhu Lianggong with one slash? Gao Yu said coldly. Elder Gao, don't you remember this was a fight to the death? You expect only your disciple to be allowed to kill me and not the other way around? There's no shameless person like you in this world. Qin Yujie replied with disdain, shaking his head. Everyone around looked at Gao Yu in astonishment. They hadn't expected such shamelessness from Gao Yu as an inner sect elder. Jiang Fanxian flashed into existence in front of Qin Yujie and emitted a terrifying aura. Counselor Gao, wasn't this a battle to the death, an edict set by our sect leader? Are you disobeying? Jiang Fanxian said coldly. Gao Yu immediately felt the oppressive fear of her presence, and the entire scene fell silent, as everyone was shocked by Elder Jiang's terrifying momentum. I have no complaints, but your apprentice disrespected me earlier and called me worthless. Shouldn't he apologize? After all, I am an inner sect elder and at the third level of the Wheel C realm. Gao Yu suddenly boosted his own aura of the Wheel C realm, but despite his strong aura, compared to Jiang Fanxian, it was minuscule, like a drop in the ocean. Although their cultivation realms were similar, they were incomparable on every level. Jiang Fanxian glanced at Gao Yu, then said icily, what my apprentice said is true. Aren't you really worthless? Her words struck everyone present with great shock. Elder Jiang's remark had given no face to Gao Yu at all. Usually, anyone would have just asked Qin Yujie to apologize, but Jiang Fanxian, without hesitation, had publicly slapped Gao Yu hard. Elder Jiang, you're utterly unreasonable. This time you've gone too far. Gao Yu glared at Jiang Fanxian with the intimidating power radiating from her, uttering a powerless statement. He then fled ignominiously. Before leaving, Gao Yu gave a chilling look at Qin Yujie, then disappeared with a flash. Master, how did you get here? Qin Yujie didn't expect that this adopted master cared for him so much. I heard someone challenged you to a fight to the death, so I came to see. But since you're fine, I'll leave first. After speaking, Jiang Fanxian prepared to leave. Master, don't rush off. Since you've come, let's find somewhere else where I can invite you for a cup of tea. Qin Yujie smiled and said, all right. Jiang Fanxian nodded. In an instant, Qin Yujie and Jiang Fanxian left the arena and vanished from the sight of the crowd. Soon after, both reached a scenic mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Qin Yujie casually pulled out his portable residence from the system he possessed. This mountain, surrounded by swirling fog, gave Qin Yujie's estate the ethereal and mysterious feel of a celestial palace in the heavens. Quickly brewing a pot of tea, Qin Yujie handed it over and said, Master, please have some tea. Sure. Jiang Fanxian took it without hesitation and started drinking. After 3 rounds of tea, Qin Yujie spoke to Jiang Fanxian. Master, recently I acquired an extraordinary set of acupuncture needles, which I believe will be more effective for treating your condition. Let's act now instead of later. Allow me to massage and perform acupuncture on you today. What kind of needles are these? Let me see them. Jiang Fanxian responded with slight surprise. The last time, she'd seen Qin Yujie's needles. They were made of ordinary iron, common acupuncture needles. The use of acupuncture needles wasn't particularly widespread, and high-quality ones were rare in the market. She couldn't imagine that in such a short period, Qin Yujie had somehow procured better needles. Qin Yujie took out the set of acupuncture needles he'd obtained from the system and handed them to Jiang Fanxian. Jiang Fanxian accepted the needles and found herself surprised. She discovered that the material of the needles was exceptional. They were forged from several rare materials. These materials were at the higher tier of the heavenly grade. No material of this quality could exist in Lingtian Kingdom. Jiang Fanxian observed Qin Yujie carefully, slightly touched. She hadn't expected that Qin Yujie was so dedicated to her injuries and had even bought such precious needles from somewhere to enhance the treatment's effectiveness. Such high-quality acupuncture needles must be of considerable value. Qin Yujie's efforts indeed revealed his deep thoughtfulness. If Qin Yujie knew what Jiang Fanxian thought, he would surely protest loudly. I'm not as good as you think. This set of acupuncture needles was actually just received from the system sign-in. I didn't put any effort into acquiring it. This set of acupuncture needles is indeed extraordinary, but you just treated me a few days ago. If you treat me again today, can your body handle it? Remember, last time you almost fainted, Jiang Fanxian said. No worries, master. Please rest assured, Qin Yujie replied. Qin Yujie had quite a few good items on him. With the experience from last time, he was sure to handle this treatment more smoothly this time. All right, Jiang Fanxian lightly agreed. Today, Jiang Fanxian was still wearing her thick palace robes, though they could not conceal her world-class figure. Qin Yujie quietly observed as Jiang Fanxian undressed. Though she still wore a soft, thin shirt underneath, there was no denying that Jiang Fanxian exuded an elegant yet fatal allure. Even Qin Yujie himself did not know whether his intention in treating Jiang Fanxian with acupuncture and massage was purely for healing her, or if he secretly wanted to enjoy his master's figure. Jiang Fanxuan's face flushed slightly red. Perhaps because she had already accepted Qin Yujie as her disciple, she no longer rejected him like before. Surprisingly, she did not ask Qin Yujie to turn away today. Jiang Fanxian had lain down on the bed. As they underwent the needle treatment again, a certain kind of ambiguity seemed to hover between them, especially under their new relationship as master and apprentice. A somewhat indescribable atmosphere hung between them. As Qin Yujie admired this stunning figure, he couldn't help but marvel at how charming Jiang Fanxian truly was. He also caught a faint whiff of her delicate body fragrance. In fact, with this set of Taijin Liya needles, even if Jiang Fanxian hadn't taken off her thick palace robes, Qin Yujie could still have carried out the acupuncture treatment. However, Qin Yujie did not reveal this fact, because if he did, he might never see such beautiful scenes again in the future. Chapter 83. Breaking Through to the Celestial Realm. Moreover, once it was said, if Jiang Fanxuan got angry and embarrassed, it would not be worthwhile. Furthermore, after saying it, Jiang Fanxuan would surely suspect whether Qin Yujie intentionally asked him to take off his coat during the first treatment. If so, the subtle ambiguity between them now would certainly vanish without a trace. Qin Yujie was no fool. He definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Qin Yujie mobilized all the terrifying true essence in his body, and only then did large amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth rush wildly toward him. Qin Yujie inserted each needle into Jiang Fanxuan's pale skin quickly, and with every insertion, Qin Yujie's true essence weakened slightly. Fortunately, Qin Yujie had already placed a slice of Millennium Peach leaf in his mouth beforehand, allowing for an endless flow of medicinal power to continuously replenish his true essence. Jiang Fanxuan's face turned slightly red. He discovered that Qin Yujie's courage was growing bigger. Last time, the acupuncture points followed standard practice, but this time some of the acupoints were even on his thigh, and there were even some around his navel. Qin Yujie didn't think too much about it. A proficient healer would definitely adjust the acupuncture points every time, because one's condition is always changing, and thus treatment needs to change according to the symptoms. Even with the replenishing effect of the Millennium Peach leaf, these ancient acupuncture techniques were complex and particularly draining on spiritual strength. Therefore, after completing the acupuncture, Qin Yujie still sat cross-legged on the ground to recover. After half an hour, Qin Yujie had fully recovered. Following this half hour of treatment, Jiang Fanxuan found his body had improved significantly. Master, let me give you a massage, Qin Yujie continued. All right. Jiang Fanxuan turned over and lay back down on the bed. Qin Yujie performed the 9 styles of meridian unblocking, continuously pressing on Jiang Fanxuan's back. Each press sent a stream of true essence into Jiang Fanxuan's body. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie finished the massage and then asked, Master, was it comfortable? Jiang Fanxuan put on his coat properly, his face slightly flushed as he said, Humph, apprentice, your massage is excellent. I'll leave first and Master will come see you for another treatment next month. Having said that, Jiang Fanxuan flashed and disappeared. 6 days later, Qin Yujie's aura became increasingly powerful. Finally, a terrifying flow of spiritual essence surged into Qin Yujie's body. Qin Yujie's aura shook, and a more terrifying true essence, stronger than before, radiated from his person. Qin Yujie slowly opened his eyes. After 6 days of cultivation, Qin Yujie had finally broken through from the 9th level of returning origin to the 1st level of the Celestial Realm. At the Celestial Realm, the true essence within Qin Yujie's body had become even more vast. His strength had greatly increased, and it could be said that Qin Yujie now could easily defeat his previous self at the 9th level of returning origin. Finally breaking through to the Celestial Realm, my current strength is even more terrifying. Even if I face a martial artist of the 9th level of We'll See, I have no fear, Qin Yujie said confidently. Since obtaining the system, in just a few short months, Qin Yujie's cultivation had advanced from the pulse-gathering realm to the Celestial Realm. The speed of his cultivation had been akin to riding a rocket. Qin Yujie picked up the spring wind zue, took a sip, then lay back in the wicker chair, contentedly appreciating the surrounding scenery. Recently, Qin Yujie hadn't seen Lin Qinin or Zheng Nanhua. With the Millennium Peach leaf given to them by Qin Yujie, they had been closed in seclusion diligently cultivating. It was estimated that before the Junior Sect Disciple Competition, their cultivations should be able to break through to the Celestial Realm. After all, their constitutions weren't as abnormal as Qin Yujie's. Every small advance required several times the resources compared to others. If it wasn't for having such an ample supply of high-quality cultivation resources, Qin Yujie's cultivation speed absolutely wouldn't have been this fast. Qin Yujie retracted his personal estate. then came to a place where the junior sect disciples resided. Li Kun and Meng Xiao lived here. Not long ago, Qin Yujie gave Li Kun and Meng Xiao quite a number of top-grade Ningyun pills, as well as several slices of Millennium Peach Leaf. In these few days, both had been working hard cultivating, resulting in a rapid increase in cultivation levels, reaching the 4th level of returning origin. Qin Yujie didn't worry that they would flee carrying the superior pills. To be honest, these pills were trifling in Qin Yujie's eyes. Moreover, since Li Kun and Meng Xiao had already become his followers, it seemed reasonable to bestow them with some pills. Besides, with Qin Yujie's fame and strength, if Li Kun and Meng Xiao really dared to run away after taking his pills, it would be akin to courting death. Qin Yujie flashed and entered a courtyard, only to see 2 people inside the yard cultivating. Li Kun and Meng Xiao opened their eyes when they heard the sound. Upon seeing Qin Yujie, they quickly rose to pay respects. "We salute our lord." These two, Li Kun and Meng Xiao, were quite stubborn in insisting on addressing Qin Yujie in this formal manner. Qin Yujie had no way to stop them, so he just let it be. "How has your cultivation been progressing recently?" Qin Yujie asked. "Thanks to our lord's Dan pills, our cultivation is advancing quickly. We've already reached the 4th level of returning origin, and we have perfected the clear wind sword technique as well," Li Kun and Meng Xiao said excitedly. "Not bad. I'll first pass on a cultivation technique and martial art to you today. With these, I believe your cultivation will proceed even faster and your strength will become much stronger." Qin Yujie thought for a moment and then said, "Thank you, our lord." Li Kun and Meng Xiao understood their roles as subordinates and genuinely wished to follow Qin Yujie wholeheartedly. Qin Yujie was always generous and magnanimous towards those close to him and his friends, just like he had been with Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua before. This technique is called Eternal Spring Art, a high-tier Earth-class cultivation method, which will suffice for your practice for a long time. Moreover, this method boasts formidable power through its robust restorative abilities, making it one of the best techniques at its level. And this sword technique is called the 4 Seasons Sword Method, another highly powerful high-tier Earth-class martial art. If you can master it, your strength will surely increase significantly. Qin Yujie took out a blank jade slip, inscribed the Eternal Spring Art and the 4 Seasons Sword Method into it, and handed it over to the two. When Li Kun and Meng Xiao heard that Qin Yujie was going to pass down a high-tier Earth-class cultivation method and sword technique to them, they were deeply moved. After all, Earth-class methods and martial arts were incredibly precious, worth a fortune. The best technique in the entire Tianyuan Sect was merely a low-tier Earth-class method. People like Li Kun and Meng Xiao, with average talent, would probably never get a chance to encounter a high-tier Earth-class method or martial art without extraordinary good fortune. Chapter 84. Accompanying to Taiyuan City. And now, Qin Yujie had easily given such a precious technique to Li Kun and Meng Xiao. Not only did the two of them now have techniques and martial arts, but they also possessed many top-tier cultivation pills. This treatment was rare. Not even the core disciples within the Tianyuan Sect enjoyed it. Li Kun and Meng Xiao, full of excitement, bowed their thanks. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing us with this technique. We pledge to follow you until death and will never betray." Qin Yujie waved his hand and said, "You may rise. There's no need for such formalities. Since you are my followers, your resources and techniques in the future will be provided by me. You just need to follow my orders." What Qin Yujie had in abundance were pills, techniques, and martial arts. Among the inheritance from the Buddha Tower that he obtained some time ago, there were also numerous martial arts. Although these martial arts were not something Qin Yujie himself would practice, giving them to his followers to practice was entirely acceptable. However, both Li Kun and Meng Xiao had average talent in swordplay, and learning too much martial art would result in greediness leading to ineffectiveness. Mastering one technique like the 4 Seasons Sword technique was enough for them, making it unnecessary for them to learn any other sword methods. The 4 Seasons Sword technique has each strike correspond to a season, possessing immense power. If you can fully comprehend this technique, there will be no need for you to learn any other sword techniques before reaching the Cave Heaven realm, Qin Yujie stated calmly. Qin Yujie's 4 Seasons Sword technique was renowned and held great fame within the Tianyuan Sect. Most of Qin Yujie's battles ended quickly due to this technique, so Li Kun and Meng Xiao already knew how powerful it was. Just then, an outer sect disciple came to Li Kun's door and shouted loudly, "Young brother Li Kun, is anyone here? A letter for you today." Within the Tianyuan Sect, there were specially assigned outer sect disciples responsible for handling letters. Every day, they received and sent letters, which was also a way to earn points. Many outer sect disciples with mediocre talent, often part-time, worked on these tasks, risk-free and point-earning. Originally Zhou Shixiao. "Thank you." Li Kun walked out of the door, thanked him, and accepted the letter. Li Kun was somewhat surprised. It had been quite a while since he last received a family letter. Li Kun's family was located in Taiyuan City, and Taiyuan City was a small city in the northwest of Lingtianguo. From the Tianyuan Sect to Taiyuan City, it usually took at least half a month for regular people. If using a flying chariot like a heavenly flying chariot, it would take about 3 days. After opening the letter and reading it, Li Kun became increasingly shocked. By the end, his face was pale and filled with anger. "Li Kun, what's wrong?" Qin Yujie asked upon seeing Li Kun's abnormal expression. "Master, my family has encountered problems. It seems I must return home immediately." Li Kun replied anxiously. Then I will accompany you. My flying chariot is fast. This way you can return to your family earlier." Qin Yujie thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Master," Li Kun said gratefully. "Master, let me come as well." It's always better to have more hands on deck, Meng Xiao volunteered. All right. After finishing, Qin Yujie took out his flying chariot and swiftly leaped inside. Li Kun and Meng Xiao then sat on either side of the chariot in front, acting as the coachman. The flying chariot flew at great speed and soon left the Tianyuan Sect. On the journey, Qin Yujie finally learned from Li Kun about the whole matter. It turns out that Li Kun's family in Taiyuan City was one of the 3 major families in Taiyuan City. In addition to Li's family, Taiyuan City also had 2 other families, Chao and Wu. Chao family had a daughter named Chao Jingdan who once betrothed to Li Kun when they were young. Although she was betrothed at a young age, Chao Jingdan later joined the Xuanhuan Sect and had become one of its inner disciples. Moreover, she caught the attention of a core disciple of the Xuanhuan Sect. This core disciple was named Xuanhuan, a genius of the Xuanhuan Sect, with great strength and extraordinary talent. Chao Jingdan had long been involved with Xuanhuan and even forgot that she was engaged. Xuanhuan, being exceptionally talented and possessing immense strength and background, Li Kun naturally couldn't compare with him. Therefore, Chao Jingdan chose Xuanhuan. Of course, romantic relationships should be a matter of personal choice, but during the existence of a matrimonial agreement, doing so openly was rather inappropriate. If they divorced first, Li Kun wouldn't have any complaints, but with the engagement still valid, Chao Jingdan started seeing another man, which infuriated Li Kun. When Li Kun read the family letter, it was exactly what his parents wanted. He needed to go home quickly. Chao Jingdan gave Li Kun 1 month. If Li Kun didn't arrive in time, then the Li family would suffer retaliation from Xuanhuan and the Chao family. Xuanhuan's strength and background were far beyond what the Li family could provoke. Thus, the family could only send a letter to urge Li Kun to return home quickly so they could wait for Chao Jingdan to arrive and terminate the engagement in person. This incident was an enormous humiliation for both the Li family and Li Kun. Li Kun, there's nothing to worry about. Since you are my follower, your future martial path certainly won't just be confined to Lingdiangguo. It doesn't matter if Chao Jingdan doesn't want you. It's she who isn't worthy of you. In the future, you will become someone she can never reach. Qin Yujie said calmly. Thank you, master. Li Kun expressed his gratitude. Li Kun and Meng Xiao knew very well that becoming Qin Yujie's followers was absolutely the most correct decision they would ever make in their lives. Moreover, with Qin Yujie's monstrous talent, following him meant their martial paths would surely lead them even further. One day later, the 3 arrived at a city. The city was called Dinfeld City, a rather bustling metropolis with quaint ancient architecture. The streets were filled with a lively crowd, bustling with energy. Let's rest tonight here today. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. We have plenty of time. Qin Yujie instructed. All right. Li Kun and Meng Xiao replied as they drove the carriage into the city. On the way, Qin Yujie enjoyed appreciating the local customs while sipping Chunfeng Zue wine, feeling quite relaxed. Hurry up everyone. The courtesan from Fengman Tower is holding a poetry gathering. Rumor has it that whoever wins will get to chat intimately with her tonight. An excited passerby shouted. They say this courtesan is stunningly beautiful. Her presence makes even me feel moved. How exciting. Another person added enthusiastically. Let's hurry, or there won't be any seats left. After saying this, the 2 left hastily, clearly excited. Qin Yujie was slightly surprised to find out that Dinfeld City actually hosted poetry gatherings. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, such gatherings were relatively rare. Let's follow them and take a look, Qin Yujie said. Yes, master, Li Kun and Meng Xiao replied, driving the carriage quickly after the 2 passers-by. Chapter 85, Poetry Gathering and the Flower Queen. Not long after, Qin Yujie and his 2 companions arrived at a lavish pavilion. This pavilion was called Fengman Pavilion. It was very famous throughout the entire Dingfeng city, and even many surrounding cities had admirers who came without any particular reason. Of course, the reason why Fengman Pavilion was so famous was because of its flower queen, Huang Youha. Huang Youha, not only proficient in dance, but also well-versed in poetry. In this Fengman Pavilion, she sold her art, not herself. Fengman Pavilion had 3 floors. Ordinary people could only enter the first floor, while the second and third floors were generally not open to outsiders. Only esteemed guests could enjoy the elegant seats upstairs. In the hall on the first floor of Fengman Pavilion, there were already many young men waiting in the pavilion. They either chatted in small groups or sat by the tables drinking alone, creating quite a lively scene. Qin Yujie's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. After all, Qin Yujie's flying chariot was too extravagant and magnificent, making it almost impossible not to attract everyone's attention. Whose family's young master is this? This chariot is way too luxurious. I've never seen such an esteemed chariot since I was born, one passerby exclaimed in shock. I think this young master is definitely not local. I know the young masters and misses of several local families. None of them have such a luxury chariot for transportation, an older man with insight added. Also, I don't know how powerful this young master is. Without great strength and background, this chariot will probably change hands, another person said regretfully. You're talking about Sun Wendong, the son of the city lord? Mentioning him, he's truly a bully. He frequently likes to seize others' belongings. If he sees this chariot, it will probably be snatched, a young warrior said angrily. Yeah, this Sun Wendong not only likes to take others' things, but also likes to dominate other people's women. Sun Wendong is simply despicable. I heard that he recently took the woman of a traveling warrior. That male warrior was killed by him, and the woman was abducted. You guys lower your voices. Sun Wendong is also here at the Fengman Pavilion. Rumor has it that Huang Youha is his next target. I reckon today's poetry gathering will definitely see some changes. Let's go watch the commotion. Today isn't just Sun Wendong. There are many young masters from different families as well. Let's see who will become the ultimate winner of today's poetry gathering. The surrounding crowd watched Qin Yujie's flying chariot and started gossiping. Qin Yujie got off the chariot, then casually put it away. The three of them also entered the Foam-Man Pavilion. Their arrival caught everyone's attention instantly. After all, Qin Yujie's flying chariot was simply breathtaking. There were a lot of warriors here, naturally knowing the extraordinary nature of Qin Yujie's chariot. Moreover, Qin Yujie had a refined demeanor, looking extraordinary. His arrival was akin to the descent of a celestial being, elegant and outstanding. Qin Yujie's presence made the people inside Foam-Man Pavilion feel a bit of pressure. When it came to appearance and temperament, Qin Yujie could easily outshine every man here. It seems today's poetry gathering will be interesting, one man chuckled. This man might look handsome, but he could probably be an incapable good-for-nothing. Today is about composing poems, and I don't believe he can create any remarkable poetry. Sun Wendong smiled jealously, adding. Though Sun Wendong himself wasn't unattractive, he paled in comparison to Qin Yujie. There was no comparison between the two. Suddenly, Qin Yujie's arrival had taken the limelight from Sun Wendong, which greatly annoyed him. Of course, Sun Wendong had noticed Qin Yujie's chariot earlier. A greedy look shone in his eyes, as if the chariot already belonged to him. Yes, speaking of poetry, who among those present could match young Master Sun? Young Master Sun claims second place, and perhaps no one dares to call themselves first. Another person flattered in agreement. Indeed, young Master Sun is indeed full of learning. I still vividly remember a poem about spring breeze composed by young Master Sunday. At this moment, Qin Yujie coldly glanced at Sun Wendong. Frankly, Qin Yujie hadn't paid much attention to him at first. However, seeing his evil words, Qin Yujie was about to teach him a lesson when suddenly, a figure slowly descended from the second floor. This person was none other than Huang Youha, the flower queen of Foam-Man Pavilion. Huang Youha's appearance captured everyone's attention immediately. She wore a white veil and a green silk brocade robe. Her slender waist held gracefully, mesmerizing everyone. Even before mentioning her looks, her figure alone was perfect. Of course, generally those with great figures would have equally attractive faces. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hailed as the flower queen. Qin Yujie had encountered many stunning women before, such as Lin Qinin, Jiang Fansuan, and Mu Linglong. Each one of them was more beautiful than the woman in front of him. To be honest, Qin Yujie was already a bit tired aesthetically, so he didn't show any dazed expression like other men. Qin Yujie's clear gaze made Huang Youha feel a spark of interest. In her view, among so many people, Qin Yujie was almost the only one who didn't reveal greed when facing her. Moreover, Qin Yujie's extraordinary demeanor clearly showed he was no ordinary person, which greatly aroused Huang Youha's curiosity. Dear gentlemen, today is our Foam-Man Pavilion's poetry gathering. The winner can ascend to the second floor, where I will present a dance performance, Huang Youha said softly. Huang Youha's words were like a pebble tossed into the surface of a lake, instantly creating countless ripples. You see, compared to composing poems, actually her greatest specialty was dancing. Even though Huang Youha's dancing fame was huge, up until now no one had seen her perform a dance. People only heard once that the former flower queen of Foam-Man Pavilion, Jade Dancer Yu, had said. Compared with Huang Youha, I am but the mud on the ground. I don't deserve to dance. Remember, Jade Dancer Yu's dancing was renowned throughout the Lingtian Kingdom. Not only in Dingfeng City, but even in Xuanhuan City, her name was famous. The citizens of Dingfeng City had been lucky enough to witness Jade Dancer Yu's performance once. That time, the crowd was completely astonished. They couldn't believe how mesmerizing the dance could be. However, Jade Dancer Yu publicly admitted she wasn't equal to Huang Youha, and later left Foam-Man Pavilion because she felt inferior. She also vowed never to dance again. From this, you could imagine just how incredible Huang Youha's dancing skills were. Now, hearing that Huang Youha would finally present a dance, everyone's excitement surged. All were eagerly looking forward to the upcoming poetry gathering and ready to give their best effort. Chapter 86, Huang Youha's Breakthrough. Dancing is a talent that requires starting at a young age. Observing Huang Youha's grace, Qin Yujie felt that she must have come from an extraordinary background, but he wondered why she ended up as the flower champion in Foam-Man Tower. As the crowd was still excited and thrilled, Qin Yujie calmly took out his table and rattan chair, then fetched tea utensils made of moon-cold jade. The crowd was shocked by Qin Yujie's actions. Though they might not recognize the moon-cold jade cups, they could tell that his tea set was no ordinary piece. Qin Yujie leisurely sat on the rattan chair, took out a leaf from a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, and poured a pot of spiritual spring water from his system. He then unleashed the Qi-Qing flame fire to control the temperature of the flames. As the heating continued, the spiritual spring water began to boil vigorously, and white mist rose from the top of the teapot. This mist, mixed with the fragrance of the spirit tea, drifted with the wind. The crowd only had to take a light sniff, and instantly felt refreshed. Several martial artists at the Gathering Meridian's level merely smelled the mist, and suddenly felt their true essence grow stronger. A few stuck at the second level of the Gathering Meridian's realm actually broke through to the third level on the spot. The momentum immediately caught everyone's attention, even surprising Huang Youha, who glanced at Qin Yujie with some astonishment. Everyone was deeply attracted by the spirit tea in Qin Yujie's teapot. Sun Wendong, especially, greedily stared at Qin Yujie. In his eyes, Qin Yujie was simply a fat lamb, having already revealed the flying heaven carriage earlier, and now this supreme quality spirit tea, just by the scent alone, helped many Gathering Meridian's martial artists break through their cultivation levels. Sun Wendong's gaze gradually turned cold, thinking to himself, I'm determined to kill this man. Everything he possesses will be mine. Sun Wendong gave a look to the elder beside him, who slightly nodded in understanding. This elder was a servant of Sun Jiajing, the city lord of Dingfeng City. This elder's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the heavenly realm, and in his view, dealing with Qin Yujie would be more than enough. Because the elder had already perceived that Qin Yujie's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the heavenly realm. Even though Qin Yujie had reached the 1st level of the heavenly realm at such a young age, which made the elder slightly concerned about his background, he remembered that in Dingfeng City, the Sun family were local tyrants, and he relaxed. In Dingfeng City, the Sun family is heaven. Even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil here when you arrive. Moreover, your cultivation is only at the 1st level of the heavenly realm, which isn't even worth worrying about. Sun Wendong glared coldly at Qin Yujie, contemplating in his heart. Seeing the spirit tea in Qin Yujie's hand, everyone present started drooling, unable to resist swallowing saliva. Qin Yujie prepared 4 cups of spirit tea, one for himself, and he gave 2 others to Li Kun and Meng Xiao standing beside him respectively. The last cup, Qin Yujie kept it for Huang Youha. Li Kun and Meng Xiao, overwhelmed with excitement, grabbed their spirit tea cups. They hadn't expected that they'd have a share of this spirit tea, and this strengthened their resolve to follow Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie smiled and said to Huang Youha, Miss Huang, it's our first meeting, but encounter is destiny. I'd like to invite you for this cup of tea. A movement of true essence from Qin Yujie caused the teacup to fly into Huang Youha's hands. Qin Yujie picked up his own teacup and started drinking it casually. The surrounding crowd envied Huang Youha, regretting that they weren't daughters. Otherwise Qin Yujie might also give them a cup of tea. Thank you, master. However, I am not a martial artist. If I drink this cup of spirit tea, I will likely explode. Huang Youha looked regretfully at the spirit tea in her hands. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing bad will happen to you. Qin Yujie replied lightly. Huang Youha looked at the exceptional presence of Qin Yujie, knowing that this was her only chance to change her fate. With Qin Yujie's help, she believed there would be no problems, and perhaps she could even become a martial artist through this single cup of spirit tea. With the overwhelming hatred buried deep within her heart, Huang Youha decided to take a big gamble, betting that Qin Yujie wouldn't ignore her plight. Huang Youha was very eager to become a martial artist, but as she wasn't from the Lingtian country, she fled to here without any cultivation skills. She relied solely on her dance abilities to reside in Fengman Tower, always living in fear each day that Fengman Tower might sell her off to these martial artists at a high price. Therefore, she tried her best to increase her value so Fengman Tower wouldn't easily sell her, while secretly searching for opportunities to escape. As someone without cultivation skills, leaving Fengman Tower was almost impossible. Now with a chance to become a martial artist right in front of her, how could Huang Youha not be tempted? Then, I'll bother you, master. Huang Youha picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Huang Youha only felt a terrifying flow of spirit energy coursing wildly through her body, not expecting that the cup of spirit tea wasn't the ordinary century spirit tea, but instead a millennium spirit tea. The immense medicinal energy pushed Huang Youha's body to the brink of a fatal limit. If no one helped her dissipate the energy, Huang Youha would certainly die from an explosion of her body. Qin Yujie instantly appeared by Huang Youha's side. With a slap of his palm on her back, he channeled a stream of true essence into her body, guiding the spiritual energy within her to circulate along a specific route. This route was the meridian pathway used in the evergreen skill. With Qin Yujie's guidance, the spiritual energy within Huang Youha gradually came under control. The evergreen skill was considered top tier among superior earth-class cultivation techniques. Practicing it emphasized a natural flow, allowing one's true essence to become incredibly robust without causing insufficient foundation issues. Hence, Huang Youha could be said to have encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck. With Qin Yujie's assistance, Huang Youha's aura grew increasingly powerful. The surrounding earthly spiritual energy, combining with the potent medicinal force inside her body, quickly propelled her cultivation level to the first stage of gathering meridians. She continued breaking through, reaching the second stage of the same realm. Half an hour later, Huang Youha's strength kept breaking through one barrier after another, eventually ascending all the way to the sixth stage of the gathering meridians realm. In a short time, Huang Youha had astonishingly transformed from an unarmed ordinary person into a martial artist at the sixth level of the gathering meridians realm, a development that utterly defied everyone's comprehension, including Sun Wendong, whose face registered disbelief. The crowd looked enviously at Huang Youha. They were stunned, unable to imagine that the spirit tea held by Qin Yujie could possess such colossal medicinal power. Everyone now understood that the spirit tea in Qin Yujie's hands was undoubtedly one of the greatest treasures between heaven and earth. Huang Youha slowly opened her eyes. She felt her entire body brimming with true essence, realizing her power had grown stronger than ever before. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she performed a respectful bow toward Qin Yujie and asked, "Thank you so much, master. May I inquire about your honorable surname? Your great kindness will never be forgotten. This small matter is nothing worth mentioning. It's just a cup of spirit tea. It means nothing to me." Qin Yujie smiled lightly and casually replied. Chapter 87. The Shameless Sun Wendong. Everyone around was stunned by Qin Yujie's generosity. He gave a cup of spirit tea to someone he didn't even know, which was truly extravagant. Moreover, when they saw the two attendants by Qin Yujie's side also drinking spirit tea, everyone immediately felt that Qin Yujie was outrageously wealthy. Just at this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out. "It's you, thief. Not only did you steal the spirit tea from our city lord's manor, but today you actually have the audacity to flaunt it here. I'll arrest you on behalf of the city lord's manor. Sun Wendong stared coldly at Qin Yujie with greedy eyes and spoke. Upon hearing these words, all present were shocked by Sun Wendong's shameless demeanor. They all knew this was just an excuse. He was about to move against Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie had not expected that Sun Wendong would fabricate such lies under broad daylight like this. It was nothing short of blatant plundering. Is this spirit tea from your city lord's manor? If so, what type of tea is it called? Also, how many cups like this are missing from your manor? Qin Yujie asked calmly. This single question left Sun Wendong dumbfounded. How could Sun Wendong possibly know what kind of spirit tea Qin Yujie had in his possession, or how much of it Qin Yujie had? Seeing Sun Wendong fumble without answers, everyone around began showing contemptuous expressions. Furious from embarrassment, Sun Wendong then coldly said, "You stole it, and that's final. In Dingfeng City, my word is law." Everyone watching Sun Wendong's overbearing demeanor dared to be angry, but did not dare speak. Right at this moment, Huang Yoha stepped forward, placing herself in front of Qin Yujie. Calmly, she stated, "The tea belonging to this young master doesn't exist, not only in the city lord's manor, but even in Lingtian country's royal court. If I'm not mistaken, the tea this young master brewed earlier was from a millennium-old spirit peach leaf, a tree of its kind that absolutely doesn't exist within Lingtian country, let alone your city lord's manor." Huang Yoha's background, though humble now in strength, still held her own perspective. Her words caused an immediate sensation among the crowd. Although everyone knew that Qin Yujie's spirit tea wasn't ordinary, none of them anticipated that it would be tea from a 1,000-year-old spirit plant. This is actually 1,000-year-old spirit tea? What great fortune for me to be able to smell it today, one spectator in Fengman Tower exclaimed in shock. No wonder, once brewed, this tea filled the entire Fengman Tower with a rich tea fragrance, along with abundant spiritual energy. Indeed, just inhaling a few whiffs of this tea aroma has allowed my cultivation level to break through. How incredible. The young master possesses such a potent spiritual medicinal item. His identity must be extraordinary. I think this time Sun Wendong has met his match. Perhaps. But this is Dingfeng City where high-level experts abound in the city lord's manor. I reckon he stands little chance of survival. Among the spectators surrounding Qin Yujie, there were various murmurs. Sun Wendong cast a cold glance at Qin Yujie and then said, "In Dingfeng City, I am the heavens. If I say you stole it, who dares to deny it? Uncle Fu, go take him down. I authorize you to kill him on the spot." With just this sentence, those present gasped in alarm. By doing this, Sun Wendong completely blocked any way out for Qin Yujie. His intention was to kill Qin Yujie on the spot and accuse him of theft afterward. Dead men cannot defend themselves. Should Qin Yujie die, it would be simple to claim that he stole the spirit tea and was killed on the spot by Sun Wendong. Then all the items on Qin Yujie would belong to Sun Wendong. And for the people gathered, having no relationship with Qin Yujie and coming from families far weaker than the city lord's manor, even if they knew Qin Yujie was framed after his death, who would oppose the city lord's manor for the sake of an unconnected dead person? Wouldn't that be suicidal? Before anyone could react, the elder named Uncle Fu by Sun Wendong's side stepped forward. Instantly, his formidable power of Tianyuan realm level 3 burst forth, shaking everyone around back several steps. Qin Yujie casually glanced at the elder before him, then addressed Sun Wendong. "I wonder where you get your confidence, thinking a martial artist at the Tianyuan realm level 3 can pin me down." Hearing this, Sun Wendong laughed uproariously. "You're merely at Tianyuan realm level 1. Uncle Fu easily deals with you. Each level in Tianyuan realm creates a world of difference in strength. Uncle Fu's power is beyond your imagination." After listening to him, everyone thought Qin Yujie's chances of surviving today were grim. The elder by Sun Wendong's side, they all knew of his skills. He fought ruthlessly and wielded sword techniques to near perfection. And this elder had once killed 2 other warriors at Tianyuan realm level 3 during battles. Thus, he could not be compared to ordinary Tianyuan realm level 3 fighters. Huang Yoha stepped forward, ready to speak, but was gently pulled back by Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie knew that Huang Yoha wanted to help him, but she was only at the 5th level of the Gathering Meridian's realm and could never be a match for the elder. Moreover, since the elder had already decided to kill him, he wouldn't change his mind because of a few words from Huang Yoha. Besides, Qin Yujie didn't need Huang Yoha's help. With the power to solve problems on his own, why should he have a woman step in front to waste her breath? Huang Yoha's face turned slightly red. She felt a unique warmth from Qin Yujie's hand, a sensation she'd never experienced before. Furthermore, Qin Yujie was strikingly handsome and possessed an extraordinary aura. Most people would immediately take a liking to him upon first sight. Not to mention, Qin Yujie had helped Huang Yoha break through her cultivation barrier, enabling her to become a warrior. Hence, she was very grateful to Qin Yujie. After hearing Sun Wendong's words, Qin Yujie smirked disdainfully and said, "I'll give you one more chance. If you bow down and apologize right now, I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Believe me, if you don't take this opportunity seriously, you're going to regret it later." Upon hearing this, Sun Wendong thought it was the most ridiculous joke in the world. In Dingfeng City, how dare anyone threaten him? His father, the city lord of Dingfeng, had already reached the 9th level of Tianyuan realm, making him the undisputed top expert in the city. Sun Wendong suspected that his ears were deceiving him. Truly, ignorance is bliss. How pitiful you are. Since you refuse to listen, then go to hell. Next time, remember to watch your step. If you see me, Sun Wendong, run far, far away. Sun Wendong shook his head disdainfully as he spoke. To him, Qin Yujie's death today was certain. As soon as Sun Wendong finished speaking, the elder known as Uncle Fu casually swung his sword toward Qin Yujie. In his eyes, this single slash was enough to kill Qin Yujie. This strike was fast as lightning and immensely powerful. The elder had used 50% of his strength. A typical martial artist at the first level of Tianyuan realm would absolutely not be able to withstand such a terrifying blow. Chapter 88. One finger to vanquish the elder. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming presence of this tyrannical blade strike. Many were even frightened by its residual force and fell to the ground. This blade energy is too powerful. I feel a fatal aura emanating from it. One onlooker exclaimed in shock. Yes, this elder's strength is terrifying. At his level, few can rival him. How could someone like this young master who is merely at the first tier of the celestial human realm stand against him? I think this young master is doomed. With average abilities, but possessing so many precious treasures, how could Sun Wendong let him go? Pity, this young master exudes such extraordinary grace, yet he will die tragically here in Sealed City. Truly lamentable. The young master is too showy. They say, don't flaunt your wealth. How many people wouldn't covet such a 1,000-year-old spirit tea when they see it? Yes, Sun Wendong is known as a notorious bully in Sealed City. No one escapes death once targeted by him. The surrounding crowd, seeing the immense power of the elder's blade strike, shook their heads with sighs. To them, Qin Yujie was certainly headed for death. After delivering the sword strike, the elder looked calmly at Qin Yujie with disdain and said, Young man, it's just your bad luck. In this sealed city, who dares to offend my young master? He is the ruler of this sealed city. Qin Yujie, upon seeing the powerful blade energy rushing towards him, scoffed slightly and said, With this level of skill, how dare you embarrass yourself in front of me? Faced with someone only at the second tier of the celestial human realm, Qin Yujie didn't even bother to probe. Qin Yujie casually lifted his hand and pointed forward. Sky-shattering finger. In an instant, the essence of heaven and earth converged fiercely, and then a massive golden finger shot forth quickly toward the elder. The two forces collided instantly. The elder's blade energy dissipated as if it were made of paper. The golden finger continued undeterred and, in the blink of an eye, struck the elder. The elder's body exploded like a shattered watermelon. The elder dead. In just one move, the elder at the second tier of the celestial human realm was killed as easily as an ant before an elephant. There was no room for resistance. This scene was extremely shocking. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie with wide eyes, astonished. They couldn't imagine that Qin Yujie's strength was so formidable. Could I be dreaming? A shocked bystander mumbled. Yes, this young man's strength is too formidable. Just a single finger strike, and the elder was powerless. By all accounts, the elder was already very strong, but facing this young prodigy, it proves that there are always stronger beings beyond what we know. I believe this youth might be a traveling disciple from one of the four great sects. Otherwise, how could his power be so great? This finger technique is truly powerful. I doubt this young master has used his full strength. The surrounding spectators watched Qin Yujie with a mixture of awe and fear, their whispers filling the air. Huang Youhe had initially sensed something extraordinary about Qin Yujie, but she hadn't anticipated that his strength was this overwhelming. Being able to defeat an opponent from the next level with a single move was already remarkable talent. Of course, Huang Youhe didn't know Qin Yujie's true strength. If she did, she would have been utterly astounded and doubted reality. Sun Wendong gazed at Qin Yujie with disbelief plastered across his face. It felt as though he was living in a dream. Just moments ago, he was ecstatic and smug, certain that Qin Yujie would soon perish. But in the next breath, it was his Uncle Fu who met his end. The stark contrast left Sun Wendong momentarily dazed. As the only son of the city lord, Sun Wendong had never faced such an ordeal. Usually, he freely slaughtered others without hesitation. Today, however, his own retainer was killed by Qin Yujie's sword, which left him incensed and indignant. Though Sun Wendong's strength was only at the third tier of the Return to Origin realm, he admitted openly that he was no match for Qin Yujie. However, the mansion of the city lord was the strongest force in Sealed City, with countless experts hidden within. Sun Wendong was sure that Qin Yujie wouldn't dare take his life. Qin Yujie, you've dared to kill Uncle Fu, committing a grave offense. Do you know? Although Uncle Fu was merely a servant of our house, he has taken care of my father since childhood. My father will never forgive you, Sun Wendong stated confidently, not revealing a hint of fear. So what if I killed him? Why should I be afraid? Are you saying it's fine for him to kill me, but I cannot return the favor? Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. To Qin Yujie, killing this elder was no different than stepping on an ant. As for the city lord's mansion behind Sun Wendong, Qin Yujie was not in the least afraid. If they dared to provoke him again, Qin Yujie wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Since you're not afraid, then you just wait and see, Sun Wendong said ferociously. As the only son of the city lord, Sun Wendong had already informed the followers lurking in the shadows to pass the message to his father, Sun Huatao. It wouldn't be long before Sun Huatao arrived on the scene. Sun Wendong looked at Qin Yujie as if he were looking at a dead man. He thought to himself, my father is a warrior at the 8th level of the celestial human realm. To deal with someone at the 1st level of the celestial human realm is as easy as pie. Let you revel in your triumph for now. Your death will soon arrive. Qin Yujie also displayed great confidence and courage. He did not run away but sat comfortably in a rattan chair leisurely drinking tea. Master, you should leave now. Sun Wendong's father is an 8th level warrior in the celestial human realm. If he comes, you'll be in danger. Looking at how confident Sun Wendong seems, he must have notified his father. Huang Yoha said anxiously, seemingly realizing something. Qin Yujie seemed not to hear what Huang Yoha said. Then he picked up the teapot unhurriedly, tested its temperature, frowned slightly, and poured the tea from the pot into a porcelain spittoon on the table. This spittoon was normally used by regular diners and tea drinkers to dispose of their garbage, yet Qin Yujie discarded such a precious spirit tea into it. This act utterly shocked everyone, even stunning someone as extraordinary as Huang Yoha. Master, why did you pour away the spirit tea? Huang Yoha asked in both shock and bewilderment. Because there was some delay, the tea got a bit cold. Once the tea gets cold, it doesn't taste good anymore. Qin Yujie smiled and replied. Everyone was startled by Qin Yujie's extravagance. Just because the tea was slightly cool, he disposed of 1,000-year-old spirit tea? What kind of family background could possibly afford this level of luxury? Even the royal family of Lingxian country couldn't be this extravagant, could they? Li Kun and Meng Xiao, standing beside Qin Yujie, watched his nonchalant attitude and chuckled bitterly inside. They mused, our master truly matches the rumors of being extravagant, but thankfully our hearts are strong enough. Otherwise, we would surely die from shock. Chapter 89, City Lord Sun Huatao. The people around were truly shocked. They stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. A quick-witted man summoned his courage, approached Qin Yujie, bowed respectfully, and asked, young sir, if these spirit teas you poured out belong to me, may I take them? This single sentence instantly woke up the crowd. Damn, such a good opportunity was snatched by Wu Jianqing. One person said, shedding tears of sorrow. Once, an opportunity to own Millennium Spirit Tea was right before me, but I didn't cherish it. Only when I lost it did I regret it. If God could give me another chance, I would definitely seize the opportunity before Wu Jianqing. Another one regretfully added. This Millennium Spirit Tea has only been steeped once. There are still several rounds left. Although the potency may not be as strong as the first time, it's an immense fortune for us. Yes, how come I didn't think about that? Judging from this young sir's extravagant demeanor, it makes perfect sense that the spirit tea he discarded would absolutely never be retrieved. That's true. This young sir is elegant and noble. Merely because the tea went cold, he tossed out the spirit tea without hesitation, surely not planning to reclaim it. Wu Jianqing sure had incredible luck today. It looks like his chances of obtaining the spirit tea are high. Could this young sir possibly be from a hidden world family? Following him, serving him as a retainer must lead to extraordinary benefits. That's definitely true. Didn't you see just now? Even the two retainers beside him drank the spirit tea. I think we still have a chance. Since this young sir hasn't refused yet, we should also ask politely. Perhaps with respectful attitudes. This young sir might generously grant some to us. Yeah, let's hurry. Having realized what was happening, the surrounding people quickly moved towards Qin Yujie and asked humbly, young sir, can I take a little of the spirit tea you discarded? Yes, sir. I've traveled thousands of miles to Dingfeng City. My mother is 80 years old above and my child is 8 years below. This spirit tea is extremely important to me. I've been stuck in the 9th level of the Gathering Meridian's realm for 10 years. Sir, have mercy on me and kindly spare a bit of this unwanted spirit tea. I'll be eternally grateful and willing to serve you for life as your retainer. The crowd was pulling out all sorts of tricks, ranging from tragic tales to playing poverty, each showcasing their unique skills. In order to obtain the remaining spirit tea, they used every trick they had. Qin Yujie didn't expect that the spirit tea he threw away would trigger such a scramble among the crowd. Watching everyone's performances, Qin Yujie chuckled lightly and said, I never retrieve what I throw away. Since you all seem fond of it, take and divide it amongst yourselves. As soon as these words came out, the crowd grabbed the waste bins and started splitting it up. Due to Qin Yujie's terrifying strength, none dared to use violence. Offending Qin Yujie would be too costly. Before long, the spirit tea was divided among the crowd. Shockingly, someone even began licking the waste bin, leaving no trace of tea. Seeing this scene, Sun Wendong felt disdain inside his heart, thinking, once my father arrives, all the leftover spirit tea in this person's possession will belong to me. With these spirit teas, my power will surely grow rapidly, and the strength of our city lord mansion will definitely rise to a higher level. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for me, Sun Wendong. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Yujie prepared another pot of spirit tea. Since Huang Yoha, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao had already consumed the spirit tea earlier, with their ordinary physiques, they couldn't drink more. So, Qin Yujie leisurely sipped it alone. Thanks to the immortal sword body, Qin Yujie wasn't worried about the possibility of bursting from too much energy. After half an hour, the group who shared the spirit tea all broke through their cultivation barriers. Those who didn't manage immediate breakthroughs reached the edge of advancement. After consolidating for a few days, they would certainly improve their cultivation levels. Thank you, young sir, for gifting the tea. Young sir's generosity moves me deeply. I never imagined that I could break through from the 9th level of the Gathering Meridian's realm to the returning to the Origin realm. It's simply too amazing. Thank you, sir. Haha, I advanced from the first stage of the returning to the Origin realm to the second. I will forever remember your kindness, sir. Thank you, sir. Do you need any followers? I'm willing to swear my life to follow you forever. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Qin Yujie. Shaking his head, Qin Yujie casually replied, you don't need to thank me. I temporarily do not require followers, but currently, our Qin family is in a period of development. If you're willing, you can join our Qin family. As long as you sincerely work with us, the Qin family will definitely reward all of you. Which Qin family? The crowd was suddenly excited, asking passionately, Xuanhuan City, the Qin family. Qin Yujie said indifferently. The Qin family of Xuanhuan City might be a taboo in Lingtian Kingdom, but the reputation of Qin Hanjing from the Qin family was almost known to all the elder generation of warriors. However, those present were mostly young warriors who didn't know much about the Qin family's fame. However, when Huang Youha heard this, she looked at Qin Yujie with disbelief. She was aware of the Qin family's reputation and couldn't believe that Qin Yujie came from the Qin family of Xuanhuan City. Could he be the descendant of Qin Hanjing? It seems highly likely, Huang Youha murmured to herself. Half an hour later, a figure descended from the sky like a god, exuding a terrifying aura. Father, you've finally come. Sun Wendong exclaimed excitedly. The man who arrived was none other than Sun Huatao, the city lord of Dingfeng City, a warrior at the 8th level of the celestial human realm and the strongest fighter in Dingfeng City. Sun Huatao's arrival caused the entire crowd to fall silent immediately. No one dared to make a sound, for Sun Huatao's strength was too formidable, and they had heard that he was extremely protective of his kin. To them, Qin Yujie's chances today appeared grim. Wendong, what happened? Ignoring the others, Sun Huatao asked his son affectionately. Father, it was him who stole our city lord mansion's Millennium Spirit Tea and killed Uncle Fu. Sun Wendong replied coldly. What? Uncle Fu is dead. Our 1,000-year Spirit Tea has been stolen. By whom? Sun Huatao knew well that their city lord mansion did not possess any Millennium Spirit Tea. It was undoubtedly his son coveting someone else's possession and fabricating a legitimate charge against them. Moreover, with the death of one of their servants, there was no need for further excuses. Yes, father, Uncle Fu was killed by him, and the Spirit Tea was seized by him. Sun Wendong pointed at Qin Yujie, who was elegantly sipping tea, and shouted loudly. Chapter 90, So Fragile. Sun Huatao surveyed Qin Yujie and found that he was only at the 1st level of the Tianyuan realm, so his worries dissipated. What's your name? Was it you who stole the Millennium Spirit Tea and killed the retainers of the city lord's mansion? The momentum on Sun Huatao's body surged as the power of the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm erupted. A mighty pressure suddenly burst forth, overwhelming Qin Yujie. In Sun Huatao's view, in the city lord's mansion, he was the emperor of the soil. A warrior at the 1st level of the Tianyuan realm could be casually killed by him. However, before making his move, Sun Huatao still carefully asked for Qin Yujie's name. Let's act if you're going to. Stop all this nonsense. Qin Yujie disdainfully shook his head, drank a sip of tea, and said, Father, he says he is surnamed Qin. He must not be the son of any great family, Sun Wendong said. The 4 great families of Lingtian country were known by both Sun Wendong and Sun Huatao. There was no Qin family among them. All right, you stole the Millennium Spirit Tea and killed the retainers of the city lord's mansion. Today I will kill you and make an example out of you to let everyone know what happens when they offend the city lord's mansion. Sun Huatao put aside his concerns and threw a punch at Qin Yujie. The Millennium Spirit Tea was something that once heard, no one could resist. Sun Huatao had long been coveting it. In his opinion, even if Qin Yujie had a powerful background, as long as he kept his hands clean, there would be absolutely no problem. He had already committed such acts of killing for loot more than once, and was still alive and well so far, with his cultivation getting higher and higher. Besides, disciples from great families always have Tao protectors accompanying them wherever they go. Sun Huatao had already secretly observed and noticed that there was no high-level protector accompanying Qin Yujie. Dragon Tiger Fist. Sun Huatao's fist aimed directly at Qin Yujie. The chi in the air gathered wildly and formed into a dragon and a tiger. The dragon and tiger roared towards the sky and swiftly attacked Qin Yujie. With confidence evident on his face, Sun Huatao did not use his full strength, only exerting 1/10 of his power. He believed that just this single punch would reduce Qin Yujie to powder. After all, their cultivation realms differed too greatly. Qin Yujie was merely at the 1st level of the Tianyuan realm, whereas Sun Huatao was already at the 8th. The surrounding crowd watching this powerful attack froze in astonishment. Everyone thought that Qin Yujie was bound to die from such a domineering assault. The power of the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm is so strong. Young Master Qin is in great peril. Yes, young Master Qin has shown us great kindness, but our lowly powers mean we can do nothing to help. Alas, it's truly a pity for young Master Qin, but we hope he emerges unscathed. From the way Master Qin looks calm and composed, he does not seem like someone reckless. There must be something backing him up. I guess Master Qin's strength is definitely more than what meets the eye. Perhaps, but given Master Qin's cultivation at only the 1st level of the Tianyuan realm, no matter how incredible his skills are, how can he defeat Sun Huatao at the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm? The gap between them is simply too vast. True, with some more years of practice, Master Qin will surely defeat Sun Huatao. But this time, Master Qin seems overly confident. Most people among the onlookers were not optimistic about Qin Yujie because Sun Huatao was just too powerful. Li Kun and Meng Xiao glanced indifferently at Sun Huatao. Among those present, only they two knew Qin Yujie's true abilities. Not long ago, Qin Yujie defeated Zhu Lianggong, who was at the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm, with a single sword strike. And now Sun Huatao was merely at the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm, plus Sun Huatao's talent was nowhere near comparable to Zhu Lianggong. Even if it was Zhu Lianggong instead, he could easily take down Sun Huatao with a single move, let alone Qin Yujie, whose strength was far greater than Zhu Lianggong's. Qin Yujie's strength cannot be measured by realm alone. Between him and Sun Huatao, there is no comparability at all, they are worlds apart. However, the onlookers did not know the extent of Qin Yujie's strength. Thus they were shocked by Sun Huadao's imposing blow. 4 seasons sword art. Heat of summer. Qin Yujie casually thrust his sword. Then the spiritual energy of heaven and earth vibrated fiercely, as a blazing sun appeared in the sky. Then a terrifying sword aura shot toward Sun Huatao. Seeing the awe-inspiring sword aura, everyone froze. Their bodies stiffened like wooden blocks. No word seemed enough to describe such a breathtaking and commanding aura of the sword. Such brilliance in the slash left all spectators utterly convinced. They understood they had misjudged Qin Yujie. Their errors were colossal. With such a sword, even Sun Huatao at the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm probably couldn't withstand it. Even still, the spectators underestimated this one stroke, for they only experienced its aftermath. Just this residual power had already astonished them. The person who truly understood the terrifying force of this sword chi was actually Sun Huatao, because it was aimed directly at him. Qin Yujie's single stroke instilled a fatal threat in Sun Huatao. His face immediately turned pale. Fear revealed in his eyes as he had no time to react before the sword chi reached him first and struck hard on his chest. At this moment, Sun Huatao deeply regretted. If only he had known about Qin Yujie's immense power beforehand, there would be no way he'd dare to bother Qin Yujie. But there is no pill for repentance in this world. Sun Huatao could not have imagined that he would die this way. He felt extremely reluctant as he recalled many people he had killed in the past. They had the same looks, desperate and regretful, pleading for their lives. Yet, he had shown no mercy and killed them all for their treasures. Sun Huatao realized this was karma, an eye for an eye, and reaping what one sows. The situation he found himself in now was bound to happen sooner or later. But Sun Huatao realized too late. Before Sun Huatao could even finish a full sentence, his heart veins were broken, and then he died. With a single stroke from Qin Yujie, the life of Sun Huatao vanished instantly. An 8th level Tianyuan realm warrior, and yet so weak. Qin Yujie put Luo Shuejian back into its scabbard, and said indifferently, since receiving Luo Shuejian gifted by Jiang Fanxian, Qin Yujie had stored Qin Lianjian away. After all, Luo Shuejian's rank was higher, and when used, its power was far greater. It wasn't until this moment that the crowd came back to reality. They stared at Qin Yujie in shock, a mixture of emotions surging within them, admiration, fear, and astonishment. Isn't Lord Qin's swordsmanship just too extraordinary? One of the onlookers said in awe. That's true. We are indeed too ignorant. A person like Lord Qin, with such an outstanding talent, cannot simply be judged by cultivation realm. Another added. In my view, Lord Qin hasn't used his full strength at all. If he made an all-out attack, we can barely imagine how powerful he truly is. Chapter 91. Xuanhuan of Xuanhuan Sect. This single strike from young Master Qin is the most astonishing one I've ever seen. I also practice swordsmanship, but the power of young Master Qin's just now was extraordinary, and he has perfected his sword skills to a flawless degree. Heavens, isn't young Master Qin's talent in swordsmanship just too monstrous? I originally thought young Master Qin would not escape death today, yet it turned out beyond expectations that the dead one was actually Sun Huatao. It's absolutely unbelievable. Huang Youhe was also stunned by the terrifying strength of Qin Yujie. She looked at Qin Yujie with admiration, and an idea started to sprout in her mind. Of course, the person who could accept this fact the least at this moment was Sun Wendong, only to see him bellowing wildly like a madman. Impossible. My father is a powerhouse at the Tianyuan level 8. How could he possibly die? This is absolutely impossible. The crowd watched Sun Wendong, who was behaving crazily, and none of them felt sorry for Sun Wendong. Everyone thought he deserved it. After all, Sun Wendong was originally a tyrant who often killed people and stole treasures. As the saying goes, those on the righteous path gain many helpers, while those on the unjust path find themselves friendless. Nobody would help Sun Wendong because of his actions. Qin Yujie gazed at Sun Wendong, and there was no thought in his mind of letting him go. Qin Yujie wasn't a pushover, and since they had already incurred blood enmity, it was impossible for Qin Yujie to let Sun Wendong live. After all, the revenge for the killing of one's father leaves no room for compromise under heaven. Since Sun Huatao had been killed, there was no need to keep Sun Wendong alive. Although Qin Yujie was not afraid of Sun Wendong, there was no reason to leave a potential troublemaker behind. After all, if you don't eradicate your enemies, they may regrow stronger. Sun Wendong, do you have any last words? Qin Yujie asked indifferently. Sun Wendong stared at Qin Yujie. At this moment, he deeply regretted his decision. He finally understood Qin Yujie's previous statement, and if time could rewind, Sun Wendong would definitely not have come to provoke Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, please let me go. I can be your dog, your slave. As long as you release me, I'll be willing to do anything. Sun Wendong knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. The surrounding group watched the once arrogant Sun Wendong now kneeling before Qin Yujie, begging pitifully. Everyone found it incredible. It felt like something out of a dream. Never expected Sun Wendong to meet this day, truly satisfying. That's right, frequently walking by the riverbank, eventually leading to wet feet. He was bound to face retribution one day for killing and stealing treasures. I never thought it would come so soon. It seems the winds of change are blowing over Ding Feng City next. Whispers spread among the crowd. Qin Yujie cast a glance at Sun Wendong, then said calmly, there were no grudges between us originally. I even gave you a chance, but you did not value it. Now it's too late to regret. All this is due to your own doing, not my fault. After finishing his sentence, Qin Yujie extended his finger towards Sun Wendong's forehead. Instantly, Sun Wendong's forehead bore an additional bloody hole, and before he could even utter a scream of pain, he was dead. Qin Yujie brushed off his hands, sat elegantly on a rattan chair, and leisurely began drinking tea, acting as if what happened moments ago was entirely unrelated to him. Li Kun and Meng Xiao expressionlessly dealt with the two bodies and returned to Qin Yujie's side. An immediate silence fell over Fengman Tower. Everyone was cautious not to disturb Qin Yujie and inadvertently anger him. Qin Yujie sipped a few mouthfuls of tea and then spoke lightly to Huang Youha. Young Lady Huang, weren't we to hold a poetry meeting today? I came here precisely for that purpose. With these words, Qin Yujie brought everyone's attention back to the present moment. The atmosphere of Fengman Tower slightly livened up as people remembered the day's purpose, each secretly eager to show their mettle. At this moment, the unseen manager of Fengman Tower walked out, dressed in a sleek black outfit. She had a seductive demeanor radiating charm. She looked at Qin Yujie and smiled, saying, "Indeed, the son of a tiger does not disappoint. Your talent seems to surpass even that of your father." Slightly startled, Qin Yujie didn't expect the backstage figure of Fengman Tower to be such a beguiling and mature woman, and seemingly recognizing him. "Who are you? Do you know my father?" Qin Yujie asked. "My name is Xuanhuan, and I am the manager here at Fengman Tower." "Didn't expect today to encounter the son of an old acquaintance," Xuanhuan replied after a glance at Qin Yujie, gracefully explaining. Qin Yujie sized up Xuanhuan, realizing that his probing technique couldn't discern her level of cultivation. Qin Yujie knew that this seemingly harmless woman must be concealing her actual level, surely not someone ordinary. "Respected elder, may I inquire about your relationship with my father? Can you tell me about my parents?" Qin Yujie asked. "Regarding your parents, I know little. I merely exchanged martial knowledge with your father once, counting him among my close acquaintances," Xuanhuan answered coolly. Qin Yujie gave Xuanhuan a surprised look, thinking to himself, "Could she be my father's paramour?" As if reading Qin Yujie's thoughts, Xuanhuan replied coolly, "You're overthinking it. To tell you the truth, your father and I were once from the same sect. He used to be a disciple of Xuanhuan Sect." Qin Yujie was astonished that his father had been a disciple of Xuanhuan Sect, a fact that his grandfather never mentioned to him. "To be honest with you, Fengman Tower is actually a worldly power nurtured by the Xuanhuan Sect. It not only exists in Dingfeng City, but also in Yuxuan City. In fact, I am an inner gate elder of the Xuanhuan Sect, and this time I came to Dingfeng City coincidentally." Xuanhuan stated indifferently. Now Qin Yujie understood everything. "All right, Youha, arrange the poetry meeting yourself," Xuanhuan said before leaving. "Yes, elder," Huang Youha replied. No one expected that Fengman Tower was an affiliated force of Xuanhuan Sect. Luckily, they hadn't acted rashly and had always respected Fengman Tower and people like Huang Youha. "So let's start the poetry meeting now, and we'll compose poems using wine as the theme, each contributing one poem. How does that sound?" Huang Youha casually suggested. Since most men enjoy drinking, composing a poem about wine wasn't that difficult. Huang Youha's topic choice wasn't overly challenging. Upon hearing the word wine, some faces lit up with excitement, exuding confidence. Others frowned, clearly struggling. After hearing the theme, Qin Yujie recalled numerous famous verses from his previous life. Any single poem could have resonated for thousands of years. "Regardless of the outcome of the poetry meeting, I will offer Lord Qin a dance to repay the earlier kindness," Huang Youha addressed Qin Yujie. "It's no big deal, I just acted instinctively." Qin Yujie dismissed it casually. Chapter 92, A Poem Shocks the World. At the scene, everyone was diligently thinking of poems about wine. Only Qin Yujie continued to drink his tea with calmness. Soon, a person suddenly lit up and excitedly said, "I've got it." Qin Yujie glanced at this man who appeared dressed as a scholar, his cultivation at the third level of pulse-gathering realm. From his attire, it could be told that he was no ordinary man in the field of literary talent. Qin Yujie didn't know him, but in Dinging City, this person's fame wasn't small. His name was Wang Xuanhuan, almost recognized by all present. Renowned for his literary skill, he read poetry and classics since childhood, and once became famous across Dinging City for a poem praising lotus flowers. Wang Xuanhuan waved the fan in his hand, stepping confidently toward Huang Youha. With each step, he recited a line of poetry. "Huang family's beautiful garden blooms in spring. Pears hang heavy on the tree branches low. Ask where's the tavern. The shepherd boy points afar to the wind-filled tower." As soon as Wang Xuanhuan finished the poem, there was an immediate silence across the entire wind-filled tower. The audience had to admit that Wang Xuanhuan's poem was truly stunning, its profound artistic conception mesmerizing. With 4 steps, Wang Xuanhuan completed a 4-line poem of immense depth, leaving everyone in awe. This Wang Xuanhuan is undoubtedly worthy of his reputation. "He created a masterpiece in just 4 steps, exclaimed one spectator. "His poem is breathtaking. Now that this poem exists, our works don't even deserve to be mentioned anymore. After his work, others are destined to fade into the background," added another. "Yes, Wang Xuanhuan lives up to his renown indeed. This poem will surely endure through thousands of generations." Today's poetry gathering seems only to highlight Wang Xuanhuan's talent. We've all become the green leaves setting off his brilliance. "Huang family's beautiful garden blooms in spring. Pears hang heavy on the tree branches low. Ask where's the tavern. The shepherd boy points afar to the wind-filled tower." This poem is excellent, and it also praised the wind-filled tower, achieving 2 goals at once. Did you notice? Isn't the Huang family's beauty here subtly referring to Huang Youha's unparalleled beauty? There's no doubt, this poem is simply brilliant. With it, Wang Xuanhuan has quietly complimented Huang Youhe's beauty while praising the wine of the wind-filled tower. How does his mind function like that? Objectively speaking, Wang Xuanhuan's writing skill really stood out. After his lines were shared, none of the audience dared challenge his poetic prowess again with their own works. The collective astonishment and admiration caused Wang Xuanhuan to feel a certain pride. Casting a glance at Qin Yujie laced with slight malice, he smiled and said, "You all praise me too much. My poem isn't that great. I see that Mr. Qin remains unruffled. Surely, Mr. Qin's poem must surpass mine." This statement was nothing short of a blatant act of flattery disguised as assassination. All present suddenly fell silent, astonished looks fixed on Wang Xuanhuan. Where did he get such audacity? To provoke Qin Yujie like this? Everyone acknowledged Qin Yujie's prowess, and even if he couldn't craft a poem well, it would be entirely reasonable due to his remarkable martial talent. Why waste time on composing poetry when one possesses demonic martial potential? In a world dominated by warriors, poetry and prose were but trivial matters. Martial path was the main course. With Wang Xuanhuan thinking he held some measure of talent, wanting to vie with Qin Yujie, his actions earned disapproval from the crowd. Due to his relatively weaker martial talents, Wang Xuanhuan naturally harbored some resentment towards Qin Yujie, whose natural endowments were exceptional. Also, because Wang Xuanhuan had not initially humbled himself enough, he hadn't secured the spirit tea, deepening his dissatisfaction with Qin Yujie. Of course, Wang Xuanhuan wouldn't dare manifest his displeasure openly. Hence, on the aspect of poetry, he sought to showcase his superiority, letting Qin Yujie understand that even though his martial talent might lack, he was unbeatable in the realm of poetry. My poem certainly does exceed yours, which means you do possess a shred of self-awareness, Qin Yujie said nonchalantly after sipping his tea. These words shocked the audience. Wang Xuanhuan's sentence undeniably concealed deadly implications. Initially modest, he exaggerated Qin Yujie's greatness. Should Qin Yujie fail to produce a comparable work, the higher the praise, the more painful the downfall. Upon encountering someone like Wang Xuanhuan, the best strategy would be to simply ignore him. By doing so, Wang Xuanhuan's interest in engaging further would diminish quickly. However, Qin Yujie accepted Wang Xuanhuan's adulation without hesitation as though unaware of the hidden intent, essentially, leaping headlong into a trap. Should Qin Yujie fail to create a better poem than Wang Xuanhuan's, he'd effectively bring harm upon himself, sticking his neck out for others to strike. Is Master Qin being genuinely foolish or just pretending to be oblivious? Can't he sense Wang Xuanhuan's implicit threat? Master Qin might not excel in poetry, hence unable to discern the quality of Wang Xuanhuan's poem. Had he comprehended its profundity, perhaps he wouldn't have uttered such remarks. That's not necessarily true. Master Qin looks extraordinary. He might indeed create a better poem. Perhaps, but Wang Xuanhuan's poem has already reached its peak quality. Even if Master Qin is that capable, it would end up as a tie at most. It's absolutely impossible for him to surpass Wang Xuanhuan. Yes, Wang Xuanhuan's poem is like the sun in the sky. It simply can't be surpassed. The onlookers surrounding Qin Yujie and Wang Xuanhuan began murmuring among themselves. Wang Xuanhuan was thoroughly enjoying this spotlight moment. He hadn't expected that Qin Yujie would so easily fall into the trap he'd laid. With feigned humility, Wang Xuanhuan smiled and said, "Master Qin speaks the truth. My poems can't match yours, naturally. In that case, let us all witness Master Qin's brilliant creation." Everyone present looked eagerly toward Qin Yujie, including Huang Youhe, who also anticipated his performance with some excitement. To her, Qin Yujie exuded an extraordinary aura, perhaps capable of crafting a world-shocking poem. Qin Yujie put away his teaware and took out his spring drunkenness wine, drinking gracefully before saying, "Since you're so keen to hear my poem, I shall recite one for you. Once you've heard it, you'll realize your own inadequacies." Upon hearing Qin Yujie's boastful claim, the crowd was astonished. If not for his exceptional bearing, everyone would have accused him of talking nonsense. Peach Blossom Hut within Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Temple houses Peach Blossom Fairy. As soon as Qin Yujie recited these two lines, the listeners were struck by the ethereal realm portrayed in the verses. Truly an exquisite line. Peach Blossom Temple houses Peach Blossom Fairy. Could it be that Master Qin is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal? A bystander asked, his face filled with astonishment. That's right. Who would have thought that Master Qin possesses not only monstrous martial talent, but also unmatched poetic brilliance? Another agreed. The realm conveyed in these two lines is indeed profound, but how does this relate to wine? Remember, today's theme revolves around wine. Startled by the transcendent realm depicted in Qin Yujie's two lines, Wang Xuanhuan nevertheless quickly regained composure and spoke smugly. Chapter 93. Wang Xuanhuan gets humiliated. Yes, Qin Gongzi's poem is indeed well written, but it has nothing to do with wine at all. Another person also remarked. You are too anxious. Qin Gongzi hasn't finished his poem yet. Everyone, please stop arguing and listen quietly, Huang Youhe said incredulously as she stared at Qin Yujie in astonishment. Qin Yujie took another sip of wine and then continued speaking. Immortal Peach Blossom plants peach trees and plucks peach blossoms to trade for wine money. Once again, the crowd was astonished by Qin Yujie's poetry, lost in its enchanting imagery. When I wake from my drunkenness, I merely sit before flowers. And when drunk, I sleep under the flowers. Day after day among the flowers. Year after year in a state of intoxication and sobriety. Qin Yujie's low, resonant voice, paired with his extraordinary bearing, made everyone feel as if they had entered the celestial peach blossom paradise. Immersed in Qin Yujie's poetic reverie, the audience remained entranced, unable to calm themselves. Living freely, like poetry, like a dream. Qin Yujie's poems offered an unprecedented release for their souls. I refused to bow before carriages and horses, but only wished to grow old among flowers and wine. The interests of the noble lie in the dust of carriages and hooves, while cups of wine and flower branches are the companions of the poor. Qin Yujie seemed like an immortal descending from heaven, his poetry possessing a dreamlike charm that captivated the masses, leaving them unwilling to wake. If we compare wealth and honor with poverty, one stands on flat land while the other ascends to heaven. If one compares poverty to carriages and horses, theirs is to toil, mine is to find leisure. After taking another sip of wine, Qin Yujie exuded an air of grandeur, emanating an aura that couldn't be swayed by riches or power. Others laugh at me for being crazily infatuated. I laugh at them because they don't understand. Do you not see the graves of heroic men from Wuling? They now till fields without flowers or wine. Having finished reciting his final stanza, many in the crowd felt spiritual energy surge within them, resulting in numerous cultivation breakthroughs. On the second floor of Fengman Tower, Xuanhuan also fell into profound enlightenment after hearing the poem. Her spiritual energy gathered uncontrollably, and then a terrifying momentum erupted from her body, dramatically altering the weather conditions across Dingfeng City. The cosmic essence converged toward Xuanhuan, giving rise to an even more formidable presence. Xuanhuan slowly opened her eyes, realizing she had progressed from the third stage of Wheel C to the fourth stage. Xuanhuan could barely believe her own eyes. It felt as if she were dreaming. Simply hearing this poem allowed her to reach enlightenment, elevating her mental state through such insight. This meant that her future martial path would become smoother, making future realm advancements easier. Others laugh at me for being crazily infatuated, but I laugh at others for their lack of insight. Qin Yujie, could you truly be the reincarnation of the immortal peach blossom? Xuanhuan muttered in astonishment as she gazed at Qin Yujie. Many people around her had also broken through their cultivation barriers due to the profound depth of Qin Yujie's poem, which depicted the world of the immortal peach blossom and greatly improved everyone's mental state. When compared with Qin Yujie's poem, Wang Xuanquan's work simply paled in comparison. If Qin Yujie's poem was likened to the clouds in the heavens, then Wang Xuanquan's poem was like mud on the ground. Anything in life can withstand scrutiny, and Wang Xuanquan's poem alone might have been considered a fine piece, but when juxtaposed with Qin Yujie's, the contrast was stark. Qin Gongzi is truly a living poet immortal. With this one poem, he can achieve immortality. Yes, I originally thought Wang Xuanquan's poem was a masterpiece, but only now do I realize how limited my perspective was. With Qin Gongzi present, who dares to compare others to him? I think Qin Gongzi's poem represents true perfection, whereas Wang Xuanquan's work is mere trash. It's not fair to put it this way. Wang Xuanquan's poem was impressive in itself, but it seems rather ordinary when placed next to Qin Gongzi. Haha, Wang Xuanquan doesn't know his place. Thankfully, Qin Gongzi is generous and didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, someone with less patience might deal with him the same way they dealt with Sun Wendong. Yes, Wang Xuanquan actually dared to challenge Qin Gongzi. Truly self-degrading. With just one poem from Qin Gongzi, several people managed to break through their cultivation realms. Even a major figure on the second floor of Fengman Tower managed to make progress. I bet the great figure upstairs was Xuanhuan Sr. from earlier. Yes, it must have been her. I speculate Qin Gongzi was once the immortal peach blossom in his previous life, now reborn to resume his cultivation. That explains why his martial talent is so monstrous. Indeed possible. Qin Gongzi excels in both poetry and swordsmanship. My admiration knows no bounds. The surrounding crowd looked on in admiration at Qin Yujie, all of them shocked by his poetry. Unbeknownst to Qin Yujie, he had already been identified by everyone as the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. Even Huang Yoha believed that Qin Yujie was the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person compose such a stunning poem? At this moment, the most uncomfortable one was Wang Xuanquan, whose face was flushed with shame. He naturally knew that Qin Yujie's poem had reached a true pinnacle of artistry. Compared to Qin Yujie's work, calling his own a piece of trash would not be an exaggeration. Wang Xuanquan originally intended to use this poetry gathering as an opportunity to gain fame and embarrass Qin Yujie. He never expected that. In the end, the one who got humiliated was himself. From now on, whenever anyone thought about this poetry meeting, Wang Xuanquan's embarrassment would become common dinnertime gossip, and Wang Xuanquan would become a figure of ridicule. Wang Xuanquan, how do you feel right now? Why did you bother comparing yourself with Qin Gongzi? This is truly picking up a stone only to drop it on your own feet, someone joked. That's right. Remember in the future, never try to act superior in front of Qin Gongzi, or you will find that you're the real clown. Haha, I bet today will turn into Wang Xuanquan's lifelong nightmare. I wonder if he'll scare himself into some sort of disability. You mean? Haha, unspeakable, unspeakable. The crowd bombarded Wang Xuanquan with mockery and ridicule. With a pale face, Wang Xuanquan said, Qin Gongzi excels in both poetry and swordsmanship. It was my own ignorance. I concede defeat. After finishing, Wang Xuanquan left Fengman Tower. He was too ashamed to stay any longer. Qin Yujie didn't take much notice. Since it was a poetry gathering, there would naturally be comparisons. Although Wang Xuanquan had earlier tried to set him up intentionally, Qin Yujie now merely smiled faintly at the situation. Wang Xuanhuan and Sun Wendong were different cases. Wang Xuanhuan harbored no intent to kill him, whereas Sun Wendong sought to murder him and steal his treasures. That was why Qin Yujie killed Sun Wendong, but had no intention of killing Wang Xuanhuan. Chapter 94. I can't take it anymore. By this point in the poetry gathering, without a doubt, Qin Yujie had become the undisputed first. With Qin Yujie's poem, no one dared to present their own works for fear of embarrassment. Well, today's poetry gathering is over. Everyone disperse. Qin Gongzu, follow me upstairs. Huang Yuhe said. Envious eyes followed Qin Yujie as he ascended to the second floor, the VIP room of the Foam Man Tower, a place usually inaccessible to ordinary people. Qin Yujie followed Huang Yuhe upstairs and into a room where Xuanhuan was seated at a table, seemingly waiting for Qin Yujie. After bringing Qin Yujie there, Huang Yuhe closed the door and quietly left. Esteemed elder, may I ask what you require of me? Earlier, when Xuanhuan had advanced to a new cultivation realm, Qin Yujie had sensed it. Xuanhuan's cultivation level was now in the 4th layer of the Luanhai realm, so even being alone with her, Qin Yujie felt no fear. I just entered an epiphany due to your poem, breaking through to a new realm. You must have sensed it. How would you like me to thank you? Xuanhuan smiled. It must be admitted that despite Xuanhuan being an inner gate elder of the Xuanhuan Sect, much older than Qin Yujie, indeed, from the same generation as his father, she looked as though she were barely in her 20s. Of course, if it were an average person, they could easily be mesmerized by Xuanhuan's appearance. However, Qin Yujie was different. Among the women Qin Yujie had encountered, Jiang Fansuan and Lin Qining stood out as unparalleled beauties, figures whose allure eclipsed others. Below them were Mu Linglong, Huang Yuhe, and others. While although Xuanhuan was also strikingly beautiful, she still fell slightly short compared to those mentioned earlier. Still, in the eyes of most, Xuanhuan remained a top-tier beauty, far beyond reach. But having seen too many beautiful women, Qin Yujie's standards were high. Common beauties couldn't elicit any reaction from him. Therefore, sitting here, Qin Yujie remained composed and calm as ever. There's no need for thanks. This is your own stroke of fortune. Qin Yujie shook his head and responded indifferently. Qin Yujie did not lack cultivation resources, and he generally disregarded ordinary offerings. Qin Yujie, observing your remarkable talent, how about joining our Xuanhuan sect? I can guarantee your position as a core disciple, and in our sect, there are plenty of beautiful women. Xuanhuan chuckled. Qin Yujie initially thought Xuanhuan sought him out for some matter, but realized she intended to recruit him. Qin Yujie smiled. To begin with, his master Jiang Fansuan, along with Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua, all resided in the Tianyuan Sect. Moreover, the sign-in system Qin Yujie used currently also required him to stay in Tianyuan Sect, making it impossible for him to leave for the Xuanhuan Sect. I'm accustomed to staying in the Tianyuan Sect, so I apologize for declining your generous offer. Qin Yujie declined politely. Alright, stop calling me elder then. You can address me as Elder Xiao moving forward. If ever you grow tired of the Tianyuan Sect, feel free to visit me in the Xuanhuan Sect, Xuanhuan suggested. Understood, thank you Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao, isn't it true that every midnight, you experience abnormal chest pain? Observing Xuanhuan's good character and knowing her connection to his father, Qin Yujie casually mentioned it. How do you know? Xuanhuan exclaimed in shock. Xuanhuan hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie's medical skills were so accomplished. Just with a glance, he had identified her hidden injury. Last year, during cultivation, Xuanhuan experienced an adverse reaction, damaging her heart meridians. Although her cultivation recovered later, the damaged meridians were never fully restored, leaving behind a latent ailment. No one in the entire Xuanhuan sect knew about this. Xuanhuan had never disclosed it to anyone because in the martial world, such vulnerabilities were never discussed openly. They posed potential threats if revealed maliciously. Of course I observed it. Your condition can be treated, and I can heal it in one session. Qin Yujie calmly replied. Since reaching the Tianren realm, the true essence within Qin Yujie's body had undergone a qualitative change. Many techniques from the inheritance of the Pill Emperor, including acupuncture, had become easier to execute than before. For an average healer, Xuanhuan's condition might have been complex, but for Qin Yujie, who possessed many ancient acupuncture methods, it wasn't a difficult issue at all. Medicine is such that what is difficult to those unskilled is simple to those proficient. I never expected you to also excel in medicine. Very well, treat me now. Xuanhuan agreed straightforwardly. Alright. Qin Yujie took out Taijin Lujin needles, quickly inserting them into her body through her clothes. Xuanhuan only felt a wave of warmth throughout her body, as if a warm spiritual energy was rapidly flowing through her chest, making the previously injured meridians tingle. Xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a sound. The chest meridians were inherently sensitive areas, and Qin Yujie had used ancient acupuncture techniques to clear the damaged meridians. Without paying attention, Xuanhuan emitted such a sound. Xuanhuan's face immediately turned bright red. She quickly bit her lips, determined not to make any more sounds because she realized that her previous cry was inappropriate and could easily be misunderstood. Xuanhuan glanced at Qin Yujie, who was fully focused on performing the acupuncture technique. Seeing no reaction from him, her tense mood slightly eased. Qin Yujie didn't notice these subtleties. He was concentrating on carrying out the intricate acupuncture method, repairing the injured heart meridian. It must be understood that the heart meridian is the pathway leading directly to the heart, an extremely dangerous area. A single misstep could lead to Xuanhuan's death on the spot. Qin Yujie controlled the true essence within his body, swiftly repairing the damaged meridians. After half an hour, they were almost entirely healed except for the final segment. Good. Only the last part of the meridian remains. Strike while the iron is hot, otherwise we will lose our momentum. If this last meridian isn't repaired, all previous efforts would be wasted. Qin Yujie summoned the true essence within his body, accelerating his pace, pressing forward with unwavering resolve toward the damaged meridian. Xuanhuan felt an unusual pain in her chest accompanied by a feeling of both swelling and itching. As everyone knows, when meridians rapidly repair themselves, it is inevitable that they feel swollen and itchy due to the constant cleansing by true essence. Though Xuanhuan was in great pain now, her entire body felt abnormally relaxed, especially when the heart meridian was completely repaired in her chest. She couldn't help but cry out again. I can't take it anymore. Xuanhuan tried her best to suppress her voice, but failed repeatedly. Eventually, she gave up attempting to restrain herself, as the complete healing of her meridians triggered an explosive surge of powerful qi in Xuanhuan's body. Chapter 95. Huang Youhe offers a dance. One must remember that the entire Fengman Tower consists not only of Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan, but many other women as well, including Huang Youhe. The commotion in Xuanhuan's room earlier had been overheard by everyone. They never would have thought that the usually powerful and serious Xuanhuan could be like this. When Huang Youhe standing outside the door heard these sounds, her face turned bright red, then she ran off like a rabbit. These two are really excessive, they know no restraint. Based on the sounds alone, Huang Youhe could imagine what was happening inside the room, making her heart tremble involuntarily. If Qin Yujie were to hear Huang Youhe's thoughts, he'd definitely cry out his innocence. I was treating her with acupuncture. What are you thinking? Lord is truly remarkable, daring to even think about Elder Xiao from the Xuanhuan Sect. I'm deeply impressed. Li Kun laughed and said, Haha, who says otherwise? Lord has always had excellent fortune with women. We can't even begin to compare. Meng Xiao also chimed in agreement. Being men themselves, they naturally understood what had just happened. Qin Yujie had no idea that his simple act of treating Xuanhuan's illness was being misinterpreted so wildly. If he knew, he'd probably be infuriated. Xuanhuan had just broken through to the 4th level of the Luanhai realm earlier, and now after receiving treatment, all her internal injuries were completely gone, and her true essence grew even more powerful. To say the least, encountering Qin Yujie today was truly a profound karmic encounter for Xuanhuan. Qin Yujie retracted the Tianyuan needles, then brewed a cup of spiritual tea, and said indifferently, Elder Xiao, I've already helped repair your meridians. Thank you. Xuanhuan's face tinged slightly red, and after calming herself, she expressed gratitude. Just finish the treatment, drink a cup of spiritual tea, it will benefit you. Qin Yujie smiled. Okay. Xuanhuan lifted the teacup, sipping lightly. Instantly, she felt a terrifying amount of spiritual energy entering her body, making her feel immensely comfortable. Qin Yujie, I don't know how to thank you enough. Here's a sound transmitting token. I can help you with 3 tasks within my capability, Xuanhuan stated calmly. Qin Yujie accepted the sound transmitting token, appraising Xuanhuan briefly, then said, all right, I'll accept it. Qin Yujie felt that with his current strength, he could easily defeat Xuanhuan, thus having nothing that required her help. However, since Xuanhuan offered willingly, Qin Yujie gladly accepted it. These spiritual teas, I'll give them to Elder Xiao. Qin Yujie then took out 10,000-year-old spiritual tea leaves, presenting them to Xuanhuan. Fine, then I won't decline, Xuanhuan smiled. The two drank tea for a while. Half an hour later, Xuanhuan left the room, saying casually, you'll stay here tonight. I'll take care of accommodations for your 2 attendants. All right, thank you for the trouble. Qin Yujie nodded in agreement. Originally, Qin Yujie intended to spend the night in Dingfeng City anyway, so there was no need for him to look for an inn. After some time, a knocking sound came at the door. Young Master Qin, it's me, Huang Youhe. Come in, Qin Yujie said. Huang Youhe entered, looking at Qin Yujie, then said, Young Master Qin, I specifically come to express my gratitude. Tonight, I'll offer you a dance. Before coming to this world, Qin Yujie had witnessed many dances, and in his previous life, the most famous dancer would be the renowned Tang Shi, chief dancer, whose performance Qin Yujie had once watched, feeling her to be a transcendent figure back then. Since arriving in this world, Qin Yujie hadn't yet enjoyed the local dances and wondered how Huang Youhe compared to the dancers of his past life. Good, if you perform well, there will be a reward, Qin Yujie grinned. Huang Youhe clapped her hands, then 2 rather attractive women entered, one holding a guqin, the other a pipa. As the music began, clear and enchanting notes filled the air like mountain streams flowing. Just at that moment, Huang Youhe started moving. With a tranquil smile, her long sleeves began dancing gracefully. Her hair was dark as ink, her steps light as a feather. Her slim, delicate waist enhanced her elegant dance posture. Every move, whether turning, flinging, opening, or closing, flowed as smoothly as clouds drifting, captivating all eyes and leaving a lasting impression. Qin Yujie finally understood why ancient emperors loved watching their palace maids dance. This truly was a feast for the eyes. When the dance concluded, Huang Youhe bowed slightly towards Qin Yujie. You danced beautifully. These 10,000-year-old spirit peach leaves are yours, Qin Yujie said. Master Qin, I don't want these medicinal herbs. I wish to become your disciple. Please teach me your techniques. Huang Youhe suddenly knelt down, pleading earnestly. Qin Yujie didn't expect Huang Youhe to request to be his disciple. Oh, why do you want to become my disciple? You should know Elder Xiao's strength surpasses mine. I can ask Elder Xiao to take you as her disciple. Qin Yujie asked with interest. Since Xiao Chunlan had agreed to 3 favors, he believed asking her to take Huang Youhe as a disciple would not be refused. I still prefer following young Master Qin. Please let me become your disciple. Huang Youhe firmly said while kneeling. Qin Yujie thought for a moment, deciding that taking Huang Youhe as a disciple could also allow him to enjoy her dancing when he was free. All right, I will take you as my disciple, Qin Yujie said. Huang Youhe did not know that it was because of today's decision that she embarked on an incredibly powerful path to greatness, and this choice would alter her life forever. Much later, when Huang Youhe became an unmatched powerhouse, she always felt deeply grateful to her master Qin Yujie at the memory of this moment. Seeing Qin Yujie agreeing to take her as his disciple, Huang Youhe excitedly said, Master above, please accept my reverence. Qin Yujie calmly received Huang Youhe's obeisance. After standing up again, Huang Youhe picked up the nearby spiritual tea and said, Master, please have some tea. Qin Yujie hadn't expected Huang Youhe to understand the rituals of discipleship so well, meaning this idea must have been in her mind for quite some time. All right. Qin Yujie accepted the tea from Huang Youhe and took a sip. Since you've become my disciple, let me give you a welcoming gift, Qin Yujie laughed. Qin Yujie then took out a storage bag, selecting top-grade pills, spirit wine, and some mystic jade grapes and other spiritual fruits, which he gave to Huang Youhe. Huang Youhe accepted the storage bag, shocked by what was inside. She couldn't believe how many precious cultivation resources her master had bestowed upon her, moved almost to tears. Chapter 96. Accepting Huang Youhe as a disciple. Thank you, master, said Huang Youhe with excitement. Well, since you have bowed to me as your master, let me first teach you a cultivation method. As for the martial arts that suit you best, we can talk about it later. I practice the way of the sword, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you will be suitable for it. Qin Yujie was quite responsible towards his disciple Huang Youhe. There is an old saying, there are no useless disciples in the world, only teachers who don't know how to teach. Everyone has different talents, and only by teaching according to individual aptitude can Huang Youhe's talent and strength be brought out. Of course, Qin Yujie hasn't yet discovered any special constitution or talents in Huang Youhe at the moment. However, since Qin Yujie has accepted her as his disciple, he will help Huang Youhe solve all these issues. Even if Huang Youhe has average talent, Qin Yujie will find ways to enhance her potential. This may seem very difficult for others, but for Qin Yujie, who possesses the system, none of these are problems. So, Huang Youhe really chose the right person to become her master. If she had chosen Xiao Chunlan as her teacher, although Xiao Chunlan might have taught her diligently, limited by her own talent and resources, Huang Youhe's martial path would also be limited. It goes without saying that great teachers produce great students. This method is called Changqing Gong. It's also the method I currently practice. Cultivate well in daily life, and ask me if you have any questions. Remember to progress step by step. Qin Yujie lightly touched Huang Youhe's forehead, transmitting the knowledge of Changqing Gong into her mind. Qin Yujie was extraordinarily talented and had a monstrous talent. The cultivation methods he practiced naturally wouldn't be bad. Huang Youhe didn't expect that Qin Yujie would be so good to her, transmitting such a precious cultivation method to her. Thank you, master, Huang Youhe said excitedly. Well, even though you have recognized me as your master, you still need to greet Elder Xiao. Qin Yujie led Huang Youhe out of the room. Not long after, Qin Yujie found Xiao Chunlan. Elder Xiao, one of the 3 promises you made to me before will probably be used today. Qin Yujie smiled and said, Oh, what is it? Xiao Chunlan was also somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Qin Yujie to seek her help so soon. I want someone from you, Huang Youhe. She has just recognized me as her master. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Oh, I see. It's a great fortune for Huang Youhe to have you as her master. It's much better than following me into the Xuanhuan Sect. I agree. Xiao Chunlan nodded and replied. Thank you, Elder Xiao, Huang Youhe thanked. Huang Youhe's talent was ordinary. Even if she followed Xiao Chunlan into the Xuanhuan Sect, she would probably start as a menial disciple. In the fiercely competitive Xuanhuan Sect, Huang Youhe's martial career would likely be unremarkable. Master, have you never been to Dingfeng City before? Let me take you around. Today is the annual Lantern Festival. Huang Youhe was in a good mood after successfully bowing down to Qin Yujie as her master, so she invited Qin Yujie. All right. Qin Yujie thought for a while and agreed. After all, Qin Yujie did not need to practice excessively hard. He was different from other warriors. Moreover, the path of a warrior requires a balance between work and rest. It wasn't bad to enjoy the local culture. Dingfeng City was a relatively quiet ancient city. Although it wasn't as prosperous as Xuanhuan City, it had its own charm. Since it was the Lantern Festival tonight, the whole Dingfeng City was splendidly lit up. The streets were festooned with lanterns and bustling with activity on both sides. Qin Yujie didn't expect to see the Lantern Festival celebrated here as well, but then again, thinking about it, since he could travel across worlds, the existence of this festival wasn't surprising. Master, this is a riddle lantern. There are prizes for guessing correctly. Let's give it a try, said Huang Youhe, watching the lively scenes on both sides of the street happily. Huang Youhe was only 16 years old, a few years younger than Qin Yujie. Though she once came from a remarkable background, she was now an ordinary young girl. The change in family circumstances meant that Huang Youhe had experienced more than others, but her luck turned when she first met Xiao Chunlan, who was indeed kind, and then Qin Yujie. All right, Qin Yujie chuckled gently, deciding to accompany his disciple on this little adventure. At the nearby shop, many lantern riddles were available, and everyone was enjoying them. Qin Yujie took out a gold coin and told the shopkeeper, no need to return the change. A gold coin already equaled an entire year's income for an ordinary person. The smallest currency unit Qin Yujie carried was a gold coin. As for silver and copper coins, he didn't bother carrying them. Thank you, sir. You may pick anything you like, the shop owner happily said. Yohei, go ahead and pick a few, Qin Yujie said. All right. Thank you, master, Huang Yoha said cheerfully. Huang Yoha picked a lotus lantern, inside which was a riddle. She took out the slip of paper and saw written on it. Parted for 40 years, we reunite on Yuanshao Lantern Festival. Guess one character. Upon seeing that Huang Yoha had drawn this particular riddle, the shopkeeper said in an enigmatic tone, young lady, this is the hardest riddle here. No one has guessed it correctly in 3 years. I never thought you would pick this one. Frowning her brows, Huang Yoha looked at the phrase and muttered to herself, parted for 40 years, reunited on Lantern Festival. So hard. What on earth could this character be? Does master know it? Even after racking her brain, she still couldn't figure it out. Several onlookers who were watching Huang Yoha with her riddle shook their heads in disbelief. Miss, this riddle is too difficult. I'm well known in Dingfeng City as Riddle Small Tyrant, yet even I can't solve it. No one here will guess it. A man glanced at the riddle in Huang Yoha's hands and then gave her a charming smile, confident as ever. Yes, this riddle has remained unsolved for 3 years, another person chimed in. Miss, if you wouldn't mind sharing your name, perhaps we could stroll and enjoy the flower lights together during the festival? The original Riddle Small Tyrant attempted to flirt. Go away. My master is extremely capable. Huang Yoha retorted. Oomph, where's your master? I don't believe he's better than me. The Riddle Small Tyrant challenged arrogantly. So, do you want to challenge me? Qin Yujie appeared beside the Riddle Small Tyrant, his terrifying aura pressing down heavily upon him. Brother, sir. I'm sorry. The Riddle Small Tyrant broke into cold sweat immediately, trembling uncontrollably on his legs. If Qin Yujie hadn't held back, there's no way the Riddle Small Tyrant would have walked away unscathed. Chapter 97. The Patriarch of the City Lord's Manor emerges from seclusion. Qin Yujie retracted his momentum, and the face of the little Riddle Lamp King slightly improved. He said with reluctance, Senior, I know my cultivation is inferior to yours, but when it comes to guessing riddles, you are absolutely no match for me. Qin Yujie smiled and said, Oh, you want to compete with me in guessing riddles? Yes, do you dare? The little Riddle Lamp King asked. Are you worthy? Qin Yujie retorted. Everyone around was shocked by this sentence. In terms of cultivation, indeed, Qin Yujie was stronger. However, regarding guessing riddles, Liu Yang was definitely well known in Dingxing City. If he claimed first place, no one would dare to say second. Senior, don't look down on people. Today, I will challenge you. Liu Yang said defiantly. All right, how do we compare? Qin Yujie responded. Here's the deal. We each give the other 3 riddles. Whoever guesses more wins, all right? All right. If you win, I'll admit you're the little Riddle Lamp King. If you lose, you can no longer call yourself that. Qin Yujie said. Qin Yujie didn't have deep enmity with Liu Yang. As for flirting with Huang Yoha, she naturally attracted attention as an exceptional talent. Therefore, Qin Yujie's bet was simple and harmless. Fine, Liu Yang readily agreed. Before this, let me first solve this riddle. Disciple, the answer to this riddle is dance. Qin Yujie calmly stated. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately showed an expression of disbelief, astonished saying, You've guessed it. Why is it the word dance? I can't figure it out. A bystander curiously asked. That's right, I also can't see it. Could the answer be wrong? Liu Yang was also puzzled. Teacher, please enlighten us, Huang Yoha requested. Qin Yujie smiled and explained. 40 refers to 4 tens, which are 10, 10, 10, 10. When 10, 10, 10, 10 are connected, they form the middle part of the dance character. Farewell year means using the character year split apart, transforming into the top part in the lower right corner of the dance character. This way, it's easy to guess that it's the character danced. Once Qin Yujie clarified, everyone suddenly understood clearly. Liu Yang looked at Qin Yujie in awe, instantly yielding and admitting. Senior is truly formidable. I believe there's no need for the competition. I surrender. Since such a difficult riddle could be guessed, all the riddles Liu Yang had were much simpler. If he were to continue, it would only bring shame to himself. After finishing his statement, Liu Yang left hastily in embarrassment. This was merely a small interlude, and Qin Yujie did not take it to heart. After wandering around for a while, Qin Yujie and Huang Yoha returned to Foman Tower, City Lord's Manor. The Lantern Festival was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, this day, the City Lord's Manor was devoid of its usual festivity, cloaked in a gloomy atmosphere. The news of the death of the City Lord Sun Huatao and young Master Sun Wendong had already spread far and wide. The entire City Lord's Manor was in turmoil. Many people were preparing to leave the City Lord's Manor. They didn't know what kind of mighty force Sun Huatao had offended. At Tianyuan Realm Level 8, Sun Huatao was the strongest fighting force in Dingxing City. Yet, he was killed by someone else. For the City Lord's Manor, this was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. Sun Wendong's death wasn't significant, but Sun Huatao was the main pillar of the City Lord's Manor. With Sun Huatao's demise, the strength of the City Lord's Manor could be said to have plummeted from heaven to hell. The City Lord's Manor usually acted tyrannically, offending quite a few families and forces. It wouldn't be long before these enemies would seek their vengeance. At this moment, deep within the City Lord's Manor, an elder was cultivating. He had been secluded in meditation for half a year. His power grew stronger, and finally, a terrifying spiritual energy quickly converged towards the City Lord's Manor. Then, with a shockwave from his momentum, he abruptly opened his eyes, releasing a powerful aura that surged toward the heavens. Haha, after being secluded for half a year, I have finally broken through to Luanhai realm. The elder released a triumphant roar, then levitated in midair above the city lord's manor, his face beaming with pride. This elder was Sun Huatao's father, Sun Wendun's grandfather, Sun Liangkai. 6 months ago, Sun Liangkai felt that his end was near. He didn't want to spend his entire life stuck at the 9th level of Tianyuan realm. So, he entered seclusion, and unexpectedly managed to break through to Luanhai realm within 6 months due to his good fortune. I never thought that I, Sun Liangkai, would break through to Luanhai realm. Here in Dingfeng City, I am now invincible. Haha, it seems that fate decrees I shall not perish. With me alive, the city lord's manor will surely rise to even greater heights. Sun Liangkai burst into laughter, his powerful aura astonishing everyone in the city lord's manor. Hey, where are Huatao and Wendong? Could it be they're not in the manor? Sun Liangwen's mood had been great, but when he glanced at the crowd in the city lord's manor, their despondent faces caused him a sudden wave of astonishment. At that moment, many servants of the city lord knelt down. They had previously been in despair, but they never expected that after being secluded for half a year, Sun Liangwen would successfully break through his cultivation barrier. This was truly help arriving in the nick of time. With looks of great joy, they excitedly said, "Congratulations to our elder for emerging from seclusion. With you here, you will surely avenge the city lord and young master." Sun Liangwen had been in good spirits until these words, which immediately darkened his face as anger surged up. Could it be that Huatao and Wendong have died? Yes, elder, they were killed at Fengman Tower. The servants of the city lord reported. What? Who has the audacity, the gall like a bear heart or leopard courage, to kill my son and grandson? Sun Liangwen roared with fury. We do not know. Everyone shook their heads. Whoever it is, whoever dared to kill my son and grandson, I'll make sure you die 1,000 deaths. Sun Liangwen unleashed an imposing aura, and with a simple punch of his hand, a nearby mountain crumbled into dust. Level 1 of Luanhai realm. In this Dingfeng city, it was already the highest tier of strength imaginable. With a flicker of his figure, Sun Liangwen left the city lord's manor and swiftly flew towards Fengman Tower. At that very moment, Qin Yujie was drinking Chunfeng drunkenness wine at Fengman Tower, casually plucking a stringed instrument, refining his artistic sensibilities. It really couldn't be helped. Qin Yujie's effortless display of skill on the guqin left Xuanhuan and Huang Yoha utterly awestruck. Not long after, Qin Yujie suddenly stopped playing, sensing a powerful presence heading straight for Fengman Tower. Putting away the ancient instrument, Qin Yujie's figure flickered as he instantly appeared at the entrance of Fengman Tower. Since cultivators at Tianyuan realm cannot stay airborne for long periods of time, it was only those who reached Luanhai realm who could fly. Qin Yujie brought out his flying heavenly chariot, hovering it in the sky, then utilized a technique called half-step pursuit of cicadas and leapt onto the flying chariot. Chapter 98, Battle against Sun Liangwen. At this moment, Xuanhuan also flickered and came to Qin Yujie's side. She looked at the distant figure of Sun Liangwen flying towards them, and her eyebrows furrowed. In no time, this figure appeared in front of the two. Elder Xiao, do you know whose hands my son's son Huatao met his death? Sun Liangwen, upon seeing Xuanhuan, slightly reined in his imposing aura and asked with doubt. Xuanhuan knew that Sun Liangwen wasn't her match, so he asked politely. Xuanhuan didn't answer Sun Liangwen's question, but instead said to Qin Yujie, I still owe you 2 favors. How about I help you deal with Sun Liangwen and consider that one favor repaid? What do you think? Qin Yujie shook his head lightly and said, No need, I can handle it myself. Xuanhuan frowned as she thought Qin Yujie was being overconfident. Qin Yujie was merely at the first stage of Heavenly Realm, while Sun Liangwen had already reached the first stage of the Wheel Sea Realm. Even if Qin Yujie had supernatural abilities, could he possibly fight across such a vast level difference? Alright, then you resolve your issues yourself, Xuanhuan said before disappearing with a flash and landed aside, leaving Qin Yujie and Sun Liangwen behind. Xuanhuan watched the two and thought inwardly, when you're about to die, I'll rescue you then. The commotion instantly attracted many onlookers. Everyone raised their heads from a distance, looking forward to the battle that would follow. This person is actually Sun Liangwen. He is the father of City Lord Sun Huatao. An onlooker exclaimed after identifying Sun Liangwen. That's true. Who would have thought he spent 6 months in seclusion and now has broken through to the first stage of the Wheel Sea realm? It's truly astonishing, another passerby added. It seems like Master Qin doesn't stand much of a chance this time. True. Although Master Qin has prodigious talent, he hasn't grown up yet. Sun Liangwen definitely won't let him off the hook. Qin Yujie killed Sun Liangwen's son and grandson. The enmity between these two cannot be resolved. Yeah, Elder Xiao could have helped him out, but Qin Yujie was too arrogant. He actually rejected Elder Xiao's good intentions. Excessive rigidity leads to breakage. It seems Master Qin is going to fall today, a pity. Master Qin excels in both poetry and swordsmanship. His poems are sure to last 1,000 years. That isn't necessarily true. Haven't you noticed Elder Xiao is nearby? Given Qin Yujie's martial arts talent, Elder Xiao surely wouldn't leave him alone. The crowd watched Qin Yujie and Sun Liangwen, whispering amongst themselves, filled with emotions ranging from regretful sighs to gleeful gloating. From Xuanhuan's earlier conversation with Qin Yujie, Sun Liangwen knew that his son and grandson both died by Qin Yujie's hands. Did you kill Sun Huatao and Sun Wendong? Sun Liangwen asked with a grim face. Yes, if you want revenge, bring it on. Qin Yujie admitted without hesitation. Qin Yujie was always someone who stood firmly for his actions. If he killed someone, he owned it. He didn't hide or lie. If he dared to kill, he willingly accepted whatever retaliation followed. Of course, since Sun Liangwen was only at the first stage of the Wheel C realm, Qin Yujie wasn't at all afraid of him. If an enemy too powerful to fight came, Qin Yujie would simply run away. Qin Yujie couldn't help but feel disdain watching those characters on TV who, knowing they couldn't win, still try to act tough in front of enemies and end up getting beaten half to death. Any rational person usually knows what to do in that situation. Sun Liangwen stared at Qin Yujie with coldness and menace and asked, "You are merely at the Tianyuan realm. Who gave you the audacity to kill my son and grandson?" Qin Yujie responded calmly. "It's simple. They wanted to kill me, so I had to kill them. Oomph. Even your life won't be enough to make up for my son and grandson's deaths. I will make your entire family pay." Sun Liangwen gritted his teeth and said, "Don't waste words. If you're here for revenge, do it quickly. Don't disturb my rest. Don't you know staying up late is bad for your health?" Qin Yujie said contemptuously. After hearing Qin Yujie's words, the crowd burst into laughter. Even Xuanhuan and Huang Youhe couldn't help but chuckle. Master Qin is really humorous. An onlooker standing nearby laughed. "You're right, not to mention the outcome. Just Master Qin's composed demeanor despite danger makes him worth emulating. Master Qin appears extraordinary. He must be confident in his own strength, otherwise, how could he have the heart to joke around? No one knows exactly how strong Master Qin is. I can hardly wait to see what happens next." The surrounding group started chatting again. "You're truly unaware that you are walking to your death. Since you wish for death so earnestly, I'll oblige you," Sun Liangwen said. Sun Liangwen looked down on Qin Yujie with contempt. In his view, Qin Yujie was overly self-assured. At the first stage of the heavenly realm, he could be easily slain with only a fraction, just a tenth, of Sun Liangwen's power. Descending Dragon Subduing Tiger Fist. Sun Liangwen launched a punch towards Qin Yujie, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth wildly trembled. A colossal azure fist appeared in the sky and charged straight toward Qin Yujie. This single punch was extraordinarily powerful, unstoppable like splitting bamboo. Many onlookers standing nearby were affected by its residual might, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Descending Dragon Subduing Tiger Fist. It's the City Lord Manor's inherited superior Xian grade martial technique. Its power is unparalleled, one spectator exclaimed in shock. Yes, this Descending Dragon Subduing Tiger Fist focuses on overwhelming the enemy with force. I fear young Master Qin won't survive this attack. It's not certain yet. While Sun Liangwen has immense strength, Master Qin gives off a feeling of unfathomable depth. You never know how many hidden cards Master Qin holds. The surrounding crowd watched in awe at the devastating punch. Xuanhuan observed the battle scene somewhat anxiously. She had prepared herself to act at any moment to rescue, if necessary. She still didn't have much confidence in Qin Yujie. Although Xuanhuan acknowledged that Qin Yujie had great martial talent, Sun Liangwen had already attained the first stage of the Wheel C realm. In her view, Qin Yujie would likely fall in just one move against Sun Liangwen. Huang Youhe felt differently from Xuanhuan. She placed unwavering trust in her master, believing in her heart that Qin Yujie was undoubtedly the strongest. Even if someone said Qin Yujie could defeat Xuanhuan at the fourth stage of the Wheel C realm, she would believe it without hesitation. Li Kun and Meng Xiao didn't express excessive concern for Qin Yujie either. They knew Qin Yujie well. Qin Yujie never engaged in battles he wasn't sure of winning, and almost every fight of his was an upward challenge. In the Tianyuan Sect, there were countless battles. Each time, when everyone thought Qin Yujie was surely going to die, he ended up achieving victory effortlessly. Li Kun and Meng Xiao had grown somewhat numb due to their repeated amazement. In their eyes, Qin Yujie was none other than the reincarnation of Peach Blossom Immortal. Chapter 99. The Patriarch was stunned. Qin Yujie watched as the powerful punch came quickly towards him. The wind from the punch made Qin Yujie's hair fly wildly, making him appear even more formidable and extraordinary at this moment. This boxing technique is a bit weak. Qin Yujie lifted his hand, controlling his own strength, and casually tapped lightly. Qin Yujie was afraid that he would kill Sun Liangwen with just one move if he used too much force. Hey, everyone else unleashes their full power to fight, but I have to restrain my strength. There's just such a big difference between people. Qin Yujie sighed. Qin Yujie's words were like a giant rock being thrown into a tranquil lake, shocking all the onlookers with odd expressions. The young prodigy showing a bit of arrogance and confidence is normal, but Qin Yujie's statement was like a thunderclap in clear skies, stunning everyone's hearts momentarily. Is this what a human should say? I feel like young Master Qin is bragging. A shocked spectator stammered. Yeah, but if what young Master Qin said is true, then his strength would be unimaginable. Another person responded. Could it be? Is young Master Qin really that strong? It could be possible. I've heard that some supreme prodigies can fight across a major realm gap. Young Master Qin might just be one of those prodigies. Everyone else has to fully unleash their strength to fight, yet I have to hold back. To be honest, I feel somewhat disheartened by young Master Qin's words. TCH, I think this young man is merely pretending. Sun Liangwen already has the cultivation of the Wheel C realm. How could he possibly be an opponent? Yeah, I think this young man is just showboating. He's about to get killed by a single punch. The surrounding crowd was either shocked by Qin Yujie's statement or believed he was putting on a performance. Various emotions and thoughts arose. Breaking heaven finger. Qin Yujie casually pointed upwards, forming an immense golden finger radiating majesty and splendor, akin to a finger of an ancient giant heading towards Sun Liangwen. Bang! The two massive attacks instantly collided, causing an earth-shattering tremor. Many individuals with lower levels of strength were thrown down by the residual shockwave. The first clash ended in equal strength. Everyone was stunned by Qin Yujie's terrifying blow, starting to believe his earlier words. Although Sun Liangwen had only unleashed 1/10 of his strength, that punch wasn't something an ordinary Tianyuan realm martial artist could withstand. Even a 9th-level Tianyuan realm practitioner would likely die from this punch. Sun Liangwen looked curiously at Qin Yujie, unable to believe that Qin Yujie had effortlessly blocked his attack, despite being merely at the first level of the Tianyuan realm. What's going on in this world? Have I developed hallucinations after meditating for half a year? Sun Liangwen simply couldn't believe it. Xuanhuan was also shocked, realizing Qin Yujie's power. Recalling Qin Yujie's previous boastful statement, she began to believe it to some extent. Truly, the son of a tiger isn't a dog. Perhaps his strength really is quite remarkable, and who knows, he may actually be able to resolve Sun Liangwen. Xuanhuan muttered to herself. Huang Youhe looked at Qin Yujie admiringly, feeling she had chosen the right master. She vowed inwardly to become a great powerhouse like her master one day. Li Kun and Meng Xiao felt that following Qin Yujie was a glorious honor. Being associated with someone like Qin Yujie, a supreme prodigy, meant incomprehensible opportunities, even as mere attendants. Knowing Qin Yujie's extraordinary talent, possessing such strength at the first level of the Tianyuan realm, Sun Liangwen realized he'd never be a match once Qin matured. Therefore, Sun Liangwen decided he couldn't let Qin Yujie slip away. Young man, I admit your talent is impressive, but perhaps you don't know. I only unleashed 1/10 of my strength earlier. Now, I will use 5/10. Young man, let me tell you something. There are always stronger people out there. A first-level Tianyuan realm practitioner is nothing but an ant. Sun Liangwen spoke pompously. Hearing Sun Liangwen's words, the surrounding crowd was startled. They hadn't expected that Sun Liangwen had only exerted 1/10 of his abilities before. Damn, we underestimated Sun Liangwen. If 1/10 of his strength was so powerful, using 5/10 will surely mean death or serious injury for young Master Qin. That's right, looks like trouble for young Master Qin. I wonder how much of his strength he used earlier. You underestimate our lord. Our lord's capabilities are immeasurable. Even we don't know where his limits lie. Li Kun smiled at the onlookers. That's right. Our master is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal, with all sorts of extraordinary divine abilities. How could a mere practitioner of the Wheelsea realm like him possibly stand against it? Meng Xiao also said proudly. The onlookers, seeing the extraordinary confidence in Li Kun and Meng Xiao's eyes, and recalling Qin Yujie's Peach Blossom poem, began to believe a little. Qin Yujie looked at Sun Liangwen and said calmly, I know there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies, but that doesn't include you. In my eyes, you're not worth a single strike. Instead of getting angry, Sun Liangwen burst into laughter. Still so stubborn even when death is upon you. Now, let me send you to your death. Sun Liangwen's aura became even more powerful, as terrifying spiritual energy rapidly gathered around him. Dragon-subduing tiger-taming fist. A much stronger fist appeared in the sky, this time at least 5 times larger than before, its power indescribably immense. Qin Yujie, looking at the enormous attack, said disdainfully, Is this all you've got? What a pathetic martial technique. This statement not only struck Sun Liangwen, but also hurt the self-respect of many onlookers. After all, how difficult it was to learn a martial technique. From the beginner stage, minor mastery, major mastery, to perfection, many people only had one signature skill, and learning required insight. Not everyone could instantly master techniques, like Qin Yujie. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces. They knew that Qin Yujie belonged to an entirely different world from them. There are 2 kinds of martial artists in the world, those named Qin Yujie and everyone else. Qin Yujie took out his coiled dragon cauldron. The coiled dragon cauldron hovered above him, slowly expanding in size, casting a faint shadow over his entire body. As a superior earth-rank weapon, apart from refining pills, Qin Yujie had never used it in battle. Chapter 100. The Patriarch unleashes full power. A person's strength consists of many factors. Besides one's own realm, there are also martial arts techniques, pills, weapons, treasures, and all kinds of things. As for the Panlong tripod, it can be considered a weapon or a treasure. After being refined by Qin Yujie, the Panlong tripod could change size at will. Today, let's test the power of this Panlong tripod, said Qin Yujie indifferently as he looked at the floating Panlong tripod above his head. The crowd was stunned to see that Qin Yujie had taken out another treasure. Qin Yujie's flying heaven chariot under his feet had already made everyone secretly gasp. Now another treasure emerged, making everyone's eyes widen. Sun Liangwen had long noticed the flying heaven chariot beneath Qin Yujie's feet. Seeing Qin Yujie now take out a huge tripod, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Young man, you are truly my lucky money boy. Once you die, everything on your body will belong to me. Qin Yujie disdainfully shook his head and said, The sky hasn't even darkened yet, and you're already dreaming. Is this what people call daydreaming? Spoken slowly, the action occurred swiftly. During their conversation, Sun Liangwen's massive attack had already struck the Panlong tripod of Qin Yujie. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out, shaking the eardrums of everyone present slightly. Fortunately, Xuanhuan activated her technique to block the aftermath. Otherwise, half of the spectators would have suffered serious injuries, or even death. A first-level martial artist in the Sea of Qi realm, with 50% of his strength, How could an ordinary martial artist withstand such an attack? Even its residual power was immensely potent. However, this attack crashed against the panlong tripod, which remained unscathed, greatly shocking the crowd. Heaven! What rank is this tripod of a treasure? Someone exclaimed in shock. Whatever Qin Yuzhe takes out isn't something trivial. Didn't you see how Sun Liangwen's punch left it completely unaffected? Qin Yuzhe is simply too awesome. Such defensive treasures are exceedingly rare, each worth a fortune. Yes, who would have thought that Sun Liangwen's powerful strike could be blocked by Qin Yuzhe? This tripod might be Qin Yuzhe's trump card, but Sun Liangwen has only exerted 50% of his strength. If he unleashes his full potential, surely Qin Yuzhe won't be able to withstand it, right? Surrounding people were astonished by the panlong tripod in Qin Yuzhe's hands, with envy, jealousy, and most importantly, astonishment in their eyes. Sun Liangwen was once again shocked. He couldn't believe that even after releasing 50% of his strength, he still failed to break through Qin Yuzhe's defense. Sun Liangwen didn't want to prolong the fight anymore, fearing unexpected changes, and he felt an overwhelming pressure and unease from Qin Yuzhe. You're quite impressive. This must be all of your strength, I imagine. Well then, prepare to die. Dragon Descending Tiger Subduing Fist. Blood-burning secret technique. Sun Liangwen unleashed all of his essence. The entire space's spiritual energy wildly trembled and then rushed into Sun Liangwen's body like a whirlwind. His essence became overwhelmingly powerful because of the blood-burning secret technique, allowing his cultivation level to reach the second stage of the Sea of Qi realm. The blood-burning secret technique burns one's blood, granting a temporary increase in cultivation level. However, Sun Liangwen wouldn't use this secret technique easily because after employing it, he would enter a period of weakness for the next year unless he achieved a fatal blow. Otherwise, using this secret technique could place him in peril. Initially, Sun Liangwen hadn't planned to use this technique, but Qin Yuzhe's martial talent terrified him. In his perspective, if he could kill Qin Yuzhe and obtain his treasures while the blood-burning secret technique was still effective, escaping and hiding to recover for a year would not be difficult. Moreover, Sun Liangwen believed that if Qin Yuzhe wasn't killed today, he himself would end up dead later. Thus, he resolved to use the blood-burning secret technique. Although Sun Liangwen's calculations seemed sound, he underestimated Qin Yuzhe's strength. Xuanhuan was also startled by Sun Liangwen's all-out attack. She prepared to intervene, but she couldn't react in time. The powerful punch reached Qin Yuzhe before she could act. It was akin to distant water failing to extinguish nearby fire. Everyone was shocked by Sun Liangwen's strength and boldness. They never expected Sun Liangwen to use the blood-burning secret technique just to deal with Qin Yuzhe, a first-stage martial Dao realm practitioner. Master Qin is truly in danger now. Sun Liangwen's cultivation has reached the second stage of the Sea of Qi realm. Yes, before Sun Liangwen only used 50% of his strength. Now, he has unleashed all his power and even used the blood-burning secret technique. Qin Yuzhe is finished now. The second stage of the Sea of Qi realm has strength several times greater than the first stage. That's right. Sun Liangwen of the second level of the Sea of Qi realm probably could have killed his previous self, who was at the first level, in one move. This attack is about to hit young Master Qin. Does young Master Qin look like he's been scared stiff by such a terrifying attack? Alas, the martial path is full of surprises. A genius with talent like young Master Qin is about to die at the hands of Sun Liangwen. Truly lamentable and pitiable. That's right. No matter how monstrous one's talent, without maturing, one cannot be considered a true genius. Only those who grow into their potential can truly be called geniuses. Throughout history, countless so-called geniuses perished along the way. May Elder Shao save young Master Qin. After all, Qin is not evil, and it was because of him that I managed to break through my cultivation barrier. That's right. Unfortunately, our strength is too low, so we can only spectate helplessly from the sidelines and offer no aid. The crowd around them was again stunned by the immense force of this punch delivered by Sun Liangwen. This punch came from a second-level martial artist of the Sea of Qi realm unleashing his entire power. Not even someone at the first stage of the heavenly human realm would stand a chance. Even a first-level Sea of Qi martial artist would likely face near-certain death under this blow. Qin Yuzhe calmly observed this massive punch and said with complete composure, "Is this your full strength? To be honest, it's quite weak." Qin Yuzhe then summoned the Qi Qing flame from within his heart. Though this flame had an extremely high temperature, Qin Yuzhe felt nothing due to having successfully integrated the Qi Qing flame into his body, which shielded him from its heat and ensured the flame wouldn't harm him. Moreover, once someone fuses with an anomalous fire, not only does their constitution strengthen, but they also gain the ability to freely control the size and form of the fire. This represents the great power of having merged with an anomalous fire, and the reason why such fires are treasured. Qin Yuzhe controlled the Qi Qing flame, shaping it into a colossal fiery dragon, which soared towards Sun Liangwen. Chapter 101. The Elder is reduced to ashes. When the people around saw that Qin Yuzhe actually possessed an ethereal fire, they were so shocked that they fell to the ground. Ethereal fire is very rare and extremely precious. Not to mention that Qin Yuzhe was only at the first level of the heavenly mortal realm. Even Xuanhuan, a warrior at the fourth level of the Wheel Sea realm, didn't have ethereal fire. Xuanhuan was genuinely frightened by the countless treasures and methods Qin Yuzhe kept producing. Was this really a warrior at the first level of the heavenly mortal realm? Wow, slap me if you can. Am I dreaming? Could it be true that young Master Qin actually possesses ethereal fire? A martial artist among the onlookers was so shocked his jaw dropped. Alright, in all my life no one's ever asked me for such a thing. but seeing how sincere you are, I'll oblige and slap you. A man beside him delivered a slap right across the face of the previous man. You did it, and with such force. Can't you listen properly? The emphasis should be on ethereal fire, not the slap. Yes, ethereal fire. My God, could it be true that Master Qin is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal? How else could he possess so many good things? That's true. Master Qin is practically a treasure hoard in human form. I'm almost tempted to rob Master Qin. You want death? Then go ahead. Sun Huatao and Sun Wendong had similar fates. Haha, I was joking. But now we know that Master Qin has ethereal fire. I wonder what its power is like. Anything belonging to Master Qin couldn't possibly be ordinary. Common objects wouldn't even match him. Amidst the stunned reactions and discussions, two tremendous attacks collided instantly. Sun Liangwen's earth-shattering giant fist was instantly devoured by the fire dragon. The fire dragon formed by Qiqing Flame did not hesitate for a moment and continued to rapidly advance towards Sun Liangwen. Seeing the enormous fire dragon, Sun Liangwen's face filled with terror as he exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible. How can a warrior at the heavenly mortal realm possibly own ethereal fire with such overwhelming power?" Qin Yujie looked at the desperate Sun Liangwen and calmly said, "You truly know nothing. I have many more great things." Before Sun Liangwen could react, he was burned into oblivion by the Qiqing Flame. Qin Yujie had never before tested the strength of the Qiqing Flame, but now that he did, it indeed turned out to be extraordinary. Qin Yujie nodded satisfactorily and then retracted the Qiqing Flame. The surrounding crowd watched as Sun Liangwen did not even manage to let out a scream before being burned to ashes. Everyone was frightened by the power of the ethereal fire. Looking at each other, they found nothing but shock and fear on each other's faces. Qin Yujie used the half-step cicada technique to descend to the ground and then retracted the flying celestial chariot. This night would surely be one unforgettable night for everyone. The entire Dingfeng city was shaken by the battle between Qin Yujie and Sun Liangwen. Overnight, Qin Yujie became known to everyone. "Master is so incredible," Huang Youhe said excitedly. "Our Lord's strength is truly growing stronger." Li Kun and Ming Xiao also said enthusiastically. The stronger Qin Yujie became, the higher the achievements these people who followed him could reach in the future, naturally making them delighted. "Never thought your power would be this strong. Seems I underestimated you," Xiao Chunlan also said in amazement. "Senior Xie is mistaken. My abilities are only average, unworthy to be mentioned," Qin Yujie said casually. Qin Yujie's modest words unintentionally struck at the hearts of the others. Wow, Master Qin calls himself average. Does he misunderstand the meaning of average? One bystander felt deeply struck by Qin Yujie's words. Average? It seems we don't even measure up to average. If Master Qin is average, then we're useless. Master Qin sets his sights too high and isn't satisfied with his current capabilities. Hence he describes his powers as average. Clearly, Master Qin has remarkable talent. That's right. Master Qin is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. His vision naturally extends far. I merely hope to have the opportunity to become one of Master Qin's attendants, or even a servant would suffice. I'd willingly warm Master Qin's bed, bring him tea and water. With Master Qin possessing such formidable power and abundant treasures, any crumbs he gives us will constitute our great fortune. Following Master Qin means we won't have to struggle painstakingly to seek our destinies. Absolutely. Master Qin represents our great fortune. Opportunities do not come often, and once lost, cannot be regained. Master Qin, I wish to be your follower. So do I. And me too. Qin Yujie, seeing the fervent group, disappeared from their sight in a flash and returned to Feng Man Tower. These overenthusiastic onlookers were a bit much for Qin Yujie. It was better for him to return to his room for some rest. After a while, Huang Youhe arrived at the door and asked, "Master, are you asleep?" "Not yet. Come in," Qin Yujie replied. Huang Youhe looked up at Qin Yujie with admiration and said excitedly, "Master, teach me martial techniques. I want to become as strong as you." Qin Yujie thought for a moment, then took out more than a dozen ordinary weapons. These weapons were of average quality, and Qin Yujie didn't even know from which storage bag he had found them. Here we have knives, swords, spears, staffs, among other 20-some types of weapons, basically covering all the common ones. Try each one and pay attention to what feels right inside, Qin Yujie said. Okay, Huang Youhe responded joyfully. After about an hour, Huang Youhe had tested every weapon, finally picking up a whip. She said happily, "Master, the weapon that suits me best is this long whip. It feels more natural for me compared to other weapons." Qin Yujie understood immediately after pondering for a bit. Since childhood, Huang Youhe had learned dancing, giving her flexibility far beyond that of an ordinary person. The long whip was perfect for those with great flexibility since it too was highly flexible. If a person's flexibility could align well with the whip's characteristics, they could unleash immense power. The combined strength wasn't something simple, like 1 + 1 = 2. Therefore, there were specific people suited for each weapon. Naturally, everyone also had their inherently suited weapon. If one could correctly find the appropriate weapon for themselves, their martial path would undoubtedly be greatly expedited. Seeing Huang Youhe full of anticipation, Qin Yujie maintained his dignity carefully. At this moment, it was absolutely crucial not to tell Huang Youhe that he did not know how to use the whip method. Otherwise, the credibility of being a master would vanish. Chapter 102, Arrival at Tianyuan City. Qin Yujie cleared his throat and said indifferently, "Youhe, in the path of martial arts, cultivation techniques are fundamental. Once you reach a satisfactory level in your Chongqing technique, I will teach you whip skills. Remember, focus on fundamentals and avoid being overly ambitious. Huang Youhe immediately understood after hearing this, then humbly asked, Master is correct. Master, there's something about the Chongqing technique that I do not understand. After an hour, Qin Yujie had explained all the questions Huang Youhe had posed, leaving her satisfied before she left. The next day, Qin Yujie bid farewell to Xuanhuan along with 3 others and departed Dingfeng City. Before leaving, Xuanhuan gave Qin Yujie a storage pouch filled with all resources from the city lord's mansion. Initially, Qin Yujie didn't want it, but under Xuanhuan's insistence, he reluctantly accepted it. Originally, after eliminating Sun Liangwan, Xuanhuan had gathered all the resources from the city lord's estate. Even if Xuanhuan hadn't taken them, these resources would one day be seized by other forces. The path of martial arts was cruel. Even a slight misstep could lead to all resources being claimed by others. These resources may not appeal to me personally, but they can be used for trade. Let's keep them for now. Qin Yujie muttered indifferently as he looked over the numerous treasures in the storage bag. Qin Yujie himself wasn't sure how many storage bags or resources he owned since there were far too many to count. Qin Yujie boarded the flying chariot with Huang Youhe, while Li Kun and Meng Xiao took charge of driving. It soared into the skies, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan watched the departing chariot and murmured, I wonder to what extent you'll grow. At this moment, a shadow appeared beside Xuanhuan. He respectfully stated, Young lady, you've been away from the family for 3 years. Our patriarch has mentioned several times that it's time to return home. Xuanhuan turned out not to be a native of Lingtian country. Though she and Qin Yujie's father Qin Hanjing were old friends, they met elsewhere, not at Xuanhuan Sect. 3 years ago, Xuanhuan left her family for Lingyun country and gained a position as an internal sect elder at Xuanhuan Sect until now. I originally intended to stay longer in Xuanhuan Sect, but if so, then let's go ahead and leave Lingtian. Xuanhuan's appearance subtly changed, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. She had practiced a facial alteration technique, and what people saw before wasn't her true visage. In a flash, both figures vanished from Dingfeng City. On the way, Huang Youhe worked hard cultivating, earning an approving nod from Qin Yujie. Although Huang Youhe's talent was only average, she trained diligently. As long as she maintained such determination in martial arts, her future achievements would definitely be considerable. Despite having numerous resources for cultivation, my expertise lies in musical instrument techniques and swordsmanship, except that I'm not skilled with whips. I'm not quite sure where to find a decent set of whip techniques for my apprentice, currently without much progress. It seems I need to look into it later. Qin Yujie shook his head, pondering deeply. 2 days later, after relentless travel through the night, Qin Yujie and his group finally arrived at Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City, neither large nor small, was about the same size as Dingfeng City, but lacked the latter's prosperity. As Qin Yujie and the others walked into Tianyuan City, Li Kun especially felt some nostalgia upon walking down familiar streets. Li Kun, 25 this year, had been away from Tianyuan City for 6 years. At 19, Li Kun left his family to pursue martial arts alone, eventually gaining entrance to Tianyuan Sect as an outer sect disciple. Being directly admitted as an outer sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect indicates that Li Kun's talent was fairly solid back then, surpassing Qin Yujie's before his awakening. Of course, ever since fusing with the Immortal Sword Constitution, Qin Yujie's potential had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was no longer the same person he once was. In Tianyuan City, there were 3 major families, Chao, Wu, and Li. Their powers were balanced, maintaining a delicate trilateral equilibrium. 6 years have passed, and Tianyuan City hasn't changed at all. I wonder whether returning will bring blessings or calamities. Looking at the familiar architecture on both sides of the street, Li Kun sighed slightly. Don't worry, Li Kun. I am here, so don't be afraid. Qin Yujie patted Li Kun's shoulder, smiling. Thank you, Master. Li Kun expressed gratitude. That's right, brotherly, with Master around, any problem can be solved. Huang Youhe added. Brotherly, we're close brothers, and whatever happens to you also matters to me. Meng Xiao chimed in. Listening to their words, Li Kun felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Under Li Kun's guidance, Qin Yujie and his group arrived at a residence. When the gatekeeper saw Li Kun, he happily exclaimed, Young Master Li, you have finally come. Qin Yujie and the others followed Li Kun into the Li residence. There, Li Kun's father, Li Qingsheng, had been sitting dejectedly in the main hall lost in thought. Upon hearing a servant's shout, he instantly rose from his seat with excitement and exclaimed, Kun, you finally returned. Father, I'm back. How has the family been all these years? Li Kun said, his voice slightly choked after not seeing Li Qingsheng for so long. I am doing fine, but your mother fell seriously ill. If you were half a month late, you might have missed her last moments. Li Qingsheng said. What? Father, you didn't mention it in your letter? Li Kun asked, incredulous. Your mother forbade me from telling you, fearing that you would worry, Li Qingsheng replied. Qin Yujie was somewhat surprised internally. What kind of illness could be this serious when the lease belonged to one of the prominent families in Tianyuan City and should have had no trouble treating regular ailments? Qin Yujie then said, Li Kun, take me to see your mother's condition. Perhaps I can save her. As soon as Qin Yujie finished speaking, everyone in the Li household was astonished, especially Li Qingsheng. Li Qingsheng had noticed Qin Yujie and his group earlier. Qin Yujie exuded an extraordinary presence, radiating immense power. Undoubtedly someone with a remarkable background and great strength. Because Li Kun hadn't introduced them yet, Li Qingxing didn't inquire, but presumed they must be friends Li Kun made outside. Now, hearing Qin Yujie offer to possibly save his wife, Li Qingxing quickly asked in a flurry of excitement, "Kun, who is this?" "This is my master, young Master Qin, reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal and a world-shaking genius of unparalleled strength." Li Kun truthfully explained. "What? The reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal?" Li Qingxing gasped in astonishment. Chapter 103, Saving Li Kun's Mother. To be honest, Li Qingxing was scared out of his wits. What were immortals? They were the mighty martial warriors who ascended to heaven, beings far beyond even saints. How precious was the identity of an immortal? It was as rare and valuable as the sun in the sky, shining brilliantly. Even a saint was like an ant before an immortal. To mere mortals of the lower realms, catching even a glimpse was considered immense fortune. Not only had this happened, but Li Kun could become the attendant of an immortal. This was nothing short of supreme good luck and opportunity. Of course, currently, everyone thought Qin Yujie was the reincarnation of an immortal, not a true immortal, but that did not stop their respect or admiration for him. Being able to serve under a reincarnated immortal wasn't embarrassing at all. On the contrary, Li Qingxing felt that his son had struck it incredibly lucky. Surely with the means of a reborn immortal, there must be extraordinary ways to save my wife. Thinking about this, Li Qingxing brightened up, quickly kneeling before Qin Yujie. "I humbly beseech you, elder, to save my wife. I shall forever be grateful." Li Qingxing cried earnestly. Qin Yujie lifted Li Qingxing up and said calmly, "Since Li Kun has become my follower, we are now family, so no need for formality. Let's first go and see the situation." Qin Yujie didn't bother to explain that he wasn't the reincarnation of some Peach Blossom immortal. Sometimes maintaining a bit of mystery made people trust more easily. "Thank you, elder." Li Qingxing expressed his gratitude. Under Li Qingxing's lead, they entered a quiet room. Inside the room, a woman lay in bed, her face sallow, her body thin as a twig. If left untreated, within half a month, she would die. The woman had already fallen into a coma, her condition having worsened significantly from a few days ago. This woman, named Sun Xianglu, was Li Kun's mother. Without wasting words, Qin Yujie went straight to the bedside and started feeling her pulse. A stream of pure energy flowed from Qin Yujie's fingertips into the woman's veins. The more Qin Yujie diagnosed, the more astonished he became. After a while, Qin Yujie stood up, his expression grave, and amidst the eager eyes of everyone around him, he spoke blandly. "I can treat this illness, though I cannot imagine how your family, the Lis, could have offended someone from the Immortal Sect, to the extent they employed such vicious tactics." The first part of Qin Yujie's sentence relieved everyone, but the second part immediately brought tension back again. "Master, what exactly is wrong?" Huang Youhe asked curiously. "She's been afflicted by the bloodthirsty parasite," Qin Yujie replied indifferently. The bloodthirsty parasite is a type of insect specifically designed to consume human vitality and blood until eventually, a person's life force will be completely drained, turning them into a dried-up corpse. This method belongs to those of the Immortal Sect. How could your family possibly offend members of the Immortal Sect? Seeing the lack of understanding among them, Qin Yujie explained further. Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly shocked, especially Li Qingxing, whose face turned pale with fear, as he couldn't comprehend when he had managed to offend the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect acted in extreme and ruthless manners. They were infamous throughout the Lingtian kingdom. Qin Yujie took out a golden needle, using a special acupuncture technique, driving it directly into the patient. Instantly, a red worm was extracted by Qin Yujie. As everyone saw the struggling vermilion red worm on the needle tip, they instinctively retreated several steps, hearts filled with terror. After removing the bloodthirsty parasite, Qin Yujie continued to place several needles into Sun Xianglu's body. Gradually, the woman's complexion regained its color, and her emaciated figure became fuller under the nourishment of heavenly essence. Half an hour later, Sun Xianglu had fully recovered. Awakening softly, seeing Li Kun by the bedside, she excitedly asked, "Kuner, when did you come back?" Li Kun answered joyfully, "I just arrived today, mother. How do you feel?" Sun Xianglu got up and walked a few steps, then exclaimed excitedly, "My sickness is gone entirely. What happened?" With gratitude, Li Kun addressed Qin Yujie. "Thank you, master, for saving my mother's life." Qin Yujie shook his head and said, "It's fine." Through Li Qingxing's explanation, Sun Xianglu finally understood that Qin Yujie had saved her life. She, too, became very grateful and repeatedly referred to Qin Yujie as the benefactor of the Li family. Cloud City. At a nearby and close to the Li residence, a man with a cold and sinister face suddenly winced in pain while meditating. He abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood and then said darkly, "My bloodthirsty parasites are dead. Who dared to ruin my plans? I will tear you apart limb by limb." This man's name was Ma Xuanhuan. He was an inner disciple of the Immortal Sect and was practicing a malevolent magic skill requiring the essence of 100 women born under negative astrological conditions. Sun Xianglu was supposed to be the 100th victim. Once the bloodthirsty parasite consumed Sun Xianglu's essence and blood, it would have devoured a total of 100 people. At that point, when Ma Xuanhuan extracted the bloodthirsty parasite, he would be able to take Sun Xianglu's essence and blood. With Sun Xianglu's essence and blood, Ma Xuanhuan would gather the full quota of 100 people. Once his malevolent magic was complete, his strength would break through to the Wheel C realm. And once he broke through to the Wheel C realm, Ma Xuanhuan might even become a core disciple of the Immortal Sect. By then, fame, status, and resources would be in abundance. Women born in an year and month were not easy to find. It had already taken Ma Kunfeng 4 years for the first 99 women. He never expected to fail at the last hurdle with Sun Xianglu, rendering all his previous efforts futile. Ma Kunfeng's face darkened. He swore that he would pulverize the bones of whoever ruined his plans. Send someone to investigate who came to the Li family today, Ma Kunfeng said to one of his subordinates. Yes. The subordinate respectfully replied. In Cloud City, at the Chao residence. Father, everyone in the city is saying that Li Kun returned today. Why don't we go and formally dissolve the engagement today? Chao Jingdan said impatiently. Chao Jingdan was originally an outer disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. Since she had connected with Xuanhuan, she had now become an inner disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. Her strength had also increased rapidly, reaching the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm. She was about to break through to the Tianyuan realm. She couldn't wait to finish dissolving the engagement so she could return to the Xuanhuan sect and be by Xuanhuan's side. As a core disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, Xuanhuan certainly wouldn't stay in a small place like Cloud City with Chao Jingdan. Besides, Chao Jingdan was merely a handmaiden Xuanhuan kept around. In Xuanhuan's heart, Chao Jingdan wasn't very important. Of course, Chao Jingdan knew her precarious position well, so she intended to firmly seize this opportunity. Chapter 104. Chao Jingdan comes to annul the engagement. This time, accompanying Chao Jingdan was one of Xuanhuan's subordinates named Tianyuan Sect, an inner disciple of the Xuanhuan sect and a loyal follower of Xuanhuan. Alright, prepare yourselves. We'll go annul the engagement shortly. I'm sure Li Kun will agree. He is merely an outer sect disciple of the Tianyuan Sect and absolutely wouldn't dare to offend young Master Xuan. Chao Jingdan's father, Chao Feiwen, said indifferently. Chao Jingdan had become intimate with a core disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, and Chao Feiwen was also pleased. After all, this would be greatly beneficial to the family. In the future, it was possible that in the entire Tianyuan city, only the Chao family would hold sway. Chao Jingdan no longer regarded Li Kun at all. She didn't even care if breaking off the engagement embarrassed him. One might say, she intentionally wanted to do this because she had already become Xuanhuan's woman. In Chao Jingdan's eyes, Li Kun simply didn't deserve her. Only a young genius like Xuanhuan could be her pursuit and goal. Even if she were merely a maid, Chao Jingdan considered it a tremendous stroke of good fortune. At the mere thought of Xuanhuan, Chao Jingdan's face revealed a sweet smile. How could she have known that Xuanhuan, as a core disciple, had far too many women around him? Chao Jingdan was certainly not some peerless beauty. Xuanhuan most likely just sought novelty and might get tired of her after some time. Tianyuan City, the Li family. Because Qin Yujie had cured the illness of Li Kun's mother, Sun Xianglu, the entire Li family was deeply grateful to Qin Yujie and his group. The head of the Li family, Li Qingsheng, had ordered for an excellent feast to be prepared to reward Qin Yujie and others. The dishes here were specialties of Tianyuan City and weren't necessarily available outside normally. Qin Yujie took a few bites, and indeed, the taste was quite good. But with the wine, when Qin Yujie took a mere sniff, he immediately found it mediocre and couldn't compare to his spirit wine. After all, Qin Yujie had drunk too much spirit wine. This ordinary wine truly failed to pique his interest. The meal was enjoyed by both hosts and guests alike. During the meal, Qin Yujie generously brought out his beauty's tears and immortal dew, allowing everyone to sample them. Li Qingsheng and Sun Xianglu, after drinking Qin Yujie's wine, were instantly stunned. They could not imagine that there were such delicious spirit wines in existence in the world. This made them even more convinced that Qin Yujie was indeed the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. After a full meal, Qin Yujie took out his rattan chair, lazily lying down on it, while Huang Yoha massaged his back and shoulders behind him. On Qin Yujie's table were also placed some spirit fruits, which Qin Yujie had drawn from the system. As Huang Yoha gave him a massage and he ate the fruits, there was no one as comfortable as Qin Yujie right now. The Li family servants looked at Qin Yujie with admiration and envy. They knew that someone like Qin Yujie, a youthful genius, was someone they must look up to. As for Li Kun, Li Qingsheng, and others, their family was discussing the Chao family breaking the engagement. Perhaps later today or tomorrow morning, it was estimated that the Chao family would come to terminate the marriage contract. Li Kun had now accepted it fully. He felt that the termination of the engagement didn't matter anyway. As long as he stayed with Qin Yujie, he would definitely leave Lingtian country. His accomplishments in the future would definitely not be low, and Chao Jingdan would just be a passerby on his martial way, not worth being sad or angry over. Li Kun's mental state had changed, and naturally, so had his perspective. Just at this moment, the front gate of the Li residence echoed with uproar, then the gates were forcibly broken open with great violence. A formidable presence charged into the residence, led by the head of the Chao household, Chao Feiwen, with two people standing behind him, namely Chao Jingdan and Tianyuan Sect, a follower of Xuanhuan. Chao family head, how bold. Have you lost all sense of basic etiquette? Our Li home is not something you can barge into as you please. Li Qingsheng saw Chao Feiwen and his entourage, and his expression darkened, saying coldly. At the end of the day, the Li family was still one of the three major families in Tianyuan City. For Chao Feiwen to storm in like this was tantamount to completely disregarding the Li family. If the Li family endured it today, then the Chao family would undoubtedly become increasingly arrogant. If the Wu family also mimicked the Chao family afterward, the authority of the Li family in Tianyuan City would become a joke. Li family head, we are pressed for time. Let's get straight to the point. You should know that I am here to dissolve the marriage contract. My daughter has many matters within her sect. We've already wasted much time. Time is tight. and we can't afford to waste any more of yours, Chao Feiwen said unceremoniously. Chao family head. Talking about the relationship between our Li family and your Chao family. We have a deep connection. My father and your father were practically close friends. We grew up together since childhood, and never did we expect things to turn out like this. You want to dissolve the engagement? Fine. From now on, our two families shall regard each other as strangers, minding our own businesses, Li Qingxing replied grimly. At this moment, Chao Jingdan stepped forward in front of Li Kun. With a disdainful look and an arrogant tone, she said, Hee, Li Kun, times have changed. My Chao family is destined to rise. Do you know the core disciple of Xuanhuan Sect, Xuanhuan? With his support, my Chao family will become the top family in Tianyuan City. If you're smart, you should quickly agree to terminate the engagement. It's good for both of us. Otherwise, if Lord Xuan gets angry, your Li family will face destruction. I don't need such treatment. I agree to the termination of the engagement. That's all, Li Kun replied indifferently. Li Kun's reaction came as a surprise to Chao Jingdan. In her mind, Li Kun would definitely beg her desperately. Then, after his pleading, she would mercilessly reject him. In that way, Chao Jingdan could unleash all the harsh words she had prepared beforehand to completely crush Li Kun. It has to be said that Chao Jingdan's thoughts were truly venomous. Before the annulment, she planned to trample on Li Kun thoroughly, so as to flaunt her superiority. But Li Kun's response was clearly beyond Chao Jingdan's expectation. She felt like punching into thin air. All the pre-prepared remarks over several days were completely wasted, and not even one word was useful. Fine, you are sensible. Chao Jingdan took out the marriage contract. As long as Li Kun signed his name, the marriage contract would become null and void. However, in this case, Li Kun would surely become a laughingstock in Tianyuan City. A man being publicly rejected by his fiancée is nothing short of a great disgrace. For quite some time, Li Kun might not be able to hold his head high. Qin Yujie observed this scene and thought silently. This plot about breaking off the engagement is undoubtedly the classic trope where the waste protagonist turns things around. Could it be that Li Kun is the main character? Impossible, right? Just as Li Kun was about to sign his name, Qin Yujie's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Hold on, I have something to say. Qin Yujie appeared suddenly in front of the crowd with his extraordinary bearing and ghostly agility. Qin Yujie's exceptional demeanor and supernatural skills immediately captured everyone's attention. Chapter 105, Battle against Tianyuan Sect. I wonder what this young master has to say. Chao Jingdan looked at the elegant and handsome Qin Yujie. Her heart stirred slightly, and she asked with a smile. Qin Yujie took a sip of Chun Fengshui, then said, I think breaking off the engagement is inappropriate. Chao Jingdan, you wronged Li Kun first, so why should you be the one to break it off? Li Kun, you'd better write a divorce decree instead, making your betrothal naturally void. This statement by Qin Yujie was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, causing great commotion. A divorce decree and breaking an engagement are two completely different matters. Breaking the engagement gives Chao Jingdan the initiative, whereas issuing a divorce decree puts Li Kun in full control. If Li Kun divorces Chao Jingdan, in the future, in Tianyuan City, even in Lingtian Kingdom, Chao Jingdan would be the one unable to hold her head high. When the people of the Chao family heard Qin Yujie's words, their faces immediately darkened, especially Chao Jingdan herself. She clearly understood the consequences of Qin Yujie's remark. If she were truly divorced by Li Kun, would Xuanhuan accept a woman who had been divorced by someone else? No. If things turned out this way, with Xuanhuan's proud nature, he absolutely wouldn't accept her again. Chao Jingdan looked at Qin Yujie incredulously, never imagining how all the advantages she initially held were destroyed by just one sentence from Qin Yujie. It was a bloodless death blow. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's statement, the members of the Li family lit up instantly, especially Li Kun and Li Qingxing. They slapped their heads in secret admiration, thinking, why didn't we think of this approach earlier? Lord Qin really changed the situation of the entire Li family with just one sentence. Chao Jingdan stared coldly at Qin Yujie, her face filled with icy frost as she said, impossible. Only breaking the engagement is acceptable today. Otherwise, Master Zhuang will not forgive any of you. The strength of the core disciples of the Xuanhuan Sect is far beyond your imagination. If you make Master Zhuang feel ashamed, the Li family will be facing complete annihilation. Li Qingxing and Li Kun's faces immediately became unpredictable, for if Xuanhuan decided to retaliate, the Li family might stand no chance against him. The strongest member of the Li family was Li Qingsheng, whose strength was merely that of a third-rank celestial human realm cultivation, while Xuanhuan had already reached the Wheel C realm cultivation. Even Tianyuan Sect, as his follower, had reached 6th-rank celestial human realm strength. If Xuanhuan wanted to destroy the Li family, there would be no need for him to personally intervene. Tianyuan Sect alone could easily eliminate the entire Li family. Miss Chao is Master Zhuang's woman. Humiliating Miss Chao means insulting Master Zhuang. If you refuse to agree on breaking the engagement, don't blame me for taking lives. Tianyuan Sect drew his sword and said coldly. In Tianyuan Sect's eyes, everyone in the Li family was utterly incapable of resistance. If the Li family did not comply, Tianyuan Sect wouldn't hesitate to kill every last person of the Li family. Li Kun, don't worry, go over to the side and write the divorce decree. Whatever happens, I will handle it. Qin Yujie took another drink, glanced at Tianyuan Sect and Chao Jingdan, then said indifferently. Tianyuan Sect eyed Qin Yujie with deep hostility, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. His strength as a 6th-rank celestial human was fully unleashed. How dare a first-rank celestial human show arrogance before me? Get down on your knees. Tian Zhengqing looked at Qin Yujie like an insignificant insect. His powerful aura surged forward, wave after wave pressing heavily onto Qin Yujie. Tian Zhengqing enjoyed such intimidation techniques immensely. Every time he saw others kneel before him in pleading submission, he experienced an inexplicable thrill. This sense of superiority and being in command of life and death greatly captivated Tian Zhengqing. Thus, when fighting adversaries, Tian Zhengqing generally wouldn't kill them immediately. He liked slowly tormenting them, starting from psychological pressure, verbal abuse, and finally physical pain, step by step leading to their death. Looking at Qin Yujie like a hunter eyeing his prey, Tian Zhengqing eagerly anticipated seeing Qin Yujie begging on his knees. With these thoughts in mind, Tian Zhengqing increased the intensity of his oppressive aura and concentrated it entirely on Qin Yujie. What's going on? This man remains unaffected. Tian Zhengqing observed Qin Yujie calmly standing there and couldn't help but feel shocked. Tian Zhengqing's face turned somewhat grim, puzzled as to how Qin Yujie, a mere first-rank celestial human, could resist his pressure. You should be the one kneeling. Qin Yujie waved his hand, slapping Tian Zhengqing hard across the face. There came a resounding slap, and Tian Zhengqing was immediately thrown to the ground by Qin Yujie. With this slap, Qin Yujie controlled his force and didn't use much power, so Tian Zhengqing wasn't injured. Although Tian Zhengqing wasn't hurt, it was highly insulting to have his dignity violated like this. This single slap brought immense insult to Tian Zhengqing's pride. Tian Zhengqing didn't expect Qin Yujie to dare attack him like this. Wasn't he seeking his own demise? You're incredibly bold to dare strike me. Do you know who I am? If you kneel and apologize immediately, I might let you live. Tian Zhengqing said through gritted teeth. Chao Jingdan stared in shock at Qin Yujie, never imagining that he would have such audacity. Tian Zhengqing was after all Xuanhuan's attendant. The saying goes, even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. And striking Tian Zhengqing was tantamount to slapping Xuanhuan's face. And who was Xuanhuan? A core disciple of the Xuanhuan Sect, a prodigy in martial arts with freakish talent. How could Qin Yujie dare provoke even the attendant of someone so formidable? This was pure folly, like an old man hanging himself because he wanted to die. I'll hit whomever I want. Your mouth stinks, talking nonsense about kneeling. So today I'll teach you how to behave. Qin Yujie took another sip of Chun Fengshui, then disdainfully said to Tian Zhengqing. Fine, it appears I've been out of action too long, allowing a first-rank celestial human insect to act arrogantly before me. I'll make your life worse than death. Closing his eyes, Tian Zhengqing inhaled deeply, then abruptly opened his eyes as he thrust his sword toward Qin Yujie. The first move of Green Mountain Sword Technique, Green Mountain Pressing Down. Tian Zhengqing's true essence violently resonated, unleashing an enormous wave of sword energy aimed at Qin Yujie. This single strike was powerful and swift, akin to lightning. Stunned onlookers witnessed the forceful slash from Tian Zhengqing and were momentarily amazed. The Green Mountain Sword Technique is a high-grade Xian-level martial art exclusive to the Xuanhuan Sect, renowned for being as oppressive as a mountain pressing down, with unstoppable power. Chao Jingdan proudly explained, admiring Tian Zhengqing's mastery over the technique. Brother Tian is a genius in swordsmanship and has a great reputation within the inner sects of Xuanhuan. He has already brought the Green Mountain Sword Technique to full proficiency, requiring just one more step to achieve perfection. Unable to resist, Chao Jingdan added another explanation as she noticed her audience's astonished expressions. The crowd couldn't help but acknowledge that Tian Zhengqing's skill was remarkable, showcasing a profound talent for the way of the sword. Chapter 106, Green Mountain Sword Technique vs Basic Sword Technique. Qin Yujie looked at the sword chi in front of him and smirked disdainfully. Your sword technique is riddled with flaws, completely inept. Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward, and a streak of sword chi shot instantly towards Tian Zhengqing. Qin Yujie had recently gained profound insights into the way of the sword. With the immortal undying sword body, he felt the essence of swordsmanship strongly, sometimes even gaining inspirations while sleeping. Qin Yujie was currently using one move from the basic sword technique, an entry-level method despised by many menial disciples. However, in Qin Yujie's view, the basic sword technique formed the foundation for all sword arts. One could even say that all sword techniques were composed of fundamental moves. Qin Yujie had cultivated the basic sword technique to perfection, making every stroke extraordinary. For instance, in what seemed to be a simple straight stab, Qin Yujie's strike was like a dragon leaping out of the sea, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The crowd saw that Qin Yujie was only using the basic sword technique, and immediately turned pale, believing him destined to lose without a doubt. What's wrong with young Master Qin? Could it be that he only knows the basic sword technique? One of the spectators asked incredulously. Indeed, young Master Qin appears quite dignified, but I didn't expect him to not know a single good sword technique, another added. It seems young Master Qin is bound to lose this time. In terms of cultivation, he cannot surpass Tian Zhengqing. In martial skills, he similarly lags behind. Being a follower of Xuanhuan, Tian Zhengqing surely has access to abundant cultivation resources. No wonder Chao Jingdan decided to dissolve her engagement. If I were her, I would cling on to Xuanhuan too. Even as just a follower, Tian Zhengqing possesses such excellent martial skills and cultivation resources. If she marries Xuanhuan, it would be akin to soaring high and becoming a phoenix, said a woman, looking enviously at Chao Jingdan. Master Qin is overconfident. The basic sword technique isn't something even I deign to use, yet Master Qin employs it against a superior rank upper-level sword technique. It's akin to throwing eggs against a rock. Though the basic sword technique may seem ordinary, its effectiveness largely depends on who wields it. Qin Yujie believed it more than sufficient to handle Tianyuan Sect. As the crowd discussed fervently, two massive streams of sword qi collided, emitting earth-shattering sounds. To everyone's astonishment, their attacks were evenly matched. Especially Tianyuan Sect. He could scarcely believe that Qin Yujie had managed to block his attack using just the basic sword technique. Qin Yujie, having foreseen this outcome, had held back most of his strength, putting forth less than a fraction of 1% for this particular strike. Chao Jingdan was also amazed, unable to comprehend how Qin Yujie, only at the first tier of heavenly human realm, could block Tianyuan Sect's sword and do so merely with the basic sword technique. Am I still dreaming? How could they have ended up tied? One onlooker exclaimed in shock. When did the basic sword technique gain so much power? I suppose Master Tian must not have used his full potential. Otherwise, Master Qin wouldn't stand a chance. You folks know nothing. Master Qin is the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal. How could someone like Tianyuan Sect possibly match Master Qin? Humph, reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Immortal? That's just hype. Do you actually believe it? I don't. The surrounding crowd began murmuring incessantly. Tianyuan Sect looked at Qin Yujie scornfully and said, "Is this all you've got? Do you not even possess an upper-tier mystic sword technique? Where does someone like you get the audacity to provoke me?" Qin Yujie responded calmly. An old saying goes, "Why slaughter chickens with ox knives? For someone like you, the basic sword technique is enough." With a somber face, Tianyuan Sect retorted, "How dare you talk big? Just because you managed to block my attack once doesn't make you invincible. To tell you the truth, I only unleashed 1/10 of my power earlier. You can't even imagine my true strength." Tianyuan Sect's words hit the audience like thunder on a clear day, shocking them profoundly. What? Tianyuan Sect only used 1/10 of his power? This spells danger for Master Qin. Holy cow! What a monstrous talent. So strong with just 1/10 of his strength? Is he even human? It seems we underestimated Tianyuan Sect. As Xuanhuan's follower, his prowess is truly unfathomable. The surrounding masses both admired and respected Tianyuan Sect intensely. Seeing the astonished expressions around him, Tianyuan Sect grinned confidently, basking in the spotlight. "I suggest you unleash your full potential. Otherwise, the fight will be meaningless," Qin Yujie said dispassionately to Tianyuan Sect. Ho ho ho. Do you even deserve for me to unleash my full power? I'll use half of my strength next, and you will kneel beneath me, trembling in despair. Tianyuan Sect's aura grew stronger, and the spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth quickly converged toward him. The first move of Green Mountain Sword Technique. Green Mountain presses down. Tianyuan Sect slashed his sword toward Qin Yujie. Compared to the previous slash, this time the power of the sword qi was much greater. A colossal streak of sword qi descended from the sky toward Qin Yujie. This sword qi was steady and heavy, giving off a sensation akin to an unyielding green mountain. Indestructible and unstoppable. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine, glanced at the enormous streak of sword qi, and shook his head disdainfully. "You're too weak." Everyone watching Qin Yujie's calm demeanor felt worried for him. They thought Qin Yujie was overly arrogant. How could he still be drinking wine so leisurely in front of such a formidable attack? With an effortless swing of his sword, Qin Yujie countered with none other than the basic sword technique once more. After releasing the counterattack, Qin Yujie turned away and started drinking wine as if nothing had happened, not even glancing at Tianyuan Sect again. The crowd was utterly astonished by Qin Yujie's nonchalant actions. What level of confidence allowed him to be so sure of himself? Could Qin Yujie truly believe that one casual stab would hold up against Tianyuan Sect's blade? Was he not afraid of being killed by Tianyuan Sect's sword? Clang! The two massive attacks collided instantly, creating a shockwave like the collision of a volcano with the earth. Even the residual force of the clash sent everyone staggering around. Once again, the result was a tie between their attacks. Everyone was shocked yet again. They couldn't believe how effective that single casual stab from Qin Yujie had been. Still, when they considered that Tianyuan Sect had only used half of his true strength, many regretfully shook their heads. In their view, Qin Yujie had already exhausted all his tricks. After all, in their eyes, Qin Yujie knew nothing but the basic sword technique. Chapter 107. Defeating Tianyuan Sect. Chao Jingdan stared at Qin Yujie in disbelief. His strength completely overturned her understanding. A warrior at the first level of the celestial human realm could actually fight to a draw with Tianyuan Sect, who was at the sixth level of that same realm. Even though Tianyuan Sect had only unleashed half his power, this much strength from a sixth level celestial human realm warrior would still be insurmountable by an average fifth level celestial human realm warrior, let alone Qin Yujie, who was just at the first level. Tianyuan Sect's expression turned rather serious now. He didn't expect that even after he released half his strength, he still couldn't resolve Qin Yujie, remaining at a stalemate. Anyone could guess that Qin Yujie had surely held back before. Is this your true strength? I must admit, you have made me look at you differently indeed. But it stops here for you. Next, I won't hold back. Tianyuan Sect revealed a glint of killing intent. You should unleash your full force quickly, or you'll never get another chance. Qin Yujie said casually. Most people around did not bet on Qin Yujie's success, except for Huang Youhe, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao. To them, Qin Yujie had defeated Sun Liangwen of the Ocean Wheel realm. How much more unlikely would it be against someone like Tianyuan Sect, who was merely at the sixth level of the celestial human realm? True essence inside Tian Zhengqing surged violently as he channeled the world's spirit essence towards him in a vortex-like motion. Green Mountain Sword Technique. Second form. Green Mountain breaking the sky. The Green Mountain Sword Technique had two forms, with the second form far more powerful than the first one. Tian Zhengqing rarely used the second form of the Green Mountain Sword Technique, since it was one of his hidden trump cards. As Chao Jingdan saw the enormous sword qi being unleashed by Tian Zhengqing, she smugly announced, "The second form of the Green Mountain Sword Technique is more potent than the first form." Elder brother Tian once used this second form to instantly kill a 7th-level celestial human realm warrior with a single strike. This blow is almost impossible for anyone below the 6th level of the celestial human realm to resist. Upon hearing Chao Jingdan's explanation, everyone was amazed at Tian Zhengqing's prowess. This should be Tian Zhengqing's strongest attack method. Lord Qin is surely no match for Lord Tian. I agree. Although young Lord Qin's martial talent is extraordinary, there is too great a gap between their levels. Yeah, and Qin uses only the basic sword technique. He will definitely not stand up to this attack. The path of martial arts demands both talent and depth equally. Qin doesn't have enough depth. He doesn't even possess advanced martial techniques. Everyone watched Qin Yujie with mixed feelings, some schadenfreude, others sighing in pity. They all believed that defeat was certain for Qin Yujie. As Qin Yujie looked at the approaching sword qi, he simply lifted his Luo Shui sword and struck casually. Though still using the basic sword technique, this stroke was much stronger than previous ones. In the sky emerged an imposing wave of sword qi rushing toward Tian Zhengqing. Both immense forces collided immediately, surprising everyone present. Tian Zhengqing's sword qi crumbled apart like tofu residue, whereas Qin Yujie's sword qi continued unrelentingly, surging directly toward Tian Zhengqing. This can't be possible. Tian Zhengqing gasped in fear as this sharp sword qi exuded fatal menace and pressure upon him. This blow made Tian Zhengqing realize he couldn't defend against it. Ah no. With all his remaining energy, Tian Zhengqing attempted to resist, but the sword qi moved too swiftly. Before he could react, it struck squarely on his chest. Bang! Tian Zhengqing's body flew backward brutally, breaking multiple trees along its path. In just one move, Tian Zhengqing suffered severe injuries, an enormous bloody wound on his chest looking truly shocking. Chao Jingdan stared at the fallen Tian Zhengqing and couldn't process what she saw. She thought it was Qin Yujie who should have been lying on the ground, yet the outcome was so different from her imagination. Suddenly, Tian Zhengqing spat out several mouthfuls of blood, then tilted his head and died. In just one move, Tian Zhengqing was dead. Seeing the lifeless Tian Zhengqing, Chao Jingdan trembled, glaring at Qin Yujie. You killed Tian Zhengqing. Disaster has come upon you. Tian Zhengqing was Xuanhuan's follower. Xuanhuan will never forgive you. Qin Yujie felt no guilt internally. Earlier, Tian Zhengqing had revealed murderous intent, which would have ended his life if not for his own formidable power. One who kills deserves to be killed in return. Furthermore, Tian Zhengqing was also an inner disciple of Xuanhuan Sect. Their high-ranking officials were likely to send investigators regarding this incident. Although Xuanhuan Sect and Tianyuan Sect maintained relatively good relations, they still needed answers about the death of an inner disciple. Nevertheless, Qin Yujie had nothing to fear. Chao Jingdan, now that you have no one to rely on, accept the divorce letter. Qin Yujie said without a doubt. Chao Jingdan smiled and said coldly, do you really want to do this? The identity and status of Xuanhuan are not something you can offend. Do you see the pills in my storage bag? Xuanhuan is not only a monster in martial talent, but also a pill refiner. Are you sure you want to divorce me and offend Xuanhuan? A single sentence from Chao Jingdan was like a thunderclap out of the blue, stunning everyone on the scene. Not only does Xuanhuan possess extraordinary martial talent, but he is also a pill refiner, which shocked everyone with the news. Pill refiners require innate talent. Not everyone can become a pill refiner. Once someone becomes a pill refiner, they certainly have both high identity and status. Everyone did not expect Xuanhuan's talent to be so monstrous that he excels not only in martial arts, but also in pill refining. With mastery over both pills and martial arts, this was indeed astonishing, making everyone feel at that moment that Qin Yujie had offended someone who should not be crossed, surely stepping onto a hard iron board this time. Qin Yujie looked at the pills in Chao Jingdan's hand and laughed contemptuously. None of them are top-grade pills, and yet you dare to boast about them? You say Xuanhuan is a pill refiner. Sorry, I am also a pill refiner. A single statement from Qin Yujie once again sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Yujie, feeling as if he were shrouded in mystery for knowing even how to refine pills. Huang Youha, Li Kun, Meng Xiao, and others finally understood why Qin Yujie possessed so many excellent pills. They were all his own refined products. Chao Jingdan sneered disdainfully. You, capable of refining pills? Stop boasting. Master Zhuang's talent in pill refining is far beyond your comprehension. Qin Yujie gave a faint smile and offered no explanation, instead asking Li Kun, is the divorce document ready? It's done. Li Kun held up the divorce paper and replied, proceed with confidence. Whatever happens, I'll bear the responsibility. Qin Yujie said calmly. Thank you, my lord. Li Kun replied excitedly. Chapter 108. A divorce letter known by all. Li Kun picked up the divorce letter and said coldly to Chao Jingdan, Chao Jingdan, as my fiancé, you broke the agreement first. Today, I specially write this divorce letter. From now on, we will sever all ties forever. The The crowd surrounding them did not expect that at the beginning. It was Chao Jingdan who came to ask Li Kun for a divorce, but in the end, it turned into Li Kun divorcing Chao Jingdan, completely reversing the outcome. Chao Jingdan took the divorce letter, tore it into pieces, then angrily said, "Good for you, Li Kun. You will regret this. And you too. Prepare for the revenge of Lord Xuan." Qin Yuza faintly said, "In a few days, I will personally go to the Xuanhuan Sect and confront your so-called Lord Xuan. I don't need your concern." Qin Yuza didn't fear retaliation from Xuanhuan, but Qin Yuza couldn't stay in Cloud City forever. Once Qin Yuza left, if Xuanhuan were to retaliate against the Li family at that time, Qin Yuza would be too far away to help. Since things had already reached this point, it might be better to actively go to the Xuanhuan Sect and resolve the matter thoroughly, thereby eliminating any future concerns. Chao Jingdan was slightly surprised, then sneered. Truly fearless ignorance. That just means you'll live a few more days. Anyway, whether you go to the Xuanhuan Sect or not, Lord Xuan won't let you off. After saying this, Chao Jingdan and the members of her family left the Li household in a flustered manner, and thus the marriage cancellation controversy finally came to an end. Chao Jingdan herself didn't expect that the result of her coming to break off the engagement would be getting divorced. She looked at the murmuring crowd around her, and a trace of a cold smile arose in her heart. This isn't over yet. I will repay this insult 100-fold someday. Chao Jingdan swore quietly as she looked at Qin Yuza and Li Kun et al. Not long after the Chao family's departure, another figure appeared in the sky. He descended with a powerful aura and immediately arrived at the residence of the Li family. This man gritted his teeth as he glared at Qin Yuza and said coldly, "It was you who ruined my good plan? I'm going to shred you to pieces today." The man who came was none other than Ma Kuanfeng, an inner disciple of Immortal Sect. It was him who had planted the bloodthirsty parasite inside Sun Xianglu, mother of Li Kun. Just when one wave seemed to have settled, another emerged. Ma Kuanfeng's arrival once again drew the attention of the crowd. Treating Mrs. Sun had already become common knowledge. Upon learning about Qin Yuza through a servant's inquiry, Ma Kuanfeng quickly figured out it was Qin Yuza who ruined his plans. "Are you from Immortal Sect?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Yuza understood everything, recognizing that this individual was here to accuse him officially. Qin Yuza also had some understanding of the bloodthirsty parasite. It was a low-level type of parasite used to absorb blood for cultivation, and was commonly used by those practicing dark methods. In Lingtian Kingdom, both the Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect belong to the dark path, while Tianyuan Sect and Xuanhuan Sect are part of the righteous path. The two paths had been perpetually antagonistic, and there were constant clashes among the disciples of the four sections. Many small cities had recently suffered massacres at the hands of Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect. An impending storm seemed to brew across Lingtian Kingdom. Heaven Realm Level 1. Yet you managed to defeat a Heaven Realm Level 6 warrior. I admit your talent is commendable, but what you should not have done, under any circumstances, was destroy my bloodthirsty parasite. Do you know how much effort I've put in collecting the essence of 100 people? Over 4 years of hard work, all ruined by you. Ma Kuanfeng raged. Hearing these words from Ma Kuanfeng, everyone present shivered involuntarily. They couldn't believe that Ma Kuanfeng was willing to sacrifice human lives just for his own cultivation, talking about such cruelty with no remorse whatsoever. Although Qin Yuza had killed before, he always adhered to certain boundaries. Someone like Ma Kuanfeng, who exploited the essence of innocence for cultivation, had clearly crossed all lines. Take Sun Xianglu for example. She had absolutely nothing to do with Ma Kuanfeng, and only because she was born in a specific lunar year and month, she was mercilessly infected with the bloodthirsty parasite. Such extreme savagery was something Qin Yuza could never agree with. Originally, if Ma Kuanfeng hadn't sought him out, Qin Yuza might have ignored it. However, since they had met, Qin Yuza wouldn't let Ma Kuanfeng go easily. Do you even think about the innocent lives destroyed by you using others' essence for cultivating magic techniques? Qin Yuza asked lightly. Ma Kuanfeng disdainfully replied, if a person doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will punish them. Since my strength surpasses theirs, naturally I can use their essences for my own benefit. What's wrong with that? Li Kun watched Ma Kuanfeng in anger, feeling how weak he truly was. He felt a pressing need to increase his own abilities. Only when he became stronger could he protect his family. Otherwise, without strength, one could still get killed even without provoking anyone. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall back. At this moment, Li Kun realized the road he must take in the future. He was determined to follow Qin Yuza and work hard on his cultivation to become more powerful, so powerful that no one would dare to provoke him or his family. Qin Yuza took a sip of spring wind drunkenness, then said indifferently, people from Immortal Sect are indeed all alike. If that's how it's going to be, there's no use talking anymore. Go ahead and make your move. Qin Yuza was also tired of engaging in conversation with this person from Immortal Sect. If things could be resolved with a single sword strike, why bother saying so many unnecessary words? Don't think defeating a 6th level Heavenly Realm warrior makes you so great. Tianjingqing, I can kill him with just one move. My strength has already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Realm. You're not even close to being my match. Ma Kuanfeng sneered as he looked at Qin Yuza. When the crowd surrounding them heard that Ma Kuanfeng had reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Realm, they were instantly shocked. After all, Qin Yuza was only at the 1st level of the Heavenly Realm, leaving an enormous gap of 8 minor levels between them. A 9th level Heavenly Realm warrior was just one step away from becoming a Wheel C realm cultivator. Below the Wheel C realm, someone at the 9th level of the Heavenly Realm was virtually invincible. A 9th-level Heavenly Realm warrior could easily annihilate an 8th-level counterpart. Warriors like Tianyuan Sect at the 6th level would undoubtedly be killed in a single move by Ma Xuanhuan. Yuza took another sip of his wine, then lazily raised a finger. Seeing this, Ma Xuanhuan asked somewhat confusedly, "What do you mean?" Yuza took yet another sip of spring wind drunkenness before stating calmly, "I mean, I will unleash only one move. If you're lucky enough to survive, I'll spare your life." Hearing Yuza's words, everyone present was stunned. They thought Yuza was just boasting. Facing Tianyuan Sect, Yuza had used 3 moves to defeat him. Now, against Ma Xuanhuan, who was much stronger than Tianyuan Sect, Yuza claimed he needed only one move. Where did such confidence come from? Chapter 109, I'll use only one move. Ma Xuanhuan, upon hearing Yuza's words, laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Are you joking? Just you? It seems like you left your brain at home today. Who gave you the courage to talk big like that?" A mere insect at the 1st stage of Tianyuan Realm actually dares to challenge a strong person at the 9th stage of Tianyuan Realm. Truly, ignorance is fearless. Ma Xuanhuan shook his head and mocked. "I think the insect is you. Hurry up and make your move. I don't have time to waste on you. After finishing with you, I still need to lie in a chair and bask in the sun for a while. If you don't act soon, the sun will set," Yuza said casually. Upon hearing these words from Yuza, everyone present couldn't help but smile. "Still need to bask in the sun after fighting him. Lord Qin really has a great sense of humor," remarked an onlooking woman with a laugh. "Yeah, wonder how Lord Qin will be basking in the sun later. Will he take off his clothes or leave them on?" Another woman glanced at the handsome Yuza, her face full of admiration. "Xuanhuan, your drool is already flowing. Forget it. Even someone like Lord Qin, who is such a graceful gentleman, we are happy just to catch a glimpse of from afar." Another woman added, "Among all people, only Lord Qin's elegance matches that of rare jade. I hope Lord Qin wins. I'm afraid the young ladies will be disappointed. I feel this time Lord Qin has stumbled onto something hard. That Ma Xuanhuan's strength is unfathomable." A man looking on from the side said, "I also think Lord Qin is sure to die this time. Ma Xuanhuan is too powerful. Tianyuan Realm 9 layers, just thinking about it makes my legs go weak." "Weak legs? How can you, a man, say weak legs? If your legs are weak, which woman would fancy you? Soft-legged shrimp." A female voice sneered. The man was left speechless without a word. "Haha. Xuanhuan, your mouth is too sharp." Another woman smiled faintly. This man truly didn't know better. Now that so many women admired Yuza, criticizing him so harshly naturally invited ridicule. "I think Lord Qin's abilities are also profound and inscrutable. It's not yet clear who will win," quickly reworded another man. "That's right. Lord Qin is the reincarnation of Peach Blossom Immortal. What's a mere Tianyuan Realm 9 layer compared to him? Just a bigger insect, that's all." The surrounding crowd buzzed with conversation about Yuza, all stunned by his composed demeanor. Regardless of whether Yuza could win, his calm and unshaken composure was worth admiring and emulating. "Since you're so eager to die, then I shall oblige you. I sensed a strong essence of blood emanating from your body. Although you were not born during a negative year or month, your blood makes my heart boil with anticipation. Surely, by consuming your blood, I will definitely be able to break through into the Luanhai realm." Ma Xuanhuan looked at Yuza somewhat crazily, occasionally revealing a cruel and eerie smile that made everyone uncomfortable and uneasy. Having consumed countless spiritual herbs, wines, and teas, Yuza, possessing the undying sword physique, naturally had extraordinary blood. A single drop contained terrifying true essence and nutrients, far surpassing ordinary people. As a member of the Immortal Sect, Ma Xuanhuan practiced a technique that allowed him to sense the strength of others' blood. He had never encountered blood as potent as Yuza's, not even in practitioners at the Luanhai level. Initially concealing his intentions out of fear that Yuza might run away, Ma Xuanhuan finally revealed his ultimate goal when he became confident of victory. He planned to kill Yuza, drink his blood, and subsequently massacre everyone in Tianyuan City, leaving no one alive. Ma Xuanhuan's energy grew increasingly intense, drawing immense spiritual qi toward him. Letting out a long roar to the heavens, he controlled his strength and delivered a punch. Afraid to unleash his full power, lest he completely obliterate Yuza, Ma Xuanhuan restrained himself. His aim was not just to kill Yuza, but to preserve his body entirely and prevent any loss of precious blood. True Fist. Suddenly, a black shadow resembling a fist emerged in the sky, radiating fierce and overwhelming aura. Beside the fist swirled ominous black mists that caused onlookers to tremble with fear. The punch traveled fast as lightning and hit Yuza almost instantly. "Damn, won't Lord Qin die from this?" A shocked bystander exclaimed. "Yes, the True Fist is truly terrifying." Lord Qin didn't even get a chance to react. Tianyuan Realm 9 layers are indeed not something a practitioner at Tianyuan Realm 1 layer can withstand. Lord Qin was too careless. This was a fatal mistake. What a pity. Yuza was so boastful before, claiming that he could eliminate Ma Xuanhuan in one move, which is the biggest joke. This Ma Xuanhuan is too strong. As an inner disciple of Immortal Sect, there's no way he wouldn't have any cards up his sleeve or strength. Master Qin has really finished this time. Not only will he die, but his blood will also become Ma Xuanhuan's nourishment. Ma Xuanhuan never expected that Yuza would be so incapable of fighting back. The true fist of Shadow Devil that he used didn't even unleash all his power, and yet Yuza was dead, his body completely shattered by his attack. However, Just as Ma Kuanfeng felt astonished, he immediately sensed something amiss. How come there's no splash of blood and chunks of flesh after I've blasted him into pieces? Ma Kuanfeng's face showed shock, and he immediately became tense. I'm behind you. Your punches are too slow. What you hit just now was merely my shadow. Qin Yujie shook his head with disdain and said indifferently. Qin Yujie still wanted to observe Ma Kuanfeng's skills, while also learning more about the techniques of the Immortal Sect members so that if he encountered them again in the future, he'd know how to deal with them effortlessly. Although Qin Yujie wasn't afraid of the people from the Immortal Sect, any chance to learn more about the enemy's tactics wouldn't go wrong. After all, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Furthermore, Qin Yujie had claimed that he would use only one move. Thus, he did not intend to kill Ma Kuanfeng so quickly. Therefore, Qin Yujie quickly sidestepped using the half-step chasing cicada technique. The half-step chasing cicada was an extraordinary upper-tier Earth-class skill, extremely powerful, but rarely used by Qin Yujie when engaging enemies because he was simply too strong. Usually a single sword stroke would be enough to resolve the enemy, making such techniques redundant. Alas, the half-step chasing cicada should have been proud, but it suffered disgrace under my hands. It's me who disgraced its reputation. Today, I'll let everyone witness its true might. Qin Yujie murmured to himself. Chapter 110, The Power of Half-Step Chasing Cicada. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Qin Yujie's words. This half-step chasing cicada is incredibly powerful, so fast. I didn't even notice Master Qin's true figure. A passerby sucked in a breath of cold air, incredulously exclaiming. It wasn't just you, I didn't notice either. I thought Master Qin had been instantly killed. It turns out Ma Kuanfeng only struck a Tianyuan afterimage. How fast must one be to leave an afterimage in the air? My limited perspective restricts my imagination. Yes, this is almost unimaginable. If Master Qin continues at this speed, Ma Kuanfeng probably wouldn't even touch the edge of his clothes. This half-step chasing cicada is too powerful. No matter how strong Ma Kuanfeng's attacks are, it would be futile without hitting anyone. Master Qin's abilities are truly unfathomable. Did you hear what he said earlier? He rarely uses the half-step chasing cicada against enemies, perhaps because he doesn't bother with it. That's right, Master Qin is so powerful that he probably defeated his opponents in just a few moves before, never needing the half-step chasing cicada. This simply highlights the difference between people, making others feel inferior. The half-step chasing cicada is so powerful, yet Master Qin insults its reputation. If it were me, I'd make it famous worldwide. If only I could master the half-step chasing cicada, I could become a notorious flower thief. With such an incredible technique, who could catch me? A man said enviously. Spit. How vulgar. Why don't you focus on something good instead of thinking such depraved thoughts? A woman sneered disdainfully. All around, everyone was shocked by Qin Yujie's agility. Initially, everyone thought Qin Yujie was dead. The great disparity in the situation left everyone unable to recover their composure. Ma Kuanfeng stared at Qin Yujie with grave seriousness and exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect your agility to be so exceptional, but I still don't believe you can always dodge my attacks. Qin Yujie took another sip of wine and responded coolly. Try it, and see if you can even touch the hem of my robe. If you do, I'll let you go. Arrogant boast. Ma Kuanfeng coldly chuckled as he threw another punch. Devil True Fist. Although it was the same Devil True Fist, this time Ma Kuanfeng's punch was faster, the speed of the fist shadow doubled compared to before. Let's see how you evade this. Ma Kuanfeng proudly announced. In the blink of an eye, the punch struck Qin Yujie directly. However, not long after his arrogance subsided, an irksome voice sounded from behind Ma Kuanfeng. Fool, I'm behind you. Qin Yujie spoke casually. You dare to call me foolish, you're the real fool. Ma Kuanfeng seethed with embarrassment. Who are you calling a fool? Qin Yujie asked. The fool is calling you. Ma Kuanfeng replied. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and retorted meaningfully. It seems the fool is calling me. Hearing Qin Yujie and Ma Kuanfeng's conversation, everyone around burst into laughter. This Ma Kuanfeng has actually admitted he's a fool, indeed beyond redemption. A woman laughed. This isn't entirely Ma Kuanfeng's fault. Master Qin is too cunning. In his position, I would have fallen for Master Qin's verbal trap too. Another woman giggled. Not bad men are loved by women. Somehow, I find Master Qin more charming every moment. Whenever I think about him, my legs turn weak. Yet another woman boldly confessed. Springflower, you should stop staring, or else I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. Another woman teased. The crowd of men watched Qin Yujie with envy and jealousy. Qin Yujie was simply the enemy of all men. Not only was he handsome and dignified, but also immensely powerful and occasionally humorous. Such a man naturally became the focal point of all the ladies in the room, while leaving the other men as mere supporting characters. At this realization, brought about by everyone's discussions, Ma Kuanfeng understood that he had been tricked by Qin Yujie. Coldly, he declared, You die now? Meteorite Falling Stars Punch. This Meteorite Falling Stars Punch is a high-grade profound-level boxing technique. Each strike divides into 10 beams, resembling falling meteors, hence its apt name, Meteorite Falling Stars Punch. Without question, this technique was suited for mass attacks. While its individual power may not match the Devil True Fist, the wide-ranging coverage of the Meteorite Falling Stars Punch made it exceptionally appropriate for combating agile opponents like Qin Yujie. It must be acknowledged that Ma Kuanfeng possessed extensive combat experience, quickly devising an effective counter-strategy. Seeing the 10-punch shadows surround Qin Yujie, blocking all escape routes, Ma Kuanfeng smirked smugly, saying, Arrogant ant. We'll see how you handle this now. However, he still underestimated Qin Yujie's half-step chasing cicada. The half-step chasing cicada is not only a top-grade Earth-level posture, but Qin Yujie has already cultivated it to a perfect state, so it's certainly not something that can be broken by a mere meteorite falling star's punch. Previously, Qin Yujie hadn't unleashed the full power of the half-step chasing cicada, but this time, his speed was even faster, leaving several afterimages in the sky. Out of the 10 punches of the meteorite falling stars, 3 struck the shadow figures of Qin Yujie, while the remaining 7 all missed. In Ma Kuanfeng's view, hitting 3 shadow images meant that one of them must surely be Qin Yujie's true form. With this thought in mind, Ma Kuanfeng let out a joyous laugh. Haha, I finally hit you. Your movements may be impressive, but I'm no pushover. People like you with great agility often have fragile physical bodies. As long as I land a punch on you, you're practically dead. Everyone around was also stunned. They didn't expect Ma Kuanfeng to have such an ability. The meteorite falling star's punch precisely countered Qin Yujie's half-step chasing cicada. Did Master Qin really get hit? Yes, there's a good chance. 10 punches hit 3 figures. At least one should be Master Qin. 3 afterimages? Master Qin's movements have sped up again, yet they couldn't evade Ma Kuanfeng entirely. This Ma Kuanfeng has rich combat experience. He's truly a formidable opponent. Indeed, Master Qin is in danger now. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, a calm voice sounded. Fool, I'm behind you, and you're completely weak. Qin Yujie stood leisurely with his hands behind his back, his slender figure exuding unparalleled grace. Ma Kuanfeng's face grew graver, as he couldn't understand how Qin Yujie managed to escape from all 10 locked paths of attack. How did you do it? Ma Kuanfeng asked in confusion. Chapter 111, The Fastest Technique in the World. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and said, Since you are so curious, I will tell you a martial truth. The fastest technique in the world cannot be broken. If I am fast enough, you will never hit me. This statement by Qin Yujie was like a thunderclap in clear weather, shocking everyone to their senses. The crowd who heard this statement seemed deeply enlightened, with many even entering an ethereal state. The fastest technique in the world cannot be broken. Holy cow, I've understood. Just this one sentence has made my body techniques advance from the elementary stage to the advanced stage, exclaimed a man in a frenzied manner. This martial truth spoken by young Master Qin directly points to the essence of martial arts. Such words could not be spoken by any ordinary martial artist. Indeed, I feel that these words from young Master Qin apply at all stages of martial practice, whether it's Heavenly Man realm, Will Sea realm, or Cave Heaven realm. Even beyond those levels, it is the essence of martial arts. Young Master Qin is incredibly brilliant, revealing the essence of body techniques in just one phrase. The fastest technique in the world cannot be broken. If I'm fast enough, no one can hit me. If I'm fast enough, no one can catch me. Haha, no matter how powerful your attack might be, as long as I am fast enough, your attacks are futile. Finally, I have found my own path in martial arts. Henceforth, my path shall be the path of speed. Just one sentence from young Master Qin elevated my body techniques from advanced to perfect mastery. Indeed, studying diligently under a mentor's guidance surpasses mere independent study. In my eyes, young Master Qin is truly a master of martial arts. We earnestly request young Master Qin to explain in detail this martial truth. We will be eternally grateful. We earnestly request young Master Qin's guidance. We are willing to become his followers, even servants. With young Master Qin here, why bother joining sects for cultivation? I doubt the elders of any sect could teach as well as young Master Qin does. Young Master Qin, Xuanhuan willingly becomes your servant. I will do whatever you ask. I can even keep your bed warm. Young Master Qin, Xiaohua also willingly becomes your servant. I'll massage your shoulders, knead your back. I guarantee to make young Master Qin comfortable till he drops dead. Young Master Qin, Xiaohua humbly pleads for your favor. May young Master Qin bestow equal favor upon us and allow us to serve him faithfully. Young Master Qin, Donghua admires you greatly, willing to hold your sword, clean it every day. I regard your sword as my life. The sword survives, I survive. The sword perishes, I perish. The surrounding masses looked at Qin Yujie with wild adoration, awed by the casual revelation of martial truths. Qin Yujie hadn't expected that his offhand comment, borrowed from novels of a previous lifetime, would cause such a reaction. The fastest technique in the world cannot be broken. There's also another saying, no technique in the world cannot be broken. I haven't disclosed the latter part yet. Never mind, I won't say it anymore. Otherwise, who knows what these onlookers might get excited about. Qin Yujie thought privately. In fact, the crowd did not fully comprehend the meaning behind the fastest technique cannot be broken. At present, they understand it merely as speed leading to invulnerability against strong attacks. However, there's a second layer, where swift attacks might render complicated moves unnecessary, achieving victory simply through speed before the opponent reacts. Evidently, the crowd didn't grasp this point, nor did Qin Yujie elaborate further. It must be self-realized gradually. The fastest technique in the world cannot be broken. I underestimated you. Your talent is truly monstrous. Someone like you absolutely cannot be allowed to grow stronger. Ma Kuanfeng's expression grew unprecedentedly solemn as he prepared to use his full power. Secret Savage Art. Thunderous Swordplay. Ma Kuanfeng unleashed the secret savage art. His physique increased by twofold, and the vital energy in his body became exceedingly robust. This savage art is the signature secret art of the Immortal Sect. Every inner disciple can learn it, which is one of the reasons why the Tianyuan Sect remains one of the 4 major sects despite being loathed by everyone. Unleashing this savage art renders most opponents of the same level powerless. Despite its significant side effects, it serves as a life-saving trump card, simultaneously unleashing both the savage art and thunderous swordplay. Thunderous swordplay is already a fearsome sword skill, far more potent than the infernal demon True Fist. It values speed above all else, aiming to slay opponents instantly with strikes akin to lightning. Indeed, Ma Xuanhuan displayed great talent in combat. This thunderous swordplay effectively restrains speed-based martial artists, ensuring a fatal blow before the enemy even employs their body techniques. The fastest technique in the world cannot be broken. If your movement speed is fast, I admit I can't hit you. Similarly, if my sword strikes quickly, as soon as my sword thrusts out, you will die. What use will your movements have then? Thank you for this martial truth that has allowed me to grasp the essence of the thunderous swordplay. From now on, my thunderous swordplay has entered its ultimate perfection. Ma Xuanhuan thrust his sword forward, and suddenly a bolt of thunder flashed across the sky. A streak of sword energy emerged, swiftly heading toward Qin Yujie. In just a split second, this immensely powerful blade force had arrived before Qin Yujie. What incredibly swift sword chi. Now Lord Qin is truly in danger. Impossible to find any flaws. One phrase from Lord Qin has unintentionally brought enlightenment to Ma Xuanhuan. Who would have thought the battle would turn out like this? That's true. Ma Xuanhuan's understanding ability is astonishing. It turns out that the fastest technique in the world cannot be broken, can also be interpreted in such a profound way. One sentence from Lord Qin led every warrior here to their own unique insight, further proving the extraordinary nature of his statement. Yes, but Lord Qin is about to die because of his own martial saying. How tragic it is. The thunderous swordplay is indeed remarkable. It seems that what Ma Xuanhuan excels at isn't boxing techniques, but rather the art of the sword. The thunderous swordplay is notoriously difficult to master, yet Ma Xuanhuan has already reached perfection in it. How truly impressive. Lord Qin must have gone too far with his boasting. How could he reveal such an important martial truth to his enemy? Isn't this self-inflicted harm? It's over now. Lord Qin is surely doomed to lose. Lord Qin, we believe in you. We, Xuanhuan, Xiaohua, Qiuhua, and Donghua, are your faithful admirers. That's right. Lord Qin has unparalleled talent. How could someone who can utter a maxim like the fastest technique in the world cannot be broken possibly lose? Lord Qin has an extraordinary talent for the sword path. He hasn't even revealed his trump card yet. It's uncertain who will triumph or fall. The surrounding crowd watched Ma Xuanhuan and Qin Yujie, murmuring their speculations. Chapter 112. On board, go die. It must be admitted that Ma Xuanhuan's talent is indeed very high, but unfortunately, his pride in his talent and strength means nothing against Qin Yujie. Now Ma Xuanhuan has finally unleashed all of his strength, and after witnessing the entirety of Ma Xuanhuan's abilities, Qin Yujie finds it all meaningless. This so-called thunderous speed, which amazes others, seems incredibly slow to Qin Yujie. Slow enough for him to easily dodge using just half a step. But Qin Yujie did not do so. Is this your full power? Honestly, you're too weak. On board. Since I said I would end you with one move, then let it end here. Qin Yujie said confidently. Thuji Janfa, Dongshirva, 4 Seasons, Sword Technique, Winter Snow Whiteness. With a single stab of Qin Yujie's sword, the temperature plummeted sharply, snow began to fall, and amidst the snowflakes, a stunning blade aura could be seen flying toward Ma Xuanhuan. This sword aura was simply breathtaking, leaving onlookers at a loss for words. Compared to Qin Yujie's technique, Ma Xuanhuan's sword energy was like comparing a stream to the ocean, a hill to a mountain, a star to the sun, or dirt to the clouds. The two were incomparable because they were not even on the same level. Is this truly Lord Qin's real power? My goodness, am I dreaming? Previously, I thought Ma Xuanhuan's strike was extraordinary. Who knew when compared to Lord Qin, Ma Xuanhuan's thunderous swordplay seemed like trash. It turns out my talent limited my imagination. Lord Qin's strength is beyond what we can casually ponder. The earlier battle against Tianyuan Sect was not done at full power. Now I realize how powerful Lord Qin truly is. I really am a frog at the bottom of a well. With the myriad abilities of the Peach Blossom Immortal Incarnate, Lord Qin possesses far more than I could ever imagine. And yet, I once foolishly thought he was about to die. Yes, only now do I realize how much of a fool I was. In Lord Qin's eyes, Ma Xuanhuan's strike must have been laughably weak. You see that panic-stricken look on Ma Xuanhuan's face? He is terrified, he is utterly despairing. Ma Xuanhuan never expected that Lord Qin's power would be so great. Looking back, it's comical how confident Ma Xuanhuan had been before. The higher one climbs, the harder the fall. Ma Xuanhuan probably never imagined this would be his outcome. Remember from now on, never doubt Lord Qin's strength. I now believe that even if faced against Xuanhuan, Lord Qin would still have a fighting chance. That sounds exaggerated. Although Lord Qin is extraordinary, Xuanhuan is no less exceptional. I doubt Lord Qin could best Xuanhuan. You also previously said Lord Qin couldn't match Ma Xuanhuan. Look where that left you. How can those two situations compare? Holy crap. Lord Qin's incredible sword strike shocked me so much I peed myself. Lord Qin's sword aura terrified me so much my legs went limp. My pants are wet, said a woman, slightly embarrassed. You as a woman, being wet like that? What are you? As someone who studies swordsmanship, I can only say Lord Qin's sword talent is absolutely otherworldly. I've never seen such a brilliant display from someone of the same age. Everyone around was completely stunned by this single sword strike from Qin Yujie. This shock was hundreds, even thousands of times stronger than what Ma Xuanfeng had initially caused. Bang! The two massive sword auras collided instantly. Ma Xuanfeng's aura disintegrated into pieces, falling apart entirely. Qin Yujie's aura remained completely unaffected, reaching Ma Xuanfeng within an instant, striking him directly. It's impossible. I've already used the savage secret technique, and I still cannot stop it. Ma Xuanfeng had never felt such despair as he does now. In the past, Ma Xuanfeng always saw others display this same sense of hopelessness and resentment in front of him. Now, he realizes it was his turn to feel it. Ma Xuanfeng bitterly regrets his decisions. If time could be rewound, he would definitely avoid provoking Qin Yujie at all costs. But there's no remedy for regret, and Ma Xuanfeng's path of martial arts has come to a complete end. I refuse to accept this. Ma Xuanfeng shouted wildly. Bang! Echoed again. Ma Xuanfeng's body was violently sent flying backward by Qin Yujie's sword aura and was cleaved into two by Qin's sword. Thus, the battle ended completely, and Ma Xuanfeng met his demise. Everyone looked at this overbearing strike by Qin Yujie and couldn't comprehend the situation right away. Had Qin Yujie revealed this level of power from the start, Ma Xuanfeng would have died much earlier. They finally understood the weight behind Qin Yujie's statement earlier. If I survive with one move, Ma Xuanfeng may live, otherwise, he dies. How dominating and self-assured that sentence was. In the face of such a powerful sword strike, Ma Xuanfeng had no chance of survival. I gave you two chances to live. One was to touch the hem of my clothes, and the other was to block one of my moves. But you failed to seize either opportunity. It's only your lack of effort that is to blame. Qin Yujie looked at the deceased Ma Xuanfeng and said indifferently. If Ma Xuanfeng could come back to life and hear this from Qin Yujie, it would surely infuriate him. I've already been killed, and now you blame me for not trying hard enough. The crowd listening to Qin Yujie's words couldn't help but feel wry bitterness in their hearts. These chances were practically non-existent. Who could possibly reach Qin Yujie's robes given his eerie agility? Who could withstand even a single blow of Qin Yujie's terrifying sword chi? Qin Yujie claimed to have given Ma Xuanfeng two opportunities, yet he never intended to spare him. These so-called opportunities were clearly unattainable for someone like Ma Xuanfeng. Qin Yujie controlled his true essence, condensing a hand in the air which retrieved Ma Xuanfeng's storage bag. Disciples of the Immortal Sect undoubtedly kept many dangerous items in their storage. Such things should absolutely not fall into ordinary people's hands. Master is truly amazing. Huang Youhe looked at Qin Yujie with admiration and excitement. Our lord is wise and invincible. There is no one who can compare. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also said with great emotion. A gentleman as elegant as jade, unmatched in this world. Surely that describes Lord Qin, does it not? Many women in the crowd gazed at Qin Yujie with infatuated eyes. Qin Yujie felt pleased, then took out 4 bottles of pills and tossed them lightly. The 4 bottles landed neatly in the hands of 4 women. They were Chuanjia, Shijia, Xiujia, and Dongjia. These 4 women had shown admirable loyalty by supporting him from start to finish. Since they were on his side, he would give them something as a token of appreciation. These 4 bottles of pills are gifts for you, Qin Yujie said casually. The 4 women immediately became excited and exclaimed, Thank you, Lord Qin. A gentleman as elegant as jade, unmatched in this world. Lord Qin has no equal in the entire world. We wish to follow Lord Qin. Chapter 113. Breakthrough to the second level of Tianyuan realm. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and said, I am not taking any followers for the time being, but I am a member of the Qin family from Xuanhuan City. If you want to serve our Qin family, we will never treat you unfairly. The others all looked enviously at these 4 women. Who could blame them for supporting Qin Yujie from start to finish? Now that Qin Yujie was giving them some pills, the other characters could only be envious. This is an extreme grade Ningyun pill. My goodness, it's the first time in my life I've seen such an excellent pill. Xuanhuan said excitedly. Yes, Lord Qin is truly generous. I hereby declare that I will join the Qin family immediately. From now on, whoever dares to mess with the 4 flowers is asking for trouble. Xuanhuan cleverly remarked. That's right. Even though we can't follow Lord Qin personally, joining his clan is still pretty good, Xuanhuan added. Lord Qin is truly magnificent, like a celestial being reincarnated. Just a glance from him makes me so happy I could die. Donghua said excitedly. Qin Yujie smiled and said, Since you want to join the Qin family, you may stay at the Li family residence for now. Later, I'll have someone from the Li family escort you to Xuanhuan City. No one should dare to bother you. Thank you, Lord Qin. The 4 women said excitedly. At the Li family residence. Lord Li, I suggest you move your family to Xuanhuan City later. Resources are scarce here in Cloud City. Moreover, if something happens after we leave and the Immortal Sect finds you, there might be no one who can save you. Qin Yujie said calmly. Lord Qin, if you don't mind, we're willing to join the Qin family and serve it faithfully. Li Qingsheng said readily. With Qin Yujie as a reliable ally, if they didn't seize this opportunity, what would be the difference between them and fools? As the head of the Li family, Li Qingsheng was quite shrewd, and he wouldn't miss this chance. It's fine. If Master Li genuinely wants to serve my family, I naturally welcome you with open arms. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. That night, lying on a rattan chair, Qin Yujie brewed himself a cup of spiritual tea, then took out his spirit-gathering pearl. The essence of the world surged madly into Qin Yujie's body. After this period of cultivation, Qin Yujie discovered that he was about to break through to the second level of the Tianyuan realm. Drinking millennia-old spiritual tea leaves every day like water. even if most of the energy was absorbed by his undying sword constitution. Over time, Qin Yuji's cultivation had already reached the verge of breaking through. Boom! Something inside Qin Yuji's body seemed to unlock, his momentum growing stronger. The essence of the world rushed wildly into his body once again. Half an hour later, Qin Yuji suddenly opened his eyes, filled with self-confidence. Finally broken through to the second level of the Tianyuan realm. Qin Yuji loosened his muscles and bones, casually practicing the basic sword techniques several times. Compared to the first level of the Tianyuan realm, my current strength is much more powerful. With my present power, I think I could easily defeat my previous self at the first level of Tianyuan realm. I myself don't know how strong my current strength has become. Qin Yuji muttered to himself. At the same time as Qin Yuji's breakthrough, Li Kun, Meng Xiao, and Huang Youhe were also making great efforts in their practice. Qin Yuji's display of strength earlier had deeply impacted them. They realized that without putting in effort, they'd fall far behind Qin Yuji. Especially Huang Youhe. She still wanted Qin Yuji to teach her whip techniques, so she needed to make sure her Chongqing technique met his satisfaction. Although the three of them were of average talent, thanks to various superior pills and spiritual teas gifted by Qin Yuji, their cultivation speed wasn't slow at all. Soon, terrifying waves of energy erupted from their bodies, signaling that each of them had made a small leap in their cultivation levels. I've finally reached the 5th level of Guiyuan realm. Li Guochuan exclaimed joyfully. Me too, Meng Xiao replied excitedly. Haha, I've reached the 8th level of Juma realm. Huang Youhe cheered happily. Compared by talent, among the three, it might still be Huang Youhe who had the highest potential, and probably her future cultivation pace would surpass that of Li Kun and Meng Xiao. All three were elated because everyone had managed to break through. Next, let's practice our sword techniques. Master's seasonal sword technique today was simply astonishing and overwhelming. Despite learning the same seasonal sword technique, we are unable to bring forth its full power. Recalling Qin Yuji's impressive strike earlier that day, Li Kun marveled. That's true. We lack the talent of our master. So the only way forward is through relentless hard work. I believe that as long as we keep practicing, one day, we will also reach the peak level in mastering the seasonal sword technique. Meng Xiao agreed. Well said. Just then, Qin Yuji appeared beside the three. Seeing them still working hard on their practice, he couldn't help but feel a wave of contentment. Diligence can make up for boldness. As long as you practice hard, you will definitely be able to learn the seasonal sword technique. If there's anything unclear about the seasonal sword technique, feel free to ask me. Qin Yuji was in a good mood today and was ready to give them some guidance. Li Kun and Meng Xiao became excited immediately and started asking their questions. Qin Yuji answered all their queries one by one. Half an hour later, Li Kun and Meng Xiao left with satisfaction. They had learned a lot that day and wanted to go back to consolidate what they had learned. Master, when are you going to teach me whip techniques? Huang Youhe, seeing Qin Yuji teaching Li Kun and Meng Xiao sword skills, felt eager inside. She now really wanted to learn whip martial arts techniques. Qin Yuji said calmly. Do you want to become a strong person like your master, or just a common strong person? Huang Youhe replied without hesitation. Of course, I want to be as strong as master. Qin Yuji spoke profoundly. Then you need to build a solid foundation. Learn the basic moves of the whip technique first. Remember, practicing Chongqing technique should never be slackened at any time. Qin Yuji rummaged through his storage bag and took out a manual of basic whip technique. This kind of basic whip technique, like the basic sword technique, didn't even qualify as a lower-class Huang-level martial art. It was a basic level among the basics, and usually, few people wasted time on such martial arts. Currently, Qin Yuji didn't have a good whip technique either. He looked down on those generic whip techniques available in the market, so he simply gave Huang Youhe a basic whip technique manual and let her try it out. Master, I understand. Huang Youhe took the basic whip technique manual and went off joyfully to practice. I must enter the inner sect soon. The system sign-in surely has a better whip technique. Qin Yuji sighed inwardly. 2 days later, Qin Yuji and his group boarded a flying carriage and left. Their destination was the Xuanhuan Sect. Xuanhuan Sect wasn't far from Cloud City. It would take about a day to get there. Chapter 114. Heading to Xuanhuan Sect. Xuanhuan Sect, core disciple area. A woman could be seen kneeling on the ground sobbing uncontrollably, and in front of her stood a man with a cold expression. This man was none other than Xuanhuan, a core disciple of Xuanhuan Sect, and the woman kneeling before him was Chao Jingdan. You went to cancel the engagement, but instead you got divorced? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Chao Jingdan looked up at the man with a calm expression before her. She knew that the calmer the man in front of her was, the angrier he felt inside. Chao Jingdan's body trembled slightly at that moment. She knew this man was too calm and even had a slight impulse to flee from here. Do you think I lack for women? A woman who has been divorced does not deserve to stay here. Xuanhuan said expressionlessly. With just these words from Xuanhuan, Chao Jingdan became utterly hopeless both mentally and physically. Chao Jingdan had already given herself to Xuanhuan in order to stay by his side. Now merely because of the intangible reputation of being divorced, Xuanhuan discarded her so mercilessly. Chao Jingdan had foreseen this long ago, yet she still harbored a glimmer of hope and illusion. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan ended up being this heartless, without considering their past relationship in the slightest. Lord Zhuang, please take pity on me. If you don't want me, I will have no place to go. Chao Jingdan knelt down crying and pleaded. What kind of identity do you hold that warrants my sympathy? Leave now, and never show your face before me again. With a wave of his hand, Xuanhuan unleashed a wave of true essence that struck Chao Jingdan, hurling her away. Don't, Lord Zhuang. Please don't abandon me. Chao Jingdan continued to plead while kneeling there. At this moment, Chao Jingdan was like an abandoned wife. Where could one possibly find the dignity that should belong to an inner disciple of Xuanhuan Sect? Xuanhuan clapped his hands, and instantly 2 women walked in from outside. These 2 women were quite pretty, far surpassing Chao Jingdan. Compare yourself with them. Aren't they all more beautiful than you? Do you still have the audacity to linger here? A person must have some self-awareness. Xuanhuan said faintly. Chao Jingdan knew that staying kneeling here wouldn't lead to any outcome. She gave a last glance at Xuanhuan and the 2 women, then left with a bitter laugh. Xuanhuan looked out the window, muttering to himself. Although Chao Jingdan was only a maid to me in the past, anyone daring to oppose me would end badly. Qin Yujie, you not only killed my attendant Tian Jingqing, but also disgraced me. If you dare come to the Xuanhuan Sect, this place will be your burial ground. Lord Zhuang, don't be angry. We shall serve you today. The 2 women voluntarily helped Xuanhuan take off his clothes and began attending to him. Xuanhuan smiled and lifted the 2 women into his arms. Instantly, a wave of spring colors swept through the room. All along, Qin Yujie and others rode the flying sky carriage, continuing their flight journey as they gradually approached the Xuanhuan Sect. After Qin Yujie and his group left Taiyuan City, the Li family began liquidating their assets, tidying up their belongings, preparing to leave Taiyuan City as well, heading towards Xuanhuan City. Taiyuan City was too unsafe. People from Xuanhuan Sect could arrive at any time. Immortal Sect lost an inner disciple, and it was likely they would send someone to investigate. The Li family would be better off leaving earlier. A day later, Qin Yujie and his companions finally arrived at Xuanhuan Sect. Xuanhuan Sect, one of the 4 great sects of Lingtian Kingdom, had numerous female disciples and fewer male ones. Looking at the continuous mountains and emerald waters, Qin Yujie couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed a treasure land of feng shui at Xuanhuan Sect. Not only was the environment beautiful, but the spiritual energy here was also unusually abundant. Who dares approach? This is the territory of the Xuanhuan Sect. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. At the gate of Xuanhuan Sect, 2 outer disciples blocked Qin Yujie's path. These 2 gatekeepers were outer disciples of Xuanhuan Sect, with only Guai Yuan realm strength. Qin Yujie could easily break in, but since Qin Yujie came today to challenge Xuanhuan, there was no need to forcibly intrude. I am Qin Yujie, an outer disciple of Tianyuan Sect, specially coming here to challenge your sect's core disciple, Xuanhuan. Standing on the flying sky carriage, Qin Yujie's voice resonated heavily, empowered by his true essence, rippling through every corner of Xuanhuan Sect, like waves on water. Just with this shout alone, the entire Xuanhuan Sect knew that today, someone had come to challenge Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had a large reputation within the Xuanhuan Sect. No one expected that an outer disciple of Tianyuan Sect would dare to challenge him. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of interest and rushed towards the sect's gate. Even some inner elders and core disciples came to observe. Xuanhuan Sect hadn't seen any battles among disciples for a long time. Qin Yujie's arrival could be said to have aroused everyone's interest. In no time, many people came rushing over upon hearing the commotion. When everyone laid eyes on Qin Yujie for the first time, they were instantly captivated by his elegant and handsome demeanor. I wonder who this little cutie belongs to. Come here, sweetheart. Let your big sister take good care of you. A pretty female disciple from Xuanhuan Sect looked at Qin Yujie, and her eyes immediately sparkled as she grinned and spoke. Wow, I really know nothing about the outside world. No wonder my master didn't allow me to leave the sect premises. I had no idea that the older brothers out here are all so stylish. Compared with him, our sect's senior brothers seem too weak. A young Lolit shockingly remarked. This Mr. Qin may look good, but haven't you noticed? He is merely at the 2nd level of Tianren realm, truly a useless bag of grass. With such capabilities, he dares to challenge Brother Zhuang. It's truly laughable. A man, seeing Qin Yujie's celestial good looks, immediately felt uncomfortable inside, and thus began mocking. Only having a shiny exterior but being trash inside, how does looking good help? In the world of martial arts, one must speak through strength. Another man chimed in agreement. Exactly. Does being good-looking put food on the table? I think his strength is too low. He's just here to make jokes. Look, the girl beside him is stunningly beautiful. At such a young age, she's already blossoming into such beauty. After a few more years, she'll definitely be an exceptionally gorgeous person. A man caught sight of Huang Yoha and was utterly amazed, shocked into saying so. Young miss, why don't you come with me? The Mr. Qin next to you is far too weak. He can't protect you at all. I could beat him with just one hand. A man lewdly grinned. Is that so? My master is very capable. Huang Yoha faintly smiled and said, Your master? Goodness, you even took a waste like him as your master? He's only at the 2nd level of Tianren realm. How about you take me as your master instead? I'm at the 5th level of Tianren realm. Chapter 115. You are all wastes. What do you have in Tianren realm's 5th level? I am at the 8th level of the Tianren realm. Young lady, become my disciple, and I will surely teach you all my skills. The crowd around began to discuss fervently with Qin Yujie and Huang Yoha. Qin Yujie indifferently said to the group, You wastes, how dare you flirt with my disciple? Do you want to die? A single sentence from Qin Yujie was like throwing a stone into the lake, causing an uproar. Do you dare me to kill you with one move just because you called me a waste? A man at the 5th level of Tianren realm angrily said. Qin Yujie looked at him and shook his head, saying, I did not call you a waste. Upon hearing this, the man scornfully glanced at Qin Yujie and then told Huang Yoha, Young girl, see that your master is a useless waste. When I got angry, your master immediately retracted his words. He didn't even have the courage to admit it. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd all burst out laughing. Qin Yujie smiled and continued. I think you misunderstood. I didn't insult you specifically, but all of you are nothing but wastes. Qin Yujie's words hit like a thunderclap on a clear day, thoroughly stunning the crowd. Xuanhuan also gave a faint smile. She knew her master could never be someone who would swallow his pride quietly, and as expected, the master had a big move hidden behind. Shit, with such a fiery temper, say that again. A man angrily said. I feel we must have heard wrong. We'll give you another chance to speak properly. Another man echoed. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you with a punch. How dare a mere ant challenge all of us from the Xuanhuan Sect? Young boy, you're so bold. I like men like you who are so domineering. What if you agree? I'd be willing to forever be your gentle little waist, no matter what. A woman said in a trance. Hey, sister, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? This person cursed all of us as wastes, don't you understand? A man said, shaking his head helplessly. Kneel down now, apologize, and lick clean my shoes, then I'll forgive your bragging. Another man said coldly. Qin Yujie disdainfully looked over the group and said, You didn't hear wrong. I'm cursing all of you. You're all wastes. If you've got any guts, all of you come together, you're all ants. Qin Yujie's arrogant words shocked the crowd again. They were filled with anger. One man could no longer contain himself and advanced towards Qin Yu. It's you, a presumptuous insect, daring to challenge all of us. I alone suffice. This man was none other than Wu Weiji, the same one who had been teasing Huang Yoha earlier, and he was already at the 5th level of Tianren realm. This man's name was Wu Weiji, an inner disciple of Xuanhuan Sect who specialized in boxing arts. The true crane feather fist. Suddenly, a massive fist shot through the air towards Qin Yujie, its power astonishing and majestic. After delivering his punch, Wu Weiji smirked arrogantly, saying, With only the 2nd level of Tianren realm, I can obliterate you with one punch. Qin Yujie gave an indifferent laugh, retaliating with his own punch. Their two attacks instantly collided. Bump! To everyone's astonishment, Wu Weiji's grandiose punch was easily shattered by Qin Yujie. The force of Qin Yujie's punch remained unrelenting, and in a flash, it hammered Wu Weiji's chest. Impossible! Wu Weiji felt a sharp pain in his chest before his body was flung backward like discarded trash, struck by a powerful blow. Incompetent! Calling you a waste is already giving you too much credit. You are less than a waste. Qin Yujie said coolly. You? With humiliation mixed with fury, Wu Weiji eventually passed out. Everyone was stunned. They were well aware of Wu Weiji's capabilities. Although he wasn't particularly powerful, defeating someone at the 2nd level of Tianren realm should have been effortless. The outcome astonished them all. They hadn't expected Wu Weiji to fall to a single punch from Qin Yujie. Shameful. At the 5th level of Tianren realm, and still so weak, let me handle it. At that moment, another man stepped forward, already at the 7th level of Tianren realm. His name was Wang Tian, who excelled in using sword techniques. Yunhai sword technique, first style, rising winds, and surging clouds. Wang Tian swung his sword, and immediately the sky was stirred with rising winds and surging clouds. Then, a massive blade aura sped toward Qin Yujie. This blade aura was extremely dominant and weighty, revealing Wang Tian's considerable talent in the art of swords. Wang Tian's sword technique is getting more formidable. His talent for swordsmanship truly astonishes. A woman exclaimed in shock. That's right. Even if I faced that blade, I'd have to evade its sharp edge. Let alone Qin, sir, who's only at the 2nd level of Tianren realm. Another woman of the 7th level in Tianren realm said gravely. The Yunhai knife technique emphasizes the speed and power of the strike, like lightning. I reckon this slash will either kill Qin Yujie or leave him critically injured. Yes, although Master Qin has a decent talent, he's still far inferior to Wang Tian. That Wu Weiji is nothing but a hypocrite with no real skills. Despite being at the 5th level of Tianren realm, his abilities are mediocre. I could defeat him in one move. Indeed, with Wang Tian fighting, Qin Yujie is bound to lose without a doubt. This also proves that Qin Yujie is too arrogant. How dare he call us all wastes? Even if Wang Tian didn't step in, I would teach him some manners. To have ability and confidence is one thing, but ignorance coupled with arrogance is another. Qin Yujie seems like someone who hasn't seen much of the world. Yes, he's merely an outer disciple from Tianyuan Sect. What gives him the audacity to challenge Xuanhuan? He couldn't even beat Wang Tian. It's all for show. The crowd surrounding them watched Wang Tian's formidable slash and believed that Qin Yujie was vastly overestimating himself. Qin Yujie looked at the blade coming toward him, took a sip of Chunfeng Zue, and then casually threw a punch. Bump! The two colossal attacks collided instantly, resulting in a draw between the two. The spectators were utterly astounded by Qin Yujie's effortless punch, realizing they had underestimated his strength yet again. I didn't expect you to block my slash. Fine, I only exerted 5/10 of my power just now. Next, I'll give it everything. Wang Tian showed a slight surprise before becoming extremely confident once more. Initially, the crowd was astonished by Qin Yujie's feat, but upon realizing that Wang Tian had held back at 5/10 of his full strength, they concluded that if Wang Tian unleashed his full potential, Qin Yujie wouldn't stand a chance. Wang Tian, don't hold back. Finish him with one move. Yes, we, disciples of Xuanhuan Sect, can't be humiliated. Don't spare any effort. Everyone around shouted fervently. Chapter 116, One Finger Defeats Wang Tian. You still have time to regret this. Just kneel down and apologize to everyone, and I will spare your life, said Wang Tian arrogantly. What if I don't kneel and apologize? Are you going to kill me? Asked Qin Yujie indifferently. The strong cannot be humiliated. You have angered the crowd. If you don't apologize, then death is the only way out, said Wang Tian. All right, I didn't want to kill you, but since you want to kill me, I guess I have no choice but to kill you. Qin Yujie replied with a tinge of helplessness. You thinking you can kill me? That's a pipe dream, retorted Wang Tian coolly. At that moment, an elder appeared before them all, saying nonchalantly, you may duel, but you cannot take someone's life. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about factional ties. This elder was none other than Xuanhuan, the vice patriarch of Xuanhuan Sect, who had reached the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm in cultivation. Fine, agreed Qin Yujie with a nod. After all, these ordinary disciples of the Xuanhuan Sect had no grudge or enmity with him. As long as they didn't raise murderous intent against him, Qin Yujie had no intention of killing them. Yes, Vice Patriarch. Wang Tian nodded in agreement. Your luck is pretty good. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Vice Patriarch, you would already be dead. Wang Tian said disdainfully to Qin Yujie. Is that so? But I feel you're the lucky one. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Grandiloquent nonsense. Behold my Cloud Sea Blade technique. Second move, Whirlwind Deluge. Wang Tian's true essence wildly surged from his body, and a terrifying aura burst forth from within him. In an instant, his blade cut through the air and drastically altered the weather. Suddenly rain fell from the sky. Amidst this rain, a brilliant streak of sword chi charged swiftly towards Qin Yujie. Everyone was awestruck by Wang Tian's blade strike. I reckon even a normal martial artist at the 8th level of Heavenly Human Realm wouldn't dare face this blow head-on, let alone Qin Yujie, who is merely at the 2nd level, exclaimed a man watching the scene in astonishment. That's right. Who would have thought Wang Tian was so powerful? If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Vice Patriarch, Qin Yujie would definitely die under this blade. The Vice Patriarch probably did it considering the face of Tianyuan Sect, sparing Qin Yujie's life from Wang Tian. All around, people were skeptical about Qin Yujie's chances and believed he was bound to lose. Childish trickery. Sky-breaking finger. Without any grandeur, Qin Yujie simply extended a finger, lightly pointing upwards. Instantly, the world trembled with spiritual energy. A colossal golden finger emerged, flying towards Wang Tian. The golden finger was invincible, effortlessly breaking through Wang Tian's blade chi. Struck with horror, Wang Tian gazed upon this massive finger. He had never felt such immense pressure before. Wang Tian realized he had danced on the brink of death. Had the Vice Patriarch not intervened, Qin Yujie's finger could have easily ended his life. Staring in shock at Qin Yujie, Wang Tian couldn't help but admit that Qin Yujie's talent was indeed extraordinary. At the 2nd level of the Heavenly Human Realm, he defeated Wang Tian at the 7th level of the same realm with just one finger, an unfathomable display of strength and potential. When the golden finger struck Wang Tian, his body was flung backwards several meters. Just one finger, and Wang Tian was vanquished. If not for Qin Yujie's restraint, Wang Tian's injury would have been far more severe. Witnessing their exchange, everyone gasped audibly. They couldn't believe that Wang Tian had been defeated, and so thoroughly. Actually, from the very beginning of their fight, the disparity in strength between them was evident. Wang Tian put everything he had into this attack, while Qin Yujie casually flicked a finger. Thus, it was clear how far apart they truly were. Dragging his injured body, Wang Tian was utterly ashamed. Just moments ago, he had mocked Qin Yujie as an ant. Yet here he stood, having been defeated with a single finger. If Qin Yujie was considered an ant, then what did that make him? Less than an ant. Who else dares to challenge me? Come on, I'll accept anyone. Qin Yujie stated calmly. I, Zhang Qiuling, will give you a try. I'm at the 9th level of the Heavenly Human Realm. If you lose, little brother, you'll call me elder sister, announced Zhang Qiuling. If I lose, I'll do whatever you say. However, if you lose, you'll be my maid for a month, replied Qin Yujie casually. Qin Yujie's statement shocked the crowd. Who was Zhang Qiuling? The top disciple among the inner sect members. She had reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Human Realm, soon to break through to the Wheel Sea realm. Moreover, Zhang Qiuling was renowned for her beauty, bright eyes, smooth skin, and icy bones, ranking among the top beauties in Xuanhuan Sect. And now, Qin Yujie was shamelessly demanding that this extraordinarily talented and beautiful woman serve as his maid? Was Qin Yujie out of his mind? Damn it, I can't stand this anymore. How dare Qin Yujie talk big like that? He actually wants my goddess to be his maid. What does he think he is? A man said angrily. Zhang Qiuling is the top beauty of Xuanhuan Sect. Even Master Xuanhuan from the core disciples pursued her and was flatly rejected. Who would have thought Qin Yujie would dare proposition Sister Zhang like this? It's outrageous, another man complained bitterly. Sister Zhang, don't accept such a bet. Qin Yujie is crafty. You might fall into his trap, one man shouted loudly. I wonder if Xuanhuan hears about this bet, will he explode in anger? Zhang Qiuling has always been the woman he desires, but cannot obtain. This Qin Yujie is quite skilled at dealing with women. Sister Zhang should give this lecher a good lesson. One disciple from Tianyuan Sect dares to come to our Xuanhuan Sect and snatch women. How disgraceful. Unforgivable, truly unforgivable. Li Kun and Meng Xiao both admired Qin Yujie. In their eyes, Qin Yujie had already charmed Xiao Chunlan, Lin Qinyin, and Jiang Fanxian. This Zhang Qiuling wouldn't escape Qin Yujie's grasp either. If Qin Yujie knew what Li Kun and Meng Xiao were thinking, he would surely shout in protest. You think I've charmed Xiao Chunlan, Lin Qinyin, and Jiang Fanxian? You're totally misunderstanding me. Until now, not one of them. Zhang Qiuling never expected Qin Yujie to suggest such a bet, but she only smiled lightly, confident she could never lose. After all, her trump card was far too strong for someone at the second level of heavenly human realm like Qin Yujie to match. Still, for caution's sake, Zhang Qiuling declared, "All right, if you win fair and square, and I admit defeat sincerely, then I'll serve as your maid for a month. But even as your maid, you cannot force me to do anything against my will." Good. Qin Yujie nodded with a smile after hearing her words. In her heart, Zhang Qiuling muttered, "If I lose, but not sincerely, I won't honor this bet." Chapter 117, Battle against Zhang Qiuling. Zhang Qiuling thought she had a double insurance. First, she didn't think she would lose at all, and secondly, even if she lost, she could still say that Qin Yujie had won by chance, making her loss hard to swallow. What could you do about that? Qin Yujie was just temporarily inspired. He hadn't actually intended to do anything serious to Zhang Qiuling. He merely thought that if he could make the first beauty of Xuanhuan Sect serve him as a maid, it would definitely drive the male disciples of Xuanhuan Sect mad. Why should they curse him as an ant and insult his apprentice Xuanhuan one by one? When everyone heard that Zhang Qiuling had actually accepted Qin Yujie's bet, they were worried for a moment. But then, considering Zhang Qiuling's terrifying strength, their worries dissipated. Even Deputy Sect Leader Xuanhuan Yu did not stop such a bet, because he thought there was no way Zhang Qiuling would lose. "Little brother, I'm attacking." Zhang Qiuling laughed. "Feel free to attack. I will make sure you lose without regret." Qin Yujie replied calmly. "Just watch my performance then." Zhang Qiuling gave out a cold snort, and suddenly her aura became incredibly powerful. Autumn Water Sword Technique. The first move, Autumn Water points the way. Everyone saw her thrust with a sword, and instantly, above the Xuanhuan Sect, the winds and clouds changed dramatically in the heavens and earth. A torrent of spiritual energy vibrated fiercely. Then, a massive sword energy, carrying overwhelming might, swiftly rushed towards Qin Yujie. This strike, like a world-renowned immortal swordsman wielding his blade, was so dazzling, so domineering, so frightening. All the onlookers were left blank in mind, unable to describe such a blow. All they felt was awe-inspiring shock. Heaven! This is the Autumn Water Sword Technique. A lower-tier Earth-rank sword technique, exclaimed one disciple of Xuanhuan Sect in astonishment. "I've only ever heard that Senior Sister Zhang mastered the Autumn Water Sword Technique, but have never seen it before. To be lucky enough to witness it today is indeed our fortune. In fact, we should thank Qin Yujie." Someone else chimed in laughing. "That's right. The Autumn Water Sword Technique consists of 3 moves, each stronger than the last. I reckon Qin Yujie wouldn't stand a chance against the first move. Senior Sister Zhang is simply too strong. Even if it were me, being at the same level in Tianyuan Realm 9th tier, I surely wouldn't withstand her attack. Senior Sister Zhang is already unbeatable among peers, let alone Qin Yujie, who is only at the 2nd tier of Tianyuan Realm. There's no way he could match Senior Sister Zhang. Qin Yujie is truly boastful. This time, he's met his match. I expect him to slink back to Tianyuan Sect in disgrace. Qin Yujie should really take a look at himself in the mirror. How could someone like him covet Senior Sister Zhang, a true genius in the entire generation, and wanting to recruit our goddess as a maid? Go daydreaming. That's right. Senior Sister Zhang will always be the top beauty of our Xuanhuan Sect. Qin Yujie, this lecherous fellow, will never get a hold on her. Senior Sister Zhang should just beat this Qin Yujie until he can't take care of himself anymore. That way, he'll have neither the thoughts nor the ability to bother Senior Sister Zhang. You see, Qin Yujie has frozen in place. Perhaps he's terrified by Senior Sister Zhang's stunning sword strike. Haha, Qin Yujie is no more than a frog in a well. With a little bit of skill, he goes around showing off. As they say, there are people beyond people and realms beyond realms. Now meeting Senior Sister Zhang, Qin Yujie can no longer strut his stuff. The surrounding crowd mocked and ridiculed Qin Yujie. In their eyes, Qin Yujie had already been scared dumb by Zhang Qiuling's sword strike. Qin Yujie faintly smiled and said, "You're quite good, but still a bit weak." 4 Seasons Sword Technique, Gentle Spring Rain. As Qin Yujie thrust with his sword, the heavens and earth were immediately transformed, and then a thunderous sword energy rushed towards Zhang Qiuling. Boom! The 2 great streams of sword energies collided instantly, creating a resounding explosion that shook the sky. Staring dumbfounded at the attacks from both parties, the spectators questioned, is this truly the power of an attack from a Tianyuan Realm martial artist? Even a low-tier Luanhai Realm practitioner probably wouldn't surpass this. And their first clash resulted in a draw, shocking everyone. After all, Zhang Qiuling was a martial artist at the 9th tier of the Tianyuan Realm, with an incredible talent for the sword path. She also employed the lower-tier Earth rank technique, Autumn Water Sword Technique. With various factors stacked up, the power of this strike wasn't as simple as adding 1 + 1 = 2, but rather increased exponentially in power. Zhang Qiuling's previous strike could likely force even a mid-rank Luanhai Realm practitioner to avoid its edge, yet Qin Yujie managed to block it. Thus, it became evident that Qin Yujie's previous sword strike also possessed tremendous power. Otherwise, there would have been no tie between them. I never expected you to block my strike. It seems I underestimated you. Zhang Qiuling couldn't help but express her surprise at Qin Yujie's strength. She hadn't anticipated his abilities to be this formidable. Her strike would have overwhelmed most 9th-tier Tianyuan Realm cultivators. Not bad. Miss Zhang, your power is pretty good too. You are just a little bit weaker than me, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Qin Yujie's words immediately drew derisive laughter from the onlookers. This Qin Yujie is truly arrogant. Elder Sister Zhang did not even use her full strength earlier. That's true. I admit Qin Yuje's previous strike was strong, but to say he's stronger than elder sister Zhang? I don't agree with that. This Qin Yuje loves to boast. Just because he managed to block one of elder sister Zhang's casual strikes, he now considers himself unbeatable. He truly does not know his place. All the people around looked at Zhang Qiuling with admiration and reverence, while they showed nothing but disdain and mockery towards Qin Yuje. If looks could kill, Qin Yuje would have been chopped into pieces by the men present. Zhang Qiuling did not seem upset. Instead, she smiled gently and said, "That's not necessarily true. I won't hold back next." After speaking, Zhang Qiuling immediately thrust her sword forward. The second move of Autumn Water Sword Technique. One sword knows autumn. The momentum around Zhang Qiuling became powerful as unimaginably terrifying essence energy emanated from her. Then she thrust her sword, causing the spiritual energy in the world to wildly gather together. Instantly, a shockingly immense sword aura rushed toward Qin Yuje. It had to be said that Zhang Qiuling had long since brought the Autumn Water Sword technique to a state of perfect mastery. The technique's might during its application now was absolutely tremendous. Indeed, Zhang Qiuling had an extraordinary talent for the path of the sword, combined with a high understanding and insight. Few people at her age could bring a lower-tier Earth-rank sword technique to such a consummate level. She might have easily defeated anyone else. Unfortunately, she met Qin Yuje. Firstly, Qin Yuje's Four Seasons sword technique ranked higher as an upper-tier Earth-rank technique, 2 ranks higher than Zhang Qiuling's Autumn Water Sword technique. Secondly, Qin Yuje practiced the Evergreen skill, possessing a profound essence energy. Even the Tianyuan realm 9th tier Zhang Qiuling probably couldn't compare with him in this regard. And thirdly, Qin Yuje wielded the Falling Snow Sword, an upper-tier heaven-rank weapon, which might be hard to find another like it across the entire Lingxian kingdom. Chapter 118, Zhang Qiuling's Shock. When compared in all aspects, Qin Yuje surpasses Zhang Qiuling. Therefore, this sword energy from Zhang Qiuling, though it appeared powerful to the onlookers, couldn't pose even a shred of threat to Qin Yuje. In fact, Qin Yuje had deliberately suppressed much of his own strength. Otherwise, he would have defeated Zhang Qiuling with just one strike, and that would have been meaningless. He would defeat her at the peak of her powers, when she was most radiant, to ensure that she accepts her loss without excuse. Now wasn't the time yet, so Qin Yuje didn't intend to beat Zhang Qiuling at this moment. With this single stroke of hers, the whole heaven and earth changed drastically, as if they'd instantly entered autumn. Qin Yuje, observing this colossal sword energy, gave a faint smile, then swung his sword as well. Four Seasons sword technique. Scorching summer. Suddenly, an immense sun rose amidst the frenzied vibrations of the air's energy, followed by a vast, brilliant sword energy that emerged gloriously, majestic like midday sun, sweeping grandiosely toward Zhang Qiuling. This move from Qin Yuje was dazzlingly impressive, stunning the crowd. As everyone witnessed this strike, they inhaled sharply. It was only now that the crowd realized Qin Yuje had been concealing his abilities. As Zhang Qiuling's attacks grew stronger, Qin Yuje's strength seemed limitless, truly extraordinary and frightening, making the spectators tremble in awe. If the crowd knew that Qin Yuje only unleashed a fraction of his potential with this single strike, they might not believe their eyes. This gentleman Qin strike is far too tyrannical. I am genuinely shocked. When did Tianyuan Sect produce such an unparalleled genius? Majestic like midday sun, vast and sweeping, Qin Yuje's single strike matches Zhang Senior Sister's power equally. The patriarch of Tianyuan Sect is clearly short-sighted. To think someone as outstanding as Qin Gentleman is merely an outer disciple, it's blindness not to recognize gold hidden in jade. I admit it, although Qin Yuje is somewhat arrogant, he indeed has the prowess to be so. I admire him. Qin Gentleman's Four Seasons sword technique isn't simple. It must be on par with the Autumn Water Sword technique. Stunned, the audience looked upon the clash between Qin Yuje and Zhang Qiuling. 2 colossal streaks of sword energy met instantaneously with a loud boom. In that instance, heaven and earth quaked, fierce winds howled. Merely the aftermath of these 2 sword energies' collision left many disciples of Xuanhuan Sect injured. What's going on? Gentleman Qin can actually withstand Senior Sister Zhang's strike, exclaimed a female disciple from Xuanhuan Sect, astounded. Yes, this Qin Yuje isn't simple at all. We've probably forgotten. He's only at the 2nd level of Celestial Human Realm, while Senior Sister Zhang is already at the 9th. If Qin Yuje also reached the 9th Celestial Human Realm and battled her at the same level, could Zhang Qiuling match him? With what you're saying, it does seem so. If they were on the same level, Zhang's senior sister likely wouldn't be able to rival Qin Yuje. Realm is also part of strength, and fast cultivation talent is another form of strength. Senior sister Zhang is gifted, reaching the 9th level of Celestial Human Realm at a young age. Qin Yuje cannot catch up. Yes, senior sister Zhang will likely reach the Wheel Sea realm soon. By then, her power will grow even stronger. How can Qin Yuje possibly be her match? Qin Yuje's strength is truly terrifying. I feel Zhang's senior sister is in trouble. Have you noticed? Throughout, Qin Yuje has remained calm, giving me an unfathomable impression. Yes, I also feel the same way. Isn't there a possibility that Senior Sister Zhang will end up becoming Qin Yuje's maid? Holy crap, my goddess. Watching the battle between Senior Sister Zhang and Qin Yuje truly broadens my perspective. I've gained insight into sword techniques. Yes, I too have benefited greatly. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuje, in an obscure, unnoticed corner, a disoriented woman watched Qin Yuje with astonishment. She was Chao Jingdan. Chao Jingdan gazed incredulously at Qin Yuje, muttering under her breath. I never expected your power to be so strong. You must not have used your full strength during the previous battle against Tianyuan Sect. But no matter how strong you are, encountering Master Zhuang, you'll definitely crumble under a single blow. Enjoy your success now. The more smug you are now, the greater the fall when Xuanhuan defeats you. Chao Jingdan glared at Qin Yuzhe with a hint of hatred, her interest in the impending spectacle growing. Amid the bustling chatter surrounding Qin Yuzhe and Zhan Xiuling, mainly focused on Qin Yuzhe, the crowd expressed their countless shocks, almost numbing them. Zhan Xiuling stared at Qin Yuzhe, surprised herself, astonished that he managed to hold off against her strike. Qin Yuzhe paid no heed to the crowd's murmurs, calmly taking a sip of spring breeze liquor before saying, "Miss Zhang, this surely isn't your full strength, is it?" Zhang Xiuling smiled confidently and replied, "Your strength is indeed formidable. Next, I will unleash my strongest power, and if you can withstand it, I shall willingly admit defeat." Qin Yuzhe was slightly taken aback, unable to understand where Zhang Xiuling's confidence stemmed from. Did she have any more tricks up her sleeve? Nodding, Qin Yuzhe responded, "All right, do as you please. I am invincible." The audience was stunned by Qin Yuzhe's bold words. Usually, only two types of people dared say such things: those who were extremely confident in their abilities, and those who sought attention without substance. The crowd was unsure which category Qin Yuzhe belonged to. "You do as you please, I am invincible. Those words are so powerful, I like them," exclaimed one spectator in admiration. "I think Qin Yuzhe is overly arrogant, seeking attention for nothing. Although he is talented, claiming to be invincible seems excessive. Indeed, uttering such words without matching ability amounts to ignorant arrogance. If Qin Yuzhe loses, he'll become a laughingstock. Somehow, I feel Qin Yuzhe might really win. My instincts have always been reliable." Miss Zhang appears very self-assured too. I wonder what her hidden trump card is. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion about Qin Yuzhe. Some accused him of exaggerating, others called him a braggart. Some admired him, while some ridiculed him. Zhang Xiuling cast a glance at Qin Yuzhe and said lightly, "Next, I will truly exert all my might. If you don't surrender, death may await you." Without a care, Qin Yuzhe said, "Miss Zhang, hold nothing back. Unleash your full strength, and rest assured, my power far exceeds your imagination." Chapter 119, Half-Step Sword Intention. Qin Yuzhe's words immediately sparked another wave of discussion among the crowd. How can Qin Yuzhe be so infuriating? What does he mean by "my strength is beyond your imagination"? He clearly hasn't given Zhang's senior sister a second thought. Yeah, he's too arrogant. This is absolutely disrespectful. Qin Yuzhe is overblowing himself a bit too much. It'll be hilarious when he gets defeated by a single strike from Zhang's senior sister. Qin Yuzhe, stop boasting before you hurt yourself. You all don't understand. My master's abilities are immeasurable. Forget about your senior sister Zhang. Even if it were your Xuanhuan up against my master, they wouldn't stand a chance. Huang Youhe grew angry seeing so many doubting Qin Yuzhe. "Young girl, your talk is too bold. Can your master truly be that powerful? I can't believe it. My master recently killed a martial artist at the first stage of the Wheel C realm. Do you think that's impressive?" Huang Youhe said proudly. "TCH, who doesn't know how to brag? I was walking one day and accidentally stepped on a Wheel C realm martial artist with just my foot," said a man, unimpressed. A few days ago during dinner, a Wheel C realm martial artist disturbed me. I handled him with a single chopstick. Now when I think about it, that Wheel C realm martial artist was simply too weak." Another man joined in the exaggerations. "You guys can disbelieve me all you want, but there's nothing I can do about it." Huang Youhe sighed in exasperation. Why didn't anyone believe her when she was speaking the truth? "Since you're so confident, then I feel no burden now." Zhang Xiuling's presence was entirely different from before. At this moment, her aura had become even more formidable, and her true yuan was terrifyingly powerful. It turned out that Zhang Xiuling had been holding back her true yuan previously and hadn't unleashed her full potential. This was now her strongest state. The third form of Autumn Water Sword Technique. A single sword shocks the heavens. Half-Step Water Sword Intention. Merge. Zhang Xiuling thrust out her sword, causing a dramatic change in the entire heaven and earth. A shocking sword energy surged toward Qin Yuzhe. The third form of the Autumn Water Sword Technique already possessed unimaginable power. Combined with Half-Step Water Sword Intention, Zhang Xiuling's current strike reached an unprecedented level of power. Even an average first-stage Wheel C realm martial artist would not dare to meet this strike head-on. In fact, this attack could instantly kill a common first-stage Wheel C realm martial artist. It couldn't be denied. Zhang Xiuling's talent in the path of swords was extremely monstrous. She had actually grasped a half-step sword intention while still in the celestial mortal realm. Sword intentions are categorized into half-step, beginning, small success, major success, and perfection. A sword-wielding martial artist who has understood even a single half-step sword intention embarks on a unique path unlike ordinary martial artists. Many sword-practicing martial artists never grasp a half-step sword intention throughout their lives, let alone the initial understanding of it. Everything begins with difficulty, and the same applies to comprehending sword intention. Hence, never underestimate a half-step sword intention. It isn't something everyone can achieve. At this moment, Zhang Xiuling seemed like a celestial fairy reaching for the moon. Her sword strike left everyone speechless with admiration. Damn, senior sister Zhang has actually grasped the half-step water sword intention. One disciple watching was stunned. It seems among the inner disciples, there hasn't been anyone else who has grasped the half-step sword intention. Senior sister Zhang is the first person among the countless sword users in Lingxin Empire How many can reach the half-step sword intention while still in the celestial mortal realm? Senior Sister Zhang's talent in sword arts is truly monstrous. Sword intention can be overlapped with any sword technique and burst forth with tremendous power. Even though the half-step sword intention is inferior to true sword intention, its power is still remarkable. After being enhanced by the half-step sword intention, the autumn water sword technique undergoes immense changes in strength. It's definitely not a simple matter of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. No wonder Senior Sister Zhang was so confident. Turns out her trump card is the half-step sword intention. It seems certain that Senior Sister Zhang will win this time. Kong Yujie must be dumbfounded right now. Look at his expression. He's completely shocked. With this one strike, Kong Yujie won't be able to defend himself. The gap between their abilities is simply too large. Previously, Kong Yujie arrogantly claimed to take Senior Sister Zhang as a maid. How ignorant and presumptuous. Now he is bound to lose face. Beyond every person, above every sky. Although Kong Yujie's sword skills are strong, compared to Senior Sister Zhang, the gap is enormous. That's correct. Kong Yujie hasn't even grasped the half-step sword intention. On what grounds was he being so proud? This time, Kong Yujie will surely lose. Everyone around, upon witnessing Zhang Qiuling use half-step sword intention, expressed both shock and admiration. Qin Yujie watched as this overwhelming sword energy approached, then smiled faintly. Just a mere half-step sword intention, which doesn't even count as genuine sword intention. Zhang Qiuling, allow me to show you what real sword intention looks like. Wind sword intention. After Qin Yujie spoke, he casually thrust his sword forward. A streak of sword energy appeared in the sky, much stronger than Zhang Qiuling's. The power of this sword energy was indescribably immense. If Qin Yujie's sword energy were an ocean, then Zhang Qiuling's would merely be a small river. There was simply no comparison between the two. Qin Yujie hadn't used the perfect stage of wind sword intention because its power was too overwhelming for Zhang Qiuling to withstand. He controlled the wind sword intention at the minor success stage. Yet even at this level, the strength of this single strike was incomparably powerful. Zhang Qiuling looked on in shock as she saw Qin Yujie's attack. She never thought that Qin Yujie had also grasped sword intention, and that his sword intention had even reached the minor success stage. Qin Yujie was currently only at the second level of the celestial mortal realm, and it was highly probable that no one else within the entire Lingxian Empire could reach the minor success stage of sword intention at this level. If Zhang Qiuling were to know that Qin Yujie had not only mastered the perfect stage of wind sword intention, but also the perfect stage of fire sword intention, she might have been shocked into becoming a fool. Ordinarily, a martial artist on the path of swords must strive tirelessly and possess remarkable talent just to grasp half-step sword intention. Then, they proceed step by step until reaching the perfect stage of sword intention. But for Qin Yujie, all he needed to do was for the system to reward him with the perfect sword intention automatically. There was no basis of comparison between these two approaches. Having the system made a difference. Qin Yujie's cultivation path was much easier than others. The onlookers were rendered speechless when they witnessed Qin Yujie employing wind sword intention, their tongues stunned into paralysis, momentarily unable to utter a word. Fear spread across everyone's faces as they stared at Qin Yujie. It wasn't until this moment that they still felt as if they were dreaming, unwilling to believe what was happening. Heavens, this is truly sword intention. Lord Qin has actually grasped sword intention. What extraordinary talent. A female disciple from Xuanhuan Sect exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 120, Subtle Physical Contact. Indeed, all those who can comprehend the essence of the sword are none other than world-class geniuses. Moreover, Qin Yujie is only at the second level of the Heavenly Man realm. Another person chimed in. Frightening, truly frightening. No wonder Qin Yujie is so arrogant. He indeed has the capital to be. Qin Yujie's sword strike was terrifying. Now looking at Zhang Shi's sword energy, it seems like mere child's play. Yes, Zhang Shi is going to lose. My goodness, never did I imagine this outcome. Qin Yujie's talent in the way of the sword is truly terrifying. Such a world-class monster martial genius is merely an outer disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. Are all the people from the Tianyuan Sect blind? With just this one strike by Qin Yujie, it could absolutely slay a first-level We'll-See realm warrior. Indeed, if the sword intent were combined with Qin Yujie's previous 4 seasons sword technique, the power would be incomparable. Just thinking about it is terrifying. I originally thought that Zhang Shi's talent was already monstrous enough, but compared to Qin Yujie, she's nothing. In terms of age, strength, and talent, Qin Yujie far surpasses Zhang Shi. Even though Zhang Shi may not match Qin Yujie's talent, her cultivation level is higher, and her progress is faster. Once Zhang Shi breaks through to the We'll-See realm, Qin Yujie will definitely not be her match. Before words finished, 2 massive streaks of sword qi clashed together, emitting a boom sound. Fortunately, Song Yanyu, the deputy sect leader of the Xuanhuan Sect, intercepted the aftermath, otherwise this place might have been obliterated, and many disciples of the Xuanhuan Sect would have been seriously injured. After the collision, the sword qi from Qin Yujie showed no signs of decreasing, striking directly onto Zhang Qiuling's body. Despite Qin Yujie controlling most of his power, Zhang Qiuling still sustained considerable injury. Her body flew backward, as if cut loose from a string. Kong Yujie immediately employed the half-step pursuit skill, catching Zhang Qiuling midair. Without much thought, since Zhang Qiuling was destined to be his personal maid anyway, Qin Yujie couldn't let his future servant fall and hurt herself. With one hand supporting Zhang Qiuling's waist, Qin Yujie felt an unexpected sensation of delicacy beneath his touch, which lingered on his mind, unwilling to leave. Seeing Qin Yujie audaciously embracing Zhang Qiuling, the surrounding crowd instantly burst into anger, especially the male disciples present. They stared at Qin Yujie with glaring fury. If looks could kill, he'd probably be shredded into thousands of pieces. Shit, I must have imagined it. Did Qin Yujie really just hug Senior Sister Zhang? A young man seemed heartbroken, expressing pain in his tone. Qin Yujie is plotting something maliciously. He deliberately inflicted heavy injuries on Senior Sister Zhang, then used that as an excuse to hold her closely. If just a glance from Senior Sister Zhang can make me happy for days, how dare Qin Yujie now embrace her? It's infuriating. How envious I am of Qin Yujie. If it were me holding Senior Sister Zhang right now, I'd willingly die. Damn it, you pervert. Qin Yujie, release Senior Sister Zhang immediately. How dare you treat her this way? I'm heartbroken. I can barely breathe. Sister Zhang, your beauty has already been snatched up, and by an outer disciple of the Tianyuan Sect? Truly disgraceful. Sister Zhang, don't fall for his tricks, slap him hard, and make him regret his actions. Just imagining Sister Zhang's graceful figure being embraced by Qin Yujie fills me with rage. I wish I could hold her like that too. I don't know what it feels like to embrace Sister Zhang, but I sure want to find out. The surrounding male disciples glared at Qin Yujie, filled with resentment, while their female counterparts voiced opinions entirely different. Graceful like jade, unmatched among gentlemen, Master Qin, let go of elder Sister Zhang and come over here. One female disciple boldly said aloud. Master Qin has extraordinary talent and an unparalleled demeanor. Senior Sister Zhang might fall under his spell soon enough. Master Qin, why don't you give me a hug instead? I beg for some attention. Master Qin, I'd be willing to serve as your maid. Please let go of Senior Sister Zhang. They say forced sweetness doesn't last long. Watching Qin Yujie with his arm around Zhang Qiuling's waist, the whole scene erupted like a pot that had just boiled, with various noises rising continuously. Zhang Qiuling listened to the surrounding voices, her face turning red. Forcing calmness, she snapped. You idiot, have you hugged enough yet? Slightly embarrassed, Qin Yujie quickly released Zhang Qiuling, resulting in her landing unceremoniously on her rear end. Tears almost welled up in Zhang Qiuling's eyes. She felt the urge to murder someone, having been humiliated publicly by Qin Yujie's intentional embarrassment. It's not my fault. It was you who told me to let go, Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. Glaring fiercely at Qin Yujie, Zhang Qiuling huffed and sat down cross-legged to meditate, starting her healing process. Qin Yujie's sword chi was far too terrifying. If her condition wasn't promptly restored, it would absolutely affect her cultivation in the future. Seeing Zhang Qiuling injured due to him, Qin Yujie retrieved a leaf of a 1,000-year-old spirit peach from the system and placed it inside Zhang Qiuling's mouth. Instantly, Qin Yujie felt a faint softness transmitted through his fingertips. It turned out that Qin Yujie had accidentally touched Zhang Qiuling's lips. Qin Yujie smiled slightly, and then initiated the Eternal Spring skill, as a dreadful amount of true essence flowed into Zhang Qiuling's body, aiding in repairing her damaged meridians. Zhang Qiuling's complexion became slightly flushed. She inwardly pondered, is this boy deliberately taking advantage of me? However, as an overwhelming medicinal force surged through her body, Zhang Qiuling immediately refocused her attention, astonished. What grade of spirit medicine is this? This power of medicine is just too dreadful. Not wasting any more time, Zhang Qiuling hurriedly began circulating her skill for healing. Qin Yujie's action once again ignited hatred among the male disciples present. Damn it, Qin Yujie, this beast actually inserted his finger into Senior Sister Zhang's mouth. One man cried out in anguish. Take it out, Qin Yujie. How could you treat Senior Sister Zhang like this? This scene alone can make anyone fantasize endlessly. Qin Yujie is simply a cunning strategist. He intentionally injured Senior Sister Zhang, and then executed his own plan, each step perfectly aligned. Senior Sister Zhang has fallen into Qin Yujie's trap, which is terrifying to imagine. To be his servant for a month, she'll surely end up being completely manipulated by Qin Yujie. Senior Sister Zhang, under no circumstances should you fall for Qin Yujie's tricks. If you refuse, no one in the Xuanhuan sect can take you away. Kinsman Qin Yujie is undoubtedly an expert in courting women. A woman as innocent as Senior Sister Zhang could never be a match for him. It's truly infuriating. Chapter 121. Accept the consequences of a bet. The surrounding crowd harbored resentment towards Qin Yujie. If they were able to overpower him, they would have already torn him apart. Half an hour later, with the help of the Jingle 1,000-year spirit peach leaf, Zhang Qiuling's injuries were fully healed. The 1,000-year spirit peach leaf possessed immense medicinal power. This leaf was highly beneficial to Zhang Qiuling. Combined with her earlier battle experience, she had gained profound insights into the sword path. Therefore, Zhang Qiuling now felt that her strength had grown stronger. Accept the consequences of a bet. I, Zhang Qiuling, admit my defeat wholeheartedly and voluntarily become Lord Qin's servant for a month. Zhang Qiuling hadn't expected that she would end up losing, but she was not someone who broke her word. Moreover, Qin Yujie's strength was indeed formidable. Perhaps, following by his side might allow her to learn even more. Qin Yujie gave Zhang Qiuling the impression of being fathomless. She could feel that Qin Yujie hadn't exerted all his efforts against her. Moreover, he had comprehended the meaning of the sword at such a young age. Adding to that, his generosity in giving away a 1,000-year spirit peach leaf wasn't something just anyone could do. The mysterious aura around Qin Yujie made Zhang Qiuling believe that this opportunity of becoming his servant might be a great chance for her. Zhang Qiuling's statement struck like a meteorite falling on the ground, causing massive ripples throughout the entire Xuanhuan sect. Although according to the bet, Zhang Qiuling indeed lost, when the moment came, the crowd still found it hard to accept. Especially the male disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. They could almost imagine Zhang Qiuling falling under Qin Yuzhe's clutches. Isn't there a saying, what belongs to you won't go elsewhere? Sister Zhang has been lured away by someone from the Tianyuan Sect. It's truly regrettable. A male disciple said, heartbroken. Yes, as a servant, constantly staying beside an extraordinary genius like Qin Yuzhe, how could she possibly not be moved? And I think Qin Yuzhe must have ulterior motives. He will surely seize the opportunity to win over Sister Zhang. Xuanhuan also glanced at Qin Yuzhe and muttered, teacher is really something. Didn't he already start something with Elder Xuanhuan? How did he set his sights on Zhang Qiuling next? This comment by Xuanhuan was like adding fuel to the fire, instantly stunning the surrounding crowd speechless with disbelief. Holy cow, I didn't mishear, right? That bastard Qin Yuzhe has already gotten Elder Xiao? He's truly a beast, even pursuing an internal elder of the Xuanhuan sect. Elder Xuanhuan ranks among the top within the elders. Although her beauty might not match Sister Zhang, she's definitely one of the exquisite beauties. Actually, the crowd didn't know that Elder Xuanhuan's appearance had been disguised, but even so, she was an unparalleled beauty. Were it her original appearance, she would have been considered a woman of timeless grace. However, people from Ling Tianhua had never seen Xuanhuan's true face, not even Qin Yuzhe, hence after her disguise. While her beauty wasn't as radiant as Zhang Qiuling, she remained a beauty far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The damn heavens, Qin Yuzhe sure has good luck, snatching all the beauties for himself. Both of our two precious flowers from the Xuanhuan sect are trampled by the pig. No wonder we haven't seen Elder Xiao recently. Turns out she was out dating Qin Yuzhe. It's infuriating. Elder Xiao is my goddess. This Qin Yuzhe is aiming for having both women on his arms, Xiao Elder on the left, Sister Zhang on the right. Hearing this makes me envious to death. If Qin Yuzhe heard what Xuanhuan said, he'd probably cry out in protest. I merely helped Xuanhuan treat some illness through acupuncture. Nothing else happened, really. Li Kun, observing the shocked and envious gazes of everyone, added contemptuously, what's this? Our master's beauties aren't limited to Elder Xiao. Lin Qinyin, the musical prodigy from our Tianyuan sect, is also a friend of our master. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly astounded, including Xuanhuan herself. Lin Qinyin, the music prodigy? I know her. She's the pampered pearl of one of the three major families of the Ling Tianhua, the Lin family. Who would have thought that Qin Yuzhe has charmed even her? It's unbelievable. One man exclaimed in utter shock. I've once seen Lin Qinyin in Yuexian City. Her peerless beauty and charm easily surpass even Sister Zhang's. To think that someone as exquisite as Lin Qinyin has fallen for Qin Yuzhe, how did he manage it? I realized. Initially I was angry when Qin Yuzhe targeted Sister Zhang. Then I turned jealous upon hearing that Elder Xuanhuan also fell to him. But now, learning that Lin Qinyin too has ended up with Qin Yuzhe, all I can feel is admiration. Me too. The gap between us and Qin Yuzhe is just too large. If we can learn 1/10 of his skills, maybe we could successfully win over his sister from the Xuanhuan sect. Master Qin, I want to become your disciple. Please take me on as a student. It turns out we were the fools. Master Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of you. Please forgive us, and teach us how to pursue women. Master Qin, I will kneel before you. I'm already 35 this year, and still alone. Master Qin, please teach me how to win a girl's heart. Master Qin is a paragon of love in this world. We request that Master Qin imparts his wisdom to us, and we shall be forever grateful. The men of the Xuanhuan sect now had completely different attitudes compared to before. As they say, when someone's superiority isn't glaringly obvious, it evokes jealousy and hatred. However, when the gap is so large that all one can do is look up to them, only astonishment and admiration remain. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Qin Yuzhe instantly understood what was going on, sighing deeply in his heart. I'm not what you'd call a paragon of love. All the women you're talking about, none of them are with me. Seeing everyone idolizing him, Qin Yuzhe felt sorry for them deep down. So he said calmly, since all of you are eager to know how I pursue women, then I will impart to you 3 golden truths. First, persistence is key. Second, shameless behavior. Third, persistence in being shameless. If you follow these 3 rules, you'll definitely succeed. Qin Yuzhe's words made the group suddenly enlightened, as if a clear stream refreshed their minds. Many began laughing out loud in excitement. I finally understand. One sentence from Master Qin has illuminated my mind entirely. Everything becomes crystal clear, and I now know exactly what to do. One man laughed loudly. Thank Master Qin for his generosity. It's a great fortune for us to receive guidance from him. Another man chimed in. Chapter 122, Zhuang Yubin's entrance. Zhang Qiuling shot a cold glance at Qin Yuzhe, unconsciously curling her lips, inwardly scoffing at Qin Yuzhe's words. She mentally berated him. You rogue, teaching others such things, shameless as you are. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also looked at Qin Yuzhe with admiration, firmly remembering his 3 profound truths. Just as everyone was discussing the matter heatedly, San Yangyu, the deputy leader of the Xuanhuan sect, calmly said, Zhang Qiuling, since you've willingly become Qin Yuzhe's servant, I will not pursue this further. Let this matter end here. As everyone thought the matter had come to a close, a voice suddenly rang out. Deputy Leader Tsang, since Qin Yuzhe has challenged me, let me take up the challenge now. Suddenly, an imposing figure appeared before them. He exuded powerful energy, his face lit with a confident smile. This was none other than Zhuang Yubin, a core disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. It must be said that Zhuang Yubin did indeed have good looks, combined with his formidable strength, earning him high popularity within the Xuanhuan sect. Wow, Brother Zhuang has finally emerged. There's going to be a great show. This Qin Yujie already announced that he's challenging Brother Zhuang. The upcoming battle is bound to be spectacular. We can't deny that Qin Yujie's power is monstrous. Even some first-tier Realm C warriors aren't his match. However, Brother Zhuang is already in the third tier of the Realm C stage. Qin Yujie definitely won't stand a chance against him. At first, I really detested Qin Yujie, but his prowess truly commands respect. None other than Senior Sister Zhang could compete against him. And he generously shared with us his 3 golden phrases for pursuing women, making me somewhat worried about him. The brilliance of Brother Zhuang has dimmed Qin Yujie's limelight. I still remember how Qin Yujie called all of us worthless before. Now it remains to be seen if he dares to insult Brother Zhuang to his face. The strength of Realm C practitioners is far beyond what we can imagine. Even a second-tier Realm C warrior would probably be easily defeated by Brother Zhuang from the third tier. What more for Qin Yujie, who is merely at the second tier of the celestial human stage? Yes, although Qin Yujie's abilities might seem supernatural, when facing Brother Zhuang, he will likely still meet his defeat. Brother Zhuang possesses great talent in the way of the sword, rumored to be practicing some fearsome sword techniques recently. One wonders just how powerful he's become now. Which core disciple doesn't exhibit extraordinary genius? Qin Yujie has perhaps stumbled upon a hard target this time. With Zhuang Yubin's appearance, the atmosphere became lively. Everyone looked at Zhuang Yubin with admiration, as his immense strength and freakish talents rarely allowed encounters with people like him in daily life. Song Yangyu glanced at Qin Yujie and asked indifferently, "Qin Yujie, do you come from the Qin family of Xuanhuan City?" Qin Yujie nodded and said, "That is correct." Qin Yujie's words made Song Yangyu's expression slightly tremble. Then he excitedly asked, "And who is your father?" Qin Yujie was now capable enough to roam through Lingtian Kingdom. Many great factions were already aware of his identity, so he concealed nothing, replying truthfully, "My father, Qin Hanjing." From the very beginning, Song Yangyu suspected this. Hearing Qin Yujie confirm it, waves of excitement and shock surged within him. Xuanhuan wasn't wrong. Qin Hanjing had once been a disciple of the Xuanhuan Sect and studied under Master Song Yangyu. Qin Hanjing's fame was known throughout the entire Xuanhuan Sect. Even though many decades had passed, every time someone mentioned Qin Hanjing, they filled with reverence and awe. Qin Hanjing was an unparalleled prodigy of the Xuanhuan Sect, shocking the nation with his Emperor realm cultivation at the time. Even though most current disciples of the Xuanhuan Sect have never seen Qin Hanjing personally, his legend continues to spread within the sect. Emperor realm. What exactly does that mean for level and power? People of the Lingtian Kingdom didn't know. After all, the strongest visible force in Lingtian Kingdom reached only the 9th tier of the Realm C stage, while there were still 5 major realms separating the Emperor realm and the Realm C. Hearing that Qin Yujie was actually the son of Qin Hanjing, the crowd was astonished, with many shocked to a complete standstill on the spot. Who would have guessed that Qin Yujie is Qin Hanjing's son? That explains why Qin Yujie's talent is so astonishing, likely inherited from his father. No wonder Qin Yujie is so supernaturally talented. Truly, a mighty father doesn't sire a feeble son. It seems the Qin family is poised for a complete resurgence. Qin Yujie's talent might be almost comparable to his father's. Qin Hanjing was once at the Emperor realm stage. That kind of terrifying strength probably could wipe out the entire Lingtian Kingdom with just a finger. Unfortunately, Qin Hanjing's whereabouts remain unknown, and he is presumed dead. I can't believe Qin Yujie has such a terrifying background, but unfortunately, it's said the Qin family offended a powerful master. Qin Hanjing's cultivation was destroyed, and he disappeared without a trace. Now even the royal family is constantly suppressing the Qin family. The surrounding crowd began to discuss Qin Yujie. Zhang Xiuling also looked at Qin Yujie with disbelief. She never imagined Qin Yujie had such a lineage. Zhuang Yubin gave a disdainful glance towards Qin Yujie. He admitted that Qin Hanjing was indeed strong and monstrous, but those were all things of the past. No matter how powerful Qin Hanjing once was, he still had his cultivation ruined and became a waste, and by now, was probably already dead. As for Qin Yujie, in Zhuang Yubin's eyes, although his talent was monstrous, his realm was too low to possibly be a match for him. Song Yangyu nodded at Qin Yujie and then told Zhuang Yubin, "Alright, you go ahead and exchange techniques with Qin Yujie. Remember, do not take a life." Among the present group, only Song Yangyu knew about Qin Yujie's talents, which were even superior to those of his father Qin Hanjing. Back in the day, when Qin Hanjing was in the second tier of the celestial human stage, his strength wasn't nearly as terrifying as Qin Yujie's was. Still, though Song Yangyu believed Qin Yujie was a prodigy, his current level was indeed too low. Against Zhuang Yubin, who had reached the third tier of the Realm C stage, Song Yangyu did not consider Qin Yujie to have any chance of winning, hence instructed Zhuang Yubin not to harm Qin Yujie. After all, Qin Hanjing used to be Song Yangyu's only disciple. Despite having his cultivation destroyed and disappearing, Song Yangyu wouldn't want this absolute genius, Qin Yujie, to meet an untimely end before truly rising to power. Understood. Song Yangyu's brows slightly furrowed before he finally nodded faintly. Zhuang Yubin glanced disdainfully at Qin Yujie, thinking silently. Fine, I'll give Deputy Sect Leader Tsong some face today. Besides, with him watching over, there's no way I could kill Qin Yujie anyway, and doing so might irritate Deputy Sect Leader Tsong. making everything counterproductive. Chapter 123, Zhang Qiuling's Rejection. Xuanhuan looked down at Qin Yujie and said, Qin Yujie, if it hadn't been for these words from Deputy Head Song, you would already be dead. You insulted my maid Chao Jingdan and killed my retainer Tian Jingqing. Any of these two reasons alone is enough to have resulted in your death, without a body left. The incident regarding Xuanhuan's maid Chao Jingdan was already well known throughout the Watermoon Sect, yet no one dared to speak ill of Xuanhuan because his strength and talent were extraordinary. To offend Xuanhuan within the Watermoon Sect was practically equivalent to seeking death. Qin Yujie smiled and said, right or wrong, everyone naturally understands. I will not say more today. My purpose here is to defeat you, proving that your talent and power are utterly powerless in front of me. Qin Yujie's single statement acted like a fuse, instantly sparking interest among everyone. Ordinarily, no one would dare speak this way to Xuanhuan. But Qin Yujie too was an extraordinary person of great talent. Although most didn't think Qin Yujie could beat Xuanhuan, witnessing the battle between such strong opponents would bring significant benefit to their martial cultivation. Therefore, everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming fight. Xuanhuan seemed to have heard the funniest joke ever, and began laughing loudly. Qin Yujie, do you think you're something? A bit of power, and you talk nonsense. Sister Zhang, why would you want to follow someone who is arrogant and ignorant as a servant? If you follow me, I can teach you sword techniques and the meaning behind swords, and all your future cultivation resources will be taken care of by me. Xuanhuan spoke with profound meaning. In his view, his talent far surpassed Qin Yujie's, and he had offered very tempting conditions, thinking that surely no woman could refuse, including Zhang Qiuling. Everyone was astonished by the terms Xuanhuan offered. They looked enviously at Zhang Qiuling, feeling she was encountering a great opportunity. Admittedly, Xuanhuan's intentions were quite sinister. If Qin Yujie's newly acquired servant were lured away, Qin Yujie would become the object of ridicule. Zhang Qiuling glanced at Xuanhuan and then said lightly, do you think I'm some sort of person? As the attendant to Master Qin, my duties extend only to offering tea and water. But if I followed you, what vile thoughts do you think I don't know about? Besides, Master Qin himself will teach me sword techniques and the meaning of swords. Why should I learn from you? Xuanhuan's face turned cold. He did not expect Zhang Qiuling to reject his offer so decisively. Xuanhuan admitted his motive was impure. Indeed, he had long desired Zhang Qiuling physically, but her talents were also extraordinary, being ranked as the top among inner disciples. Xuanhuan dared not force anything within the Watermoon Sect. The more Zhang Qiuling refused, the more Xuanhuan wanted her. He said to Zhang Qiuling, haha, let Qin Yujie teach you. What can he possibly teach you? Remember, I have comprehended a kind of sword intent and have reached the state of great perfection. Don't regret it later. Upon hearing that Xuanhuan had achieved a greatly accomplished sword intent, everyone was shocked speechless. It was known that the greatly accomplished sword intent was vastly superior to the partially accomplished version. It wasn't even in the same league. I'm really scared. Brother Zhuang's understanding of the sword way is just too extraordinary to comprehend. He has actually mastered the greatly accomplished sword intent. Yes, the power of the greatly accomplished sword intent cannot be compared to the partially accomplished version. The latter might as well be a pond while the former is a river. I can hardly wait to witness Brother Zhuang's sword intent. I wonder which type of intent he has grasped. This time Qin Yujie truly hit the hardest iron plate. Fine, let him draw a lesson. Let him experience the true genius within our Watermoon Sect. From afar people look like jade, unmatched gentlemen they seem. Does that not perfectly describe Senior Brother Zhuang? People around Xuanhuan showed astonishment and admiration towards him. And what if? I am not interested. Zhang Qiuling coldly scoffed and rejected his offer without hesitation. The surrounding crowd could not understand Zhang Qiuling's choice. Such a rare opportunity, and she simply ignored it. Did she believe that Qin Yujie was stronger than Xuanhuan? Qin Yujie smiled and said satisfactorily to Zhang Qiuling, you are good, able to resist temptation. That makes you a qualified servant. Rest assured, I always take good care of my servants. What Zhang Qiuling did not know was that precisely because of her persistence, she became an unparalleled mighty force in the future. Had she given in to the temptation and chosen Xuanhuan, Qin Yujie would not have held back a single moment of regret. This was Xuanhuan's attempt to tempt Zhang Qiuling, but wasn't it also a test Qin Yujie had for Zhang Qiuling? But at this moment, everyone thought Zhang Qiuling was extremely foolish. Xuanhuan gave a cold glance at Qin Yujie. He truly wanted to kill Qin Yujie with a single sword strike, but Deputy Head Song Yanyu was standing nearby, so Xuanhuan couldn't make a move openly. After a moment of thought, Xuanhuan came up with an idea and whispered to himself, if I pretend that killing Qin Yujie was merely due to my carelessness, surely Deputy Head Song wouldn't react quickly enough. And considering my extraordinary talent, both in alchemy and swordsmanship, would Deputy Head Song really kill me for someone outside our sect? A dead genius or a living one? Which is more important? Even if Deputy Head Song wants to punish me, Master Zhou definitely won't agree. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan burst into a cold laugh, saying, Qin Yujie, originally you're nothing more than a mere ant at Heavenly Man Realm's second level who has no right to challenge me. However, just to let you know what it means to have someone greater outside your world, I will reluctantly guide you a little. Qin Yujie said indifferently, the true ants are probably you. If I reach the third level of Will See Realm, killing you would be like slaughtering chickens or dogs. But even now being at the second level of Heavenly Man Realm, defeating you would still be as simple as eating and drinking water. With these words from Qin Yujie, everyone got another taste of his arrogance and conceit. Where does Qin Yujie get such confidence? I admit his talent is extraordinary, but isn't Brother Zhuang already at the 3rd level of We'll See realm? Qin Yujie's confidence has gone too far. He must not have witnessed Brother Zhuang's strength. Therefore, he is just bragging excessively. How dare Qin Yujie say Brother Zhuang is an ant? A warrior of the 2nd level of Heavenly Man realm calling someone from the 3rd level of We'll See realm an ant? That's pure ignorance of his own insignificance compared to others. Yes, I was initially worried about Qin Yujie since he taught us the 3 golden rules of pursuing women. But after hearing his arrogant speech, I actually hope Brother Zhuang gives him a good lesson. Chapter 124, Sword Drawing Art. I always feel that Qin Yujie is too confident. Generally, only 2 kinds of people can remain as calm as Qin Yujie. One kind has absolute confidence in their own strength, while the other blindly overestimates themselves. I think Qin Yujie belongs to the 2nd type. He doesn't even know the true strength of Master Zhuang. The onlookers, after hearing Qin Yujie's words, all felt he was overconfident and somewhat pandering to the crowd. Xuanhuan, upon hearing this, laughed disdainfully and said, Qin Yujie, you're nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Today, I'll show you my strength. I hope you don't regret it. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Stop blabbering and hurry up and make your move. I need to nurture some feelings with my newly recruited maid later. I have no time to waste with you. Zhang Qiuling shot a glare at Qin Yujie, thinking to herself, what kind of person is this? Who wants to cultivate feelings with you? These are just outrageous flatteries. Xuanhuan's expression immediately turned cold. Truth be told, he was a bit envious of Qin Yujie because not only did Qin Yujie take on an exquisite disciple, but now another one, Zhang Qiuling, became his maid. In Xuanhuan's view, were these women all blind? Xuanhuan glanced at Huang Yoha far away and instantly came up with an idea. He said gracefully, young girl, how about you bow to me as your master instead? I can pass down all my swordsmanship techniques to you. And perhaps you do not know this yet, but I am also an alchemist who can let you eat pills like food. In an instant, Xuanhuan's statement made everyone around startled. Damn, young Master Zhuang is already scheming for Qin Yujie's disciple. However, it must be said, young Master Zhuang's eyesight is indeed sharp. This Huang Yoha is obviously going to blossom into a beauty. She hasn't fully developed yet, but once she grows up, she will undoubtedly become an extraordinary woman at the level of Sister Zhang. If Qin Yujie's disciple gets poached by young Master Zhuang right here, Qin Yujie will likely be furious. Haha, a good show is about to start. I wonder if this disciple of Qin Yujie can resist such tempting conditions from elder brother Zhuang. Right, if I were in her place, I would definitely be unable to resist. Not only does Xuanhuan possess an absurd talent in the ways of the sword, but he excels in alchemy too. It's an extraordinary honor to have him as a master. To have an alchemist as a teacher is amazing. Do you know how expensive medicine pills are outside? As his disciple, you'd have access to countless elixirs for cultivation. It's rumored that every alchemist is incredibly wealthy, and elder brother Zhuang is also a core disciple, possessing resources that could make anyone envy him. Becoming a disciple of elder brother Zhuang would lead straight onto a broad and prosperous path. Little girl, you should really seize this opportunity. All the onlookers watched Huang Yoha with admiration. Huang Yoha took a look at Xuanhuan and responded without hesitation. In my eyes, you aren't worth even a single hair on my master's head. If you think I'll apprentice under you, stop dreaming during broad daylight. Huang Yoha's words left Xuanhuan without a shred of dignity. As a core disciple of the Xuanhuan Sect, Xuanhuan was accustomed to being awe-inspiring, and he had never encountered someone daring enough to ridicule him openly like Huang Yoha. The surrounding crowd looked at Huang Yoha in disbelief. How could anyone refuse such an enormous opportunity? Was this person a fool? Alas, what a pity. This young girl probably hasn't seen much of the world and doesn't realize how excellent elder brother Zhuang is. Yes, this person must be a recently acquired disciple of Qin Yujie from some remote area, having long hair, but little knowledge, lacking vision. She'll probably regret it when elder brother Zhuang defeats Qin Yujie, but there won't be any second chances by then. How puzzling her decision is. Maybe her mind isn't functioning properly. Otherwise, why would she stay so loyal to Qin Yujie? Among the group, everyone showed both regret and confusion towards Huang Yoha's instant rejection of Xuanhuan's invitation. Xuanhuan's face darkened the moment he heard Huang Yoha's words. Looking at her, he coldly retorted, truly disrespectful. Fine then, today I'll defeat your master and show you just how strong I truly am. As Xuanhuan activated his powers, his aura suddenly surged powerfully, and he instantly displayed his 3rd level rotating Sea Realm cultivation base. It cannot be denied, Xuanhuan's foundation was quite solid, and his genuine energy was extremely robust. Among peers at his stage, he was undoubtedly among the top-tier cultivators. A single strike is enough to deal with you, Xuanhuan said with overflowing confidence. Sword drawing art. Xuanhuan lifted his sword, instantly stabbing forward. In the blink of an eye, as the blade unsheathed, a rapid streak of sword energy surged directly toward Qin Yujie. This streak of sword energy could be described with just one word. Fast. Unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached Qin Yujie's position. The onlookers stared at this astonishing sword chi, and their faces immediately turned deathly pale. Cold sweat trickled down their backs as they were utterly stunned. When they placed themselves in Qin Yujie's situation, they realized there was absolutely no way to dodge this attack. It was simply too fast. Zhang Qiuling observed Xuanhuan strike and was compelled to admit that she couldn't block such a move herself. Worried, she glanced at Qin Yujie, uncertain if he could withstand this deadly blow. Senior brother Zhuang is extraordinary right from his first move. I think Qin Yujie will likely be killed before he even realizes what happened. Senior brother Zhuang's strike truly came as a shock, such speed in unsheathing the blade. Few could withstand that. The sword drawing art, by its very definition, involves neutralizing the enemy as the sword is drawn. This art is horrifyingly terrifying. This particular technique is merely a lower-tier Xian-class sword art, yet its power turned out to be so formidable. Senior brother Zhuang is truly remarkable. I see Qin Yujie as nothing more than a huge joke. He arrogantly called senior brother Zhuang insignificant, but couldn't even handle a single strike. Absolutely ridiculous. Qin Yujie is nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of how vast and mighty the outside world truly is. He thinks the sky is only as large as the well's opening. How foolish. Qin Yujie has grown far too arrogant. Though gifted with monstrous talent, his impulsiveness led him to ruin. Extreme rigidity invites easy breakage. If not dead, he'll surely suffer severe injuries. Before another word could be said, Qin Yujie, seemingly nonchalant amidst the flurry of comments, casually jabbed upward with his blade. Four Seasons sword technique, winter snowfall. Instantaneously, a chilling streak of sword energy surged toward Xuanhuan. Qin Yujie's counterattack was equally swift. The two strikes clashed together with a resounding boom. Chapter 125, Everyone's Shock. The sword drawing technique is indeed a terrifying sword art. Although it is a lower-level grade sword art, its specialty lies in the speed of drawing the sword. Often, many people haven't even reacted before they are killed by a single stroke. Moreover, there are no shortcuts to mastering this sword art. Ordinary people need tens of thousands of daily practice sessions to achieve mastery of it. Xuanhuan's talent for the way of the sword is indeed strong. He has already refined this sword drawing technique to its peak. This time, Xuanhuan used only 1/10 of his strength. In his view, this single stroke would be unblockable by most warriors at the first stage of the We'll See realm, let alone Qin Yujie, who was only at the second stage of the Celestial Man realm. Xuanhuan truly had the capital and power to act arrogantly, and merely with this one stroke, it was evident that Xuanhuan was not ordinary. However, from everyone else's perspective, this lightning-fast stroke seemed too slow for Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan's sword drawing technique was merely the basic version. Qin Yujie had heard of a true divine-level sword drawing technique called the heaven-cleaving sword drawing technique. That was the genuinely terrifying technique. Drawing the sword once wouldn't give others any time to react, and the power would shock the heavens and split the earth. Rumors suggested it could even sever heaven itself. Xuanhuan's sword drawing technique was more than enough to handle ordinary people. But when facing Qin Yujie, whose sword talent was considered demonic, it just wasn't enough. After the clash of the two sword energies, the entire arena fell eerily silent. Everyone found it utterly inconceivable that Xuanhuan's stroke, which not even Zhang Qiuling would probably have been able to withstand, was actually blocked by Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's monstrous combat prowess shocked everyone. From Wang Tian to Zhang Qiuling and now to Xuanhuan, Qin Yujie's strength grew stronger with each battle. Every time the crowd thought Qin Yujie would lose, his abilities always gave them another reason to respect him. They simply couldn't see where Qin Yujie's limits lay. What makes a martial artist most formidable isn't their apparent power, but rather that you don't know how strong they truly are. You can't discern their bottom cards. Just like Qin Yujie, right now he left everyone with the impression of being unfathomably deep. With a hint of surprise, Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to block this stroke. To be honest, your ability has sparked some interest in me. However, don't get too confident. I just utilized 1/10 of my strength. Being able to block my strike means you're just a slightly stronger insect." These words caused the audience to take another sharp intake of breath. Even 1/10 of his strength is so formidable. Damn, Master Zhuang's capabilities seem truly boundless. Master Zhuang is immensely powerful. I've been astonished by Qin Yujie's strength, but after hearing Master Zhuang speak, I think his capabilities far exceed Qin Yujie's. Master Zhuang deliberately slows down while sparring with Qin Yujie. Otherwise, one move would have defeated him, and it would be too meaningless. That's right. Master Zhuang commands authority magnificently. No wonder he's a core disciple. Master Zhuang's sword drawing technique is too frightening. Normal people simply cannot endure such a stroke. And yet, Qin Yujie managed to block it. I estimate he probably used every ounce of strength he had. I think Qin Yujie also possesses a terrifying talent, given he's only at the second stage of the Celestial Man realm. Consider that Master Zhuang is at the third stage of the We'll See realm. Among all these Celestial Man realm practitioners present, who can withstand Master Zhuang's stroke? Yes, except for Qin Yujie, no one else seems capable of blocking that stroke. You don't understand anything. That's because Master Zhuang hasn't exerted his full strength. Otherwise, Qin Yujie would have been defeated with a single stroke. Ignoring the murmurs from the crowd, Qin Yujie responded coolly, "I'll reiterate, you're the bug. Because you've never seen a real genius, you become arrogant without justification. Actually, in my eyes, you're nothing." Upon hearing these words, the scene instantly quieted again. After a brief moment, the Watermoon Sect followers erupted with fierce dissatisfaction. "Hell, Qin Yujie, do you know who you are? How dare you mock Elder Zhuang? My short temper cannot control myself anymore. Qin Yujie, I will cut you down. How dare you say that Elder Zhuang doesn't count as a genius? Who gave you the courage and confidence? It seems Qin Yujie has gone mad. His arrogance is too extreme. If even Elder Zhuang doesn't qualify as a genius, then what does that make us? Waste, perhaps. Wrong. Earlier Qin Yujie called Elder Zhuang an insect, which implies we aren't even insects. Qin Yujie, you better win. Otherwise, it will be hilarious when the moment comes. If he gets defeated by a single stroke from Elder Zhuang, he won't have any face left to mix in Ling Xianghua. Haha. Qin Yujie is so boastful. This is simply forcing himself to the path of death. If he loses, he will be a joke across the entire Ling Xianghua. I've seen people who are arrogant and self-important, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant and self-important as Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie must be crazy. Huang Youha, seeing those around her mocking and discussing Qin Yujie, said discontentedly, "You don't understand anything. You have no idea about my master's true strength. My master is someone you can only look up to your entire lives. Xuanhuan doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as my master." Li Kun and Meng Xiao also chimed in. The master's power is absolutely immeasurable. Defeating Xuanhuan will be a piece of cake. The surrounding crowd immediately retorted indignantly. That's utterly boastful. It seems you and Qin Yujie are all arrogant and ignorant people. That's right. I admit Qin Yujie's talent is monstrous, but his talent is at best similar to our Elder Zhuang's. What qualifies him to belittle our Elder Zhuang? I was actually quite admiring Qin Yujie's courage earlier, but this statement of his is too presumptuous. Does he think he can definitely defeat Elder Zhuang? Zhang Xiuling was also shocked by Qin Yujie's boastful words. Xuanhuan's strength was clearly evident now. Just 1/10 of his power was already this formidable. How terrifying would it be if he unleashed his full strength? Despite this, Qin Yujie still remained this confident, and Zhang Xiuling couldn't help but wonder what incredible ace Qin Yujie had up his sleeve. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Xuanhuan burst into uncontrollable laughter. After laughing for a while, his face instantly turned cold. With disdain, he said, "Qin Yujie, you are truly pitiable. It's your sad self-esteem driving you, isn't it? You know that your talent doesn't measure up to mine, but you refuse to acknowledge it, deliberately demeaning me instead. Such behavior is truly childish. Is it really so hard to admit that I am better than you?" Chapter 126, Shadow Flow Sword Technique. Qin Yujie seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to be so proud and self-centered. Qin Yujie said indifferently, "There are indeed many people who are more talented and stronger than me, but it will absolutely not be you. In my eyes, you are simply no match." Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie as if looking at a clown and said coldly, "Qin Yujie, you presumptuous worm. I originally intended to play with you a bit longer, but since you are so arrogant, then I'll reveal a bit of my true strength and let you know my power." After Xuanhuan finished speaking, his aura became even more powerful than before. In an instant, he thrust his sword forward, and suddenly an overwhelming sword energy charged toward Qin Yujie. Shadow Flow Sword Technique. First form. Sword produces residual shadows. Everyone could see that this sword energy from Xuanhuan had a semi-transparent appearance, as if hiding in space, strangely charging towards Qin Yujie. The onlookers, upon seeing Xuanhuan's dazzling strike with the sword, were immediately shocked speechless. What terrifying sword energy! This Shadow Flow sword technique is far more formidable than the previous drawing the sword art. Zhuang brother's strength is just too horrifying. This wave of sword energy, Qin Yujie probably can't withstand. Yes, this wave of sword energy is too bizarre. Ordinary people would find it hard to notice. Qin Yujie is going to lose completely this time. Even some second-level We'll-See realm warriors might fail to resist this single stroke by Zhuang brother. Zhuang brother's strength is unfathomable. Although Qin Yujie has an extraordinary talent, compared to Zhuang brother, he's still somewhat lacking. This Qin Yujie was arrogantly talking nonsense earlier, and now look, he is bound to become a laughingstock for everyone. The Shadow Flow sword technique is a low-grade Earth stage sword technique with immense power. This technique was accidentally obtained by Xuanhuan, indicating that his martial arts luck was quite good. Most people wouldn't get a chance to acquire such a low-grade Earth stage martial skill. Throughout the entire Lingxianshan kingdom, low-grade Earth stage martial techniques are extremely rare in public. Of course, each person has their own martial fate. Like after Qin Yujie passed through the pagoda of Buddha Tooth relics, he inherited Wu Xingchang's legacy, which included numerous Earth stage and even Heaven stage skills and techniques. It must be admitted that due to its semi-transparent appearance, the Shadow Flow sword technique's energy is not easy to detect. If one is an ordinary individual, they would surely have difficulty dealing with it. But for Qin Yujie, it wasn't an issue. Four Seasons sword technique, Winter Snow Whiteness. Qin Yujie executed a clean and precise move, thrusting out his sword and immediately making snowfall descend from the sky. With the snowflakes falling, Xuanhuan's semi-transparent sword energy was naturally revealed because wherever his energy reached, there were no snowflakes. Amidst these snowflakes, Qin Yujie's sword energy also swiftly headed toward Xuanhuan. The two formidable sword energies collided again, producing a sound loud enough to shake heaven and earth. Everyone watched Qin Yujie in shock. They hadn't anticipated that he could withstand Xuanhuan's attack once again. "Goodness, what's happening? Am I dreaming?" said an astonished disciple among the spectators. Qin Yujie's strength is really extreme, becoming stronger when facing tough opponents. How does he do it? That blow from Zhuang brother was truly horrifying. Yet Qin Yujie easily resisted it, showing that his strength must not be ordinary. The power of the Shadow Flow sword technique is immensely strong, yet Qin Yujie managed to block it. truly beyond what I expected. The onlookers observed both Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan, amazed by their prodigious sword-related talents and insane strength. Of course, Qin Yujie's performance was even more astonishing. Even if he eventually loses, he'd already earned a name for himself. Zhang Qiuling looked at Qin Yujie in disbelief. She originally thought that although Qin Yujie was stronger than her, it wasn't by much. However, at this moment, Zhang Qiuling realized that Qin Yujie had barely used a fraction of his strength during their previous match. Qin Yujie, how strong are you actually? Could it be that you're truly capable of defeating Xuanhuan? Zhang Qiuling stared at Qin Yujie with wide eyes. She couldn't see through him anymore. Xuanhuan was also slightly shocked. He knew that in the previous strike, he had exerted 50% of his power. Still, despite this, Qin Yujie managed to block it. But after pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan resumed his superior attitude, feeling that Qin Yujie wouldn't be able to endure his next assault. Xuanhuan glanced at Qin Yujie and said calmly, Qin Yujie, don't think highly of yourself just because you managed to handle one of my strokes earlier. I was merely playing with you. The real spectacle begins next. Qin Yujie replied nonchalantly. Then quickly show your true strength, or else once I become serious, you won't even have the chance to make a move. This statement from Qin Yujie immediately caused an uproar. This Qin Yujie is truly as arrogant as ever. Now I finally understand why Qin Yujie has managed to last this long. It turns out that elder brother Zhuang hasn't been using his full strength until now. Yes, elder brother Zhuang probably wanted to play with Qin Yujie a bit more, so he intentionally held back his true power and matched Qin Yujie stroke for stroke. That's right. If elder brother Zhuang had been serious from the start, Qin Yujie would have definitely not stood a chance against him in a single move. This Qin Yujie is indeed overconfident, claiming that once he becomes serious, elder brother Zhuang won't even get a chance to make a move. This is way too boastful. Yes, who is elder brother Zhuang? A core disciple of Xuanhuan Sect. How could he not get an opportunity to attack? Truly absurd. Qin Yujie is far too blindly confident. It's rumored that the Shadow Flow Sword technique consists of 3 forms, and the second form is twice as powerful as the first. I wonder if Qin Yujie will be able to withstand it next. Twice as powerful? Oh my goodness, this Shadow Flow Sword technique is already terrifying in its first form. If it's twice as powerful, how terrifying will the impact be? This is simply unimaginable. Can't wait to see the next thrilling battle between elder brother Zhuang and Qin Yujie. Though Qin Yujie might be a bit arrogant, we can't deny that his strength is indeed formidable. Qin Yujie is strong, but there's always someone stronger. When compared to elder brother Zhuang, he appears somewhat weaker. All around, people started discussing Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan in waves. Without a doubt, at this very moment, across the entire Xuanhuan Sect, Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan were the focus of everyone's attention, like the sun in the sky being watched by thousands. Xuanhuan coldly snorted once, and his momentum grew even stronger again. Then, suddenly his figure disappeared from the spot. What? Elder brother Zhuang vanished. One of the onlookers was shocked as he spoke. Chapter 127. Heavenly Dragon Step versus Half-Step Chasing Cicada. Not exactly. It's not that we can't see Zhuang brother. It's that his speed is just too fast. Our eyes can't follow his movements, creating a visual blank spot where it seems he has disappeared, but he's still there. Look behind Xuan Yujie, there's brother Zhuang, another perceptive disciple explained. Wow, you're right. Brother Zhuang's speed is so fast that in the blink of an eye, he was already behind Xuan Yujie. Judging by Xuan Yujie's stunned look, he hasn't even reacted yet. Man, this kind of speed is downright ghostly. If such a technique were paired with the Shadow Flow Sword technique, who could possibly be a match for brother Zhuang? I bet at our current cultivation level, brother Zhuang is already invincible. The gentleman standing alone is peerless. Brother Zhuang is truly amazing. This competition has ultimately been won by brother Zhuang. I knew it. From the beginning, brother Zhuang wasn't using his full strength. If he had employed this level of movement from the start, Xuan Yujie wouldn't have even touched the hem of brother Zhuang's robes. This Shadow Flow Sword technique should indeed be combined with swift movements to bring out its full power. Finally, brother Zhuang is starting to take things seriously. The movement technique used by Xuanhuan was called the Heavenly Dragon Step, which was considered a mid-tier lower-grade martial art that Xuanhuan had spent a lot of money acquiring. Xuanhuan, with his remarkable talent, had already cultivated the Heavenly Dragon Step to its advanced stage. In fact, Xuanhuan's strength consisted of 2 parts. One was his terrifying swordsmanship, and the other was his lightning-fast movements. When these 2 elements came together, nothing within Xuanhuan's cultivation realm could withstand him. Xuanhuan looked disdainfully at the still-stunned Xuan Yujie and smirked. Xuan Yujie, you are ultimately too weak. Your reaction time is simply laughable. Well, this is where you stop. Quicker than thought. In a flash of light, Xuanhuan thrust his sword towards Xuan Yujie's back. Shadow Flow Sword technique, second form. Sword light, like shadow. A horrifyingly powerful blade chi appeared in the sky, rushing towards Xuan Yujie at an unimaginable speed. This strike was far too fast, so quick, in fact, that Xuan Yujie remained frozen in place as the sword pierced through his back. Could it be that Xuan Yujie has already lost like this? It seems that body maneuvering was Xuan Yujie's weakness. Who would have thought he'd lose like this? Just now, Xuan Yujie was making big claims. Now he's being proven wrong. Look quickly, Xuan Yujie has vanished. Heavens, has brother Zhuang's sword strike been so strong that it turned Xuan Yujie into dust? Hold on, Xuan Yujie has appeared behind brother Zhuang. Is Xuan Yuj a ghost or a man? Brother Zhuang obviously hit Xuan Yuj, but why did Xuan Yuj suddenly reappear behind Brother Zhuang? Amidst the heated discussion of the crowd, Xuanhuan broke through Xuan Yujie's illusory image and only then realized that his attack had merely hit a shadow and not the real Xuan Yujie. A cold sweat immediately soaked through Xuanhuan's back. Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt a sense of alertness, sensing that Xuan Yujie was right behind him. During combat, exposing one's back to an opponent was extremely dangerous. As a core disciple of the Watermoon Sect, Xuanhuan certainly understood this fundamental principle. Choking on his words, Xuanhuan instantly utilized his heavenly dragon step and disappeared again, reappearing to Xuan Yujie's left side. This time, let's see how you avoid me. Shadow Flow Sword Technique, sword light, like shadow. Once more, the same blade, Qi struck Xuan Yujie in the chest. However, before Xuanhuan could bask in his success for 3 seconds, a leisurely voice came from behind. Xuanhuan, I'm behind you. Why is your speed so slow? In reality, if Xuan Yujie wanted to attack, Xuanhuan would have had no chance. Earlier, Xuan Yujie had effortlessly used his half-step chasing cicada technique and silently moved behind Xuanhuan. If he had attacked at that moment, Xuanhuan wouldn't have been able to react. However, Xuan Yujie didn't care to act in such a manner. All he wanted was to spar with Xuanhuan to compare their movement techniques. Defeating Xuanhuan was a simple task, something easily done with just one slash if Xuan Yujie decided to. Upon hearing Xuan Yujie's words, Xuanhuan knew once again that he had struck a phantom instead of Xuan Yujie's real body. Xuan Yujie's agility was beyond what Xuanhuan had expected. He hadn't imagined that Xuan Yujie's footwork was so astonishing. Although Xuanhuan prided himself on having swift movements, they were utterly inadequate against Xuan Yujie. The surrounding spectators were astounded by Xuan Yujie's ghostly speed. The shocks of the day had piled up, and though people watched Xuan Yujie intently, some began to feel a sense of numbness at the continuous surprises. This Qin Yujie is truly a freak. His footwork is so fast my eyes can't keep up with him at all. Yes, I initially thought Qin Yujie was definitely going to lose since Elder Brother Zhuang's heavenly dragon step is terrifying. But who would have thought that even though Brother Zhuang's speed is this quick, he still couldn't touch the hem of Qin Yujie's robes. There's always someone better. In terms of movement techniques, I admit Qin Yujie is far superior to Elder Brother Zhuang. I feel like such a waste of space. If it were me against Qin Yujie, I'd probably be killed with one move. Right now, I think most of us here are no match for Qin Yujie when compared to him. He insulted us as useless trash, and he was absolutely right. There's no way for me to argue with that. I think the only ones who might stand a chance against Qin Yujie are disciples like Elder Brother Zhuang, but apart from them, no one else could possibly be his opponent. Elder Brother Zhuang is in trouble next. Qin Yujie's speed is just too fast. No matter how powerful his attacks are, they're useless if they cannot hit Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie with shock on his face and said, "How can your footwork be so fast? It's impossible. As someone in the second stage of the celestial human realm, your movements shouldn't be faster than mine in the third stage of the oceanic wheel realm." Xuan Yujie shook his head and casually replied, "In this vast world, anything is possible. What you deem impossible is merely due to the limits of your perspective and knowledge." Recalling his ace technique, Xuanhuan once again confidently declared, "Skillful footwork doesn't signify overall combat prowess. A warrior's cultivation level is fundamental. Next, let me show you the true power of a warrior in the third stage of the oceanic wheel realm." Since Xuanhuan had appeared on the scene, this was the first time his expression turned so solemn. Before now, he had completely dismissed Xuan Yujie, but now he understood. This Qin Yujie was not ordinary. If he didn't unleash his full strength, he might not be able to win. Furthermore, Xuanhuan had already lost patience and decided to use his strongest attack. Chapter 128, The Strongest Sword. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, his aura grew increasingly powerful, and the terrifying true essence of the third level of the Wheel C realm erupted completely. Xuanhuan was surrounded by a terrifying true essence and spiritual energy. Above the Xuanhuan Sect, the sky changed drastically, and the spiritual energy in the world rushed toward Xuanhuan like crazy. All the people around were attracted by Xuanhuan's terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Xuanhuan, not expecting his aura to be this powerful. It seems Elder Brother Zhuang is going all out. Qin Yujie will definitely lose this time. Elder Brother Zhuang's aura is so powerful. This is truly Elder Brother Zhuang's real strength. Indeed, it turns out that Elder Brother Zhuang hadn't been putting forth full effort before. No wonder Qin Yujie has been able to act so freely. If Elder Brother Zhuang had exerted full power from the beginning, it's likely that Qin Yujie wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move from him. Elder Brother Zhuang's true essence is too terrifying. Is this the real strength of the third level of the Wheel C realm? It's simply too horrifying. The density of Elder Brother Zhuang's true essence is even stronger than that of ordinary fourth level Wheel C realm warriors. Qin Yujie must be terrified right now. He won't die if he doesn't try to force himself. Now Qin Yujie has finally angered Elder Brother Zhuang. Even if he doesn't die, Qin Yujie will certainly suffer serious injuries. At this moment, Xuanhuan was like a god descending from heaven. His aura soared to the heavens, and the surrounding celestial humans realm cultivators couldn't withstand his aura at all. Fortunately, Song Yangyu, the deputy sect leader of the Xuanhuan Sect, timely blocked the residual might of the aura. Otherwise, many people would have been injured by this aura. In severe cases, some might have been killed instantly from being shattered by it. Xuanhuan coldly stared at Qin Yujie with an air of arrogance and said confidently, Qin Yujie, I've entertained you for such a long time, and you should feel content. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. Your ability to block my attacks before was nothing extraordinary. It was merely warm-up. Now this is my true strength. When Qin Yujie heard these words, his spirit immediately rose as he responded. You finally decided to unleash your full potential. Excellent. This battle can finally come to an end. If you're defeated by my single sword strike when you're using all your strength, I wonder how you'll feel then. Qin Yujie's speech immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. How arrogant Qin Yujie is. After witnessing senior brother Zhuang's immense power, he's still acting arrogantly. Has he gone mad? It seems Qin Yujie knows he is bound to fail, so he is seeking a temporary satisfaction with his words. I admit Qin Yujie is strong, and his movements are mysterious, but in the face of absolute strength, his skills will probably be useless. Qin Yujie really is getting more domineering. Does he have any hidden cards left? This is probably Qin Yujie's last stubborn stand. How dare he talk about senior brother Zhuang with such presumption? It's like he swallowed a bear's heart or a leopard's liver. I don't quite agree with your opinions. I think Qin Yujie is unfathomably deep, perhaps possessing even more formidable hidden powers. That's right. In front of senior brother Zhuang's great power, someone would act so arrogantly only if they were either ignorant or utterly confident in their own abilities. I believe Qin Yujie falls into the latter category. The crowd began to chatter about both Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Xuanhuan disdainfully retorted, how conceited. The next move I'll make is my strongest stroke, the third stance of the Shadow Flow Sword technique. I've never used it before anyone because its power is so overwhelming that even I am afraid of it myself. Qin Yujie, seemingly indifferent, said, is it that strong? Then I'd like to see it. Just go ahead and release it. I'll take everything you throw at me. Xuanhuan was waiting for this sentence from Qin Yujie. With these words, if Xuanhuan eventually killed Qin Yujie with one stroke, he'd have his justification ready. Since it was Qin Yujie himself who asked Xuanhuan to use his full strength, witnessed by all these people in Xuanhuan Sect, if Qin Yujie indeed died under this one stroke, it could only prove that he didn't know his own limitations. As for the consequences of killing Qin Yujie, in Xuanhuan's view, there was absolutely no need to worry. The Qin family in Yushuan City, without Qin Hanjing, is nothing to fear. Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Xuanhuan immediately laughed coldly. Fine. If that's what you want, I'll reluctantly let you experience my true strength. I hope you can maintain this arrogance of yours after a moment. Having spoken, Xuanhuan immediately thrust his sword towards Qin Yujie. A terrifying sword chi instantly surged in the sky, heading straight toward Qin Yujie. Shadow Flow Sword Art. Third stance. One stroke to cut the shadow. Earth Sword Intention. The third stance of the Shadow Flow Sword Art was already extraordinarily powerful. When fused with the perfected Earth Sword Intention, the power of this sword chi became unprecedentedly formidable. Everyone was shocked as they watched this strike of the sword. They couldn't find the words to describe it. They only felt that this strike was far stronger than all the previous sword chi. If the previous sword chi could be likened to a small river, then this one was an ocean. There is simply no comparison between a river and an ocean. It's like comparing heaven and earth. This is Brother Zhuang's strongest strike? Truly terrifying. Even a 4th level Wheel Sea Realm warrior would find it hard to withstand Brother Zhuang's strike. Not to mention someone at a mere celestial human realm like Qin Yujie. Sword Intent. Xuanhuan has actually comprehended the mature Earth Sword Intent. That's extraordinary talent indeed. Previously, Elder Sister Zhang had only grasped half-step sword intent, yet she was already so powerful. Now, with Brother Zhuang comprehending mature Earth Sword Intent, just imagine how formidable its power must be. The fusion of sword intent and sword technique. This strike's power might very well be something Qin Yujie can't resist. Yes, Qin Yujie merely grasped the lesser accomplishment of Wind Sword Intent. Its power can't even compare with Brother Zhuang's mature Earth Sword Intent. Brother Zhuang truly has demonic talent in swordsmanship. I'm sure Elder Sister Zhang regrets now. If she followed Brother Zhuang, her future martial achievements would have been unimaginable. Yes, Qin Yujie's disciple probably regrets now too. Compared with Brother Zhuang, Qin Yujie seems as weak as a star under the moon. But I feel I need to say a fair word for Qin Yujie. At just 2nd level celestial human realm, he has comprehended the lesser accomplishment of Wind Sword Intent. Just think how terrifying his strength will become when his cultivation advances a bit further. That's true. You're right. I almost forgot that Qin Yujie is only at 2nd level celestial human realm. However, it looks like Brother Zhuang has made up his mind to kill Qin Yujie. This strike doesn't give him any room to live. Chapter 129. The Powerful Qin Yujie. Even if it were me, I would have to kill Qin Yujie. His talent is too terrifying. It's estimated that before long, his strength will surpass Brother Zhuang's. Everyone around, watching this stunning sword strike by Xuanhuan, was completely conquered by this terrifying sword chi. Among all present, except for a few people like Huang Yoha, everyone thought Qin Yujie had definitely lost this time. Qin Yujie looked at the sword chi and sneered dismissively, saying, a mere great accomplishment in sword intent dares to be displayed for show. Since you have brought out your strongest ability, it's about time to defeat you with one sword strike. The words came slower than the action. At the moment when everyone was stunned, Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward. Instantly, there was a dramatic change in the winds of heaven and earth. Then, a stronger sword chi even than Xuanhuan's appeared in the sky. Zhongheng Sword Art. Dominating the world. Wind Sword Intent. The Zhongheng Sword Art is a lower-class celestial sword art. Its power far exceeds that of the Four Seasons Sword Art, an upper-class terrestrial-level sword art. Moreover, Xuanhuan's Jingle Sword Art is only a lower-class terrestrial-level sword art. There can be no comparison between them. Also, Qin Yuzhe's Wind Sword Intent has already reached a perfect state, while Xuanhuan's Earth Sword Intent is only at the stage of complete accomplishment. Even though they differ by only one realm, their powers are vastly different. The combination of the Zhongheng Sword Art and the Wind Sword Intent made Qin Yuzhe's single sword stroke overwhelmingly powerful. Compared to this, Xuanhuan's sword chi seemed like a child facing an adult. Its might instantly diminished by 3 degrees. Between these two sword chi forces, the difference in strength was immediately clear. As the crowd gazed upon Qin Yuzhe's terrifying sword strike, their minds went blank with a buzz. Only now did they realize how strong Qin Yuzhe actually was. If Qin Yuzhe had unleashed such terrifying swordsmanship and sword intent from the start, Xuanhuan wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single strike. I'm not dreaming, am I? This sword strike is far too terrifying. Just its momentum surpasses Brother Zhuang's sword chi by leaps and bounds. It turns out the fool was us all along. What a laughable situation. How dare we mock someone like Qin Yuzhe, a peerless genius who deserves our admiration. I always thought Brother Zhuang was already extremely strong, but compared to Qin Yuzhe, suddenly Brother Zhuang seems somewhat weaker. It seems Qin Yuzhe was right. Indeed, Brother Zhuang resembles an ant. Once Qin Yuzhe takes things seriously, Brother Zhuang can't even withstand one of Qin Yuzhe's strikes. Brother Zhuang is already so strong, yet in Qin Yuzhe's eyes, he's still insignificant like an ant. What about the rest of us? Do we even count as ants? Qin Yuzhe's understanding of the way of the sword is truly terrifying. He has comprehended a perfected level of the Wind Sword Intent. Oh heavens! This is utterly astonishing. To have achieved a complete grasp of the Wind Sword Intent at the second level of the Heavenly Person realm. If he reaches the Wheel Sea realm, how horrifying will that be? If Qin Yuzhe doesn't perish halfway through his journey, he will definitely become a supreme warrior like his father someday. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, the two strands of sword chi collided with a boom, producing a deafening roar. However, what shocked everyone was that Qin Yuzhe's sword chi maintained its momentum undiminished, whereas Xuanhuan's sword chi was obliterated, disappearing without a trace. Xuanhuan stared at this horrifying sword chi and felt a fatal threat from it. He knew that there was absolutely no way he could resist this sword chi. Not even using his agility skills would help. This sword chi had already locked onto him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Fearing that if this sword chi struck him, he would either die or be gravely injured, Xuanhuan shouted in panic. I concede. Qin Yuzhe paid no heed. That horrifying sword chi soon arrived inches before Xuanhuan's chest, ready to crash into his heart. Damn it, I concede. Xuanhuan was genuinely terrified now. Panic-stricken, he turned pale, knowing full well that once this sword struck, he'd surely face certain death. The onlookers all watched in shock as the usually arrogant and proud Xuanhuan begged for mercy. His earlier bravado, self-assurance, and air of superiority were now gone. At this moment, Xuanhuan resembled a weakling, filled with terror and despair. In fact, his life might as well depend entirely on Qin Yuzhe's mercy. At this moment, the entire scene became deathly quiet. Even Song Yangyu couldn't respond, everyone merely looking on in amazement at Qin Yuzhe, mouths agog and expressions dumbfounded. They hadn't fully recovered from being awed by Qin Yuzhe's devastating blow. Battles between martial artists skilled in swordsmanship are often like this. Within the blink of an eye, the battle situation changes dramatically. Sometimes, even within a split second, life can dangle precariously by a thread. This is why sword martial artists are so terrifying. Their attacks are just too strong. Sometimes, often with a single sword strike, they can kill their opponent. At the very last moment when Xuanhuan's life hung by a thread, Qin Yuzhe's sword chi stopped in front of Xuanhuan's chest. Qin Yuzhe disdainfully glanced at Xuanhuan, and as he retracted his hand, the sword chi immediately dissipated. Since this fight could only be considered a friendly match and not a battle to the death, and since Xuanhuan had already admitted defeat, Qin Yuzhe naturally had no reason to continue the fight. Qin Yuzhe had already shown mercy, otherwise, Xuanhuan would have certainly died. This was partly out of respect for Song Yangyu. Truly pitiful. Given Vice Sect leader Tsong's face, I'll spare your life this time. Qin Yuzhe took out his spring drunkenness wine, drank a sip, and then indifferently said. This sentence from Qin Yuzhe hurt Xuanhuan more than killing him. As a core disciple of the Xuanhuan Sect, Xuanhuan was always above others, but now his dignity had been trampled under Qin Yuzhe's feet. The current Xuanhuan has simply turned into a joke, because he lost, respectable third-level, We'll See realm martial artist that he was, and fell against Qin Yuzhe, who was merely at the second level of the Heavenly Person realm. At this moment, no one paid attention to Xuanhuan anymore. All eyes were on Qin Yuzhe in awe and admiration. Because Qin Yuzhe's strength was simply too terrifying, he had defeated a third-level We'll See realm fighter with an unfathomably powerful ability while being only at the second level of the Heavenly Person realm. In Lingxiang country, apart from Qin Yuzhe, absolutely no one else could do it. Zhang Xiuling stared at Qin Yuzhe as if a celestial deity had descended, her mind going blank. She never expected Qin Yuzhe to win. In her view, even if Qin Yuzhe won, it should have required 300 rounds of intense combat, and finally, Victory with only a slight advantage. How could he have won with such overwhelming absolute power? This made Zhang Qiuling almost unable to believe it for a while. Song Yangyu also gazed at Qin Yujie in astonishment. He knew that Qin Yujie's talent surpassed that of his father, Qin Hanjing, in terms of sheer prodigiousness. If Qin Yujie were allowed to grow fully, then his ultimate end in martial arts would definitely not be the Emperor realm. Chapter 130. Zhuang Yuxing's Challenge in Alchemy. Huang Youhe and others looked excitedly at Qin Yujie. The stronger Qin Yujie's abilities were, the higher their own achievements would be in the future. This, Qin Yujie, is just too monstrous. Who would have thought it would end this way? One onlooker exclaimed incoherently. Yes, I always thought Brother Zhuang would win. In the end, however, Brother Zhuang lost. If he hadn't admitted defeat himself, Brother Zhuang might even have died. Qin Yujie's talent is truly unmatched. We were all too ignorant. How dare we laugh at Qin Yujie? Us worthless ones. That final blow from Qin Yujie was absolutely incredible. I've never seen a sword technique more brilliant than that. In comparison with Qin Yujie, I admit, I'm nothing but waste. Qin Yu is truly a paragon among his generation. Even Brother Zhuang, who is so powerful, bows down before him. Maybe what Qin Yujie said is correct. We've indeed seen little of the world. Outside Ling Xiantian, perhaps Brother Zhuang's level of talent means nothing, whereas only someone like Qin Yujie can be called a true genius. The surrounding crowd began to discuss heatedly about Qin Yujie and Zhuang Yuxing. Zhuang Yuxing gazed at Qin Yujie with a disoriented spirit. Such an outcome, he had never dreamed of. He couldn't believe he had actually lost, and lost so thoroughly. Zhuang Yuxing remembered mocking Qin Yujie as a mere ant, laughing at his grandiose claims and ignorance of reality. Thinking back on those words now, Zhuang Yuxing felt like a ridiculous clown. As he stared at Qin Yujie, resentment burned fiercely within Zhuang Yuxing's heart. Without Qin Yujie, there was no doubt that everyone's focus would have been solely on him. It was Qin Yujie who brought him crashing down in prestige within Xuanhuan Sect. At this thought, Zhuang Yuxing shouted wildly at Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I admit my skills are no match for yours. However, in alchemy, my talent is unrivaled. Because you made me lose face today, I won't let this go. Do you dare to compete against me in alchemy? Zhuang Yuxing's words immediately shocked the crowd. None expected him to challenge Qin Yujie in alchemy. Everyone knew that talent in alchemy came naturally. Indeed, Zhuang Yuxing possessed exceptional alchemical talent. While in Xuanhuan Sect, he wouldn't rank first in martial cultivation. After all, as a core disciple, his strength ranked last among them. He certainly ranked number 1 in alchemical talent. Brother Zhuang is challenging Qin Yujie to an alchemy competition? Though Qin Yujie has extraordinary martial talent, surely he cannot rival Brother Zhuang when it comes to alchemy. Yes, Brother Zhuang is using his strengths against another's weaknesses. Knowing Qin Yujie doesn't know alchemy, he deliberately issued this challenge. What's the point? Even if Brother Zhuang wins, it wouldn't be a fair victory. Alchemists should compete against other alchemists to fairly assess superiority. Qin Yujie doesn't even know how to alchemize. What's there to compare? Brother Zhuang must be enraged with shame after being utterly defeated by Qin Yujie under everyone's eyes. If he doesn't quickly recover some dignity, he'd truly become the object of ridicule today. It's understandable, isn't it? Brother Zhuang clings to his pride too much, unable to swallow this loss. After all, he has always lived above everyone else, and falling from such heights into disgrace, he naturally can't adapt. TSK, does Brother Zhuang find it so hard to admit others surpass him? Speaking for myself, I initially did underestimate Qin Yujie because I considered him pretentious. But having witnessed his real power, I can only feel admiration and reverence. I admit, Qin Yujie's talent is beyond measure. To tell the truth, I empathize with Brother Zhuang. After all, Brother Zhuang is a core disciple, pampered by the sect. Normally, he doesn't lack resources, and things have gone smoothly for him. Suddenly losing to an unknown figure naturally creates imbalance. Even if beaten by Qin Yujie, Brother Zhuang remains a force far beyond our reach. After all, dealing with us takes him only one strike, no second required. The world is vast. Indeed, people better than us exist beyond the skies. Someone we once held in high esteem turned out powerless before Qin Yujie. It seems almost laughable. But honestly speaking, Brother Zhuang's alchemical talent is genuinely remarkable. I heard he comprehended it through self-realization. I wonder whether Qin Yujie will accept Brother Zhuang's challenge. Probably not, right? A sane person wouldn't agree to this test. It's bound to fail. When the crowd heard Zhuang Yuxing's words, they immediately began to murmur and discuss. The atmosphere was once again energized by Zhuang Yuxing. After all, a competition in alchemy wasn't something people commonly encountered. In everyone's eyes, alchemists were enigmatic figures, and this was a rare opportunity for many to observe Zhuang Yuxing practice alchemy right before their eyes, essentially offering free learning experience. It must be known that the secrets of alchemy are fundamental for an alchemist. Usually, no one would let others watch while they refined pills since these techniques were far too valuable, making it impossible for anyone to simply let someone else learn from them. However, today was different. If Qin Yujie participated in the alchemy competition, then at that time, everyone would have the chance to witness Zhuang Yuxing refining pills. Qin Yujie had initially thought that matters should end here for the day. He'd already shown mercy, otherwise, Zhuang Yuxing might have been dead long ago. What he didn't expect was that not only Zhuang Yuxing showed no gratitude, but also wanted to compete with him in alchemy. Qin Yujie looked at Zhuang Yuxing, disdain clearly etched on his face, as he said, "Your idea to challenge me in alchemy is based solely on the assumption that I don't know how to refine pills. But you're mistaken, because not only do I know alchemy, but I'm better at it than you. Zhuang Yuxing, however, appeared confident that he had Qin Yujie figured out, smiling mockingly as he retorted, Qin Yujie, why pretend? Who would believe those words of yours? If you don't dare, just admit it. What's so hard about admitting that you don't know alchemy? Clearly, I overestimated you. If you won't take up my challenge, let's leave it at that. Qin Yujie calmly stated, I'll give you a chance to regret. Otherwise, if I accept your challenge, and when you lose, you'll be left without even the tiniest bit of dignity. The more Qin Yujie talked like this, the more convinced Zhuang Yuxing became that Qin Yujie truly did not know alchemy, believing that he was merely trying to put up a show of calmness. Zhuang Yuxing laughed. What a colossal joke. Qin Yujie, indeed your martial arts surpass mine, yet in alchemy, I'm stronger. Today, we're equals at best. Chapter 131, Fire Jade Tripod and Moon Cold Jade. Qin Yujie disdainfully glanced at Xuanhuan and said indifferently, Fine, since you're so eager to compare our abilities in pill refining with me, I'll accompany you for a competition this time. By then, don't regret it. The surrounding crowd immediately couldn't believe what they were hearing as they stared at Qin Yujie. Is Qin Yujie assuming that just because he has a monstrous martial talent, pill refining can come naturally without any master teaching him? This Qin Yujie is simply lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He's going to be humiliated soon. It's not anyone's fault, except Qin Yujie himself, who's too overconfident. Refining pills and martial way are two completely different things. Qin Yujie is just being too arrogant, and he's about to have a tough time. Actually, we should thank Qin Yujie. If it wasn't for his agreeing to the comparison of pill refining, how could we get such a chance to watch senior brother Zhuang refining pills? There will be an interesting show coming next. I wonder if Qin Yujie really knows how to refine pills, or if he's just pretending. The surrounding crowd began gossiping when they saw Qin Yujie had agreed immediately. When Xuanhuan heard that Qin Yujie actually agreed to compete, he immediately felt a sense of smugness welling up inside him. Afraid that Qin Yujie might change his mind, he hurriedly said, Good, then let's have a competition to see who refines higher grade pills, alright? Qin Yujie nodded and accepted, saying, Sure. Xuanhuan continued triumphantly. We will take an hour as the limit, each person preparing their own materials. Whoever refines higher quality pills wins. Alright, Qin Yujie replied. Vice Master Tsong, please act as a witness. Xuanhuan said confidently. Great, let's begin the competition. San Yangyu immediately became interested. In his view, Qin Yujie already showed incredible talent in martial arts. If he also showed talent in pill refinement, then he truly was a genius among geniuses. As soon as San Yangyu finished speaking, Xuanhuan slapped his storage pouch, causing a medicinal cauldron to fly out instantly. This cauldron was ink green in color, engraved with some complex runes, clearly indicating its exceptional quality. Seeing this impressive cauldron, the surrounding crowd immediately flashed expressions of shock and envy on their faces. Could this cauldron be the renowned Fire Jade Tripod? Wow, this Fire Jade Tripod is indeed one of the top treasures ranked at the Mystic Upper Grade. It's said that the Fire Jade Tripod can slightly increase the success rate of pill refining. Is that true or false? Of course it's true. The Fire Jade Tripod is extremely famous in Lingtian country. Who would have thought this treasure has been in possession of senior brother Zhuang all along? With the Fire Jade Tripod in hand, senior brother Zhuang will definitely have an edge while refining pills. Qin Yujie claims he knows how to refine pills, but why don't I see him bringing out his own cauldron? Could it be that he doesn't even own one? It's very possible. That makes it kind of hilarious. Since he promised to compete in pill refining, turns out he doesn't even possess a pill refining tripod? Is Qin Yujie here just for fun? Although Qin Yujie indeed possesses a freakish martial talent, when it comes to pill refining, he certainly won't be a match for senior brother Zhuang. After all, everyone has limited energy. It's impossible to excel in everything, right? Looks like Qin Yujie is in trouble now. To refine pills, yet not have a cauldron means certain defeat. Qin Yujie didn't bother with the crowd. Instead, he took out his folding chair and a set of tea utensils, starting to brew tea. This action left the spectators momentarily bewildered. What's going on? Bro, you're supposed to compete in pill refinement, not the art of brewing tea. Why did you bring out teaware? Are you here just for amusement? A disciple watching couldn't help but stare in amazement. Ho ho, what's Qin Yujie trying to do? Trying to show off and entertain the crowd? While senior brother Zhuang is busy organizing his spirit herbs, he still has leisure time for drinking tea. I know, Qin Yujie must have realized that without a pill refining tripod, he's sure to lose. So rather than stress, he decided to relax and start leisurely brewing tea. However, Qin Yujie seems awfully extravagant. Look at his teaware. It's crafted from moon-cold jade. Even the tea table is made from a solid slab of moon-cold jade. My gosh, am I seeing double? At first, I thought senior brother Zhuang's Fire Jade tripod was priceless enough, but Fire Jade is only a mystic upper-grade material. Yet, moon-cold jade ranks as an earth upper-grade material, making their value vastly different. Even more decadent, Qin Yujie transformed such valuable moon-cold jade into tea tables and cups. Such extravagance is incomprehensible. I don't understand. If Qin Yujie is so wealthy, how can he possibly not afford a pill-refining tripod? It's not about affordability. Qin Yujie obviously doesn't know how to refine pills and wouldn't prepare something utterly useless to him. Qin Yujie paid no attention to the murmurs around him. From his personal estate, he took out a pot of crystal-clear spiritual spring water and several verdant thousand-year-old spirit peach leaves. This was no ordinary spring water. It was mystic upper-grade spiritual spring. After obtaining the mystical upper-grade spring vein last time, Qin Yujie had placed it in the pond of his personal estate. Over time, the entire pond had turned into mystical upper-grade spiritual spring. When Qin Yujie took out the spiritual spring, everyone could smell a dense spiritual energy from afar. Such a mystical upper-grade spiritual spring could be considered one of nature's treasures, extremely rare and almost impossible to encounter. Normally, an average person obtaining even a drop would be a tremendous stroke of luck. However, Qin Yujie now possessed a whole pot of it. Holy cow, how does Qin Yujie have so many good things? Wow, this spiritual spring. I just took a whiff and already feel refreshed. Qin Young Master is truly extravagantly wealthy, using such a large pot of spiritual spring water to brew tea. My poverty limits my imagination. Look, even elder brother Zhuang is stunned. He doesn't seem to have the focus to refine pills anymore. My goodness, Qin Yujie might deliberately be disturbing elder brother Zhuang's mindset, so he can't calm down for refining pills. You know, mood control is essential when refining pills. If not calm, the furnace can easily explode. Yes, if I were him, I wouldn't be able to concentrate on refining pills either. Did you notice what Qin Yujie used as tea leaves? Those look like 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaves. What? Say that again. You mean those tea leaves are from a 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree? Oh my god, each leaf is worth its weight in gold. Qin Yujie really knows how to live life. These supreme-grade cultivation resources make me green with envy. I finally understand why Sister Zhang and Qin Yujie's little disciple follow him so loyally. Although elder brother Zhuang is a pill refiner, he likely doesn't have these top-grade cultivation resources. I wonder if young Master Qin is still hiring maidservants? I may not be as outstanding as Sister Zhang, but I could keep young Master Qin warm at night. A female disciple of the Xuanhuan Sect said enviously. Chapter 132, The Stunned Crowd. That's right. Although elder Sister Zhang looks good, we can't get close to her. But I'm different. I am pretty attainable, easy to get, said another female disciple shyly. Master Qin is so busy, with so many women waiting in line. How would he have the time to get you? Someone else said disdainfully. If there's no time, it's okay to grab a spare moment. Time. Squeeze it out, and you'll find some. The surrounding crowd was utterly shocked by Qin Yujie. Now all eyes were on Qin Yujie, and no one was paying attention to Zhuang Yubin's alchemy practice. Qin Yujie released his chibi flame, and before long, the water boiled, and the rich aroma of spiritual tea spread everywhere. Just from a distant sniff, everyone instantly felt their inner spiritual energy resonate. Damn, this is actually primal fire. Wow, Qin Yujie actually possesses primal fire. This primal fire is something that every alchemist dreams of. Zhuang brother probably doesn't have it, right? Just look at Zhuang brother's stunned, envious, jealous gaze. It's clear he doesn't have it. Why does Qin Yujie have everything good? Is Qin Yujie heaven's chosen child? Others usually use primal fire for refining pills, but Qin Yujie uses it to brew tea. What a waste of something valuable. I think being able to cultivate under Master Qin is already a great opportunity. Why look for anything else? Just clinging to Master Qin will suffice. No wonder Qin Yujie's female disciple said that even elder brother Zhuang isn't worth one finger of Master Qin's. She's absolutely right. Look at elder brother Zhuang. Even his hands are shaking now. With this state, how could he refine pills? Still, Master Qin is impressive. Even though Master Qin can't refine pills, this performance alone means that elder brother Zhuang might not be able to either because his mind has become restless. Winning without fighting. Master Qin is truly remarkable. Master Qin even owns primal fire. Perhaps he really knows how to refine pills too. Does it matter if Master Qin knows how to refine pills now? Medium quality or high quality pills are like trash to Master Qin, unless they're top-notch pills. Otherwise, how could Master Qin even consider them? That's true. This spiritual tea has no side effects, whereas regular pills have poison unless they're of the highest quality. Suddenly, elder brother Zhuang as an alchemist seems much less attractive. Poor Zhuang elder brother. Yeah, elder brother Zhuang is getting hit hard here. Silent attacks are always the most lethal. Qin Yujie poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, then picked it up, sniffing it. As everyone thought Qin Yujie was about to drink the tea, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he muttered to himself. This tea was overcooked, the temperature wasn't controlled well enough. This affects the taste. After saying that, Qin Yujie casually lifted the teapot and dumped all the spiritual tea, along with the leaves, onto the ground. This action completely shocked the crowd. Everyone stared at Qin Yujie with wide eyes, and the entire scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Only because the tea was overcooked. Master Qin just dumped this priceless spiritual tea down the drain? Is he even human? My brain isn't functioning properly. What is Master Qin doing? That was 1,000-year-old spiritual tea. Master Qin is such a spendthrift. If you don't want the spiritual tea, you could have given it to us. Damn, what kind of world is this? Master Qin, I want to be your personal maid. Do you still hire maids? Master Qin is like a walking treasure chest. Any drop of his superior resources would be enough for our use. We're truly blind. Compared to Master Qin, elder brother Zhuang pales in comparison. What's so great about knowing how to refine pills? Regular pills are surely below Master Qin's standards. Poor financial conditions have constrained my imagination. This is the first time I've seen someone so extravagant like Master Qin. One pot of 1,000-year-old spiritual tea, just thrown away like this by Master Qin? Someone slap me. Is this real life or a dream? Look at elder brother Zhuang. He's lost his senses. That dumbfounded expression on his face is something I've never seen before. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Qin Yujie fetched another pot of spirit spring water added a few leaves of thousand-year-old spirit tea, and soon the water was boiling again. Qin Yujie sniffed it, faintly smiling. This time, the timing is perfect. It's exactly this flavor. Qin Yujie took out several teacups and poured several cups of spirit tea. Then, with a flick of his true essence, the 5 teacups flew toward 5 individuals. The cups moved rapidly through the air, yet not a single drop of tea spilled, showing just how terrifying Qin Yujie's control of his true essence was. The first cup of spirit tea landed directly in front of Xuanhuan. Vice Chief Tsang, consider this cup of spiritual tea as a token of respect from your junior. Qin Yujie said casually. Fine, then I won't hesitate. Xuanhuan, you didn't hold back. With one hand, he caught the teacup and took a small sip. Indeed, it's a fine tea. Xuanhuan, you smiled. The next 3 cups of spiritual tea arrived before Huang Youhe, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao respectively. Thank you, master. Huang Youhe said excitedly. Thank you, lord. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also showed joy on their faces. The last cup of spiritual tea came to Zhang Qiuling. Thank you, young master Qin. Zhang Qiuling looked at Qin Yujie with complex emotions. She couldn't believe that as merely his newly appointed maid, she was receiving such treatment. However, thinking about how Qin Yujie had helped her recover earlier, Zhang Qiuling's heart stirred slightly. After all, most people wouldn't hesitate to use a 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf for someone unrelated. At this moment, everyone around felt like they were tasting all flavors of life. All eyes looked enviously at Qin Yujie. I envy senior sister Zhang so much. Following Qin Yujie would mean enjoying spiritual tea daily, right? That envy can't be helped. Who could have guessed senior sister Zhang is so beautiful? We ordinary folks. How could young master Qin take us as maids? Earlier we mocked senior sister Zhang for being foolish, but now I realize the real fools are us. Not recognizing that young master Qin far surpasses brother Zhuang. Men in the world may look like jade figures, but none compare to young master Qin's rare brilliance. Once I've met someone like young master Qin, who else could capture my attention afterward? Yes, from now on, we can only admire and look up to young master Qin. Unfortunately, since young master Qin isn't from our Watermoon sect, we won't get to see him daily. Young master Qin is truly generous with his subordinates and servants. Anyone would want to follow such a person even at the cost of their lives. That's true, brother Zhuang cannot possibly match young master Qin. By now, brother Zhuang must surely regret causing trouble for young master Qin. Beyond each person lies another greater than them. This time, brother Zhuang lost completely. Chapter 133, Xuanhuan refines a pill. Just as the surrounding crowd looked on admiringly at Qin Yujie, Xuanhuan coldly said, Qin Yujie, I know you think that you can't refine pills better than me, so you deliberately made all this noise to disturb my focus and prevent me from refining the pill peacefully. How devious you are. Qin Yujie smiled faintly and replied, making tea doesn't interfere with my ability to refine pills afterward. There's an hour anyway, and as long as my pill refining time does not exceed an hour, it will be fine. You go first. Otherwise, if I were to start first, you would have no chance to show off. With that remark, Qin Yujie had shifted everyone's focus back onto the pill refining competition. Alright, then let me go first. I suppose you don't even know the technique of pill refining. So, I'll reluctantly give you a few moves to steal. I doubt you can master them in such a short time. The confidence returned to Xuanhuan once again, and now he seemed very spirited. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on the ground, then suddenly struck his hand down hard on the fire jade cauldron. The next moment, the dark green fire jade cauldron began to shake violently, and its lid spun open automatically. At this moment, the leftover drug dregs inside the cauldron were discarded like garbage by this shockwave, flying automatically out of the cauldron. The spectators on site were all shocked by Xuanhuan's move. This is called clearing the furnace, a technique for purging the cauldron. By utilizing true essence within the body along with special techniques, any residual impurities inside the walls of the Dan cauldron can be instantly cleared out. This single act already demonstrates how extraordinary elder brother Zhuang is, said a disciple who knew much about refining pills, amazed. Clearing the furnace simply means cleaning up the drug residue inside the cauldron. If it's not cleaned properly, it could affect the quality of refining pills, or may even cause the furnace to explode. That's right. The uninitiated see the spectacle, while the professionals observe the subtleties. Just with this one skill, we can tell that elder brother Zhuang is a remarkable pill refiner. Who would have thought elder brother Zhuang has such high talent for refining pills? Such skills are something ordinary people cannot achieve without practicing for years. His proficiency looks natural and effortless. Yeah, usually when people clear their furnaces, they need specialized tools. Very few people can do what elder brother Zhuang did, using only their inner energy and bare hands. It appears that elder brother Zhuang's methods surpass even those of common alchemists. Lord Qin is bound to lose this round. Although Master Qin has truly demonic martial talents in the art of pill refinement, he indeed falls short compared to elder brother Zhuang. There's no shame in that. In the 3,000 pathways of Tao, one person can hardly excel in every single path. That's correct. The path of refining pills is merely supplementary. A person's martial talent should still remain the most important aspect. Qin Yujie watched Xuanhuan indifferently. What stunned others, the furnace clearing technique, was nothing spectacular in Qin Yujie's eyes. That was merely the most basic type of furnace clearing method. Within Qin Yujie's mind, there existed countless ancient methods of clearing the furnace, ones far superior to this by 100-fold. Xuanhuan glanced at Qin Yujie, smugly saying, Qin Yujie, did you get dumbfounded? I bet you wouldn't be able to learn this method in 100 years. Qin Yujie merely smirked with disdain and didn't bother responding to Xuanhuan's remarks. Seeing Qin Yujie's silence, Xuanhuan assumed he had hit the nail on the head and grew even more arrogant and confident. Xuanhuan pulled out several types of herbs from his storage bag. These were precisely the materials needed to refine the Heaven Heart Pill. The Heaven Heart Pill was only considered a yellow-grade pill, specifically used for Celestial Realm Warriors cultivation. Since Xuanhuan could produce the Heaven Heart Pill, it meant he was at least a yellow-grade alchemist. If Xuanhuan managed to refine even a single mystical-grade pill, then he would be recognized as a mystical-grade alchemist. But within Ling Empire, there were only two mystical-grade alchemists, Feng Yushu and Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan directed a flame towards the fire jade cauldron with just a flicker of his finger, igniting a blazing fire beneath the cauldron immediately. This kind of flame was the commonly used herb fire by pill refiners. After all, world spirit flames were quite rare in this world, and not everyone was like Qin Yujie, who possessed a type of world spirit flame. Most regular alchemists relied solely on herb fire. Refining the Heaven Heart Pill involved using over a dozen spiritual herbs. The order of each herb mattered significantly. If the sequence was reversed by mistake, it could result in failure. Moreover, pill refining demanded extremely high precision with heat control. An improper degree of heat might even cause the furnace to explode. Heaven Heart Pills were for Celestial Realm Warriors, and Xuanhuan regularly refined these. His success rate with this particular pill was quite high. Since this was a competition, choosing the pill one was most skill that was essential. For the Heaven Heart Pill, Xuanhuan was utterly confident. With his true essence, Xuanhuan controlled the spiritual herbs, dropping them one by one into the fire jade cauldron according to the ingredients' compatibility and specific order. Melting, purification, pill formation. The entire process of refining pills was performed by Xuanhuan with consummate skill. His mastery over the heat was perfectly timed, making the procedure look smooth and seamless. Everyone present was shocked by Xuanhuan's smooth and effortless pill refining skills, and they had to admit that Xuanhuan had an extraordinary talent for refining pills. An hour later, the fire jade cauldron suddenly emitted a refreshing medicinal fragrance. This was a sign that the pill had been successfully refined. Xuanhuan didn't forget to give Qin Yujie a taunting smile. Then he slapped the fire jade cauldron again. The cauldron began spinning automatically, and 3 exquisite pills flew out of the fire jade cauldron. Xuanhuan took out a white transparent tray and caught the 3 flying Heaven Heart Pills. In the exquisite white tray lay 3 plump, glossy light blue Heaven Heart Pills, radiating brilliantly and captivating anyone who glanced at them. Today, Xuanhuan had performed exceptionally well, producing 3 Heaven Heart Pills in one batch, one of which was superior quality, and the other 2 were medium quality. As everyone knew, pills were classified into supreme, superior, medium, and inferior grades. Supreme grade pills were rare encounters, and generally, producing 1 superior pill per batch was already quite remarkable. All the spectators stared at Xuanhuan with shock on their faces. They couldn't believe how high his pill refining talent was, as he managed to refine a superior Heaven Heart Pill in just 1 attempt. Brother Zhuang is still Brother Zhuang. His talent in the path of pill refining is simply monstrous. Yes, Brother Zhuang's set of pill refining techniques flowed like clouds in water, making the entire process enjoyable to watch. Wow, Brother Zhuang actually refined a superior Heaven Heart Pill. It's absolutely stunning. Qin Yujie is really about to lose face. Brother Zhuang has already produced a superior Heaven Heart Pill, yet Qin Yujie is still leisurely drinking spiritual tea. Is he not worried at all? I wonder if Qin Yujie can produce pills of the same quality. Chapter 134, The Golden Needle Dan Transfer Technique. Yes, this time Master Qin is definitely going to lose. Elder Brother Zhuang's talent in alchemy is indeed well-deserved. Throughout the entire Ling Celestial Kingdom, there aren't many alchemists, and yet Senior Brother Zhuang has already secured a place for himself. Incredible. It seems Master Qin won't be able to surpass Elder Brother Zhuang in alchemy, but it's not surprising since martial cultivation is fundamentally more important. Everyone around was astonished and awestruck as they looked at Zhuang Yubin. After all, no matter where you are, alchemists were always highly favored. Zhuang Yubin glanced at Qin Yujie, who was still sipping tea, and said, Qin Yujie, this is the high-grade Tianqin pill, something you've probably never seen before. You might as well concede now. It will save your face somewhat. Qin Yujie gave a light, faint smile and said, just because you say it's the high-grade Tianqin pill doesn't make it so. Bring it over here and let me have a look. All right, I'll make sure you lose with absolute clarity. With a wave of his hand, the high-grade Tianqin pill flew into Qin Yujie's hand. Qin Yujie examined it briefly, then scoffed lightly. It truly is the high-grade Tianqin pill, but pills of this grade hold absolutely no appeal for me. Only the best quality pills would ever pass my lips. The crowd was instantly shocked upon hearing Qin Yujie's words. He pulled out a Taijin Liuxian needle from his spatial ring, and amidst everyone's stunned and bewildered eyes, plunged it directly into the Tianqin pill. Qin Yujie, what are you doing? Do you think ruining my high-grade Tianqin pill will somehow allow you to win? Zhuang Yubin cried out in alarm. That's right, Master Qin. If you lost, then just accept it. What you're doing isn't exactly above board. It appears Qin Yujie can't handle losing, so he resorted to cheating. Alas, Master Qin possessed exceptional talent and formidable power. Who would have thought he'd end up doing something like this? Why go through such lengths when conceding straight away would suffice? Isn't this redundant? Qin Yujie is overly proud and self-confident. He can't acknowledge his own defeat, hence resorting to such underhanded tactics. Truly contemptible. Never did the crowd expect Qin Yujie to take such an action, leading their opinions about him to dip slightly. As the discussions grew louder among the people around, Qin Yujie's Taijin Liuxian needle began moving with intricate patterns filled with profound energy and true essence, causing the surface of the Tianqin pill to gradually resemble a heart filling with mysterious alchemical runes. The black Dan toxins within the pill were chased by the Taijin Liuxian needle without any place to escape, ultimately dissipating into thin air. This unexpected event completely astounded the audience. Could this be the ancient alchemical technique called Golden Needle Dan Transfer, which was already considered lost long ago? Song Yanyu exclaimed, shocked as he stared at Qin Yujie, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Vice Patriarch Song, what is this Golden Needle Dan Transfer? Surrounding disciples asked curiously. Song Yanyu snapped back to reality. His expression remained awestruck. Calming himself after a moment, he explained slowly. The technique of the Golden Needle Dan Transfer is mentioned in some ancient texts I read. It has the ability to elevate the quality of a pill by 1 grade. That means using the Golden Needle Dan Transfer could upgrade a high-grade pill into an ultimate-grade pill or a medium-grade pill into a high-grade pill. Of course, each pill can only undergo this process once. Attempting it a second time will result in failure. Even so, this technique remains extremely precious, having been lost for centuries. Just imagine if someone masters this Golden Needle Dan Transfer method, countless high-grade pills could potentially be upgraded into ultimate-grade pills. Isn't this method terrifyingly powerful? After listening to Song Yangyu's detailed explanation, the onlookers finally understood that Qin Yujie hadn't intended to destroy the pill, but instead aimed to transform it into an ultimate-grade pill. Staring dumbfounded at Qin Yujie, none of them imagined he even knew how to use the long-lost Golden Needle Dan Transfer method. This realization left them almost breathless with shock. This Qin Yujie is truly remarkable. Who would have guessed he mastered such a divine and astonishing alchemy skill like the Golden Needle Dan Transfer? You're seeing it now. The Tianqin pill is gradually being filled with alchemical runes, and faintly, a sign of pill calamity forms above the pill. These are omens indicating its transformation into an ultimate-grade pill. I am now convinced Master Qin is an authentic alchemist whose talent even exceeds senior brother Xuan. You're right. Haven't you noticed how shocked elder brother Xuan is too? We have been truly ignorant. How could we mistakenly believe Master Qin wanted to destroy the pill? A talent like Qin Yujie's wouldn't waste his effort on such foolish actions. You're correct. Master Qin, forgive our stupidity. We allowed ourselves to be misled by Zhuang Yubin. To possess such a divine and miraculous alchemy skill, you're nothing short of an unparalleled genius in the art of pill refinement. Young Master Qin, your martial arts talent is already extraordinarily monstrous. Who would have thought that your alchemical pill refinement skills are equally remarkable? Truly a genius among geniuses. Compared to young Master Qin, we're all nothing but utter failures. We don't even deserve to be called failures. The onlookers around were both shocked and admiring as they stared at Qin Yujie. At this moment, Qin Yujie appeared just like a celestial being descending from the heavens. He was bathed in radiant light, causing others to naturally worship and look up to him in awe. Zhuang Yubin, after hearing Song Yanyu's explanation, revealed an expression of disbelief and repeatedly exclaimed, "Impossible. This absolutely cannot be possible. How could Qin Yujie possibly know the Golden Needle Dan Transfer technique, an ancient lost method? He must be pretending to deceive you all." Seeing Zhuang Yubin's somewhat frenzied state, the crowd shook their heads with pity. Turns out it's Zhuang's senior brother who can't accept losing after all. I've misjudged his character. Yes, Zhuang's senior brother has always been accustomed to holding a high status. Of course, he wouldn't be able to handle this easily. How pathetic Zhuang's senior brother is when compared to young Master Qin's talent in pill refining. Completely overpowered. One wonders if Zhuang's senior brother realized what the outcome would truly be. From beginning to end, it seems that the real fool has always been Zhuang's senior brother. Young Master Qin is undoubtedly the true master of pill refinement, while Zhuang's senior brother was merely showing off before experts. Poor Zhuang's senior brother. He can't match young Master Qin in martial cultivation, and now not even in pill refining talents. A complete defeat indeed. The surrounding crowd started whispering and discussing Zhuang Yubin. Qin Yujie, noticing the astonished and worshipful gazes of the people around him, lightly shook his head in disdain. The Golden Needle Dan Transfer technique may be considered a valuable pill refinement method for others, but for Qin Yujie, it was utterly insignificant. It was merely a negligible skill among many in the inheritance from the Pill Emperor. If the crowd knew what Qin Yujie really thought inside, one wonders how they would react. Chapter 135, This Pill Doesn't Count. Amidst the shocked gazes of the onlookers, in no time at all, Qin Yujie withdrew the Taijin Rui needle. Then everyone saw that in Qin Yujie's hand lay a smooth, full, and radiant pill. This pill was covered with complex patterns, appearing divine and wondrous. There was no doubt that this was an extreme quality Tianqin pill, because only the best pills have these divine markings on their surface. Qin Yujie said indifferently, "Xuanhuan, you refined an upper quality Tianqin pill, while I've refined an extreme quality Tianqin pill. The strength comparison here doesn't need me to elaborate, does it?" The surrounding crowd looked at the extreme quality Tianqin pill in Qin Yujie's hand, and they had to admit that in this alchemy contest, Qin Yujie had won. Xuanhuan found it hard to accept this result for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of something clever, then suddenly comprehended as if he'd realized an idea, and said, "Qin Yujie, this upper quality Tianqin pill is one I refined, and you don't know how to practice alchemy. All you know is this gold needle transfer method, so you can only use my pills to refine further. You yourself cannot perform alchemy. Hence, this doesn't count. Unless you refine your own pills, then it would count. Indeed, Xuanhuan's mind worked quickly. His words, though carrying a hint of cheating, did sound somewhat reasonable. It's true that Qin Yuzhe's extreme quality Tianqin pill was made possible by borrowing from Xuanhuan's upper quality Tianqin pill, and without this upper quality pill, Qin Yuzhe's gold needle transfer method would be useless. In fact, Qin Yuzhe hadn't even considered these things. He just happened to remember the gold needle transfer method buried in his memory, felt the urge, and wanted to try out the effect of this alchemy skill, so he gave it a go on the spot. Unexpectedly, this gold needle transfer method indeed performed well. Of course, this gold needle transfer technique held little significant use for Qin Yuzhe, since every batch of pills he personally refined were already extreme quality pills, leaving no room for upper quality pills to appear. Hence, there was no need for the gold needle transfer method. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's sentence, the crowd began discussing among themselves. Master Zhuang is being unfair here. This extreme quality Tianqin pill really is one that Qin Yuzhe used the gold needle transfer method to create. I think Master Zhuang does make some sense. Without Master Zhuang's upper quality Tianqin pill, Qin Yuzhe wouldn't have been able to refine the extreme quality one. That's right, this is tricky. Could it be Master Zhuang is telling the truth? Perhaps young Master Qin truly does not know alchemy, but only knows this gold needle transfer method as a shortcut. Not possible. Young Master Qin knows even ancient lost techniques like this. How could he not know alchemy? We can't be sure of that. It's quite possible that young Master Qin doesn't even have a cauldron. I still believe in young Master Qin. His methods are beyond what we can imagine. Let's just watch quietly. Yeah, we shouldn't jump to conclusions too early, or we might end up embarrassing ourselves. That's right. Young Master Qin, show us your alchemy skills. We will be extremely grateful. Qin Yuzhe glanced at the discontented Xuanhuan and casually responded. All right then, I'll make you fully convinced. And as for this extreme quality Tianqin pill, it's a gift to you. Qin Yuzhe took out his panlong cauldron and with a flick of his wrist, placed it gently on the ground. At first glance, the panlong cauldron wasn't an ordinary artifact. It appeared dignified and grandiose, yet not overly heavy. Just its external appearance far surpassed Xuanhuan's Huiyu cauldron, making them incomparable. Huiyu cauldron was merely a high-quality Xian-level cauldron, while the Panlong cauldron was a superior Earth-tier cauldron, differing by an entire large grade. They were fundamentally incomparable. Everyone was captivated by the image and presence of the Panlong cauldron. They swore they had never seen such a high-grade treasure before. Looking at Qin Yuzhe's cauldron, it's obviously no ordinary piece, surpassing Master Zhuang's Huiyu cauldron in terms of quality. Master Zhuang's Huiyu cauldron is already a top Xin-class treasure. Could it be that Qin Yuzhe's cauldron is an Earth-tier one? Heaven! Young Master Qin hides his depth well. This kind of treasure cauldron probably doesn't exist throughout the entire Lingtian kingdom. It seems that young Master Qin surely knows alchemy. Otherwise, how could he possess such a good cauldron? Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Qin Yuzhe was thinking about what kind of pill he should refine. Currently, his spatial ring contained various kinds of medicinal herbs. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yuzhe decided to refine Pojing pills this time. Pojing pills, as the name suggests, are pills used for breaking through stages. These Pojing pills could help a celestial human realm 9th-tier martial artist break through to the Wheel C realm. It's important to note that in the Lingtian kingdom, a Wheel C realm martial artist is already considered part of the elite fighting force. Therefore, the Pojing pill has always been under the control of the 4 major sects and a few great families. For ordinary people, once they reach celestial human realm 9th tier, if they lack sufficient talent and do not have Pojing pills, they definitely won't have a chance to break through to the Wheel C realm. Therefore, the Pojing pill is basically in a situation of being priced out of the market. Moreover, the Pojing pills refined by Qin Yuzhe are different from those on the market. Because it's an ancient pill formula, the medicinal efficacy of the Pojing pill made by Qin Yuzhe is twice as effective as the current version. Qin Yuzhe took out more than 20 types of herbs from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground. Qin Yuzhe wasn't afraid of others knowing the recipe for the Pojing pill. This pill requires special techniques, and without these skills, even knowing the recipe would be useless. With a flick of his finger, Qin Yuzhe shot the Qi-Qing flame into the bottom of the Panlong cauldron. As a variant flame, this Qi-Qing flame was naturally far superior to Xuanhuan's grass and wood fire. When Xuanhuan saw the herbs that Qin Yuzhe had taken out, he immediately understood what kind of pill he intended to refine. Qin Yuzhe, you're actually going to refine the Pojing pill. How could this be possible? The Pojing pill is a Xian-level pill, and only a Xian-level alchemist can refine it. Qin Yuzhe, I think you're just seeking attention. Xuanhuan mocked disdainfully at Qin Yuzhe. What? Master Qin actually intends to refine the Pojing pill? My goodness, the value of this pill is not comparable to the Tianqin pill. My goodness, the Pojing pill. Do you know how hard it is to exchange for one in the inner sect of the Xuanhuan sect? It takes 10,000 contribution points, and there's no guarantee you'll get one. The Pojing pill has reached the point where one pill is almost impossible to obtain. If Master Qin really can refine the Pojing pill, I'd sell everything I have just to buy one from him. If Master Qin really can refine the Pojing pill, then his alchemy talent must be far superior to senior brother Xuan. A Xian-level alchemist at such a young age, probably the entire Lingtian kingdom couldn't find another. That's not necessarily true. I heard that some time ago, during the evaluation at the Danshan Hall in Yuxuan City, another Xian-level alchemist emerged. That person refined an extreme quality burst pill on the spot. and even the head of the Danshin Hall, Master Feng, wanted to take him as a teacher. Chapter 136, The Freak Qin Yujie. At this moment, one of the onlookers suddenly burst into laughter. He shouted loudly. I felt from the beginning that the name Qin Yujie sounded familiar, but I couldn't recall where I'd heard it before. Now it all comes back to me. Huh, I remember everything now. The crowd around him said in confusion, Zhou Shang, why are you so startled? What have you recalled? Zhou Shang calmed himself down a bit, organized his thoughts, and then looked at Qin Yujie with utmost admiration as he said, I have a cousin who wrote me a letter not long ago. He personally witnessed the scene of the Dan God Temple's assessment. That person who refined an extreme quality explosive pill on the spot was also called Qin Yujie. From this, we can see that Qin Yujie is the extraordinarily gifted junior-grade alchemist. Upon hearing Zhou Shang's words, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning and froze on the spot. Even Cang Yangyu, Zhuang Yusin, Huang Youhe, Li Kun, Meng Xiao, and others were left shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Yujie's alchemy talent was so prodigious, just as freakishly talented as his sword Dao abilities. Zhuang Yusin looked disbelievingly, shaking his head dumbly as he muttered, It's impossible. Impossible. There are too many people with the same names in the world. They just share the same name. Qin Yujie absolutely cannot be that junior-grade alchemist. Zhou Shang shook his head pitifully at Zhuang Yusin and continued, Brother Zhuang is right. There are indeed many people with the same names in Lingtian Kingdom. But my younger cousin mentioned that the Qin Yujie who participated in the Dan God Temple's evaluation was also a member of the Qin family from Yuexian City. Is it possible that there are two Qin Yujies in Yuexian City? With these words from Zhou Shang, it was like a sharp sword piercing the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, no one doubted Qin Yujie anymore, because this was already a fact as solid as iron. Moreover, Qin Yujie's previously miraculous golden needle passing Dan technique confirmed in everyone's minds that this Qin Yujie was indeed the junior-grade alchemist who participated in the Dan God Temple's examination. Huang Youhe also stared at Qin Yujie in astonishment. She murmured to herself, could I possibly have such a badass master? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Li Kun and Meng Xiao also didn't expect Qin Yujie's pill-making talent to be this prodigious, which explained why all the pills Qin Yujie gave them for cultivation were top-quality pills, without even a single mid-grade pill among them. Zhang Xiuling watched Qin Yujie with complex emotions, both astonished and admiring. She could never have imagined that Qin Yujie's talent was this freakish. If Qin Yujie let Zhang Xiuling go now, she probably wouldn't want to leave. After all, staying close to someone whose sword Dao and pill Dao talents were both this prodigious would undoubtedly give access to resources and benefits beyond what others could ever imagine. Never had Zhang Xiuling been so repeatedly shocked by the same person in one day. Before meeting Qin Yujie, Zhang Xiuling thought herself a martial arts genius. But after encountering Qin Yujie, she realized that there are two kinds of geniuses in the world. One kind is Qin Yujie, the other kind is everyone else. Deep down, Zhang Xiuling was actually very proud and held the core disciple Zhuang Yusin pursuing her completely in contempt. Although Zhuang Yusin was strong, it wasn't enough to make Zhang Xiuling want to follow him, as she believed she would surpass Zhuang Yusin one day. But Qin Yujie was different for Zhang Xiuling. Because Qin Yujie's talent was so shockingly prodigious, this led Zhang Xiuling deep within to have not the slightest thought of comparing herself to Qin Yujie. Cang Yangyu also didn't expect that Qin Yujie would have such potent skills in alchemy. He deeply understood that Qin Yujie's talent far surpassed his father, Qin Hanjing. When a great peng bird rises on the wind, it soars 9,000–10,000 miles straight up. As long as Qin Yujie doesn't fall midway, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Cang Yangyu looked at Qin Yujie and made a stunning evaluation. Qin Yujie paid no attention to everyone's amazement. With a large wave of his hand, he began carefully refining the medicinal herbs. Refining pills most fears distraction, as it is easy to result in the cauldron exploding. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Yujie put the Xiang fruit and the Xuanhuan grass together into the Panlong cauldron to refine simultaneously. This action of Qin Yujie immediately caught Zhuang Yusin's attention. It was as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret, and he laughed loudly. This Qin Yujie is no junior-grade alchemist. He even put the Xiang fruit and the Xuanhuan grass together to condense. Such a basic mistake. How could a junior-grade alchemist make it? It can't be true. Even I, an amateur, know that the Xiang fruit and the Xuanhuan grass mustn't be combined. If Qin Yujie really was that junior-grade alchemist, there's no way he would refine pills this way. Is something wrong here? Was the letter you received, Zhou Shang, incorrect? Or are you deliberately lying to us? I, Zhou Shang, swear that every word I've said is true. If not, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. You all shouldn't overthink it. It might just be Master Qin's mistake. After all, Master Qin is human too, and everyone makes mistakes sometimes. It's impossible. The Xiang fruit belongs to the fire element. Its nature is fiery, a great yang object. However, Xuanhuan grass not only belongs to the water element, but also contains poison. It's a great cold object. These two herbs can't be directly combined. They need an earth element-based herb for balance. Otherwise, the cauldron will explode. Zhuang Yusin said confidently. It must be admitted that what Zhuang Yusin said was indeed correct. This was basic knowledge for alchemists. That's right, elder brother Zhuang is absolutely correct, precisely as he says. Could Master Qin have really made a mistake? It's possible, but we shouldn't jump to conclusions too early, or we might end up embarrassing ourselves later. After all, when it comes to Master Qin, all common sense could be overturned. That's right, I choose to trust Master Qin. All I have to do is wait and watch quietly. Qin Yujie had already heard the voices around him, and he couldn't help but sneer. People generally believe that the Xiang fruit and the Xuanhuan grass should never be refined together. That was a grave misunderstanding. These two herbs, if handled correctly during the refining process, could achieve perfect results. Initially, they needed to be controlled at a specific temperature, and then when halfway through the refining, the heat would suddenly be increased. Because the Xiang fruit was of the Yang attribute, and the Xuanhuan grass was of the Yin attribute, their opposing forces created a unique bonding effect. At the moment of high temperature infusion, the two would perfectly fuse, and the toxicity of the Xuanhuan grass would turn into an incredibly powerful medicinal property, providing immense benefits with no harm to the body. Of course, such a method placed extremely high demands on the flame used in refining. Regular wood fire would not meet the requirements. It required an exotic flame. Moreover, it demanded exceptional control from the alchemist, making it difficult for most people to accomplish. Chapter 137. Everyone step back. Qin Yujie was too lazy to explain anything to the crowd. As the Panlong cauldron began to vibrate violently, the expressions of those around him immediately turned tense. Xuanhuan looked at the fiercely shaking Panlong cauldron and suddenly shouted, "Everyone step back. Qin Yujie is about to have his furnace explode." The crowd surrounding them, upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, all quickly moved farther away. Xuanhuan confidently said to everyone, "Qin Yujie has already lost control of the situation inside the alchemical furnace. In less than 3 seconds, the furnace will surely explode. 3, 2, 1, explode." At this moment, Xuanhuan appeared especially spirited, his strong confidence seemingly returning to him once more. However, when he said, "explode," the Panlong cauldron did not burst as he had anticipated. Instead, it became completely calm at that very moment. "It's impossible. There is no reason it shouldn't have exploded. This absolutely cannot be." Xuanhuan couldn't believe his eyes. The crowd surrounding them were startled by Xuanhuan's exaggerated actions. Brother Xuan truly amused us just now, saying we should move farther away because Lord Qin was going to have an explosion, but in the end, nothing happened. Yes, Brother Xuan really is overly sensitive. I was scared enough to flee far earlier, and now that I've returned, all my previous good positions have been taken. I actually like Brother Xuan's earlier 3, 2, 1, explode. The commanding presence, chest full of certainty. It sounds funny thinking about it now. Ha. Keep your voice down. Don't let Brother Xuan hear you. You see how unhinged Brother Xuan looks now. He doesn't have the mood to care about us at all. Who would have thought the unparalleled Brother Xuan would come to such a pass today? Truly, life is unpredictable. Qin Yujie continued controlling the Qi-Qing flame while continuously adding spirit herbs into the Panlong cauldron. Qin Yujie's alchemy techniques differed from what the others knew now. His method belonged to ancient alchemy arts. Everyone found his methods profoundly mysterious, yet they could neither learn nor comprehend them. Even Xuanhuan, with his rather impressive alchemy talent, could only feel muddled watching Qin Yujie's technique and ultimately understood none of it. After having witnessed what happened previously, Xuanhuan was now simply observing Qin Yujie quietly, not daring to randomly question him anymore, so as to avoid embarrassing himself later. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie had successfully refined all the spiritual herbs, signaling the final phase of alchemy. With a single slap, the Panlong cauldron started vibrating intensely, and the elemental energies of heaven and earth gathered madly toward the cauldron. Not long after, clouds formed above the Panlong cauldron, signaling an alchemical trial. Using a profound technique, Qin Yujie lightly slapped the cauldron again, calming it instantly. Suspended over the Panlong cauldron appeared 3 superior realm-breaking pills, each marked with fine patterns. This move from Qin Yujie utterly stunned everyone. All present stared at him with admiration and longing, focused on the superior realm-breaking pills in his hand. Lord Qin has indeed refined superior realm-breaking pills. It's simply unbelievable. That's true. It seems like Zhou Shang's statement holds water. Lord Qin is the Xian-grade alchemist from the assessment in the Alchemist Deity Hall. To refine superior quality pills, the success rate is incredibly low. It's something that happens by chance, and Lord Qin managed to create 3 superior realm-breaking pills in one go. Thus, we can see how outrageously talented Lord Qin is in alchemy. That's right. Now, Lord Qin is the youngest Xian-grade alchemist in Lingxian country. His future achievements are boundless. I used to think Brother Zhuang's talent in alchemy was already monstrous, being able to refine upper-grade Tianqing pills. But compared to Lord Qin, Brother Zhuang seems so inferior. That's true. It's unimaginable where Brother Zhuang found the courage to challenge Lord Qin in alchemy. That's like picking up a rock only to drop it on your own foot. You see how crazy Brother Zhuang looks now? Has he gone insane? Brother Zhuang usually prides himself highly, so naturally, he cannot accept this result. All the surrounding people were full of reverence and shock as they looked at Qin Yujie. They'd never felt as shaken as they did today. Perhaps, everything they saw and heard today would become a memory etched into their lives forever. Xuanhuan stared in disbelief at Qin Yujie. At this moment, he realized that his so-called talent in alchemy was laughable before Qin Yujie. The clown had always been himself. How pitiful, how amusing. Song Yangyu also just recovered from the stunning revelation, and he said, "Qin Yujie, you've won. Let's consider this matter settled then. You may leave." Qin Yujie smiled and said, "All right. However, we'll wait until my maid reaches the Wheel C realm before leaving. Deputy Sect Leader Tsong, please act as the guardian since Zhang Qiuling is an inner disciple of your Watermoon Sect." After Qin Yujie finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, an exquisite realm-breaking pill flew towards Zhang Qiuling. Zhang Qiuling, this pill is for you. As my maid, your strength is too low. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Thank you, Master Qin. Zhang Qiuling never expected that Qin Yujie would give her such a precious superior realm-breaking pill so easily. Zhang Qiuling was now at the 9th level of Tianyuan realm, and with this realm-breaking pill, she could soon break through to the 1st level of the Wheel Sea realm. Realm-breaking pills were already rare, let alone superior ones. It could be said that if Qin Yujie wished, he could take the pill to auction and surely get an astronomical price. But Qin Yujie didn't care at all, giving the superior realm-breaking pill to Zhang Qiuling, making her feel quite honored. Qin Yujie's generosity shocked everyone instantly. Master Qin is truly generous, handing over the superior realm-breaking pill so easily. Yes, I envy Sister Zhang so much. I also want to become Master Qin's maid. Master Qin is an Xian Great Alchemist, and he treats those around him well too. Those who follow Master Qin will certainly not lack superior pills. Moreover, Master Qin possesses many rare treasures. Even a bit of what leaks out in daily life would be our great fortune. I swear, I want to follow Master Qin too. Master Qin excels in both the way of pills and swordsmanship, truly gifted beyond compare. Xuanhuan can't be mentioned in the same breath as Master Qin. Yes, Brother Zhuang is far too arrogant and unrealistic. It seems we are indeed like frogs at the bottom of a well, limited by our narrow views of talent. Talents differ from one another. Brother Zhuang is a common genius, while Qin Yujie is a world-class genius. They are utterly incomparable, just like clouds in the sky and dirt on the ground. Yes, remember this. When encountering Master Qin, always keep a low profile. Never compare your strong points with Master Qin, or you'll find that what you're proud of means nothing before Master Qin. Brother Zhuang is a perfect example. Chapter 138, Zhang Qiuling Breakthrough. The crowd around them started whispering upon seeing Qin Yujie. Zhang Qiuling accepted the supreme breaking realm pill, swallowed it in one gulp, then sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to prepare for her breakthrough. With Cang Yanyu and Qin Yujie present, surely no one would dare to disturb Zhang Qiuling's attempt at breaking through. This breaking realm pill melts immediately upon entry into the mouth. Zhang Qiuling instantly felt a vast medicinal force from her dantian spreading throughout her meridians. The essence of the breaking realm pill lies in the word break. Break the realm. Break first before establishing anew. Only by first shattering the barrier of the dantian can one accumulate strength, creating a stronger Wheel Sea. The celestial mortal realm differs significantly from the Wheel Sea realm. The former possesses a dantian, while the latter has its dantian evolve into a Wheel Sea. Between a field and a sea, which is stronger is naturally self-evident. Of course, this is generally speaking. Some prodigious martial artists have an extremely powerful dantian, with internal true essence that surpasses that of ordinary Wheel Sea realm practitioners. Qin Yujie was such a person. Zhang Qiuling controlled the massive medicinal force within her. At this moment, she could feel the barriers of her dantian cracking layer by layer. She felt as if a colossal scythe were slicing through her meridians. Such pain. Zhang Qiuling furrowed her brows, her frail body trembling slightly. If Zhang Qiuling could not endure it and gave up halfway, her martial way would be at an end. Qiuling, steady your mind. If you can't persist now, all your efforts over the years will have been wasted, Qin Yujie said indifferently. This supreme breaking realm pill was refined using ancient methods, its potency twice that of current average pills. Thus, its medicinal properties were very fierce, and most people would definitely find it hard to handle. However, if someone could endure this immense pain, the benefits gained after breaking through to the Wheel Sea realm would absolutely be numerous. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Zhang Qiuling gritted her teeth and persevered. Slowly, she began to feel the pain within her diminish. At the same time, her aura slowly became stronger. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed wildly toward her, then entered her body. An hour later, Zhang Qiuling's physical momentum suddenly grew even more formidable, and a terrifying aura erupted from her body. Zhang Qiuling's face lit up with joy. She had finally broken through to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. Looking inward, she could see the vast Wheel Sea within her, feeling her entire body brimming with strength. Unsure if it was a delusion, Zhang Qiuyu felt that her Wheel Sea was somewhat more powerful than others. Zhang Qiuling didn't know that this was the effect of the ancient era's supreme breaking realm pill. The greater the suffering endured, the more advantages after breaking through to the Wheel Sea realm. Thank you, Master Qin. Zhang Qiuling felt grateful towards Qin Yujie. Without the supreme breaking realm pill given by Qin Yujie, it was unclear how long it would take for Zhang Qiuling to break through to the Wheel Sea realm. There's no need to thank me. This breaking realm pill means nothing to me, said Qin Yujie indifferently. The surrounding crowd was shocked by Qin Yujie's generosity. The supreme breaking realm pill we value as a treasure is nothing in Qin Yujie's eyes. Oh my god, the gap between people is too great. Yes, Qin Lord just casually gave away the supreme breaking realm pill to senior sister Zhang. Isn't he being too generous? Lord Qin, as a prodigious Xian-class alchemist, can easily refine supreme breaking realm pills. It's a tremendous opportunity for senior sister Zhang to follow Lord Qin. Yeah, senior brother Zhuang previously wanted senior sister Zhang to follow him. What a ridiculous thought. Lord Qin is so young, yet already a Xian-class alchemist. It probably won't be long before he becomes a D-class alchemist. Oh my god, Lord Qin is incredible. He's truly an idol I admire. I wonder if Lord Qin intends to sell the other two supreme breaking realm pills. That's right. We must seize this chance. After this opportunity, there may never be another like it. The Supreme Breaking Realm Pill is something one might encounter, but cannot seek out. True, the Supreme Breaking Realm Pill means nothing to Lord Qin. Surely, he wouldn't mind selling it to us. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd discussing Qin Yujie, at that moment, a disciple spoke respectfully to Qin Yujie. Lord Qin, may I inquire if you would be willing to sell us this Supreme Breaking Realm Pill? You see, for us ordinary martial artists, obtaining such a superior pill is exceedingly difficult, unlike you, whose alchemical talent allows you to create them effortlessly. Please help fulfill our wish, Lord Qin. Yes, Lord Qin, you are our idol. We can pay a high price, ensuring that you won't suffer any loss. Surrounded by the longing and pleading of the crowd towards Qin Yujie, it was true that Qin Yujie had a great many pills in his spatial ring. These were from other storage bags that he had previously sorted out. This type of pill, which wasn't top quality, was definitely never something Qin Yujie would use himself. And with so many pills taking up valuable space in the ring, it made more sense to trade them for spiritual herbs. Later on, he could directly refine them into supreme pills. As one of the four major sects of Ling Empire, the Xuanhuan Sect undoubtedly possessed deep reserves. If Qin Yujie could strike this deal with Xuanhuan Sect here, surely it would yield plenty of spiritual herbs in exchange. With this thought in mind, Qin Yujie said, Deputy Sect Leader Tsong, I have a great number of pills here, supreme pills as well as regular ones. I wonder if your sect is interested in purchasing. These words instantly set everyone in the Xuanhuan Sect abuzz with excitement. You see, any sect consisting of numerous warriors would naturally require a vast amount of pills for cultivation. However, the Xuanhuan Sect did not have its own dedicated pill refiners. Usually, their pills were purchased from the Pill God Hall in the Zuxian City. Not only the Xuanhuan Sect, but many other sects among the four major ones also acquired their pills from the Pill God Hall. After all, before Qin Yujie's arrival, the entire Ling Empire boasted only Feng Yushu as a Xian-class pill master. Now that Qin Yujie, the Xian-class pill master, was willingly selling pills to the Xuanhuan Sect, how could the latter refuse such an advantageous offer? Song Yangyu excitedly responded, Of course we're interested, Qin Yujie. The Xuanhuan Sect will be purchasing in large quantities. As long as you can supply, we will absorb it all. Rest assured, we will pay market price and ensure a fair transaction. Qin Yujie nodded. Good. Qin Yujie brought out all the pills he didn't need, then organized them, stacking them on the ground where they formed nearly a small mountain. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. You must understand, even ordinary pills are extremely precious to these average warriors. When Qin Yujie revealed such an abundance of pills at once, the scene left everyone present astonished. Chapter 139, Leaving the Xuanhuan Sect. Qin Yujie had previously acquired many storage bags, but he did not care to use the resources and pills within them, nor did he think they were worth giving to his disciples or followers. Today, however, he decided to take them all out and sell them to the Xuanhuan Sect. I heard that alchemists are all dripping with wealth, and now Mr. Qin has finally shown us why, having refined so many pills. Yes, Mr. Qin is truly wealthy beyond measure. Good heavens, there are so many pills, I imagine the sect must have purchased quite a few, allowing us to buy some for ourselves from the sect. Indeed, Mr. Qin is truly our benefactor. You know well that not all pills can be bought with mere money. The onlookers watched Qin Yujie excitedly. An hour later, Qin Yujie completed a trade with Elder Tsong. Everyone left contentedly, and finally, Qin Yujie even gave an exceptional high-grade breakthrough pill to Tsong Yangyu. Although Tsong Yangyu could not personally use it, it would certainly benefit the younger generation of his family. With this matter concluded, and considering the schedule, the outer sect disciples' grand competition will start soon. We should return to our sect. Qin Yujie led Huang Youha and Zhang Qiuling into a flying chariot, which was driven by Li Kun and Meng Xiao, swiftly leaving the Xuanhuan Sect. Xuanhuan stared at the departing flying chariot carrying Qin Yujie, feeling more disheartened than ever before. His confidence and arrogance were completely shattered by Qin Yujie. If he could not adjust his state of mind in time, he likely would not progress far in the martial path. Meanwhile, the other members of the Xuanhuan Sect all looked at Qin Yujie's departure with awe and admiration, likely never forgetting today's astonishing performance by Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie was unaware that his reputation had spread thoroughly through the region surrounding the Xuanhuan Sect, and even in nearby cities, his achievements would be discussed not long from now. The four great sects of Ling Tian Kingdom respectively occupy the east, south, west, and north directions. The Xuanhuan Sect and the Tianyuan Sect are located in the south and the east respectively, while the Inma Sect and the Guiying Sect are in the west and south respectively. Returning to the Tianyuan Sect from the Xuanhuan Sect, with the speed of the flying chariot, would still take around 4 to 5 days. Throughout the journey, Qin Yujie spent his time cultivating while also explaining some foundational knowledge of cultivation to Huang Youha. As for Zhang Qiuling, who had just broken through to the Wheel Sea realm, needed to stabilize her cultivation level, thus she remained in constant practice. After a day, as Qin Yujie and his companions were passing through a rolling range of mountains, their way was suddenly blocked by a powerful figure. Qin Yujie, sensing a strong force coming toward him from within the flying chariot, furrowed his brow and quickly appeared atop the vehicle. Opposite him, floating midair, stood a masked man in black attire. This man's mask clearly indicated that he had come prepared. Perhaps he anticipated that Qin Yujie would pass through this route today. Who are you, and why do you block our way? Looking at the man before him, Qin Yujie noted his immense power, realizing his cultivation level had reached the 5th tier of the Wheel Sea realm. The man cast a cold glance at Qin Yujie and said indifferently, "Hand over everything you possess, including your pill methods and heritage, and I will spare your life." Qin Yujie instantly understood the situation. Someone was trying to rob him. But Qin Yujie didn't think the matter was so simple. This person could very well be associated with the Xuanhuan Sect, or if not directly, then possibly linked to Xuanhuan. Qin Yujie looked at the man and asked calmly, "Did Xuanhuan send you?" The man smiled, pulling down his mask to reveal himself, and confidently replied, "Since you've guessed correctly, there's no need for me to hide any longer. In any case, you'll die today." Qin Yujie narrowed his eyes upon seeing the middle-aged man before him. "So, Xuanhuan takes me seriously enough to send a 5th-tier Will See Realm warrior after me. However, do you truly believe you're certain to defeat me?" The middle-aged man chuckled coldly and stated, "I'll tell you the truth. I am Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan's older brother. I've been cultivating outside lately. Yesterday, I received word from my younger brother, and I've waited here for you all day." Qin Yujie shook his head and said, "Ah, too bad. I had already planned to let Xuanhuan off easily, but it seems he does not know how to cherish such leniency. From what I see now, both of you brothers are doomed to die." Xuanhuan intended to ensure Qin Yujie's death, so Qin Yujie naturally could show no mercy. When in the Xuanhuan Sect, Qin Yujie refrained from killing Xuanhuan outright because Elder Tianyuan was present. After all, the Xuanhuan Sect was the enemy's territory, and although Qin Yujie trusted his own strength, capable even of eliminating a 1st-tier Sky Cave Realm warrior with all his hidden capabilities, killing Xuanhuan would likely bring unwanted trouble. However, there was no need for such a drastic measure, and Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan did not have an enmity that warranted death. But now the situation had changed. Since Xuanhuan had his brother ambush him along the way, Qin Yujie would also show no mercy. Zhang Xiuling, who was inside the flying chariot, hearing that the man opposite was Xuanhuan, swiftly leaped out as well. Her face cautious, she gazed at Xuanhuan. After a day of cultivation, Zhang Xiuling had completely stabilized her 1st-tier Will See Realm cultivation. Although she knew she was no match for Xuanhuan, in her view, she could still provide some assistance. Xuanhuan, ranked 6th among the core disciples of the Xuanhuan Sect, with 5th-tier Will See Realm cultivation. His strength far exceeded Xuanhuan's. Although Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan were only 2 minor levels apart, if they were to truly fight, Xuanhuan could easily kill Xuanhuan with a single move. Xuanhuan glanced at Zhang Xiuling, his eyes showing some surprise as he said, "Zhang Xiuling, I didn't expect you to follow this pale-faced man. What a pity. But don't worry, I won't kill you today. You're so beautiful. Naturally, I want to enjoy you thoroughly." Zhang Xiuling immediately felt chilled to the bone, cold sweat drenching her back. If it really came to that point, all she could do was die. "Xuanhuan, I am already cultivating at the 1st-tier of the Will See realm. Do you really think killing sect disciples won't cause trouble for you?" Zhang Xiuling said icily. "You are too naive. As long as I keep you imprisoned, who would know you were killed by me? Moreover, I didn't say I'd kill you. I just want to enjoy your body." Xuanhuan said wickedly. Qin Yujie's expression turned cold. After all, Zhang Xiuling was his servant. For Xuanhuan to mock and harass his servant like this was clearly treating Qin Yujie with utter contempt. Chapter 140, Battle against Xuanhuan. "Zhang Xiuling, you should go back inside the carriage. I'm more than capable to handle this alone." Qin Yujie said indifferently. "All right, Master Qin, please be careful." Zhang Xiuling knew that if she stayed outside, it would distract Qin Yujie. Moreover, Zhang Xiuling had already realized that Qin Yujie's flying celestial carriage was extraordinary. Hiding inside would certainly be much safer. Qin Yujie glanced at Xuanhuan and said, "Xuanhuan, show me your full strength. Let me see how much stronger you are compared to your useless younger brother." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan burst into mocking laughter. "My younger brother only has the cultivation of the 3rd realm of the Will See stage. Defeating him doesn't prove anything. You must know that I've reached the 5th realm of the Will See stage. With just one move, I could kill an average martial artist at the 4th realm." Disdainfully, Qin Yujie responded, "You truly remind me of a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you think you're powerful? In my eyes, you're no different from your younger brother. Both are wastes of talent." Xuanhuan's face immediately turned cold. "Qin Yujie, you made my younger brother lose all his prestige in the Watery Moon Sect. Now, here you are boasting before me and calling me useless. It seems you're just asking for death." After taking a sip of spring wind drunkenness, Qin Yujie said disdainfully, "Hurry up and make your move already. Stop wasting words. How come you're exactly like your brother, talking too much?" Xuanhuan looked down on Qin Yujie as though he were an insignificant ant. "Qin Yujie, while your talent is indeed devilish, your cultivation level is too low. Beating my younger brother likely exhausted your entire strength. However, you've encountered me now. Your only path lies in death." After finishing his statement, Xuanhuan delivered a punch towards Qin Yujie. In an instant, spiritual energy gathered in the sky, forming a massive fist that descended like a meteor from beyond the heavens toward Qin Yujie. Having delivered his punch, Xuanhuan stood with his hands behind his back, confidently declaring, "That was merely my casual punch, yet it will be enough to extinguish you." Indeed, Xuanhuan possessed the capital to be arrogant. His body teemed with terrifying true essence, and even his casual punch carried immense power. Even Xuanhuan's casual strike surpassed the mightiest attack Xuan Yutong had initially deployed. Zhang Xiuling didn't know where Qin Yujie's actual limits of power lay, but seeing Huang Youhe, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao calmly awaiting events filled her with some reassurance. Nevertheless, despite feeling calmer, Xuanhuan's casually terrifying punch still made Zhang Qiuling's scalp tingle. She understood that if such a blow were aimed at her, it would surely result in instant death. As Qin Yujie observed the overbearing punch heading his way, he tossed out his coiled dragon cauldron. Upon being imbued with Qin Yujie's true essence, the cauldron rapidly enlarged itself and formed a transparent cauldron-shaped shadow in the air, enveloping both Qin Yujie and his flying celestial carriage. With a deafening boom, Xuanhuan's overbearing punch slammed against the coiled dragon cauldron, producing a thunderous rumble akin to an earthquake. The mere residual force from this clash caused many large trees in the mountain forest to collapse, scattering the wildlife in every direction as if fleeing some fearsome disaster. Xuanhuan also caught sight of the floating coiled dragon cauldron atop Qin Yujie's head, revealing a greedy grin. Your younger brother spoke the truth, didn't he? You truly have an excessive number of treasures. Not counting all those top-grade elixirs and alchemy methods, just this one single coiled dragon cauldron makes this trip worthwhile. Qin Yujie sneered. If you want my things, let's see if you're good enough to take them. Unfazed, Xuanhuan said to Qin Yujie. Do you think that because you blocked my ordinary punch, you're something great now? Well, fine then. I'll show you what my real strength is. With that, Xuanhuan pulled a set of boxing gloves from his storage bag and wore them. This pair of gloves was an Earth-tier lower-class weapon, perfectly suited for Xuanhuan, who specialized in boxing arts. Once equipped, these gloves amplified his power significantly. Just now, I delivered a casual punch without using any martial techniques. Next, you will experience what true boxing skills are. Following his proclamation, Xuanhuan's aura grew incredibly strong as a frightful amount of true essence swirled around him. Then, he struck with a punch. Mighty subduing evil fist. An awe-inspiring giant fist instantly materialized in the sky. This fist radiated pure yang dominance, brimming with thick energy. Its impact was unmatched, its momentum astonishing the world. The mighty subduing evil fist was originally a high-level spirit martial technique, and when augmented by the Earth-tier lower-class boxing gloves, Xuanhuan's punch became a truly earth-shattering marvel. Good timing. Qin Yujie retracted his coiled dragon cauldron and swiftly drew his sword to thrust towards Xuanhuan. The Four Seasons sword technique. White snows everywhere. Wind sword intent. A shocking streak of sword chi surged towards Xuanhuan in the sky. The two massive attacks collided instantly, emitting a thunderous sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youhe, and the others watched Qin Yujie in shock. The battle between Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan would greatly aid their future cultivation. After all, battles between such strong warriors were not common to witness. After the previous exchange, the entire forest was in disarray, with a mountain reduced to flat land by the aftermath of their collision. It was clear how intense the clash had been between them. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie, slightly surprised, but quickly resumed his confident tone and said, Qin Yujie, your talent is indeed monstrous. I never expected you to have grasped the perfect wind sword intent. That's why you managed to defeat Xuanhuan. However, this is where you stop. With my last punch, I only used 1/3 of my power. If you don't have any other trump cards up your sleeve, then prepare to die. Qin Yujie responded indifferently. How do you know I don't have more tricks? You can't even imagine my true strength. Come at me. Xuanhuan's face darkened as he coldly replied. Qin Yujie, you're about to start trembling. Remember, next life grow some eyes and learn not to offend those you cannot provoke. Qin Yujie smiled mockingly and disdainfully said, with just you, you're far from worthy enough for me to feel that way. This attitude of complete disdain from Qin Yujie thoroughly enraged Xuanhuan. Glaring coldly, Xuanhuan said, Fine, Qin Yujie, I originally wanted to torture you slowly, but since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. I'll finish you early, and then your maidservants and disciples will belong to me. Ha ha ha. Qin Yujie coldly said. It looks like the one who wants to die is you. Versatile sword technique. Slash across the world. Wind sword intent. Chapter 141. The overlap of two sword intentions. Terrifying primal energy surged from Qin Yujie's body as he thrust his sword towards Xuanhuan. This time, Qin Yujie used the most powerful martial technique he currently possessed, the Jingle sword technique. The fusion of a heavenly-level martial art with a complete sword intention made this strike of Qin Yujie's exceptionally terrifying. Xuanhuan, upon seeing this horrifying sword strike, immediately became serious. A more terrifying primal energy radiated from him. 5 elements true fist. A terrifying punch collided with the sword energy, creating a thunderous boom. The 5 elements true fist was a low-grade, earth-level martial art, much more powerful than the great subduing demon's fist. Moreover, Xuanhuan had already unleashed 70% of his strength this time, but he hadn't expected to still be unable to overpower Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I didn't expect your power to be so strong. It seems I can no longer hold back. This will be my strongest attack. If you have no other trump cards, you are dead for sure. Xuanhuan said coldly. Actually, Qin Yujie had many hidden cards, such as the semi-step pursuit method called chasing cicada. Relying on just this maneuver, Xuanhuan might not even catch up. However, Qin Yujie had no intention of using chasing cicada. If something could be solved with a single sword strike, there was no need to waste time using maneuvers. After Xuanhuan spoke, he instantly released all of his primal energy. In an instant, Xuanhuan's momentum soared, like a divine being or demon. As Xuanhuan put forth all his strength into one punch, the blow resembled a small mountain, enveloped by a horrifying aura, and it possessed unimaginable power. The great Enyang heaven-penetrating fist. This punch was Xuanhuan's strongest move, also his ultimate hidden card. Xuanhuan had once used this punch to kill a martial artist at the 6th level of the Wheel Sea realm, showing just how powerful the great Enyang heaven-penetrating fist was. Qin Yujie, observing this magnificent punch, couldn't help but admit that Xuanhuan's attack was indeed potent. It's time to end this battle. Xuanhuan, you only know that I've mastered the Wind Sword Intention, but what you don't know is that I've also mastered the Fire Sword Intention. With the dejage of 2 perfect sword intentions, I myself do not know how great the power would be. Today, I'll try it out on you. Qin Yujie said calmly. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan was utterly shocked. Even Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe, who were watching the battle from inside the flying horse carriage, felt their hearts surge with immense waves of shock. Heavens, my master has actually mastered 2 complete sword intentions. This is too monstrous. Huang Youhe was deeply awed by Qin Yujie's extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. Yes, Lord Qin's talent in the way of the sword is exceedingly great. Back at the Watermoon Sect, I thought Lord Qin had used all his abilities. But it seems I was wrong. This might very well be Lord Qin's true strength. Zhang Qiuling covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. Our master is truly incredible. His power surpasses anything we can imagine. My admiration for Master Li is boundless, like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Li Suo expressed his deep reverence. That's right. Perhaps we haven't even seen our master's real strength. Our master's true potential may be even more terrifying than this. Meng Xiao said in awe. All of them felt profound respect for Qin Yujie. Zhongheng sword technique. Overbearing domination. Wind sword intention. Fire sword intention. Qin Yujie stabbed his sword toward Xuanhuan, and a terrifying sky-splitting sword energy appeared in the sky. The power of this sword energy was immense. It was overwhelming and suffocating. Witnessing this stunning strike from Qin Yujie, their minds were numbed by shock. None of them had ever seen such a domineering and unmatched sword technique. They were utterly stunned. For a swordway practitioner to master 1 complete sword intention was already considered a monstrous talent. But now, Qin Yujie had demonstrated the mastery of 2 sword intentions, which left everyone's minds blank, including Xuanhuan, who simply couldn't believe it. Keep in mind, when 2 sword intentions combine, their power doesn't merely double, it multiplies geometrically. Furthermore, since the Dongheng sword technique was originally a lower-tier heavenly-level sword technique, it was already extremely powerful. Qin Yujie himself had a level of primal energy comparable to that of a Wheel Sea realm martial artist, making his sword strike extraordinarily terrifying. The 2 enormous attacks collided like 2 planets smashing into each other, producing a deafening roar that shook the earth. But shockingly, Qin Yujie's sword energy seemed entirely unaffected, continuing its unstoppable march straight towards Xuanhuan. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy arrived before Xuanhuan's brow. Xuanhuan looked in absolute terror at this terrifying sword energy, sensing a fatal threat from it. Xuanhuan was filled with regret at this moment. He regretted why he had bothered to provoke someone as extraordinary as Qin Yujie, and regretted listening to his younger brother's advice. At this moment, Xuanhuan recalled his entire life. From a young age, he was considered a genius in the eyes of others. Later, after joining the Watermoon Sect, he advanced rapidly, thriving like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate, with his strength improving at an astonishing rate. In the Watermoon Sect, Xuanhuan was respected and admired as a core disciple, enjoying his status and the attention from beautiful women. However, all these wonderful things were about to vanish before the terrifying sword energy emitted by Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan knew that his path in martial arts was coming to a complete end. No, I refuse to accept this. Qin Yujie, please spare me. I will serve you as my master. Xuanhuan shouted loudly towards Qin Yujie, but Qin Yujie paid no heed, his sword energy moving forward relentlessly. In an instant, the sword energy struck Xuanhuan, cutting his body into pieces. Thus fell the celebrated figure of his generation in the Watermoon Sect, a core disciple at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Zhang Qiuling and others looked at Qin Yujie with awe and shock on their faces. They realized that the longer they stayed around Qin Yujie, the more they recognized just how terrifyingly powerful he was. Qin Yujie extended his hand, manipulating his primal energy to form a palm, which swiftly snatched Xuanhuan's storage bag. Upon opening it, Qin Yujie revealed a smile. Not bad. Core disciples are indeed overflowing with wealth. There are quite a lot of cultivation resources in this storage bag. It's worth the fight. After saying that, Qin Yujie released his Qi-Qing flame fire, waved his hand, and Xuanhuan's powdered flesh was instantly incinerated into ashes. The entire forest was also burned down into flat land. Alright, Xuanhuan is a core disciple, so the Watermoon Sect may soon discover that he's dead. We should leave quickly. Qin Yujie jumped into the flying horse carriage and departed without delay. Chapter 142, Ripples in the Carriage. Qin Yujie did not know that, an hour after he left, an old man with an overwhelmingly powerful aura arrived at this place. However, after a thorough investigation revealed nothing, he left. Throughout the journey, Qin Yujie spent his time cultivating. With the help of top-grade resources such as superior pills, millennium peach leaves, and spring intoxication, after about 4 days of cultivation, Qin Yujie finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Man realm. Breaking through from the second to the third level of the Heavenly Man realm, Qin Yuzhe's strength nearly doubled. Now, if he were to face Xuanhuan, Qin Yuzhe wouldn't need to jack two kinds of sword intent. Just one would be enough to easily kill him. In fact, even without using sword intent, relying only on the Zhongfeng sword technique and half-step chase cicada, he could easily slay Xuanhuan. After sorting through Xuanhuan's storage bag, Qin Yuzhe first discovered 3 martial arts manuals. The first was Mighty Devil Subduing Fist, a high-quality level martial art for which Qin Yuzhe saw no need to learn. The second was 5 Elements True Fist, a low-grade Earth-level martial art. Since Qin Yuzhe already had the lower Earth-grade Piercing Heaven Finger, there was also no point in learning this. After all, martial skills valued refinement over quantity. Learning a weak, useless skill was simply a waste of time. Given that choice, it would be better to spend that time brewing tea or drinking wine. The third manual was the Great Inyang Penetrating Heaven Fist, a surprisingly high upper-grade Earth-level martial art. However, this martial art required an exceptionally strong body to practice, so ordinary practitioners couldn't bring out its full potential. This was something Xuanhuan had obtained by chance and practiced diligently, but like most advanced martial techniques, the higher their grade, the harder they were to comprehend. Even though Xuanhuan practiced for a long time, he only managed to reach mastery. This Great Inyang Penetrating Heaven Fist might still be worth practicing. After all, being Earth rank upper grade, it barely qualifies for me to study. As for the other 2 martial arts manuals, I'll set them aside for now. Next, Qin Yuzhe pulled out a token from Xuanhuan's storage bag. On this token was carved a lifelike black dragon. Upon touching it, Qin Yuzhe immediately noticed the exceptional material, cold to the touch. Above it was also inscribed 9 characters. Qin Yuzhe didn't know the purpose of this token. Next to it, however, was a mask with a fierce-looking bull head. Qin Yuzhe felt that the mask and token might hide some secrets, so he put them away into his spatial ring. Aside from these items in the storage bag, the rest were various jars of medicinal pills, herbs for cultivation, and other resources. While there were many of these pills, none of them were superior grade, so naturally Qin Yuzhe didn't care for them. He sorted through them, planning to sell them later. As for these diverse spiritual herbs, Qin Yuzhe kept them. After all, to a pill refiner, having these herbs meant being able to refine many different types of pills in the future. Qiling, my lord is tired. Why don't you give me a back rub? Flipping himself over, Qin Yuzhe rested his head on Zhang Qiling's legs. To be honest, ever since leaving the Tianyuan Sect, Qin Yuzhe had spent time cultivating, fighting, taking on disciples, and acquiring maidservants, so he hadn't really rested well. During this time, Huang Youhe had massaged Qin Yuzhe before, but she was, after all, his disciple and too young, so he maintained a proper distance. But Zhang Qiling was different. She was truly his maid. A servant should perform servant duties, and surely asking her to massage his back was something Zhang Qiling couldn't refuse. They say those who eat your food will soften their words, and those who accept your gifts will find it hard to refuse. Since Qin Yuzhe had helped Zhang Qiling break through to the Wheelsea realm, and gave her spirit tea and liquor without making any excessive requests, it was natural for her to agree. More importantly, Qin Yuzhe's martial talent was monstrously gifted, his handsome features exuding refined charm. Such a man would certainly leave Zhang Qiling feeling slightly willing inside. Zhang Qiling had never been in such close contact with any other men before. Suddenly, Qin Yuzhe leaned his head on her lap, causing her heart to tremble. This sudden attack made Zhang Qiling blush slightly, and given her existing feelings towards Qin Yuzhe, the atmosphere between the two inside the carriage became somewhat ambiguous. Seeing this situation, Huang Youhe quickly covered her eyes with both hands and muttered, "Master, there's still someone here. Are you treating me as heir? Engaging in such ambiguity in front of a young girl like me? Have you considered my feelings?" Though complaining, Huang Youhe opened a small gap in her fingers, openly peeking. "Youngling, as my maid, I'm merely asking her to give me a massage. What are you fussing about? I haven't even asked her to warm my bed yet," Qin Yuzhe said indifferently. Hearing Huang Youhe's words, Zhang Qiling's face turned even redder. She glanced complicatedly at Qin Yuzhe and then said, "All right, Master Qin, next time you can't just lie down like this directly." Zhang Qiling looked at Qin Yuzhe as her soft hands pressed onto his shoulders, slowly starting to knead them. Though a bit clumsy at first, Zhang Qiling, who could already grasp half-step sword intent and had a natural talent anyway, quickly grew more adept with the common massage techniques after practicing it a few times. Good, keep going. Massage my lower back too, don't be lazy," Qin Yuzhe said before lying on Zhang Qiling's lap and falling asleep. Feeling Qin Yuzhe's warm breath against her leg, their current position was indeed somewhat ambiguous. However, seeing that Qin Yuzhe had already fallen asleep, she didn't wake him up. Zhang Qiling shot an annoyed glance at Huang Youhe, who was peeking, and then continued massaging Qin Yuzhe. Caught in the act like someone doing something wrong, Huang Youhe gave a forced laugh and turned her head away. Zhang Qiling's hands worked their way from Qin Yuzhe's neck down to his back, and then all the way to his waist. Sensing Qin Yuzhe's perfect physique and well-built muscles, Zhang Qiling felt a slight flutter inside. After massaging for half an hour, noticing Huang Youhe also fell asleep, Zhang Qiling became bolder. She gently combed Qin Yuzhe's hair with both hands, and unconsciously, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. The carriage was very quiet, and the air carried a subtle fragrance, the natural scent of young women. Zhang Qiling's heart at this moment was complex, filled with youthful musings, which flew far away like wild horses. Throughout the journey, Qin Yuzhe slept soundly, for he had used the legs of the most beautiful woman in Xuanhuan Sect as a pillow, something no one else in history had ever done. If the male disciples of Xuanhuan Sect were to know about this, they would undoubtedly envy Qin Yujie to death. Chapter 143, Returning to Tianyuan Sect. After an unknown period of time, a voice came from outside the carriage. It was Li Kun. My lord, we've returned to Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie woke up and realized he had been lying on Zhang Qiuling's lap all along. The two looked at each other, and Qin Yujie gave a faint smile. Qiuling, thank you for your hard work. Next time, it'll be my turn to give you a massage. Li Kun and Meng Xiao outside were admiring Qin Yujie, thinking, our lord is truly amazing. Whether it's Miss Zhang giving him a massage or him giving her one, it seems like our lord always benefits. Zhang Qiuling glanced sideways at Qin Yujie with a roll of her eyes. At this moment, people had already gathered around the flying horse-drawn carriage. After all, Qin Yujie's flying carriage was simply too impressive. Hovering above the outer gate of Tianyuan Sect, everyone knew that Qin Yujie had returned. In a flash, Qin Yujie appeared with the others on the ground. Suddenly, Zhang Qiuling's body went limp, and her legs failed to support her weight, causing her to fall toward the ground. Reacting quickly, Qin Yujie caught Zhang Qiuling in his arms. My legs are numb. It's all your fault, Zhang Qiuling grumbled. Indeed, Qin Yujie had lain on her lap sleeping for half a day straight. For such a long time, even though Zhang Qiuling was at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, suddenly standing would cause her legs to momentarily lose stability. This was perfectly normal. However, those around them who saw this obviously misunderstood. What did Mr. Qin do inside the carriage? He must be quite energetic if he made this young lady's legs go numb. A man said, immediately envious upon seeing Zhang Qiuling's exquisite beauty. Exactly. Normal people do it in bed, but Mr. Qin truly stands out. He chose the carriage. This is what all men dream about. Another man chimed in with surprise. Mr. Qin is far too promiscuous. I wonder how Lin Qinin will react when she finds out. Why do I feel jealous yet secretly admire him? Is it sour grapes? It's only now that I realize Mr. Qin's greatest talent isn't swordsmanship or music. It's chasing women. I'm so jealous. How come every beautiful woman has some sort of connection with Qin Yujie? Are their eyes blind? What does Qin Yujie have that special? Mr. Qin, I beg you, please don't take things too far next time. Leave us a bit of chance. The other women in Tianyuan Sect are off limits. Mr. Qin really knows what he's doing. That woman in his arms not only has an extraordinary beauty, but also skin as smooth as jade. Although she may be slightly less gorgeous than Lin Qinin, she is still undoubtedly a stunning beauty. And look at the woman beside Qin Yujie. Even though she hasn't fully blossomed yet, she's already curvaceous. In a few years, she'll be as enchanting as pear blossoms pressing against plum trees. Wow, a pear blossom presses against the plum tree. What a perfect description. Brother, when did you become so eloquent? Do you know how fierce the competition is in Tianyuan Sect now? Our looks and demeanor can't compare to Qin Yujie's, and neither can our martial talent. We have no choice but to put effort into our talents and literary flair. Otherwise, we can only watch enviously as Qin Yujie enjoys both sides. Qin Yujie is too cruel. By himself, he has raised the standards of beauty among all the female disciples of Tianyuan Sect. The crowd around envied and resented Qin Yujie simultaneously. Are you done hugging me? Zhang Qiuling coldly glared at Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie laughed indifferently before letting go of Zhang Qiuling. Gentlemen, what you just said might be inappropriate. You don't know that Zhang Qiuling is actually the first beauty of Xuanhuan Sect. She is now my maid. Her cultivation has already reached the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. If you keep saying nonsense, she may personally punish you. Qin Yujie calmly stated. As someone from his past life, Qin Yujie naturally understood what the male disciples meant by carriage and numbness. It was due to Zhang Qiuling's simplicity that she didn't grasp the hidden meaning right away. Otherwise, she probably would have gotten angry. Hearing Qin Yujie's words, the surrounding crowd froze instantly. They hadn't expected that Zhang Qiuling was the first beauty of Xuanhuan Sect, and she had even become Qin Yujie's maid. Qin Yujie's statement carried so much information that it left the crowd speechless for quite some time. After a long while, they finally reacted. Holy crap, slap me if I'm dreaming. Qin Yujie actually managed to make the top beauty of Xuanhuan Sect his maid. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Incredible. Only Qin Yujie would dare to snatch women from Xuanhuan Sect. If we tried, we wouldn't survive even with 10 lives. Qin Yujie is simply a role model for all of us men. Now I can rest assured that Qin Yujie must have very high standards when it comes to women, so ordinary female disciples won't be good enough for him. Brothers, this means we stand a chance. I remember why this woman looked familiar, Zhang Qiuling. Once, I had the honor of catching a distant glimpse of her, and at that moment, I thought she was otherworldly. Never did I expect that now she has become Qin Yujie's servant. Truly unbelievable. Isn't Zhang Qiuling supposed to possess incredible martial talent? How could she willingly become Qin Yujie's maid? Did Qin Yujie force her? Ignorant. Didn't you see how earlier Zhang Qiuling let Qin Yujie hold her without resistance? Would something forced feel this sweet? I think goddess Zhang Qiuling will soon fall for Qin Yujie. If only Qin Yujie were me. Someone like Zhang Qiuling would make my hands tremble with fear of dropping her, or my mouth dry from trying not to melt her. But Qin Yujie? He treats such an extraordinary woman merely as a servant. Is Qin Yujie's standard for maids even this high now? My god, I can't imagine. Indeed, whenever Qin Yujie shows up, the entire Tianyuan Sect becomes lively again. During the time Qin Yujie wasn't around, the sect seemed dull and uninteresting. Zhang Qiuling has already reached the first level of the Wheel Sea realm at such a young age. Her martial talent is really monstrous. Yet, a genius like her is just Qin Yuzhe's maid. Master Qin is truly my idol. Master Qin, could you teach us your secrets for charming women? The surrounding crowd was shocked by Qin Yuzhe's words. They never imagined that Qin Yuzhe had managed to bring over the #1 beauty of Xuanhuan Sect. Everyone looked at Qin Yuzhe with admiration and envy, their eyes wandering to Zhang Qiuling's perfect figure, leaving a sour taste in the mouths of many men. Chapter 144, Fatman Zheng Nanhua. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Qin Yuzhe. This person was none other than Zheng Nanhua, who had been in closed-door cultivation for the past period of time. Big brother, you're finally back. It's been such a long time since I last saw you. Without your fine wine, these days have been unbearable. Fatman Zheng Nanhua said excitedly when he saw Qin Yuzhe. Since Zheng Nanhua had gone into seclusion, it had also been quite some time since Qin Yuzhe had seen him. Now upon seeing him, Qin Yuzhe discovered that Zheng Nanhua had successfully broken through to the first level of the Heavenly Man realm. Fatman, not bad. You've actually reached the first level of the Heavenly Man realm. It looks like this time you'll definitely be able to enter the inner sect. Qin Yuzhe sincerely rejoiced for Zheng Nanhua. Big brother, this is all thanks to you. Without the spirit liquor and tea, as well as those top-grade pills you gave me, there's no way I would have broken through to the first level of the Heavenly Man realm so quickly. Besides, compared to you, big brother, my cultivation speed simply can't catch up. Zheng Nanhua smiled as he spoke. Zheng Nanhua still remembered that when Qin Yuzhe had first entered the outer sect, his cultivation was only at the third level of the returning origin realm. In just a few short months, Qin Yuzhe had already broken through to the third level of the Heavenly Man realm. Compared to Qin Yuzhe, Zheng Nanhua considered his own cultivation speed completely pathetic. The onlookers around them were filled with envy as they listened to Qin Yuzhe and Zheng Nanhua's conversation. Everyone in the outer sect of the Tianyuan Sect knew about Zheng Nanhua. His talent was average, but because of his close relationship with Qin Yuzhe, under Qin Yuzhe's help, his cultivation broke through to the first level of the Heavenly Man realm incredibly fast. Currently, within the entire outer sect of the Tianyuan Sect, only 3 people had their cultivation break through to the Heavenly Man realm: Qin Yuzhe, Lin Qinin, and Zheng Nanhua. As for the others, many were stuck at the 9th level of the returning origin realm. In 3 days, the annual entrance examination for the inner disciples would begin. Over the years, as long as one's realm had broken through to the Heavenly Man realm, they generally could enter the inner sect. Of course, each examination had only 10 slots available. If one could place in the top 10, then they could enter the inner sect as an inner disciple. Fatman, has Qinin emerged from her seclusion? Qin Yuzhe hadn't seen Lin Qinin for quite a while now. Thinking of her extraordinary beauty, he felt slightly nostalgic. Big brother, are you really going to keep 2 stunning beauties by your side? Aren't you worried Lin Qinin might get jealous? Zheng Nanhua looked at Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe beside Qin Yuzhe and said with admiration on his face. Qin Yuzhe laughed and replied, Fatman, stop overthinking it. One of them is my maid, the other is my newly recruited disciple. As for Li Kun and Meng Xiao, you know them. They are now my loyal followers. Zheng Nanhua glanced at Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe, stunned by their beauty, and introduced himself. Mrs., my name is Zheng Nanhua, and Qin Yuzhe is my big brother. Nice to meet you. Zhang Qiuling responded with a polite smile, saying, My name is Zhang Qiuling, and I come from the Water Moon Sect. Huang Youhe, being more outgoing, said, Big brother Fatman, since you consider my master as your big brother, and I am his disciple, don't you think it's customary to give a little welcome gift for our first meeting? Zheng Nanhua suddenly felt a headache coming on. After rummaging through his storage pouch, he realized that apart from some pills and spirit tea given by Qin Yuzhe, he possessed nothing else. Huang Youhe grinned and said, Just kidding. Zheng Nanhua added, Your master already has countless treasures. Staying with him will benefit you greatly. Most of what I have originally comes from your master, and you likely already possess everything I do. Qin Yuzhe called over Li Kun and Meng Xiao, instructing them, Take Huang Youhe and Zhang Qiuling for a stroll, while I join Fatman in finding Lin Qinin for a reunion. Both Li Kun and Meng Xiao nodded happily in agreement. Zheng Nanhua laughed lightly, saying, Big brother, I'll hold off on joining. I don't want to interrupt your reunion with your sister-in-law. We'll catch up later. After pondering, Qin Yuzhe decided not to pressure Zheng Nanhua further. This wine is called Spring Wind Drunkenness. I'm giving it to you. Qin Yuzhe took out a bottle of spring wine drunkenness with a smile and handed it to Zheng Nanhua. Thank you, big brother. Zheng Nanhua was immediately filled with excitement. Qin Yuzhe executed the half-step cicada leap and in a flash, disappeared from everyone's view. A short while later, Qin Yuzhe arrived at Lin Qinin's residence. Frankly speaking, this was the first time Qin Yuzhe had ever visited Lin Qinin's dwelling. Their previous gatherings always took place at Qin Yuzhe's mansion because of its beautiful environment. Lin Qinin, the supreme goddess and the #1 beauty of Tianyuan Sect, was closest with Qin Yuzhe. Normally, she rarely interacted with any other men. At that very moment, Lin Qinin was cultivating in deep meditation. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful aura appearing before her door. Her brows furrowed in slight concern, and in an instant, she appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing it was Qin Yuzhe, her frown instantly eased, her mood lightening with a hint of joy. Lin Qinin was different from other women. She stood there calmly, just like the lotus flower, rising from the mud yet remaining unstained, and blooming pure without appearing vulgar. This unique aura was far beyond the reach of ordinary women. When did you come back? Lin Qinin smiled faintly and asked, I just returned today and came to see you immediately. Qinin, have you broken through to the second level of the Heavenly Man realm? Qin Yujie asked with some surprise. Yes, I broke through a few days ago. I see that you've already reached the third level of the Heavenly Man realm. You surpassed me so quickly. The gap between us will only grow larger in the future. Lin Qinin's mood slightly dropped. She knew Qin Yujie's talent was extraordinarily monstrous, and she didn't want the distance between them to widen too much. In merely a few short months, Qin Yujie had reached the third level of the Heavenly Man realm. At this rate, the difference in their realms and strength would only continue to increase. Although Lin Qinin's martial talent wasn't bad, it was probably on par with Zhang Qiuling. It still paled in comparison to Qin Yujie's. Lin Qinin's greatest strength lay in her talent for music, but she lacked any special musical constitution. So while her musical skills were impressive, without the support of a special constitution or technique, she couldn't unleash the terrifying power that Qin Yujie possessed. Thus, even though Lin Qinin had reached the second level of the Heavenly Man realm, her combat strength still lagged significantly behind Qin Yujie's. Lin Qinin was fully aware of her own situation, and she had been diligently cultivating all this time. Though neither of them said much, the subtle connection between them was clear in their hearts. Qin Yujie chuckled and said, Don't worry. With me around, I could even turn a pig into an extraordinary genius. Trust me. Lin Qinin wrinkled her nose slightly, her heart relaxing somewhat. She glared at Qin Yujie and softly retorted, You're the pig. Chapter 145. Lin Qinin, the Qin Obsessive. I remember the 5 music scores I gave you last time. Besides Canghai Yixing Xiao, a laugh in the Canghai, and Gaoshan Lushui, high mountain flowing water, there are still 3 others that haven't had a chance to be played. How about we exchange our lute skills today? Qin Yujie said indifferently. Sure. Lin Qinin was truly a lute fanatic and immediately became interested. Qin Yujie had already taught Lin Qinin all 9 styles of the lute demon techniques last time. Now they can exchange lute skills, which would be highly beneficial for improving Lin Qinin's technique. Actually, Qin Yujie didn't care much for playing the lute. He did this only because he wanted to help Lin Qinin enhance her strength. The art of lute is similar to swordsmanship. It requires continuous insight so as to play with terrifying power. Thus, while discussing their lute techniques, they also played music from these sheets, melodious and lingering sounds filling between the forest continuously. From afar, Qin Yujie and Lin Qinin sat opposite each other, like a celestial couple. After an hour, their skill sharing came to an end. Qin Yujie, thank you. I feel that my lute skills have improved significantly, and it won't take long before I can practice all 9 lute styles to perfection. Lin Qinin excitedly stated. Do we still need to be so formal? Qin Yujie said with a smile. Ever since the two exchanged ancient Qins as gifts, even though neither openly said anything, their relationship had become far more intimate. Qin Yujie handed over some Millennium Peach leaves, some supreme-grade pills suitable for celestial-level practitioners, and some sound-transmitting talismans, all given to Lin Qinin. These sound-transmitting talismans were common ones, sorted out from Xuanhuan's storage bag. With these talismans, communication between them became convenient. However, these were ordinary sound-transmitting talismans, limited by distance, effective within a radius of several miles at most. Qin Yujie had once heard of a 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman, which would be a real treasure. Unfortunately, Qin Yujie knew nothing about talisman lore. Otherwise, he could have produced them himself. Qin Yujie, you're giving me too much, Lin Qinin said, astonished. Just accept what I give you. It's getting late, I'll leave first. Qin Yujie smiled, then disappeared in a flash. Lin Qinin gazed at Qin Yujie's receding figure, a faint smile appearing on her flawless face. Not long after, Qin Yujie found Xuanhuan and others nearby. Let's go find a place to stay, Qin Yujie said to the group. Qin Yujie chose a relatively quiet mountain range. With a wave of his hand, an elegant and luxurious portable mansion appeared before everyone's eyes. Come on, let's all go inside, drink some wine, and have tea together. Qin Yujie led everyone into the courtyard. Master, isn't your mansion too beautiful? Huang Youhe exclaimed in shock. Huang Youhe was instantly captivated by this picturesque environment, particularly the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, the pond, and spring beneath it, along with the beautiful pavilion. Everything looked like a utopia. Zhang Qiuling was also stunned. Even though she was an inner disciple of Xuanhuan Sect, Zhang Qiuling had never seen such a portable estate. This house and yard weren't simple. From the outside, it seemed small, but once inside, the space widened considerably. This was clearly due to the principle of spatial laws. Also, in Qin Yujie's yard stood a massive 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree. Such trees did not exist throughout the Ling Heaven Kingdom, yet here it was, standing proudly. Everyone sit down. I'll prepare some tea for you. Qin Yujie greeted everyone to sit, then took out some spirit fruits and liquor. He then brewed up a pot of spirit tea. After an hour, the group chatted joyfully. Eventually, Xuanhuan, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao all departed, leaving behind only Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe. There are many rooms in the residence. Choose one yourselves, or simply lie down under this 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree. Either way is fine. Qin Yujie told both of them. Huang Youhe was his apprentice, and she temporarily had no other place to go, so she could only follow him. Once Qin Yujie taught her martial arts later, she could then go off on her own to practice and refine her skills, for the way of martial arts requires self-reliance. As for Zhang Qiuling, she wasn't a disciple of Tianyuan Sect either. Her entry into Tianyuan Sect today was solely based on her identity as Qin Yujie's maid, so she wasn't under Tianyuan Sect's jurisdiction. Her cultivation resources and lodging were all Qin Yujie's responsibility. Thus, for now, he had to allow her to live in this mansion. Lying back on a bamboo chair, Qin Yujie pulled out a spirit-gathering bead. Instantly, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe couldn't wait to come beside the bamboo chair, cross-legged sitting on the ground, to begin frenzied cultivation. Thus, during these 3 days, Qin Yujie was constantly cultivating. When he had free time, he would instruct Zhang Qiuling in her sword techniques and resolve Huang Youhe's questions regarding her martial art. During this period, Lin Qinyin also came to exchange loot skills with Qin Yujie, and both enjoyed their discussion immensely. 3 days later, the true essence within Qin Yujie's body became even more terrifying. Although he hadn't yet broken through to the 3rd level of the celestial realm, he had undoubtedly grown stronger. It was estimated that in a short while, he could smoothly break through to the 4th level of the celestial realm. In the early morning, bathed in warm sunlight, Qin Yujie took off his clothes, revealing perfect, well-defined muscles. He then used the water-gathering technique to enjoy a refreshing bath. At this moment, Qin Yujie radiated an intimidating presence, his muscles resembling those of a robust tiger, brimming with the beauty of strength. His broad back made it hard to imagine that this was just an 18-year-old youth. After finishing his bath, Qin Yujie put on the clothes drawn from the system, giving him an extraordinary aura, as if a celestial being descended from heaven. Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe blushed while stealing glances at Qin Yujie before pretending they were still meditating. Today is the day for the annual Inner Sect examination. It's time for me to enter the Inner Sect. Qin Yujie said this to Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youhe. All right, then we'll accompany you. Although Zhang Qiuling had already reached the Sea of Energy realm and wasn't really interested in the Celestial Realm exams, she mainly wanted to watch Qin Yujie's combat and assess his abilities. Every time watching Qin Yujie wield his sword, Zhang Qiuling gained unique insights into her own technique. Yes, master, take me along too. Watching your Inner Sect exam will be highly beneficial for my martial path. Huang Youhe quickly brightened up, excitedly responding. Fine then. Qin Yujie folded away the mansion and led the two toward the examination square. Moving like the wind, Qin Yujie disappeared in an instant. Chapter 146, Shi Yun's Provocation. Not only was Qin Yujie like this, but all the Outer Sect disciples were rushing to the testing square. Some were going to participate in the assessment, while others were just there for the spectacle. Every year at this time was the day of the Tianyuan Sect's Inner Sect entrance examination, and this day was also the day when all the Outer Sect disciples of Tianyuan Sect could change their fates. For them, if they could pass into the Inner Sect of Tianyuan, it would be akin to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate, leading them to step into an entirely new world. Once they entered the Inner Sect of Tianyuan, apart from not even mentioning vast amounts of resources, simply the inherited techniques and martial arts were worth everyone's all-out effort. After all, the inherited techniques and martial arts of a sect were too crucial, having accumulated over 100 years. Outside of Tianyuan Sect, one did not have the opportunity to come into contact with good techniques. If someone did not have a good technique, then walking the path of martial cultivation would simply be like a wild goose chasing the moon. Of course, Qin Yujie was an exception. Qin Yujie already possessed the upper-class Earth-level technique Eternal Youth Technique, as well as numerous high-tier martial skills and cultivation resources. This time, Qin Yujie wanted to enter the Inner Sect merely to check in. The Inner Sect techniques and massive cultivation resources were nothing he cared for because their quality was too trashy. If Qin Yujie's thoughts were known by other Outer Sect disciples, they might be astonished by Qin Yujie. This once-a-year Inner Sect examination was extremely rare for many Outer Sect disciples. In everyone's eyes, it was simply an opportunity that elevated them from earth to heaven. However, in Qin Yujie's eyes, this was nothing significant at all. Originally, among the Outer Sect disciples, only Qin Yujie, Lin Qinyin, Xuanhuan, and 3 others had reached the Tianyuan realm. But just yesterday, to catch up with this test, many Outer Sect disciples who had been training outside returned hurriedly overnight. Some of these people, due to long-term external training, encountered plenty of opportunities and broke through to the first level of the Tianyuan realm. Therefore, this time, the number of strong participants was overwhelming. However, none of these individuals had any relevance to Qin Yujie. To him, these individuals were akin to a herd of ants encountering an elephant, something he hardly paid any attention to. Today was bound to be an extraordinary day. When Qin Yujie and a few others arrived at the test square, there were already many people gathered there, forming crowds everywhere as though mountains and seas of people. The whole testing square saw no busier days than today. I heard that the sect is placing great emphasis on this exam this time, and the rewards are quite rich. Yes, I've heard that too. Moreover, it seems that the rules of this exam will differ slightly from previous ones. Just being at a high cultivation realm doesn't guarantee entry into the Inner Sect. Judging by what you're saying, those of us with lower realms might still stand a chance. There might actually be a possibility. On the other hand, it's said that quite a few powerful participants are here this time. Among them is a person named Shi Yun, who has been outside practicing. He fell into a valley, trapped at its bottom for 3 years without being able to leave. They say he encountered fortune in the valley and is now at the 5th level of the Tianyuan realm. And I've also heard that when Shi Yun left the sect 3 years ago to train, he was only at the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm. Heavens, surely not. Qin Yujie, the strongest among the outer sects, is currently only at the 3rd level of the Tianyuan realm, yet Shi Yun is already at the 5th level. In just 3 short years, breaking through from the 3rd level of Xuanhuan realm to the 5th level of Tianyuan realm, his cultivation speed is absolutely like flying. What's more, I've heard that originally, Xuanhuan had very poor natural talents and wasn't nearly as impressive as he is now. This sounds too incredible. It looks like this intersect top ranker title will undoubtedly go to Xuanhuan. Not necessarily. Although Qin Yujie's current realm is only at the 3rd level of the Tianyuan realm, his power must definitely surpass that of Xuanhuan because Qin Yujie's sword talent is far beyond comparison. We can't really predict that. It's rumored that Xuanhuan is incredibly strong and happens to be a Blade Dao genius. High Elder Yuta showed great satisfaction with him and has already stated that once he passes the intersect examination, he will take him as a disciple. Heavens, what incredible luck Xuanhuan possesses. If most people fell into the valley, they would have become mincemeat, but not only did he emerge unscathed, he gained amazing experiences. How truly unfair this heaven is. If one becomes High Elder's disciple, it's practically an immediate rise to fame. Why haven't I encountered such good things? As Qin Yujie stood amidst the crowd, various murmurs filled his ears. Qin Yujie didn't give Xuanhuan much thought. In everyone's view, advancing from the 3rd level of Xuanhuan realm to the 5th level of Tianyuan realm in 3 years was already considered exceedingly fast. However, in Qin Yujie's opinion, Xuanhuan's cultivation speed was too slow. It was about the same as a turtle. Just as Qin Yujie pondered over this, he suddenly felt a gaze fall upon him from a distance. Someone was scrutinizing him without reservation. In this bustling square filled with people, ordinary individuals would rarely notice others covertly staring or sizing them up due to the sheer number of people present. However, Qin Yujie was different. His perception was exceptionally sharp, and even amidst this chaos of gazes, he sensed a look of disdain and arrogance directed at him. Qin Yujie glanced up nonchalantly and saw not far away an outer sect disciple radiating immense strength and overwhelming arrogance looking straight at him. You, a mere insect at the 3rd level of Tianyuan realm, managed to become the top disciple in my absence for these 3 years. Truly, without tigers around, even monkeys can claim kingship. The arrogant man jeered at Qin Yujie. This man was none other than Xuanhuan, whom everyone had just been talking about. Qin Yujie felt somewhat speechless. He thought that he had no grudges or conflicts with Xuanhuan, nor any entanglements, and he certainly had never caused trouble for him. Yet, why did this person harbor such animosity toward him? Did Xuanhuan really believe that reaching the 5th level of Tianyuan realm gave him license to belittle and subjugate others as a display of his strength and talent? Qin Yujie lived by one principle. Do not harm me if I have done you no wrong, but should anyone attack me, I will certainly retaliate. Where did you come from, clown? Did you eat poop today? Why is your breath so foul? Qin Yujie remarked lightly. With just one sentence from Qin Yujie, the chatter among the surrounding crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone knew well that during the upcoming intersect examination, there would be quite a show between Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan. Since obtaining the opportunity at the bottom of the valley, Xuanhuan's former timidity and humility had vanished without a trace. At the core now resided pure confidence and arrogance. He enjoyed trampling on these so-called geniuses because, in the past, he was often disdained by people like Qin Yujie, sometimes even bullied. Hence, whenever he encountered someone whose strength was inferior to his own, he took pleasure in asserting dominance over them. Given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to kill such geniuses if the occasion arose. Chapter 147, Grandpa in the Ring. Treading on such a genius brought Xuanhuan an indescribable sense of satisfaction and pleasure, which ordinary people probably couldn't understand. But that was who Xuanhuan was. Xuanhuan believed that once he entered the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect and became the disciple of Elder Gayweed, he would surely crush this Qin Yujie. This was because Xuanhuan didn't know about Qin Yujie's power when he first arrived at the sect yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to mock Qin Yujie like this. Great. Qin Yujie, you've thoroughly enraged me. How laughable you are, just like an ant. I'm already at the 5th level of Tianyuan realm, while you're only at the 3rd level. Defeating you is as simple for me as eating or drinking water. Xuanhuan said disdainfully to Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan indeed had the capital to be confident, because in the valley floor, he encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck, the spatial ring on his hand. His spatial ring wasn't an ordinary one. It housed the soul of a 9th-rank Dantian realm powerhouse. What does a 9th-rank Dantian realm powerhouse mean? In Lingtian Kingdom, it's practically invincible because there isn't even a single Dantian realm master in the entire kingdom. Though the aura of the master within the ring was weak, and he couldn't assist Xuanhuan in fights normally, he could still teach him martial arts and skills. Moreover, with guidance from a 9th-rank Dantian realm warrior in terms of cultivation, Xuanhuan's progress naturally accelerated. Actually, Xuanhuan's cultivation could have been faster, but to consolidate his foundation, he had deliberately slowed down his progress. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would not have merely reached the 5th level of the Tianyuan realm. Therefore, Xuanhuan was extremely confident. He believed the gap between his strength and Qin Yujie's would only widen in the future. Qin Yujie was no match for him now, let alone later. At this moment, his spatial ring on his finger quietly transmitted a voice. This person is not someone to underestimate. I advise you not to make him your enemy for now. Xuanhuan frowned, touching the ring, and transmitted calmly. Zhou Sr., rest assured. With the skills and techniques you've taught me, why should I fear him? Lingtian Kingdom is nothing more than a tiny place, and so-called geniuses here are nothing to worry about. The voice from inside the ring came again. My soul is nearing collapse. From now on, I can only guide you along the way but cannot lend you my hand in combat. or I will disintegrate forever. Hopefully, you can quickly find some spirit medicines to stabilize my soul. Shi Yun confidently responded, don't worry. Once I enter the inner sect, I'll help Senior Zhou look for them. The telepathic exchange between the two went unnoticed by the others present except Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie noticed Shi Yun touching the ring on his finger, immediately recalling the golden thumb from novels in his past life, the kind where there's a grandfather in the ring, offering immense aid. Qin Yujie thought to himself, this Shi Yun might truly possess some opportunity through the ring. It might be full of cultivation resources, or it could really house a powerful soul. After pondering over it, Qin Yujie dismissed the concern. After all, souls trapped in rings like these were generally too weak to interfere much in battles, and Qin Yujie himself possessed the sign-in system, which served as a far stronger golden thumb than a grandfather in the ring. Let's wait and see, then, and see who comes out first in the evaluation. Qin Yujie was uninterested in further arguments with Shi Yun. Ho ho, that suits me fine. Let's wager. Whoever doesn't come out on top, they'll admit they're a tortoise bastard. Shi Yun stared coldly at Qin Yujie. Alright, there are so many witnesses here. I hope you don't regret this. Qin Yujie couldn't believe anyone would willingly step up to humiliate themselves like this. Naturally, he'd happily comply with their demand. The crowd around them looked excitedly between the two. Many outer sect disciples were merely here to spectate since their own abilities and talents were limited, making passing the examination impossible. At the moment, the test plaza was bustling with energy. Even some powerful inner sect disciples came to watch from the viewing stands surrounding the testing grounds. Among these strong inner sect disciples, the most admired and adored were, without a doubt, the four great inner sect elders seated majestically in the center of the platform. The four inner sect elders were Gao Yueta, Jiang Fansuan, Gu Baocheng, and Si Yueza. Among the four inner sect elders, the most beloved was naturally Jiang Fansuan. As the ice beauty of Tianyuan Sect, her beauty overshadowed all others. It was difficult for students to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone observe events like these inner sect trials. Jiang Fansuan was here today because Qin Yujie was taking the exam, and as his teacher, she naturally wanted to witness his performance. Additionally, Jiang Fansuan also feared Gao Yueta attempting anything underhanded. This year's examination was overseen by the inner sect elder Gao Yueta. Not long ago, Qin Yujie had killed Gao Yueta's newly accepted disciple, Zhu Lianggong, and publicly mocked both Gao Yueta and Zhu Lianggong as worthless. Such a grievous insult. How could Gao Yueta, as an inner sect elder, possibly endure it? If not for Jiang Fansuan, Gao Yueta might have taken action against Qin Yujie on the spot. Qin Yujie caught sight of Lin Qinin from afar in the crowd. Around her were several members of the Qingyu sect, and Lin Qinin, as the leader of Qingyu sect, naturally enjoyed the support of her members. Due to the overwhelming number of people at the examination square, Qin Yujie didn't approach Lin Qinin. Instead, he found a quiet place and waited patiently for the assessment to begin. As for Zhang Qiuling and Huang Youha, they merely followed Qin Yujie to enjoy the spectacle. As they weren't disciples of Tianyuan Sect, they were naturally unable to participate in the evaluation. Just then, Xuanhuan, the portly one, also arrived at the examination square. He spotted Qin Yujie at once and approached him with obvious excitement. Big brother, you're here, greeted Xuanhuan. Do you feel confident about this exam? Qin Yujie asked. I am. I've already reached the first level of the Tianren realm. Surely there should be a place for me among the top 10. Xuanhuan said confidently. Don't let your guard down. Be wary of Shi Yun. If you encounter him during the test, keep your distance, Qin Yujie advised. While Qin Yujie wasn't afraid of Shi Yun, Xuanhuan was still only at the first level of the Tianren realm and surely wouldn't stand a chance against Shi Yun. Moreover, since Xuanhuan was closely associated with Qin Yujie, he might become a target of Shi Yun's oppression. Understood, don't worry about me, Xuanhuan nodded and replied. Xuanhuan wasn't foolish. If he came across Shi Yun, who was 3 levels ahead in the Tianren realm, he would immediately concede defeat during their match. However, the format of this year's examination remained unknown. As the two conversed, more and more people gathered at the examination square. Half an hour later, almost all the outer sect disciples had arrived. Chapter 148, the inner sect assessment begins. At this moment, Elder Gao Yueta on the podium cleared his throat and then released his imposing presence, instantly quieting the entire assessment square. Hello everyone, I am Elder Gao Yueta of the inner sect. Today, I will be overseeing the assessment. Now I announce that the assessment has begun. The first part is the strength test. Those not participating in the assessment, please leave the square. Tianyuan Sect's strength testing sites number 30, all located within this square. After the exam started, everyone instinctively dispersed, leaving the square spacious and open. In reality, there were about 500 people truly taking part in the assessment. With 30 testing sites, that averages to only about 10 to 15 people at each site. There are 30 force-measuring stone stelae inscribed with complex runes. These stelae have a very high load capacity, capable of bearing the strength of any martial artist in the celestial human realm without issue. At this point, Elder Gao Yueta continued. This intersect assessment consists of 3 parts. Passing all is considered successful. We will rank you based on your performance over the 3 rounds, as well as your age and talent. The top 10 disciples will become intersect disciples and receive rewards for the assessment. The top scorer will gain an opportunity to freely choose a cultivation technique from the scripture repository and will also receive a superior grade breakthrough pill. A breakthrough pill is no ordinary pill. It can be said that without such a pill, It's nearly impossible for someone at the 9th level of the celestial human realm to break through into the Wheel Sea realm. Such pills are tightly controlled by the 4 great sects and the royal family, making them unattainable for commoners. Of course, this excludes Qin Yujie. When Elder Gao mentioned the superior grade breakthrough pill, everyone in the square was shocked. Many lower-tier outer sect disciples immediately looked painfully envious, realizing that the top reward had little to do with them since Qin Yujie and Shi Yun were present, making it virtually impossible for others to secure the first place. It was almost universally acknowledged that the top honor would go either to Qin Yujie or Shi Yun, meaning the other participants could only compete for the remaining 8 spots as intersect disciples. With 500 individuals competing for 10 spots, even with many eligible outer sect disciples not participating, it became clear how fierce the competition truly was. Gao Yu glanced at the crowd, buzzing with discussion, and continued. The second-place finisher will receive 3 mid-grade Tianxin pills, while the 3rd through 10th place winners will each receive 10 mid-grade Ningyun pills. Tianxin pills are used by celestial, human realm cultivators. Not just mid-grade, but even superior Tianxin pills held little appeal for Qin Yujie, who himself was a mystic rank alchemist with plenty of supreme Tianxin pills stored in his item ring. However, for others, 3 mid-grade Tianxin pills were still an extraordinary prize. As for the 10 Ningyun pills given to those ranking 3rd through 10th, they are meant for cultivation use by return origin realm practitioners. Though their tier is indeed lower than Tianxin pills, Ningyun pills aren't worthless, especially to average civilian cultivators, for whom 10 Ningyun pills represent substantial wealth. All these rewards invigorated the morale of the outer sect disciples. Looking at the cheerful crowd, one inner sect disciple, standing on the platform, sneered and remarked, "These outer sect disciples truly lack sophistication. A few paltry rewards, and they're ecstatic." This person wasn't anyone else but Xuanhuan, ranked 3rd in power among the inner sect disciples, currently at the 9th level of the celestial human realm. Xuanhuan, with his 9th level celestial human realm cultivation base, was the 2nd strongest under Tang Jibei. After returning from a recent external training journey, he heard stories about Qin Yujie, including how Qin Yujie crippled Tang Jinan and killed Zhu Lianggong. Xuanhuan originally intended to pick a fight with Qin Yujie. In his view, though Zhu Lianggong was also at the 9th level of the celestial human realm, it would take him only one move to defeat Zhu Lianggong. Even within the same realm, there were differences in strength, and Xuanhuan believed himself to be a standout rather than just mediocre. Not to mention, during this external training period, Xuanhuan had grown even stronger. Although still at the 9th level of the celestial human realm, the true essence in his body had doubled in strength due to mistakenly consuming an unknown spiritual herb, which ended up enhancing his capabilities. Currently, however, since Qin Yujie was taking the inner sect assessment, Xuanhuan couldn't attack him, not without being accused of disrupting the assessment and inviting punishment. Moreover, Qin Yujie's master Jiang Fanxian was present. Xuanhuan would have to wait until Jiang Fanxian left before attempting to deal with Qin Yujie. That's right. How could they ever compare to Master Xia? One of Xuanhuan's fellow inner sect disciples quickly flattered. Gao Yaota glanced at the crowd and then continued. Next begins the first round of assessment. This round tests your strength, which is very important for a martial artist. If you lack strength, even if you punch someone 10 times, it will do no harm to them. However, someone with great strength can knock you down with just one punch. With an animated expression, Gao Yaota paused momentarily before continuing. Please give it your all, and let me see your true power. Simply unleash your full force against the stone steels, and numbers will appear indicating the result. You each get 3 attempts. But there is one point to note. You cannot use any martial arts techniques during the attack. You must rely on pure strength. Now, please allow Shi Yun to be the first to step up. I believe he will definitely achieve a good score. After Gao Yaota finished speaking, Shi Yun casually approached a steal. He enjoyed being in the spotlight and understood that Elder Gao had chosen him to make a stunning debut, achieving a spectacular score that would leave everyone behind, including Qin Yujie. In Shi Yun's view, Elder Gao not choosing Qin Yujie to go first was clearly because he considered his talent and ability superior to Qin Yujie's. Shi Yun threw a taunting glance at Qin Yujie, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and completely relaxed his body. Suddenly, Shi Yun opened his eyes wide, his focus sharpened as streams of true essence swirled furiously like a tornado around his body. With his form taut like a drawn bow, he readied himself and unleashed a powerful punch directly onto the stone steel. Boom! A loud roar reverberated throughout the area as the steel trembled violently before showing a sequence of numbers. 109,000 caddies. The audience was astonished and amazed, never imagining that Shi Yun could produce such a terrifying level of strength. Satisfied with this score, Shi Yun nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yujie, seemingly boasting about his achievement. How strong Shi Yun is. He punched out a strength of 109,000 caddies. Wow, that's absolutely terrifying. Such immense natural might. How powerful Shi Yun has become. Indeed, though only at the 5th level of the celestial human realm, his strength is likely equivalent to that of someone at the 9th level of the celestial human realm. Unbelievable, with sheer strength alone, Shi Yun might already be unmatched within the celestial human realm. Chapter 149, Strength Assessment Test. Yes, among the same realm of cultivators in this young generation, who could match up to him? I wonder if Qin Yujie can surpass him. The crowd around Xia Yun started murmuring with envy and admiration. However, those who knew Qin Yujie's strength shook their heads disdainfully at Xia Yun. Though Qin Yujie was a swordsman, His strength and true essence were incomparable to ordinary people. Xuanhuan was merely making a fool of himself by trying to compete. Alright, let the others start their assessment too. Remember, no martial skills are allowed. If I find anyone sneaking to use them, they'll be disqualified immediately. Gao Yu emphasized. After being shocked, the crowd began to stir with anticipation and eagerness. Yet after their actual tests, they realized just how difficult it was to punch out 10,000 Jin, let alone 50,000 Jin. 10,000 Jin, 12,000 Jin, 9,900 Jin. Best score, 12,000 Jin. Next person, 9,000 Jin, 11,000 Jin, 13,000 Jin. Best score, 13,000 Jin. Next, 25,000 Jin, 29,000 Jin, 28,000 Jin. Best score, 29,000 Jin. Many outer disciples present had strength below 20,000 due to their body cultivation level and realms, as well as their internal true essence. Xuanhuan was at the 5th level of Tianyuan realm, which naturally gave him an advantage in terms of realm that others couldn't compare to. The highest realm here belonged to Qin Yujie, who was at the 3rd level of Tianyuan realm. After the test results came out, many were disheartened. Only now did the crowd realize just how terrifying 10,000 Jin was. At this moment, a disturbance arose near one of the stone pillars used for testing. Qin Yujie looked up to see Lin Qinin about to take her turn. Lin Qinin's status and reputation within the outer sect were significant, not only due to her stunning beauty, but also because of her exceptional musical talent. Lin Qinin was already at the 2nd level of Tianyuan realm, indicating that her power was undeniably formidable. Under everyone's anticipative gazes, Lin Qinin delivered a punch on the stone pillar. The stone violently vibrated before showing a number. 53,000 Jin. After landing her punch, Lin Qinin refrained from striking again like Xuanhuan. She understood the principle. First strong, then weak, eventually exhausted. While each participant got 3 chances to punch, what truly mattered was the first punch. If someone went all out for their initial strike, it would be almost impossible for the following punches to surpass the first one's results. Apart from Xuanhuan, Lin Qinin was the first to produce over 50,000 Jin in strength. A gasp of surprise echoed through the crowd. After all, Lin Qinin was merely at the 2nd level of Tianyuan realm, lagging behind Xuanhuan by 3 sub-realms. Moreover, as a woman, physical strength wasn't traditionally her forte. To achieve such a result was impressive. This Lin Qinin is truly remarkable. Although she still falls short compared to Xuanhuan, it's still quite an achievement. Yeah, Lin Qinin's real talent lies in the art of the zither. Strength isn't her strong suit, yet she managed this even though she's only at the 2nd level of Tianyuan realm. Lin Qinin isn't just breathtakingly beautiful, but also has an excellent martial talent. She truly is every man's dream girl. Senior sister Lin really lives up to her title as the ultimate goddess of Tianyuan Sect. Just catching a glimpse of her every day fills me with contentment. People continued talking animatedly about Lin Qinin. Zhang Xiuling looked at Lin Qinin in shock, having never met someone whose appearance and demeanor exceeded her own. Zhang Xiuling admitted that Lin Qinin's looks and poise had an otherworldly charm that made people feel inferior, almost reverential. Huang Youha watched Lin Qinin, recalling that Li Kun mentioned Lin Qinin as one of Master's close female acquaintances. Master, your discernment is truly incredible. Your wife is indeed a woman of extraordinary elegance and brilliance. Huang Youha chuckled beside Qin Yujie. You, just watch and talk less, Qin Yujie said. By now, the examination had progressed halfway since there were 30 test locations operating simultaneously, allowing for swift progress. At this moment, it was Zheng Nanhua's turn. Fatso, good luck. Qin Yujie patted Zheng Nanhua on the shoulder to encourage him. Big brother, don't worry, my strength has greatly improved recently. Zheng Nanhua grinned confidently. Zheng Nanhua approached the stone pillar, took a deep breath, and unleashed a powerful punch. 41,000 Jin. Though Zheng Nanhua's punch didn't reach Xuanhuan or Lin Qinin's scores, it was still commendable. Now Zheng Nanhua ranked 3rd, which was a very good outcome. Returning to Qin Yujie, Zheng Nanhua boasted. Big brother, I'm not bad, right? Not bad, passable. Qin Yujie replied with a smile. After Zheng Nanhua, it was Qin Yujie's turn to take the test, as he was right behind Zheng Nanhua. Big brother, go for it. Zheng Nanhua called out. As everyone saw Qin Yujie stepping up, the entire testing square suddenly became lively, with Qin Yujie instantly becoming the focus of all attention. After all, Qin Yujie's fame within the Tianyuan Sect was immense. Not only in the outer sect, but even in the inner sect, Qin Yujie's name was well known. This Qin Yujie is about to take the stage. I wonder how many Jin he can produce. I think Qin Yujie should be slightly stronger than Xuanhuan. I'm truly curious, haven't you noticed? That Zheng Nanhua who always hangs around with Qin Yujie has advanced so quickly and achieved such a good result this time. Lin Qinin too. Her improvement has been fast as well. It's said that she's also a friend of Qin Yujie's. The 2 friends by Qin Yujie's side have performed quite well. As the strongest among the 3, Qin Yujie will surely surpass them both. Today's test focuses heavily on Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan. We'll see which of the 2 excels more in strength. A barrage of discussions reached Qin Yujie's ears, yet he ignored them all, walking directly to the stone tablet used for testing power. Qin Yujie himself wasn't sure how much force he currently possessed. Perhaps his level had approached the average amount seen in the Wheel C realm. Qin Yujie gathered all of his true essence throughout his body and delivered an explosive punch at the strength-measuring stone tablet. Instantly, the entire stone monument violently trembled, then flashed with a series of glowing runes, similar to an electrical short circuit. A loud bang resonated as the entire stone tablet shattered into pieces. The entire plaza fell eerily silent. The crowd simply couldn't comprehend that Qin Yujie had smashed the stone tablet with just one punch. How immense must his power be? Bear in mind, this stone's upper limit was 15,000 jin. Could it be that Qin Yujie's single punch exceeded 15,000 jin? Chapter 150. The stone tablet was shattered. Qin Yujie glanced at the strength measuring stone that he had already shattered into pieces, and with a flick of his finger, said disdainfully, "The quality of this stone tablet is really too poor. It can't even withstand one punch from me." The surrounding crowd stared blankly at Qin Yujie, frightened by his terrifying performance. After all, Shi Yun at the 5th level of Tianyuan realm only managed to hit with a force of 100,000 caddies, whereas Qin Yujie, who was at the 3rd level of Tianyuan realm, managed to hit with at least 150,000 caddies of force. And the crowd had no idea where the limit of Qin Yujie's strength lay, because these beginner-level strength measuring stones could only measure up to 150,000 caddies. After quite some time, the entire square finally reacted. Qin Yujie is simply too strong. He actually hit with such a terrifying force. That's right. The upper limit for this beginner-level stone is 150,000 caddies. It looks like Qin Yujie's punch must be at least 150,000 caddies. Shi Yun's earlier punch was already very powerful, but compared to Qin Yujie, it's simply nowhere near. That's true. Shi Yun is bound to lose in this strength test. Qin Yujie is truly amazing. His talent in swordsmanship and qin music is already monstrous. Yet his physical body is also this terrifying? Could Qin Yujie be practicing a body tempering technique? If I were hit by this punch, I would definitely be shattered. Qin Yujie is too ruthless. You guys may have forgotten. The reason why Qin Yujie displayed a force of 150,000 caddies isn't because that's all the force he has, but rather because the stone's limit is only 150,000 caddies of force. That's right. It's possible that Qin Yujie's force might be 200,000, or even 250,000 caddies. My goodness. This is almost unimaginable. Look at Shi Yun. His face has turned green, seemingly very angry. Haha. How could Shi Yun possibly be a match for Qin Yujie? He's being utterly unreasonable in challenging him. The onlookers chattered incessantly about Qin Yujie, the whole square becoming as turbulent as an unrestful lake. On the high platform, Gao Yude appeared slightly surprised. He didn't expect Qin Yujie to be so strong in terms of strength. Keep in mind, Gao Yude had intentionally changed some items for today's intersect assessment. During last year's intersect assessment, participants directly drew lots for combat pairings. The victors would advance instantly, and the top 10 would then be selected through final rounds to join the intersect. Gao Yude knew that Qin Yujie's combat capabilities were very strong. Even someone at the 9th level of Tianyuan realm, Zhu Lianggong, could be easily killed by him. If they followed last year's evaluation rules, Qin Yujie would definitely enter the intersect effortlessly. How could Gao Yude let Qin Yujie enter so easily? Therefore, he altered the evaluation rules this year. As the main supervisor of this assessment, Gao Yude had the authority to reasonably adjust and modify the evaluation rules. Shi Yun's face darkened instantly. He couldn't believe that Qin Yujie had struck with 150,000 caddies of force. He thought he would secure the first place in the strength test, never imagining his record would be broken by Qin Yujie. This might just be a case of the stone tablet breaking down. Qin Yujie, change to another stone and test again. If you manage to break this stone too, we'll count your score as 150,000 caddies. Gao Yude looked at Qin Yujie indifferently. This request from Gao Yude was reasonable enough, and the other few elders of the inner sect didn't oppose or question it. Gao Yude's voice immediately set off murmurs among the surrounding audience. I think the strength measuring stone was just faulty. Otherwise, how could a general 3rd level Tianrin realm martial artist possibly break the stone? Qin Yujie sure had good luck, right? When it was his turn, the stone broke. Good thing Elder Gao is wise. Otherwise, Qin Yujie might have slipped through. I'm certain the second test will not show such terrifying force from Qin Yujie. It's not guaranteed. How could we doubt Master Qin's talent? Or else, we're asking for trouble. That's right. I trust Lord Qin. Shi Yian took a glance at Qin Yujie, but didn't say anything. He planned to wait until after Qin Yujie finished his second attempt and got his score before mocking him, lest he end up hitting himself with his own words if Qin Yujie outperformed him. Qin Yujie nonchalantly went to the second stone tablet, seeming as though he remembered something, and gave a light smile. Then he unleashed a punch. Instantly, the stone shook, and then a number appeared on it. 81,000 caddies. Seeing such a result, the surrounding crowd momentarily froze in disbelief. Could it be that during the first test, Qin Yujie had just coincidentally come across a damaged strength measuring stone? Seeing these results, Gao Yude immediately burst into a fit of laughter. He said arrogantly, I guess my hunch was right. These strength measuring stone tablets have been used for many years, and when Qin Yujie tested his strength earlier, he must have hit a broken one. Otherwise, how could his second test result only be 80,000 caddies? Keep in mind, it takes at least 150,000 caddies to break the tablet. There is no way Qin Yujie could achieve that. Jiang Fanxian glanced at Qin Yujie and couldn't help but smile faintly. She knew Qin Yujie was up to no good again. After all, as Qin Yujie's master, she had some understanding of his abilities and character. Shi Yiyun saw that Qin Yujie managed only 81,000 caddies, and with Elder Gao confirming that the previous stone was indeed defective, his heart immediately settled. He gave a disdainful glance at Qin Yujie and sneered, saying, Qin Yujie, although you managed to produce 81,000 caddies of force, your ability is not bad. But compared to me, there's a huge gap between us. Our forces differ by more than 20,000 caddies. Now, you understand what it means to have someone stronger always outside your circle, or even further beyond your reach. In front of me, Shi Yun, you are like a dragon forced to lie prostrate. At this moment, Shi Yun carried himself with swagger, radiating arrogance. He had now become the focus of everyone around him. This was the first time in Shi Yun's life that he was basking in the spotlight. Before encountering his special opportunity, he was just an impoverished warrior who suffered abuse from others. Now, after finding success, he exuded confidence. His sudden rise also made him enjoy trampling on others to demonstrate his newfound power. Hearing Elder Gao's words and Shi Yun's mocking, the surrounding crowd immediately understood what happened. They realized that Qin Yujie broke the stone during the first test purely due to its pre-existing damage. 81,000 caddies, even though it doesn't match Shi Yun's score, is still quite impressive. That's true. Qin Yujie's specialties are swordsmanship and qi music. It makes sense that his physical strength would be slightly inferior. Shi Yun's strength is truly formidable. He delivered a punch over 100,000 caddies. Looks like he will undoubtedly secure first place in the strength test. It seems like Shi Yun is about to soar high. We should get on his good side early. Chapter 151. Falling from Clouds to Low Valley. Qin Yujie looked at the self-satisfied Shi Yun and Gao Yude who smiled on the high platform, and shook his head disdainfully. Then he asked casually, Elder Gao, it seems that everyone has 3 chances to punch, so shouldn't I still have one more chance? This sentence of Qin Yujie instantly quieted down the entire scene. Yes, everyone has 3 chances, but I think you should not waste your strength. After all, even if you hit one more time, it will probably be around 80,000 caddies. There is absolutely no way you can surpass Shi Yun's results. Gao Yude said with an air of complete confidence. Elder Gao, since you believe I cannot surpass Shi Yun's results, how about we make a bet? Qin Yujie asked with a smile. This one sentence from Qin Yujie instantly made the whole venue lively again. The audience simply couldn't believe where Qin Yujie's confidence came from for daring to make a bet with Elder Gao. Was he out of his mind? Gao Yude's face turned ugly. He was indeed a bit afraid of Qin Yujie because Qin Yujie's demeanor was too confident. He didn't know whether Qin Yujie had hidden his strength just now. Thinking of this, Gao Yude let out a cold snort and said, You are just a junior disciple of the Outer Sect. What qualifications do you have to make a bet with me? I will not bet with you. None of the people around could have imagined that Gao Yude would dare not to make a bet with Qin Yujie. They all watched Gao Yude in surprise. In their eyes, Gao Yude should have accepted Qin Yujie's challenge since Qin Yujie was bound to lose anyway. Qin Yujie, what kind of status does Elder Gao hold? How could he place a bet with someone like you, a junior disciple of the Outer Sect? Or maybe I can bet with you instead. Shi Yun interrupted Qin Yujie arrogantly. Shi Yun was convinced that he would surely secure first place in this strength test. But now, everyone's attention wasn't on him, but focused on Qin Yujie, making Shi Yun very dissatisfied. Oh, what do you want to bet on? Qin Yujie asked surprisingly. Qin Yujie truly couldn't imagine that while Gao Yude didn't fall into his trap, Shi Yun rushed forward voluntarily to place the bet, which was akin to giving him a helping hand. If your score can exceed mine, you win. If it doesn't, then you lose. Shi Yun stated. Alright, what is the wager? Qin Yujie continued to ask. As for the wager, it is this bottle of Tianxin Dan, Heavenly Heart pill. Shi Yun took out a vial of pills and said. To be honest, Qin Yujie paid no heed to the Tianxin Dan. In his view, apart from the space ring in Shi Yun's hand, there were probably nothing else valuable. Your items are too mediocre. My top-grade Tianxin Dan alone is worth your entire bottle of ordinary Tianxin Dan. Nevertheless, I don't care. If you win, I will give you this supreme Tianxin Dan. Qin Yujie replied nonchalantly. Fine, Shi Yun responded. Qin Yujie controlled his force and struck the stone steel with a punch. Immediately, the inscriptions on the stone steel vibrated, displaying a shocking number. 15,000 caddies. Qin Yujie had already managed his force, stopping precisely at 15,000 caddies. Otherwise, if it exceeded by a single caddy, this steel would crack into pieces. This level of precise control is something that the average person can hardly achieve, proving that Qin Yujie had reached a very fine degree of mastery over his own force and muscles. All the people around were stunned by this spectacle. No matter how foolish they might have been, at this point they had realized that Qin Yujie's first punch truly delivered over 15,000 caddies of force, destroying the steel, and it wasn't originally broken. As for why the second punch only showed 8,000 caddies, there was an easy explanation. Qin Yujie had concealed his true strength. The third punch was even simpler to explain. It was Qin Yujie's last opportunity to strike. He feared destroying the steel again, so he controlled his strength, delivering exactly 15,000 caddies. Gao Yude watched Qin Yujie really deliver precisely 15,000 caddies of force, showing obvious astonishment on his face. Gao Yude did not expect his face to be slapped so soon. Just earlier, he confidently proclaimed that the steel was damaged, thus it was impossible for Qin Yujie to deliver 15,000 caddies. Unexpectedly, Qin Yujie indeed achieved 15,000 caddies. This was such an explicit slap in the face that Gao Yude's dignity and reputation suffered considerable damage. Shi Yun also stared at Qin Yujie in shock, never imagining that Qin Yujie could actually deliver 15,000 caddies of force. Just moments ago, Shi Yun had been so confident, smug, and haughty. But now, Shi Yun fell from his heights directly into the abyss, unable to accept this extreme disparity between before and after. What is going on? Qin Yujie has actually delivered 15,000 caddies. And the steel is perfectly intact this time. An outer sect disciple exclaimed in amazement. I can hardly believe my own eyes. Qin Yujie's strength is so powerful. Did you notice? Qin Yujie threw a light punch, while Shi Yiyun put all his strength into one. Even so, Qin Yujie still completely outperformed Shi Yiyun. This shows there's quite a gap between the two. Yes, and I'm sure that Qin Yujie's strength is more than 10,000 caddies, as he shattered the steel with his first punch. We can be sure that at that time, his strength exceeded 10,000 caddies. My goodness, it's incredible. How did Qin Yujie manage this? I didn't expect that Qin Yujie was this strong. In this round of strength testing, Qin Yujie is undoubtedly the deserving champion. All the people around were both shocked and admiringly looking at Qin Yujie, who at this moment became undeniably the focus of everyone. Zhang Xiuling, Huang Youhe, and others had long become accustomed to Qin Yujie not being an ordinary individual. Compared to the shocks Qin Yujie delivered in the Watermoon Sect, today's surprise seemed rather subdued. If the Tianyuan Sect members knew Qin Yujie had effortlessly killed Xuanhuan of the 5th level of Will See realm, they would realize just how terrifying his strength was. Moreover, if the people of Tianyuan Sect were aware that Qin Yujie held the title of an extraordinary level alchemist, it would shock them beyond measure. Shi Yiyun stared at Qin Yujie with a sour expression and said, "It's impossible. You're only on the 3rd level of Tianren realm. How could you have such tremendous power?" Qin Yujie replied indifferently. "This punch of mine wasn't given my full effort. My strength is far beyond what you can imagine." At this moment, Shi Yiyun heard a voice coming from inside his ring. "Yiyun, this Qin Yujie is no ordinary man. Don't provoke him for now. With my guidance, your disparity will grow larger over time, and once you reach the perfect realm of my transmitted techniques and martial arts, killing Qin Yujie will be a piece of cake. Right now, you lack cultivation resources. Entering the inner sect is the most important thing. Do not create unnecessary disputes." After pondering for a moment, Shi Yiyun sent a private message back. Understood, Elder Zhou. Chapter 152, Insight Test begins. Shi Yiyun took a complicated look at Qin Yufi and said, "I admit that I underestimated you. However, brute strength is merely savagery. The path of martial arts fundamentally revolves around realms." Qin Yufi smiled slightly, but didn't explain. Among the 3,000 doctrines, whoever reaches their zenith can become an unmatched master. For example, in ancient times, those martial way experts who achieved divine flesh bodies had terrifying corporeal strength, immortal and indestructible. A single punch from them could shatter empty space. The way of strength is also one of the 3,000 doctrines. As they say, all martial techniques under heaven are unbeatable if only force reaches its peak. At this extremity, one does not even need to focus on fighting styles. One sheer power alone can break 10,000 techniques. Just then, the first round of strength testing finally concluded, and each of the 500 disciples had completed their tests. All right, I declare that the top 300 will move on to the next test, while the remaining 200 are eliminated. Gao Yu exclaimed loudly. Instantly, the entire examination square erupted into noise. Those who entered the top 300 were elated and invigorated. In contrast, the outer gate disciples who failed looked despondent and deeply saddened. Gao Yu paid no attention to them. He continued, "Everyone, please quiet down. Those who have been eliminated, please leave the testing square. Next, we will conduct the second test, which is an insight assessment. You must know that on the path of martial arts, insight is very important. If a person lacks sufficient insight, giving them good skills and techniques will be futile. The inner gate of our Tianyuan sect does not accept disciples with poor insight." With this one sentence from Gao Yu, the entire square exploded into commotion. They did not expect that Elder Gao would be so ruthless this time and conduct an insight test. Before, the entrance exam for the inner gate never tested insight. It was solely based on combatability. This testing put higher realm disciples at an unfair disadvantage since their realms and abilities were irrelevant to this assessment, putting everyone back to the same starting point. It turned out to be an excellent opportunity for lower realm disciples. Hearing that insight would be tested, reactions were mixed across the square. Those confident in their insights showed full confidence, while others, less certain, became visibly deflated and gloomy. However, none of this mattered to Qin Yufi. Possessing an undying sword body, his insight had already risen beyond normal levels, especially concerning sword arts. His comprehension bordered on extreme brilliance. Shi Yun, upon hearing that the second test would examine insight, felt a surge of confidence within him. After all, the elder in his ring once taught him a technique to enhance his insight, and he had brought this cultivation method to its utmost level of perfection. Shi Yun, now recognized as a genius of blade techniques, believed himself to have extraordinary talent in understanding such methods. Among the outer gate disciples of the Tianyuan sect, if he admitted second place, no one dared claim first. Moreover, whenever he practiced any technique or skill, the elder Zhou from his ring secretly guided him, accelerating his learning immensely. After all, this elder Zhou, who reached the 9th tier of the Dantian realm, tutoring a warrior at the Tianren realm, was effortless. For this reason, Shi Yun harbored unprecedented confidence. Thus, he decided to challenge Qin Yufi to another bet, a sure-win wager. At this moment, Shi Yun's mentality resembled a gambler who feels they cannot lose. Everyone knows that when a gambler thinks they're invincible, they tend to risk everything. At that moment, no advice can penetrate their mindset. Shi Yun had long forgotten what Zhou in his ring told him. He was far too confident now. unable to believe that an outer gate disciple in such a small Lingxian kingdom could surpass him in terms of insight. Shi Yun currently lacked cultivation resources. While chatting earlier, one of his followers mentioned Qin Yufi owned quite a few valuable items, a millennial spirit peach tree and many superior spirit wines among them. This information incited Shi Yun's greed. Now, at the precise time he needed more resources, these superior cultivation resources could elevate his progress, making his future training ascend without hindrance. In the future, this little Lingxian kingdom would surely no longer hold him back. Thinking of this, Shi Yun said to Qin Yufi, "Qin Yufi, dare you make a bet with me during this insight test?" What do you wish to bet? Qin Yufi couldn't believe that Shi Yun would challenge him again. It was typical disregard for pain even after having learned lessons. "I've heard you own a millennial spirit peach tree. How about it? Dare you use it as the stake?" Shi Yun said greedily. A single sentence from Shi Yun stunned everyone on the spot. Such audacity and greed over this millennial spirit peach tree. Known as a priceless treasure, there was no way Qin Yufi would use it as the bet. "Oh, it seems like you're interested in my spirit peach tree. But the stakes need to be of equal value. What can you offer that's equally valuable?" Qin Yufi said with disdain. "How about this spatial ring on my hand?" Shi Yun replied. "Not enough. Your spatial ring doesn't carry enough weight." Qin Yufi shook his head. Although spatial rings were rare, how could they compare to an entire millennial spirit peach tree? 10 millennial spirit peach leaves against your spatial ring. What do you say? Even with complete confidence, Qin Yufi would never wager the entire millennial spirit peach tree. After all, wasn't that foolish? One tree could bear countless leaves, and their value was immeasurable. 20 leaves. Shi Yun also understood it was impossible to make Qin Yufi stake the entire tree, so he compromised. "Deal." Qin Yufi agreed readily. 20 spirit peach leaves meant nothing to him, and Qin Yufi didn't think he would lose. Qin Yufi was merely curious about Shi Yun's spatial ring, wanting to verify if there truly was an old man residing inside it. "Alright, then let's compare our insights next. The second test's ranking will decide the winner," Shi Yun said. Agreed. "However, for fairness, we should hand over our stakes to the 4 intersect elders so they can supervise us. This way, neither of us will back out or cheat after losing." Qin Yufi nodded and proposed. Upon hearing Qin Yufi's suggestion, Shi Yun's brow furrowed. His spatial ring contained Elder Zhou. What if it got taken away and he lost Elder Zhou's guidance during his cultivation? That would put him at a disadvantage. Shi Yun hadn't expected Qin Yufi to be so cautious, which left him torn. Just then, Elder Zhou inside the ring transmitted a voice. He sighed. "Yun, though I trust your insight and strength and believe that Qin Yufi is no match for you in terms of insight, this decision of yours is reckless. Very well, since you've already accepted the bet, I shall assist you once more. A short distance won't stop me from communicating with you. After winning this wager, I hope you settle down and focus on your cultivation." Chapter 153, Meditating on the Stone Statues. Xie Yun was overjoyed in his heart and quickly whispered, "Thank you, Elder Zhou." Xie Yun transferred everything in his spatial ring into a storage bag, then handed the spatial ring to Elder Gao. Xie Yun wasn't foolish. Their bet was only for the spatial ring, not including the cultivation resources inside. Qin Yujie waved his hand and also handed over 20 leaves of Millennium Peach to Gao Yueta. Although Gao Yueta was the host of this assessment, with the other 3 Inner-Gate elders present, it was believed that he wouldn't dare to secretly keep Qin Yujie's items. Moreover, Qin Yujie's master, Xuanhuan, was nearby, so Gao Yueta probably wouldn't dare to play any tricks. After being carefully treated by Qin Yujie, Xuanhuan's complexion had greatly improved compared to before, and his strength had recovered somewhat. It could be expected that with Xuanhuan's terrifying combat ability, there would be very few opponents in Lingxian Kingdom. Good, I'll act as a witness. Now let's begin the second assessment, Insight. "Let me briefly introduce it," said Gao Yueta, then waved his hand. Immediately, dozens of stone sculptures appeared throughout the square. The crowd around them looked at these variously styled stone sculptures, immediately showing full faces of shock and disbelief. Gao Yueta paused for a moment, then continued. "Have you seen the stone carvings in the square? These statues are all carved from jade. Each carving conceals a martial skill. You will now have 2 hours. Whoever comprehends the most powerful martial skills and achieves the highest level of mastery will have the best results." "Elder Gao, what level are the martial arts on these stone sculptures?" one disciple participating in the assessment asked. "Most are upper-class yellow rank. A small part is lower-class Xian rank and middle-class Xian rank," Gao Yueta replied. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Qin Yujie turned his head and looked at the surrounding stone sculptures. He saw that each sculpture held different weapons. Knives, swords, spears, lutes, fists, all kinds were present. Qin Yujie examined carefully. He noticed some runes flowing on the sculptures, giving an intricate feeling. Qin Yujie instantly felt as if these stone sculptures had come alive somehow. But when he focused closely, he found the sculptures hadn't changed at all. These sculptures were large, and multiple people could meditate on the same sculpture together, or one could choose a sculpture alone. The difficulty of each sculpture varied. They had inscriptions indicating the class of the martial art for reference. As everyone observed the statues with great astonishment, Gao Yueta proudly said, "Our Tianyuan Sect has countless martial skills like an endless sea, without limit. These statues are used by our sect to test the insights of disciples. Every statue harbors a martial skill. As you can see, these statues have different forms and hold different weapons. You must choose yourselves. Now start. The time limit is 2 hours." As soon as these words came out, everyone was amazed. Everyone looked at the statues and began choosing those suitable for themselves, then sat cross-legged on the ground to begin comprehending the martial skills. For these outer gate disciples, martial skills were extremely important. If they wanted to learn good martial skills within the sect, they had to enter the scripture hall and use sect points to exchange for them, and good martial skills weren't cheap. Furthermore, earning points in the sect wasn't easy. Now these stone sculptures were almost equivalent to the sect, freely giving everyone martial skills. If someone could comprehend a middle-class Xian-level martial skill, it would mean a significant gain for these outer gate disciples. Of course, whether they could comprehend it or not depended on each person's luck and insight. Of course, Qin Yujie didn't care about these sculptures at all because he discovered that the highest class among these sculptures was merely a middle-class Xian-level martial skill. Middle-class Xian-level martial skills, to Qin Yujie, were simply garbage, since Qin Yujie already possessed many heavenly grade and earth grade martial skills. This Xian-level martial skill, Qin Yujie disdained learning it altogether. But for the sake of the examination, Qin Yujie still arrived in front of a sword-holding statue. There were a total of 3 sword-wielding statues here. One was upper-class yellow rank, one was lower-class Xian rank, and another was the highest class, which Qin Yujie chose, middle-class Xian rank. Among these 3 swordway statues, the upper-class yellow rank one was relatively easier to comprehend, while the lower-class Xian rank was a bit more difficult, and as for the middle-class Xian rank, it was the hardest. Qin Yujie did not rush to practice yet. He looked up at the surroundings. He noticed Lin Qinin chose a double-handed harp-playing statue, obviously a martial skill related to music, and Zheng Nanhua joined others in front of a fist-style martial skill statue, which showed Zheng Nanhua's expertise in boxing. With only 1 hour to comprehend, even an upper-class yellow-level martial skill would be impossible for an average person to fully grasp and reach perfection, let alone a middle-class Xian-level martial skill. As for why there were no upper-class Xian-level martial skills among the statues, it was likely that the sect considered such skills too precious to be casually used in an outer gate disciples assessment. Most participants basically chose upper-class yellow-level martial skill statues, with a few who had more confidence selecting lower-class Xian-level ones. As for choosing middle-class Xian-level martial skill statues, among all those taking part in the assessment, only Qin Yujie and Shi Yuan made this choice. Qin Yujie chose the middle-class Xian-level sword technique statue, while Shi Yuan selected the middle-class Xian-level knife technique one. Given the 2 hours allowed for comprehension, their decision to choose middle-class Xian-level martial arts clearly demonstrated how confident Qin Yujie and Shi Yuan were in their understanding abilities. The whole square suddenly became quiet as everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the statues, beginning to comprehend the skills they represented. Qin Yujie sat cross-legged before the sword-holding statue. As his mind fully immersed into the statue, it began to move, coming alive. Fire Crow Sword Technique. This name floated in Qin Yujie's mind. Apparently, the martial art corresponding to this statue was the Fire Crow Sword Technique, which was indeed a middle-class, Xian-level martial skill. To Qin Yujie, the secrets of the Fire Crow Sword Technique were completely laid bare. After observing the statue perform one complete set of the technique, he closed his eyes, stopping observation. For Qin Yujie, one observation of this middle-class, Xian-level sword technique was more than enough. Qin Yujie possessed the undying sword body, which granted an extreme level of insight into any sword technique. When he practiced any sword art, he could instantly grasp its core, doubling the efficiency. If comprehension ability had levels, Qin Yujie's attribute for sword techniques and skills would definitely be maxed out, a key aspect of the undying sword body's terrifying nature. In Qin Yujie's mind, he was cultivating the Fire Crow sword technique. This sword method didn't have many moves, it only consisted of 3 strikes. Each emphasized speed, aiming to kill the opponent in the blink of an eye. Chapter 154, Shi Yun's Confidence. The Fire Crow sword technique, although a medium gradesman technique among sword skills, is also one of the more powerful techniques within its class. If this skill can be cultivated to its perfect form, the speed of the strikes will be as fast as lightning, with extraordinary power. This Fire Crow sword technique focuses on speed, much like the art of drawing a blade, emphasizing clean and decisive attacks, seizing the initiative first. This is the essence and key point of the Fire Crow sword technique. Qin Yujie closed his eyes and quickly rehearsed layers of insight into the Fire Crow sword technique in his mind, which naturally flowed toward him like water reaching its destination. At this moment, those around were all full of bitterness, some frowning with troubled expressions. Many people watched the stone carvings while standing up and then picking up their weapons to constantly make gestures. These people understood only the forms but failed to grasp the true essence of martial techniques. Among all present, those who could truly understand the essence of their respective stone carvings were only Shi Yuan and Lin Qinin. Lin Qinin, as a musical fanatic, practiced music from an early age. Her understanding of the martial techniques involving music was undoubtedly extraordinary. Besides, having learned the upper-class D technique known as the 9 styles of devilish music, mastering this lower medium grade musical technique would naturally come easier to her compared to ordinary people. Shi Yun was also quite extraordinary. He studied the stone carving that portrayed the thundercloud knife technique, a medium grade knife skill. Having had a remarkable encounter, his current understanding naturally wasn't something ordinary people could match. Moreover, with the old man inside the ring guiding the knife techniques, it took him nearly 2 hours to achieve a small degree of mastery over the thundercloud knife technique. One must realize that such a level of comprehension would be considered an outstanding genius in Lingshan country. On average, being able to practice a medium-grade martial technique up to the basic level within 2 hours was already considered a genius, let alone achieving a small success stage. Besides, Xuanhuan-level martial arts differ from Huang-level ones. Their comprehension difficulty is obviously much higher than that of Huang-level techniques. Alright, 2 hours have passed. Now each of you should demonstrate the martial arts you've comprehended. Of course, those who haven't even reached the basic level don't need to waste time. They're directly eliminated. Gao Yuda looked at everyone around and announced. Gao Yuda's seemingly casual remark instantly disqualified half of the participants. After all, within 2 hours, only a few could bring Huang-level high-quality techniques to the entry level so quickly. Upon hearing Gao Yuda's words, chaos ensued on the examination square. Many outer sect disciples appeared sorrowful and bitter, reluctant for what was lost, while some with weaker mental states sat dejectedly on the ground. There's nothing that can be done. On the path of martial arts, survival of the fittest reigns supreme and is always this cruel. Shi Yiyun, your turn. Let everyone witness your exceptional comprehension. Gao Yuda, who seemed to look favorably upon Shi Yiyun, said smiling. Fine. With complete confidence, Shi Yiyun approached before the group, glancing provokingly at Qin Yuzhou as he passed, his expression as if saying, I've already won. Shi Yiyun stood confidently, hands behind his back, looking grandiose. He proudly stated, from the stone carvings, I have comprehended a medium-grade knife technique called the Thundercloud Knife Technique. This knife technique consists of 3 moves, each extraordinarily potent. More importantly, I've managed to bring this technique to the initial success stage. Shi Yiyun's words hit like a thunderclap, immediately stunning those nearby. Within just 2 hours, none could imagine that Shi Yiyun had managed to cultivate the Thundercloud Knife Technique to the initial success stage. This was a frightening level of comprehension. It was important to note that the Thundercloud Knife Technique was a medium-grade martial technique. Half of the outer sect disciples present couldn't even bring a Huang-level superior technique to the entry level. Without even entering the entry level meant not learning even the basics. Huang-level superior techniques were already difficult to understand, let alone medium-grade techniques. The gap between them was like that between heaven and earth, completely different tiers. More crucially, every martial technique is easy to enter but hard to achieve any measure of success. Bringing a martial technique to the initial success stage was extremely challenging, let alone doing so within 2 hours. Even many intersect disciples watching from the stands admitted they couldn't compare to Shi Yiyun. Shi Yiyun looked arrogantly at the stunned crowd, smirking contemptuously. Indeed, Shi Yiyun had the capital for his arrogance. His talent was inherently good, combined with the continuous guidance from the old man in the ring. Consequently, his cultivation had avoided taking numerous detours. This Shi Yiyun is too strong, actually bringing the Thundercloud Knife Technique to the initial success stage. How incredible his comprehension is, exclaimed one of the outer sect disciples in shock. Yes, looks like the #1 spot in this talent test belongs solely to Shi Yiyun. This duel should be considered a loss for Qin Yuzhou. Despite his monstrous martial talent, when it comes to insight, Shi Yiyun might still be stronger. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yuzhou's swordway talent is extraordinarily monstrous, which naturally means his insight isn't bad either. Having talent in cultivation and possessing insight are two different things. Being strong in cultivation talent doesn't necessarily mean having strong insight. Shi Yiyun's insight is really too powerful. In the span of 2 hours, I've just managed to get a foothold in a top-quality Huang-level martial technique. Yes, you're doing well at least. I didn't even reach that level and was directly eliminated. With Shi Yiyun's level of insight, he'll definitely learn techniques and martial arts very quickly in the future. And now since he won this wager, he has 20,000-year-old spirit peach leaves. His cultivation speed is surely about to skyrocket. Qin Yuzhou really lost both ways this time. His reputation was overshadowed by Shi Yiyun, and he even lost the 10,000-year spirit peach leaves. You all have short-sighted views. These 10,000-year spirit peach leaves mean nothing to Qin Yuzhou, and I believe Qin Yuzhou won't lose. Yes, in previous competitions, I always thought Qin Yuzhou would lose, but every time, he created miracles. I believe today will be no exception for Qin Yuzhou. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter about Shi Yiyun, some expressing amazement, others jealousy. Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youha, and others looked at Shi Yiyun's self-satisfied expression and shook their heads disdainfully. Only they knew that Qin Yuzhou had comprehended the perfect levels of wind and fire sword intentions. To comprehend 2 types of sword intent, while still at the heavenly human realm, and cultivate them to perfection, meant that Qin Yuzhou's level of insight was nearly monstrous. Even Zhang Qiuling herself had only comprehended half-step sword intent, and she believed her insight surpassed that of Shi Yiyun. To say nothing of Qin Yuzhou's swordway comprehension, which far exceeded her own in strength. Qin Yuzhou had never used his sword intent before the crowd of the celestial Yuan sect, so none were aware that he had long since understood sword intent. Otherwise, Qin Yuzhou would have already entered the inner sect without needing to go through this kind of evaluation. Chapter 155, Thundercloud Knife Technique. Tianyuan Sect had an old regulation from long ago. Any outer disciple who comprehended a single sword or knife intention could directly enter the inner sect and become an inner disciple. However, Qin Yuzhou didn't know about this rule, because since Tianyuan Sect was established, no outer disciple had ever comprehended a single sword or knife intention. So over time, this rule had been long forgotten by everyone. This was too difficult to achieve unless one was an absolute genius in the way of the sword. Otherwise, very few could comprehend the sword's intention before reaching the celestial mortal realm. Xuanhuan was feeling very smug at the moment, thoroughly enjoying the attention he was getting from being the center of focus. He saw shock and admiration in others' eyes, which made him feel extremely comfortable inside. Yuan, since you say you've already comprehended the thundercloud knife technique to its minor completion stage, why don't you demonstrate it for us all to see? Gao Yu said happily. All right, Xuanhuan said confidently. Xuanhuan came to an open area whereupon his whole body started to be wildly infused with true essence energy. Suddenly, he struck a knife toward the empty ground. The first form of the thundercloud knife technique. Overcast sky with thunder. A terrifying wave of knife energy accompanied by rumbling thunder and dark clouds shot far away, like lightning. The surrounding outer disciples, upon seeing this terrifying knife energy, were all filled with tremors in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying knife energy struck the ground, causing a thunderous explosion. It was clear on the ground. There was a huge knife-shaped scar, shocking to behold. Xuanhuan's this one strike is incredibly powerful. I wouldn't be able to block it. An outer disciple exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Except for Qin Yujie, Xuanhuan's power can be ranked second in the outer sect. True, although Xuanhuan's strike is strong, it's nowhere near as formidable as Qin Yujie. I once witnessed Qin Yujie's battle against Zhu Lianggong. That horrifying slash still leaves an indelible mark in my memory. Although Xuanhuan's insight is strong, his power is nothing compared to Qin Yujie. Indeed, Zhu Lianggong had already reached the 9th level of the celestial mortal realm, but was instantly killed by a single sword slash from Qin Yujie. Also, Qin Yujie's power has now broken through to the 3rd level of the celestial mortal realm. His current power must certainly be much stronger than before, truly unfathomable. Xuanhuan originally thought that showing off this terrifying slash would provoke shock and admiration from the crowd, but apparently, he didn't expect them to recover so quickly. Because Xuanhuan's knife technique was simply insignificant compared to Qin Yujie's previous sword techniques. From snippets of conversations around him, Xuanhuan learned about Qin Yujie's terrifying power, making his face somewhat uneasy and serious. Looking at Qin Yujie, Xuanhuan muttered to himself, is Qin Yujie's sword strength really this strong? To kill someone at the 9th level of the celestial mortal realm with a single strike? Looks like it would be best not to offend him until my power grows more. Seeing how calm Qin Yujie appeared, Xuanhuan suddenly panicked. Can it be that he also comprehended martial arts to the minor completion level? No, that's absolutely impossible. I'm just scaring myself. After composing himself, Xuanhuan slashed another knife. The second form of the thundercloud knife technique. The knife roars like thunder. A wave of knife energy even more terrifying than before appeared in the sky. Among the many spectators observing this terrifying knife energy, besides initial mild shock, they didn't react much further. To Qin Yujie, this was within expectations. Because Xuanhuan's knife technique here was only the minorly completed intermediate grade divine skill, while during Qin Yujie's fight with Zhu Lianggong, he used the perfected upper grade earth class sword technique. The power difference between the two was vast. Xuanhuan's knife technique might intimidate those in the outer sect, but it wasn't worth much against powerful inner disciples. On the other hand, Qin Yujie, with his terrifying power, caused fear among the majority of inner sect disciples. Slightly troubled, Xuanhuan continued with another strike. The third form of the thundercloud knife technique. The knife suppresses the thunderclouds. A terrifying wave of knife energy slammed onto the ground, creating a loud boom. Everyone looking at the 3 terrifying knife scars on the ground couldn't help but admit that Xuanhuan, being at the 5th level of the celestial mortal realm, despite not matching up to Qin Yujie, was indeed powerful. Gao Yu looked at Xuanhuan happily and said, Yuan, you're doing very well. In just 2 hours, you've reached the minor completion stage of the thundercloud knife technique. This kind of talent is exceedingly rare in the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect. Yuan, are you willing to take me as your master? As soon as these words were spoken by Gao Yu, the crowd was shocked beyond measure. Heavens, Elder Gao actually wants to take Xuanhuan as his disciple? Why didn't I have such an incredible opportunity? Indeed, Xuanhuan's luck is too good. He first survived a fall off a cliff, then his cultivation skyrocketed, and now he can directly become an apprentice to Elder Gao. This is a sign of great success. To compare people will truly drive you mad. Xuanhuan's future accomplishments are boundless. Elder Gao is powerful and has massive cultivation resources. If one could be his disciple, that would mean having a strong backing in the inner sect. Xuanhuan really hit the jackpot with this opportunity for Elder Gao to take him as a disciple. It's so enviable. The surrounding crowd felt both envious and jealous of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled and quickly knelt down to bow and thanked. Master, please accept my respects as your disciple. Though he received some guidance on martial arts from Grandpa Ring, Xuanhuan lacked a large amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, he was currently only at the 5th level of the celestial mortal realm, making him still too weak. He needed a strong backing. Now, if he could become a disciple of Gao Yu, both of these problems would be solved. Moving forward, as long as he cultivates with peace of mind, Xuanhuan believed that he would surely become an ultimate master in the future, then leave Lingtian Kingdom to explore a wider world. Good, my excellent disciple. I also have a daughter who would suit you, Gao Yu said excitedly. Upon hearing Gao Yu's words, everyone trembled with shock and looked at Xuanhuan with deep implications. They suddenly weren't so envious of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had never met Gao Bingdai, Gao Yu's daughter, nor did he notice others' unusual looks. To him, Gao Elder's daughter must surely be as beautiful as a fairy, with remarkable beauty. Just then, a voice came. Father, is this your new disciple? Hearing this voice, Shi Yun felt like spring had arrived. The voice was gentle and melodious, suggesting someone as beautiful as a fairy. Shi Yun recalled a saying that usually girls with pleasant voices were bound to look good. Chapter 156, Terrifying Insight. Since the voice had come from behind Shi Yun, he hadn't seen Gao Bingdi's figure. Gao Bingdi approached from afar, accompanied by a maid. As the daughter of an inner sect elder, Gao Bingdi naturally lacked no cultivation resources, and there were naturally many maids around her to serve tea and water. The surrounding crowd gave Shi Yun a sympathetic look. They didn't want to be Gao Yu's disciple anymore either. Shi Yun turned around and saw a woman with a delicate figure and rather good looks. Though she wasn't beautiful, her figure was still commendable. Moreover, Shi Yun had his own thoughts. Once he became powerful in the future, he could definitely find better, more beautiful women. Having a young woman at hand who wasn't exactly beautiful seemed insignificant, for at night, when it was dark, does it really matter whether she is pretty or not? As long as her figure is good, that's all that matters. Shi Yun used his technique and instantly appeared beside the woman. Gracefully, he said, "Senior sister, you must be father's daughter. Your aura is truly remarkable. In the future, please give me plenty of guidance." When the crowd saw Shi Yun approach Gao Bingdi and mistakenly speak these words to the maid beside her, they burst out laughing uncontrollably. They all realized that Shi Yun had mistaken Gao Bingdi's maid for Gao Bingdi herself. After all, in Shi Yun's view, female cultivators usually have decent figures. As the daughter of Elder Gao, her appearance wouldn't be bad. Thus, Shi Yun noticed the maid standing next to Gao Bingdi first, and completely ignored Gao Bingdi herself. "You have terrible eyesight. I am Gao Elder's daughter, Gao Bingdi. That's just my maid." Gao Bingdi's words hit Shi Yun like a thunderclap on a clear day. Looking at Gao Bingdi next to the maid, Shi Yun immediately felt disheartened upon noticing her robust, masculine frame, bigger than any man's. "Are you Gao Bingdi?" Shi Yun found it hard to believe what he saw. Looking around at everyone laughing loudly, he suddenly understood. However, Shi Yun was no ordinary man. To him, finding a mentor to increase his strength was the priority. Everything else was trivial. "Yes, it's me," Gao Bingdi replied irritably. "I was saying, how should the daughter of Gao Elder not be like this? Truly extraordinary demeanor, like a celestial maiden descended from heaven. Senior sister, may we work together well in the future," Shi Yun said graciously. Upon hearing Shi Yun's words, the entire scene quieted down. They couldn't believe that Shi Yun was capable of uttering such insincere words without changing his expression. People began to respect Shi Yun somewhat, but then realized quickly, for the sake of martial cultivation, enduring such trivialities was nothing compared to what was ahead. "Really? It's the first time someone praised me like this. You really have sharp eyesight. From now on, you're mine." Gao Bingdi chuckled. After Qin Yujie bowed to Jiang Fanchuan as his master, Gao Bingdi didn't dare meddle with him anymore, because Master Jiang was too formidable. Even Gao Yu slightly feared him. Shi Yun felt a bitter taste in his heart. He glanced at Lin Qinin and Zhang Qiuling in the crowd, then took another look at Gao Bingdi, whispering in his heart, "Why is the difference between women so great? When I grow stronger, these two will definitely become mine. As for Qin Yujie, though I'm not your match right now, with Elder Zhou's guidance, I will surpass you eventually." Gu Baocheng, standing beside Gao Yu, congratulated Gao Yu. "Elder Gao, you've gained another talented disciple. This Shi Yun has impressive natural talent. His future achievements will certainly be significant." Gao Yu laughed and said, "There's nothing special about that. But yes, the child's insight is quite remarkable. Under my teachings, he'll surely elevate even further. Elder Jiang, surely your disciple lost in the insight test, didn't he? You're jumping to conclusions way too soon. Let's see what happens." Jiang Fanchuan responded expressionlessly. "All right, I'll help you lose hope early," Gao Yu coldly remarked. Amidst the murmurs among the crowd, Gao Yu spoke again. "All right, let's settle down. Next, Qin Yujie, demonstrate the martial skills you've comprehended." At Gao Yu's words, everyone's focus once again centered on Qin Yujie. As Qin Yujie walked out calmly, many outer sect disciples were stunned by his impressive insight. Shi Yun's performance was so powerful that they had long since given up the thought of comparing themselves to Shi Yun. If there was anyone among all the outer sect disciples who could rival Shi Yun, it would be Qin Yujie. "Do you think Qin Yujie can surpass Shi Yun in terms of insight?" one of the outer sect disciples asked. "It's hard to say. Qin Yujie must be very insightful, but Shi Yun has also shown incredible strength. I think their gap is only slight. I believe Qin Yujie will definitely win because his sword path talent is absolutely monstrous. His Suji Jianfa last time was truly breathtaking. Shi Yun's blade path talent is strong as well, but talent and insight are different things. It might be that Qin Yujie's seasoned sword technique is so powerful because he practiced it for years. In terms of pure insight, he may not be as strong." Inner sect elder Gu Baocheng remained silent. In fact, he didn't hold high hopes for Qin Yujie either. After all, Shi Yun had an extraordinary experience, and his insight was already rare among the outer sect of Tiangong. Even within Tiangong's inner sect, his ranking was notable. For Qin Yujie to surpass Shi Yun would still be quite challenging. As everyone debated heatedly, Qin Yujie had already arrived at a spacious area. Qin Yujie took out the green lotus sword. He hadn't chosen the falling snow sword because, in his view, merely displaying a martial skill didn't require something as powerful as the falling snow sword. The green lotus sword was sufficient. Moreover, the green lotus sword, being the lowest grade weapon Qin Yujie owned, was still an upper-class earth stage weapon. He had no weapons below this grade. Qin Yujie channeled his true essence, and threads of energy flowed into the green lotus sword. As more true essence entered, the Green Lotus sword began radiating a more formidable aura. Fire Crow Sword Technique, first form. With a casual thrust forward, a colossal sword chi erupted in the sky. This sword chi was immense and swift like lightning. Within moments, it struck the empty ground. Immediately, the entire assessment square shook violently. Then, a massive sword mark appeared on the ground, splitting the square right down the middle. The 3 terrifying blade marks left by Xiyin seemed like those of a child before an adult and were utterly erased by Qin Yujie's single strike. Chapter 157. The Shock of the Crowd. When Qin Yujie delivered this strike with his sword, all the intersect elders on the viewing platform, except for Jiang Fanxian, suddenly stood up abruptly. They were stunned, looking at Qin Yujie in shock as their hearts churned violently. With just this one move, Gao Yu had already known. Qin Yujie had brought the Fire Crow Sword Technique to its perfect state of mastery. In 2 hours, he comprehended an intermediate-grade Xian-class sword technique to a state of perfection, a feat so terrifying that not even within the entirety of Tianyuan Sect, no, the entire Ling Kingdom, could they find someone as monstrous in insight as Qin Yujie. At this moment, everyone was left utterly shocked by Qin Yujie's brilliant and stunning sword strike. They stared at him, mouths agape, as if transformed into zombies. This is the perfected level of the Fire Crow Sword Technique. Oh my heavens, Qin Yujie's insight is simply beyond imagination. The Fire Crow Sword Technique truly lives up to its name. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi already impacted the ground. If this blade had been aimed at me, I probably wouldn't have even reacted before losing my head. Could Qin Yujie's perception actually be this frightening? This is unimaginable. He has only comprehended it for 2 hours. In 2 hours, I merely understood an entry-level Huang-class sword technique. I previously felt proud of myself, thinking my comprehension wasn't bad, but after comparing with Qin Yujie, I realize I don't even deserve to study sword techniques. Qin Yujie is undoubtedly still as strong as ever. Whether in strength, talent for swordplay, or perception, every aspect of his ability leaves people astounded. Throughout the whole Ling Kingdom, regarding swordplay comprehension, I dare say Qin Yujie would rank first. In this duel, Xiyin has lost completely, utterly annihilated. Qin Yujie's victory is complete. That's right, the difference between the minor achievement level and the perfected state is massive, let alone the great achievement stage that lies in between. The deeper one advances, the harder each realm becomes to grasp. Qin Yujie ignored the crowd and continued executing the second form of the Fire Crow Sword Technique. It was fluid, smooth, and seamless without any flaws whatsoever. The power of this second form surpassed that of the first, faster than the previous one too. All eyes, fixed in shock upon Qin Yujie, found it difficult to believe that what they witnessed was indeed true. Fire Crow Sword Technique, third form. As Qin Yujie thrust out his sword, a far more powerful wave of sword chi emerged in the sky than before. The overwhelming sword chi struck like lightning, instantly colliding with the earth. In an instant, the entire testing square shattered. Had it not been for Jiang Fanxuan's use of genuine essence energy blocking the aftershock, countless outer sect disciples would likely have been injured by the ripple effect. Qin Yujie had controlled almost all the genuine essence within his body, but he hadn't anticipated underestimating his own strength. After the residual energy dissipated, the entire scene fell silent, leaving everyone motionless. The entire plaza was deathly quiet. One could hear the sound of a needle dropping. No one present could accept the scene before their eyes. Was the Fire Crow Sword Technique Qin Yujie just used real? Did Qin Yujie really only spend 2 hours comprehending this skill rather than years? Even those who spent years understanding such techniques may not achieve perfection like Qin Yujie did. The person most shocked, least able to come to terms with the situation, was undoubtedly Xiyin. Internally, he trembled violently. He never expected that Qin Yujie's insight could be so formidable, crushing, and utterly hopeless. Xiyin thought himself extraordinary in insight, guided by the revered Zhou predecessor within his ring, confident that he could surpass Qin Yujie. To his dismay, he realized that compared to Qin Yujie, his own comprehension didn't amount to much. Even the old man within Xiyun's ring looked on at Qin Yujie in astonishment. With his vast knowledge, he'd seen many geniuses, yet even in great sects and sacred grounds, he'd seldom encountered anyone as talented as Qin Yujie. That such a genius could arise in the remote backwater of Ling Kingdom was simply incredible. Of course, the old man within the ring was unaware of the full extent of Qin Yujie's talent, nor how far Qin Yujie's potential might reach. Had he known that Qin Yujie had already grasped 2 different forms of sword intent to perfection, he would certainly be even more astonished. Retrieving his Qinglian sword, Qin Yujie slowly said, "Elder Gao, I have brought the Fire Crow Sword Technique to the perfected state. As for whether I won or lost this wager, do I need to say anything more?" This steady voice pulled everyone back from their thoughts. For a moment, the crowd at the evaluation square buzzed with chatter like ants in a hot pot. If Xiyun's previous performance had shocked everyone, Qin Yujie's current display was enough to leave them utterly awestruck and gazing up at the stars. Monstrous talent. No, even the word monstrous falls short to describe Qin Yujie's insight. His sword talent is simply extraordinary, exclaimed Gu Baocheng, an inner sect elder, without sparing any praise. The appearance of such a genius in our Tianyuan Sect is truly the great fortune of Tianyuan Sect, said another inner sect elder, Siyueza, in shock. Jiang Fanxian smiled slightly, glancing at the incredulous crowd, thinking inwardly. Qin Yujie's sword talent is monstrously unnatural. His undying sword body is among the top-tier divine body types. In the future, his strength will only become more formidable and his talent greater. If you knew he has already comprehended 2 forms of sword intent, I wonder how shocked you would be. Master is so powerful. I always knew Master was the strongest at everything. Xuanhuan excitedly said. Qin Yuzhe, you are indeed exceedingly powerful. However, please rest assured, I will also strive. Lin Xining looked at Qin Yuzhe, her tone firm. Men of refinement are as jade. Unmatched gentlemen like this youth exist rarely. Lord Qin is truly an age-defining, unparalleled prodigy. It's my boundless good fortune to serve him as a maid. Zhang Qiuling glanced at Qin Yuzhe, her heart fluttering. No woman disliked or failed to admire strength, and Zhang Qiuling was no exception. Qin Yuzhe's insight is too monstrous. I simply can't believe my eyes, said one outer sect disciple. Yes, if Qin Yuzhe could guide us for a moment, our martial techniques might soar to new heights. I originally thought Shi Yun's perception was already strong enough, but compared to Qin Yuzhe, it pales in comparison. Yes, Shi Yun and Qin Yuzhe, the two are as different as stars and the sun. Shi Yun's perception is already very impressive, yet when juxtaposed with Qin Yuzhe, there is no doubt that Qin Yuzhe completely crushes him. There's always someone better out there. Remember, don't compare yourself to Qin Yuzhe at anything. Otherwise, you'll find what you're good at means nothing in front of him. Chapter 158, Shi Yun's Doubt. As everyone was talking animatedly, a hysterical voice suddenly erupted. Impossible. In just 2 hours, how could he possibly perfect the Huo sword technique? I'm sure Qin Yuzhe must have cheated. How can we be certain that this Huo sword technique isn't already available on the market? The Tianyuan Sect can't guarantee it hasn't been circulating outside, Shi Yun said with an appearance akin to someone having an epileptic fit. Shi Yun absolutely refused to believe that merely in the span of 2 hours, Qin Yuzhe could have perfected the Huo sword technique. It was simply impossible for such a feat to come from a mere external disciple of Ling Tian Kingdom. Shi Yun knew that he couldn't lose this battle of insight. He realized then, due to his rashness and impulsiveness, he would likely lose his spatial ring. Therefore, his mind quickly pivoted, coming up with a method which might provide him with some reprieve. This spatial ring was something Shi Yun relied heavily upon for his future path in martial arts. Without it, he wouldn't have the guidance of Elder Zhou contained within the ring. Although Elder Zhou was merely a soul, his mind held a wealth of fine techniques and combat skills. Having a master at the 9th level of Dongtian Realm guide one's cultivation allowed them to avoid numerous detours. Earlier, the reason Shi Yun took out the spatial ring as a stake was because he never thought he'd lose. Plus, he would thereby acquire 20,000-year-old peach leaves from Qin Yuzhe, essentially getting something for nothing. However, not everyone gets something for nothing. If it were anyone else, Shi Yun would surely have succeeded. But his luck was bad today, and he had run into Qin Yuzhe. Upon realizing that he was about to lose his spatial ring, Shi Yun began to panic, pacing anxiously like ants on a hot griddle. Fortunately, Shi Yun was relatively smart, so he immediately started questioning Qin Yuzhe on the spot. Hearing Shi Yun's reluctant shouts, Qin Yuzhe disdainfully glanced at him and faintly said, "So you're trying to renege on your bet? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Remember, there are always better people and higher skies." After Shi Yun regained his composure, he coldly responded, "Renege? How could I renege? I'm merely voicing my doubts about your actions. Ask everyone present. Is there anyone who believes that in 2 hours someone could fully master a mid-grade mystical level sword technique?" Shi Yun's reasoning was so convincing that, indeed, what he suggested was possible. After all, this Huo sword technique wasn't exclusive to Tianyuan Sect. It could very well be circulating in outside markets. Hence, they couldn't be 100% certain that Qin Yuzhe hadn't practiced this technique before. The crowd present, apart from those who knew Qin Yuzhe personally, became unsure for a moment. Indeed, earlier during the 2-hour period, more than half of the people failed to even grasp the rudiments of a yellow-grade upper-level technique. Yet Qin Yuzhe managed to perfect the mystical mid-grade Huo sword technique. His supernatural insight was indeed beyond ordinary imagination. Could it be? Qin Yuzhe has actually practiced this sword technique before. One external disciple exclaimed incredulously. It's quite possible. After all, the Huo sword technique isn't exclusive to Tianyuan Sect. I thought so too. Qin Yuzhe's insight is too monstrous. It seems he really did know this beforehand. This explains everything. So that's it. Qin Yuzhe truly is cunning. He almost tricked all of us. Yes, if that's the case, Qin Yuzhe's insight isn't terrifying after all. Not true. Qin Yuzhe has exceptional talent in the way of the sword. There's no way he'd do something like this. I think Shi Yun is just unwilling to accept defeat and is deliberately slandering Qin Yuzhe. Exactly. With Qin Yuzhe's natural genius, why would he need to resort to something like this? After hearing Shi Yun's words, murmurs arose among the audience. Some believed in Qin Yuzhe, others doubted him. All of this was normal given how extraordinary Qin Yuzhe's display was, something the average person found hard to accept. I trust Qin Yuzhe. My apprentice's talent is far beyond the comprehension of you commoners, Jiang Fanxian said indifferently. Absolutely. That's also believing in Qin Yuzhe. Lin Qining added. I also trust my master. My master's strength exceeds your wildest imaginations. Huang Yu he wanted to say that Qin Yuzhe could even comprehend sword intent. Why would a mere mystical mid-grade technique pose a challenge? However, she decided against revealing Qin Yuzhe's hidden abilities. I know Qin Yuzhe didn't cheat. He doesn't need to. Zhang Qiuling stated. Indeed, our leader wouldn't cheat. Shi Yun, I think you're simply unable to face defeat. Xuanhuan declared. When he saw me, Gao Yueta also felt a surge of joy in his heart. He quickly said, Elder Jiang, since someone has raised doubts, and now many people are suspecting, as the host of the Intersect exam, for the sake of fairness, I have the right to question and request a re-examination. After Gao Yueta finished speaking, he then questioned Qin Yuzhe with an authoritative tone. Qin Yuzhe, have you ever learned this fire crow sword method before? Qin Yuzhe glanced at Shi Yun and disdainfully replied, this trashy sword method, even if someone gave it to me for free on a normal day, I wouldn't want it. Why would I bother learning it? Indeed, what Qin Yuzhe said made perfect sense. Everyone knew that Qin Yuzhe possessed the formidable Four Seasons sword method, so there was absolutely no reason for him to learn the fire crow sword method, which, to Qin Yuzhe, was nothing more than an utterly useless appendage. After hearing these words, Gao Yueta coldly retorted, Qin Yuzhe, you're doing well. How dare you refuse to admit your actions? Although you may possess monstrous talent in sword techniques, if you cheated, I do reserve the authority to invalidate your exam results. At this statement, Jiang Fanxian furrowed her eyebrows, unleashing an overwhelming presence that immediately pressured Gao Yueta. Instantly, Gao Yueta felt a suffocating sensation in his chest, confident that Jiang Fanxian was fully capable of making a deadly move. Elder Gao, are you trying to forcefully accuse my apprentice of cheating? You truly don't show me the slightest respect. A powerful aura surged from Jiang Fanxian, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Feeling Jiang Fanxian's piercing gaze, Gao Yueta shuddered with fear. Naturally, he knew Jiang Fanxian's strength. There was no way he could withstand even a single move from her. Elder Jiang, please don't be angry, I apologize. I admit that what I just said was inappropriate. Hurry and withdraw your momentum. I can barely hold on. Gao Yueta hurriedly pleaded. Jiang Fanxian let out a cold snort, sending a wave of true essence force towards Gao Yueta. He was immediately pushed back several steps, barely managing to stabilize himself. Phew. If I had been crushed by this woman's presence, my dignity as an elder of the Intersect would be utterly destroyed. Gao Yueta couldn't help but feel a wave of dread. Chapter 159, Realizing Swordsmanship Again. At this moment, Gu Baoqing spoke up. Elder Gao, you can't act above the law. You have no evidence to prove that Qin Yuzhe has practiced the fire crow sword technique, so how can you hastily draw a conclusion? Although you are the chief examiner of this assessment, we as internal sect elders also have the right to supervise. That's right, Elder Gao. This time, you went too far. You can't show favoritism just because Shi Yun is your newly recruited disciple. Another internal sect elder, Si Yueza, also chimed in. Gentlemen, it was my mistake earlier. I misspoke, Gao Yueta quickly explained. Gu Baoqing continued. In fact, proving this matter is simple. We just need to present another rank Xian middle-class sword technique, and give Qin Yuzhe 2 hours to study it. I happen to have a rank Xian middle-class sword technique called the soft water sword technique. It's something I obtained in my early years and no longer use, so let Qin Yuzhe practice it and undergo further assessment. What do the three elders think? Gu Baoqing's speech was reasonable, and even Jiang Fanxuan nodded, indicating his agreement. Anyway, Jiang Fanxuan knew Qin Yuzhe's talent. Even if he retakes the test, the result will be the same. Without other options, Gu Baoqing's method was not a bad one. Seeing Jiang Fanxuan agree, Gao Yueta agreed too. Qin Yuzhe, here's a rank Xian middle-class sword technique, the soft water sword technique, which I obtained in my early years. It counts as my personal martial technique. Give you 2 hours. Would you be willing to take the test again? If you can master it to perfection, then it'll count as passing. By that time, perhaps no one will dare to question you anymore. Gu Baoqing said to Qin Yuzhe. Qin Yuzhe glanced at Jiang Fanxuan and seeing her slightly nodding, understood this was the outcome after deliberation by the 4 intersect elders. So, he nodded and replied, all right. Qin Yuzhe took the soft water sword technique manual, opened it, and found there was only one move written inside. Even though the soft water sword technique had only one move, it wasn't simple at all. Its difficulty even surpassed the fire crow sword technique. Water is an extremely gentle substance. It nurtures all things without contention. However, water can also turn into ferocious floods, capable of overturning mountains and rivers in a single day. The soft water sword technique contained only one move. The technique itself was simple, but precisely because it was simple, many people had no idea where to start when they first encountered it. However, this presented no difficulty for Qin Yuzhe. 2 hours later, Qin Yuzhe struck with his sword. Immediately, countless droplets of water appeared in the air and merged into a massive surge of sword qi. This wave of sword qi transformed into a dragon made entirely of water, rushing toward an open area on the assessment square before colliding violently with the ground. Instantly, the ground split apart into fragments. Gu Baoqing watched Qin Yuzhe with astonishment and muttered, Qin Yuzhe, your perceptiveness truly defies belief. The soft water sword technique is even harder than the fire crow sword technique, yet within 2 hours, you've mastered it perfectly. I'm deeply impressed. Qin Yuzhe, your performance stands valid. You've won your duel with Shi Yun. Now, this spatial ring belongs to you, Gao Yueta begrudgingly announced. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gao Yueta couldn't go back on his word. Since Qin Yuzhe had once again proven himself, Gao Yueta had nothing more to say. The crowd stared at Qin Yuzhe in awe, their faces filled with shock and admiration. I told you, there's no way Qin Yuzhe could cheat. This Shi Yun was merely slandering others. That's right. Qin Yuzhe's insight is beyond what we lowly individuals could imagine. We actually questioned him. We had no right to do so. That's true. A person should bet and accept defeat gracefully. This attitude from Shi Yun makes him rather unimpressive. All thanks to Shi Yun. He caused us to misunderstand Qin Yujie, who has boundless potential. Unexpectedly, the fools were us all along. We really are narrow-minded well frogs. Misunderstanding Qin Yujie. Shi Yun got what he deserved now. He kept saying Qin Yujie cheated, and now what can he say? Shi Yun literally ended up losing both the chicken and the rice. Not only did he lose face, but now, even his spatial ring is gone. And didn't you see how rare the spatial ring is? When Elder Gao saw it, his eyes lit up. It seems like Qin Yujie also wears a spatial ring on his finger. Otherwise, where would he keep his personal estate? That's right. Qin Yujie now owns 2 spatial rings. Truly extravagant. Qin Yujie accepted the stakes, inspected the spatial ring thoroughly, but found nothing unusual. So, he stored it away, deciding to study it after the evaluation ended. Shi Yun looked at Qin Yujie with an expression of madness and said, Qin Yujie, can you give the ring back to me? Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully. You made your bet, and now must accept defeat. The ring is mine now. Shi Yun sat on the ground dejectedly. His heart was as gray as ash. Without the ring, his future accomplishments would definitely be limited. After Qin Yujie passed the perceptiveness test, it was Lin Qinin's turn. I have comprehended a lower-rank Xian class Qin technique, the truth of Qin Dao. I've already cultivated this martial skill to the stage of minor completion. Lin Qinin's words immediately shifted everyone's focus back onto her. Lin Qinin took out her purple jade Qin, and soon everyone noticed that this Qin had been the very one Qin Yujie used before. For a period in the Outer Sect, Qin Yujie mostly battled using the 9 styles of the Qin Devil. Thus, many had seen Qin Yujie's purple jade Qin. This Lin Qinin must have some unusual relationship with Qin Yujie. An envious Outer Sect disciple said, how generous Qin Yujie is, such a precious ancient Qin, and he just casually gave it away to Lin Qinin. Qin Yujie is truly favored by heaven. Not only does he have Lin Qinin, such a peerless beauty, but also Zhang Qiuling, an astonishingly beautiful maid, and more infuriatingly, a cold yet protective teacher. You're missing someone. Qin Yujie has a female apprentice who adores him wholeheartedly. I find that compared to Qin Yujie, we are nothing. Neither talent nor insight nor wealth nor looks match up, and even the women around us pale in comparison. To be a man should be like Qin Yujie. I swear, Qin Yujie will be my idol from now on. The crowd buzzed with chatter about Qin Yujie and Lin Qinin. Lin Qinin being able to cultivate a lower-rank Xian class martial skill to the stage of minor completion within 2 hours indicated that her perceptiveness was commendable. Though she couldn't quite measure up to Qin Yujie or Shi Yun, based on her perceptiveness among the Outer Sect disciples, she could place 3rd. Soon, the perceptiveness test concluded, and on the square, there were those who rejoiced and those who grieved. Chapter 160, the mental test begins. Gao Yueta looked at the crowd in the examination square and, after clearing his throat, continued to say, next, we will conduct the 3rd test, the mental strength test of martial arts. The path of martial arts is where talent and insight are crucial, but in my opinion, a practitioner's devotion and heart for martial arts are even more important. Along this path, it's inevitable to encounter failures and difficulties. If you abandon your pursuit just because of a little setback, why bother pursuing martial arts at all? Practitioners with an unstable martial arts heart will retreat when they face challenges, get distracted by wealth and honor, or even worse, fall into insanity. With a wave of his hand, Gao Yueta took out an array disc and quickly waved again, causing the flags on the array disc to automatically land around the square. After finishing the setup, Gao Yueta continued. Did you see the array disc in my hand just now? This is merely an ordinary illusionary array. Once the array starts operating, the test for martial art heart begins. Those who pass the test will have the illusion cease automatically. If you don't pass, or if you forcibly break through the array by strength, it will count as a failure. The martial arts heart is one's determination and belief in learning martial arts, which people usually call character. Character naturally varies. Some may be righteous, others evil. This perfectly explains why among those powerful cultivators who possess supreme abilities, some are benevolent, while others are malevolent. The journey of martial arts is like rowing upstream against the current. It includes various frustrations and difficulties. If someone has a flawed character, it can easily affect their martial arts heart, leading to a stagnation in their progress. Take Shi Yun for example. He lost his space ring due to gambling, obtained by Qin Yufi. Now he feels utterly disheartened, losing his faith, and if he can't adjust promptly, it will surely have a fatal impact on his future martial arts path. Everyone sets foot on the martial path for different reasons. Some seek wealth and honor, others seek freedom and ease, yet others aspire to achieve fame, etc. If a martial artist cannot adhere to their own character, it's very easy to stray off course, unable to break through throughout life, ending up as a pile of dry bones. This illusionary test does not depend on cultivation levels, only on one's character. Therefore, everyone is placed on an equal footing in this stage. Even Qin Yufi's formidable power and talents would be utterly useless for this trial within the illusionary realm. Of course, Qin Yufi could force open the array using his powerful sword techniques. However, if he does so, he would lose his testing qualification and be directly disqualified. It seems Gao Yueta would be more than happy to see Qin Yufi doing that. Naturally, Qin Yufi wouldn't be foolish. He was highly confident in his martial arts heart. How interesting, they're testing martial arts character now. Is the difficulty of entering the inner sect really getting this high? Xuanhuan asked, puzzled. Fear nothing. Whatever obstacles come our way, as long as you remain steadfast in your original intent, that's enough. Qin Yufi responded indifferently. Qin Yufi already understood. For this year's intersect test, Gao Yueta had been coming up with numerous tests, first strength, then insight, and now character, all seemingly designed to block him from joining the intersect. However, as long as one remains powerful, Qin Yufi had no fear for these ostentatious tactics Gao Yueta employed. Now all participants must sit cross-legged on the ground immediately. The test is about to begin. Gao Yueta's voice sounded again. As soon as Gao Yueta finished speaking, everyone sat down cross-legged. Although everyone had doubts about the upcoming character test, having come this far, no one was willing to give up easily. After all, if they quit, they would lose this opportunity to join the intersect, and would have to wait until next year. How many next years are there along the martial path? Qin Yufi sat cross-legged on the ground. Lin Xin sat beside him, and both exchanged a smile before closing their eyes and beginning preparation for the test. The test begins. Illusion arises. As Gao Yueta's voice faded, Qin Yufi suddenly found himself in an old dilapidated woodshed, and he felt a sense of familiarity about it. Upon inspection, Qin Yufi realized this was the woodshed in the servant area where he had stayed when he first arrived in this world. While Qin Yufi was examining the woodshed, a sudden blow shattered the building outside, and looking closely, Qin Yufi saw Qian Fugue, who should have been dead long ago. Qin Yufi die. Qian Fugue cast a glance at Qin Yufi, and then threw a punch towards him. A terrifying giant palm filled with icy spikes appeared in the sky. It was unmistakably Qian Fugue's famous technique, the frost palm. Facing Qian Fugue's sudden attack, Qin Yufi simply sneered disdainfully and countered with a punch. In an instant, Qian Fugue's figure was broken into pieces by Qin Yufi's blow. Qin Yufi knew that Qian Fugue was merely an illusion, but everything that had just happened was incredibly realistic. If he hadn't known beforehand that this was an examination, it would have been easy to lose himself within the illusion. Qin Yufi effortlessly killed Qian Fugue. Of course, if Qin Yufi had chosen to dodge out of fear instead of counterattacking, he would have failed this part of the test. Just as Qin Yufi smoothly passed this first stage, many warriors in the testing square were now pale-faced and terrified, despite their eyes still being closed. Their hands and feet twitched uncontrollably, as though they were experiencing horrifying events. Once any warrior exhibited such behavior, it marked their failure, and they would automatically be ejected from the illusion. After leaving the illusion, when these warriors woke up, they were initially confused, not realizing at first that they had failed the test. They couldn't even pass the first stage of the trial, and were thus eliminated. During the recent trial within the illusion, each warrior faced different scenarios. Some confronted powerful enemies, others faced lethal attacks, while a few met terrifying beasts. Regardless of what they encountered, as long as they dared to fight back or resist, they could pass the first round. Those who were timid and failed to stand up against the illusions ended up failing the test. The first level of this illusory trial tested the courage to retaliate and fight back. Without the guts to face the challenges, one should not pursue martial arts and would do better staying home farming. Several intersect elders on the platform shook their heads regretfully as they observed those who failed. Realizing their mistakes, the defeated candidates felt immense shame, never expecting themselves to be disqualified at the very first stage. Qin Yufi did well. He cleared the first trial instantly, showing how fearless he is. Gu Baoqing said with a smile. Ian also did well, passing almost at the same time. It seems he took my words seriously earlier. On the path of martial arts, temperament matters most. If someone gives up after losing a gamble, their future achievements will undoubtedly be limited, Gao Yueta added contentedly. Lin Xin also performed admirably, demonstrating her firm resolve for martial arts. This year's generation of talents is quite impressive. Cu Ezra agreed. Chapter 161, A Tender Woman's Hometown. As everyone was discussing, very soon, Qin Yuzhe, Shi Yun, and Lin Xin almost simultaneously arrived at the second checkpoint. Among all the outer sect disciples participating in the assessment, these three were the fastest to break through the first checkpoint, nearly at the same time, without any discernible sequence. For the second time, the scene changed again. The little thatched cottage before Qin Yuzhe disappeared instantly, and he suddenly arrived at Xuanhuan City. At this moment, the sky of the entire Xuanhuan City was somewhat gloomy, and there were many dead bodies of the Qin family lying beside him, with blood flowing like a river and corpses scattered everywhere. At this moment, the only one still alive next to Qin Yuzhe was his little maid, Qin Shaozi. However, although Qin Shaozi was still alive, she was severely injured and not far from death. Master, Shaozi can no longer accompany you. I will leave first. Qin Shaozi reached out to touch Qin Yuzhe's face, but her hand lost strength in midair and fell down. Although Qin Yuzhe knew it was an illusion, this illusion was too vivid. Qin Shaozi was a maid who grew up with Qin Yuzhe. Even in an illusion, Qin Yuzhe would not allow others to kill her. Moreover, at this moment, all the Qin family people had died, including Qin Xuanhuan, Qin Yuzhe's grandfather, who also perished in battle. Just then, a massive clamor of battle cries came from the opposite side, and what appeared was clearly the army of the Lingtian Empire's royal family. Qin Yuzhe, daring to oppose our royal house. This is the end for your Qin family, a dignified voice resounded. It was Emperor Li Jitong of the Lingtian Empire. So what if the Lingtian Empire's royal family? If you dare to destroy my Qin family, I will ensure the Lingtian Empire undergoes a regime change. Qin Yuzhe let out a long roar to the heavens, and then he thrust his sword forward. The Zhongheng sword technique. Tyrannical domination. Crimson Qing Flame Fire. Sword Intent of Wind. Sword Intent of Fire. Qin Yuzha knew it was an illusion, but he couldn't help unleashing this earth-shattering strike. In the sky, a colossal streak of sword chi instantly tore apart the opposing army, causing the illusion to shatter once more. Broken again? How fast his speed is, how intense the killing intent. What has Qin Yuzha experienced within this illusion? Gu Baocheng asked in astonishment. As for this, I have no idea. The scenes in the illusion vary depending on the person. The scenarios inside are different for each examinee. Gao Yuda said, also shocked. Upon witnessing Qin Yuzha breaking through the second checkpoint instantly, Gao Yuda's expression turned slightly grim because he realized that Shi Yun was still deeply immersed in the second checkpoint, unable to break free. This Lin Xin Yin is pretty good, being the second one to pass the second checkpoint. Gu Baocheng remarked, somewhat surprised. Gu Baocheng wasn't surprised by Qin Yuzha's rapid breakthrough of the second checkpoint, as Qin Yuzha had given him enough shocks already, but he didn't expect Lin Xin Yin to surpass Shi Yun and pass the second checkpoint first. Unaware of these inter-sect elders' discussions, Qin Yuzha's surroundings transformed once more as he reached the third checkpoint. After seeing the third checkpoint scenario, Qin Yuzha immediately felt somewhat awkward and startled, because Qin Yuzha found himself inside a woman's private chamber. The whole room was classically elegant, brimming with luxury and grandeur. On the table inside was an incense burner releasing wisps of smoke that created an atmosphere of indulgence and decadence. Behind the incense burner was a lavish bed, and unexpectedly, two stunningly beautiful women lay on it, Lin Xin Yin and Jiang Fanxian. Even though Qin Yuzha knew this was an illusion, he was still a young man, and having never seen such a scene, his face instantly flushed red, and his heart beat faster. Such a sensual scene caused Qin Yuzha's heartbeat to quicken, and his breathing became somewhat erratic. In this moment, Qin Yuzha almost got lost in it, having such world-class confidants and beauties by his side. Wasn't this every man's dream? The moment this thought arose, Qin Yuzha suddenly became wary. He bit down on his tongue, and his expressions instantly returned to normal. The surrounding scene disappeared once more, and Lin Xin Yin and Jiang Fanxian vanished instantaneously. Recalling the previous illusion, Qin Yuzha chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He didn't expect the illusion to involve Lin Xin Yin and Jiang Fanxian. Qin Yuzha, have you passed the illusion? Lin Xin Yin asked with a smile nearby. Yes, I've passed, Qin Yuzha replied somewhat bashfully, glancing at Lin Xin Yin. He didn't expect this illusion to be so frightening. Qin Yuzha also didn't expect that Lin Xin Yin would be the first to pass through this trial of illusions, demonstrating Lin Xin Yin's exceptional talent. Since we've both passed, let's go. With our abilities, we'll definitely succeed in the intersect assessment. Let's celebrate. Lin Xin Yin smiled faintly, enchanting the city with just a smile. Good. Qin Yuzha smiled, and then used half-step pursuing cicada, flashing away from the evaluation square in an instant. Qin Yuzha accidentally used the perfected version of half-step pursuing cicada, and by the time he noticed, a while had already passed. However, what slightly shocked him was that Lin Xin Yin managed to keep up with his movements. When did Lin Xin Yin's agility become so strong? But Qin Yuzha didn't think much about it. After all, everyone has their own opportunities, and Lin Xin Yin might have experienced some extraordinary encounters. Very soon, the two arrived at a serene valley filled with lush greenery and abundant spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yuzha took out his portable residence. Let's go inside and drink, Qin Yuzha said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xin Yin nodded in agreement. Qin Yuzha brought out Spring Breeze Intoxication and poured a cup each for himself and Lin Xin Yin. The two were enjoying wine and playing the qin, just like a divine couple. After a few rounds of drinking, Lin Xin Yin seemed slightly drunk. After all, Spring Breeze Intoxication was a spirit wine, and not just anyone could withstand such terrifying spiritual power and alcohol potency. Lin Xin Yin's eyes showed a slight fascination as she stood up, slowly walked over to Qin Yuzha, and lightly kissed him on the lips. Qin Yuzha's mind instantly went blank as he instinctively wrapped his arms around Lin Xin Yin, her soft body and intoxicating fragrance making his heart race. Qin Yuzha began exploring aggressively, easily breaking through Lin Xin Yin's closed lips with his tongue. As someone who had experience from his previous life, this kind of kiss came naturally to him. In contrast, Lin Xin Yin was far less experienced, having never done such a thing before. Qin Yuzha and Lin Xin Yin were lost in their passionate kiss. Qin Yuzha tightly held Lin Xin Yin, wishing that this moment could last forever. Qin Yuzha, I've already spoken to my father, and he agreed to our marriage. Would you like us to cultivate together in the future? I don't want to leave you, Lin Xin Yin suddenly said. Qin Yuzha's expression abruptly changed, and he immediately pushed Lin Xin Yin away. Chapter 162. The Illusion Where Truth and Falsehood Are Hard to Distinguish. Lin Xin Yin's face was full of astonishment, and a trace of desolation immediately appeared in her eyes. Lin Xin Yin said faintly. So it turns out I was presumptuous. Qin Yuzha, you don't like me at all. Lin Xin Yin was already exceptionally beautiful, and such a desolate expression could be hardly resisted by any average man. However, Qin Yuzha had gradually come back to his senses. A terrifying idea started to form in his mind. Qin Yuzha looked at Lin Xin Yin and said calmly, You are not the real Lin Xin Yin. Actually, I should have noticed earlier. First, the true Lin Xin Yin's skills cannot catch up with my half-step chasing cicada. Secondly, the real Lin Xin Yin is obsessed with music and seeks the path of playing the guqin. Even if she now has some feelings for me, it would not immediately lead to marriage. Qin Yuzha, if you don't like me, just say so. Why do you need to come up with so many excuses? Lin Xin Yin tearfully responded, her tears mixing with the beauty of her expression. Qin Yuji's expression did not change in the slightest. He closed his eyes and said calmly, "All conditioned dharmas are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, dewdrops, and lightning flashes, and should be regarded as such. Lin Qinin, I'm sorry, but you're merely an illusion, and I must go." The illusion in front of Qin Yuji shattered instantly, returning him to the array where he was practicing. He realized that everyone around him had already finished their tests, and he was the last one to break through. At this point, Jiang Fanxian came to Qin Yuji and said calmly, "Qin Yuji, you've spent quite a long time overcoming the test of lust. If you hadn't broken through soon, I would have had to wake you up forcefully." Qin Yuji sighed. He never expected that he would nearly fall into the warm embrace of Lin Qinin. How terrifying the illusion was. Although it took you such a long time for the third test, you eventually passed. Taking your previous achievements from the first 2 trials into account, your overall score still ranks as number 1. Come on, since you've made it to the inner sect, you'll train under my supervision. Jiang Fanxian said coolly to Qin Yuji. All right. Being able to stay close to Jiang Fanxian naturally meant that there would be opportunities to celebrate properly. Qin Yuji followed behind Jiang Fanxian. They quickly entered the realm of the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect after a short period of flight. They arrived at a mountainous region which boasted exquisite scenery and abundant spiritual energy, a truly ideal place for cultivation. Truly worthy of being the place for inner sect elders to practice. The spiritual energy here is far richer than my outer sect area. Practicing here really improves efficiency manifold. Qin Yuji praised. Disciple, it has been a while since I've received acupuncture and massage treatments from you. Let's do it today, Jiang Fanxian lazily suggested. All right, Qin Yuji agreed with a nod. Jiang Fanxian shed her thick palace attire, revealing a green silk dress beneath, fitting snugly to her body and outlining her exceptional figure. This delicate silk gown accentuated Jiang Fanxuan's world-class figure, and Qin Yuji felt momentarily entranced, inwardly marveling. What a stunning beauty! As Qin Yuji placed his hands on Jiang Fanxuan's back, feeling the warmth and softness emanating from her body, a subtle sense of enjoyment coursed through him. Feels so good. Disciple, press harder. Jiang Fanxian replied, her eyes half closed. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yuji suddenly sensed something amiss, suspecting what was occurring, and felt a sudden alarm in his heart. What's wrong, disciple? Jiang Fanxian asked, confused. Qin Yuji said calmly. Every time before when I gave my master treatment, she was always rather bashful. How could she voluntarily mention comfort and ask for stronger pressure? Qin Yuji knew then that he was still in the middle of an illusion. Qin Yuji began to wonder whether Gao Yueta was involved, questioning why a standard test for an inner sect disciple would feature so many illusions. Qin Yuji's suspicion wasn't unfounded. The personality assessment during the third trial focused on desire. Normally, only one level existed, but Gao Yueta had secretly amplified the power of the formation, adding 3 extra levels of illusion for Qin Yuji. These 3 interconnected illusions were extremely deceiving, leaving one trapped and unable to differentiate between reality and dream once they thought they were back in the real world. Had it been anyone else present except Qin Yuji, breaking through 3 such illusions would have been impossible. Due to the sheer realism, most people would have become deeply indulged, losing themselves. Only Qin Yuji discovered the discrepancy. Otherwise, most individuals would have likely lost themselves in the pleasant fantasy and never recovered. Keeping himself firmly grounded, Qin Yuji broke through the third trial almost instantly. This Qin Yuji moved rapidly through the first 2 stages, yet spent so much time on the stage of lust. Such a pity, Gu Baoqing said mildly. Hehe, my disciple Shi Yun has already surpassed you. He is currently attempting the 4th gate. Gao Yueta chuckled. Shi Yun was the first to pass the desire test, but I noticed Lin Qinin also took quite a bit of time. Although she passed earlier than Qin Yuji, she still fell far behind Shi Yun. See you as I mentioned. Jiang Fanxian also felt curious about whom Qin Yuji encountered during the desire test that made him waste so much time. By the time Qin Yuji broke through the third trial, Shi Yun and Lin Qinin had already entered the 4th one. Meanwhile, because of the third trial, a great number of outer sect disciples were eliminated. At this moment, there were only around 50 outer sect disciples left in the test. Qin Yuji didn't know that Lin Qinin also put forth an enormous effort to overcome the third trial. In Lin Qinin's desire test, Qin Yuji was who appeared, and she almost got lost in the illusion too. Fortunately, her determination for Guqin remained steadfast in the end. Otherwise, she might have been eliminated at this level. The 4th trial led Qin Yuji into a strange place. It was an ocean filled with numerous souls. They looked ferocious, terrible, and full of madness. On both sides of the sea, there was a massive grinding wheel which tore these souls apart. Qin Yuji himself was among the souls in the sea. On both sides of the ocean, besides the grinding wheels, a kind of flower grew abundantly. This flower Qin Yuji had once seen in his past life. It was the Bianghua river flower, the flower from the other side. Heaven. This is the river flower. Here must be hell. Qin Yuji was deeply alarmed. Qin Yuji kept his mind stable and recited, all conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, dewdrops, and lightning flashes, and should be regarded as such. Instantly, Qin Yuji broke through the 4th trial. Qin Yuji's rapid breakthrough shocked Gao Yueta greatly. He had indeed increased the difficulty for Qin Yuji, making the 4th trial significantly harder for him than others. Despite this, Qin Yuji effortlessly overcame it. Gao Yueta exclaimed, shocked. How could this be? Qin Yuje's speed is astonishing. This Qin Yuje is truly formidable, surpassing even your disciple Shi Yiyun, Gu Baoqing remarked in surprise. Chapter 163, Becoming an Inner Disciple. This illusion test consists of 4 levels in total. Everyone thought that Shi Yiyun would be the first to pass all the levels, especially since Qin Yuja had wasted a lot of time on the lust level. However, no one expected that Qin Yuja would immediately pass the 4th level. At this moment, inside the formation, Shi Yiyun and Lin Qin were still struggling at the 4th level. After a while, Lin Qin finally broke through the 4th level. Her face was pale, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. This Lin Qin is quite impressive. I didn't expect her to be the second person to pass, Gu Baocheng said with some surprise. Not long after Lin Qin emerged, Shi Yiyun also managed to break through the 4th level. Shi Yiyun originally thought that he was the first to pass all levels, but upon coming out, he saw that Qin Yuja and Lin Qin were already outside the formation. He instantly realized he was actually the 3rd person to pass. Shi Yiyun became disheartened immediately. The 3 tests had come to an end, and Qin Yuja ranked first in strength, insight, and mental fortitude. It goes without saying that Qin Yuja's overall performance ranked first. Shi Yiyun remembered the bet they had before the exam. If either lost, they had to call themselves a turtle bastard, and his face grew red with embarrassment. Half an hour later, the mental quality test finally ended, and those who were still immersed in the illusions were directly eliminated. The 3rd round of mental quality assessment has concluded. Comprehensive results. 1st place, Qin Yuja. 2nd place, Shi Yiyun. 3rd place, Lin Qin. Gao Yudo announced 10 names, with Qin Yuja in 1st place and Lin Qin in 3rd place. As for Xuanhuan, he came in 8th place. All 3 successfully entered the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect and became inner disciples. Congratulations to these 10 individuals who have become inner disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. As soon as Gao Yuda finished speaking, Xuanhuan was overwhelmed with excitement. For him, entering the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect wasn't easy. Because this year's inner disciple assessment was too extreme, it completely ignored practical combat skills, making all of Xuanhuan's previous preparation futile. How powerful Qin Yuja is. In terms of strength, insight, and mental fortitude, he ranked first in every category. Yes, from now on, Qin Yuja will enter the inner sect and surely advance much faster in cultivation. But competition within the inner sect is more intense than in the outer sect. And I've heard that Tang Jinin will be returning soon. I wonder if Qin Yuja is a match for him. After Tang Jinin emerges from the secret realm, his cultivation is sure to have undergone a qualitative leap. At that time, he will definitely seek revenge for his younger brother. In a short while, there will be great drama unfolding within the inner sect. The crowd around them began discussing Qin Yuja. Those who passed the inner disciple exam were naturally overjoyed, while those who failed looked dejected. The treatment between the inner and outer sects of the Tianyuan sect varies significantly. Entering the inner sect is, for most disciples, akin to leaping from a fish into a dragon. Qin Yuja looked around at everyone. Without the system, he guessed he might have been part of their defeated masses. Since he possessed the system, he should aim for the peak of martial arts and feel what it's like to stand atop everything else and see all mountains small beneath him. Since the result of the test is out, Shi Yiyun, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Qin Yuja said coolly to Shi Yiyun. Shi Yiyun wished Qin Yuja had forgotten about the matter, but Qin Yuja was not someone to be bullied easily. If Qin Yuja had lost to Shi Yiyun wouldn't have let it slide either. Qin Yuja, let sleeping dogs lie. Give me a bit of face. Shi Yiyun is my new disciple received today, so why don't we call it even? Gao Yuda said lightly. Elder Gao, when you make a bet, you must honor it. Isn't that true? Qin Yuja replied coolly to Gao Yuda. Qin Yuja's words immediately caused a commotion at the scene. After all, Gao Yuda was an elder of the inner sect, yet Qin Yuja showed him no face at all. Elder Gao, Qin Yuja is my disciple. If you want to bully someone smaller, I won't mind having a hand-to-hand duel with you. Jiang Fanxian said coldly. Gao Yuda's face darkened. He felt extraordinarily unlucky. He had barely taken Zhu Lianggong as a disciple the other day only for him to be killed by Qin Yuja with a single sword strike. Now, his new disciple, Shi Yiyun, had been thoroughly outmatched by Qin Yuja in all 3 assessments. What was even more humiliating was that his newly accepted disciple, Shi Yiyun, was about to admit in front of everyone that he was a turtle bastard. It wasn't just an insult to Shi Yiyun but also to Gao Yuda himself, because as Shi Yiyun's master, his disciple being referred to as a turtle bastard meant Gao Yuda, as the teacher, would lose face too. Yiyun, honor your bet. Solve this yourself. Gao Yuda sighed deeply in the end, speaking faintly. Shi Yiyun's face turned grim, but he had no choice. In the end, he could only say, I am a turtle bastard. At this moment, Shi Yiyun was utterly humiliated. He swore that one day he would return the shame he had suffered today 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Qin Yuja gave a faint smile. Since you've admitted that you're a turtle bastard, I'll let it go. All right, now we will distribute your prizes for being in the top 10 as well as your identity badges. Keep them safe. Now, follow us into the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, Gao Yuda said to everyone. Since each inner disciple could bring 2 maidservants or attendants, and Lin Qin and Xuanhuan did not have anyone to bring along, Qin Yuja took advantage of the opportunity to bring Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youhe, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao. Half an hour later, Qin Yuja and his group finally arrived at the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect. The inner sect of Tianyuan Sect was indeed incomparable to the outer sect. Just the spiritual energy here was far denser than in the outer sect, let alone the fact that the benefits given by the sect to inner disciples were much greater than those given to outer disciples. Furthermore, the facilities provided for the cultivation of inner disciples were richer compared to those for the outer disciples, such as the Scripture Hall, Enlightenment Cliff, Heavenly Dragon Tower, Mission Hall, Enforcement Hall, etc., all of which could quickly improve one's strength, of course, assuming you had enough points. After entering the inner sect, Gao Yude left with Shi Yiyun. The other elders also departed, leaving only Jiang Fanxian behind. This is my token and communication talisman. You can find me if there's anything, Jiang Fanxian said, and then left. At this point, the newly entered inner disciples all left separately, leaving only Qin Yuzhe and his group. The inner sect of Tianyuan Sect is truly a great place, but I've heard that the competition within is very intense, and without points, it's practically impossible to get by. Xuanhuan said, I have plenty of points. They are essentially useless to me, Qin Yuzhe said indifferently. Qin Yuzhe had once completed the floating pagoda trials, earning 100,000 points as a reward, plus he had obtained numerous storage bags from various inner disciples, like Tang Jibei and Zhu Lianggong, whose points made them extremely wealthy. Chapter 164, starting the ranking challenge. Moreover, Qin Yuzhe basically didn't need points. He cultivated using his own premium resources and never needed points. You freak, of course you don't need them, Xuanhuan said. Qin Yuzhe took out most of his points and divided them among Lin Qinyin, Xuanhuan, as well as Li Kun and Meng Xiao and others. As for Zhang Xiuling and Huang Youhe, they absolutely did not need any points. Let's find a place to live first, he said calmly. I've heard that each of the top 20 ranked inner sect disciples has their own mountain peak. The higher the rank, the richer in spiritual energy it is. If we can challenge one of these top 20 people and defeat him, we will obtain his mountain peak, Lin Qinyin said faintly. This can only rely on the boss. With our level of strength, challenging them would be like asking for humiliation, Xuanhuan laughed. Alright, then let's go find a ranking list of the inner sect disciples, Qin Yuzhe asked casually. No need to look for it. I have one right here. Xuanhuan pulled out a ranking jade disc from his storage bag. The ranking of inner sect disciple strength is updated once a month. During this time, if there's successful challenges, the jade disc automatically updates the rankings. Qin Yuzhe looked at the jade disc. On it were 20 names, with Tang Jinan clearly ranked first. Qin Yuzhe had known this all along. Tang Jinan was the strongest within the inner sect, possessing high martial talent. In the entire Tianyuan Sect's inner sect, no one could withstand even a single move from him. Tang Jinan was also ruthless and cruel. Anyone who dared offend either of the two brothers would end up either dead or permanently disabled. There was a saying within Tianyuan Sect's inner sect. You might not know who the inner sect elders are, but you must know who Tang Jinan is. Qin Yuzhe had already formed enmity with the two brothers Tang Jibei and Tang Jinan. Once Tang Jinan returned from the forbidden area, it would be time for the two to settle their grudge with life or death. Calculating the date, Tang Jinan should return soon. Qin Yuzhe gave a contemptuous smile looking at Tang Jinan's name. He absolutely didn't place Tang Jinan in his mind. Ranked second was Zhu Pingliang. This Zhu Pingliang is the leader of Tang Jinan's 4 followers and is also the strongest among the 4 followers. His realm has reached the 9th stage of Heavenly Man realm. It's said that he's been closed off for half a year now, preparing to break through to the Wheel Sea realm. His weapon of choice is a long spear, Xuanhuan explained with a laugh nearby. Xuanhuan often dealt with stalls and trade when he was in the outer sect before. Naturally, he was very informed about such information. So, who's the third place Xie Xiangshang? Don't tell me he's also Tang Jinan's follower, Qin Yuzhe asked indifferently. Boss, you're correct. Xie Xiangshang is also Tang Jinan's follower. His cultivation is at the 9th stage of Heavenly Man realm, making him the second strongest among the 4 followers. We saw him sitting on the podium watching during our entrance exam. Recalling, Qin Yuzhe immediately remembered a figure. Xuanhuan continued. Tang Jinan's 4 followers are Zhu Pingliang, Xie Xiangshang, Zhu Lianggong, and Chao Zhoutiu. Zhu Lianggong and Chao Zhoutiu have already been taken care of by the boss, so naturally they won't appear on this ranking jade disc. I see, Qin Yuzhe said. Now, in the inner sect, only Zhu Pingliang and Xie Xiangshang remain the strongest. Once we deal with these two, the rest of Tang Jinan's forces will just be a disorderly crowd, not worth fearing. Alright, among these 20 martial artists, which ones belong to Tang Jinan's faction? We'll challenge them one by one every day, Qin Yuzhe said calmly. Boss is awesome. Then today let's start from Long Licheng in 15th place. He's also one of Tang Jinan's men. His power is at the 6th stage of Heavenly Man realm. Alright, Fatso, lead the way, we will challenge him and seize his mountain peak, Qin Yuzhe said nonchalantly. Okay boss, Xuanhuan got excited immediately. Other than Qin Yuzhe, probably no disciple in the entire Tianyuan Sect's inner sect dared to provoke Tang Jinan's influence this way. Not long after, Qin Yuzhe and the group arrived in front of a mountain peak rich with spiritual energy. The 15th rank peak already has such dense spiritual energy. I wonder how much more condensed the spiritual energy on Tang Jinan's number 1 rank peak is. Anyway, let's stay here for today. Go call Long Licheng out for battle, Qin Yuzhe said casually. Xuanhuan raised his voice, then controlled his true Yuan force to shout loudly. Long Licheng, come out for battle. Soon after, an angry voice replied. Who doesn't have eyes and dares to challenge Grandpa Long? Are you asking for death? Indeed, Tang Jinan was quite overbearing in the inner sect, just judging by the temperament of his followers underneath him. Your mouth smells bad. My name is Qin Yujie. I've come specifically to challenge you today. Qin Yujie said coldly. Qin Yujie? Are you the one who injured Tang Jibei and killed Zhu Lianggong? Long Liqing exclaimed in shock and panic. Yes, it's me. If you won't accept the challenge, then I will act. Qin Yujie said coldly. Long Liqing was greatly startled. Cold sweat poured down his back. Even Zhu Lianggong, a master at the 9th stage of Heavenly Man Realm, couldn't contend with Qin Yujie. And Long Liqing himself was merely at the 6th stage of Heavenly Man Realm, far inferior to Qin Yujie. Moreover, Qin Yujie's cultivation had already advanced to the 3rd stage of Heavenly Man Realm, undoubtedly making him even more formidable now. Master Qin, spare my life. My mouth is too vulgar. I didn't know it was Master Qin gracing us with your presence. Long Liqing immediately pleaded with a forced laugh. As the saying goes, a wise man does not fight a losing battle. With Tang Jinan away and Long Liqing being someone quick to change allegiances according to the situation, he quickly bowed his head to apologize to Qin Yujie. You have a foul mouth, and it's already too late for your apology now. Qin Yujie shook his head, and then casually threw a punch towards Long Liqing. Realizing that begging for mercy would not work, Long Liqing blustered nervously. Qin Yujie, do you know who I am? I'm Tang Jinan's subordinate you. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying fist shadow descended from the sky and instantly struck Long Liqing. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was hurled away like a broken sack, grievously wounded. Qin Yujie had actually exercised restraint, because this was merely a ranking challenge and not a fight to the death. Thus, no mortal blows were exchanged. Get lost, Qin Yujie said indifferently. With his severely injured body, Long Liqing fled as quickly as possible. Right at that moment, on all the Inner Sect disciples ranking jade discs, Qin Yujie's name appeared in the 15th position after flashing briefly. Every martial artist aligned with Tang Jinan's faction felt alarmed inside. They realized Qin Yujie had officially entered the Inner Sect and begun his revenge. Storm clouds gathered within the entire Inner Sect, heralding a great upheaval. Chapter 165, Jade Dragon Bone Whip. Qin Yujie led the group to a place on the mountain peak, where the view was more open and the environment more picturesque, and they settled down there. Qin Yujie took out his mansion at random, placed it on the ground, and instantly there was a beautiful courtyard. Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, and Huang Youhan naturally could stay inside the mansion. However, Zheng Nanhua, Li Kun, and Meng Xiao would definitely find it inconvenient to live inside. Zheng Nanhua and the others were also sensible. Beside Qin Yujie's mansion, they dug several cave dwellings. Anyway, in a few days, they might move to a better mountain peak. Qin Yujie sat cross-legged under the 1,000-year-old spirit peach tree, examining the space ring he had obtained from Shi Yun. Senior, I know you are hiding in the ring. Come out and chat. Qin Yujie said indifferently. The soul of the space ring was startled in its heart, muttering. Could he have discovered my presence? Impossible. I am a 9th-level Dantian realm powerhouse. He couldn't possibly detect me. This brat must be bluffing. The soul inside the ring looked disdainfully at Qin Yujie and thought. Let him keep performing. I'll just watch. Qin Yujie indeed hadn't sensed the soul within the ring. He was indeed trying to bluff and see what happened. Seeing no response from the space ring, Qin Yujie felt that it shouldn't be this way. Shi Yun lost the final bet earlier today and even tried to back out. This couldn't be an ordinary space ring. Is there really nothing? Qin Yujie wondered in his heart. Still unsure, Qin Yujie decided to bluff one more time. He released the Qi Qing flame fire, moved the ring toward the flame, and said calmly, Senior, this is the Qi Qing flame fire. If you don't speak up, I will burn you and make your soul vanish completely. Upon hearing this, the soul inside the ring panicked, realizing Qin Yujie possessed the Qi Qing flame fire, a rare celestial fire among the world's flames. If his soul were burned by this strange fire, it would surely disintegrate into ashes. Young man, stop. I'm here. An urgent voice suddenly came out from the ring. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yujie's mouth. He didn't expect that there was truly an old man inside this ring. Senior, you remained silent while hiding inside the ring. You wouldn't be plotting something against me while I meditate, would you? Qin Yujie coldly asked. You're imagining too much. I only have a thread of my soul left, lingering in this space ring. It's merely survival. The elder side. Senior, what level of cultivation did you achieve during your lifetime? How did you end up like this? Qin Yujie asked indifferently. I am not from your Lingtian Empire. Your monstrous talent will soon enable you to leave Lingtian. I will tell you once you step out of Lingtian. Senior, may I ask for your name? My name is Zhou Jipeng. You can call me Senior Zhou. Senior Zhou, why did you choose Shi Yun as your successor? Your eyesight isn't very good. Qin Yujie questioned. I've been at the bottom of the valley for hundreds of years. Rarely does someone come to the valley bottom and discover this space ring. Naturally, I wanted to seize the opportunity to leave. But this Shi Yun is absolutely incapable. As soon as he gained some power, he created troubles everywhere, or else I wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhou Jipeng sighed. I have the protection of Qi Qing flame fire. You should know that you're no match for me. If you work for me, I won't mind helping you restore your true body later. Qin Yujie said coolly. Really? Zhou Jipeng asked excitedly. Of course it's real. You should understand my potential. I'll break through to Luanhai realm and even Dantian realm soon. Qin Yujie responded. Good, if you really can help me restore my true body, I can give you a great opportunity. Zhou Jipeng said excitedly. What opportunity? Qin Yujie asked with mild astonishment. I'll tell you when you have the strength to leave Lingtian. Your tiny Lingtian empire is merely a small territory with thin qi. I suggest you leave Lingtian as soon as possible. Zhou Jipeng said. After contemplating, Qin Yujie put the space ring into his storage bag. Once it entered the storage bag, it would isolate Zhou Jiping's soul. This way, Zhou Jiping wouldn't sense external matters, nor learn Qin Yujie's secrets. Finally, I've entered the inner sect and become an inner disciple. System, start the check-in. It had been a long time since Qin Yujie last heard the check-in sound, and he deeply missed the feeling of checking in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained a lower-grade heavenly weapon, the Jade Dragon Bone Whip, and the matching whip technique. 9 forms of Jade Dragon. Qin Yujie was surprised in his heart. He hadn't expected to gain a lower-grade heavenly weapon, the Jade Dragon Bone Whip, and a set of lower-grade heavenly combat techniques. 9 forms of Jade Dragon. This luck was off the charts. It was akin to getting 2 for 1. Finally, as a master, I can finally teach her what she has been wanting to learn. Whip techniques. Qin Yujie gloated inwardly. Since this whip technique was obtained from the system check-in, Qin Yujie instantly grasped the 9 forms of Jade Dragon and had already cultivated it to perfection. Disciple, come over here. How is your eternal youth cultivation going these days? Qin Yujie asked Huang Youha, who was practicing at a distance. Master, I've been working hard on eternal youth cultivation. My cultivation level has reached the 9th rank of gathering meridians, and I will soon break through to return to Origin's realm, Huang Youha replied. Good job. I've noticed your efforts these days. Alright, starting today, I'll teach you the whip combat techniques, Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. Master, really? Can I really learn whip combat techniques? Huang Youha exclaimed with excitement. Of course. Have I ever lied to you? This technique I'm about to teach you is immensely powerful. It's a lower-grade heavenly level combat technique called 9 forms of Jade Dragon, Qin Yujie said. What? A lower-grade heavenly level combat technique? Oh my gosh, it's a heavenly level technique. Master, you're truly too kind to me, Huang Youha said, overwhelmed with joy. Alright, watch as I demonstrate it first. Then I'll teach you gradually, Qin Yujie said. Okay, master, please show me how it works. Huang Youha urged impatiently. Qin Yujie took out the Jade Dragon Bone Whip, leaped into the sky, and with a flick of his wrist, the Jade Dragon Bone Whip transformed into a mighty dragon heading toward the distant mountains. In an instant, the entire landscape changed dramatically. The distant mountains shattered with a thunderous boom, leveling them to the ground as if they had been struck by the dragon's tail. Chapter 166, Shocked by the Crowd. Huang Youha was profoundly moved at this moment. She couldn't believe that just the first move of the Jade Dragon 9 styles had such immense power, completely overturning her understanding of whip-based martial arts. Moreover, Qin Yujie's very first move was a grade lower heaven martial art technique. Martial techniques of this grade could not be found anywhere in the Ling Heaven Kingdom, and even in the Hanyu Kingdom, where Huang Youha used to reside, there were no techniques of such a high grade. Huang Youha felt an unprecedented excitement at this moment, because she now had both the skills and the manual methods. If she could master the Jade Dragon 9 styles, her strength would greatly improve. Coupled with Qin Yujie's teachings and support from top-grade medicinal pills and spirit herbs, Huang Youha believed that the long-buried hope in her heart finally had a chance. Huang Youha believed it wouldn't take long before she could realize it. The huge ruckus created by Qin Yujie did more than shock Huang Youha. Lin Qiyin, Zhang Qiuling, and Zheng Nanhua, who were cultivating nearby, were also stunned by the terrifying whip skill of Qin Yujie. They never expected Qin Yujie to not only be proficient in swordplay and qin, a Chinese stringed instrument, techniques, but also expert in whip techniques. It must be known that one's energy is limited. It's rare for someone to achieve mastery like Qin Yujie does, simultaneously excelling in so many different types of martial techniques, especially swordplay. Usually, mastering just swordplay alone already makes someone exceptional. Qin Yujie's present display made everyone momentarily dazed. They looked at the monstrous prodigy Qin Yujie and were glad none of them were his enemies. Otherwise, they'd probably have been too terrified to sleep. Qin Yujie's previous whip move had reached perfection. Combined with his own formidable strength, it explained why the strike was so powerful. Qin Yujie realized that his last move might have caused too much noise. So he flickered into sight beside Huang Youha and said mildly, Youha, I pass down to you all the moves of the Jade Dragon 9 styles, as well as my cultivation insights. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me, but remember not to neglect your practice of Chongqing technique. Qin Yujie pointed a finger at Huang Youha's head and instantly transmitted the Jade Dragon 9 styles manual to her. Huang Youha excitedly said, Thank you, Master. Please rest assured, Master, I will diligently train in both the Chongqing technique and the Jade Dragon 9 styles. Qin Yujie looked at the Jade Dragon Bone Whip in his hand and smiled, saying, Now that you have both the manual method and the martial arts skill, you're missing a weapon. The weapon I hold now is called the Jade Dragon Bone Whip, a lower-grade heaven weapon, and I'll gift it to you. Upon hearing these words, Huang Youha was deeply surprised and then filled with joy. She didn't expect Qin Yujie to not only gift her the precious Jade Dragon 9 styles, but also the invaluable Jade Dragon Bone Whip. A teacher as generous and munificent as Qin Yujie is, Huang Youha believed, absolutely unparalleled. Thank you, Master. Huang Youha didn't hesitate and happily accepted the Jade Dragon Bone Whip. Alright, go practice on the side. Qin Yujie told Huang Youha and then said to Zhang Qiuling, Qiuling, if you have any questions about swordplay or the concept of sword intent, you can ask me now since I'm available. Thank you, Lord Qin. Zhang Qiuling responded with great excitement. An hour later, Zhang Qiuling's face revealed contentment. During this time, Zhang Qiuling asked numerous questions about the essence of swordplay and the secrets of cultivation, to which Qin Yujie shared many of his personal realizations regarding the concept of sword intent. This greatly helped Zhang Qiuling. Under Qin Yujie's guidance, it was certain that Zhang Qiuling would learn much. Although Zhang Qiuling hadn't yet broken through directly from half-step sword intent to the beginner level, she firmly believed that she would soon enter the sword intent realm. That evening, Qin Yujie sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning his cultivation of the Chongqing technique. Chongqing technique was Qin Yujie's main cultivation manual. Although it was merely a higher-grade earth-level technique, it could be cultivated all the way to the Wheel C realm. If Qin Yujie didn't obtain better techniques from the system before reaching the Wheel C realm, he did not plan to switch to other techniques. Even though among the legacies he obtained in the Pagoda of the Buddha, there were great heaven techniques, Qin Yujie trusted the system more when it came to selecting his primary technique. While Qin Yujie was cultivating, this knight within the inner sect was bound to remain unrestful. This was because on his very first day entering the inner sect, Qin Yujie had defeated Long Liqing, ranked 15th, with just a single punch and obtained his mountain peak. This strong showing further expanded Qin Yujie's reputation within the inner sect. Now, almost no one within the inner sect was unfamiliar with Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie lay on a rattan chair, holding the spirit-gathering pearl in one hand and a 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf in his mouth. After an entire night of cultivation, the true essence within Qin Yujie's body became even more terrifying. Although he hadn't yet broken through to the 4th level of the Heaven Man realm, it wouldn't be long before he did. A new day has come, which means I can sign in again. System, sign me in. Qin Yujie said with delight and excitement in his voice. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the high earth grade formation, the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. Qin Yujie felt a wave of surprise as he had not expected to gain a formation this time. Though Qin Yujie wasn't a formation master, he had heard about the renowned reputation of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. This 5 elements 8 trigrams formation was a high-grade defensive technique. Typically, a warrior at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm, without knowledge of formations, would find it impossible to break this array through brute force alone. Qin Yujie took out a delicate formation plate from the system. The plate featured numerous intricate flags carved into it. He injected true essence into the plate, causing the formation flags to flicker with a bright light. Then Qin Yujie threw the plate into the air, whereupon countless flags automatically embedded themselves around the entrance of his portable mansion. With this 5 elements 8 trigrams formation guarding my portable mansion, it is now extremely secure. Even warriors below the 9th level of the Wheel C realm, relying solely on physical strength, cannot break through this formation. Qin Yujie murmured to himself. However, activating this formation consumes spirit stones. These stones are precious treasures, and most people do not possess them. Fortunately, I have 100 superior quality spirit stones, which will be sufficient for my needs. Qin Yujie placed 2 superior quality spirit stones at the formation's core positions. Suddenly, the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation trembled violently, and a semicircular transparent barrier appeared in the sky. But in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Qin Yujie knew that the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation had been successfully laid out. Now, he could control the formation at will, simply with a thought. Activating it was both effortless and convenient. Chapter 167, The Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Needle Cannon. This is the advantage of an array disc. Without it, if one were to arrange this 5 elements 8 trigrams array on their own, first, not only would it be exceedingly complex, but it would also waste a lot of time. Moreover, if one was not proficient in array techniques, there would be a high likelihood of failure. The study of formations is vast and profound, with no end to learning. It also requires a great deal of time and energy. Thus, in the world of martial practitioners, formation masters are as rare as alchemists. After cultivating for a day, Qin Yujie continued to check in. This time, he obtained a book called The Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Needle Cannon. The book recorded many medical cases and ancient acupuncture methods. After comprehending it, Qin Yujie's mind instantly acquired numerous acupuncture techniques. His level of expertise in acupuncture improved dramatically. This Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Needle Cannon is truly an extraordinary book. It was written by an ancient medical emperor who advanced his path through medicine and eventually became an unmatched strong being, dominating an era. Qin Yujie said in surprise. This Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Needle Cannon is absolutely invaluable for warriors practicing medical arts since it was authored by an ancient medical emperor. It can be considered as the inheritance of the emperor's medical knowledge, comparable to a divine-level cultivation method. Qin Yujie's current understanding of medical knowledge had reached a terrifying level. Regarding the issue of Jiang Fanchuan's cultivation falling back earlier, Qin Yujie thought for just a moment and came up with more than 10 methods. However, given his current low cultivation realm, many of these methods could not yet be implemented. Never mind, my master's injuries have been gradually improving. After several treatments by me, my master's body has clearly recovered, so I don't need to worry too much, Qin Yujie muttered to himself. Thus, 10 days later, Qin Yujie smoothly broke through to the 5th level of the heavenly realm. Within these 10 days, Qin Yujie checked in daily and cultivated every day. In his spare time from cultivation, Qin Yujie would also refine some pills. When he had even more leisure, Qin Yujie would offer guidance to everyone else's cultivation. In these 10 days, Qin Yujie obtained quite a few good things. On the first day, Qin Yujie gained a lower-tier celestial-level cultivation technique called the True Spirit Technique. This True Spirit Technique is a technique specialized in strengthening soul power. Once Qin Yujie instantly mastered this technique, he realized how powerful it was. Soul power is extremely mysterious. Generally, in the process of refining pills, a pill refiner needs to control it using soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more skillful they are when refining pills. Moreover, the stronger the soul power, the more weapons one can control simultaneously, which is highly advantageous in battle. The path of martial arts, when divided finely, has three directions: cultivating essence, spirit, or the body. Cultivating essence involves refining true essence. This is the mainstream direction of the martial arts route. Cultivating the body means training the physical form, which is one of the other routes of martial arts. However, cultivating the body is very painful and requires a lot of valuable medicinal herbs. Ordinary people generally wouldn't take this path. Spirit cultivation involves exclusively refining soul power. Soul power is essentially a martial artist's spiritual force. Many martial artists specializing in spirit cultivation have very powerful souls and deliver strange and potent attacks. Generally, martial artists primarily cultivate true essence, while supplementing their practice with body and spirit training or completely ignoring them. After all, the energy of an individual on the martial arts path is limited, making it impossible to excel in all three directions. Otherwise, in the end, they will achieve nothing. Of course, if a person can bring true essence, flesh, and soul to unimaginably terrifying levels, both their strength and talent would be unprecedented. Since Qin Yujie possessed the system, there was no need to waste effort or time on cultivating and comprehending skills, nor to worry about cultivation resources. Therefore, Qin Yujie was particularly suited to simultaneously cultivate true essence, flesh, and soul. Besides, the True Spirit Technique is no simple matter. If refined to the extreme, it can make a person's soul power extremely formidable. Bear in mind that techniques specialized in cultivating soul power are quite rare. Even after checking in multiple times, this was the first time Qin Yujie encountered such a technique. What shocked Qin Yujie even more was that this lower-tier celestial-level True Spirit Technique came with a soul attack martial skill named True Spirit Shock Spike. True Spirit Shock Spike is also a lower-tier celestial-level martial skill, a technique specifically designed to attack others' soul power. True Spirit Shock Spike can condense soul power into a needle. Once it pierces another person's soul, at best, it causes excruciating pain, and at worst, it directly renders the victim into an idiot or causes their soul to dissipate completely. Once a person's soul dissipates, it signifies death. Moreover, during battles, launching the True Spirit Shock Spike unexpectedly might not kill the opponent, but it will certainly stun their soul momentarily. One must know that in a showdown between experts, timing is crucial. Sometimes, a fleeting moment can decide the outcome, especially for swordsmen like Qin Yujie, who possess formidable attacking power. If this True Spirit Shock Spike could be used well, it often becomes the key to surprising victories. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie had perfected his cultivation of the True Spirit Shock Spike. With these techniques under his belt, his strength had significantly increased. He was now nearly without weaknesses. On the second day, Qin Yujie obtained a sword path holy constitution called the Boundless Sword Body upon signing in. Qin Yujie almost couldn't believe his eyes. Although this Boundless Sword Body wasn't as strong as his own god-level Immortal Sword Constitution, among the 100 divine constitutions, the Boundless Sword Body ranked highly and was considered one of the top-tier constitutions. However, no matter how powerful the Boundless Sword Body might be, it was utterly useless for Qin Yujie, who already possessed the Immortal Sword Constitution. To absorb the Boundless Sword Body would simply be a waste for Qin Yujie. Fortunately, the system was relatively humane. After being informed by the system that the Constitution gained from signing in could also be used by others, Qin Yujie temporarily stored the Boundless Sword Body within the system. On the third day, Qin Yujie obtained a hairpin called the 7 Treasures Bu hairpin. This hairpin was no ordinary piece. It was forged from 7 precious treasures, and just the single greenish-blue exquisite essence-preserving pearl on it was already a heaven-tier upper-class treasure, let alone the other precious materials used in its construction. Moreover, the 7 Treasures Bu hairpin had 7 different functions that could aid cultivators in their practice. Even if someone were to offer him a king-grade weapon in exchange, Qin Yujie would absolutely refuse to trade it. This exquisite 7 Treasures Linglong hairpin was intricately crafted with complex runes and formations, undoubtedly a perfect and one-of-a-kind rare treasure. Not only would realms of Wheel Sea practitioners covet it, but even those at the cavernous realm level would envy it. Being an accessory designed for women, Qin Yujie naturally wouldn't use it himself, so he had no choice but to temporarily store it away. Chapter 168. The 1,000-Year Spirit Nurturing Tree. On the 4th day, Qin Yujie obtained a lower-grade celestial-level martial art called the 1,000 Faces Disguise Technique. Although this technique lacked offensive power and was inferior to other arts or combat skills, its utility in the right circumstances could be extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie had already cultivated the 1,000 Faces Disguise Technique to perfection. In an instant transformation, he turned into Lin Qinin's likeness. Another transformation, and he became Zhang Qiuling. After changing forms several times, Qin Yujie reverted back to his original self. On the 5th day, Qin Yujie obtained a 1,000-year soul nurturing tree. This tree, much like the 1,000-year spiritual peach tree, was a rare top-tier cultivation resource. While the leaves of the 1,000-year spiritual peach tree were used for cultivating true essence, the leaves of the 1,000-year soul nurturing tree were used for strengthening one's spiritual energy. Though both were premier cultivation resources, their effects differed significantly. Without hesitation, Qin Yujie planted the 1,000-year soul nurturing tree in the courtyard he always carried with him. Now, there were already 2,000-year-old divine trees in the courtyard. As Qin Yujie looked at the two towering spirit trees on either side of him, a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. This sudden action awakened Lin Qining and the others. Lin Qining stared in shock at the appearance of a new 1,000-year soul nurturing tree in the courtyard, her mind roiling with turbulent thoughts. To Lin Qining, Qin Yujie's incomprehensible abilities were truly astonishing. Moreover, the 1,000-year soul nurturing tree was no ordinary spirit tree. If word got out about it, it would certainly spark envy and greed from outsiders. Lin Qining gazed at Qin Yujie with complex emotions. Ever since she had met him, Qin Yujie kept surprising her in unimaginable ways, whether it was martial techniques, combat arts, natural talent, swordsmanship, music, or alchemy. Each aspect astonished her deeply. She now truly doubted if Qin Yujie might not be a reincarnation of some ancient emperor. Otherwise, how could anyone possess so many incredible powers and means? Zhang Qiuling also watched Qin Yujie in amazement. She could not have imagined that Qin Yujie possessed such godlike capabilities, able to conjure up a 1,000-year soul nurturing tree out of thin air. Such a feat completely overturned her perception. Since becoming Qin Yujie's maid, Zhang Qiuling had already reaped countless benefits. Items such as leaves of the 1,000-year spiritual peach tree and supreme great elixirs, all top-tier cultivation resources, were never withheld by Qin Yujie from those close to him. Qin Yujie harvested a few leaves from the 1,000-year soul nurturing tree, then distributed them among everyone. With these leaves' assistance, their cultivation of spiritual energy would surely far surpass that of ordinary people. On the 6th day, Qin Yujie's check-in reward was a broken sun divine bow, a weapon of the mid-celestial grade. This bow drew upon the surrounding elemental energy as its arrows, making its power incredibly formidable. Its key advantage was that it did not require separate arrows. An individual's strength depended solely on the amount of true essence they could wield, and the more robust their essence, the greater the weapon's effectiveness. Given the immense potency of Qin Yujie's inner true essence, this divine bow, in his hands, was bound to unleash fearsome power. On the 7th day, Qin Yujie received a barrel of a rank E-level spirit wine named Forget Worries Wine. This wine was brewed using many E-level spirit herbs, ranking higher than even the D-level spring drunkenness spirit wine. The name Forget Worries implied that drinking this wine would induce complete forgetfulness of worries. A normal person taking even a sip would surely pass out immediately due to the wine's powerful kick. Indeed, it was known for its ability to help people forget their troubles through drunkenness. On the 8th day, Qin Yujie signed in and obtained a rank E-level spirit chef inheritance. After fusing with it, his mind instantly filled with countless methods for pairing various spirit materials and their preparation processes. He had effectively become a bona fide spirit chef, reaching the E-rank level. A spirit chef is someone who uses various spirit ingredients and combines them to create delicacies that are not only delicious, but also extremely potent. Just as a potion master must carefully balance herb combinations, so too does a spirit chef need to fully grasp the properties and compatibilities of different ingredients. Spirit chefs hold high status, especially E-level ones whose knowledge of ingredient pairings has reached a godly level. Even common ingredients, when properly matched by an experienced chef, can produce miraculous results. On the 9th day, Qin Yujie received a set of upper celestial grade spirit chef tools including pots, pans, knives, chopping boards, and more. This equipment encompassed all tools required by a spirit chef. A set of upper celestial grade kitchen utensils? Damn, isn't this a bit too extravagant? This cleaver is upper celestial grade. It can even double as a weapon. And this cutting board. It's also upper celestial grade and could act as defensive armor. Qin Yujie stared dumbfounded at the collection of kitchen items before him. So far, in addition to being a pill master, Qin Yujie now had another auxiliary profession as a spirit chef. Both professions could speed up the cultivation process of martial artists. Normally, people would be lucky to attain one of these professions, let alone both. If others found out, they would surely be envious. On the 10th day, Qin Yujie checked in and obtained a spatial ring. Inside were various ingredients, spirit rice, spirit vegetables, spirit meat, and more. These were enough for Qin Yujie to use for a long time. Most importantly, the grades of these ingredients were not low. The worst ones were of high Xin grade quality, while the best were of high Tian grade. This system is really considerate, even preparing the ingredients for me, determined to make me take the path of a spirit chef. Well, these good things shouldn't be wasted. In the future, I guess I will have to cook while cultivating. Qin Yujie smiled and muttered to himself. In 10 days, Qin Yujie's harvest was bountiful. Compared to others who toiled outside to find opportunities for cultivation, Qin Yujie's martial arts journey was extremely comfortable. Cultivation should be like this. Why bother scheming for opportunities when you can get everything just by checking in? Qin Yujie said indifferently as he lay on a rattan chair. At that moment, a plump figure appeared from afar, approaching Qin Yujie. It was Xuanhuan. Big brother, Xie Xiangshang, ranked 3rd among the inner disciples, has challenged you to a life and death battle. It's rumored he just broke through to the Sea of Energy realm today, greatly enhancing his strength, Xuanhuan reported. During these few days, aside from checking in and cultivating, Qin Yujie also challenged inner disciples rankings. Now, Qin Yujie already occupied the 4th ranked peak of the inner disciples. Qin Yujie challenged anyone who was part of Tang Jinan's faction without mercy, defeating them all. As a result, Tang Jinan's forces were living in fear, seeing Qin Yujie as cats see mice. Chapter 169, The Life and Death Battle Begins. Oh, I didn't go challenge him, and I didn't expect him to come trouble me today. Well, I'll meet him, Qin Yujie said calmly. This time, Qin Yujie did not take his mansion along because the 5 elements 8 trigrams array provided protection outside the mansion, which was secure enough, and there was absolutely no need to worry about things inside being stolen. Qin Yujie disappeared from everyone's sight in a blink of an eye with a swift leap. We should go check it out as well. After Lin Qining spoke, she took Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youhe, and others, and flashed away too, following Qin Yujie. The news that Xie Xiangshang would engage in a life-and-death duel with Qin Yujie spread rapidly within the inner sect. Upon hearing this news, everyone stopped their cultivation practice and hurried to the dueling grounds. By now, the area around the inner sect's dueling arena was already packed with people. Everyone had heard of Qin Yujie's achievements over these few days. Qin Yujie's reputation within the inner sect was currently like thunder to the ears and shining as bright as the midday sun. Many disciples who were previously oppressed by Tang Jinan's faction stood up one after another. Qin Yujie's emergence was practically giving them hope for a reversal of fortune. In the past few days, Qin Yujie also gave Li Kun and Meng Xiao a task to establish his own faction, called the Ethereal Pavilion. As soon as Ethereal Pavilion was established, many inner sect disciples signed up to join. Of course, not anyone could join the Ethereal Pavilion. First and foremost, it depended on the character of the person. Deceptive or cunning individuals would not be accepted into the Ethereal Pavilion by Qin Yujie. Of course, specific matters were handled entirely by Li Kun and Meng Xiao, and Qin Yujie completely acted as the hands-off master. However, what surprised Qin Yujie was that Lin Qining also joined the Ethereal Pavilion. Lin Qining disbanded the Green Nurturing Gang and then led numerous female disciples to join the Ethereal Pavilion. Not only within the inner sect, but even outside, many outer sect disciples requested to join the Ethereal Pavilion, all of which had designated personnel handling the matter. These trivial tasks, Qin Yujie didn't have to care about at all. Qin Yujie's main role was to be the sole figure of the Ethereal Pavilion. As long as Qin Yujie remained strong, the Ethereal Pavilion would grow stronger and stronger. Of course, Qin Yujie also provided some cultivation techniques and resources to the Ethereal Pavilion. These required specific evaluations, and those who contributed greatly to the Ethereal Pavilion would get the chance to obtain them. Very quickly, Qin Yujie arrived at the dueling arena. By then, the dueling arena was already teeming with people, bustling with activity. Xie Xiangshang's talent is incredibly powerful. I can't believe he broke through from the Celestial Man Realm 9th level to the Wheel C Realm in just a few days, exclaimed one disciple from the inner sect. Right. A martial artist at the Wheel C Realm is simply beyond our imagination. If Qin Yujie dares to accept this challenge, he may face more misfortune than good, another disciple added. Previously, the strongest opponent Qin Yujie faced was Zhu Lianggong, who was at the Celestial Man Realm 9th level. Even at that stage, Xie Xiangshang was slightly stronger than Zhu Lianggong. Now that Xie Xiangshang has broken through to the Wheel C Realm, his strength will become even greater. Yes, Xie Xiangshang, as the second-ranked warrior among Tang Jinan's for major followers, possesses formidable power indeed. I've heard that Xie Xiangshang wields a heavy sword. He follows the path of the weighty sword lacks edges. Great skill appears effortless. Many warriors who face him can't even block one of his strikes before suffering serious injuries. Heavy swords lack edges. Great skill appears effortless. This Xie Xiangshang truly deserves to be called a genius of the sword path. He discarded the agile and flexible routes adopted by other swordsmen, choosing instead to wield heavy swords and win by simplicity and clumsiness. This is practically another interpretation of the sword path. You're glorifying Xie Xiangshang unnecessarily. The art of the heavy sword has existed since ancient times. It wasn't invented by Xie Xiangshang. Your talk might lead someone unfamiliar with the matter to think that this heavy sword path was solely created by Xie Xiangshang. Yes, although Xie Xiangshang is skilled, compared to our Ethereal Pavilion Master Qin Yujie, his strength is like the difference between heaven and earth. I think the Ethereal Pavilion is nothing but a joke. If Qin Yujie is defeated by Xie Xiangshang today, the Ethereal Pavilion will likely disband. Ho ho, how could our Master Qin Yujie's abilities be questioned? Qin Yujie was able to kill Zhu Lianggong instantly when he was only at the first level of the Celestial Man Realm. Now, with Qin Yujie's current strength at the Celestial Man Realm's peak, I reckon it's Xie Xiangshang who is looking for death. Haha, you're really joking. Xie Xiangshang has reached the first level of the Wheel C Realm. You must know, there's a fundamental difference between the Wheel C Realm and the Celestial Man Realm. In the Wheel C Realm, their Dantian transforms into a Wheel C, and their terrifying true essence far surpasses anything achievable by Celestial Man Realm warriors. So what? In front of Qin Yujie's freakish talent, Xie Xiangshang's power amounts to nothing. That's right. Our Ethereal Pavilion Master Qin Yujie is absolutely not going to lose. Just wait and see. The onlookers were divided into two camps. One was led by the Ethereal Pavilion and supported Qin Yujie, while the other was aligned with Tang Jinan's faction, believing that Qin Yujie was surely going to die. These two factions were at loggerheads, creating quite a lively scene. Very soon, Qin Yujie appeared in the dueling arena, followed closely by Lin Qining and others. Qin Yujie's arrival instantly quietened the entire dueling ground. At that moment, Xuanhuan was sitting cross-legged on the dueling field, meditating. The moment Qin Yujie arrived, he suddenly opened his eyes, shooting forth a confident gleam. Qin Yujie, I didn't expect you to actually dare come. Since you're here, it means you've accepted my life and death challenge, right? Said Xuanhuan with full confidence. That's natural. Your strength, in my eyes, is not even worth fearing. If you're seeking death, then I shall certainly fulfill your wish, replied Qin Yujie indifferently. Qin Yujie's bold statement caused an instant uproar in the dueling arena, especially among the members of the ethereal pavilion, whose faces brimmed with excitement. Qin Yujie truly rocks. I remember a phrase Qin Yujie once said. You do as you please, but I remain unbeatable. It's still vivid in my memory. That's right. Lord Qin has the ability to back up such statements. Like the proverb goes, a person walking on the road like jade, unmatched anywhere in the world, referring precisely to Lord Qin. I believe in Lord Qin. This time, Xuanhuan has become overconfident because of his Will See realm breakthrough. He thinks being there gives him license to act arrogantly. The sky within the Tianyuan Sect's inner sect is about to change. Qin Yujie's rise has become unstoppable. I see Qin Yujie as ignorant and overly arrogant. Xuanhuan's strength is beyond what we can even guess at. His heavy sword is incredibly terrifying. Amidst the crowd surrounding the dueling arena, discussions arose about both Qin Yujie and Xuanhuan. Some supported Qin Yujie, others Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie and shook his head contemptuously. Do you think defeating Zhu Lianggong gives you the freedom to act however you please? Zhu Lianggong has always been my underling, defeated countless times by me. My power is something you cannot even begin to imagine. Chapter 170, A Terrifying Sword. Oh, is that so? In my eyes, you're no different from Zhu Lianggong because both of you are nothing but wastes, Qin Yujie said indifferently. The true strength of Qin Yujie was perhaps only well known to Jiang Fanxian. Moreover, Qin Yujie's current strength had become much more powerful than before, with many more hidden skills. Even Jiang Fanxian was unclear about his full potential. Lin Qining and a few others didn't have any worries about Qin Yujie as they knew part of his capabilities. Not to mention anything else. Even the first technique of the Jade Dragon 9 styles that Qin Yujie casually displayed could slay Xuanhuan instantly. There was no need to discuss Qin Yujie's other hidden techniques. This time, the host for the life and death duel was Su Liang, the deputy director of the enforcement hall. Su Liang had always been one of Tang Jinan's men. Back when Qin Yujie was still an outer disciple, Su Liang had tried to bring Qin Yujie into the enforcement hall. One must understand that while entering the enforcement hall was easy, getting out was hard. Once caught by the hall, anyone would leave skinless if not dead. However, at that time, Jiang Fanxian stepped in and made Su Liang slink away. Qin Yujie never thought that he would meet Su Liang again today. Enough of your sharp tongue, Qin Yujie. Words mean nothing now. Come up here and sign the death pact. Xuanhuan coldly demanded. As you wish. I hope you don't regret it. With a flash, Qin Yujie appeared on the stage for the duel. After signing the life and death agreement, the duel officially began. Qin Yujie, the biggest mistake of your life was getting onto this death platform with me. Xuanhuan, enveloped by terrifying primal essence, laughed arrogantly as he stared at Qin Yujie. Is that so? I think the one who has made a wrong decision is you. If you hadn't challenged me to this battle, you wouldn't die today. Qin Yujie shook his head and responded. Qin Yujie, you might not know this, but why I managed to break through to the Will See realm is because someone helped me later on. Qin Yujie, you've offended the wrong person, and today no one can save you. Xuanhuan laughed triumphantly. I don't care who's behind you. Qin Yujie replied. Qin Yujie, keep being stubborn if you want. Don't you realize that the deputy chief of the enforcement hall, Mr. Su, is overseeing the test today? With him around, no one from outside will be able to rescue you. Xuanhuan said. I don't need anyone to rescue me. You've talked enough. Hurry up and make your move, or else once I attack, you won't even have the chance to fight back. Qin Yujie spoke with disdain. All right, since you want to die so badly, I'll oblige you. With that, a surge of terrifying primal energy emanated from Xuanhuan. The heavenly aura converged towards Xuanhuan fiercely, causing a storm of wind across the arena. Xuanhuan took out his heavy sword, dragging it with one hand. As he moved forward step by step, his aura grew stronger. The friction between the heavy sword and the ground emitted sparks continuously. What a terrifying aura. When did Xuanhuan become this strong? Exclaimed one warrior in the audience in shock. Yes, look at how the ground is dragged into a deep groove by that mighty sword. Heavy swords need no sharp edges. Pure simplicity requires no cleverness. Just this aura of Xuanhuan alone is already unbearable. A common sword colliding with a heavy sword is akin to an egg hitting a rock. In terms of sheer force, the heavy sword holds an absolute advantage. In the crowd watching, Shi Yun glared at Qin Yujie with utmost hatred, muttering coldly. Qin Yujie, you truly know not the limits of heaven and earth. You've crossed the wrong people, and today, you're bound to die. Shi Yun's master, Gao Yu, was also from Tang Jinan's camp, and since Qin Yujie had broken Tang Jibei's leg, there was an irreconcilable rift between them. Once Tang Jinan returned, Qin Yujie would undoubtedly face his frenzied vengeance. These were the pieces of information Gao Yu shared with Shi Yun after he became his disciple. Thus, in Shi Yun's view, Qin Yujie's death today was a foregone conclusion. What's more critical was that Qin Yujie's master Jiang Fanxian was not present in the sect today. Thus, no one would come to Qin Yujie's aid. On the viewing stand surrounding the arena, Gao Yu watched Qin Yujie with an insidious grin, certain that Qin Yuzhe wouldn't live through the day. In the center of the combat arena, CS Xiangshang slowly walked forward, single-handedly dragging a massive heavy sword, shocking everyone with his imposing aura. Unbeknownst to the crowd, CS Xiangshang was executing a method of accumulating momentum. As long as he completed 8 steps without interruption, his power would grow even greater, culminating in a devastating burst of power. Initially, CS Xiangshang hadn't wanted to unleash all his strength from the start, but the person behind him insisted that he should hit Qin Yuzhe with an overwhelming first strike, giving Qin Yuzhe no opportunity to react. CS Xiangshang didn't understand why the strong person behind him insisted on doing this. In his view, it was unnecessary to use full strength against Qin Yuzhe. However, he had no right nor dared to question this, and so could only obey. Qin Yuzhe watched as CS Xiangshang slowly advanced forward. He realized that this was a momentum-accumulating technique, as CS Xiangshang's aura grew stronger with every step. Yet Qin Yuzhe did not interrupt CS Xiangshang's pacing, because he thought there was simply no need. Qin Yuzhe died. After taking 8 steps forward, CS Xiangshang's power reached its peak. The Mount Tai Sword Technique, the third style, one sword shakes the heavens. From the very start, CS Xiangshang unleashed the strongest move of the Mount Tai Sword Technique. As soon as it began, the entire duel arena trembled violently with an immense sword chi that surged forth like Mount Tai crushing down onto Qin Yuzhe. This was CS Xiangshang's strongest strike, into which he channeled all of his primal essence. He was confident that under such overwhelming force, Qin Yuzhe would be utterly annihilated. The crowd watching nearby shivered in terror at the sight of this terrifying sword energy. This single strike was too powerful, it left everyone blank-minded. All they could do was stand there, mouths agape, frozen in shock. Is this sword too powerful? Can Qin Yuzhe withstand it? One inner disciple asked in disbelief. I don't think so. Qin Yuzhe is strong, but isn't CS Xiangshang just overpowering? Another replied. I think Qin Yuzhe underestimated the situation. Who would have thought that CS Xiangshang would unleash all his might from the very start? There's no way Qin Yuzhe can hold up against this. Chapter 171. Don't look down on the cutting board. That's not necessarily true. I believe our sect leader of the Ethereal Pavilion, Qin Yuzhe, will definitely win. I see Ethereal Pavilion as a joke. After today, it will probably become history. Heavy sword without edge, great skill without frills. CS Xiangshang's way of heavy sword is indeed powerful. This heavy sword, combined with Mount Tai sword technique, their combination power is far more than simply 1 + 1 = 2. CS Xiangshang just broke through to the first level of Wheel C realm, yet his strength is already terrifying. It seems his sword talent is quite good. Everyone around was shocked by CS Xiangshang's terrifying sword strike, except for those around Qin Yuzhe and the members of Ethereal Pavilion. The rest believed Qin Yuzhe would face many perils this time. Qin Yuzhe looked at this domineering sword and smirked slightly, then took out a cutting board from his space ring. Seeing Qin Yuzhe take out a cutting board, everyone immediately went blank, momentarily unresponsive. Is Qin Yuzhe crazy? He actually took out a cutting board, an inner sect disciple asked in surprise. What? My eyes aren't deceiving me. That truly is a cutting board. What is Qin Yuzhe doing? Does he know he is no match for CS Xiangshang and has started to give up? Haha, this is ridiculous. Qin Yuzhe took out a cutting board. I think he must have picked up the wrong weapon. The crowd was startled by Qin Yuzhe's actions. Even Lin Qinin and others were surprised, unsure why Qin Yuzhe had taken out a cutting board. Thoughts were slower than action. When people were talking heatedly, Qin Yuzhe infused true essence into the cutting board. In an instant, the cutting board before Qin Yuzhe grew larger, turning into something like a thick iron plate, covered in runes that flashed continuously, looking extraordinary. This cutting board of Qin Yuzhe was not ordinary, but rather a supreme-grade celestial artifact. Even if it were cut by a similarly ranked kitchen knife, it wouldn't leave any marks. Qin Yuzhe had impulsively decided to use the cutting board. Earlier, Qin Yuzhe obtained a set of top-tier celestial cooking utensils. In Qin Yuzhe's opinion, everything in the kitchen wasn't trivial. They could be used not only for cooking, but might also have unexpected effects in battle. With a loud boom, CS Xiangshang's terrifying sword energy collided instantly with the giant cutting board before Qin Yuzhe, producing vibrations akin to an earthquake. Despite the protective array surrounding the arena, the onlookers felt tremors and fear upon seeing this massive collision. Goodness! Qin Yuzhe actually defended against CS Xiangshang's attack with a cutting board. I feel like Qin Yuzhe is here to entertain. Goodness, it's the first time I've seen someone use a cutting board as a weapon. Could Qin Yuzhe possibly be a chef? This is absolutely unbelievable. This cutting board must be of extremely high grade if it can withstand such terrifying sword chi. So powerful a sword strike, yet Qin Yuzhe deflected it effortlessly. Am I dreaming? This is too extravagant. From what I see, this cutting board is made of a whole piece of Qin Lu spirit iron, which is an extremely valuable material ranked as celestial superior grade. A small fragment of it is considered an incredible fortune for forging swords, but Qin Yuzhe has used an entire block to create a cutting board. What? Is this a whole piece of Qin Lu spirit iron? Goodness, Qin Yuzhe really wastes resources. Poor limits my imagination. Just how wealthy are Qin Yuzhe's cultivation resources? Comparison makes me envious. We cannot compare ourselves with Qin Yuzhe, or we'll find out the jest is on us. We're frogs at the bottom of a well. Qin Yuzhe has treasures beyond counting. How can he lose? Sect leader shows valor. Under Qin Yuzhe's leadership, Ethereal Pavilion will surely become a top force in Lingtian Kingdom. Qin Yuzhe shows valor. Sect leader shows valor. This isn't possible. Not possible. Qin Yujie actually warded off such a mighty sword chi with a mere cutting board. Shi Yun, hidden among the crowd, couldn't help but exclaim with disbelief on his face. Even Gao Yu, sitting on the viewing platform, was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Yujie to possess a cutting board made from a huge piece of Qinglu spirit iron. Moreover, the complex runes covering its surface clearly indicated that it wasn't an ordinary item. On the dueling stage, Xie Xiangshang watched Qin Yujie with a shocked expression, realizing that his strongest strike had been blocked easily, making him doubt his own eyes. Impossible. This is impossible. How could you deflect such a mighty sword strike from me? Deep down, Xie Xiangshang already regretted challenging Qin Yujie. Since his strongest attack couldn't break Qin Yujie's defense, this duel would surely end in defeat for him. Nothing is impossible. Don't look down on my cutting board. It's more than enough to deal with you. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, use them now. Or once I get serious, you'll surely die. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Qin Yujie's words immediately left the crowd around him astonished. Wow. If Qin Yujie isn't even taking this seriously and he's already this powerful, how strong would he be if he did get serious? I think what Qin Yujie said makes sense. Did you know? Qin Yujie's strongest aspect is his terrifying sword way, and he hasn't even drawn his sword yet. Think about how fearsome Qin Yujie must truly be. If Xie Xiangshang doesn't have any other secret techniques or weapons, he's certainly dead today. Indeed, I never expected the situation to reverse so quickly. At first, I thought Qin Yujie was sure to lose. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. On the duel stage, at that moment, Xie Xiangshang's face showed a touch of madness after a short internal struggle. He took out a pill and swallowed it forcefully. An immediate surge in Xie Xiangshang's true essence could be seen. His aura grew much more terrifying than before. This pill was called the Savage Pill, given to Xie Xiangshang by his superior, allowing for a brief but significant increase in power. However, the consequences of using such a pill were severe. Although it boosted a warrior's strength temporarily, once its effects ended, his martial cultivation would be significantly impacted, perhaps even dropping from the 9th level of the celestial realm. Xie Xiangshang didn't originally want to take this pill, but had no choice since he wanted to live. Taking the pill gave him some chance to defeat Qin Yujie, otherwise, he'd definitely meet his demise. Qin Yujie, don't blame me for this. My strength has grown far greater than before. Now it's your turn to die. Xie Xiangshang exclaimed, somewhat crazed. Upon witnessing Xie Xiangshang's strength grow stronger than before, all of a sudden, the surrounding crowd trembled with fear. Chapter 172, defeat Xie Xiangshang with one punch. Goodness, that's a rampage pill. This pill can temporarily enhance a martial artist's strength, but after taking it, the martial artist's foundation will be severely damaged. Is Xie Xiangshang crazy? Xie Xiangshang has no other choice. You must understand, this is a fight to the death. If Xie Xiangshang doesn't take the rampage pill, he will surely die. But if he does take it, he might still have a chance. Yeah, compared to death, having one's martial arts foundation damaged is nothing. Once dead, you lose everything. The crowd around them burst into discussion. Xie Xiangshang now radiated an overwhelming aura. The true essence flowing through his body had become extremely terrifying. He shouted loudly towards the heavens, then raised both hands and swung a heavy sword toward Qin Yujie. The Taishan sword technique. The third form. A single sword shakes the sky. The surrounding essence energy surged violently in the air. Then a much stronger sword chi than before charged toward Qin Yujie. This wave of sword chi was as heavy as Mount Tai, vast and powerful. Just its frightening momentum caused ripples of shock among the onlookers' hearts. In the face of such powerful sword chi, Qin Yujie seemed exceptionally small. Even before the sword chi arrived, its forceful momentum blew his long hair, flying in the wind. Qin Yujie chuckled disdainfully, and a horrifying surge of true essence erupted from his body. Then Qin Yujie suddenly threw a punch at the sky. In the sky, essence gathered together, forming a colossal fist that looked like a giant fist of deities or demons, carrying an overwhelming power heading towards Xie Xiangshang's sword chi. The great Yin-Yang heaven-connecting fist. What Qin Yujie unleashed was a lower-grade, earth-level martial skill obtained not long ago. In just half a month, Qin Yujie had already brought this boxing technique to a perfect state. Damn it, Qin Yujie's fists are so terrifying. There's no way Xie Xiangshang can withstand this punch. Unbelievable. Not only does Qin Yujie possess monstrous talents in swordsmanship and music mastery, but his prowess in martial boxing techniques is equally fearsome. This single punch, grandiose and all-encompassing, is capable of breaking through any method of attack. It's truly the art of shattering 10,000 techniques in one strike. Technically speaking, the sword chi of a swordsman should be extremely potent, especially given Xie Xiangshang's heavy sword augmentation, making this blade chi seem unstoppable. Furthermore, Qin Yujie fought barehanded, which usually results in being at a disadvantage without a weapon. Yet I see that this punch by Qin Yujie exudes such formidable power that compared to it, Xie Xiangshang's blade chi is akin to a stream meeting the ocean. There's simply no comparison. Did you notice how naturally Qin Yujie delivered this punch? It feels effortlessly achieved, completely flawless. Qin Yujie must have perfected the great Yin-Yang heaven-connecting fist. Qin Yujie's martial potential is too horrifying. Who within the inner sect could possibly be his match? Even this random punch of Qin Yujie is incredibly terrifying. Moreover, I recall Qin Yujie possessing a more powerful finger technique called Breaking Heaven Point. If he used that today, wouldn't it be even scarier? You're mistaken. Qin Yujie's greatest strength lies in his swordsmanship. Remember his epic battle with Zhu Lianggong? That earth-shattering sword chi is still fresh in my mind. Indeed, Qin Yujie has now broken through to the 5th level of the celestial realm. His sword skills must have become even more terrifying. Truly unimaginable. It's chilling to think about. As the spectators were shocked and murmuring, there was a loud bang. The two tremendous forces collided instantly, splitting apart Xie Xiangshan's blade chi into fragments. Qin Yujie's residual punch continued its charge unimpeded, pressing forward towards Xie Xiangshang with crushing intensity, akin to the pressure of Mount Tai falling from above. Looking at this horrifying shadow of a punch, Xie Xiangshang felt a sense of fatal threat envelop him. His face was filled with sheer panic. He realized he could not withstand this terrifying punch by Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I surrender. Please, let me live. I don't want to die. Xie Xiangshang cried out in panic. Ignoring Xie Xiangshang's plea, Qin Yujie's punch struck Xie Xiangshang's chest. With another thunderous bang, Xie Xiangshang's body flew back like a broken sandbag, finally crashing against the defense formation of the life and death platform, where he came to a stop. Staring in shock at the life and death platform, everyone saw that there was a massive bloody hole in Xie Xiangshang's chest, causing an unsettling sight. Xie Xiangshang was dead, killed with one punch by Qin Yujie. Had Qin Yujie not withheld part of his power, Xie Xiangshang would have been reduced to minced meat by the blow. The surrounding crowd remained stunned for a long time, their eyes wide open and astonished as they stared at Qin Yujie. How mighty is Qin Yujie's power? Haha, I knew it. Our Piaomiao Pavilion core member Qin Yujie couldn't possibly lose. Qin Yujie rules. Piaomiao Pavilion rules. Damn it. I also wish to join Piaomiao Pavilion. I've heard that Qin Yujie personally sponsors a great deal of resources and techniques, even including Earth-grade techniques. Haha, I joined a long time ago. The benefits of Piaomiao Pavilion far surpass those of the inner sect disciples. Following Qin Yujie, even if we don't get to eat meat, at least we can drink the broth. Qin Yujie's power within the inner sect had now fully risen. With this rise, Piaomiao Pavilion had become the largest force among the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie looked at Xie Xiangshang, whose spirit and body had both perished, then took away his storage bag. Although there were plenty of resources inside Xie Xiangshang's storage bag, Qin Yujie didn't even give them a second glance. Qin Yujie glanced at Su Liexiong on the viewing platform acting as referee and said indifferently, Vice Director Su, the duel is over. Why haven't you disbanded the protective formation yet? At this moment, Su Liexiong was still in shock. He couldn't believe how fast Qin Yujie had grown. Even Xie Xiangshang at the first level of Will C realm wasn't a match for him. Even Su Liexiong himself only had a second-level cultivation in the Will C realm at present. Su Liexiong believed that it would probably take no more than some short time before Qin Yujie could easily defeat him. However, while today's display of Qin Yujie's strength astonished Su Liexiong, he still did not consider Qin Yujie his match. After all, a small realm difference between the first level and the second level of Will C realm translated into a vast disparity in actual strength. For instance, against Xie Xiangshang, Su Liexiong could kill him in one move too. In Su Liexiong's eyes, Qin Yujie simply couldn't be his rival. Su Liexiong gazed coldly at Qin Yujie with a chilling demeanor and declared, Qin Yujie, I've heard that you've recently acquired a Millennium Soul Nurturing Tree. Treasures that enhance spiritual power like these should be offered to the sect. Keep in mind that the sect doesn't find it easy to cultivate you inner sect disciples. If you are willing to offer the 1,000-year-old Soul Nurturing Tree and the 1,000-year-old Spirit Peach Tree to the sect, the deputy head promises to distribute a quarter of their fruits among the numerous inner sect disciples. What do you say? Chapter 173, Tian Feichen's Arrival. Upon hearing this, many inner disciples were stirred. The 1,000-year Soul Nurturing Tree was a top-tier cultivation resource they naturally coveted. Now that the deputy director of the enforcement hall, Su Livyong, had brought it up, everyone suddenly became more alert. In their eyes, Qin Yujie should contribute these cultivation resources to the sect, so everyone could cultivate and improve together. Su Livyong's move was extremely ruthless, binding Qin Yujie with the name of justice while winning over the inner disciples, core disciples, and elders of Tianyuan Sect. Since the inner disciples could receive 1/4 of the distribution, as core disciples and elders of Tianyuan Sect, they naturally would receive even more. Su Livyong wouldn't attack Qin Yujie without reason. After all, behind Su Livyong stood Tianyuan Sect's deputy sect leader Tian Feichen, who gave him the go-ahead today. With deputy sect leader Tian Feichen supporting him from behind, Su Livyong naturally had nothing to fear. After all, Tian Feichen wasn't just the second-in-command of Tianyuan Sect, but his strength had also reached the 8th level of Will C realm. With him backing him, Su Livyong believed Qin Yujie could only obediently hand over his treasures. The most important thing was that Qin Yujie's master Xuanhuan wasn't in Tianyuan Sect today because of a sect mission. As for sect leader Hong Yuchuan, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of Will C realm. He had been in seclusion recently, hoping to break through into the cave heaven realm within his lifetime. So he entrusted non-essential matters of the sect to Tian Feichen for handling. In short, in Tianyuan Sect now, almost everything was decided by Tian Feichen alone. And if Qin Yujie refused to hand over the 1,000-year Soul Nurturing Tree, Su Livyong would have an excuse to act against Qin Yujie. In Su Livyong's eyes, he rather hoped Qin Yujie rejected, allowing Su Livyong to directly take action. Qin Yujie looked at Su Livyong and smirked disdainfully. Why should my things be given to the sect? If everyone has to hand over their own opportunities, then why do we practice martial arts? You lust after my things, find another excuse. I won't fall for your high and mighty moral coercion. That's right. Why should our leaders' things be handed over to the sect? Su Livyong, you're too greedy. Xuanhuan said rudely. That request is too unreasonable. It completely overturns my understanding. In our Xuanhuan sect, there are no such shameless elders. Zhang Qiuling frowned and coldly replied. How could my master's things be something you covet? You, old man, truly have evil intentions. Huang Yu has said as well. Master Su, your request is simply meant to ruin Qin Yujie's martial path. If Qin Yujie donates his resources to the sect, what about his own cultivation? People like you don't deserve to be inner elder. Lin Qinyin said coldly. Indeed, Su Livyong's actions chilled the hearts of many. If a martial artist had an opportunity of fate, they should unconditionally offer it to the sect. This was practically no different from forceful theft. And on the martial path, who doesn't have their own opportunity? Take Shi Yun for example. He has his own fortune. If you asked him to donate his fortune to the sect, he certainly wouldn't agree. Among those present, aside from Qin Yujie's group and the people from Pyamiao Pavilion opposing Su Livyong's actions, others were merely bystanders. To them, gaining benefits meant taking Su Livyong's side. Deputy Director Su, this might not be proper, Elder Gu Baoxing said, frowning. Elder Gu greatly appreciated Qin Yujie, a genius in the way of the sword, even though Qin Yujie chose Master Jiang Fansuan over him, which couldn't stop Gu Baoxing from admiring Qin Yujie. This also showed that Elder Gu was a person of good character, and for this reason alone, Qin Yujie had to admit that Elder Gu Baoxiang was an esteemed inner-gate elder worth respecting. Su Livyong seemed to have expected this. He smiled faintly and replied indifferently. Elder Gu, this decision isn't mine as just a small-time deputy director of the enforcement hall. It's the intent of deputy sect leader Tian Feichen. Are you questioning the deputy sect leader? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was shocked. They hadn't expected deputy sect leader Tian Feichen to target Qin Yujie like this. This was clearly aimed at destroying Qin Yujie's martial path. It must be known that the treasures on Qin Yujie's body weren't limited to these, such as spatial rings, Panlong Cauldron, Qinglian Sword, for seasons sword technique, break sky point, etc. These were no secrets in Tianyuan Sect. If Qin Yujie compromised today, once started, it would continue indefinitely until Qin Yujie lost his value. Upon hearing this, Gu Baoxing was shocked. He said incredulously, how could deputy sect leader Tian do such a thing? Did Qin Yujie offend the deputy sect leader? Su Livyong smiled and said, this I don't know. Perhaps deputy sect leader Tian is just thinking for the sect, wanting to distribute these resources to everyone, so our overall strength can improve. I think it's improper for deputy sect leader Tian to act like this. I will go consult sect leader Hong. Gu Baoxing said, not comprehending. In general, when encountering a genius like Qin Yujie, sects would definitely list him as a key cultivation target, with resources heavily tilted towards him. Now, Tianyuan Sect wasn't just failing to Qingxie resources, they were also robbing disciples of their opportunities. Was this something a sect should do? Just as Gu Baoxing was about to set off, a massive presence suddenly descended from the sky, its power immense and overwhelming. Gu Baoxing trembled all over, feeling an oppressive and suffocating aura. Instantly, Gu Baoxing's body retreated several steps, and by now he was drenched in cold sweat. Elder Gu, sect leader Hong has already gone into seclusion for cultivation, so isn't it me who's in charge of Tianyuan Sect now? Are you questioning my decisions? A towering figure appeared swiftly from afar and landed gracefully on the viewing platform of the dueling arena. This person was none other than Tianyuan Sect's deputy sect leader, Tian Feichen, at the 8th level of We'll See realm. Deputy sect leader Tian has actually come. It seems Qin Yujie won't be lucky today. An inner disciple said, shocked. That's right, deputy sect leader Tian is too powerful, judging by his momentum. Qin Yujie will have no easy way out of this today. At We'll See realm 8th level, all it would take is just one finger for him to deal with Qin Yujie. If Qin Yujie were wise, he should quickly hand over these things to save his life. Chapter 174, Su Livyong steps forward. Today Qin Yujie's master, Jiang Fanxian, is not in the sect. I think Qin Yujie will meet more harm than good today. I guess handing over these things is just the deputy sect leader's excuse. Tian Feichen's real intention is to kill Qin Yujie. Brother, you should lower your voice. Do you want to die? If deputy sect leader Tian hears this, be careful or you might lose your life. The surrounding crowd saw Tian Feichen arriving, and they all knew that something significant was about to happen within the entire Tianyuan Sect today. It seemed likely that Qin Yujie would find it hard to escape his misfortune. Gu Baoxing looked at Tian Feichen and fell silent. With the deputy sect leader present, what could Gu Baoxing say? He wasn't a match for Tian Feichen anyway, and Tian Feichen held a higher position and greater strength. Even though Gu Baoxing was an inner gate elder, he had no right to question Tian Feichen. Upon seeing Tian Feichen's arrival, Su Livyong felt even more confident. Coldly snorting, he said, Qin Yujie, since you're unwilling to hand over the resources, then don't blame me if I act now. Qin Yujie responded coldly. If you have the guts, come take them. But let me warn you, don't waste your effort. You're no match for me. After hearing this from Qin Yujie, Su Livyong burst into laughter, saying, Qin Yujie, how arrogant of you. You should know that I've reached the second realm of Luanhai already. Don't think too much of yourself just because you defeated Xie Xiangshang. He's only at the first realm of Luanhai. I can kill him more easily than you did. This statement left everyone shocked. Although Su Livyong was merely the deputy head of the law enforcement hall, his strength was impressive. Among peers of the same cultivation level, he was considered one of the stronger individuals. Deputy Hall Master Su is going to move. Qin Yujie is in trouble. Yes, Deputy Hall Master Su has strong power. His specialty is the staff art. Rumor has it that he owns a weapon of the Earth grade lower category named Tianyuan Fumo Staff. The Tianyuan Fumo Staff, it is indeed an extraordinary weapon, allegedly weighing 63,000 jin. That's true. The weight of this stick alone surpasses the regular weapons. Qin Yujie will probably have a tough time facing Su Laiyong. And more importantly, Su Laiyong possesses a top-level upper-grade martial technique called the Insanity Staff Technique. It reportedly has 3 moves, each carrying immense destructive power. No matter how great Qin Yujie's sword skills are, when pitted against Su Laiyong, Qin may not last even a single round. It's not certain yet. Although Qin Yujie is at the 5th level of Tianren, he didn't use his full strength when facing Xuanhuan. Perhaps, Qin Yujie might win. Yes, I also believe Qin Yujie will win. After all, he is the young genius prodigy of sword arts, and the hall master of Piaomiao Pavilion. Among the surrounding crowds discussing heatedly about Su Laiyong and Qin Yujie, most thought Su Laiyong would win, with only a few thinking otherwise regarding Qin Yujie's chances. Standing on the dueling platform, the breeze caressed Qin Yujie's hair and attire, creating an aura as if a precious sword were drawn out of its scabbard. Qin Yujie didn't fear anyone in the Tianyuan Sect. Even against Hong Yuchuan at the 9th level of Luanhai, he wasn't afraid. So, naturally, he wouldn't fear someone at the 8th level of Luanhai like Tianfeichen. Should Tianfeichen dare to attack him, Qin Yujie wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. And after doing so, leaving the Tianyuan Sect wouldn't be a big deal. Su Laiyong, do you consider yourself strong? To my eyes, you're simply useless. If you wish to attack, go ahead, allowing me a brief look at your Insanity Staff Technique. Qin Yujie spoke calmly. Su Laiyong cast a glance at Qin Yujie and coldly remarked, Qin Yujie, I despise your haughty attitude most. Who do you think you are? Pretentiousness before me? Fine. Today I'll beat you until you kneel down begging for mercy. Having finished speaking, Su Laiyong unleashed his full momentum at the 2nd level of Luanhai. A surge of powerful primal energy erupted from his body, drawing wild quantities of spiritual essence into him from all directions. Insanity Staff Technique. First move, wild as madness. Shouting loudly, Su Laiyong swung his staff towards Qin Yujie. Symbols flickered violently along the Fumo staff. These symbols were 9 in total, with each adding weight to the Tianyuan Fumo staff. When all 9 combined, the staff bore unimaginable force. The Tianyuan Fumo staff truly lives up to its terrifying reputation. If Qin Yujie chooses to resist this strike directly, it's likely his body would be shattered into pieces. On the high podium, Gao Yuda chuckled as he commented. Gao Yuda possessed even greater cultivation and prowess compared to Su Laiyong. Naturally, his perspective couldn't compare with ordinary inner disciples, and he fully comprehended how fearsome Su Laiyong's strike actually was. The Insanity Staff Technique is originally a martial art that triumphs with force over skill. Even if the staff doesn't hit, just grazing lightly can be devastating for Qin Yujie. Truly, brushing it causes wounds, and touching it means death. Gu Baoqing also watched Qin Yujie anxiously, muttering to himself. Tianfeichen looked at Qin Yujie and revealed a faint sneer on his lips. With Su Laiyong making a move, he naturally understood that Qin Yujie was absolutely doomed today. Even if Su Laiyong somehow lost, Tianfeichen was confident that Qin Yujie would only have a 1 in 10 chance of survival with him around. This was a rare opportunity, and Tianfeichen was determined not to let Qin Yujie slip away. Qin Yujie die. At this moment, Su Laiyong appeared like a divine demon. A colossal golden stick shadow formed in the sky, filled with an overwhelming momentum and an oppressive, boundless killing intent. The giant staff descended upon Qin Yujie like a towering mountain, bringing down the weight of Mount Tai itself. In the face of this massive stick shadow, Qin Yujie's figure seemed minuscule and insignificant. What a tyrannical strike. Yeah, even among the 2nd realm of Luanhai practitioners, how many could withstand such a devastating blow from Su Laiyong? Su Laiyong, as the Deputy Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall, indeed possesses great power. It appears no practitioner of Luanhai level should ever be underestimated. Zhang Qiuling and others glanced at Su Laiyong, smirking with disdain. Only they knew the horrifying talent and combat prowess of Qin Yujie. Su Laiyong was nothing more than an overconfident insect trying to block a chariot, foolishly overestimating himself. On the life and death dueling platform, Qin Yujie observed the glowing runes on Su Laiyong's Fumo staff and gave out a disdainful laugh. Su Laiyong's Tianyuan Fumo staff was merely an Earth-grade lower category weapon. As far as Qin Yujie was concerned, each piece of his kitchenware set ranked as celestial upper-grade treasures, and their runes were much more intricate and superior to those on this staff. The Tianyuan Fumo staff, you value it so highly, yet it's a piece of trash. Even my frying pan surpasses your so-called staff in quality. Qin Yujie then casually took out a skillet from his spatial ring and stared at Su Laiyong indifferently. Chapter 175, The Wok Displays Its Might. When Qin Yujie calmly took out a wok, everyone around, including Zhang Qiuling and others, was completely caught off guard. In Zhang Qiuling's view, Qin Yujie only needed 1 strike with his sword to deal with Su Laiyong. She never expected that Qin Yujie not only possessed an incredible strength, but also had countless treasures at his disposal. Whoever encounters an enemy like Qin Yujie would be truly frustrated. Compared in power, martial arts skills, talent, or weaponry, Qin Yujie excels in everything. Su Laiyong is simply asking for death. His level of strength is nothing but arrogance before a master. Zhang Qiuling looked at Qin Yujie in astonishment and said lightly. Since the time Zhang Qiuling started staying by Qin Yujie's side, she has been in a state of constant surprise. During this period, Zhang Qiuling also learned a great deal about sword techniques. Qin Yujie had also passed on to her the 4-season sword technique along with top-tier elixirs, which she consumed daily like candy. Unconsciously, Zhang Qiuling's perspective and demeanor changed. Now, after witnessing a prodigy like Qin Yujie, other men no longer caught her eye. She had already become accustomed to her role as Qin Yujie's maid. She no longer worried about cultivation resources. All she had to do was focus on improving herself. Occasionally, she would seek advice from Qin Yujie about swordsmanship or bring him tea, and her path to cultivation went exceptionally smoothly. Sometimes Zhang Qiuling even thought it wouldn't be bad to continue being Qin Yujie's maid, especially since Qin Yujie treated her well, making no unreasonable demands on her. As Zhang Qiuling was reflecting and lost in thought, those around them were surprised to see Qin Yujie take out a plain black wok, starting a heated discussion. Are you kidding me? Is Qin Yujie's mind messed up? Faced with such a powerful attack, he takes out a cooking wok. I must be seeing things. Doesn't this look just like a normal wok? Qin Yujie might have been overconfident. Surely, this wok can't stop Su Liaoyong's terrifying attack. Qin Yujie, hurry and use your sword technique, or it'll be too late. That's true. Or maybe use the cutting board from earlier. Do you think this wok matches the cutting board? Could this wok be some remarkable treasure? It very well could. Although this wok looks pitch black, upon closer inspection, it's covered in complex runes. Obviously not an ordinary item. Qin Yujie owns too many extraordinary treasures. His woks used for cooking are unattainable for us mere mortals. If I'm not mistaken, this wok is made from a whole piece of celestial iron, which, by the way, is a top-tier material. A single block of it has an incalculable value. Holy cow, is that true? I've only read about celestial iron in books. Who would have thought Qin Yujie actually holds such a large piece? Even worse, Qin Yujie turns such a valuable piece of celestial iron into a wok. It's truly a waste of fine materials. Comparing people makes one furious. I'm starting to suspect that even Qin Yujie's bowls and dishes are treasures. I swear, I will join the Ethereal Sect. Qin Yujie is destined to become an unmatched powerhouse in Lingxian Kingdom. Action spoke louder than words. While the crowd chattered incessantly, Qin Yujie faced the massive attack ahead and swung his arm, placing the wok directly in front of him as a shield. Infusing spiritual energy into the wok, its intricate runes began to glow and flicker like circuits, rapidly spinning into motion. Suddenly, a colossal wok-shaped projection appeared in the sky, tightly encasing Qin Yujie inside it for protection. The powerful assault launched by Su Liaoyong collided violently against the giant wok shadow, causing a deafening rumble to shake the earth. Surprisingly though, the wok remained perfectly intact, while Su Liaoyong's attack vanished into thin air. Despite the overwhelming power behind Su Liaoyong's strike, it failed to break through the defense of Qin Yujie's wok. Satisfied, Qin Yujie gave his wok a brief glance. Like the chopping board, the wok could double as a defensive weapon. In addition to the wok and board, Qin Yujie also had another defensive artifact known as the Coiling Dragon Cauldron. However, compared to the wok and chopping board, the Coiling Dragon Cauldron, although classified as a superior earth-tier medicinal cauldron, was less effective when used purely for defense. Therefore, it was still better suited for refining elixirs. Upon seeing his formidable attack thwarted effortlessly by Qin Yujie's wok, Su Liaoyong felt stunned. He exclaimed incredulously, "You managed to block my attack using a wok made of celestial iron. Just how many treasures do you actually possess?" Qin Yujie said disdainfully, "This wok is nothing. I just use it to cook daily." Su Liaoyong, you're really useless if you can't even break through the defense of a small wok. What are you good for? The crowd around was still in shock, and so were Gao Yu and Tian Feichen on the podium. Tian Feichen's face darkened. The more treasures Qin Yujie possessed, the more he wanted to kill him because once Qin Yujie was dead, all his things would be his. Moreover, with these treasures and resources, Tian Feichen believed that he would absolutely be able to break through to the Dantian realm within his lifetime. Tian Feichen felt slightly excited inside. He calmed down and slowly watched the upcoming battle between the two. If Su Liaoyong could take care of Qin Yujie, Tian Feichen wouldn't have to lift a finger. Besides, Gao Yu was also there. If Su Liaoyong lost, having Gao Yu step in would be more than enough. At this thought, a sinister smile appeared on Tian Feichen's face, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. Gao Yu was also shocked at the moment. He never expected that Qin Yujie's treasures were endless, and each one was different. Qin Yujie's wok is so powerful. I wish I had such a pot, an inner disciple said enviously. To have such a pot is like gaining another life. I think Su Liaoyong won't even be able to break through Qin Yujie's defenses, another inner disciple added. Yes, and Qin Yujie also has a cutting board of the same great power. If he controls both items at the same time, how strong would the defense be? I swear, this is the first time I've seen someone fight with a wok and a cutting board. Qin Yujie really exceeds my expectations. Qin Yujie has too many ways to deal with enemies. Anyone who faces him as an enemy must feel utterly frustrated. The crowd around them couldn't stop discussing Su Liaoyong and Qin Yujie. Chapter 176, Crazy Demon Staff Techniques. Su Liaoyong, looking at Qin Yujie full of disdain, sneered. Qin Yujie, how dare you call me a waste? Don't think that being able to block one of my moves makes you great. The first move of my crazy demon staff techniques was merely the weakest one. The real show is just about to begin. When the crowd around heard this, they were all quite shocked. They couldn't imagine that an attack so powerful was actually the weakest move. They dared not imagine what Su Liryong's subsequent attacks would be like. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. I hope your strength isn't too weak, otherwise, you wouldn't do justice to your identity as Hall Deputy. If a Hall Deputy of the Enforcement Hall is defeated by me, a novice disciple who has just joined the Inner Sect, then you'll probably have your face lost in the Tianyuan Sect, said Qin Yujie nonchalantly. To be honest, Qin Yujie didn't take Su Liryong seriously at all. However, if Su Liryong insisted on courting death, Qin Yujie didn't mind killing him. From the combat against Su Liryong just now, it seemed he hadn't held back any punches. His eyes weren't filled with false intent either. Su Liryong's actions were undoubtedly influenced by Tian Feichen. That meant, one of the culprits behind Qin Yujie's targeted assassination was Tian Feichen. With a cold laugh, Su Liryong said, Qin Yujie, you're merely a 5th-level Tianren realm ant, yet you dare to provoke me. Truly overestimating yourself. Never mind, let me show you my true strength, and I hope you don't regret it later. The second move of my crazy demon staff technique is twice as strong as the first one. Your remarkable cooking pot must have consumed plenty of your essence earlier, right? Let me tell you, no matter how good something is, low personal strength won't allow you to fully unleash its true potential. Next, you will despair waiting for your death. Facing Su Liryong's overconfident arrogance, Qin Yujie gave an indifferent smirk. In fact, his own essence hadn't been consumed much. Even if there had been some loss, after such a while, his evergreen skill automatically restored his condition to normal. This showed the terrifying nature of the evergreen skill. Moreover, Qin Yujie also possessed top-grade elixirs to restore essence, various spirit wines and medicines, even supreme spirit stones. He was certainly not short of resources to restore his essence. Su Liryong dreaming of consuming Qin Yujie's essence within the body was nothing but a pipe dream. At this moment, the whole duel ground was quiet. Everyone clearly heard their conversation. Su Liryong's reasonable arguments did indeed cause some worries about Qin Yujie among the audience. Compared to the 5th-level Tianren realm warriors, the essence of the 2nd-level Luanhai realm warrior was indeed much more potent. To them, the longer this fight lasted, the less advantageous it would be for Qin Yujie. Naturally, the crowd couldn't perceive the frightening level of essence within Qin Yujie's body. If they were to compete in essence restoration, Qin Yujie would definitely not fear Su Liryong. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Qin Yujie's reaction, Su Liryong roared and released a momentum far more formidable than before. Crazy demon staff techniques. Second move, heaven-penetrating staff. As Su Liryong's terrifying essence surged throughout his body, the surrounding spiritual energy wildly vibrated. Just from the intensity, one could already conclude that the second move of the crazy demon staff techniques was about twice as powerful as the first one. Seeing the gigantic shadow of the staff hanging in the sky, everyone immediately felt intimidated. The shadow of this demon-subduing staff was even more formidable than the previous one. Not only was its power enhanced, but its momentum was unprecedentedly domineering. If the previous blow from Su Liryong was a pond, then this one was definitely a stream. Su Liryong is truly formidable. It's hard to say whether Qin Yujie can withstand this terrifying blow. I doubt it. Although Qin Yujie's cooking pot is remarkable, Su Liryong has already pointed out earlier that due to Qin Yujie's low cultivation level, he cannot bring out the full potential of the cooking pot. Plus, considering Qin Yujie's previous battle where he must have exhausted plenty of essence and stamina, combined with Su Liryong's current attack, which is doubly stronger than before, it appears Qin Yujie has run out of tricks. Who would have thought that Su Liryong would possess such a formidable martial skill? People should never judge others based solely on appearances. Yes, there are always people better and skies higher. Su Liryong deserves his title as the Hall Deputy of the Enforcement Hall. It's rumored that he once carried out a sect mission where he killed an injured 3rd-level Luanhai realm warrior. Although that 3rd-level Luanhai realm warrior was injured, Su Liryong could still kill him at a lower cultivation level of 2nd-level Luanhai realm, indicating he certainly possesses extraordinary abilities. Never imagined Su Liryong had such accomplishments. He is indeed no ordinary man. However, looking at Qin Yujie now, his complexion is still ruddy, showing no signs of having excessively consumed his essence. He should still possess sufficient strength to continue fighting. That's right. Look at Qin Yujie's expression, it's too calm. There are only two possibilities when this kind of expression appears. Which two possibilities? The first one is that he has been stunned by Su Liryong's powerful attack. The second one is that he is extremely confident in his own strength and doesn't even care about Su Liryong's attacks. Which one do you think Qin Yujie is? I think it's the first one. Qin Yujie just managed to block Su Liryong's attack earlier. This time, there's no way he can make it. I think it's the second one. You guys forget, Qin Yujie specializes in terrifying sword techniques. As long as Qin Yujie unleashes his dreadful sword technique, he will still win. How could my senior ever lose? Your perspectives are too narrow. From being a servant of the Tianyuan Sect, in such a short time, entering the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, which battle has Qin Yujie ever lost? Qin Yujie's talent isn't just a rarity in Lixianshan Kingdom. Even in the Tianyu Empire, he is exceptional. Xuanhuan looked down upon the people who were discussing and said arrogantly, Xuanhuan, stop boasting as if you've been to the Tianyu Empire. You know, the Tianyu Empire is 100 times bigger than Lixianshan Kingdom. There are countless martial geniuses there. I admit that Qin Yujie is extraordinary in Lixianshan Kingdom, but if placed in the Tianyu Empire, I swear, he would be just an ordinary person. You don't understand anything. Xuanhuan shook his head disdainfully at the warrior. The Tianyu Empire was indeed vast, controlling 100 small kingdoms like Lixianshan Kingdom. However, Xuanhuan believed that Qin Yujie's talent would allow him to quickly become famous and rise rapidly, even within the Tianyuan Empire. As the Tianyuan Empire was mentioned, a flash of hatred inadvertently crossed Xuanhuan's eyes, but it returned to normal in an instant. Xuanhuan had no idea at that moment that Qin Yujie had already mastered 2 kinds of sword intent. If he did know, he would definitely be shocked even more. Chapter 177, The Powerful Qin Yujie. As everyone was discussing, Qin Yujie looked at the towering stick shadow in front of him and disdainfully shook his head. Even if Qin Yujie used a walk, he could still block such an attack. However, Qin Yujie decided to change tactics. This demonstrated the gap between ordinary martial artists and Qin Yujie. Normal people would exhaust all efforts just to withstand such terrifying attacks, but Qin Yujie had countless options, and even using half-step chasing cicada might leave Su Liyong unable to reach him. Of course, during combat, Qin Yujie rarely used half-step chasing cicada because he thought it was simply unnecessary. Terror-inducing true essence surged within Qin Yujie, and then he took out a whip. It was the Jade Dragonbone Whip. This Jade Dragonbone Whip had already been gifted by Qin Yujie to Huang Youhe earlier, but knowing that Qin Yujie was about to duel today, she returned it to him. Qin Yujie didn't really need the Jade Dragonbone Whip, but he thought that if he could use the 9 techniques of the Jade Dragon during the battle, it would certainly help Huang Youhe's comprehension greatly. After all, practicing martial arts on your own and observing life-and-death combat were entirely different matters. Disciple, watch carefully. This is the true power of the 9 techniques of the Jade Dragon. After Qin Yujie said this to Huang Youhe, he channeled his internal true essence rapidly into the Jade Dragonbone Whip. Instantly, mysterious and intricate runes flashed across the whip. The 9 techniques of the Jade Dragon. The first technique, Jade Dragon emerging from the mountain. Holding the Jade Dragonbone Whip, with a gentle flick, a lifelike Jade Dragon appeared in the sky. Although not a real Jade Dragon, it was merely formed by true essence and spirit energy. Its ferocity and power were undeniable. The crowd, seeing Qin Yujie displaying such powerful whip techniques, felt tremors in their hearts. In their view, Qin Yujie's mastery over both sword and qin, a type of zither, techniques, as well as his boxing skills, was already bizarre enough, yet they never imagined that Qin Yujie could also wield whip techniques. After all, most martial artists could only be proficient in one style for it to indicate remarkable talent. After all, a person's talent and time were limited. Being adept in all areas was less advantageous than focusing on mastering one specific field. However, Qin Yujie's performance completely overturned their understanding. They had no idea where Qin Yujie's limits truly lay. This Qin Yujie is too monstrous. Who would have thought he also excels in whip techniques? I study whip techniques as well, and when I saw Qin Yujie's movements, the whip seemed naturally perfect. It's incredible. He has already perfected this whip technique. Holy crap, perfection realm. Is Qin Yujie some kind of demon? And look at his Jade Dragonbone Whip. The runes shining like that. It's clearly not something mundane. The Jade Dragonbone Whip. Could it be made from actual Jade Dragon bones? Heaven. According to books I've read, Jade Dragon bones are among the most crucial treasures on a Jade Dragon's body, concentrating all of its essences into a long bone, making it exceedingly valuable. Jade Dragon bones are ranked as lower-tier celestial class materials. We, in Lingxiang country, don't possess any such extraordinary treasures. Yet, Qin Yujie owns one and has extravagantly crafted it into a whip. So you mean Qin Yujie's Jade Dragonbone Whip is a weapon of the lower-tier celestial class? That's certain. And look at the way Qin Yujie performs the first move of the 9 techniques of the Jade Dragon. Jade Dragon emerging from the mountain. It's so powerful already. I feel this must be a higher-tier Earth-class martial art technique, perhaps even heavenly class. My goodness. Don't scare me like this. I can't handle it. Compared to Qin Yujie, we're all poor losers. In terms of talent, resources, weapons, and techniques, we can't match up. Brother, you missed one. Compare the women around him. Even if we try hard, none of us can come close to someone like Lin Qinyin or Zhang Qiuling, each of them possessing breathtaking beauty. I give up. If I reincarnate next life, please don't let me be born in the same era as Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie is simply the common enemy of all men in Lingxiang country. Look at these female disciples inside the sect. Their looks of admiration and shock. I think if Qin Yujie spoke up, many would likely offer themselves willingly. Heavens above, why are we treated so unfairly? A path paved with jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Only Qin Yujie in Lingxiang country deserves such words. Among the surrounding crowd, there was amazement, admiration, astonishment, envy, and jealousy toward Qin Yujie. During the chatter of the crowd, the two attacks collided with a resounding boom. Shockingly, Qin Yujie's attack showed no signs of weakening as it continued toward Su Liyong. Seeing the situation was dire, Su Liyong immediately took out a massive shield. This shield was a defensive weapon named the Abyssal Ice Shield. Su Liyong channeled his true essence into the Abyssal Ice Shield with abandon, and instantly the shield expanded. A pale blue shield-like shadow appeared in the sky. Haha. Qin Yujie, not only do you possess defensive treasures, I have one too. Su Liyong laughed loudly at Qin Yujie. Just as Su Liyong was laughing, the Jade Dragonbone Whip suddenly slammed against his Abyssal Ice Shield, causing an earth-shaking sound. In moments, cracks spread all over the Abyssal Ice Shield before it shattered into pieces. My Abyssal Ice Shield. Su Liyong felt a pang of sorrow. However, thanks to the brief respite from the Abyssal Ice Shield, Su Liang had already employed his agility skills to evade Qin Yuje's whip strike. Moreover, due to the protection of the Abyssal Ice Shield, the power of Qin Yuje's whip decreased somewhat, ceasing to pose a fatal threat to him. Of course, this was deliberately done by Qin Yuje. He had already reined in a significant portion of his strength. If he had killed Su Liang right away, there would be no way for him to demonstrate the Jade Dragonbone Whip technique to Huang Youhe later on. Su Liang looked at Qin Yuje with trepidation in his heart. If he hadn't decisively deployed the Abyssal Ice Shield, he surely would have been injured. One must know that getting hurt during combat could influence the subsequent fight. Minor injuries were typically manageable, but grievous wounds without medicinal pills for healing would severely disadvantage one in battle. The second encounter between Qin Yuje and Su Liang ended up being evenly matched once again. Huang Youhe attentively observed Qin Yuje's demonstration of the Jade Dragonbone Whip and gained many insights. Although she still didn't understand much of it, having these observations deeply imprinted in her memory, she believed that when she cultivated the 9 techniques of the Jade Dragon in the future, it would be significantly easier. Chapter 178, Su Liang's strongest attack. Master is indeed the master. He has long mastered the 9 Jade Dragon techniques completely. I must keep striving forward. With Master teaching me personally, and with all kinds of top-grade pills and resources, my cultivation speed will definitely be fast. Huang Youhe said excitedly. Huang Youhe was also a person who had stories hidden in her heart. She was eager to improve her strength, which actually had its reason. Huang Youhe looked admiringly at Qin Yuje, wishing deep inside that one day she could achieve his terrifying level of power. Qin Yuje, I never thought you were so strong. Apparently, I underestimated you before. But this is as far as you can go. Next, my third style of the Frenzied Devil Staff technique will be twice as powerful as the second one, and you definitely won't be able to withstand it. As Su Liang thought about the third style of the Frenzied Devil Staff technique, he felt more confident and his face grew calmer. Upon hearing this, those around him were shocked once again. Heavens! The third style of the Frenzied Devil Staff technique is even stronger than the second one? How is this possible? The Frenzied Devil Staff technique, if not mad, then demonic, it's indeed worthy of its name. I heard that the Frenzied Devil Staff technique needs to be used under conditions where emotions are like madness or demonic. Its power would grow much stronger then. Is this really true? Although Su Liang's Frenzied Devil Staff technique is very powerful, I believe that Qin Yuje will win eventually. The next part will be Su Liang's strongest attack. Up until now, their fight might have just been a warm-up. Those around started discussing in a buzz. From the spectator's stand, Gao Yu confidently said, "This Frenzied Devil Staff technique by Vice Director Su has an immeasurably powerful effect, especially the third style, which is absolutely capable of defeating Qin Yuje." Tianyuan slightly frowned. His vision was far sharper than Gao Yu's, naturally knowing how terrifying Qin Yuje's whip technique was. Tianyuan wasn't as optimistic as Gao Yu. He sent a private message to Gao Yu. "Senior Gao, if Su Liang fails, you step in. Remember, make sure the next strike is fatal. All consequences will be on me." Gao Yu felt slightly puzzled, since he believed that Qin Yuje wouldn't have many chances in the upcoming battle. However, he still quickly nodded in response. On the duel platform, thousands of eyes focused solely on the final confrontation between Qin Yuje and Su Liang. Qin Yuje looked at Su Liang calmly and said, "Su Liang, show all your abilities, otherwise, you'll miss your chance." Qin Yuje, don't be too arrogant. The third style of the Frenzied Devil Staff technique. I've never used it against anyone else. Today, I'll break the norm for you and let you witness the full extent of my terrifying abilities. After Su Liang finished speaking, his momentum became increasingly powerful. The terrifying essence within Su Liang's body kept flooding into the Devil Subduing Staff. The symbols on the Devil Subduing Staff flickered continuously, and at this moment, Su Liang had activated all the symbols on the Devil Subduing Staff. With a loud shout, Su Liang tightly gripped the Devil Subduing Staff and struck down with a monumental blow. Frenzied Devil Staff technique. Third style, Frenzied Devil Dance. In the sky appeared a massive ghost image of the Devil Subduing Staff. This ghost image resembled a giant pillar in the heavens, its width alone being as thick as a century-old tree. The aura of the Devil Subduing Staff image was magnificent and its force overwhelming. Not just a 5th-level celestial human realm martial artist, but even a normal second sea-wheel realm martial artist would struggle greatly to defend against such a powerful attack. The crowd watching were instantly astonished by Su Liang's exceedingly strong attack. The Frenzied Devil Staff technique is indeed incredibly powerful, especially the third style, Frenzied Devil Dance. This attack is simply shocking. This attack is so awe-inspiring that it made me feel spine-chilling fear. My heart nearly stopped because of the shock. I couldn't have imagined that Su Liang was so powerful. If it was me facing such a terrifying attack, I wouldn't even dare to make a move. Just the residual after-effects of this attack's aura are this powerful. Who knows how much pressure Qin Yuje has to endure on the death stage. The Frenzied Devil Staff technique truly isn't ordinary, either crazy or devilish. This ghost image of the Frenzied Devil is as thunderous as a 100,000-pound cannonball. This single blow will surely pulverize Qin Yuje. Qin Yuje is in danger. Facing such a powerful attack, even his pot and chopping board may prove useless. That's true. Although Qin Yuje's pot and chopping board are divine objects of the heavenly grade, Qin Yuje is only in the celestial human realm. The true essence within him isn't enough to sustain them against such a terrifying attack. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yuje's previous use of the 9 Jade Dragon techniques was outrageously strong, and he has already reached perfection in their practice. Once a martial art is practiced to its full potential, its power becomes extremely terrifying. Indeed, and Qin Yujie hasn't even deployed his strongest sword technique yet. He isn't putting in all his effort right now. It's uncertain who will win this match. As the onlookers watched Su Lieyong's formidable attack, they immediately began debating amongst themselves. Talk of delays happened quickly then. While everyone was discussing, Su Lieyong's powerful strike had instantly arrived before Qin Yujie. 9 Jade Dragon Techniques. Second move, Jade Dragon swallows the sky. Qin Yujie swung the Jade Dragon Bone whip he held. Compared to the intimidating aura from Su Lieyong, Qin Yujie's response appeared more relaxed and unhindered. It was evident that Qin Yujie's internal true essence rapidly flowed into the Jade Dragon Bone whip. Instantly, an array of strange and intricate runes appeared on the whip. These were ancient runes, incomparable to any ordinary ones used nowadays. Compared to the runes on the Devil Subduing Staff, the Jade Dragon Bone whip symbols were superior by countless levels. One was celestial, the other earthly, bearing no comparable relation whatsoever. With a flick of his hand, Qin Yujie caused the entire realm's spiritual energy to violently tremble. Then, a phantom image of a Jade Dragon emerged in the sky, conjured forth by the Jade Dragon Bone whip. The Jade Dragon Bone whip was extraordinary in itself, and paired with the 9 Jade Dragon techniques, their combined effect wasn't simply 1 + 1 = 2. It was significantly greater. Qin Yujie's 9 Jade Dragon techniques are incredibly powerful. This second move is even more terrifying than the first. Right, if Su Lieyong's previous attack was a small river, then Qin Yujie's attack is the sea. It shows how ignorant I was. I thought earlier that Su Lieyong's attack was impressive, but compared to Qin Yujie's current move, Su Lieyong's strike seems rather pitifully weak. There is no comparison when evaluating strength. I erred. I described Su Lieyong's attack as earth-shattering earlier, but now I can't find better words to describe Qin Yujie's current move. Exactly. Ignorance made us fools. It turns out our worries about Qin Yujie losing were utterly unfounded. Chapter 179. Su Lieyong is disabled. The surrounding crowd stared dumbfounded at Qin Yujie's terrifying attack. For a moment, their brains froze, unable to find words to describe such an amazing strike. As the crowd was discussing, on the life and death platform, the Jade Dragon Shadow let out a long roar to the sky. Then it opened its mouth wide and attacked Su Lieyong. Boom! The huge demon-subduing staff shadow and the Jade Dragon Shadow collided with each other instantly, creating a ground-shaking thunderous sound. If it weren't for the protective array around the dueling platform, the mere aftermath of this collision would have seriously injured the majority of people. As the crowd was shocked, Su Lieyong's demon-subduing staff shadow shattered like a broken watermelon, while Qin Yujie's attack continued without slowing down, instantly arriving in front of Su Lieyong. Seeing this terrifying attack, Su Lieyong's face showed fear. After hesitating slightly, he decisively took out a pill and swallowed it. Su Lieyong no longer had his mystical ice shield, knowing he couldn't possibly withstand Qin Yujie's attack, so he quickly swallowed the pill. This pill was an expensive healing saint medicine bought by Su Lieyong to save his life, named Water Nirvana Pill. For ordinary Wheel C realm martial artists, as long as they haven't suffered fatal injuries such as decapitation or heart damage, they generally could recover. Su Lieyong feared that he wouldn't get a chance to take the pill if Qin Yujie managed a sure kill blow on him. So to save his life, Su Lieyong could only resort to trying anything, treating a dead horse as if it might still live. Just after Su Lieyong swallowed the pill, a terrifying attack instantly struck him, sending his body flying like discarded trash until it finally stopped when it hit the protective array. Qin Yujie had already held back. Otherwise, the previous attack would absolutely have caused Su Lieyong to be completely annihilated into nothingness. Although Su Lieyong didn't die, the Wheel C within his body was already broken. Once the Wheel C of a Wheel C realm martial artist is broken, without any special opportunities, they are as good as useless, and their martial path is thoroughly cut off. What Qin Yujie did was simply more painful than killing Su Lieyong. The Water Nirvana Pill can repair common wounds, but it can do nothing about serious damage like a broken Wheel C. Qin Yujie, how cruel you are to disable Su Lieyong's Wheel C. Gao Yu was shocked as he watched Qin Yujie, somewhat frightened by his methods. Qin Yujie said indifferently, "Didn't you see? Deputy Palace Master Su just now used fatal moves. If I wasn't powerful enough, I'd be dead by now. To let him live is already giving him some leeway." Qin Yujie is not a soft-hearted person. On the martial path, mercy and weakness are the biggest taboos. Compassion towards an enemy means cruelty towards oneself. Were it not in the sect, Su Lieyong wouldn't even have survived. At this moment, Su Lieyong felt as though all hope was lost. Although he hadn't died, his Wheel C being broken meant all cultivation dissipated, severing his martial way. In a world where warriors were revered, he was now considered worthless. Even a disciple from the menial section of the Tianyuan Sect could kill Su Lieyong easily. The martial path was indeed cruel. One wrong move could mean total loss. Qin Yujie did not pity Su Lieyong. Instead, he regarded this situation as a lesson. Qin Yujie vowed to continuously grow stronger himself. Otherwise, one day, if he encountered a powerful enemy, and his strength wasn't strong enough, he too would end up in the same predicament as Su Lieyong. Deputy Sect Master Tian, Qin Yujie has committed an act of insubordination, ruining the cultivation of me, your enforcement hall deputy head. His intentions are evil. He should be executed on the spot, as a warning to others. Please, Deputy Sect Master Tian, take charge for me. Su Lieyong glared maliciously at Qin Yujie, speaking almost frenziedly. No one among the surrounding crowd could have predicted that things would develop this way. However, to them, Qin Yujie's actions were entirely justified. It was Su Liyong who demanded resources from Qin Yujie in vain and then attacked first due to his own high rank. Furthermore, Su Liyong did not hold back in his assault, starting off with his strongest Frenzy Demon Staff technique, not sparing Qin Yujie any room for survival. Thankfully, Qin Yujie was powerful, or else another warrior would have likely been smashed into pulp by Su Liyong's staff. Deputy Palace Master Su, what you're saying is quite amusing. By your logic, because you asked me for the Millennium Spirit Essence Tree and the Millennium Peach Spirit Tree, I should have willingly handed them over? Because I refused, you attacked me forcefully. Does that mean I shouldn't have fought back? Should I have waited passively to be killed? Qin Yujie said disdainfully. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Yujie and Su Liyong, beginning to murmur. That's right, Su Liyong deserved this for being greedy and violent. He who kills shall be killed by others. Qin Yujie already showed restraint. At least Su Liyong is still alive. Yeah, if it were me, I'd resist as well. But seriously, Qin Yujie's strength is incredibly powerful. Su Liyong was no match for Qin Yujie. However, Deputy Sect Master Tian won't let Qin Yujie off today. Su Liyong is under Deputy Sect Master Tian's protection. There's a saying, when beating a dog, consider its master. Yeah, it seems that Qin Yujie will still have more troubles than blessings today. Just as the crowd was talking animatedly, Tian Feichen spoke up. He snorted coldly, and a strong aura surged out of him. Immediately, the surrounding area became quiet. Qin Yujie, you committed insubordination with ill intentions. I declare that you shall be executed on the spot. Tian Feichen said with a smirk. How could Tian Feichen possibly pass up such a perfect excuse? He had always wanted to kill Qin Yujie, and now this was a good reason to do so. A single word from Tian Feichen shocked everyone, and they all knew Qin Yujie would find it impossible to escape this time. At this moment, Lin Qinin, Zhang Qiuling, Huang Youhe, Xuanhuan, as well as Li Kun and Meng Xiao, all flashed over in an instant and gathered beside Qin Yujie. They all picked up their weapons, getting ready for battle. Tian Feichen frowned. Lin Qinin, do you want to betray the sect? The Lin family, where Lin Qinin hailed from, was one of the three great families in Xuanhuan City. Tian Feichen still harbored some fear toward the Lin family, and he definitely wouldn't dare to attack Lin Qinin. Lin Qinin also knew that Tian Feichen wouldn't dare to make a move against her, so she stood firmly in front of Qin Yujie. Today, there was no way she'd allow Tian Feichen to hurt Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan also stepped in front of Qin Yujie. In his storage pouch, there was something that could force Tian Feichen to back down at a critical moment. But if he did this, his identity would be revealed, and he wouldn't be able to continue cultivating in the Tianyuan Sect. Even so, if Tian Feichen dared to attack, Xuanhuan didn't mind exposing himself. Chapter 180, Gao Yueta's appearance. Qin Yujie looked at the people surrounding him and felt a little moved. His body flickered, and in an instant, he stood in front of everyone, placing them behind him. You can rest assured, I can handle it. At this moment, Qin Yujie exuded unprecedented confidence. Even if he faced Tian Feichen, Qin Yujie didn't mind revealing some of his hidden cards and strength. Tian Feichen, looking down at Qin Yujie, said arrogantly, Qin Yujie, I'm not depriving you of your chance either. If you can defeat Elder Gao, then regarding Su Liyong's matter, I will let bygones be bygones. Of course, if you are killed by Elder Gao, no one else can be blamed. Qin Yujie nodded lightly and said, all right. Zhang Qiuling and others naturally knew that Qin Yujie had easily killed Xuanhuan, who was at the 5th level of the Wheel C realm not long ago, and now Qin Yujie's strength had become even more terrifying. It would naturally be effortless for him to deal with Gao Yueta at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan had naturally heard from Huang Youhe about that battle. They also knew of Qin Yujie's terrifying power. I hope Vice Sect Leader Tian keeps his word, otherwise, I'll have to meet Sect Leader Hong. I believe, with the influence of my Lin family, Sect Leader Hong will surely grant me an audience. After Lin Qinin finished speaking, she left the arena with everyone else. I naturally keep my promises. Tian Feichen nodded and promised. Upon hearing that Gao Yueta was going to fight Qin Yujie, everyone around thought Tian Feichen was excessively overbearing. After all, Gao Yueta had reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, while Qin Yujie's strength was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Person realm. The difference in their realms was too great. Do not underestimate the fact that Qin Yujie could easily defeat Su Liyong at the 2nd level of the Wheel C realm, but there is a vast difference between the 2nd and the 4th levels of the Wheel C realm. One could say it's as easy for Gao Yueta to kill Su Liyong as stepping on an ant. Many inner disciples were dissatisfied with Tian Feichen's attitude, but everyone dared to be angry but not speak. After all, as the deputy sect leader of Tianyuan Sect, Tian Feichen wielded too much power. An ordinary person wouldn't dare to oppose him. This time, Qin Yujie truly has more harm than good. That's right, Elder Gao has already reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. How could Qin Yujie be his match? Qin Yujie is truly a pity. His talent is so monstrous. If he were to grow up, he would definitely be a world-class strong man. Now these discussions are futile. Qin Yujie's master Jiang Fanxian isn't in the sect. Who can save him now? A generation of geniuses is going to fall like this. Truly regrettable. Most people did not see Qin Yujie in a favorable light. Even though Qin Yujie possessed monstrous swordplay talent, the realm gap always existed, and the public did not think Qin Yujie could stand against Gao Yueta. After all, Gao Yueta was a reputable elder disciple of the inner sect. He had cultivated for many years at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. His true energy was incredibly deep, incomparable to an average martial artist. Even more frighteningly, Gao Yueta excelled in knifecraft. His blade technique was terrifying, and among martial artists of the same level, Gao Yueta was also considered an outstanding figure. Qin Yujie, this time you're dead meat. Challenging my master. Haha, when you die, I'll get my spatial ring back. Shi Yan looked at Qin Yujie, feeling pleased inside. He seemed to already see the scene where Qin Yujie met his gruesome death under his master's hands. As everyone discussed, Gao Yueta lightly flickered and arrived on the dueling stage. As soon as Gao Yueta stepped onto the stage, a terrifying aura emanated from him. The fourth level of the Wheel C realm was completely unleashed. Gao Yueta stared at Qin Yujie and sneered. Qin Yujie, today you're done for. Let's see if your teacher Jiang Fanxian comes to save you. Qin Yujie glanced at Gao Yueta and disdainfully shook his head, saying, Elder Gao, I remember saying before that both you and your disciple Zhu Liangong are wastes. Is it because you're older that you've forgotten what I said before? The surrounding crowd gasped upon hearing Qin Yujie's words. Everyone was shocked by Qin Yujie's arrogant and domineering speech. Within the inner sect of the Tianyuan Sect, aside from Qin Yujie, almost no one dared to scold Elder Gao like that. Upon hearing this, Gao Yueta turned red with anger, shouting furiously. Qin Yujie, you're nothing but good with your mouth. Just wait until I tear it apart. Qin Yujie said calmly. You? Do you deserve that? I see that you miss your disciple so much. Why don't I do a good deed today and send you to reunite with your disciple Zhu Liangong? Qin Yujie's words again shocked everyone. They thought Qin Yujie had gone mad. Did he know he wouldn't survive the day, intentionally cursing Elder Gao just to indulge in verbal satisfaction? Qin Yujie has incredible courage. No matter the outcome, for this fearlessness, I must admire him. That's right. Look at Qin Yujie, his face doesn't change even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. He is truly extraordinary. I envy people like Qin Yujie who are so carefree. Even if Qin Yujie dies today, he will still be my idol. It's truly a pity that talent is envied by heaven. What a shame. What a shame. I think Qin Yujie has only himself to blame. How dare he offend Elder Gao? This is simply asking for death. Haha. Qin Yujie, you have come to this day as well. This is the consequence of offending Tang Jinan. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Yujie with expressions of regret and malice. Gao Yueta glared at Qin Yujie and said coldly. Qin Yujie, you killed my disciple Zhu Liangong. I haven't settled the account with you yet. Since this is the case, go down there and accompany him today. After finishing speaking, Gao Yueta took out his weapon, which was an inferior rank Earth-class weapon, the red peak-bone knife. Seeing Gao Yueta taking out this red peak-bone knife, the surrounding crowd all experienced a shock in their hearts. Just as Gao Yueta was raising his knife to display his martial arts skills, suddenly a voice came from afar. Wait a moment, Elder Gao, don't make a move. Although this voice wasn't loud, it carried a sense of dominance and coldness, as though a supreme power figure addressing mere ants. This tone was somewhat overbearing, yet full of confidence and authority. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Gao Yueta's face lit up with joy. He knew that person had finally returned. The sound seemed distant at first, but within moments, a figure appeared before everyone, accompanied by many others behind him, mostly inner disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Seeing the leading figure, everyone was startled both mentally and physically. After months of absence, they noticed the leading figure's aura had grown much stronger, so powerful that none dared to look directly into his eyes. Chapter 181. Tang Jinan's strong return. Who would have thought he'd return so quickly? Yes, it seems that the inner sect is about to change. There will be an exciting show coming up. His strength has become terrifyingly powerful. I can't even fathom his level. It seems he gained a great deal of fortune in the secret realm. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with chatter. They were all shocked by the imposing aura exuding from the leading figure. This leading person was none other than Tang Jinan, the #1 disciple of the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, whose power and talent were both extraordinary. Qin Yujie looked at this man, noticing him adorned in splendid clothing, his face filled with confidence and arrogance. At his waist hung a precious sword embedded with a jewel. Judging just by the complex patterns on the outside of the sheath, it was evident that this sword was no ordinary artifact. Tang Jinan gazed at Qin Yujie from afar and spoke condescendingly. Qin Yujie, I've heard it was you who broke my younger brother's legs? Qin Yujie appraised Tang Jinan. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. It was said that before entering the secret realm, he was only at the 9th level of the celestial human realm. Yet in this span of over half a year, he had already advanced to the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. Clearly, he had experienced monumental good fortune in the secret realm. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. Yes, it was me. You insignificant ant. How dare you break my brother's legs? Who gave you such audacity? Tang Jinan's presence surged with a powerful momentum, pressing down on Qin Yujie. I think the fool here is actually you. The 4th level of the Wheel C realm is nothing special to me. Qin Yujie sneered in response. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, everyone around was startled. In their eyes, Qin Yujie's remark sounded like grandstanding. After all, Qin Yujie was only at the 5th level of the celestial human realm, while Tang Jinan had already reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. Everyone could easily tell who was stronger between the two. Though Qin Yujie possessed prodigious talent and formidable strength, capable of defeating Xie Xiangshan with a single punch, if he faced Tang Jinan, everyone still believed that Qin Yujie would undoubtedly lose. Ho ho! Qin Yujie, you truly are ignorant. My power far surpasses your imagination. Killing you is as simple as killing an ant. Tang Jinan shook his head in disdain. Ignorant? I think it's you who lacks wisdom. Don't think being at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm gives you the right to boast in front of me. You might end up dying under my blade. Qin Yujie scoffed back. The inner sect disciples behind Tang Jinan burst out laughing loudly, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What does this Qin Yujie think he is? Brother Tang's strength has reached a level where others can only look up to him in awe. A mere celestial human realm martial artist daring to speak to Brother Tang like this? One disciple mocked disdainfully towards Qin Yujie. That's true. Brother Tang found immense fortune in the secret realm this time. Isn't Qin Yujie simply stupid for opposing Brother Tang now? Another disciple agreed. In my opinion, he's merely a clown making himself look both laughable and ignorant. The surrounding crowd jeered and ridiculed Qin Yujie without mercy. Tang Jinan savored the feeling of being high above, enjoying the center of attention. He glanced at Qin Yujie mockingly and said, "Haha, did you hear that? This ant dared say he would kill me with one strike. Truly beyond his reach. Looks like in these past 6 months away from the sect, the lowly ones have started to flaunt themselves recklessly. Qin Yujie, if you kneel down now and beg for mercy, I'll spare your life." Tang Jinan always keeps his word. Qin Yujie, staring at the haughty Tang Jinan, shook his head unconcernedly and retorted, "I believe you've got things backward. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I might spare your dog's life." "How dare you? Qin Yujie, are you calling me a dog? Get down on your knees immediately." Tang Jinan instantly flared up in anger. The imposing pressure from his aura once again intensified, suppressing Qin Yujie, trying to make him kneel right there. However, what kind of power did Qin Yujie possess? His true essence was unbelievably formidable, giving him no disadvantage against Tang Jinan. "I swear that I will personally kill you and beat you until you're on your knees begging for mercy." Tang Jinan continued looking down on Qin Yujie, as if he were already a dead man. "Really? I feel sorry for you. You have angered someone you should not have provoked. You're just as foolish and ignorant as your younger brother Tang Jibei." Qin Yujie replied confidently. Truly sharp-tongued. "If that's so, let's settle this at the life and death duel in 3 days. Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Qin Yujie replied casually. Hearing this, the surrounding people were greatly astonished. They couldn't believe that Qin Yujie had barely escaped Gao Yu's clutches and was now targeted by Tang Jinan. Tang Jinan's talent far surpassed Gao Yu's. Since Tang Jinan had reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, there was no doubt that Gao Yu, at the same level, could never be a match for Tang Jinan. Tang Jinan's strength greatly outclassed Gao Yu. They were not in the same league. In everyone's eyes, if Qin Yujie couldn't even defeat Gao Yu, then it went without saying that he certainly wouldn't stand a chance against Tang Jinan. Tang Jinan had just returned from the secret realm and still needed time to fully assimilate the resources and opportunities he had obtained. Moreover, he also had to find time to check on his younger brother Tang Jibei's injuries. He brought back quite a number of spirit medicines from the secret realm, and these might help Tang Jibei. That's why he agreed with Qin Yujie to have the life and death battle 3 days later. Tang Jinan and Tang Jibei shared a very close relationship. Now that Qin Yujie had broken Tang Jibei's legs, Tang Jinan naturally intended to personally kill Qin Yujie so as to ease his rage. At this moment, a towering figure appeared before the crowd. It was none other than Hong Yuchuan, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect. "Tang Jinan, congratulations on your triumphant return. This time, you've done a great service to our Tianyuan Sect. The trip into the secret realm has been an immense success for us." Hong Yuchuan said contentedly to Tang Jinan. "Sect master, this is what I should do," Tang Jinan replied indifferently. As soon as Hong Yuchuan arrived, he noticed Su Liang lying on the ground and Qin Yujie standing together with Gao Yu on the life and death platform. Furrowing his brows, he immediately asked, "What happened here?" At this point, Xuanhuan the Fat One jumped forward angrily and said, "Sect Master Hong, Vice Sect Master Tian forcibly demanded our leader Qin Yujie's cultivation resources. When our leader refused, he sent Su Liang to kill him. If it weren't for Qin Yujie's formidable strength, he would already be dead. What Vice Sect Master Tian did is simply disheartening." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Hong Yuchuan's brow furrowed deeply, and he fixed Tian Feiqing with a stern look. "Vice Sect Master Tian, is this true?" Hong Yuchuan's power had already reached the 9th level of the Wheel C realm. Although Tian Feiqing also possessed 8th level Wheel C realm strength, the gap between them was too vast. Hong Yuchuan could easily subdue Tian Feiqing in a single move. Tian Feiqing didn't bother defending himself at all. He sighed and said, "Master Hong, I've done this for the future of our sect, for you. I didn't expect that even Sect Master Hong would misunderstand me now. If that's how things are, then please relieve me of my position." The surrounding crowd was caught off guard by Tian Feiqing's sudden move, including Qin Yujie, who looked somewhat stunned at Tian Feiqing. In that moment, Qin Yujie had a fleeting thought. Life is like a play, depending entirely on acting skills, and as long as one performed convincingly, others wouldn't dare to disbelieve. Watching Tian Feiqing dramatically recounting his woes with apparent emotion, those unaware of the true situation might indeed be swayed by his words. And sure enough, upon hearing Tian Feiqing's explanation, Hong Yuchuan relaxed his posture, and his expression softened. "Explain yourself. How is this for the benefit of the sect? How is it for me?" Hong Yuchuan asked gently. Tian Feiqing let out a sigh before speaking with evident sentiment. "Sect Master Hong, it will soon be time for the 4 sects' annual confrontation. The reason I asked Qin Yujie for those resources was to enhance the power of our top 10 core disciples. Once their strength increases, they will have a better chance at the martial genius competition in the Tianyu dynasty. If they achieve good results, our sect will receive substantial rewards." Not only can Sect Master use this opportunity to break through to the Dantian realm, but also our sect's overall strength will see a significant improvement. None of the resources I asked for were for myself. For the sake of Sect Master and the overall interest of Tianyuan Sect, I am willing to play the bad guy. If doing so can increase the overall strength of Tianyuan Sect, then I'm willing. Hearing Tian Feiqing's seemingly righteous speech, the majority of the surrounding crowd felt surprised. Those who initially harbored grudges against Tian Feiqing forgave him now, and some even thought they had wrongly criticized Vice Sect Master Tian. After listening, Hong Yuchuan fell into deep thought. If Tian Feiqing was genuinely considering the sect and himself, then Hong Yuchuan couldn't blame him much for his actions. Vice Sect Master Tian, I understand your intentions, but even for the sake of the sect, you shouldn't have acted this way. Let this be the end of it, and don't let it happen again, Hong Yuchuan said calmly. I understand, Tian Feiqing nodded in reply. To be honest, if this were another lifetime, Qin Yujie believed Tian Feiqing's acting skills would absolutely win him an Oscar. This was the first time Qin Yujie had encountered someone with such thick skin. Speaking openly in front of everyone and turning lies into truths, Tian Feiqing managed to escape rebuke from even Sect Master Hong. Some disciples even thought his actions were justifiable. Qin Yujie took a good look at Tian Feiqing and couldn't help but give him full marks for the passionate performance he had just given. From the emotions, atmosphere, to the excuses, everything was seamless. His ability to sway people's hearts and twist the truth was truly frightening. Chapter 182, A Life and Death Battle 3 days later. Not only was Qin Yujie shocked, but Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, and others were also stunned by Tian Feiqing's ability to sway people. Shit, this guy's mouth is really powerful. It's my first time seeing someone like this. The fat man Xuanhuan was also perplexed, saying incredulously, yes, it's also my first time witnessing this. Truly eye-opening. Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. Just then, Hong Yuchuan said, Tang Jinan, earlier you said you would engage in a life and death duel with Qin Yujie 3 days from now. I think you should drop it. You're already at the 4th stage of the Wheel C realm. You should focus on your cultivation to prepare for the battle between the 4 sections. Qin Yujie has great talent, and if the two of you engage in a life or death fight, whoever dies will be a loss to the sect. Tang Jinan replied indifferently. Grandmaster Hong, I have made my decision. There's no need for you to persuade me any longer. Tang Jinan had no idea that at some point 3 days later, he would deeply regret not listening to Grandmaster Hong, or else his martial path wouldn't have been cut short just as it was rising. Hong Yuchuan turned and said to Qin Yujie, Qin Yujie, since you've agreed to the life and death battle, I believe you've thought about it. If you feel regret now, I can pretend you didn't say anything, so that you don't have regrets 3 days later when it'll be too late. Qin Yujie shook his head, calm and composed, saying, I Qin Yujie value promises above all. Since I've agreed to this life and death duel, there's no way I'll go back on my word. I appreciate your kindness, Grandmaster Hong. Fine, if that's how it is, 3 days from now, I'll preside over your life and death battle. Hong Yuchuan knew that every genius has their own temperament and pride, so he stopped trying to dissuade them. After all, due to Tang Jibei's relationship, the hatred between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan had reached an irreconcilable level. With that, today's matters came to a conclusion. Qin Yujie led everyone away from the life and death platform, and the news of the life and death battle between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan spread throughout the Tianyuan Sect, drawing the attention of everyone within the sect. This battle was sure to be a shocking one, because both Tang Jinan and Qin Yujie were considered prodigious martial geniuses with extraordinary talents. Qin Yujie led everyone back to his courtyard. His hand flashed with a subtle technique, instantly deactivating the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation at the entrance of the estate. Whenever Qin Yujie wasn't around, he naturally needed to activate the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, otherwise, someone might take advantage of the absence, causing significant losses. There were many valuable items inside Qin Yujie's personal estate, tempting enough for others to covet. Apprentice, here is your Jade Dragonbone Whip back. Remember to practice diligently. One day, you will achieve power equal to mine. Qin Yujie handed back the Jade Dragonbone Whip to Huang Youha. Thank you, master. You were truly amazing today. Huang Youha looked at Qin Yujie with admiration in her eyes. Huang Youha knew that Qin Yujie's strength lay far beyond his whip techniques, combined with his possession of numerous treasures. Thus, even without the Jade Dragonbone Whip, it wouldn't affect his capabilities significantly. Huang Youha gratefully accepted it back. Moreover, the observation today profoundly inspired Huang Youha. She believed that continuing to practice the 9 forms of the Jade Dragon would bring remarkable progress. Qin Yujie, are you confident about the life and death battle 3 days from now? Lin Qining asked indifferently. Naturally, there's no need for you to worry. Since we have rare leisure time today, let me cook a few dishes for you. Oh, by the way, I am a grade D spirit chef, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Qin Yujie didn't know, but these words struck those nearby like a thunderclap, leaving them temporarily stunned. What? You're actually a grade D spirit chef? Lin Qining exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that being a spirit chef wasn't an ordinary profession. Their status was on par with alchemists, widely admired. After all, through the dishes prepared by a spirit chef, not only does it taste delicious, but it is also highly beneficial to cultivation. Most martial artists desire either a spirit chef or an alchemist as a friend. Qin Yujie fulfilled both needs, making him the type of man other women might vie to snatch away. Zhang Qiuling was equally astonished into silence. She never imagined that Qin Yujie was not only a rank Xian alchemist, but also a grade D spirit chef. Regarding spirit chefs, Zhang Qiuling only ever heard rumors that they existed solely within the Tianyuan dynasty. Places like Lingtian country rarely see them. Moreover, only the top-tier experts or noble families in the Tianyuan dynasty could afford a spirit chef. In a place like Lingtian country, ordinary folks couldn't possibly hire such an expert. Now, Qin Yujie was actually saying that he was a spirit chef, and even a D-grade spirit chef. Lin Qining and Zhang Qiuling glanced at each other. Their minds were completely blank. What was most important was that Qin Yujie was so young, and they guessed that in the Tianyuan dynasty, it would be hard to find such a young D-grade spirit chef. Huang Youhe had naturally heard about the legends of spirit chefs, and she too was shocked for a moment. She had been astonished countless times by Qin Yujie, and she swore that as long as she followed him, she'd be amazed every few days. Someone with a weak heart would surely be scared to death from these shocks every few days. Master, you're actually a D-grade spirit chef. What good deed did I do in my previous life to deserve encountering such a powerful master in this one? Master, I'm drooling already. Please hurry up and start preparing your delicious dishes. Huang Youhe swallowed her saliva, excitedly said. Xuanhuan, the fat man, was also startled by Qin Yujie. He naturally knew that there were indeed spirit chefs in the Tianyuan dynasty, but their ages were usually older. A young D-grade spirit chef like Qin Yujie simply did not exist in the Tianyuan dynasty. Brother, you're too amazing. Even if you drive me away today, I won't leave. I must taste the exquisite meals cooked by brother. Xuanhuan sat down on a stone chair, his face full of excitement. As for Li Kun and Meng Xiao, they too were stunned into becoming statues by Qin Yujie's single sentence. They swore that the best decision they made in their lives was to follow Qin Yujie. Otherwise, how could they possibly have had such a good chance in treatment? Qin Yujie smiled faintly and said, all right, all of you will get a share today. Sit down everyone. I'll cook a few dishes for you. But remember, this opportunity doesn't come often. Qin Yujie was in a good mood today, and being newly appointed as a spirit chef, his hands itched, so he prepared to show off his skills to everyone. And since everyone present was close to him, Qin Yujie was happy to serve them some delicious food. Chapter 183. I am a spiritual chef. Qin Yujie took out some spirit rice from his space ring, causing the few people around him to once again look astonished. Wow, boss, how many good things have you been hiding? You even have spirit rice. Xuanhuan excitedly stood up and exclaimed in unparalleled admiration. It was well known that there was no such precious thing as spirit rice in Lingxiao Kingdom. Even among the 4 great sects, the 3 major families, and the royal family of Lingxiao Kingdom, no one could eat this kind of spirit rice. Moreover, Qin Yujie's spirit rice was not simple. Each grain was full, crystal clear, and emanated a spiritual energy that refreshed the heart and lungs just by breathing it in. This is not ordinary spirit rice. It's superior Xian-level spirit rice. You guys are blessed today, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Lin Qining and Zhang Qiuling were also shocked by Qin Yujie's grand display. To be honest, neither Lin Qining nor Zhang Qiuling had tasted this superior Xian-level spirit rice before, so they were quite eager to try it now. Qin Yujie then took out an iron pot from his space ring, putting the spirit rice into it. He fetched some spirit spring water and placed the pot on an iron rack. As Qin Yujie shot a flame under the pot with his finger, a rich, overflowing fragrance of rice soon emerged. Next, Qin Yujie took out 2 eggs from his space ring. The eggs appeared blue with complex patterns on them, clearly not ordinary spiritual materials. These were also spiritual eggs, laid by the famous 5-colored spirit chickens. What? Are these eggs from 5-colored spirit chickens? Holy cow, boss, you've really gone all out this time. Xuanhuan said excitedly. 5-colored spirit chicken eggs? Goodness, I've never seen a 5-colored spirit chicken in my life. Its eggs must taste amazing. Huang Youhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as drool began to appear at the corner of her mouth. Lin Qining and Zhang Qiuling exchanged glances, having been numbed by shock. Qin Yujie then brought out a round, red spiritual vegetable. This vegetable was called fire essence tomato. After inspecting it carefully, Qin Yujie realized it was essentially the tomato he remembered from his previous life. Pairing the fire essence tomato with the 5-colored spirit eggs would not only produce delicious flavors, but also perfectly release the medicinal properties of the 2 spiritual ingredients. Qin Yujie thought that since there were so many people present today, there should be at least 5 dishes prepared. With 1 dish accounted for, there were still 4 more to go. He then took out a green-skin jade spirit bamboo shoot, which was a heaven-stage spiritual material. It could be used as medicine or as a food item. Boss, please introduce this bamboo shoot to us. I couldn't recognize what it was. Xuanhuan asked. This is a green-skin spirit jade bamboo shoot, a heaven-stage spiritual material. Its crisp and fresh taste is something most people can never enjoy. The key point is, it can enhance a warrior's martial arts talent. Long-term consumption would bring great benefits to martial cultivation. Qin Yujie explained in detail. After finishing his explanation, Qin Yujie noticed the entire courtyard had fallen silent. Turning back, he saw that those around him were left speechless and wide-eyed in astonishment after hearing Qin Yujie's words, including Lin Qining, who had been amazed by the seemingly endless flow of rare ingredients Qin Yujie pulled out. Following this, Qin Yujie took out a Bifei purple thunder melon. The skin of this melon was dark purple, translucent, and about the size of a cucumber from his previous life. This Bifei purple thunder melon possessed special qualities. It was rumored to strengthen a warrior's physical strength and improve their constitution and blood qi. Such top-tier ingredients were generally unavailable to commoners, and even if someone had access to such spiritual ingredients, without the cooking skills of a spirit chef, their true effectiveness could never be achieved. Then, Qin Yujie took out a piece of meat. This wasn't ordinary meat, but rather the hind leg meat of a mystic horned black pig, characterized by its firm and elastic texture, clearly exceptional. Qin Yujie had acquired much of the mystic horned black pig meat through his sign-in rewards and held significant quantities of other beast meats as well. The quality of system-generated products far surpassed ordinary goods. Qin Yujie estimated that he wouldn't have to worry about sustenance for a long time. Actually, for many warriors, they usually took bigudan to sustain themselves and did not need to consume food since regular food provided no benefit to cultivation. However, meals prepared by a spirit chef were vastly different. Not only did they aid cultivation significantly, but they also tasted fantastic. Finally, Qin Yujie took out a bundle of ice, sea purple seaweed, and Enyang small silver fish. Combining these two ingredients would yield a Enyang silver fish soup. Such ingredients were rare finds and definitely unavailable in Lingxiao Kingdom. Though these were merely upper Xian-level spiritual ingredients, both grew deep in the ocean, more than 100,000 meters below sea level. Only powerful warriors could obtain such rare ingredients. Half an hour later, the rice was ready, and the smell of the spirit rice immediately made everyone's stomachs growl hungrily. Lin Qining and Zhang Qiuling both blushed instantly. After all, they were usually high-ranking goddesses, and this embarrassing situation was something they had never encountered before. Qin Yujie smiled faintly. It must be said, Lin Qining looked quite charming in this state. All right, the dishes are all done. You can start eating. Qin Yujie had already prepared 5 dishes. He looked at their eager expressions and chuckled. Wow, this rice is so fragrant and delicious. This is the best tasting rice I've ever eaten. More shockingly, after one mouthful, my inner spiritual energy has surged abundantly, and the internal injuries I had are gone now. One bowl of this rice matches several months of hard cultivation. Xuanhuan said excitedly. This Enyang silver fish soup tastes amazing too. Not only does it taste fresh, but its efficacy is also extraordinary. Just one sip, and I feel that my true essence became much denser. Huang Youha also exclaimed in surprise. As for this mystic horn black pork, its flavor is truly irresistible. Just a single bite loosened the bottleneck of my first stage Wheel C realm cultivation. Holy cow, we will soon break through to the second stage of the Wheel C realm. Zhang Qiuling said, shocked. Even Lin Qining, who usually showed little interest in food and was completely obsessed with music, couldn't stop praising these exquisite dishes. After another hour, everyone still felt unsatisfied. All the food on the table had been eaten clean. They all thought today they had eaten until they were extremely full. They had never tasted such delicious food in their lives, and having had it today was indeed a great fortune. So full. I ate too much. Lin Qining blushed, saying somewhat awkwardly to Qin Yujie. Chapter 184, Advancing in Rank. Lin Qining rarely lost her composure like this, and she didn't expect to overeat today either. This was enough to show how delicious the dishes cooked by Qin Yujie were today. Apart from Lin Qining, the others also ate until they were full. They had never discovered before that food could be so delectable. Qin Yujie looked at the empty plates on the table and stared blankly. He didn't expect that as a grade D Earth Spirit chef, he could cook such tasty dishes. After eating their fill, everyone began cultivating because the ingredients provided by Qin Yujie were all of high grade, and through his cooking, the medicinal efficacy and spirit energy combined even better. Every dish and bowl of rice prepared by Qin Yujie were priceless. Such good things could not be found in Lingxiao country. After the meal, the true essence and spiritual energy inside each person had become terrifyingly potent. If they didn't cultivate in time, these powerful energies might harm their bodies instead. The best way was to refine and convert them into their own strength in time. Qin Yujie sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating Chongqing skill and true soul decision. Neither of these two techniques were ordinary, one for cultivating true essence, and another for cultivating the soul, complementary without any conflict. At this moment, Lin Qining sat cross-legged beside Qin Yujie. A surge of formidable momentum emerged from her body. The celestial qi of heaven and earth flowed into Lin Qining's body like ambrosia poured onto her head, followed by an array of popping sounds as Lin Qining smoothly advanced to the 3rd rank of the celestial man realm. Of course, it wasn't finished there. After an hour, Lin Qining's aura grew stronger once again, successfully advancing to the 4th rank of the celestial man realm. In just 2 hours, Lin Qining consecutively broke through 2 levels. If other martial artists knew about this speed of breakthrough, they would undoubtedly be shocked. Apart from Lin Qining, the rest also made great progress. Fatso Zhongnanhua also consecutively advanced 2 levels, reaching the 3rd rank of the celestial man realm. Huang Youha, with a relatively lower realm, reaped more benefits compared to the rest here. She directly advanced 6 levels from the 9th rank of the Gathering Veins realm to the 5th rank of the Returning Qi realm. This was the benefit of top-tier cultivation resources. Although Huang Youha advanced 6 ranks successively, her foundation was solid, and there was no instability, no forcing growth prematurely. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also gained great progress. Both consecutively advanced 2 levels, reaching the 6th rank of the celestial man realm. At this moment, Zhang Qiuling was still in deep meditation. In this period, Zhang Qiuling had consumed quite a few top-grade pills, and together with today's meal, it was sufficient for her to advance to the 2nd rank of the Wheel C realm. However, breaking through the Wheel C realm was much more difficult than the celestial man realm. Hence, Zhang Qiuling needed more time than others. Half an hour later, Zhang Qiuling's aura became increasingly powerful. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Zhang Qiuling's body, and when she opened her eyes, A glimmer of joy showed on her face, revealing that she had advanced to the second rank of the Wheel C realm, and it wouldn't take long for her to break through to the third rank. You have all woken up. You need to stabilize your realms during this period, and during the next while, it is best if you don't keep breaking through continuously. Consolidate your realm first. Only then can you advance further. Qin Yujie said to everyone. All right, Lin Qinin nodded in agreement. Unconsciously, Lin Qinin had grown closer to Qin Yujie, possibly due to the emotion test during the inner gate trial, where Lin Qinin realized that her heart harbored feelings for Qin Yujie. Otherwise, Qin Yujie wouldn't have appeared in her test without cause, almost causing her to fail the emotion test. Yes, leader, please cook for us next time. I'll leave first now. I don't want to disturb your subsequent activities. Fatso Xuanhuan laughed, gave a wink, and left the courtyard, returning to his nearby cave dwelling. What subsequent activities? What kind of activities? Zhang Qiuling innocently asked. Qin Yujie watched the departing silhouette of the fat man, feeling exasperated. Honestly, this fat guy deserved a good punch. Qin Yujie naturally understood what the fat man meant by subsequent activities. If in the previous life, Fatso Xuanhuan was absolutely a master at making innuendos, the subsequent activities naturally refer to guiding you all in cultivation. Qin Yujie explained to Zhang Qiuling. My lord, we should go back as well. There are many tasks awaiting us at Piamiao Pavilion. Li Kun and Meng Xiao also said. All right, if there's any problem, send me a message. Qin Yujie nodded and replied. At this moment, only Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin, Zhang Qiuling, and Huang Youhe remained in the courtyard. Today, everyone was in a good mood because they had broken through to higher cultivation levels. Moreover, the delicious food cooked by Qin Yujie was indeed top-notch. For the group today, having a meal was practically an indulgence. Qin Yujie naturally gained something as well today. He advanced to the 6th rank of the Celestial Man realm. However, compared to others, half of his absorbed spirit energy went into the Immortal Slayer's sword and the Qi-Qing flame to temper his body. Thus, the resources required for Qin Yujie to break through a level were far beyond what others could imagine. Of course, after breaking through a realm, Qin Yujie's power also increased terrifyingly. Just like moving from the 5th rank of the Celestial Man realm to the 6th rank, Qin Yujie's overall strength increased more than doubled. After all, Qin Yujie's original power was already extremely frightening. Doubling it meant an astronomical enhancement. Qiu Ling, as my maid, shouldn't you fulfill your duties now? Qin Yujie said indifferently. What do you want me to do? Zhang Qiuling's heart fluttered with excitement. Her heartbeat accelerated significantly, and her face slightly flushed red. Qin Yujie smiled and then replied. I just want you to give me a massage. Don't jump to conclusions. Zhang Qiuling gave Qin Yujie an exasperated glance, thinking inwardly. If you wanted a massage, just say so. Why complicate things? It's not like I haven't massaged you before. All right, Qin Lord. Zhang Qiuling readily agreed. After this period of interaction, Zhang Qiuling had developed some feelings for Qin Yujie, even admiration and reverence. How could she refuse such a simple request from him? Teacher, let me dance for you. Huang Youhe volunteered enthusiastically. In that case, I'll play a tune on my guqin. Qin Yujie, you can guide me, Lin Qinin added. Excellent. I'm sure Qinin's guqin skills have become even more formidable. I'm ready to lend an ear. Qin Yujie laughed. Qin Yujie lay back in the rattan chair, enjoying Zhang Qiuling's soothing massage, admiring Huang Youhe's graceful dancing, and listening to Lin Qinin's enchanting music. At this moment, Qin Yujie felt an immense sense of comfort and contentment. Chapter 185, Jiang Fanchuan's Return. The next day, Qin Yujie woke up early because he was startled awake by a sound transmission talisman in the spatial ring. Qin Yujie took out the sound transmission talisman and heard a voice as the runes flashed. It was Jiang Fanchuan's voice. Disciple, your master has returned. Come quickly. Qin Yujie hadn't seen Jiang Fanxian for some time, and truth be told, he did miss her. In a flash, Qin Yujie flew towards Jiang Fanchuan's peak. Among the inner sect disciples, only those ranked in the top 20 had their own mountain peaks, and naturally, the 4 inner sect elders each owned a mountain peak. Moreover, the spiritual energy at the peaks of the 4 inner sect elders was far more concentrated than that of the inner sect disciples' peaks. Jiang Fanchuan's peak was named Shihai Peak. Standing on Shihai Peak, one could see the sunset like an ocean of clouds, hence its name. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie arrived at Shihai Peak. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Indeed, the benefits for inner sect elders are much better than ours. Qin Yujie said lightly, breathing in the fresh air and sensing the surrounding spiritual energy. Not long after, Qin Yujie arrived at the summit where Jiang Fanchuan's cave residence stood. Master, I've come, Qin Yujie said. Enter, came Jiang Fanchuan's voice from inside the cave. Qin Yujie entered and saw that the cave was quite simple. Apart from a stone table, a stone stool, and a stone bed, there was nothing else inside. At this moment, Jiang Fanxian sat cross-legged on the bed, her complexion slightly pale, as if she had been injured badly. Master, what happened? Qin Yujie knew Jiang Fanchuan's strength. Usually, even someone at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm wasn't her match. In Lingxianshan, who could have injured her? A former enemy followed me all the way here. Although I managed to kill her by chance, I am gravely wounded and probably won't live more than a few days. Jiang Fanxian sighed, speaking lightly. What? Qin Yujie was greatly shocked. He quickly sat beside Jiang Fanxian and placed his hands on her pulse. After a brief moment, Qin Yujie's expression turned increasingly grim. He didn't expect Jiang Fanchuan's injuries to be so severe. Jiang Fanchuan's Will C had already developed cracks, and now true essence was already leaking out. If not repaired promptly, it wouldn't take long before Jiang Fanxian would lose all her cultivation. However, one could say Jiang Fanxian was lucky to have encountered Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's acupuncture skills had reached a very terrifying level, especially after integrating the Emperor of Medicine's Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Needle Classic. For treating injuries such as the Wheel C realm rupture, Qin Yujie had dozens of methods. Currently, based on Qin Yujie's strength, he could only use 2 or 3 of them. But for Qin Yujie right now, having these 2 or 3 methods was sufficient to heal Jiang Fanxian. Master, don't be afraid. I'm here, and you will be fine. Qin Yujie reached out and lifted Jiang Fanxian around the waist, then pulled out a wicker chair from the system and laid her down on it. Although Qin Yujie couldn't fully describe the function of this wicker chair, every time he slept on it, he found it extremely comfortable and felt particularly refreshed the next morning. Qin Yujie took several thousand-year-old peach leaves and held them in his mouth, then retrieved the Tianyuan Liujian needles to begin administering the acupuncture technique on Jiang Fanxian. The human body inherently contains the great truths of heaven and earth, such as the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, each with their specific functions, oceans of qi and blood, yin meridian oceans, yang meridian oceans. When properly combined and utilized, theoretically any disease within the human body could be treated, including ruptures in the Wheel C. On each meridian, there are numerous acupoints, each having different effects. These acupoints, much like each medicinal ingredient in a pill formula, must also follow certain combinations. The appropriate pairing of pills can produce exceptional results, curing illnesses. Similarly, when applied skillfully, acupuncture points can unlock boundless potential in the human body, generating remarkable therapeutic effects. Thus, in ancient times, there was always a saying that circulated. Pills have formulas. Acupuncture has point combinations. Proper pairings can bring life back from death. Acupuncture does not fall short of the art of pill making. Of course, a broken Wheel C realm was just a minor issue in the records of the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Needle Classic. Many rare conditions and secret needle techniques were recorded in this scripture. If this book of the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Needle Classic were to emerge in the world, even an ancient emperor would envy it. Qin Yujie swiftly performed a special needle technique, watching as each Tianyuan Liujian needle quickly pierced Jiang Fanxuan's body, their tails still trembling continuously. As Qin Yujie administered the acupuncture, vortices began to form one after another. Then, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth rapidly flowed through the tails of the needles into Jiang Fanxuan's body. Qin Yujie's face immediately turned pale as he used up a great deal of his true essence performing these needle techniques. He quickly swallowed the 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf that was in his mouth, then took out 10 top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and scattered them around Jiang Fanxian. With these top-grade spirit stones present, the cave's spiritual energy became even more abundant. At this moment, both Jiang Fanxian and Qin Yujie were essentially enveloped in a thick mist of spiritual energy. Thus, Qin Yujie kept persistently using the needle techniques. When his true essence ran out, he drank spirit wine, or swallowed a 1,000-year-old spirit peach leaf, or simply absorbed the power from the top-grade spirit stones directly. After all, Qin Yujie had many ways to restore his true essence. Jiang Fanxian saw Qin Yujie's efforts clearly, and if she said she wasn't touched, it would definitely be a lie. Although Jiang Fanxian usually acted as cold as frost, she was still human. After 3 hours, the aura emanating from Jiang Fanxian became even more powerful. After Qin Yujie's treatment, not only did her Wheel C recover fully, but her cultivation also broke through to the 6th level of the Wheel C realm. Qin Yujie collapsed onto the ground with exhaustion. Despite being tired, he felt happy that he could repair Jiang Fanxuan's Wheel C. Disciple, you've gone through much hardship. Jiang Fanxian glanced at Qin Yujie with complicated emotions and said lightly, Master, if you say this, we'll become estranged. Qin Yujie smiled and replied, Disciple, your master increasingly cannot see through you. Jiang Fanxian reflected for a moment before saying, Qin Yujie's divine acupuncture techniques and superior medical skills today left Jiang Fanxian quite amazed. Moreover, Qin Yujie possessed top-grade spirit stones, yet in Lingxianshan, such items did not exist at all. Master, don't overthink it. No matter what I become, you will always be my master, and I would never harm you. On the contrary, I have an enormous stroke of good fortune that I wish to share with you, Master. Qin Yujie said lightly. Chapter 186, Infinite Sword Constitution. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Jian Fanxian was sure that Qin Yujie exaggerated too much. What kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could there be in Lingxian Kingdom? Moreover, Jian Fanxian was no ordinary person. She had very high standards. In her eyes, opportunities referred to as once-in-a-lifetime were not common. Master, are you familiar with the Infinite Sword Constitution, this divine body? Qin Yujie asked. Jian Fanxian was a little surprised why Qin Yujie would bring this up, but she still replied, Of course I know about the Infinite Sword Constitution. It's a type of sword constitution that is renowned alongside my original Starry Sky Sword Constitution. Among the 100 divine bodies, it ranks in the top 10 and is one of the top-tier divine bodies. It's said that those who have this constitution can advance extremely fast in sword-based martial techniques. People with this type of body are undoubtedly absolute geniuses in swordsmanship. Naturally, the Infinite Sword Constitution cannot compare with your undying sword body. Master, if I say I have a chance to help awaken your Infinite Sword Constitution, would you believe me? Qin Yujie smiled and said, No, that's absolutely impossible. Jian Fanxian shook her head and replied, Master, just sit cross-legged on the ground and prepare yourself mentally. If Master can awaken the infinite sword constitution during the awakening period, with the enhancements of celestial anomalies, Master's cultivation may instantly return to its peak times, and there might also be a chance to awaken your starry sky sword constitution again. Qin Yujie said. Theoretically, what Qin Yujie mentioned was indeed feasible. Jian Fanxian originally possessed the starry sky sword constitution, but someone had stripped it from her, causing her realm to drop down to the Wheel Sea realm. If she could merge with a new sword constitution, naturally Jian Fanxian could return to her prime days. Moreover, when a martial artist awakens their sword constitution, there are always terrifying celestial anomalies involved, which provide an opportunity to reawaken their previous sword constitution. If everything went as Qin Yujie described, then Jian Fanxian could potentially possess two major sword constitutions, the Infinite Sword Constitution and the Starry Sky Sword Constitution. A martial artist possessing two sword constitutions meant the Yejav of power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but rather increased exponentially. Do you mean this really? Jian Fanxian, unable to contain her disbelief after seeing Qin Yujie's earnest expression, asked. Indeed. Qin Yujie responded. Qin Yujie silently communicated to the system in his mind. System, merge the Infinite Sword Constitution with Jiang Fanxian. Ding, system received. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted around Jian Fanxian, and within her, a fearsome sword constitution began to slowly emerge. This was the Infinite Sword Constitution. At this moment, auspicious signs rained from the heavens over Tianyuan Sect, bathing everything in radiant light. Celestial music played softly, or thousands of swords resounded in unison. All these anomalies caught everyone's attention toward the skies above Tianyuan Sect. This is Elder Zhang's peak in the inner sect. Did her sword constitutions awaken? Was the anomaly we observed last time related to Elder Zhang? The Patriarch Hong Yuchuan of Tianyuan Sect asked in astonishment. Not just at Tianyuan Sect, all Wheel Sea realm experts across Lingxiang Kingdom sense the celestial anomaly hovering above Tianyuan Sect. These are anomalies exclusive to special sword constitution awakenings. Could it be that another person from Tianyuan Sect has awakened their sword constitution? Heavens, Tianyuan Sect is going to rise completely. I wonder if this time and the last are due to the same person? Probably not the same person, right? Even if it is the same person, it would be outrageous for one person to awaken two types of sword constitutions. All the strong warriors across Lingxiang Kingdom looked at the celestial anomalies above Tianyuan Sect and murmured endlessly. At this moment, the most shocked person was Jian Fanxian herself. She couldn't believe that Qin Yujie actually helped her awaken the Infinite Sword Constitution. Keep in mind, even saints can't arbitrarily let martial artists awaken special constitutions, especially divine ones like the Infinite Sword Constitution. This single move by Qin Yujie caused even the highly discerning Jian Fanxian to tremble with astonishment and incredulity deep within her heart. However, at this point, the critical juncture of awakening the Infinite Sword Constitution had truly arrived. Suppressing her shock, Jian Fanxian began to concentrate fully on merging with the Infinite Sword Constitution. The Infinite Sword Constitution was undoubtedly formidable, but during the fusion process, each type of sword constitution inflicts tremendous pain on the body, and Jian Fanxian felt as if tens of thousands of swords were cutting through her meridians. What is this pain compared to mine? Jian Fanxian coldly scoffed. Recalling the excruciating pain she endured when the Starry Sky Sword Constitution was forcibly extracted from her, Jian Fanxian deemed this present suffering insignificant in comparison. Jian Fanxuan's momentum grew stronger and stronger, her realm restoring rapidly like a rocket taking off into the sky. All the surrounding qi converged swiftly towards her, pouring into her body. We'll see realm, 6th level. We'll see realm, 7th level. We'll see realm, 8th level. We'll see realm, 9th level. Cave Heaven realm, 1st level. Jiang Fanxuan's strength continued to grow larger. 3 hours later, Qin Yujie didn't even know what terrifying level Jiang Fanxian had recovered to. All he could see was that at this moment, her aura was surging and overwhelming. The mere residual power of her realm forced Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichin to kneel at the foot of Shihai Peak, unable to stand up. With such celestial anomalies appearing on Shihai Peak, Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichin naturally needed to investigate the situation. Many other inner sect disciples curious about the commotion also came rushing over. At this moment, Jiang Fanxian was in the crucial phase of merging with the Infinite Sword Constitution and naturally wouldn't allow anyone to disturb her. Whoever steps on his Shihai Peak shall die. Jiang Fanxian coldly snorted, and her imposing aura instantly forced everyone down to their knees. Please spare our lives. We will remain kneeling, congratulating you, Elder. Tian Feichin quickly pleaded for mercy. Jiang Fanxian paid no heed to them. She had already fully merged with the Infinite Sword Constitution. What shocked her, however, was that her original Starry Sky Sword Constitution, influenced by the Infinite Sword Constitution and celestial phenomena, had started to recover as well. Heavens, it truly happened just as my disciple foretold. This disciple is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Fanxian marveled inwardly. Never mind others for now. Restoring the Starry Sky Sword Constitution takes priority. Jiang Fanxian hovered in the sky. Due to merging with the Infinite Sword Constitution, she appeared even more beautiful and alluring than before. Master truly has the bone of immortality and the flesh of jade. Unsurpassed beauty. Qin Yujie smiled and exclaimed. At this moment, Jiang Fanxian was really like a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven, peerlessly beautiful. Just at that moment, celestial anomalies in the heavens arose again. Myriads of swords resounded in unison. Divine music floated through the air. Above all of Tianyuan Sect, the skies transformed into a spectacle of boundless starry oceans akin to an endless star river. I don't know what the earlier anomaly was, but I do recognize this one. It's the anomaly associated with awakening the starry sky sword constitution. Hong Yuchuan knelt down, looking up at Jiang Fanxian in the sky, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Yes, the brilliance of countless stars. This is indeed the anomaly of the starry sky sword constitution. Tian Feichen said, equally stunned. Holy crap, what background does our leader's master have? The starry sky sword constitution is nothing short of a holy body for swordsmanship. Xuanhuan, who had rushed over to check out the spectacle, was crushed indiscriminately by Jiang Fanxian at the foot of Shihai Peak. Everyone at the foot of the mountain was astonished by Jiang Fanxuan's terrifying talent and strength in swordsmanship. At this moment, they felt like insignificant ants in front of her, having absolutely no resistance against her. Chapter 187, The Powerful Jiang Fanxuan. 2 hours later, Jiang Fanxuan completely restored her star sword body. At this moment, not only had her power returned to its former peak, but it had become even more terrifying. The star sword body and the boundless sword body, these two holy bodies now coexisted within Jiang Fanxuan, making her innate talent in swordsmanship devilishly extraordinary. Although she couldn't compare with Qin Yujie's immortal sword body, among the 100 holy bodies, one person simultaneously possessing two holy bodies was already at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Jiang Fanxuan retracted the aura surrounding her and descended to the ground. At this moment, Jiang Fanxuan had become like a divine goddess from the ninth heaven, beyond desecration. What level of cultivation is the master at now? Qin Yujie asked. I am currently at the first tier of the Emperor Realm. Jiang Fanxuan said indifferently. What? The Emperor Realm? Qin Yujie was deeply shocked. Below the sages, the supreme are kings. If the supreme don't appear, the emperors reign supreme. At the Emperor Realm, if you wanted to destroy Lingxing Kingdom, probably just moving a finger would suffice. Are you regretting letting the master become so strong? Jiang Fanxuan glanced at Qin Yujie's shocked expression and slightly smiled. How could I regret it? Even if the master is at the Emperor Realm, she is still my woman. Qin Yujie replied with a laugh. You sure think well of yourself. Jiang Fanxuan lightly tapped Qin Yujie's forehead and said indifferently. Jiang Fanxuan was now already at the Emperor Realm, yet her attitude towards Qin Yujie remained exactly as it was before, without distancing herself from him because of the recovery of her strength. This warmed Qin Yujie's heart slightly. Qin Yujie's judgment of people was quite accurate. In fact, when considering giving Jiang Fanxuan the fusion of the boundless sword body, Qin Yujie had a fleeting hesitation. However, after seeing Jiang Fanxuan get injured, he gave it to her without a second thought. Qin Yujie did not regret it. The boundless sword body was a great opportunity for others, but in Qin Yujie's eyes, it didn't mean much. Qin Yujie knew that Jiang Fanxuan was someone with a story, and he wanted to help her as much as he could. Master, you've just broken through. Let me give you a massage to relax a little, Qin Yujie said with a smile. All right. Jiang Fanxuan nodded in agreement. In fact, Jiang Fanxuan also realized that, unknowingly, Qin Yujie had already left an impression on her heart, only she never wanted to admit it. Qin Yujie admired Jiang Fanxuan's silhouette. Jiang Fanxuan was already beautiful before, and now with the integration of the two sword bodies, she had undergone a transformation. At this moment, she resembled a goddess from the ninth heaven, carrying an invisible grace that could topple the world. Qin Yujie's hands wandered over Jiang Fanxuan's back, using a mysterious technique that made Jiang Fanxuan very comfortable. An hour later, Qin Yujie reluctantly stopped, having massaged almost every part of Jiang Fanxuan's back. It was only Qin Yujie. Otherwise, any other man would have been pulverized by Jiang Fanxuan long ago. To stay with Jiang Fanxuan truly required a great deal of willpower, or anyone else wouldn't be able to control themselves. Staring at Jiang Fanxuan's elegant legs, Qin Yujie said, Master, let me press down on your legs too. Okay, Jiang Fanxuan responded. Indeed, Jiang Fanxuan's legs were incredibly beautiful. Due to martial practice, there wasn't a single defect in their shape, already perfect to the extreme. Just her legs alone were enough to outshine any other women. Half an hour later, Jiang Fanxuan felt unprecedented comfort throughout her body. Truly, Qin Yujie's ancient massage techniques were addictive. Master, now that you've regained your strength, are you going to leave soon? Qin Yujie held Jiang Fanxuan's jade foot while contemplating and asked. There are many acupoints in the human body. Naturally, many exist on the sole of the foot as well. You're smart indeed. The master still has a great vengeance unfulfilled and naturally needs to depart. Jiang Fanxuan turned around, reclaiming her jade foot, and said indifferently, Master, can you tell me about your past? Qin Yujie asked. You're still too weak now. Knowing my affairs won't do you any good. You should remember that I am the holy maiden of the northern desert reincarnation Holy Land. If you gain greater strength in the future, naturally you can come find me, Jiang Fanxuan explained. Qin Yujie realized there was no way to keep Jiang Fanxuan. Nodding his head, he said, Will the master be leaving right away? After your life and death duel, Jiang Fanxuan understood perfectly the thoughts Qin Yujie harbored for her. However, she had to leave. Matters of greater importance awaited her in the northern desert. Jiang Fanxuan knew she had wasted a long time in Lingxing Kingdom. Originally, if her strength had never recovered, She would have prepared to stay in Tianyuan Sect until her natural demise. But now, with her strength not only restored but stronger than before, Xuanhuan naturally desired to quickly return to the northern desert and settle old scores. Decades have passed. I wonder how the reincarnation Holy Land is faring. Xuanhuan felt a wave of concern. Alright, there are still 2 days until the duel, so Master will stay a little longer with me. Qin Yujie didn't force the issue. Anyway, he would leave Lingxing Kingdom sooner or later. It was just that Xuanhuan would be leaving a day earlier. Xuanhuan glanced at the crowd kneeling at the foot of the mountain and said coldly, Master Hong, all of you can step back. Thank you, honored predecessor, for sparing our lives. A cold sweat broke out on Hong Yuchuan's back. Even though Hong Yuchuan possessed cultivation at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, in front of Xuanhuan, he was like an ant. If Xuanhuan wished, she could annihilate not only Tianyuan Sect but the entire Lingxing Kingdom with just one finger. Tian Fei's face turned grim as well. He never expected Xuanhuan to possess such terrifying strength. Her mere aura was enough to press everyone to kneel. Naturally, Xuanhuan's power was something beyond comprehension for those from the small territory of Lingxing Kingdom. A warrior at the Emperor realm represented an existence worthy of reverence, and it differed by 5 major realms from a warrior at the Wheel Sea realm. After Master Hong withdrew, he immediately ordered, from this moment on, whoever dares to step into Shihai Peak and disturb the honored predecessor shall die. Many people left afterward, their hearts trembling with fear. As Xuanhuan departed, he gazed up at Shihai Peak and thought admiringly, our leader is so badass. His master is not only beautiful, but incredibly powerful. Why don't I have such luck? Xuanhuan took out 3 jade pendants, and with a flick of her finger, sealed 3 strands of sword chi within them. These 3 strands of sword chi are equivalent to a single strike from a warrior at the Emperor realm. I'll leave them with you for self-defense, Qin Yujie. Your talent is monstrous, and if your master stays by your side, you will lose opportunities for growth. Flowers grown in greenhouses will never become supreme warriors. I hope you won't overly rely on these 3 strands of sword chi unless you're facing death, Xuanhuan warned. Chapter 188, The Peak Duel. Jiang Fanxian had also considered taking Qin Yujie back to the northern wasteland. The resources and spiritual energy of Lingxiang Kingdom were truly too scarce. Jiang Fanxian believed that after Qin Yujie went to the northern wasteland, with her influence, she could definitely make Qin Yujie's martial path smoother. However, thinking about the powerful enemies she also had in the northern wasteland, she abandoned this idea. Moreover, Jiang Fanxian knew that the fate of some world-defying geniuses couldn't be easily changed. Some geniuses, if they ever lost the tempering, would become mediocre. Jiang Fanxian feared that her actions might unintentionally ruin Qin Yujie. Thus, in the end, Jiang Fanxian decided to leave alone. She believed Qin Yujie must have his own martial path to follow. And since Qin Yujie possessed the undying sword body, entering a big place too early would easily attract unwanted attention. Qin Yujie took 3 jade pendants and smiled, saying, Master, is this you caring for me? Don't be cheeky. Did you hear what I said? Jiang Fanxian said. Understood, Master, rest assured. Qin Yujie warmed in his heart and responded, Master, let me cook you a good meal. In the future, it will be hard for you to eat meals prepared by your disciple. Qin Yujie said with a smile. There's an old saying, to capture a woman, one must first capture her stomach. With Jiang Fanxian leaving this time, Qin Yujie truly didn't know when he would see her again, so it was like leaving Jiang Fanxian with some pleasant memories. Qin Yujie took out some earth-grade ingredients and cooked a sumptuous dinner. These ingredients were naturally top tier in Lingxiang Kingdom, but as a ruler-level martial artist, Jiang Fanxian had seen all kinds of extraordinary treasures, so naturally, she was not particularly surprised. Qin Yujie, are you a spirit chef? Asked Jiang Fanxian. Yes, but currently only a low-rank spirit chef. Master, don't look down on it, Qin Yujie said with a smile. Jiang Fanxian was greatly startled in her heart. How old was Qin Yujie? Spirit chefs of this age were probably among the best, even in the northern wasteland. How could I look down on it? Naturally, I like the meals cooked by my disciple the most, Jiang Fanxian said. The two's dinner was naturally very sumptuous, and both ate happily. Happy times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by, and today was the day of Qin Yujie's life-or-death duel with Tang Jinan. Almost all disciples within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect had already headed to the arena early in the morning. At this moment, Qin Yujie was lying in a rattan chair. After a night of cultivation, Qin Yujie's condition had reached its optimal state. Although Qin Yujie did not fear Tang Jinan, as the saying goes, even a lion catching a rabbit still needs to exert full strength. Thus, Qin Yujie made the most thorough preparations. During this period, besides cultivating the eternal spring skill, Qin Yujie never neglected the true spirit skill either. The true spirit skill was truly worthy of being a high-quality heaven-class technique. After cultivating it for a period of time, aided by the Millennium Soul Refining Leaf, Qin Yujie's current spiritual power had strengthened significantly. During this period, Qin Yujie continued signing in daily and obtained 3 things: 100 pieces of superior-grade spirit stones, the heaven-class lower-grade martial skill supreme sword technique, and a purple gold alcohol gourd. Currently, the sword techniques obtained from signing in totaled 3, namely the 4-season swordplay, the horizontal and vertical swordplay, and the supreme sword technique. These 3 sword techniques possessed incredible power, sufficient for Qin Yujie to use. Also, there was the purple gold alcohol gourd, small yet capable of holding almost a whole small river of alcohol. To someone who loved alcohol like Qin Yujie, this gourd was simply priceless. At this point, Qin Yujie's sign-in inside the inner sect had completely ended. Next time, he would only be able to continue signing in after becoming a core disciple and entering the core area of Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie stood up, stretched lazily, and then practiced a set of basic boxing skills. Instantly, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body. After a night of cultivation, Qin Yujie's vital essence, qi, and spirit had reached their most perfect state. At this moment, the entire Tianyuan Sect had already become bustling. It was still early morning, the sun just rising. The duel between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan wouldn't start for at least 3 more hours. But despite that, the arena in the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect was already packed with people. Not only inner sect disciples and elders, but also some core disciples who had come to watch. Furthermore, this time, Hong Sect Master had lifted the restrictions, allowing outer sect disciples to enter and watch as well. Therefore, the arena was practically overflowing with people, jam-packed. As one of the 4 great sects of Lingxiang Kingdom, the number of disciples within Tianyuan Sect was very large, counting both inner and outer sect disciples, numbering nearly 10,000. Fortunately, the arena in the inner sect was large enough. Otherwise, with so many people, no one would have been able to fit. The duel between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan could be called the peak duel of Tianyuan Sect's inner sect. Their strength represented the strongest forces within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect. In the daily life of Tianyuan Sect, there were also many life and death duels among inner sect disciples. However, those were all between lesser-known disciples, and their popularity was far below this duel between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan. After all, Qin Yujie's reputation was too big, his strength and talent were too strong. Since entering the inner sect from the outer sect, every life and death battle of Qin Yujie had been a fight against someone stronger than himself. And in each one, Qin Yujie almost always won by an overwhelming margin. Although most people thought that Qin Yujie would definitely lose this time, a small number of people still believed that Qin Yujie could create another miracle and defeat Tang Jinan. Of course, as Qin Yujie's opponent, Tang Jinan's fame was even greater. As the first-ranked inner sect disciple of Tianyuan Sect, Tang Jinan's strength genuinely ranked number 1. His talent in the way of the blade was monstrous, and his power was incredibly terrifying. With cultivation at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, he had already left many inner sect disciples far behind. And, more importantly, during this secret realm expedition, Tang Jinan must have gained extraordinary opportunities. His strength was certainly not just as simple as what he displayed. He must have some powerful trump cards of his own. On one side was Qin Yujie, the newly promoted inner sect disciple who had entered recently and created multiple miracles without ever losing once. On the other side was Tang Jinan, the undisputed first disciple of the inner sect whose strength reached to the heavens. The clash between these two was bound to be a fierce dragon battle and tiger struggle. Although many people didn't believe Qin Yujie could stand up to Tang Jinan, it did not reduce the anticipation everyone had for this battle. Because even if Qin Yujie couldn't match Tang Jinan, this life and death battle was sure to be spectacular. As the duel time drew closer, everyone became more excited, and the atmosphere in the entire dueling square grew increasingly intense. Chapter 189, Needle Against Mace. It's time to head to the duel arena. Qin Yujie glanced at the hour and said indifferently, "We'll accompany you there." Lin Qining, Zhang Qiuling, and others said with concern, "Good. Observing these battles will benefit all of you." Qin Yujie nodded and agreed. Qin Yujie led everyone away in a flash, vanishing like a rabbit leaping away from a hawk. At this moment, the area around the duel arena was already packed with people, bustling with activity. "Who do you think will win today?" one person near the life-death stage asked. "There's no doubt about it. It has to be Tang Jinan. Tang Jinan's strength has reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm." Another person replied without hesitation. "Not necessarily. I'm rooting for Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's swordway talent is monstrous. There's no telling if he can create miracles again." "Don't joke. Qin Yujie is destined to die today." "That might not be true. Do you guys know that Elder Jiang awakened 2 sword bodies a few days ago? His power is terrifying. Even Patriarch Hong couldn't match him. As Elder Jiang's disciple, even if Qin Yujie loses today, with Elder Jiang as his support, he won't die. How lucky Qin Yujie is. Don't you know that when Elder Jiang emitted just a trace of his power a few days ago, Patriarch Hong and Deputy Patriarch Tian fell on their knees? With Elder Jiang backing him, Qin Yujie will definitely win today. It's too early to say that. Tang Jinan's strength is evident to all. Even though Elder Jiang is powerful, can he really violate the rules of life and death duels? The crowd began to murmur with speculation. On the duel platform, Tang Jinan stood with his hands behind his back, looking majestic and confident. Tang Jinan was extremely confident in today's life or death battle. That's why he arrived early at the duel platform. He vowed that today he would kill Qin Yujie to let everyone know the consequences of angering him. In the viewing stands of the duel arena, Hong Yuchuan, Tian Feichen, and the 3 inner sect elders had already gathered. As for Jiang Fanxian, her abilities far surpassed everyone else now. So even if she remained in her own residence, she could still observe the trial on the life-death stage through her divine senses. Moreover, Jiang Fanxian gave Qin Yujie 3 strands of sword qi. Perhaps in the entire Ling Xiantian kingdom, no one would be able to kill Qin Yujie. Besides, Qin Yujie himself was already immensely strong. Jiang Fanxian naturally knew the great power of Qin Yujie's immortal blade body. If Qin Yujie were defeated by Tang Jinan, then Jiang Fanxian would be deeply disappointed. At this moment, Qin Yujie and the group also arrived at the duel arena, causing an immediate uproar throughout the venue. Qin Yujie's attire today was from a reward within the system, giving him an air of grace and elegance, as if he were a towering cypress standing against the wind. Coupled with his refined appearance, Qin Yujie looked as if he were a celestial being descending from heaven, possessing an extraordinary aura. On the road, there are people like Jade. There is no prince who surpasses Qin Yujie. He truly possesses unmatched charm. A female disciple said, entranced. Yes, but alas, someone like Qin Yujie, a peerless genius, wouldn't possibly look at ordinary women like us, sighed another woman. Alas, after seeing such a handsome man as Qin Yujie, I've lost interest in anyone else. Just seeing Qin Yujie sealed my fate forever. Why must the heavens make me meet someone like Master Qin, yet leave me unable to obtain his affection? We shouldn't indulge ourselves in foolish dreams. Look at Lin Qining and Zhang Qiuling beside Qin Yujie. We should know our place and give up. Yes, appreciating him from afar is enough. We don't need to overreach. Numerous women watching Qin Yujie were captivated by his presence. Looking around at the crowds surrounding the duel arena, Qin Yujie was slightly taken aback. Although he knew that many people would come to watch this battle, he hadn't anticipated there'd be so many. It seemed that nearly 80% of all warriors from the Tianyuan Sect had gathered here. Qin Yujie, I never thought you'd actually have the guts to show up. Now that you're here, step up and accept your death. Tang Jinan's eyes shot out a fierce glint, staring down from his position on high, arrogantly speaking. To me, you're just an insignificant ant. I wouldn't dare not to come. I'd say, the one who will die today is you. Qin Yujie said with cool detachment. Hong Yuchuan observed both Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan, sighing softly. In his view, both individuals possessed incredible talent, and the death of either would constitute a loss for the sect. Originally, Hong Yuchuan favored Tang Jinan, believing that he was slightly more advanced in ability. However, several days earlier, Jiang Fanxian had restored her cultivation, integrating 2 sword bodies, making her power monstrously fearsome. Having such a formidable master, Hong Yuchuan reckoned that Jiang Fanxian would surely give Qin Yujie some means to survive, which would likely suffice to overcome Tang Jinan. It has to be said, Hong Yuchuan's thoughts weren't wrong. However, Qin Yujie didn't need to use the 3 strands of sword Qi Jiang Fanxian had given him against Tang Jinan. Relying on his own abilities, Qin Yujie could easily kill him. Tian Feichen looked seriously at Qin Yujie with deep thought. He discovered that in merely a few days, Qin Yujie had broken through yet again, reaching the 6th level of the Tianren realm. Qin Yujie's talent is truly monstrous, but fortunately for us, he's going to die today. Otherwise, I suspect he'd break into the Wheel C realm very soon. Tian Feichen gazed coldly at Qin Yujie and said with indifference. Yes, Vice Patriarch Tian, Qin Yujie will definitely die today. During duels like these among peers, even if Qin Yujie were to lose, Elder Jiang wouldn't interfere, right? Gao Yu smiled smugly. As long as we follow the rules, there should be no reason for Elder Jiang to stop this. A cunning smile appeared on Tian Feichen's face. I think all of you have judged wrong. Today, the one who dies might actually be Tang Jinan. Gu Baoqing shook his head lightly, speaking indifferently. Old Gu, your old age must have affected your eyesight. Tang Jinan is already at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, while Qin Yujie is only at the 6th level of the Tianren realm. They're worlds apart. Gao Yu sneered disdainfully. Gu Baoqing didn't argue further. How could someone of Jiang Fanxuan's caliber, an absolute genius, take an ordinary disciple as her disciple? Just thinking about it, it was quite clear. Qin Yujie glanced disdainfully at Tang Jinan, then his figure flickered, appearing on the life-death stage immediately. Their eyes met like needles against maces. The great battle was imminent. Hong Yuchuan observed both Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan, activating the defensive formation around the life-death platform. Then he declared, according to the rules of our Tianyuan Sect, once one steps onto the life-death platform, their fate is entirely their own. No interference from anyone. Now, the duel to the death begins. As Hong Yuchuan finished speaking, the life and death battle officially commenced. Tang Jinan, you must win. All of my contribution points are betting on your victory. Yeah, Tang Jinan will surely triumph. Qin Yujie, you've got to win. All of my wealth is staked on your victory. If you win, I'll get rich. Qin Yujie, my boss, you're always worth trusting. I've put all 400,000 of my points on your win. Thousands of points don't mean much to me. Xuanhuan amidst the crowd spoke confidently. Chapter 190. Tang Jinan's boasting. The crowd around the duel platform watched Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan as they shouted encouragement for their respective supporters. There were far too many people today, so Xuanhuan did not have enough capital to privately run a gambling ring. Today's betting was set by the Tianyuan Sect, and Xuanhuan had already placed all his contribution points on Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan naturally knew of Qin Yujie's strength. This was a business deal that was sure to make money. He naturally brought some members of the mysterious Mist Pavilion along, most of whom bet on Qin Yujie winning. Qin Yujie, how dare you break both of my younger brother's legs? I've changed my mind now. I won't kill you at once. I will torture you slowly to death. First, I will shatter every bone in your body. Then, I'll chop off both of your hands and feet. Finally, I'll destroy your dantian and turn you into a complete cripple. Tang Jinan said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing Tang Jinan's words, everyone near the duel platform felt a tremor of fear in their hearts. They were all frightened by Tang Jinan's brutal methods. I was just thinking about killing you with one move. Since you've arranged your death process yourself, I'll oblige you. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Initially, Qin Yujie didn't plan to torture Tang Jinan. Now, since Tang Jinan wanted to do this to him, Qin Yujie naturally wouldn't show mercy. Hearing Qin Yujie's words, Tang Jinan burst out laughing. He pulled out the treasured sword hanging at his waist and said, Qin Yujie, do you know what I gained in the secret realm? This upper-grade Earth stage weapon in my hand, the Blood Moon chopping blade, is one of the opportunities one found there. It's extraordinarily sharp and bound to draw blood from its enemies upon striking. The power of this blade exceeds your imagination. Judging from the look on your face, it seems like you don't even possess a decent weapon. Everyone nearby hearing this became envious as they looked at Tang Jinan. Damn, an upper-grade Earth stage weapon. How could Tang Jinan be so lucky, getting such a treasure from merely entering a secret realm? Yes, judging from his tone, Tang Jinan obtained more than just the Blood Moon chopping blade within the secret realm. He must have encountered other great opportunities. I've heard that the secret realms are incredibly dangerous. Many people who entered before have died inside. Who would have thought Tang Jinan has such profound fortune, not only surviving, but also finding great opportunities? Could Tang Jinan be someone blessed by fate? What you say might very well be true. Perhaps today is the moment when Tang Jinan, the son of destiny, truly rises. I heard those destined ones always have good luck. Tang Jinan is so fortunate. Perhaps after he kills Qin Yujie today, not only will Qin Yujie's master not blame him, but the master might even take him as a disciple. Wow, that sounds far-fetched. It can't possibly happen. I see Qin Yujie is in danger today. The opportunities Tang Jinan had in the secret realm seem vast. He definitely has more powerful cards up his sleeve. The crowd envied Tang Jinan, making him undoubtedly the focus of attention. Qin Yujie looked disdainfully at Tang Jinan's Blood Moon chopping blade and said, what's there to boast about regarding an upper-grade Earth stage weapon? It's like no one else has them. After saying this, Qin Yujie pulled out the Jingle sword and continued, my Jingle sword is also an upper-grade Earth stage weapon. Did I ever show it off like you? Isn't being humble better? If you want to compare weapons with me, then you've chosen the wrong person. This Jingle sword happens to be my weakest one. After finishing, Qin Yujie took out a kitchen knife and calmly added, do you see this? The knife we use at home to cook is a superior heavenly stage item. In my eyes, your Blood Moon chopping blade is laughably weak, yet you dare to flaunt it and embarrass yourself, truly asking for humiliation. Stunned, the crowd gazed at the kitchen knife in Qin Yujie's hand as if hit by a 10,000-point shock. Holy crap, Qin Yujie's cooking knives are superior heavenly stage items? My god, suddenly my superior mystical stage weapon doesn't feel that appealing anymore. Look at this knife of Qin Yujie's, clearly part of the same set as the chopping board and pot he used last time. Oh my god, even Qin Yujie's kitchenware consists of top-tier heavenly stage items. I wish I could die. Tang Jinan has been utterly humiliated this time. Ha, absolutely hilarious. Just now, when Tang Jinan took out the Blood Moon chopping blade looking proud as can be, he looks ridiculous now like a clown. Take a look at Tang Jinan's face. It's red and stiff like he's constipated. So funny. Qin Yujie, you're truly my idol. My admiration for you flows like the endless river. Qin Yujie, do you need a chef? I'd willingly take care of your knives. The surrounding audience buzzed with chatter as they eyed the kitchen knife filled with intricate symbols in Qin Yujie's hand. Tang Jinan was now shocked and infuriated. He had originally thought that by brandishing the Blood Moon chopping blade, he could instill a sense of shame and inferiority in Qin Yujie. But instead, Qin Yujie turned around and humiliated him. Hearing the crowd's mockery towards him, Tang Jinan felt indignant. He realized that in Qin Yujie's eyes, he was nothing more than an overconfident clown who knew his own limits. Qin Yujie, even if you have a superior heavenly stage kitchen knife, so what? You are going to die today for sure, and everything you have will be mine, said Tang Jinan. You're truly pitiful. This knife is only useful for cutting vegetables to me. I never imagined that something I consider utterly trivial could mean so much to someone like you. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Qin Yujie replied with indifference. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding onlookers once again were hit with a heavy mental blow. At this moment, Tang Jinan's face darkened noticeably. He gave out a cold snort as his true yuan surged violently within him. His aura grew stronger and stronger. The surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth wildly converged toward him. Qin Yujie, you may have sharp words, but it's time for you to see my terrifying power. Cower beneath my might and tremble hopelessly. Tang Jinan's current strength was overwhelming, and his imposing momentum was enough to leave everyone shaken. Just the residual force of his presence left them all trembling with fear. Tang Jinan is so powerful. My god, his imposing momentum is terrifying. Is this the true strength of someone at the fourth level of the Wheel C realm? An inner disciple, intimidated by Tang Jinan's oppressive aura, began shaking uncontrollably and fell onto the ground. Yes, Tang Jinan's talent is absolutely monstrous. Even Elder Gao of the same realm might not be able to stand against Tang Jinan, another person said with wide eyes. Qin Yujie has really made a mistake here. I think Qin Yujie won't last a single move against Tang Jinan. Qin Yujie is simply too imprudent. He insulted Tang Jinan this way, and there's no way Tang Jinan will let him off now. You fool, this is a battle to the death. No matter what, only one of them will walk away alive. Chapter 191, Chasing Sun Sword Technique. The onlookers were greatly shocked to see the terrifying true essence of the fourth level of the Wheel C realm emanating from Tang Jinan. At this moment, only Tang Jinan himself knew how powerful he was. He thought about all the wondrous encounters he had experienced in the secret realm, as if everything was prearranged by heaven itself. Tang Jinan knew that sooner or later, he would leave Lingxiang Kingdom and become an unmatched powerhouse. Qin Yujie was nothing more than a stepping stone on his path to supremacy. Thinking about this, a slight smile gradually appeared at the corner of Tang Jinan's mouth. Looking at Qin Yujie, he coldly said, "Qin Yujie, the most regretful thing you've done in your life is becoming my enemy. Now prepare to die." After speaking, Tang Jinan shouted loudly, "Chasing Sun, Sword Technique. First form, Spring Wind, Chasing the Sun." With one slash of his sword, a massive blade energy immediately appeared in the sky. This blade energy was awe-inspiring, like the spring wind chasing the sun, ferocious, yet overbearing. Seeing this terrifying blade energy, everyone around felt great shock. What terrifying blade energy! I estimate even this single strike alone, Qin Yujie can't possibly block it. The Chasing Sun sword technique is indeed impressive. Tang Jinan's talent in the way of the blade is simply fiendish. The Chasing Sun sword technique is a well-known lower-grade, earth-level martial technique with extraordinary power. Previously, I thought Zhu Lianggong's talent in the way of the blade was already impressive, but compared to Tang Jinan now, Zhu Lianggong pales in comparison. Yes, as the first among the inner disciples in terms of strength, Tang Jinan's talent for the way of the blade naturally stands out. It must be admitted that Tang Jinan had a solid foundation, terrifying true essence, and among those of the same cultivation realm, his abilities were already among the best. On the duel platform, seeing this terrifying blade energy, Qin Yujie disdainfully shook his head. "Tang Jinan, with just this much strength, you're not yet qualified to kill me." 4 Seasons Sword Technique. Fiery Summer. Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward, and instantly the heavens changed drastically. A shocking wave of sword energy surged forth, akin to the blazing sun, vast and unstoppable. Seeing Qin Yujie's terrifying sword strike, everyone was astounded. Compared to before, Qin Yujie's 4 Seasons sword technique seems even more powerful. Yes, this sword energy of Qin Yujie's has power equal to Tang Jinan's blade energy. Is this really an attack from a practitioner at the 6th rank of the celestial human realm? Qin Yujie's strength is truly frightening. Of course, the crowd did not know that Qin Yujie hadn't unleashed his full potential. Otherwise, Tang Jinan might not have been able to withstand even a single strike from Qin Yujie. Boom! The two enormous attacks collided instantly, producing an ear-shattering explosion. Tang Jinan looked at Qin Yujie in shock. Only he knew that with that previous strike, he had used 1/3 of his strength. Normally, a blade strike like that could take down practitioners at the 3rd rank of the Wheel C realm, but Qin Yujie had easily countered it. Everyone present was awestruck by the terrifying first clash between Tang Jinan and Qin Yujie. Both Tang Jinan and Qin Yujie displayed powers beyond expectation, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. Naturally, what left the people most astonished was still Qin Yujie. Tang Jinan being at the 4th rank of the Wheel C realm possessed such strength as expected, but Qin Yujie, who was merely at the 6th rank of the celestial human realm, could demonstrate such terrifying power. Thus, the crowd began re-evaluating Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's current manifestation of strength far surpassed the battle he had a few days ago against Su Laiyong. It seemed as if the stronger the opponent, the stronger Qin Yujie became. Tang Jinan glanced at Qin Yujie and indifferently said, "Qin Yujie, although you managed to stop my attack earlier, don't rejoice too soon. I only exerted 1/3 of my strength then. Alas, it's my own fault for holding back, allowing you some glory right before your death. However, next, you won't be so lucky. Once I get serious, you won't even have a chance to resist." Upon hearing Tang Jinan's words, the audience gathered around the duel area suddenly understood everything. I see now. That explains why Qin Yujie managed to block Tang Jinan's attack. Tang Jinan wasn't using his full strength just now. That's right. Tang Jinan is simply too powerful. Even with only 1/3 of his capabilities, he is already this formidable. I believe Qin Yujie has already given it his all. Otherwise, at his celestial human realm 6th rank, how could he withstand Tang Jinan's attack? Tang Jinan's talent in the way of the blade is truly fiendish. He does not fail to live up to being the first among inner disciples. Qin Yujie is too arrogant. At celestial human realm 6th rank, how dare he accept a fight to the death against Tang Jinan? Isn't this asking for death? A person must understand their own capabilities first. Qin Yujie has both overestimated himself and underestimated Tang Jinan. How conceited and ignorant he is. This is Tang Jinan's first battle since returning from the secret realm. It seems that if he rises completely, I hope Qin Yujie can last a bit longer so we can see what great opportunities Tang Jinan has gained in the secret realm. I've bet all my fortune on Tang Jinan, and it seems I made the right choice. Haha, after today, I will become rich. It won't happen. Qin Yujie is the master of our ethereal pavilion. How could he possibly lose to Tang Jinan? You guys are rejoicing too early. The surrounding crowd watched the duel platform where Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan stood, sparking off a flurry of heated discussions. Qin Yujie glanced at the arrogant Tang Jinan, slightly stunned for a moment, then smirked disdainfully. You have only used 1/3 of your strength, while I haven't even utilized 1/10 of mine. What makes you act so arrogantly? If I didn't want to play with you longer, I would have killed you with just 1 slash long ago. Qin Yujie's bragging again greatly shocked the audience. What? Qin Yujie hasn't even used 1/10 of his strength? Is he lying? Boasting does have limits. I think Qin Yujie has been boasting too much. Qin Yujie must not be able to accept the imminent death. His mental state probably collapsed. When geniuses like them collapse mentally, their aura disappears. and they're no different from ordinary people like us. I think Qin Yujie seems very confident, not like someone who speaks nonsense. Maybe we misunderstood him. Yes, Qin Yujie is extremely calm. Without great confidence in his own strength, how could he say such words? Remember, Qin Yujie has never lost. The crowd surrounding looked at Qin Yujie, feeling he was a little too cocky and ignorant. Qin Yujie, stop boasting. You claim you've only used 1/10 of your strength. Who here would believe you? After all, a little bragging is fine, but excessive bragging is nothing more than foolishness and ignorance. Tang Jinan said disdainfully. Chapter 192, The Mayfly and the Sea Eagle. Qin Yujie shook his head and said indifferently. How could sparrows understand the ambition of a swan? How could a mayfly know the power of a sea eagle? Forget it. I am clear about my own strength, and there is absolutely no need for me to prove anything to you. You are like that mayfly in my eyes, and after today, you will have no life left. Why should I compete with you? What Qin Yujie did not realize was that the calmer and more composed he remained, the angrier Tang Jinan became. Qin Yujie, all you can do is talk big. I want to see how your mighty sea eagle will block my puny mayfly's blade next. Tang Jinan didn't want to talk much to Qin Yujie. He couldn't wait to slash Qin Yujie into pieces. Tang Jinan was extremely angry inside right now. In the Tianyuan Sect, Tang Jinan had always held a lofty status, and no one had dared to speak to him this way. Unexpectedly, this Qin Yujie was utterly mad, even comparing him to a mayfly. A mayfly is nothing more than an insignificant little bug like an ant. By speaking of Tang Jinan in such a manner, Qin Yujie was practically saying that Tang Jinan was as lowly as an ant. What made Tang Jinan even angrier was that Qin Yujie compared himself to a sea eagle, a mere worm of the 6th rank of Heavenly Man realm. Where does he get his confidence from? Tang Jinan couldn't wait to defeat Qin Yujie with one slice of his blade, and then make Qin Yujie kneel before him, begging for mercy, repentance. After finishing his words, Tang Jinan noticed that his aura had become even more powerful. He infused true essence into the chopping moon blood knife, and instantly a flash of light illuminated the blade, blinding everyone present. This time, Tang Jinan's aura was completely different from before. Everyone took one look and somehow felt a fleeting illusion. It was as though Tang Jinan was no longer a human being, but rather a sharp and magnificent sword, radiating an overwhelming presence to the skies. Damn, Tang Jinan is getting serious now. His aura is so domineering. Perhaps this is Tang Jinan's real strength. My god, it's terrifying. Everyone around watched Tang Jinan's frightening aura with great astonishment. The sun-chasing blade technique, second form. Kuanping chases the sun. Tang Jinan shouted loud, fiercely slicing down his blade. Instantly, the heavens and earth underwent a drastic change. A blade energy larger than ever before surged forth towards Qin Yujie. This streak of blade energy, full of awe-inspiring magnificence and terrifying might, caused every onlooker to shiver in their hearts at its sheer terror. Without a doubt, if Qin Yujie were struck by this blade, he would most certainly be near death. Amidst the audience's shock, Qin Yujie maintained an unperturbed demeanor throughout, his calm expression unwavering, which might have made some think he had been frozen in fear. Haha, Qin Yujie, look at you. Are you scared stiff? Tang Jinan laughed arrogantly, seeing that Qin Yujie showed no reaction. Just as the blade energy was about to crash onto Qin Yujie, he casually raised his hand and thrust out a sword. Instantly, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth violently trembled. Then, snow started to fall wildly from the sky. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a shockingly massive streak of sword energy soared towards Tang Jinan. Stunned spectators stared in awe at this streak of sword energy. Words could not describe Qin Yujie's strike, only eliciting soul-stirring admiration within them. Although Tang Jinan's blade energy was indeed very powerful, the feeling it gave off was merely one of terror and supremacy. However, when witnessing Qin Yujie use his sword technique, everyone experienced a sense of innate perfection and flawlessness. Both Tang Jinan and Qin Yujie were strong. Yet when observing Qin Yujie execute his sword art, the crowd felt as though they were watching a master of the sword arts perform, a feeling that transcended what could simply be explained. Many practitioners of the sword way obtained profound insights from this single strike by Qin Yujie. This was because Qin Yujie was executing a perfect level of sword Dao martial arts techniques, making every casual stroke of his sword seem naturally flawless and immensely powerful. This was the difference between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan. While Tang Jinan had not achieved the perfect state of his sun-chasing blade technique, Tang Jinan relied on his advantage in realm and formidable true essence to overpower others. Intrinsically, his talent for the blade path was not as strong as Qin Yujie's talent for the sword path. As thoughts filled the crowd's minds, the two enormous attacks clashed instantly, producing a thunderous sound of bang. The reverberation alone shook the entire defensive array, causing ripples to spread out in layer upon layer. At this moment, Tang Jinan's heart filled with shock. He had used 50% of his force, and yet Qin Yujie managed to block it. A martial artist of the 6th rank of Heavenly Man realm blocking a 4th rank of Wheelsea realm martial artist attack with half strength. Perhaps in the Lingxianshan kingdom, none other than Qin Yujie could accomplish such a feat. Reflecting on this, Tang Jinan had to admit that Qin Yujie's talent was monstrous, worthy of praise. Fortunately, Qin Yujie's overconfidence that day led him to agree to a life-or-death battle. Otherwise, once Qin Yujie grew stronger, Tang Jinan feared he truly wouldn't be able to match up. Qin Yujie is incredibly strong. It seems we've underestimated his capabilities. That's right. Qin Yujie has already cultivated the 4-season sword technique to its fullest extent, with terrifying power. I also want to learn this 4-season sword technique. It's too powerful. Tang Jinan's blade just now was also incredibly fearsome, yet they ended up in a tie once again. The crowd around them started discussing. Qin Yujie, it seems I have indeed underestimated you. I have already used 5/10 of my strength, and yet you managed to block me. However, I assume this is your limit, right? Next, I will unleash my full strength, and there's no way you can match me. Tang Jinan said in his usual arrogant tone. The surrounding onlookers were already numb from being shocked by Tang Jinan's immense power. What? So far, Tang Jinan has only used half of his power? Goodness, if he uses all of it, wouldn't that mean instant death for Qin Yujie in one slash? What kind of great opportunity did Tang Jinan obtain in the secret realm? How could his power become so terrifying? 5/10 of his strength is already this terrifying. As for his full strength, I can barely imagine. I think Qin Yujie's last strike must have been his ultimate ability. There's no way he can withstand Tang Jinan's next attack. Qin Yujie is truly going to die this time. His legend ends here. I don't think he can possibly hold against Tang Jinan anymore. Upon hearing the murmurs of the spectators, Lin Qinin and others shook their heads in disdain. They were fully aware how powerful Qin Yujie truly was, but the others had no clue at all. Even Lin Qinin et al. Couldn't claim knowledge of all of Qin Yujie's hidden trump cards. Hong Yuchuan, seated in the viewing stands of the arena, also stared at Qin Yujie in astonishment. He realized Qin Yujie was stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 193, Tang Jinan goes all out. Gao Yu also looked at Qin Yujie in disbelief. Just now, the attack by Tang Jinan was so powerful that even he probably couldn't easily withstand it. Yet Qin Yujie had effortlessly deflected it. This indirectly implied that Qin Yujie's current strength was greater than Gao Yu's. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Yu's back. If he had dared to make a move against Qin Yujie just a few days ago, would he have ended up like Su Laiyong? His cultivation ruined by Qin Yujie? Gao Yu didn't dare to think further. He now realized how terrifying Qin Yujie truly was. He could only hope that Tang Jinan would really be able to kill Qin Yujie next. Otherwise, he felt too uneasy. Upon hearing that Tang Jinan was about to unleash his full strength, Qin Yujie became visibly spirited. He said indifferently, "You should have gone all out long ago. You should be grateful. If it wasn't for my curiosity to see your strongest capability, you would have been dead already. You should thank me for letting you live this long." Qin Yujie's arrogance shocked everyone around him. Qin Yujie is too overconfident. Has he lost his mind? Even with only 5% of his power, Tang Jinan is already so strong. If Tang Jinan unleashes his full power, there's no way Qin Yujie can block it. I admit Qin Yujie is powerful, but isn't he being overly arrogant? That's right. Especially saying, "You should thank me for letting you live this long." Tang Jinan will likely get infuriated by that. I understand now. Qin Yujie is deliberately trying to provoke Tang Jinan into anger. When someone loses control, they become irrational, especially during combat, and are prone to making mistakes. Qin Yujie has too many tricks up his sleeve. You're projecting villainous intentions onto an honorable person. Qin Yujie doesn't need such tricks based on his monstrous talent alone. If Qin Yujie doesn't possess overwhelming strength but still speaks this way, it's pure ignorance. Hopefully, his power matches his arrogance. On the dueling platform, Tang Jinan, upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, seemed as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. "Qin Yujie, you've got things backwards. If I hadn't held back, you would have been killed with one slash of my blade ages ago. Do you know why I've chosen to torture you slowly? It's because I think a quick death is far too merciful for you. I intend to let you feel fear, despair. I'll make you crawl before me like a dead dog, begging for mercy." Qin Yujie, watching the somewhat deranged Tang Jinan, replied coldly. "Tang Jinan, you're nothing more than an insect-like piece of trash, and yet you dare to shout at me. You're no different from your younger brother. Both are trash in my eyes. You two brothers, Tang Jinan and Tang Jibei, truly deserve the titles, North-South Twin Wastes, or simply, the Twin Waist Stars. North-South Twin Wastes. Twin Waist Stars." When the crowd heard Qin Yujie addressing Tang Jinan in such a manner, they thought Qin Yujie had lost his mind. If Tang Jinan, ranked first among the inner disciples, was considered waste, then what did that make them, ordinary inner disciples? Less than waste? What the hell? This guy Qin Yujie thinks he can insult others limitlessly. If Tang Jinan is a waste, what does that make us? Worthless garbage. Qin Yujie is utterly disrespectful. Admitting someone else's excellence isn't so hard, is it? Tang Jibei might deserve the title waste, but Tang Jinan? Absolutely not. It seems Qin Yujie knows his doom is near and decides to enjoy his final moments spouting nonsense before dying. He's incredibly immature and ignorant. Today will mark Qin Yujie's end unless Elder Jiang intervenes to save him. Otherwise, he's finished. How does Qin Yujie have the audacity to call Tang Jinan waste? If he manages to easily beat Tang Jinan, maybe then I'll concede that Tang Jinan is a waste. But given how Qin Yujie barely fended off Tang Jinan's last attack, what gives him the right to act so arrogantly? Amidst the murmurs of surprise among the crowd, Tang Jinan emitted a terrifying aura. Coldly, he said, "Qin Yujie, you've completely enraged me. You ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. Now, I'll show you my real strength." With a fierce roar to the sky, Tang Jinan gripped his blade firmly, unleashing an unmatched momentum. The spiritual energy in the air violently quivered, sending gusts of wind throughout Tianyuan Sect. Creatures in the nearby mountains were startled and scattered everywhere, terrified. Chasing Sun Sword Art, third form. one cut to extinguish the sun. At this moment, Tang Jinan unleashed his full round C 4th level prowess. In the sky above, a colossal golden blade aura appeared, its momentum overwhelming and its power heaven-shattering. This blade aura was incomparably powerful, far stronger than any of Tang Jinan's previous strikes. If his earlier attacks were akin to a stream, then this one was undoubtedly an ocean. A stream versus an ocean. They simply weren't comparable. This blade aura of Tang Jinan's was also unprecedentedly strong and terrifying. Holy crap, Tang Jinan is way too strong. Qin Yujie is done for this time. This is Tang Jinan's full power? This blade aura is so tyrannical. The surrounding onlookers were genuinely shocked by the sheer terror of Tang Jinan's strength. Qin Yujie, gazing at this fearsome blade aura, merely smiled faintly. He didn't appear overwhelmed by it at all, but instead casually withdrew the porphyry sun bow from his spatial ring. The arms of this porphyry sun bow were intricately engraved with complex runes, and embedded within them were numerous top-grade essence-gathering pearls. You see, the most crucial part of a bow is its arms, as they act as the main structure for storing energy. The material used in this porphyry sun bow was the heaven-rank middle-grade Divine Thunder Bamboo. Divine Thunder Bamboo is known for its incredible elasticity and flexibility, making it highly suitable for crafting bows. However, finding even a small piece of Divine Thunder Bamboo would be considered a tremendous stroke of luck for most. Yet here was Qin Yujie, using an entire length of it as material. It truly seemed excessively extravagant. Besides the arms, the string of the porphyry sun bow was made from the precious web threads of an evil demon-face spider. The web threads of the evil demon-face spider are exceptionally resilient and ideal for creating bow strings. But evil demon-face spiders are extremely rare and difficult to capture. Furthermore, the web must be spun by a living evil demon-face spider. Once the spider dies, its web loses all value. Due to this, the web threads of the evil demon-face spider are extraordinarily valuable, ranked among the best materials within heaven-rank middle-grade materials. It's nearly impossible for most people to obtain them, let alone the fact that Qin Yujie's porphyry sun bow had several strands interwoven together like a rope, giving it a mysterious and supernatural appearance. Chapter 194, The Spirit Bow of the Broken Sun. Qin Yujie casually pulled out the mysterious spirit bow of the broken sun, which instantly caused another round of heart-stopping astonishment among those around him. Shit, how many treasures does Qin Yujie actually have? This bow looks high in grade. It should be a celestial tier weapon. This treasure bow isn't simple at all. If I'm not mistaken, it's made from Divine Thunder Bamboo. Qin Yujie is truly extravagant. Divine Thunder Bamboo, I've only seen it mentioned in books. In our Lingxian kingdom, there's no such celestial tier material. Not only were the surrounding disciples utterly shocked, even Hong Yuchuan and Tian Feichin were left astonished. After all, even they did not possess celestial tier weapons. Moreover, this spirit bow of the broken sun was extraordinary and endlessly versatile, far surpassing an ordinary celestial tier weapon. Amidst everyone's discussion, Qin Yujie suddenly drew the spirit bow to its fullest. Instantly, the runes on the spirit bow flickered as a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards Qin Yujie's weapon, forming a transparent arrow made of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy arrow emanated an awe-inspiring aura, with earth-shattering power. Then Qin Yujie released the arrow. It carried a tremendous momentum, surging toward Tang Jinan's blade force. The two attacks collided immediately. Shockingly, Qin Yujie's spiritual energy arrow shattered through Tang Jinan's blade force like cutting through paper after a slight pause, then rushed straight towards Tang Jinan. The crowd could barely believe their eyes. They had originally thought that Tang Jinan's blade force was terrifying enough, but Qin Yujie's spiritual energy arrow proved even more fearsome. What they didn't know was that Qin Yujie had already restrained a lot of his power. He did not intend to kill Tang Jinan at once. He had said he would first cripple Tang Jinan's cultivation, crush his bones, and finally let him die. Qin Yujie always delivered what he promised. An eye for an eye, that was his philosophy. To finish Tang Jinan with a single strike would be far too lenient. Seeing the terrifying arrow, Tang Jinan's face was full of shock and disbelief. He cried out in surprise. How is this possible? How can you unleash such a terrifying attack? Tang Jinan had assumed that exposing his full apparent strength would defeat Qin Yujie, yet Qin Yujie grew stronger as the battle progressed. His strength seemed boundless. Whenever Tang Jinan became stronger, so did Qin Yujie. This was terrifying. Seeing the terrifying spiritual energy arrow heading towards him, Tang Jinan instantly activated a silver-colored soft armor worn on his body. As if putting all his essence into it, Tang Jinan infused the silver soft armor with immense true essence, causing a dazzling white light to shine from it. The runes glimmered, and the armor transformed into something miraculous. Everyone present thought Tang Jinan would either die or sustain serious injuries, but unexpectedly, Tang Jinan possessed this remarkable protective armor. Haha, this is a lower celestial rank defensive soft armor I obtained in a secret realm. Qin Yujie, I doubt your attack could even penetrate my defenses. Tang Jinan laughed confidently. Just as he spoke, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yujie's terrifying arrow boom hit Tang Jinan's silver soft armor. A lower celestial tier defense armor couldn't possibly withstand an attack by a middle celestial tier weapon. They were not in the same league. However, thanks to the buffer provided by the silver soft armor, the power of Qin Yujie's arrow diminished greatly. Plus, Qin Yujie hadn't used his full strength. In the end, although Tang Jinan's soft armor was shattered, Tang Jinan himself wasn't severely injured, just slightly wounded. Quickly, Tang Jinan swallowed a healing pill. In no time, his minor wounds healed completely, restoring his fighting form to its peak. In life and death battles, even the slightest injury could affect the final outcome, so Tang Jinan couldn't afford to take any chances. Now, Tang Jinan looked at Qin Yujie solemnly. He was no longer relaxed. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie would be this powerful, able to match a Wheel C Realm Tier 4 cultivator like him with merely a Heavenly Human Realm Tier 6 cultivation base. At that moment, the people around them stared dumbfounded at Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan. They had never imagined that despite unleashing all his potential, Tang Jinan still could not best Qin Yujie. Surprisingly, it appeared to be a stalemate, and it was unclear who would prevail. Because both Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan were exceedingly strong. If earlier was the peak of both their abilities, their prowess was evenly matched. Victory would come down to who had greater combat talent and a better grasp of opportunities. Hong Yuqian, seeming to have foreseen this, nodded with affirmation. He believed that as Jiang Fanquan's disciple, Qin Yujie must have some unexpected trump card up his sleeve. Otherwise, why would Jiang Fanqian allow him to come alone for such a deadly duel? However, Tian Feichen and Gao Yu's expressions were not as relaxed as Hong Yuqian's. Their faces showed shock and unease. Because they really didn't expect Tang Jinan to bring out his full strength and still be unable to defeat Qin Yujie. Moreover, Qin Yujie seemed to grow stronger with every passing moment, displaying overwhelming power. If Qin Yujie was still holding back under such circumstances, then his true combat strength would truly be terrifying. Thinking about this, the two of them broke into a cold sweat. They felt increasingly uneasy, and for a moment, they suddenly thought that Tang Jinan might actually lose. As soon as this thought crossed their minds, Tian Feichen's expression immediately turned more solemn. He forced himself to remain calm and continued observing the situation on the dueling ground. Shihai Peak, Tianyuan Sect. Jiang Fanqian took a casual glance at the dueling ground with her divine consciousness, fully aware of everyone's expressions. She had no fear of Hong Yuqian and Tian Feichen attempting any tricks. At her level of power, it would take just a single step for her to appear before Qin Yujie instantly. She wouldn't even need to show up. Just a single breath could reduce Hong Yuqian and Tian Feichen to ashes from all the way across the dueling ground. The terrifying strength of an Emperor Realm martial artist was something far beyond the comprehension of Sea Wheel Realm martial artists. Jiang Fanqian looked at Qin Yujie and nodded in satisfaction. She was completely confident in Qin Yujie's strength and talent. On the dueling field, Tang Jinan's eyes now showed an unprecedented degree of caution. Furrowing his brows, he glanced at Qin Yujie and said, Qin Yujie, I admit now, your talent and strength are indeed monstrous. Given a bit more time for you to grow, I truly won't be your match. Qin Yujie did not rush to attack either. With complete lack of courtesy, he responded, you don't have to wait until later, because right now, you're no match for me. Chapter 195, Tang Jinan's Ace. Tang Jinan glanced at Qin Yujie, then as if he had made a decision, said with incomparable confidence, Qin Yujie, originally I did not want to deploy my powerful ace, but now things have come to this, and I must use it. You've forced me into this situation, you should be proud enough. But from this point forward, your martial arts journey will come to an end. Tang Jinan's words instantly shocked the crowd surrounding him. Could it be that Tang Jinan has some powerful trump card left? Since you have a powerful ace, then go ahead and unleash it. Otherwise, once I take it seriously, you won't have a chance to act. Qin Yujie showed a hint of interest. He didn't know what Tang Jinan's strong trump card was. Tang Jinan looked around at everyone, and then said with great arrogance, do you think my biggest harvest in the secret realm is this silver soft armor and the Blood Moon Cutter? You're all wrong. My biggest gain in the secret realm was accidentally entering a former master of the knife way's resting place, successfully obtaining his knife techniques and his Dao legacy while comprehending the essence of the blade. Upon hearing Tang Jinan's words, the crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning, stunned on the spot. What? Blade essence? Was I just mistaken in hearing that? You heard correctly, so did I. Who would have thought that Tang Jinan's ultimate skill is the comprehension of the blade's meaning? To comprehend the meaning of a blade is incredibly difficult. Only a genius in the way of the blade can do so. There isn't anyone within the entire Tianyuan Sect's inner sect who understands the essence of the blade yet, right? Tang Jinan truly lives up to being the top disciple of the inner sect. With the empowerment of blade essence, Tang Jinan's Chasing Sun swordplay will undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Qin Yujie is definitely no match for Tang Jinan. I swear, Tang Jinan actually obtained a predecessor's legacy in the art of the blade. Is he the legendary son of fortune? It's really astonishing. Heaven, what kind of luck does Tang Jinan possess? With this blade Dao legacy, Tang Jinan's path of the blade will surely reach even greater heights. One can only genuinely call oneself a Daoist practitioner of blades after comprehending its essence. Similarly, only after comprehending the essence of a sword can one be considered a true swordsman. In both regards, Qin Yujie lost. He practically lost everything. That's right, Qin Yujie hasn't even grasped the essence of the sword. How can he be compared with Tang Jinan? No one knows what type of blade essence Tang Jinan has grasped or to what extent. The enhancement brought about by the understanding of the blade's meaning to a blade technique is enormous. Qin Yujie will certainly not be a match for Tang Jinan next. The whole arena had reached its climax. Almost everyone present was shocked by Tang Jinan's announcement. They knew today Tang Jinan was destined to rise, and becoming a core disciple wouldn't be far-fetched. Tang Jinan observed the awe-inspiring expressions of everyone, feeling highly elated. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention, the peak of his life so far. Tang Jinan pitted looked at Qin Yujie, who remained silent, and then arrogantly said, Qin Yujie, you understand the gap between us now, don't you? Your heart must be filled with despair right now. Haha, alas, there are no regret pills in this world. If you disable your own abilities right now and kneel down to beg me, I might spare your life. Naturally, Tang Jinan would not let Qin Yujie go easily. He was deliberately saying this to humiliate Qin Yujie, to trample on his dignity harshly. Tang Jinan wanted Qin Yujie's name to be disgraced forever. Even after Qin Yujie died, people would talk about his pathetic image of kneeling down begging for mercy. After speaking, without waiting for Qin Yujie to respond, Tang Jinan was seen standing with his knife held in his right hand, the tip slightly angled downwards, seemingly casual, but naturally perfect, radiating an inexplicable realm. Even before making a move, simply adopting this stance had already triggered another round of exclamations among the crowd. Many Inner Sect disciples only felt Tang Jinan's posture was profound, evoking a sense of ripples like water. The deeper nuances were naturally beyond their perception. However, Han Yuchuan and Tianyuan on the viewing platform were different. They realized that Tang Jinan had grasped the essence of the water blade. Han Yuchuan and Tianyuan's hearts were shaken profoundly by a massive wave of shock. They never imagined that Tang Jinan possessed such high talent in the way of the blade, having understood a type of essence. Tang Jinan glanced around at the crowd, enjoying this current feeling immensely. Then with a slight smile, he proudly declared, I have grasped the water blade essence, and it has already reached a level of initial completion. As soon as Tang Jinan's words finished, the entire arena erupted in chaos. Everyone was thoroughly stunned. Tang Jinan is truly a rare talent across generations. He has grasped the essence of the water blade in its early stages. I'm genuinely scared. An Inner Sect disciple fell to the ground, eyes full of admiration and reverence. It seems that Qin Yujie's talent can't compare at all with Tang Jinan. Qin Yujie is definitely going to die today. Today's turn of events is utterly unexpected. I originally favored Qin Yujie, but who would have thought that Tang Jinan has actually comprehended the water blade intention? Qin Yujie is in trouble now. Blade intention. And he has even reached the preliminary stage of comprehension. Its power is truly astonishing. Even a semi-competent blade intention would be extraordinary in power. Not to mention there are still 4 great realms after the semi-stage. Entry, competency, mastery, and perfection. A competent blade intention, with the strength Qin Yujie displayed just now, he absolutely cannot withstand it. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with speculation, and even Han Yuchuan and Tianyuan on the viewing platform were shocked. A competent water blade intention? Tang Jinan keeps surprising me more and more. No matter what happens today, even if Tang Jinan loses in the end, he must not die. His talent is too high. His future achievements will be boundless. Han Yuchuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Not only was Han Yuchuan deeply astonished, but Tianyuan next to him was also unable to remain calm. Staring intently at Tang Jinan, Tianyuan murmured, a competent water blade intention? Isn't Tang Jinan's talent simply too incredible? Though he doesn't match the leading core disciple, Tang Jinan's talent could rank second within Tianyuan Sect, right? For a moment, both Han Yuchuan and Tianyuan felt a surge of joy. To a sect, what's most important are geniuses. Only powerful geniuses are the core essence of a sect. If a sect goes for too long without producing any geniuses, then it won't be far from decline or even extinction. Why does Tianyuan Sect categorize disciples into core disciples, inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and menial work disciples? It's precisely to filter out the shining talents. And at this very moment, Tang Jinan was such a talent. Even in the eyes of everyone, his talent surpasses Qin Yujie because Qin Yujie hasn't comprehended the meaning of the sword. Chapter 196, The Perfect Sword Intent. On the dueling platform, Tang Jinan looked at Qin Yujie, who was still silent, and said arrogantly, Qin Yujie, aren't you feeling desperate right now? I, Tang Jinan, will definitely become a world-renowned mighty expert admired by the entire Lingxiang kingdom. And today, you are the stepping stone for my rise. Upon hearing this, Qin Yujie suddenly smiled, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He said calmly, Tang Jinan, I have given you enough face. I believe that what just happened was probably your brightest moment in life. You've comprehended the lesser mastery of water blade intent, which is indeed extraordinary, and probably shocked the entire Tianyuan Sect with your talent. Tang Jinan listened to Qin Yujie's words without being modest, and confidently said, yes, that was indeed the most glorious moment of my life, and I truly enjoyed the feeling. However, Qin Yujie, don't think that flattery will make me spare you. That's impossible. You'd better give up your ridiculous ideas. I repeat, I want you to kneel before me and repent. After hearing Tang Jinan's words, Qin Yujie shook his head and said, Tang Jinan, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, even though you've comprehended the lesser mastery of water blade intent, which seems remarkable to ordinary people in the Tianyuan Sect, in my eyes, you are still a speck of dust and worthless. At Qin Yujie's words, the crowd around the duel ground was startled. Even Han Yuchuan, the master of the Tianyuan Sect, frowned and watched Qin Yujie incredulously. Han Yuchuan was extremely disappointed in Qin Yujie. He couldn't believe that at such a moment, Qin Yujie remained so arrogant and presumptuous. The crowd surrounding them also disliked Qin Yujie's arrogance and haughtiness. Is it so hard for Qin Yujie to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Yes, Qin Yujie, you haven't even comprehended the sword intent yet. So what gives you the right to criticize senior brother Tang like this? Perhaps Qin Yujie simply can't handle it psychologically, and hence spouts such childish nonsense. Qin Yujie is too overconfident. If one doesn't possess absolute strength, uttering such haughty words equates to ignorance and folly. I think Qin Yujie has tremendous talent. It's just that he hasn't grown up fully yet. By the time he reaches the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, perhaps he would have comprehended the sword intent already. His talent does not lag far behind Tang Jinan. True, Qin Yujie acted impulsively. This means Tang Jinan absolutely won't let Qin Yujie go easily. From now on, Qin Yujie will face more peril than fortune. Within the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, it'll still be under Tang Jinan's dominion. The surrounding crowd began whispering amongst themselves. Tang Jinan, upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, laughed disdainfully and asked, "How dare you ridicule me? A speck of dust who has not yet comprehended the sword intent? Who has given you such courage and confidence?" Qin Yujie shook his head and said indifferently, "Who said I haven't comprehended the sword intent? I have already comprehended the wind sword intent, and I have reached its perfected stage. Your lesser mastery of waterblade intent shouldn't even see the light of day here. Tell me, if you're not waste and rubbish, then what else could you possibly be?" With these words from Qin Yujie, it felt like thunder struck out of the blue, shocking the surrounding crowd into disbelief. At this moment, everyone's inner shock surpassed hundreds or even thousands of times compared to their previous reaction. What? Qin Yujie has comprehended the perfect wind sword intent. Is this real or a fabrication? Qin Yujie doesn't need to lie at this juncture. There's no point in deception here. Heavens, Qin Yujie's sword art talent must be off the charts. It seems we underestimated him. That's true. Compared to Qin Yujie, Tang Jinan is undeniably just specks of dust and waste. Against the perfection of sword intent, lesser mastery of blade intent is indeed inferior beyond measure. There's no comparison between the two whatsoever. I admit, Qin Yujie indeed possesses the capital to be haughty. He deserves to call Tang Jinan a waste. Indeed, while Tang Jinan's talent might be exceptional, it seems minuscule when compared with Qin Yujie. One doesn't know how good a product is until comparing it side by side. In front of Qin Yujie, the peerless genius, any other so-called genius pales in comparison. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Yujie with admiration and shock, leading the entire dueling field to buzz with conversation. The martial path is this realistic. The higher Tang Jinan rose previously, the harder his fall from grace feels now. At this moment, Tang Jinan's expression turned exceptionally ghastly. He was nearly fainting from anger. The dramatic disparity in his emotional state left Tang Jinan utterly unable to accept it. Just moments ago, Tang Jinan stood proudly above others, a universally recognized prodigy whom all admired. But now, Qin Yujie has crushed Tang Jinan's pride and self-esteem, stamping them mercilessly beneath his feet. Before Qin Yujie, Tang Jinan is, undoubtedly, a waste. His so-called pride and confidence crumble effortlessly. At the 6th level of the Tianyuan realm, Qin Yujie had comprehended the perfect sword intent, whereas Tang Jinan only managed to grasp the lesser mastery of blade intent at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The gap between them was akin to the difference between heaven and earth, making them incomparable. When Hong Yuchuan, the leader of the Tianyuan Sect, heard Qin Yujie's words, he also immediately appeared incredulous, experiencing one of the most astonishing moments in his life. The perfected wind sword intent. How is that possible? He's merely at the 6th level of the Tianyuan realm. If this is true, then Qin Yujie truly is a once-in-a-lifetime genius in swordsmanship. Hong Yuchuan trembled, speaking incoherently. This guy isn't even 20 yet, right? His talent and insight are simply monstrous. Tian Fei was also startled by Qin Yujie's demonstrated talent. Gu Baocheng and Gao Yu were two intersect elders who had seen countless geniuses, but someone as monstrous as Qin Yujie was their first encounter. In their eyes, even the top core disciple would pale slightly in comparison when it came solely to sword talent and insight. On the dueling platform, Qin Yujie looked disdainfully at the dispirited Tang Jinan and said arrogantly, "Tang Jinan, what you're so proud of is utterly insignificant in my eyes. A mere lesser mastery of blade intent, and you dare to boast in front of me. I think you're just bringing shame upon yourself. Who gave you the courage and confidence to act arrogant before me? Was it Liang Jingru?" The crowd around were drawn to Qin Yujie's overwhelming confidence and arrogance. At this moment, Qin Yujie seemed like a divine being descending from the heavens, extraordinary and magnificent. Meanwhile, Tang Jinan had lost all his dignity and no longer carried the arrogance and haughtiness from before. Tang Jinan, clutching at the last straw, looked crazily at Qin Yujie and exclaimed, "Qin Yujie, how could you possibly have comprehended the perfect sword intent? It's impossible. You must be deliberately saying this to disrupt my mindset, with the aim of taking advantage of my weakness and defeating me in one fell swoop. You truly have malicious intentions." Chapter 197. Defeating Tang Jinan with one sword strike. As he watched Tang Jinan fall into a frenzy, Qin Yujie disdainfully smiled and said, "You are truly pitiful. I don't even need to lie, because I will soon defeat you with the complete essence of wind sword intent. Tang Jinan, I will give you one last chance to strike. Otherwise, when my sword comes out, you won't even have a chance to move." After Qin Yujie finished speaking, everyone could see an inexplicable ambience arise from the blue lotus sword. This aura felt perfect in every way, mysterious and terrifying. The crowd knew that this was the complete essence of wind sword intent mentioned by Qin Yujie. Tang Jinan glanced at Qin Yujie, knowing that he had no way out. Fine. What does it matter if your sword intent is complete? My realm surpasses yours by so much. How much power can you unleash from your sword intent? Qin Yujie, die for me. Behold my strongest blade technique. After Tang Jinan spoke, formidable true essence surged from his body, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth towards him. At that moment, Tang Jinan's strength reached its peak. Sun-chasing blade techniques. The third move, a single stroke that extinguishes the sun. Intent of water blade. Merge. Everyone then witnessed a shocking wave of heavenly blade energy appear in the sky. This blade energy stronger and more fearsome than anything seen before. Because this blade energy had merged with the essence of water, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Although it was still the same sun-chasing blade technique, the might of this blade energy was incomparable to what they'd previously seen. The crowd was shocked looking at this terrible blade energy. They never imagined that with the empowerment of blade intent, the blade energy would become this domineering and frightening. Just the imposing momentum emanating from the blade was enough to make everyone tremble with fear. Tang Jinan's strength is truly terrifying. Alas, he has crossed paths with Qin Yujie. That's true. The small success of the water blade intent is already terrifying. So how much more terrifying and powerful must the complete essence of wind sword intent be? Tang Jinan's talent and ability are strong already. If he chose not to provoke Qin Yujie, based on his natural endowment and opportunities, he could surely go far. Even stepping beyond Ling Empire would not be impossible. There truly are always people greater out there. Tang Jinan never imagined in his wildest dreams that Qin Yujie had mastered the complete essence of sword intent. Otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't have engaged in this life or death battle with Qin Yujie. That's right. The path of martial arts is treacherous. One wrong move, and everything is lost. Who could have guessed this? We also thought at first that Qin Yujie was destined to lose. But now, the outcome has completely flipped. Still, we don't know who the victor will be yet. Tang Jinan was right. Qin Yujie's cultivation is too low. Even with the complete sword intent, how much strength can he truly wield? Time seemed slow, but actions were fast. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, on the dueling stage, Tang Jinan's terrifying blade energy arrived in front of Qin Yujie in a flash. Qin Yujie looked at this blade energy and shook his head slightly, saying with disdain, Tang Jinan, is this your greatest strength? Truly, you are too weak. Very well. Today, I'll let you witness the power of the complete sword intent. Upon finishing his sentence, Qin Yujie immediately thrust his sword. The free and easy sword technique. Soaring through the world. Essence of wind sword. Immediately, everyone saw a horrifying wave of sword energy form in the sky. This sword energy was extraordinarily powerful. If Tang Jinan's blade energy was likened to a small river, then Qin Yujie's sword energy was akin to an ocean. Everyone within the Tianyuan Sect was astounded by Qin Yujie's magnificent display of sword energy, because he had executed the complete essence of wind sword intent. Sword intent itself is elusive and difficult to comprehend. Only geniuses along the path of swords generally achieve such insights. Commoners often fail entirely, let alone understanding it. Qin Yujie had comprehended the essence of wind sword intent to perfection. Holy crap, this is the power of complete sword intent. This is genuinely breathtaking. It turns out that Qin Yujie's true strength was this potent. This sword energy could probably withstand any 5th layer Will See realm warrior. What to speak of Tang Jinan, who is merely 4th layer. This single stroke from Qin Yujie flows like a great river. It's perfectly formed. It's truly the complete level of wind sword intent. I am also a swordsman, and just now from Qin Yujie's sword strike, I caught a glimmer of profound insight. If I follow him, learning under his guidance, couldn't I perhaps also understand the essence of the sword? Heavenly. Qin Yujie's talent for swordsmanship is genuinely terrifying. Probably throughout all of Ling Heaven Empire, no second such genius exists. It seems we've always misunderstood Qin Yujie. How could a sword genius like him ever lose to Tang Jinan? Our vision has been too limited. Before, we thought someone like Tang Jinan was a world-class genius. Now, after meeting Qin Yujie, we realize that compared to true world-class geniuses, Tang Jinan means nothing. Amidst the continuous chatter from the crowd, Qin Yujie's formidable sword energy overcame Tang Jinan's blade energy with overwhelming force and instantly arrived before Tang Jinan. It can't be. The power of your sword strike is so immense. Tang Jinan stared in despair at the horrifying sword strike of Qin Yujie, his face filled with terror. Boom! Amidst the crowd's shock, Qin Yujie's sword energy struck Tang Jinan's dantian in an instant. It hurt so much. Instantly, Tang Jinan let out a soul-piercing scream. His body flew backward like a broken sandbag, colliding heavily with the defensive formation before bouncing back and falling at Qin Yujie's feet. Tang Jinan lay on the ground like a dead dog. His formidable true essence dissipated like air escaping from a deflated balloon. With his dantian destroyed and all cultivation lost, Tang Jinan was now a mere waste. Even a martial artist at the first level of the Gathering Meridian's realm could easily take his life. Tang Jinan, once regarded as the strongest in the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect and always high above others, was now lying there helplessly like a beggar, gasping for breath. The scene rendered the entire dueling arena deathly silent. The audience was still captivated by Qin Yujie's dazzling sword strike, unable to snap back into reality for a long while. Much later, with Tang Jinan's painful cries, the spectators finally came to their senses. They looked at Qin Yuzhe in amazement, sensing a towering arrogance and confidence exuding from him. At that moment, Qin Yuzhe was like an unsheathed peerless sword, worthy of both admiration and fear. Boss, you're amazing. I knew you'd win. A thrilled Xuanhuan exclaimed. Master, you're my idol. I aspire to become a mighty martial artist like you. Huang Yoha said excitedly, her fists pumping in excitement. Lin Qinin also sighed in relief. Although she had believed Qin Yuzhe would triumph, until the duel was over, she remained anxious. Now it was all over, and Qin Yuzhe emerged victorious. Lin Qinin felt a weight lifted off her heart. Chapter 198, Tang Jinan's Death. At this moment, Zhang Qiuling beside Lin Qinin was in a subtle state of mind. From Qin Yuzhe's single sword strike, she had gained a bit of insight. Suddenly, an overwhelming true essence surged within her as she thrust her sword into the empty air, instantly releasing a streak of sword chi that startled everyone around her. This is the initial stage of the water sword intent. Goodness gracious! Isn't Zhang Qiuling just Qin Yuzhe's maid? She has already grasped the sword intent. Even though she is Qin Yuzhe's maid, she is also a sword talent from the Watermoon Sect. Since she has been with Qin Yuzhe all along, he would surely have provided her with meticulous guidance. It is no surprise that she comprehended the sword intent. Meticulous guidance? I also wish for young Master Qin to teach me. How enviable, Zhang Qiuling. Qin Yuzhe is indeed life's ultimate winner. His maid not only possesses extraordinary grace, but also has potent talent for the way of the sword. Such a maid can't be found by lighting a lantern in search. I want a maid like this too, practicing together during the day and continuing through the night. Brother, why does your speech sound so suggestive? Practicing at night, eh? Amid the murmuring crowd, they couldn't imagine that Qin Yuzhe's maid could also comprehend a form of sword intent. Zhang Qiuling gave a faint smile, having finally mastered the basics of the water sword intent. None of this would have been possible without Qin Yuzhe. Had she not followed Qin Yuzhe and become his maid, there's no way Zhang Qiuling could have so quickly advanced from a half-step into mastering the sword intent. On the dueling platform, Tang Jinan looked in disbelief at his now-destroyed Dantian, saying despondently, Qin Yuzhe, you truly ruined my Dantian? How ruthless. I swear, even if I die, I will never let you off. With a casual tone, Qin Yuzhe replied, winner takes all, loser dies, that much you understand. If I lost, you wouldn't have spared me either. When one chooses a battle of life and death, one must accept all consequences. Having said that, Qin Yuzhe placed a foot on Tang Jinan's left leg, causing the bones to shatter instantly. It hurts so much. Qin Yuzhe, please give me a quick end. Tang Jinan cried out in anguish. How dare you ask for mercy after boasting earlier that you'd do the same to me? Would you have shown any kindness to me if I lost? Now I'm simply treating you with your own method. All of this is self-inflicted. Without any compassion, Qin Yuzhe delivered 3 consecutive kicks, utterly pulverizing all of Tang Jinan's bones. Qin Yuzhe, I'll haunt you as a ghost, and I'll make sure you pay. Tang Jinan screamed while lying on the ground. Sneering disdainfully, Qin Yuzhe retorted, if that's the case, I'll make certain you don't even become a ghost. In a wave of his hand, Qin Yuzhe summoned his Qi-Qing flame fire, which caused the surrounding crowd to draw sharp intakes of breath. Shit, this is a celestial elemental fire. How many treasures does Qin Yuzhe have? So this is what's rumored as the elemental fire? When did Ling Shao Kingdom ever see such treasures appear? Where did Qin Yuzhe get so many treasures? Even our great master Hong would turn green-eyed over this elemental fire. Compared to Qin Yuzhe, we are mere paupers without a single decent weapon, yet Qin Yuzhe has all these top-notch artifacts. I am numbed by constant shocks. Qin Yuzhe, I beg you, stop flaunting your prowess. We all know how far below your league we are. Qin Yuzhe, do you still need maidservants? I'm willing to serve you, ready to take on any tasks. Qin Yuzhe is incredibly wealthy. Whatever little cultivation resources slip from between his fingers would be enough for us to cultivate for a lifetime. Seeing Qin Yuzhe holding the Qi-Qing flame fire, excitement rippled through the gathered audience, their hearts filled with both envy and admiration. Up on the viewing platform, at this time, Han Yuquan also wore an expression of astonishment. However, upon reflecting briefly, he relaxed and mumbled to himself. This elemental fire must have been given to Qin Yuzhe by Elder Jiang. What a fortunate disciple he has under a fine master. Gazing at Qin Yuzhe's seemingly endless supply of treasures, Tian Feichen couldn't help but covet them deeply. Had he not feared the formidable teacher standing behind Qin Yuzhe, Jiang Fanxian, he would have long since concocted an excuse to snatch those treasures. Seeing the elemental fire in Qin Yuzhe's hands, Tang Jinan involuntarily trembled with fear. Qin Yuzhe, looking down at Tang Jinan, grinned coldly and said, my elemental fire can incinerate souls alive. Thus, you shall vanish completely, leaving not a speck behind. Upon hearing Qin Yuzhe's words, Tang Jinan's entire body convulsed violently. Filled with terror, he pleaded, Qin Yuzhe, please. I won't oppose you anymore. Just give me a swift death. Unwavering, Qin Yuzhe flicked his hand, and the Qi-Qing flame immediately shot toward Tang Jinan. Instantly, Tang Jinan's body was engulfed in fierce flames, accompanied by screams of agony as he was burned to ashes. Hong Yuquan and Tian Feichen did not stop Qin Yuzhe from killing Tang Jinan. First, this was a battle of life and death, and they had to follow the rules. Second, and most importantly, Tang Jinan's Dantian had already been destroyed. Even if they saved him now, he would be no more than a useless man. Sects are all pragmatic. Between a living genius and a ruined one, they naturally understood the difference in value. Moreover, Hong Yuquan and Tian Feichen also feared Qin Yu's master Jiang Fanxian. They believed that if they dared to interfere with the battle, Jiang Fanxian would hesitate not at all to take action. Thus, Hong Yuquan did not say anything to stop Qin Yuja. The onlookers looked at Qin Yuja with trembling hearts. They were shocked by his decisive and ruthless means, and surely, ordinary people would never dare to oppose Qin Yuja again after witnessing this. With this, the fight of life and death came to an end. At this moment, a figure flashed across the sky. This person had a celestial bone structure and peerless beauty. Barefoot, her pair of jade-like feet was exquisitely perfect. This person was none other than Qin Yuja's master, Jiang Fanxian. Jiang Fanxian wore the clothing Qin Yuja had given her, making her look even more extraordinarily beautiful and ethereal. Upon seeing Jiang Fanxian, Qin Yuja's eyes lit up instantly. After assimilating the essences of two sword bodies, Jiang Fanxian exuded an even more breathtaking aura. However, apart from Qin Yuja, no one else dared to stare shamelessly at Jiang Fanxian because her profound and inscrutable might and power made it impossible for anyone to dare disrespect her. Upon seeing Jiang Fanxian's arrival, Hong Yuquan and Tian Feichen could feel her terrifying strength, startling them both as cold sweat immediately broke out on their backs. "Disciple, follow me." Jiang Fanxian flickered briefly, and with just one step forward, a green lotus made of condensed spirit energy formed beneath her foot, extraordinary and magical. Jiang Fanxian walked gracefully, leaving a trail of lotuses behind her until she vanished from everyone's view in the blink of an eye. Disappearing along with her was Qin Yuja. Chapter 199, Jiang Fanxuan's Farewell. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yuja followed Jiang Fanxuan to the top of Shihai Peak. At this moment, atop Shihai Peak, clouds surged like waves over an ocean. It was magnificent and breathtakingly beautiful. However, neither of them had any intention of appreciating this stunning scenery. Jiang Fanxuan stood with her back to Qin Yuja, gazing at the sea of clouds, contemplating how to phrase her next words. Qin Yuja said calmly, "Master, are you preparing to leave?" Jiang Fanxuan nodded and replied, "Yes, I am planning to leave today. I believe that with your strength, there is no one in Lingtian Kingdom who can match you. I have very important matters to attend to and must leave." Qin Yuja looked at the exquisitely beautiful silhouette of Jiang Fanxuan and walked towards her, gathering his courage, and suddenly embraced her from behind. Instantly, Qin Yuja felt Jiang Fanxuan's body stiffen and struggle lightly. Qin Yuja smiled faintly and held her waist tightly as he leaned fully against her back. Qin Yuja immediately felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. This close physical contact made him unable to suppress a flutter of excitement. "Once Master leaves, I won't see you again. Let me hold you for a while longer," Qin Yuja said with a heart full of wandering desires. Though Jiang Fanxuan had been the highly revered holy maiden in the past, many men had adored her, she had never engaged in such intimate contact with a man before. Now, upon being suddenly embraced by Qin Yuja, her body and mind were slightly moved, spreading an unusual sensation throughout her body, making her face flush instantly. "Disciple, don't get too presumptuous," Jiang Fanxuan said, her face red. Jiang Fanxuan could have easily pushed Qin Yuja away, but she did not do so, perhaps because deep inside, she also harbored some feelings for Qin Yuja. Qin Yuja, however, paid no attention to it. As someone experienced in love from his previous life, when a woman said no, if the man actually stopped, then that man would be considered foolish. Sometimes, a woman's words should be interpreted oppositely. Though Jiang Fanxuan was a lofty martial artist of the royal realm, Qin Yuja could feel that she harbored some affection for him. He would not let such a world-class beauty just walk away. If he didn't leave an impression on her inner self and let her go, as time went on, Jiang Fanxuan would truly become his master. An old saying goes, "Strike while the iron is hot." Holding Jiang Fanxuan closely, Qin Yuja flashed forward quickly, appearing right in front of her. Gazing at her breathtaking beauty, Qin Yuja suddenly grabbed her hard, then pressed his lips firmly against hers. Jiang Fanxuan's mind went blank immediately. She didn't expect Qin Yuja to have such audacity, to actually dare to go too far. She felt a bit annoyed and wanted to push him away, but remembering their point-by-point interactions over the recent period, as well as the immense efforts Qin Yuja took to heal her injuries, her spirit softened. "Well, this brat, I'll discipline him later." Jiang Fanxuan seemed to find herself an excuse, thinking privately. Qin Yuja knew that he liked Jiang Fanxuan as well, so he did not want her to just walk away like this. Jiang Fanxuan had never been close to any man before, so she had no idea how to kiss properly. All she could do was keep her eyes closed, clench her teeth tightly, and let Qin Yuja take everything from her. Qin Yuja smiled faintly, biting her lips lightly. Then, his tongue swiftly breached her tightly clenched teeth, passionately kissing her and incessantly tasting her sweet saliva. Jiang Fanxuan's mind was now completely blank, even feeling slightly oxygen-deprived. Her body went limp, eyes still closed, instinctively responding to Qin Yuja's tongue movements. Although somewhat clumsy, under Qin Yuja's encouragement, their tongues intertwined passionately. This ethereal sensation left Qin Yuja wanting more. Of course, Qin Yuja didn't overstep excessively. He already realized he had gone too far. If he went further, Jiang Fanxuan might really unsheath her sword and split him in two. At that time, if their mentor-student bond broke apart, Qin Yuja would regret it deeply. All Qin Yuja wanted was to leave a mark on Jiang Fanxuan's inner being. With this kind of intimate contact between them, the barrier between them had been shattered. There was no doubt she would remember him from here on out, because her heart already belonged to him. After half an hour, Qin Yujie reluctantly released Xuanhuan's lips. Master, once I gain greater strength, I will come looking for you, Qin Yujie said, contentedly embracing Xuanhuan. All right, I'll wait for you. Remember, by Mochi, the cycle's sacred ground. Xuanhuan agreed, nodding. Relax, master. Once I reach the royal realm, I'll seek you out. You know my talent. I'll catch up to you soon enough, Qin Yujie said, smiling. Xuanhuan glanced at Qin Yujie and then said indifferently, Qin Yujie, are you truly sincere to me? Of course, Qin Yujie replied earnestly. All right, I believe you. But from now on, you're not allowed to flirt with other women anymore, Xuanhuan said. All right, Qin Yujie agreed. However, there was a sentence in Qin Yujie's mind that he did not say. If other women come after me voluntarily, it can't be blamed on me. Xuanhuan finally took a careful look at Qin Yujie, then stepped onto a lotus flower and disappeared instantly into the vastness of the world. As Qin Yujie watched Xuanhuan vanish, he knew she had gone. He must make himself stronger so that he could have a chance to find her. Master, I believe we will meet again soon. Qin Yujie sniffed the lingering scent of Xuanhuan in the air and said with great confidence. At this moment, Qin Yujie didn't know that Bai Mochi was located at the northernmost part of the holy immortal continent, very far away, separated by the terrifying chaotic Devil Sea, and without an Emperor Realm cultivation base, no one could cross the chaotic Devil Sea alone. Qin Yujie looked at the empty Shihai Peak, took out a gourd, and drank some wine alone. Shihai Peak was where Xuanhuan had stayed. Qin Yujie did not want anyone else to ruin it, so he decided to stay here for cultivation. However, the most urgent task right now was to bring Lin Qinin and others over. With the high concentration of spiritual energy on Shihai Peak, it would be beneficial for everyone's cultivation. With Tang Jinan dead, Qin Yujie became without question the #1 disciple among the inner sect disciples. Tang Jinan's spirit peak naturally fell to Qin Yujie to live in. But now with Shihai Peak available, Qin Yujie decided to hand Tang Jinan's mountain peak over to the members of Mysterious Mist Pavilion to reside in, believing that with Zheng Nanhua, as well as Li Kun and Meng Xiao present, they would certainly manage it well. Moreover, with this arrangement, the cultivation speed of the Mysterious Mist Pavilion members would definitely improve greatly. With Xuanhuan's departure, Han Yuchuan and Tianyuan of Tianyuan Sect both let out a sigh of relief. Having such a formidable presence around all the time made Han Yuchuan and Tianyuan constantly live in fear. Now that Xuanhuan had left, the heavy stone in their hearts finally lifted. Chapter 200, Accepting the Inner Sect Mission. One day later, Qin Yujie moved his portable residence to Shihai Peak. Master, the environment here is so beautiful, and the spiritual energy is also so abundant. From now on, let's just stay here to cultivate, Huang Yoha said excitedly to Qin Yujie. Good. Qin Yujie nodded in agreement. Anyway, he originally planned to continue cultivating at Shihai Peak. Qin Yujie, is your master gone? Lin Qinin asked. My master cultivates at the Sovereign Realm. Naturally, she won't stay in Lingtian Kingdom for long, Qin Yujie said. Sovereign Realm. Lin Qinin was also quite shocked. The Sovereign Realm was, to Qin Yujie, Lin Qinin, and others at their current level, a distant and unattainably high realm. I believe that sooner or later, we will also reach the Sovereign Realm. Qin Yujie chuckled faintly. After Qin Yujie finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Qiuling and said, Qiuling, remember our agreement? You were to be my servant for a month, and now it has expired. You are free. Zhang Qiuling was suddenly taken aback. She hadn't realized how quickly time had passed, and the 1-month period had come to an end. Can I still stay by your side and continue to cultivate? Zhang Qiuling hesitated nervously before asking. Of course you can. You may continue cultivating at Shihai Peak. Qin Yujie smiled and replied. Zhang Qiuling couldn't help but feel delighted inwardly. Without even realizing it, she discovered that she was somewhat reluctant to part with Qin Yujie. Zhang Qiuling didn't know her true feelings deep within her heart. She simply thought that the cultivation resources around Qin Yujie were good, which was why she stayed here, not considering personal emotional factors. Speaking of servants, Qin Yujie remembered his former maid Qin Xiaoji and wondered how she was doing now, whether she was living well in Yuxian City. It seemed that after some time, he would need to visit Yuxian City and check on Qin Xiaoji while visiting his family. Qin Yujie sighed inwardly. In the core area of Tianyuan Sect, a handsome young man with a stern face coldly said to Tianyuan, who would have thought that Tang Jinan wouldn't even be a match for Qin Yujie. Moreover, Qin Yujie has apparently comprehended a form of sword intent as well. Looks like this boy cannot be left alive. Tianyuan respectfully asked the young man. Prince, do you intend to move against him personally? The young man shook his head and said calmly, unless absolutely necessary, I won't make a move myself. Although Qin Yujie's master has left and is no longer at Tianyuan Sect, there's a possibility she might still be lingering in Lingtian Kingdom. Find an opportunity and send someone to probe the situation. Ideally killing Qin Yujie, but if not possible, then just assess his weaknesses. This young man was none other than Li Zhengtun, the crown prince of Lingtian Kingdom, the future inheritor of its throne. And Tianyuan had already pledged allegiance to the royal family of Lingtian Kingdom because Li Junkuan promised him that he would one day pass on the position of sect leader of Tianyuan Sect to him. As for Li Junkuan himself, his talent in the way of the sword was exceptionally high, and he was currently the top core disciple at Tianyuan Sect. His goal was to participate in the martial talent competition of the Tianyu dynasty and then join the Tai Sword Sect. Tai Sword Sect was the leading among the 4 great sects of the Tianyu dynasty, boasting over 2,000 years of history with an extensive and enduring legacy of martial arts. Their valuable skills and techniques were countless. Tianyuan Sword Sect was located in the Tianyuan dynasty, a place brimming with the prosperity of martial arts. It was truly the aspiration of all sword-wielding warriors. The deep reserves of Tianyuan Sword Sect were incomparably superior to those of small regional sects like Lingtian Kingdom. Compared to Tianyuan Sword Sect, Tianyuan Sect wasn't even worthy of tying its shoes. Li Junquan had lofty ambitions. He naturally wouldn't settle for staying as the leader of Tianyuan Sect. In fact, he even showed little interest in the imperial throne of Lingtian Kingdom. However, the royal family of Lingtian Kingdom, his father Emperor Li Jitong, had been secretly oppressing the Qin family for these past few years, and naturally, as the crown prince, Li Junquan also sought every means possible to suppress Qin Yujie. Due to fear of Qin Yujie's father, Qin Hanjing, the royal family had not directly moved against the Qin family. Nevertheless, despite this, the Qin family was becoming increasingly destitute. Everyone thought that the Qin family wouldn't last much longer before disappearing, but no one had expected Qin Yujie's sudden rise. Not only did he display monstrous talent in martial arts, but his ability in alchemy was similarly remarkable. Having gained support from the Divine Alchemist Hall and becoming Jiang Fanchuan's disciple now further cemented his standing. This caused a great deal of concern within the royal family of Lingtian Kingdom for a moment. However, once Li Junquan became a disciple of Tianyuan Sword Sect and earned its backing, even if the Qin family still enjoyed the support of the Divine Alchemist Hall, the Lingtian Kingdom royalty would no longer worry. After Li Junquan and Tian Feichen carefully plotted together, Tian Feichen disappeared, and Li Junquan returned to continue refining his sword techniques. Half a month later, at Qihai Peak, after half a month of cultivation, Qin Yujie successfully broke through to the 7th tier of the Heavenly Man realm. At this moment, a figure appeared on Qihai Peak. It was truly Fatso Xuanhuan. Qin Yujie, there's a new regulation in the sect. All newly admitted inner disciples must complete one sect mission within 3 months to officially become an inner disciple. I think we should quickly complete one mission as soon as possible. Xuanhuan had come today to inform Qin Yujie and then accompany him to complete a sect mission, so that they could support each other. I've heard about this too. It seems this rule was just established these past few days, Lin Qinin said indifferently. It's definitely something Tian Feichen concocted. This Tian Feichen always targets me. He doesn't dare to confront me openly, so he has to play dirty tricks behind the scenes. Qin Yujie thought for a moment and said calmly. Although he knew it was Tian Feichen playing tricks, Qin Yujie wasn't afraid at all. If Tian Feichen dared to make a move, Qin Yujie wouldn't mind killing him. Huang Youha, Zhang Xiuling, you two continue cultivating here at Qihai Peak. This residence is protected by the 5 elements 8 trigrams array. Here's the array control disk. With it, you can freely manipulate the array. Qin Yujie said to Huang Youha and Zhang Xiuling. Qin Yujie handed the array control disk over to Zhang Xiuling. Zhang Xiuling was strong, already possessing the 2nd level of Wheel C realm cultivation. In the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, almost no one could match her, and with her controlling the array, Qin Yujie felt even more reassured. Do you want me to go with you? Another person means additional strength, Zhang Xiuling asked. There's no need. I don't feel comfortable leaving Huang Youha alone on Qihai Peak. With you here, she'll be safer. Qin Yujie shook his head. All right, then be careful. Zhang Xiuling nodded in agreement. Qin Yujie set off with Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan. In a flash, like a rabbit leaping away, they vanished from Qihai Peak. Chapter 201, Arrival at Zuxian City. In Tianyuan Sect, there is a specific place for receiving sect missions, called the Mission Hall. Not long after, Qin Yujie and the other two arrived at the Mission Hall. Inside the Mission Hall were many sect missions, with different points rewards depending on the difficulty of the mission. As the competition within the inner sect was very intense, these points were quite valuable. Many powerful inner disciples specifically undertook sect missions to gain points. Qin Yujie approached an attendant in the mission hall and said, "Attendant, we have come to receive a sect mission." The attendant glanced at Qin Yujie and smiled, saying, "You must be Qin Yujie. I know of you. Your name has been familiar to me for some time. The entrance mission for inner disciples is random, but just so happens, there is a mission here that suits the 3 of you." "Oh, what exactly is this mission?" asked Qin Yujie calmly. The head attendant pulled out a mission sheet and said, "Recently in Zuxian City, multiple women have been found brutally murdered. According to reliable intelligence, it is the work of a lecherous thief at the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm named Hua Yechuan. He is skilled in combat techniques and disguise, and extremely cunning. When he encounters someone stronger than him, he disappears. When he meets weaker opponents, he cruelly kills them. Your mission is to eliminate him. This mission carries a high point reward as well, more than 10,000 points." Qin Yujie nodded and replied, "Fine, we will take this mission." The head attendant handed over a token to Qin Yujie and then stated, "At the end of the mission, return with Hua Yechuan's head to the mission hall. You have 1 month to complete this task. If you fail to complete it within 1 month, you will fail the inner disciple mission assessment, and failing means you won't be considered official inner disciples." Agreed, Qin Yujie nodded. After receiving the mission, Qin Yujie summoned his flying heaven carriage and then departed from the sect with Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan. 4 days later, Qin Yujie and the others arrived at Zuxian City. It was fortunate that Qin Yujie had the flying heaven carriage. Otherwise, reaching Zuxian City would have wasted around 10 days alone, with another 10 days required for returning to the sect. A common person wouldn't be able to accomplish this mission. Zuxian City was large. Although not as prosperous as Yuxian City, it was still an important transportation hub in Lingtian Kingdom. Throughout history, it had always been a contested strategic location. Upon arriving at the gates of Zuxian City, Qin Yujie and his companions retracted their carriage. They came to Zuxian City for the mission, but the flying heaven carriage was too conspicuous, so it was better to walk into the city instead. Leader, how do we plan to find this Xuanhuan? Asked Fa Zhongnanhua to Qin Yujie. I've heard that Xuanhuan likes beautiful women. Perhaps we should lure him out, said Qin Yujie indifferently. You're not suggesting Lin Qinin is bait, are you? Exclaimed Xuanhuan in surprise. Not at all. I can handle it myself, shook his head Qin Yujie. Lin Qinin was only at the 4th level of Heavenly Person Realm. Using her as bait would be far too dangerous, especially since Xuanhuan was openly known to have reached the 3rd level of Will See Realm, and who knows what other tricks he might possess. Naturally, Qin Yujie didn't want Lin Qinin taking unnecessary risks. Himself? Where would he find a woman? Asked Lin Qinin, also puzzled. That, my friends, is something you don't need to worry about. A wise man always has a clever plan. Qin Yujie chuckled. Due to Lin Qinin's extraordinary beauty, she wore a white hood today, with a circle of white veil surrounding it. In Zuxian City, many people dress this way, so Lin Qinin did not attract any undue attention. As they walked along the streets of Zuxian City, suddenly, a frantic galloping sound came from behind. At the front was a young man, followed by a large group of individuals clad in tight clothing. Each of them carried a fearsome aura, swords dangling from their waists, looking rather ferocious. The young man was splendidly dressed, exuding arrogance, clearly leading the pack. This group charged down the streets of Zuxian City on horseback, alarming passers-by who screamed and shouted. Some unlucky pedestrians were immediately struck by the young man's whip and tumbled to the ground. And the young man laughed haughtily, completely disregarding the lives of those on the road. When this youth saw Qin Yujie and the others, he showed no concern. With a fierce wave of his hand, a long whip shot out like a snake towards Qin Yujie and his companions. The attack was aimed at killing them outright. Even if they survived by chance, the force of this whip was something ordinary people could not withstand. It would likely shatter bones upon impact. Seeing the situation, the youth wore a look filled with cruelty and excitement. At this moment, Qin Yujie abruptly turned around, his brows furrowing as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Qin Yujie had come to Zuxian City for the mission and did not want to stir up any trouble. Yet, it seemed that even if he didn't provoke others, some people still dared to provoke him. Looking at this youth, who without reason attacked strangers with lethal force, Qin Yujie felt no psychological burden whatsoever in dealing with someone like him. Qin Yujie would not start trouble, but anyone who dared to bully him would find him fearless in facing the challenge. Seeing Qin Yujie, the young man burst out laughing. Kid, running into your grandpa today is your bad luck. Remember next time, if you dare to block my way in Zuxian City, this will be your fate. The young man, seeing his long whip about to strike Qin Yujie's face, couldn't help but laugh smugly. This young man was none other than Gu Tiancheng, the son of the city lord of Zuxian City, Gu Rongxuan. Gu Tiancheng was infamous in Zuxian City as a spoilt rich boy, bullying men and oppressing women daily. It was said that when children cried at midnight in Zuxian City, just hearing the name Gu Tiancheng would make them stop immediately. Although Gu Rongxuan was only the city lord of Zuxian City, his identity was far from ordinary. His elder daughter, Gu Xuanhuan, was the esteemed concubine Su of the current emperor, and his backing was undoubtedly formidable. Gu Tiancheng could be considered the emperor's younger brother-in-law, and with such connections, he reigned over Zuxian City with whatever he wanted within his grasp. Despite Gu Tiancheng's domineering behavior in Zuxian City, no one dared to act against him, not because of his strength, but due to fear of his influential background. However, today, Gu Tiancheng had encountered Qin Yujie. Having just arrived in Zuxian City, Qin Yujie naturally had no idea about Gu Tiancheng's background, but even if he had known, he would have unhesitatingly acted against Gu Tiancheng. Chapter 202, Weaklings. Qin Yujie looked at the attack before him and coldly scoffed, instantly throwing a punch towards Gu Tiancheng. Gu Tiancheng was merely at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. A casual punch from Qin Yujie was something Gu Tiancheng couldn't withstand. Gu Tiancheng had always been arrogant and overbearing in Xuanhuan City. How could he have imagined that someone would dare to lay hands on him in broad daylight? Is this person crazy? Is he looking for death? At the sight of this terrifying attack, Gu Tiancheng's eyes flashed with panic. Though he had considerable strength, how could he possibly be Qin Yujie's match? With just one punch, Gu Tiancheng was sent flying off his horse by Qin Yujie, sustaining serious injuries. Master Gu, are you alright? Who dares so much as to strike Master Gu? Master Gu is injured. Everyone, surround this murderer. How dare someone treat Master Gu like this today? Quickly inform Mayor Gu. Gu Tiancheng's guards immediately became grave and surrounded Qin Yujie and his 2 companions. Qin Yujie had already held back. Otherwise, Gu Tiancheng wouldn't have merely suffered an injury. However, Gu Tiancheng didn't see it that way. He thought this act from Qin Yujie was a clear provocation. Get out of my way. Gu Tiancheng shoved the guards on both sides away and slowly stood up. With a ferocious look on his face, he said to Qin Yujie, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, all of you will regret it today. To attack me in Xuanhuan City means your doom. The surrounding crowd watched Qin Yujie and his companions sympathetically, thinking that Qin Yujie would surely die today. Weren't you the one who initiated the attack first? Am I not allowed to retaliate? Qin Yujie said calmly. Did anyone see you get attacked first? Who will testify for you? Uncle Qin, take them down, cripple them. then locked them up in the city lord's dungeon. Gu Tianqing arrogantly commanded Qin Yujie. The surrounding people took a few steps back as if they hadn't seen anything. From this, it was evident that Gu Tianqing acted like a local emperor in Xuanhuan City. No one dared offend him. Upon hearing Gu Tianqing's orders, an elderly man dressed in blue slowly stepped forward. This elder dressed in blue possessed the 8th level of the celestial realm, while Qin Yujie was only at the 7th level. In Gu Tianqing's mind, the elder should be able to easily deal with Qin Yujie. Moreover, Gu Tianqing had already sent someone to summon more experts from the city lord's mansion. The reinforcements were sure to arrive soon. This elder Qin usually followed Gu Tianqing around and acted arrogantly, showing no regard for Qin Yujie. Given Qin Yujie's young age and lack of apparent background, Elder Qin assumed Qin Yujie wouldn't have much influence. Without a second thought, he approached Qin Yujie. You truly are a blind fool, daring to harm our young master. Where does your courage come from? I believe breaking your legs is the lightest punishment you deserve. You probably should be killed right now, the elder said arrogantly. Uncle Qin, don't kill him. Break his legs and leave him alive. I want him to experience the 108 tortures of our city lord's dungeon. I'll ensure he longs for death but can't achieve it, Gu Tianqing cruelly replied. His words made the surrounding crowd shiver with fear. They hurriedly distanced themselves from Qin Yujie and his group, afraid of any association. Heavens, these 3 individuals are doomed. The city lord's dungeon with its 108 tortures. How could anyone survive? A passerby remarked sympathetically. Yes, recently a warrior at the 1st level of the Wheel Sea realm offended Gu Tianqing. City lord Gu Rongxuan caught him and subjected him to all 108 tortures. His body afterward was unrecognizable. It was grotesque. Another person added. Exactly. In Xuanhuan City, everyone except Gu Tianqing can be provoked. The Gus are the de facto rulers of Xuanhuan City. Offending the Gu family guarantees a life worse than death. Gu family's eldest daughter is already a concubine in the palace. Who dares to provoke her? Concubine? Heaven forbid. She is a member of the royal family. In Lingxia Kingdom, the Gu family reigns supreme. Amid the crowd discussing Qin Yujie and his companions, some showed pity, others sympathy. Listening to the murmurs, Qin Yujie finally understood why Gu Tianqing acted so arrogantly. He had the current emperor as his backing. Qin Yujie had long-standing grievances with the current royal family. For years, the royal family had been oppressing the Qin family. All these debts would be settled eventually. Big brother, I'm merely at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. It's up to you now. Xuanhuan chuckled. Don't worry. Even if a whole pack of these weaklings comes, there's nothing to fear, Qin Yujie said indifferently. Qin Yujie's words caused a great shock among the people around him. They never expected that Qin Yujie, even facing death, would dare to be so arrogant and unruly. What an arrogant man. Indeed, he might be from another place and doesn't know the background of Gu Tianqing. In Xuanhuan City, those who dare to be so bold against Gu Tianqing are already dead. Truly fearless like young calves not fearing tigers. This person is too young and probably hasn't seen much of the world. Pity, his legs will be broken soon, likely ruining his life. Indeed, but I admire him. At least he has spirit when facing death. Not only were the surrounding crowd stunned by Qin Yujie's arrogance, even Gu Tianqing was momentarily bewildered by Qin Yujie's remarks. In Xuanhuan City, Gu Tianqing had always acted in an imperious manner. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a way, let alone call him a clay rooster or broken-tiled dog, which was simply unbearable. How dare you call me a clay rooster or broken-tiled dog? As someone so exalted as myself, you dare call me a clay rooster? Please tell me where I resemble a clay rooster. With my volatile temper now aroused, Uncle Qin immediately break both his legs and hands. I want to make him into a human pig, Gu Tianqing said angrily. Qin Yujie shook his head and replied, Sorry, I made a mistake. Calling you a clay rooster or broken-tiled dog is indeed inappropriate. To be honest, you aren't even as good as a clay rooster or broken-tiled dog. A clay rooster can be cooked into a delicious chicken soup, and broken-tiled dogs can become tasty roasted meat. What can you turn into? You're absolutely worse than trash. Qin Yujie's speech startled the crowd, making them inhale sharply. They couldn't believe that Qin Yujie was being this audacious. Damn, how dare you humiliate me so shamefully. Uncle Qin, tear apart his mouth first, then cut off his tongue and feed it to the dogs. Gu Tianqing was trembling all over in rage as he pointed at Qin Yujie and said furiously. Chapter 203, One Punch Destroys the Elder. Upon hearing Gu Tianqing's words, the green-robed elder's momentum instantly became formidable. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qin Yujie and thrust his sword toward him. The onlookers were startled by the elder's bizarre footwork and powerful sword chi, stepping back several paces in alarm. I reckon this young man can't even withstand one move from the green-robed elder. That's right. The green-robed elder is incredibly strong with an unpredictable sword technique. An ordinary person stands no chance. Such a pity. This youth was too rash. If he had tolerated one whip strike from Gu Tianqing, he probably wouldn't have lost his life. Yes, those who adapt to circumstances are wise men. When facing a strong opponent, bowing your head is often necessary. Under someone else's roof, you must lower your head. This youth is far too arrogant. Now look, angering the Gu family will surely seal his doom. No way out. All around, people had little confidence in Qin Yujie, believing that he was merely seeking death. The green-robed elder, looking at Qin Yujie's expressionless face, assumed he was frightened out of his wits. He suddenly burst out laughing. Young man, there are always greater beings than oneself and realms beyond our own. Don't think that just because you possess some strength, you can act without restraint. Since you've angered young Master Gu, today you are destined to become a mutilated human. That scene, just thinking about it makes me eagerly anticipate. Qin Yujie, upon seeing the blade energy coming towards him, found it utterly weak. It sparked not even the slightest interest in him. Facing such level of martial artists, Qin Yujie saw no need to use martial techniques. In one punch, Qin Yujie struck out towards the green-robed elder, causing the elder's sword chi to dissolve like tofu dregs, vanishing without a trace. A second ago, the elder still looked supremely confident with a full smile, but his expression swiftly changed to shock, as if witnessing something unimaginable. Amidst the elder's bewilderment, Qin Yujie unleashed a punch, striking him directly. Instantly, the elder's body exploded like a shattered melon, scattering in all directions. Splashes of blood and torn limbs rained down, splattering onto Gu Tianqing's face. Gu Tianqing choked, like someone had gripped his throat tightly, stunned and speechless. A flicker of true essence passed through Qin Yujie's body, yet he remained elegant, not a single drop of blood staining him. Truly too feeble. Qin Yujie shook his head disdainfully. Gu Tianqing's face instantly turned pale as he stammered. You actually killed Uncle Qing. You're done for. Qin Yujie waved his hand, gathering true essence, pulling Gu Tianqing over immediately. You said you wanted to chop me into pieces? Or tear my mouth apart, and sever my tongue? Qin Yujie's words now were chilling, evoking trembling dread. Haha, so what if I did? In Xuanhuan City, if you dare to harm a hair on my head, your entire family will be exterminated. Gu Tianqing simply couldn't believe Qin Yujie would truly harm him. After all, in Xuanhuan City, one shouldn't offend the Gu family. However, this time, Gu Tianqing had indeed met his match. For others, indeed they wouldn't dare do anything against Gu Tianqing, but Qin Yujie was different. How ignorant you truly are. In my eyes, let alone your Gu family, even the current royal family doesn't matter to me. Qin Yujie pitted Gu Tianqing while sneering. Only then did Gu Tianqing realize that Qin Yujie was not like others. The overbearing confidence emanating from Qin Yujie seemed entirely genuine. Qin Yujie took out the green lotus sword. As Gu Tianqing's eyes widened in horror, Qin Yujie struck the sword. A strand of sword chi split into 4 parts, chopping at Gu Tianqing's limbs. It hurts so much. Gu Tianqing screamed in excruciating pain, watching his limbs separate from his body. Now, Gu Tianqing lay on the ground writhing like a legless round grub, a sight that made everyone present feel extremely uneasy. All the onlookers were shocked by Qin Yujie's single stroke. They believed Qin Yujie wouldn't dare attack Gu Tianqing. Unexpectedly, Qin Yujie had acted with such forcefulness. It greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. This is all your fault. If I had lost, I'd probably be worse off than you right now. Qin Yujie showed absolutely no compassion. It hurts so much. Attack him. By heaven, I swear I'll grind your bones to dust. Gu Tianqing rolled in pain on the ground, bawling uncontrollably. The crowd, including the guards around Gu Tianqing, was terrified by Qin Yujie's cruel tactics. Not a single person dared approach to obstruct him. Let's go. Qin Yujie left with Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from view. Quickly carry the master back to the Lord's mansion. His legs and arms were just severed. Perhaps we can reattach them. A group of guards quickly scrambled to carry Gu Tianqing away. At the city lord's residence, Gu Rongshuan's face was currently very grim. He had already given Gu Tianqing an elite healing medicine, and while his severed limbs had been reattached, they weren't going to recover easily. The main issue was that Qin Yujie's sword chi was too overbearing. It had damaged Gu Tianqing's meridians in his arms and legs. To fully heal, he would need extraordinary therapeutic treasures. Though the Gu family naturally possessed great wealth and influence in Xuanhuan City, when it came to rare treasures, they only had one Xian-level spiritual herb, Shudi Huang, which was bestowed by the current emperor. This Shudi Huang was incredibly precious, but for Gu Tianqing, Gu Rongshuan painfully administered it. With this Shudi Huang, after a period of recuperation, Gu Tianqing's limbs would surely recover. But even if Gu Tianqing recovers, it will definitely affect his future martial path unless he encounters something miraculous. Things are completely out of control. Investigate this immediately. Post his portrait everywhere. Strictly check at the city gates. I want him to have no way of escape. Gu Rongshuan waved his hand, throwing the teacup he held in anger, shattering it on the ground. His entire body emanated with intimidating power, causing those around him to kneel instantly in fear. Yes, City Lord, I'll investigate right away. A commander broke into cold sweat and fright, responding promptly. Before long, at the 4 gates of Xuanhuan City, every entrance was swarming with heavy troops, and inspections became extraordinarily strict. Qin Yujie, along with Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua, arrived at a secluded corner where no one was present. With just a transformation, Qin Yujie suddenly turned into a young maiden. Qin Yujie possessed the thousand-faced disguise technique, allowing him to transform freely into anyone's appearance. Chapter 204, The Young Lady and the Maid. Brother, what kind of secret technique is that? Teach me. Zheng Nanhua said with wide eyes, full of shock. Even Lin Qining beside him was shocked by Qin Yujie's extraordinary skills. Lin Qining naturally knew how powerful this skill was. Such a versatile secret art was absolutely crucial for self-preservation. Sometimes it could save lives. This secret art is too late for you to learn now. I suspect our portraits are already plastered all over Zuxian City. But haven't you forgotten that I have the top-grade disguise pills? Just take them, and you can alter your appearances. Qin Yujie took out several top-grade disguise pills and handed them to Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan. Qin Yujie was not really afraid of the Gu family, but in order to complete the inner sect mission first, he decided to hide his identity until he caught Hua Chuanya, then settle accounts with the Gu family. Thinking of Hua Chuanya, Qin Yujie had already formed a plan. With a name as frivolous as Hua Chuanya, which implied nightly pleasures, it was clear that once he encountered a stunning woman with low cultivation, he would be unable to resist. After swallowing one of the pills, Lin Qinin's figure transformed into an ordinary-looking young girl. Xuanhuan was secretly amazed when he swallowed his pill and instantly turned into a chubby woman. Qin Yujie chuckled and said, "All right, from now on, you two will be my maids, and I will be your young lady. We're going to increase our fame and attract Hua Chuanya." The top-grade disguise pill could only change one's appearance, but not their voice, lasting for only an hour. However, the Thousand Faces disguise art was different. It could change both appearance and voice without any time limit. "You should just pretend to be mute, fatty." Qin Yujie teased Xuanhuan. All right, Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. To raise their profile, they definitely needed to create some sensational events. Qin Yujie believed they should go to the most famous tavern in Zuxian City. Taverns usually have the highest number of people, including those from various walks of life, making it easy to gather intelligence. As Qin Yujie walked down the street, Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan stood beside him, resembling a young lady accompanied by her two maids enjoying an outing. Currently, Qin Yujie bore a 7/10 resemblance to Zhang Qiuling, and her appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. How beautiful she is! Could she be a young lady from some noble family? A passerby was immediately attracted to Qin Yujie and said in shock, "That's impossible. How could there be such an attractive young miss in Zuxian City? She might be traveling here for sightseeing. After all, Zuxian City has its fair share of scenic beauty." The surrounding crowd started whispering about Qin Yujie. Soon, Qin Yujie and her companions arrived at the largest inn in Zuxian City, Mingxian Tower. Mingxian Tower served meals and provided lodging. In Zuxian City, almost everyone knew about Mingxian Tower. Qin Yujie's arrival attracted much attention. Lin Qinin smiled faintly. If these people knew that this beautiful young woman was actually a man transformed, they'd probably be speechless. Amidst the crowd's amazement, the three settled into Mingxian Tower. Qin Yujie rented 3 rooms, and every day, she would take Lin Qinin and Xuanhuan to explore Zuxian City before returning to their rooms. Sometimes, Qin Yujie would also wander around alone. After 3 days, the whole Zuxian City now knew that a breathtaking young noblewoman had arrived at Mingxian Tower. Her unparalleled beauty and graceful demeanor drew many more people to dine at Mingxian Tower daily, and the inn's accommodations were completely booked. "Boss, do you think Hua Chuanya will fall for it?" For 3 consecutive days, there was no sign of Hua Chuanya, and Xuanhuan asked uncertainly. "Of course he will. Who wouldn't fall for Qin Yujie's current look?" Lin Qinin joked unusually. Qin Yujie laughed and said, "Don't worry. Hua Chuanya has likely been observing us these past 3 days. Tonight, I'm planning to wander around alone. Now that I'm only at Celestial Realm level 7, if he determines there are no strong cultivators around me, he will surely act." Desire is like alcohol. When a fine drink is placed in front of a drunkard, they cannot help but succumb. The same applies to lechery. Qin Yujie's transformation was entirely aimed at the aesthetic preferences men hold dear, so there was no reason why Hua Chuanya wouldn't act. "Shall we accompany you?" Lin Qinin suggested. "It's better not to. You two are no match for Hua Chuanya. What if he takes you hostage? I can deal with him alone," Qin Yujie said with a smile. "All right," Lin Qinin said. That evening, Qin Yujie once again walked out of Mingxian Tower by himself to explore the night market. At this moment, Qin Yujie seemed like a young lady who enjoyed traveling, drawing many lustful glances from men along the way. Suddenly, Qin Yujie sensed a divine consciousness focusing on him continuously. Qin Yujie knew that Hua Chuanya had taken the bait. Qin Yujie had cultivated the true soul art, and his spiritual power was terrifying. Although Hua Chuanya believed his divine consciousness was well hidden, Qin Yujie effortlessly detected it. Qin Yujie arrived at a lakeside. There were fewer people here compared to the bustling night market, making this an ideal opportunity for Hua Chuanya to make his move. As expected, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yujie. With a lecherous grin, he said, "I didn't expect my luck to be so good recently, meeting such a beautiful woman. The women I played with before were simply not enough. Missy, today you will not escape from my grasp." Pretending to be panic-stricken, Qin Yujie said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Hua Chuanya looked at the flustered Qin Yujie and felt a surge of satisfaction. He burst into laughter, saying, "I am Hua Chuanya. You are only at Celestial Realm level 7, whereas I am at Sea of Energy level 3. You're no match for me. I advise you not to resist. Even if you shout your lungs out, no one will come to save you. A martial artist without moral bottom lines is someone who deserves to die today." Qin Yujie gave a cold laugh. Then his figure transformed back into his original appearance. In an instant, Qin Yujie thrust his sword, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge wildly. A streak of lightning-like sword chi instantly reached Hua Chuanya's chest. Supreme Path Sword Technique. Chapter 205, Hua Chuanya's Death. The Supreme Sword Drawing Technique is a terrifying sword art. It emphasizes the speed of drawing the sword, incomparably fast. In all the martial arts under heaven, nothing beats speed. The Supreme Sword Drawing Technique focuses on resolving the opponent the moment the sword is drawn, giving no chance for the opponent to react or retaliate. Hua Chuanya didn't even have time to react before Qin Yujie severed his throat with a single strike, and his head instantly flew off. Even in death, Hua Chuanye's eyes remained wide open, as if he had witnessed something inconceivable. Hua Chuanyi, with a cultivation level at the third stage of the Sea of Energy realm, didn't even get a chance to fight back. He was instantly killed by Qin Yujie with a single slash. Even without using the supreme sword drawing technique, Qin Yujie could easily have slain Hua Chuanyi. Qin Yujie simply wanted to test just how terrifying this technique truly was. This supreme sword drawing technique is indeed extraordinary. It's not comparable to any ordinary sword drawing art. Qin Yujie put away the sword in his hand and muttered to himself. Qin Yujie had come today to kill, and he had no intention of wasting time exchanging words with someone like Hua Chuanyi. Moreover, these past 3 days, while disguised as a woman, Qin Yujie had already felt extremely uncomfortable. Now that the transformation had been reversed, Qin Yujie naturally felt much more relaxed. Qin Yujie took the storage pouch from Hua Chuanye's body and checked it, discovering quite a few cultivation resources inside. Apparently, Hua Chuanyi not only kidnapped women but also plundered considerable wealth. Otherwise, how would he possess so many cultivation resources? Qin Yujie found a cultivation manual inside Hua Chuanye's storage pouch, which turned out to be an art for subduing women and extracting their yin energy. Qin Yujie finally understood why Hua Chuanyi was so obsessed with women. This cultivation manual was related. A garbage manual like this, keeping it will only harm others. Qin Yujie raised a strand of Qi-Qing flame in his hand, instantly reducing the manual to ashes. The sect mission is completed. It's time to face the Gu family now. Qin Yujie pocketed Hua Chuanye's head and strolled confidently along the streets of Xuanhuan City. Without exception, it wouldn't take long before the news of Qin Yujie's appearance reached Gu Rongshuan's ears. If Gu Rongshuan chose to retreat after realizing the situation, Qin Yujie did not wish to eliminate him completely. However, Qin Yujie knew that with the Gu family's influence, they would never let him live after killing Gu Tianqing. I don't want to kill people. But if you insist on resisting, starting tonight, there will no longer be a Gu family in Lingxiang Kingdom, Qin Yujie said to himself. Tonight was bound to be an extraordinary night. Not long afterward, Qin Yujie returned to Mingxian Tower. Leader, how did it go? Did you kill Hua Chuanyi? Xuanhuan asked. Of course, though I suspect the Gu family won't waste too much time before surrounding Mingxian Tower. Qin Yujie replied indifferently. It seems the Gu family is in for trouble tonight, Xuanhuan chuckled. Since the mission was completed, Lin Qinyin and Xuanhuan no longer needed to conceal themselves. The three leaped up in one move and instantly arrived outside Mingxian Tower. Qin Yujie tossed his flying carriage into the sky, where it glittered brilliantly against the night, dazzling and captivating. In an instant, Qin Yujie appeared atop the carriage, appearing as a celestial figure descending from the heavens, with an exceptional aura. Not long after, a large group of guards approached and encircled Mingxian Tower tightly. The surrounding crowd was shocked by the scene. No one knew what was happening, but everyone gathered around to watch. Isn't that young man the same person who killed Gu Tianqing a few days ago? A passerby looked at Qin Yujie standing on the flying carriage and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I can't believe he would still dare to come out. Now he probably has nowhere to run. Another person chimed in. That boy is too rash. All 4 city gates are heavily guarded now. He definitely can't escape. In Xuanhuan City, offending the Gu family guarantees certain death. Gu Rongshuan has already reached the 3rd stage of the Sea of Energy realm, and behind him stands Empress Consort Shu. Empress Consort Shu is deeply favored by the Emperor. Offending her means going against the royal family of Lingxiang Kingdom. Who in Lingxiang Kingdom dares to defy that? Sometimes, retreating one step opens up vast skies. This youth thinks too highly of himself. Even though he is only at the 7th stage of the Celestial Man realm, this is basically courting death. But looking at this youth, he appears rather extraordinary. Look at his carriage, it's divine and extraordinary. It must not be a mundane item. Perhaps he has a formidable background. Even if he has some kind of background, could it really surpass the Gu family? That's likely true. Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, a powerful figure swiftly approached from afar, appearing suddenly not far from Qin Yujie. This person emitted an overwhelming aura, with a terrifying true essence swirling around them. This man bore some resemblance to Gu Tianqing in his facial features. It was clear without thinking twice that this was Gu Tianqing's father, Gu Rongshuan. You truly have the audacity to sever all 4 limbs of my son. You despicable insect, why don't you run and hide now? Have you realized there's no escape, and thus decided to show yourself? Gu Rongshuan looked at Qin Yujie, waves of immense anger flaring from his body. Gu Tianqing was the only son of the Gu family, destined to inherit the entire clan. Thus, Gu Tianqing held an extremely significant position within the Gu family, having been spoiled rotten since childhood without enduring a single bit of hardship. Now, Gu Tianqing had actually had his limbs severed. How could Gu Rongshuan not be enraged? Qin Yujie gave Gu Rongshuan a glance with furrowed brows, and then said coldly, Your son provoked me willingly, and I showed restraint by not killing him. If you kneel down now, knock your head on the ground, and apologize, I might spare your dog-like life. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, the crowd surrounding them sucked in a sharp breath of air. Is this guy insane? How dare he demand that Lord Gu kneel and apologize? In the martial world, the mighty must never be humiliated. This young man called Lord Gu a dog. This is inviting death. That's right. Lord Gu has already reached the 3rd stage of the Sea of Energy realm, and his spear technique is nothing short of divine mastery. He's renowned across Xuanhuan City. I think this person is out of his mind, or how else could he utter such arrogant words? Though the Gu family is undoubtedly arrogant and tyrannical, they back it up with strength. Yet this youth is merely at the 7th stage of the celestial man realm. Where does his confidence and courage come from? To ignorance, fear means nothing. This youth might just be a novice warrior starting their trials. He doesn't understand how powerful a 3rd stage sea of energy realm martial artist can be. This youth is excessively arrogant without any strength to support it. Arrogance without power is pure foolishness. The Gu family also has ties to the royal family. For this young man to provoke the Gu family shows he clearly doesn't know what death even means. The surrounding crowd observed Qin Yujie's calm demeanor and began whispering among themselves. All believed that Qin Yujie wouldn't survive through the night. Chapter 206. Xuanhuan makes a move. Qin Yujie completely ignored the crowd's chatter because they had no idea how powerful he truly was. He didn't bother to explain anything to those around him. When he made his move, everything would become crystal clear. After hearing Qin Yujie's words, Xuanhuan smirked disdainfully. A mere insect at the 7th level of the heavenly human realm actually dares to speak to me like this? Looks like it's been too long since I've fought. Maybe many people have forgotten the name of Lord Bakshu Spear. At the mention of Bakshu Spear, everyone present felt a chill and trembled involuntarily. The Lord Bakshu Spear. Isn't that title something bestowed upon Master Gu by the current emperor? Right. This title is practically known throughout the Ling Tian kingdom. It's rumored that Master Gu's spear technique is so masterful that he effortlessly killed another warrior at the same cultivation level. Yes, within the same realm. Isn't Xuanhuan already unmatched? Not to mention a youth at merely the 7th level of the heavenly human realm. Killing this young man would be as simple as slaughtering chickens or dogs for Master Gu. The Lord Bakshu Spear. It's been a while since we last heard this title. If Master Gu hadn't mentioned it, I'd almost forgotten. The onlookers began discussing among themselves. Upon hearing the title, Qin Yujie gave a scornful laugh. A useless worm like you dares to call yourself Spear King? Ridiculous. You don't deserve the title at all. Xuanhuan fixed a cold gaze on Qin Yujie and said mockingly, "You call me useless? With your strength at only the 7th level of the heavenly human realm, I could kill you in one move. What gives you the right to challenge me?" Qin Yujie responded calmly, "One move? You're overestimating yourself. Even if you were far beyond the 3rd level of the Luanhai realm, warriors higher than you in rank and talent, I've killed many. Honestly, you're too weak to even spark my interest." Qin Yujie's words caused an uproar among the crowd akin to tossing a massive rock into a still lake. Holy crap, this guy has no boundaries with his arrogance. This is outrageous boasting. I've seen people being arrogant, but nothing compares to this level. Why is the sky so dark? Oh, there's a cow flying overhead. Why is the cow flying? Someone must be blowing their own horn. Man, you're funny. So this is where blowing one's horn comes from. Incredible. A warrior at the 7th level of the heavenly human realm daring to defy someone at the 3rd level of the Luanhai realm. I've never seen anything like it. Boasting isn't rare, and I can do it too. But this kid, defying someone at the 3rd level of Luanhai realm. I admire him. Yes, he certainly has guts, and doesn't show fear. He must have something backing him up. This youth is either extremely stupid or possesses unmatched strength. Otherwise, saying such things means certain death for himself. However, based on what I see, he lacks skill, so I think he's just foolish. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yujie, as though he were gazing at an idiot. Unable to fathom the audacity and ignorance required to say something so absurd. You lowly insect, not only are you weak, but your brain seems equally feeble. I'm too lazy to argue further with you. Prepare to die. Xuanhuan finished speaking, and instantly, his aura became much more imposing. Then, with a casual punch aimed at Qin Yujie, he attacked. In Xuanhuan's mind, Qin Yujie wouldn't be able to withstand even his most effortless strike. Using advanced spear techniques wasn't even necessary. This seemingly random punch, although carefree, stemmed from Xuanhuan, who stood at the 3rd level of the Luanhai realm. Even a 2nd-level Luanhai realm warrior might find it difficult to block, let alone Qin Yujie at the 7th level of the heavenly human realm. As everyone watched the terrifying shadow of the punch descend from the sky, their hearts quaked in shock. They hadn't anticipated how fearsome even Xuanhuan's effortless attack would be. Master Gu's strength is immense. Even his basic attacks are magnificent and world-shattering. Yes, that was just his fundamental combat method. Imagine how terrifying it'd be if Master Gu unleashed his spearmanship techniques. I suspect this youth won't even survive this single punch. While the crowd was astonished, Qin Yujie observed the incoming punch and a faint trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. Right before everyone's eyes filled with disbelief, he casually pulled out a wok lid. What the hell? What is this kid doing? Why does he have a wok lid? Could he possibly try to use this wok lid to block Master Gu's attack? Heavens, this is utterly hilarious. I've never seen anyone take out a wok lid during a duel. Can this ugly black wok lid withstand Master Gu's blow? It appears that this youth picked up any tool available in a moment of panic. Clearly, his combat experience is lacking, which led to such a novice-level mistake. As everyone looked on in astonishment, Qin Yujie continuously infused Yuan Qi into the wok lid. Instantly, brilliant runes flashed across the surface of the lid. Then, a black shadow of a wok lid appeared in the sky, enveloping Qin Yujie, as well as Lin Qinyin and Zheng Nanhua. Xuanhuan, seeing Qin Yujie bring out such an object, burst out laughing. You fool, do you really think a wok lid can block my attack? My power is far beyond your imagination. Amidst his laughter, Xuanhuan's terrifying punch struck the wok lid with a thunderous boom. To everyone's shock, the black shadow of Qin Yujie's wok lid didn't even budge, while Gu Rongxuan's attack dissipated into thin air. No one had time to react. This outcome was completely unexpected. They hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie would manage to withstand Gu Rongxuan's fearsome punch. Wow, this wok lid is actually this strong. Good heavens, am I dreaming? Is this wok lid perhaps a tier Earth protective artifact? What kind of background does this young man have? Even his casual wok lid is so powerful. I see runes all over it. It's clearly not ordinary. Heavens, if I'm not mistaken, this wok lid is made from Taihei primordial iron. That material is ranked at the mystic tier level. This young man must be incredibly extravagant to craft such a large piece into a mere wok lid. Taihei primordial iron. Good lord, what kind of origin does this youth have? Even a small piece of this material is invaluable and rare to find. If this youth were willing to give me just a little bit of Taihei primordial iron, I'd gladly work for him like a slave. Being a slave is nothing. I'd let him ride me. The crowd surrounding them was utterly astounded by the wok lid in Qin Yujie's hand. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Chapter 207, Coiling Snake Spear Technique. Don't think it's such a big deal to be able to block my random punch. Just now, I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. Next, you won't be that lucky. Gu Rongxuan looked at Qin Yujie and said disdainfully. As soon as Gu Rongxuan finished speaking, it could be seen that he suddenly had a weapon in his hand, the Icepa silver spear which he had used for many years. Master Gu from the ancient city has started taking this seriously. This young man is definitely going to suffer. That's true. Master Gu's random punch was already so powerful just now. Now Master Gu is going to use his own signature martial skills. That must be even stronger. The young man was probably able to withstand Master Gu's punch by consuming a lot of true essence already. Even if he has some hidden ability, it's likely he can't display his real strength. The surrounding crowd were all not optimistic about Qin Yujie, believing he would still not be a match for Gu Rongxuan. A terrifying surge of true essence emanated from Gu Rongxuan's body, with his essence continuously flowing into the Icepa silver spear. Instantly, dazzling runes flashed across the spear. Because the Icepa silver spear carried properties of cold ice, Gu Rongxuan's essence activated the spear's runes, causing the temperature around them to seem to drop significantly. Coiling Snake Spear Technique. The first move, Coiling Snakes Soaring Skyward. Gu Rongxuan thrust the spear out, and instantly the spiritual energy between heaven and earth transformed into a mystical snake. This mystical snake emitted chilling cold energy and charged towards Qin Yujie with fangs bared. The Coiling Snake Spear Technique is an upper-class profound martial skill, possessing immense power. Moreover, Gu Rongxuan had cultivated it for many years, reaching the great accomplishment stage. It must be said, in the eyes of ordinary people, Gu Rongxuan's spear techniques were indeed extraordinary. His use of the spear was very experienced and perfect. However, looking at this terrifying spear shadow, Qin Yujie remained calm, as though this attack did not exist. Seeing what seemed to be Qin Yujie being frightened into a daze, Gu Rongxuan burst out laughing. You insignificant insect, you finally realized my power, have you? Let me tell you, I've only unleashed 5/10 of my potential. Look sharper next life. Remember, there are people you should never offend. The surrounding crowd, seeing this terrifying attack, were instantly scared and gasped sharply. This Coiling Snake Spear technique is truly formidable. Such a terrifying strike like this young man definitely can't withstand it. Yes, didn't you see? This young man has already been scared into paralysis. City Lord Gu truly possesses shocking might. He actually has mastered the Coiling Snake Spear technique to such a horrifying extent. Heavens! From just the after effects of such a tyrannical spear strike, my legs are trembling in fear. This young man was too arrogant. This time, he is really going to die. In a moment when all thought Qin Yujie was about to be annihilated by Gu Rongxuan's spear, Qin Yujie finally moved. Qin Yujie merely threw out a casual punch. Great Enyang penetrating heaven fist. Instantly, a terrifying fist shadow appeared in the sky. This fist shadow exuded an overwhelming momentum, its power massive, giving a sense of invincibility. The two attacks collided instantly, producing earth-shaking roars. Once the after effects dissipated, the entire scene was in disarray. Yet, no one cared about the wreckage. Everyone was still stuck in shock. This young man blocked such a terrifying attack. A bystander watching widened his eyes and stammered, as if witnessing something incredible. I must not be dreaming, right? Such a terrifying spear strike, yet this young man managed to block it. Another bystander also gaped speechlessly. The punch from this young man is exceedingly strong. It resulted in a draw between the two. Keep in mind, this young man is only in the 7th tier of Heavenly Man realm. Right, City Lord Gu is already in the 3rd tier of Wheel Sea realm, and he has used 5/10 of his strength. Yet, he still cannot defeat this young man. The martial talent of this young man is truly monstrous. If he doesn't perish today, he will surely make a name for himself throughout the entire Ling Emperor nation in the future. This young man is indeed strong. It seems he has revealed all of his strength. But City Lord Gu is even stronger. If City Lord Gu unleashes an all-out attack, this young man will certainly die. Unfortunately, although this young man possesses exceptional talent, his realm in the path of martial cultivation is still too low. There is too great a gap in realms between him and City Lord Gu. That's true. A Wheel Sea realm martial practitioner already has their Dantian transformed into a Wheel Sea. Even in a war of attrition, Gu Rongxuan could live deplete this young man. City Lord Gu was already so strong with just 5/10 of his strength. Going forward, he will undoubtedly unleash a full-on attack. Even knowing that this young man will still die in the end, the The fact that he was able to resist City Lord Gu's 2 strikes already makes him worthy of pride. The surrounding crowd watching Qin Yujie and Gu Rongxuan couldn't help but chatter endlessly in discussions. At this moment, Gu Rongxuan was incredibly shocked. He knew that even a normal martial artist of the same realm couldn't easily block his attack with just 5/10 of his strength. Yet Qin Yujie, at merely the 7th level of Heavenly Man realm, had managed to do so. Gu Rongxuan was intimidated by Qin Yujie's terrifying strength and talent, which further solidified his resolve to kill Qin Yujie. Gu Rongxuan would not allow such a powerful enemy to grow stronger. Otherwise, the entire Gu family might be destroyed by this person in the future. With this thought, Gu Rongxuan decided to stop holding back his power. Next, he would go all out. Your strength is indeed formidable, beyond my expectations. But there's a saying you might not have heard. The tall tree catches the wind. You're too showy and haven't learned to hide your true abilities. In a few years, I really wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, you're too rash and impulsive. Next, I will use my full strength. Tremble in despair. Gu Rongxuan's body surged with an overwhelming aura as he glared fiercely at Qin Yujie. Everyone around was shocked by Gu Rongxuan's imposing momentum. They realized that against such a terrifying Gu Rongxuan, Qin Yujie's chances of survival were slim. Upon hearing Gu Rongxuan's words, Qin Yujie gave a disdainful laugh. You overestimate your own strength while underestimating mine. Do you think it will take years to kill you? Today is enough. If I can't kill someone as worthless as you, why bother practicing martial arts? Qin Yujie said with unwavering composure. Qin Yujie's words immediately drew everyone's attention again. At this moment, Qin Yujie became the focus of everyone present, and all were astonished by his boundless confidence and arrogance. Chapter 208. A Terrifying Sword. This youth is truly overbearing. If he really can kill Gu Rongxuan, who is at the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Heavenly Man realm, then he is absolutely a world-class genius. I still think Lord Gu will win. This youth may indeed be a genius, but a dead genius is no longer a genius. In the martial path, only those who laugh last are the winners. The onlookers had varying opinions about Qin Yujie. Some thought he was just making a show to gain attention, while others believed that Qin Yujie might truly possess great power. Gu Rongxuan did not waste more words with Qin Yujie. He felt that Qin Yujie might intentionally be stalling for time, so he decided to end the fight swiftly. Coiling Snake Spear Technique. The second form, Coiling Snake Devouring. Suddenly, Gu Rongxuan lunged with his spear, instantly causing a dramatic change in the weather and heavens. Then, a massive green snake appeared in the sky, vivid and lifelike, its momentum covering the heavens and earth. The snake alone was as thick as a person. Seeing this terrifying attack, the surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned. Heavens, this attack from City Lord Gu is too powerful. This is City Lord Gu's true strength. Once City Lord Gu gets serious, this youth has no chance against him. This youth is going to suffer. Why does he always try to act so superior? This youth's talent is indeed strong, but talent doesn't equate to strength. City Lord Gu's spear technique was simply stunning. No wonder he is known as the Overlord Blood Spear King. Amidst the murmurs of the spectators, this terrifying attack reached Qin Yujie almost instantly. Qin Yujie looked at the horrifying shadow of the green snake and chuckled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. Qin Yujie had easily defeated Tang Jinan, who was at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. How much more so for Gu Rongxuan, whose strength and talent were both inferior to Tang Jinan. Unbridled sword technique. Tyrannical unrestrainedness. Qin Yujie swung his sword, and instantly a shocking streak of sword energy tore across the sky. This streak of sword energy had immense power and grandeur. In an instant, like flashes of lightning, it cleaved the snake's shadow into 2 halves. All the onlookers were deeply shocked by Qin Yujie's terrifying strike. Qin Yujie was using the lower-tier heavenly grade unbridled sword technique, and being at the perfected stage, this strike was naturally extraordinary. This youth is truly terrifying. Is this his real strength? It seems we are poorly informed. With this youth's sword Dao talent, he must surely be one of the absolute top geniuses from the 4 great sects. Indeed, this strike was so impressive. I've never seen such perfect and tyrannical sword techniques. We're truly like frogs at the bottom of a well. From the beginning, this youth seemed composed and confident, definitely having an absolute advantage. His strength far surpasses Gu Rongxuan. They're not even in the same league. Gu Rongxuan is in trouble now. His strongest move was so easily broken by this youth. How unbelievable. This youth is merely at the 7th level of the Heavenly Man realm, yet unleashed such a horrifying strike. Amongst the amazement of the crowd, this streak of sword energy continued forward after breaking through Gu Rongxuan's attack, quickly reaching Gu Rongxuan's face. As Gu Rongxuan stared at this terrifying sword energy, panic spread across his face. In despair, he screamed, "You can't kill me. My daughter is the current Empress concubine." Qin Yujie remained expressionless, showing no mercy. Instantly, the sword energy penetrated through Gu Rongxuan's body, slicing him into pieces. Seeing the horrifying strength of Qin Yujie, all the onlookers instinctively took several steps back. The entire scene suddenly became eerily quiet, where even breaths could be heard. None of them had expected Qin Yujie's power to reach such an alarming level. Is City Lord Gu really dead? Am I dreaming? Heavens, the city of Xuanhuan is going to change drastically. The Gu family is in deep trouble. This youth's strength is terrifying. When did our Lingtian kingdom produce such a sword Dao genius? This youth is literally a reincarnation of the sword god. I recognize this youth. His name is Qin Yujie, a sword Dao genius from Tianyuan Sect. I'm an inner disciple of Xuanhuan Sect, and today I happen to have some business in Xuanhuan City. I didn't expect to encounter Qin Yujie again. His name is Qin Yujie? Friend, please tell us more about him. In the past, at Xuanhuan Sect, he defeated all the inner disciples by himself. Moreover, he vanquished the world-renowned genius Xuanhuan from our Tianyuan Sect with a single move. Xuanhuan I've heard of, reputed to have a frightening sword Dao talent. And he wasn't even a match for Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie's sword Dao talent is unimaginable. Even more astonishingly, Qin Yujie is also a pill Dao genius. What? A pill Dao genius? You really don't know? You are truly narrow-minded. The Qin family from Xuanhuan City, Qin Yujie, during the assessment in the Pill God Hall, personally refined an exceptional explosive pill on the spot and instantly became a profound-level pill master. Even the Hall Master Phone wanted to take him as his master. What? Goodness me, a profound-level pill master? This Qin Yujie probably hasn't even reached 20 years old yet. My goodness, compared to him, we are truly worthless. He indeed has the strength and backbone for his arrogance. Is this famous profound-level pill master from Xuanhuan City him? That makes sense. I thought he looked familiar. I once glimpsed this youth from afar in Xuanhuan City, but just couldn't remember it right away. Given Qin Yujie's terrifying sword Dao talent and pill Dao talent, I bet ordinary people wouldn't dare offend him now, especially with the support of the Pill God Hall. Still, the relationship between Qin Yujie and the royal family is likely to have deteriorated even more. The royal family has always been oppressing the Qin family. Now that Qin Yujie has killed the father and younger brother of Lady Shu, it's like adding frost to snow. I feel Lingtian Kingdom is about to experience a great change. A peerless genius like Qin Yujie would surely not let himself be captured even if he were to face the royal family. Some of the city lord's guards, upon hearing Qin Yujie's identity, were so frightened they dropped their weapons and started kneeling down to beg for mercy. Even Xuanhuan was no match for Qin Yujie, and many of these guards had strengths merely at the heavenly man realm, making them even less capable of defeating Qin Yujie. Besides, Qin Yujie was also the well-known profound-level pill master, which made them more afraid to provoke him. You can disband and leave the city lord's mansion, and I will forgive you. Qin Yujie said indifferently. For these city lord guards, Qin Yujie did not choose to exterminate them completely. Many of them were just ordinary warriors who joined the city lord's mansion for survival. Since they had surrendered, pardoning them was acceptable. Thank you, Master Qin, for sparing our lives. These city lord guards threw down their weapons, stripped off their uniforms, then fled in all directions. Since I've already killed Xuanhuan, there's no need to spare the Gu family. Let's go to the city lord's mansion. Qin Yujie took Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua aboard the flying celestial carriage, rushing towards the city lord's residence. The surrounding crowds looked at Qin Yujie's otherworldly flying celestial carriage and could not help but feel envy and admiration. From tonight onwards, the Xuanhuan City may no longer have the Gu family. The crowd speculated among themselves. Chapter 209, The Gu Family's Annihilation. Not long after, Qin Yujie and the other two arrived at the city lord's mansion. Qin Yujie stepped down from the flying carriage. He looked around, noting how magnificent the mansion was, an indication of their considerable wealth and influence. With a casual punch, Qin Yujie instantly shattered the mansion's gate into pieces. What kind of person are you, to dare forcefully intrude on our city lord's residence? Have you lost your mind? A disciple of the Gu family saw Qin Yujie and his companions and immediately started berating them with confidence. Qin Yujie didn't even glance at the man. He just released a surge of energy that directly forced the man to his knees. Fatso, it's all yours. Whether they're direct or collateral descendants of the Gu family, kill every single one, adults or children alike. As for others who have no relation to the family, let them leave. Qin Yujie said this to Zheng Nanhua. Qin Yujie would not be merciful. He had seen too many novel plots in his previous life where protagonists escaped punishment, gained incredible luck, and eventually took revenge by killing their enemies. He didn't want to leave such an enemy behind, even if it were a child, as it was entirely possible they might have some miraculous encounters in the future. Since there was already enmity to the death, they would annihilate them all, cutting grass completely at its roots. Boss, leave it to me. Zheng Nanhua nodded confidently. The numerous disciples of the Gu family within the mansion heard Qin Yujie's cold words and immediately turned pale. You dare greatly. Do you know who the Gu family relies on? I'll tell you. It is the current emperor. If you dare touch a single hair on us, you will end up dismembered and destroyed. One disciple of the Gu family tried to intimidate them with bravado despite trembling inside. That's right. If you kneel now, beg for forgiveness, and willingly destroy your cultivation, we can spare your lives. Another disciple echoed. You don't understand yet, do you? Our city lord will be back soon. His cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Wheel Sea realm, so killing you 3 would be no different than killing chickens or dogs. I suggest you apologize to us quickly. How dare you 3 act so outrageously? If it weren't for our city lord being absent, you wouldn't have dared act so arrogantly before us. As the crowd grew in numbers, their courage gradually increased, mocking and belittling Qin Yujie and his companions. Qin Yujie sneered dismissively. Haven't you realized yet? I'm the very person your city lord wants dead. Since I've come here, it shows that your city lord is already dead. Hearing these words, the surrounding group was taken aback. They instinctively retreated a few steps, putting more distance between themselves and Qin Yujie. Some individuals began fleeing frantically. It's useless. You won't escape me. Most of the people present were only at the returning origin realm stage of strength, which Qin Yujie didn't bother with himself. Letting Xuanhuan handle things would be enough. As for Lin Qinin, in Qin Yujie's eyes, she was like a celestial maiden fallen among mortals. This kind of brutal work wouldn't be given to her to perform. Fatso, we'll wait for you outside. Qin Yujie grabbed Lin Qinin's hand and vanished momentarily, leaving the city lord's mansion and reappearing outside. Half an hour later, the entire mansion was awash in blood. All the mainline and side branches of the Gu family were exterminated. Only the ordinary maidservants and slaves who came to make a living in the mansion managed to survive the massacre. Qin Yujie, may you die miserably. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off easily. Xuanhuan dragged Gu Tianqing to Qin Yujie's feet, forcing him to kneel. You wanted me to endure 108 kinds of tortures in your mansion, didn't you? How arrogant you used to be. But look at you now, on your knees like a dead dog before me. Qin Yujie spoke with utter disdain toward Gu Tianqing. It was truly impressive what resources the Gu family had. In just a few short days, despite incomplete recovery, Gu Tianqing had been able to reattach his limbs, regaining partial functionality in daily life. Until a moment ago, upon learning Qin Yujie's whereabouts, Gu Rongxuan still fantasized about the day when his father captured Qin Yujie and made him suffer unimaginable pain. But Gu Tianqing never imagined his father wouldn't capture Qin Yujie, but would be killed by him instead. That fantasy shattered completely in an instant. Gu Tianqing's hopes crumbled, and he regretted everything. Regretting offending Qin Yujie, causing the downfall of his entire family. But alas, regrets could not change anything. Qin Yujie, what does it matter if you kill me? You've offended my sister, the current emperor. You will meet the same fate as me eventually. I will wait for you. Knowing Qin Yujie wouldn't spare him, Gu Tianqing shouted fearlessly. You're wrong. I'll bring your sister down with you. Qin Yujie laughed mockingly and replied casually. At this moment, an elder appeared in the sky and hurtled toward Qin Yujie. The elder exuded an overwhelming aura, his power terrifying, with an oppressive might that sent shivers down the spines of those around. What person dares to attack young Master Gu? Cease at once, or I will break your head. The elder glared from afar at Gu Tianqing kneeling on the ground, a towering fury rising on his face. Qin Yujie gestured for Xuanhuan to spare Gu Tianqing's life temporarily. He wanted to see who this visitor was. In the blink of an eye, the elder arrived before Qin Yujie. When he saw the bloodbath that had turned the city lord's mansion into a river of blood, his expression darkened severely. You wiped out the entire Gu family. The elder asked coldly. That statement is incorrect. Aren't Gu Tianqing and his sister still alive? This doesn't mean the total destruction of the Gu family, does it? Qin Yujie replied calmly. Uncle Yan, did my sister send you? Hurry up and kill him. Avenge my father and the Gu family. Seeing the elder, Gu Tianqing's face lit up with excitement. Gu Tianqing had already despaired, knowing he was certainly doomed. Yet, just as death seemed inevitable, he spotted hope. A surge of joy so intense it made him momentarily delirious. Young Master Gu, rest assured, no one shall harm a single hair on you while I'm here. Upon finishing his sentence, the elder's frail frame surged with an incredibly fearsome primal energy. The onlookers had originally assumed Gu Tianqing's demise was certain, but fate works unpredictably. This terrifying elder emerged in the final moment. Could Gu Tianqing be a protagonist blessed with destiny? Even on the brink of death, a powerful warrior came to rescue him. How resilient Gu Tianqing's life force is, to have endured until now. Now Qin Yujie is in trouble. There's no way Qin Yujie can stand against such a horrifying elder. Chapter 210, The Elder Attacks. Behind the Gu family are Consort Shu and His Majesty. Although Qin Yujie is a monstrous talent, he may still not be able to compete with them. Yeah, Qin Yujie is only at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm now. Being able to kill City Master Gu, who's at the 3rd level of the Ocean Cycle Realm, is probably already his limit. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Yujie and the Elder, instantly sparking a flurry of discussions. The Elder gazed down at Qin Yujie with icy disdain and said, You are nothing but an ant at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm. Who gave you the audacity to dare destroy the entire Gu family? Qin Yujie, looking at the Elder, responded calmly. I see that you're the real ant here. At your age, being only at the 5th level of the Ocean Cycle Realm? What a waste. In a single sentence from Qin Yujie, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. A martial artist at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm calling a 5th level Ocean Cycle Realm practitioner a waste. Everyone thought Qin Yujie had gone too far with arrogance. Although Qin Yujie could defeat Valley Master Gu Rongxuan at the 3rd level of the Ocean Cycle Realm, he's truly strong. But this elder is already at the 5th level of the Ocean Cycle Realm. And yet, Qin Yujie dares to be so arrogant. With this elder's strength at the 5th level of the Ocean Cycle Realm, it will likely take him only one move to deal with Qin Yujie. I see that Qin Yujie will have more danger than good today. Yes, Qin Yujie's sword technique talent is truly prodigious. If he were to die like this, it would indeed be a pity. Because Qin Yujie has such strong talent, this elder would even less let him go. Even though I admit Qin Yujie is indeed very strong, meeting an elder at the 5th level of the Ocean Cycle Realm, he should probably not be the match. The crowd murmured continuously, all predictions leaning against Qin Yujie. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's haughty tone, Gu Tianqing, standing nearby, immediately sneered and said, Qin Yujie, you truly know nothing. A 5th level Ocean Cycle Realm strength is far beyond what a Celestial Realm martial artist can imagine. Uncle Yin can deal with you in one move. Master Gu, step aside. Watch how I teach this arrogant little ant a lesson, the elder said to Gu Tianqing, and then continued to Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I admit you have decent martial talent, but talent isn't power. In front of me, your power is utterly insignificant. Qin Yujie responded indifferently. Then show me your full power, and let me see how strong you really are. The elder shook his head coldly and said, Why use a cleaver to kill a chicken? Against you, my random move will suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually swung his palm straight toward Qin Yujie's head. This seemingly casual attack by the elder was terrifying despite its nonchalance, given his 5th-level Ocean Cycle realm strength. This strike might not even be resisted by most 4th-level Ocean Cycle practitioners, let alone Qin Yujie, who was only at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm. Heaven Star Palm. Heaven Star Palm was a high-grade mystical martial art technique, a secret manual of the royal family. Only the trusted confidants of the imperial household were allowed to cultivate this art. Though, in the eyes of the elder, the power of this technique wasn't extraordinary. For dealing with Qin Yujie, the elder believed it was more than enough. Seeing the horrifying palm strike unleashed by the elder, the onlookers instinctively retreated several steps in fear, and some cowards fell right onto their behinds. This elder is truly powerful. Just a casual blow is already so terrifying. Yeah, a blow like that, Qin Yujie probably won't be able to withstand it. As everyone was talking, Qin Yujie gently extended one finger, lifting it with ease into the air with a light flick. Instantly, a terrifying primal energy emitted from Qin Yujie, and a colossal golden finger appeared in the sky, exuding a power surpassing limits. Sky-breaking finger. The sky-breaking finger was a lower-grade celestial martial art, and Qin Yujie had cultivated it to perfection. Therefore, this offensive move carried immense strength. Bang! The two mighty attacks collided. Qin Yujie's finger easily shattered the elder's Heaven Star Palm. The elder couldn't believe that Qin Yujie broke through his technique with such ease. Even though it was a casual attack, it shouldn't be something someone at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm could withstand. At that moment, the crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Qin Yujie to block the elder's fearsome assault. Qin Yujie's abilities are indeed heaven-defying. This sky-breaking finger has unimaginable destructive power. That's right, Qin Yujie excels not only in sword techniques, but also in finger techniques. Although Qin Yujie blocked the elder's palm strike, the elder didn't use his full strength. If the elder gets serious, Qin Yujie absolutely won't be a match. That's true. Qin Yujie's cultivation realm is too low. In the path of martial arts, the cultivation realm is paramount. Among those present, there were quite a few experts who could discern the greatness of Qin Yujie's finger technique at a glance. It was a realm achieved only when one refined a martial technique to its peak state, complete and flawless, naturally formed. Naturally, Qin Yujie had not used all his strength with this sky-breaking finger. Had he done so, the elder would undoubtedly have either died or been injured severely. Qin Yujie still wanted to gauge how strong the elder truly was, so he wasn't in a hurry to make his move. At this moment, Gu Tianqing standing nearby had already been stunned speechless. Staring at Qin Yujie in disbelief, he exclaimed, How can you be this strong? This is impossible. Qin Yujie glanced at Gu Tianqing disdainfully, retorting, So you think this is being strong? Your perspective is too narrow. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Qin Yujie's words made Gu Tianqing look extremely uncomfortable. Still, Gu Tianqing had to admit that Qin Yujie's talent was indeed remarkable, and he had no rebuttal for Qin Yujie's pointed criticism. The elder glanced somewhat curiously at Qin Yujie before laughing coldly and saying, Qin Yujie, it seems I've underestimated you. You've inherited your father Qin Hanjing's martial aptitude. There's definitely something extraordinary about you. But today, you've gone as far as you can go. Next, I will take you seriously, and when I do, you'll meet your end without any remains left behind. The elder, who stayed long-term in Xuanhuan City and also in the palace, obviously knew that Qin Yujie was the son of Qin Hanjing. And within the royal palace, it wasn't a secret that there had always been someone trying to suppress the Qin family. Qin Yujie said indifferently, Wanting me to die without a trace? I think you lack the ability for that. Perhaps the person who dies today will be you. Qin Yujie's audacious attitude infuriated the elder once again. The elder then took out his weapon from his storage bag. It was an 8-foot-long treasure sword. This sword is named Dai Ri Yan Dao, and it is a lower-tier Earth-grade weapon. It carries inherent fiery attributes, making it extraordinarily powerful. Qin Yujie, if you disable your cultivation now and kneel down to beg forgiveness, I might grant you a quick death. Otherwise, once I make my move, you'll regret it. Chapter 211, Mystical Fire Knife Technique. Let me fade down my cultivation, and then kneel down to admit fault to you? Where do you get the audacity from? To be honest, if I hadn't wanted to see your full strength, you wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. Qin Yujie glanced at the old man, frowned slightly, and coldly said, Qin Yujie, one must have self-awareness, and not be overly arrogant. Since you want to die, then I shall grant your wish. After the elder finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged from his body. He was holding the great Sunblaze knife in one hand, and a horrifying amount of true essence was being continuously injected into the great Sunblaze knife. Instantly, the blade flashed with a series of brilliant runes, and suddenly, the entire great Sunblaze knife erupted in fierce flames. Indeed worthy of being called the great Sunblaze knife, this weapon is truly terrifying. This knife is flame-based. If combined with flame-type martial techniques, its power will become even greater. That's right, this elder's strength is too terrifying. Qin Yujie is no match for him. Frequent river walkers are bound to wet their shoes sooner or later. Qin Yujie has certainly met his downfall this time. It's not set in stone. Didn't you notice how calm and composed Qin Yujie has been from the start? If he didn't have confidence, how could he be so composed? Yes, it's possible that Qin Yujie has some powerful trump cards. The crowd around began to murmur amongst themselves. Mystical Fire Knife Technique. First form, Shake the 8 Desolates. The moment the elder made his move, an enormous blade energy appeared in the sky, surrounded by blazing fires, obviously possessing incredible power. Everyone around, watching the frightening attack, couldn't help but draw in a deep breath of cold air. Qin Yujie, don't you feel utterly hopeless right now? This single strike of mine only used up 1/3 of my actual strength. Do you understand the gap between us yet? As Qin Yujie watched this terrifying attack, he disdainfully shook his head and said indifferently, frankly speaking, your attack is far too weak. After Qin Yujie spoke, everyone saw him thrust out a sword, and instantly snow started to fall all over the sky. The cold snow effectively suppressed the elder's flames. The Four Seasons Sword Technique, Snowy Plains. A huge sword chi suddenly appeared in the sky, and the two attacks collided instantly, producing a sound so loud it seemed to shake heaven and earth. Even the residual force from the collision sent people nearby tumbling to the ground. At this moment, everyone surrounding them had already been left speechless. They hadn't expected Qin Yujie to unleash such a terrifying slash. This Qin Yujie is indeed strong. Who would have thought he could withstand such a terrifying strike? That's true, this elder is at the 5th level of the Oceanic Realm. Good heavens, this is simply stunning. Could this Qin Yujie really be at the 7th level of the Heavenly Man realm? How can it feel like most warriors at the Oceanic Realm aren't stronger than him? Indeed, Qin Yujie is well deserving of being called the supreme prodigy of the Qin family. You guys shouldn't celebrate prematurely. Even though Qin Yujie has defended against this attack, this elder just used 3/10 of his strength. From here on out, as long as the elder fully concentrates, Qin Yujie's survival chances will drop dramatically. Yeah, even though Qin Yujie is extremely capable, compared to the elder, I still side with the elder. Amidst these murmurs and buzzes, Qin Yujie and the elder were discussed animatedly. At this moment, the elder was also shocked inside. He realized he underestimated Qin Yujie's capabilities, and it seems using 7/10 of his strength would be necessary if he wanted to kill Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, your talent is truly remarkable. In the Lingxian Kingdom, among Heavenly Man realm warriors, none other than you can resist 3/10 of my strength. But don't rejoice too early. What happened before was merely a warm-up. Next, your luck won't be so good, the elder said confidently as he looked at Qin Yujie. Exactly, Qin Yujie, prepare to die next. I'll watch firsthand how Uncle Yin kills you. Gu Tiancheng stood on the side, gritting his teeth with anger. Gu Tiancheng, the reason I haven't killed you yet is because I want you to experience what it's like to travel back and forth between hell and paradise. When you discover your trusted uncle Yin has died as well, I wonder if you'll still have the mood to spout off nonsense. Qin Yujie said calmly. Haha, impossible. My uncle Yin cannot possibly die. The person who will surely perish is you. Offending our Gu family means you absolutely won't live through today. Gu Tiancheng laughed arrogantly and triumphantly. Mystical Fire Knife Technique, second form. Conflagration over the world. The Mystical Fire Knife Technique is a lower-tier Earth-class martial skill, unique to the royal family of the Lingxian Kingdom. Compared to the first form, the second form of the Mystical Fire Knife Technique was much more powerful, increasing strength by more than double. With one swing of the elder's knife, the essence of heaven and earth vibrated wildly, and then an astonishing blade energy, akin to an ancient divine blade held by gods and demons, rushed towards Qin Yujie. If this blade energy were to hit his head, Qin Yujie would absolutely burst into pieces and die. It must be said, the strength of this elder is truly terrifying. If the opponent were an ordinary person, it would be almost impossible to dodge the elder's knife energy. After all, just the momentum of the knife energy was enough to press any ordinary warrior at the Heavenly Man realm until they couldn't move. However, today the elder's luck wasn't good as he had encountered Qin Yujie. Boundless Sword Technique, soaring through the world. Terrorifying true essence surged from Qin Yujie's body, and the essence was injected into his snowfall sword. Immediately, a series of complex runes flashed across the sword in a wondrous fashion. Raising his hand, Qin Yujie slashed the sword in one motion, unleashing a vast sword energy brimming with the overwhelming momentum of traversing through the world towards the elder. This streak of sword chi was incredibly dazzling, so pure that it returned to its original simplicity, stunning those around momentarily. This sword energy is so awe-inspiring. I can't even describe how amazing this sword energy is. Yes, no amount of flowery language could fully capture the beauty of such a stunning strike. Could Qin Yujie be the reincarnation of a sword king? A perfect stroke. Watching Qin Yujie use the sword technique is truly an enjoyment. I even gained some insights into my own sword skills. That's right, Qin Yujie's talent in the way of the sword is monstrous. Probably there's no one else like him in the entire Lingxian Kingdom. The sword chi spans 3,000 miles, with the cold radiance reaching 19 regions, truly worthy of being called Boundless Sword Technique. The elder's knife energy is also powerful, but not nearly as perfect or breathtaking as the sword chi. The elder relied on his cultivation level to enforce true essence when wielding the knife, while Qin Yujie used the sword's realm to wield his art. These two are fundamentally different. Simply put, although the elder is strong, his talent with the blade is mediocre, and he has not achieved perfection with the mystical fire knife technique. On the other hand, Though Qin Yujie is lower in rank, he has already reached perfection with the boundless sword technique. Their talents cannot be compared. It's like comparing the clouds in the sky with the mud on the ground. Chapter 212. 99's Return to the Origin. Easier said than done. In the shock of the crowd, the two attacks instantly collided with a boom. The mere aftereffects of the collision turned the entire mayor's mansion and many surrounding buildings to ashes. The people around were once again terrified by the two terrifying attacks. The scene became silent immediately, as one could hear the sound of cold air being drawn in. Of course, the most shocked person on the scene was none other than this elder, named Yin Shu. At this moment, his mind was shaken with immense shock. Qin Yujie's talent for swordsmanship made him extremely wary, even causing him an unsettling tremble from deep within his soul. If he didn't exert his full strength next, it was very likely that he would die today. The old man's face was filled with heavy seriousness. He had now placed Qin Yujie as an opponent on the same level as himself. It was truly unimaginable how a celestial being realm 7th rank warrior could instill fear in a Wheel C 5th rank warrior. This was like a fairy tale. However, such a phenomenon had occurred in Qin Yujie. At this moment, Qin Yujie was like a young supreme being, and everyone was awed by the terrifying aura emanating from him. Even Gu Tianqing beside him was stunned, his mouth wide open. He was now somewhat afraid that his uncle Yin might actually die at the hands of Qin Yujie. Xuanhuan and Lin Qining looked at Qin Yujie with admiration. They realized that although their realms weren't far apart, the combat strength and talents of the three differed greatly. Qin Yujie's terrifying power could not be measured by his realm. Whoever underestimated him because of his lower realm would surely suffer great losses. This Qin Yujie is incredibly powerful. I don't think he has used his full strength yet. Where exactly is his limit of strength? Encountering strength brings forth strength. Qin Yujie's strength is bottomless. Every time you think his strength has reached its limit, the next moment, he bursts forth with even greater strength. Qin Yujie's strength adjusts according to his opponent. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his strength. I also study sword techniques, but in front of Qin Yujie, I feel unworthy to wield a sword. You're not the only one who feels this way. Is Qin Yujie talented enough to have comprehended the sword intent? Sword intent? That's impossible, right? Who among those who comprehend the sword intent isn't a genius of geniuses? Could Qin Yujie's talent already have reached such a horrifying level? After hearing the discussion, Xuanhuan spoke up at this moment. Haha, even the attendant by my senior's side has comprehended the sword intent. Do you think my senior has comprehended the sword intent or not? A single sentence from Xuanhuan was like throwing a giant stone into a lake, creating a great ripple. What the hell? Is this true? An attendant of Qin Yujie has comprehended the sword intent? I want to learn sword techniques under Qin Yujie too. Isn't this too unfair? Attendants can comprehend the sword intent. I want to become an attendant for Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, I want to bear your children. Can you teach me sword techniques? Anytime, day or night. Don't be so shameless, wanting to practice swords even at night? Are you practicing that kind of sword technique? In the world, men are like jade, unmatched lords walk the land. From today onwards, you, Qin Yujie, will be my idol. Idol, please display your sword intent. Let us gain some insight. Right, Qin Yujie, our talents are average. Without guidance, we may never comprehend the sword intent in our lifetime. Let us see it. Qin Yujie, I wish to bow to you as my master. I can bring tea and water, warm your bed, give back massages, whatever you want me to do. Qin Yujie, take me as your attendant. From henceforth, I shall serve only you. Qin Yujie, reveal your sword intent. Make us gasp and look up to you. The surrounding crowd chattered incessantly to Qin Yujie, making the entire scene lively all at once. At this point, the old man's expression was unusually grave. Looking at Qin Yujie, he cautiously asked, sword intent? Impossible. How could you possibly comprehend the sword intent? Those who understand it are unparalleled geniuses among tens of thousands. And you, just a celestial being realm martial artist. How could you possibly understand it? I think 80% of this is that fatso beside you talking nonsense. You intentionally say such things to disrupt my state of mind, intending for me to lose my composure. Qin Yujie, you are too cunning. Qin Yujie was speechless. He really admired the elder's imagination. With this level of strength, was it necessary for me to resort to psychological warfare? Don't flatter yourself too much. Xuanhuan and Lin Qining both scornfully eyed the old man, as if at this moment, the old man was no more than a jesting clown. Qin Yujie chuckled, then said to the old man, I originally didn't intend to use the sword intent, but since you insist on it, I'll demonstrate the sword intent for you. Come on now, you're so old and still haven't comprehended even the blade intent. How pitiful. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's personal admission, everyone around once again became agitated, because in a little while, they would be witnessing the legendary sword intent. This was an opportunity for free learning and observation. The old man was startled after hearing Qin Yujie's words, but he thought that earlier he had only used 70% of his strength, and if he unleashed all his power, Qin Yujie, despite understanding the sword intent, might not match him. Though terrifying, the sword intent wasn't omnipotent. One's own realm of cultivation was still the paramount factor. An overwhelming confidence surged within the old man. His combat experience was naturally very rich, and he knew that if he lost his self-confidence and morale at this moment, what could have been a winnable situation would become a defeat due to his shaken state of mind. Qin Yujie, don't think comprehending the sword intent makes you invincible. In martial arts, only your realm is fundamental. You are just at the celestial being realm. Even if you comprehend the sword intent, It must be superficial, huh? Don't embarrass yourself with such feeble sword intent. After finishing his speech, the old man gave no chance for Qin Yujie to respond. Suddenly, he swallowed a pill. Then a terrifying true essence surged through his entire body. With lightning speed, he slashed out with his blade, cutting toward Qin Yujie. The old man's prior speech was simply a distraction designed to catch Qin Yujie off guard when he least expected it and deliver a fatal strike. This slash was the old man's peak move, and thanks to the consumption of a true essence-enhancing pill, it was even stronger than usual. Xian Fire Knife Technique. Third form, 9-9's Return to the Origin. 9-9's Return to the Origin was the strongest form of the Xian Fire Knife Technique. Compared to the previous two forms, its power was at least twice as strong. The surrounding crowd gazed at this horrifying blade energy in the sky. They had to admit, they had underestimated this old man. Chapter 213, Burning the City Lord's Mansion. An elder who could cultivate to the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm was definitely not simple, and this last strike by the elder was terrifying enough to make everyone tremble with fear. Moreover, since the elder suddenly erupted in action, everyone believed that Qin Yujie wouldn't have time to react and might be killed by the elder. Seeing Qin Yujie standing like a wooden chicken, the elder immediately burst out laughing arrogantly. Qin Yujie, how does your monstrous talent matter? How does your strong sword path talent matter? You are still going to die at my hands. Rest assured, not only will you die, your entire Qin family will perish. Just go down to hell first, and wait for your family. Haha. To dare oppose the Gu family and the royal family, this is your fate. Looking at the elder who seemed deranged, Qin Yujie generated an intricate intention on his sword. Any martial artist with discernment and insight would recognize it instantly. It was sword intent. Unrestrained sword technique. Overbearing and tyrannical. Wind sword intent. As Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward, the sky immediately transformed dramatically, winds howling fiercely, and a beam of sword energy more powerful than before appeared in the sky. The crowd looked at the beam of sword energy, mesmerized and shocked. Goodness, this is actually wind sword intent. Furthermore, as you can see, this sword intent is perfectly formed, returning to simplicity, reaching the perfected stage of wind sword intent. Haha, I have finally seen sword intent. Qin Yujie is truly immensely powerful. Haha, this is the real sword energy. Only when combined with sword intent can the sharpness of the sword energy be completely displayed. Sword energy spans across 10,000 miles, a single sword freezing 14 states. Although Qin Yujie's sword energy doesn't reach such exaggeration, given his talent, he will surely attain such a level in the future. This must be Qin Yujie's strongest trump card. No wonder he has always been so confident. We initially thought Qin Yujie was bound to die. One needs true power. If one doesn't, and they act arrogant in front of a 5th level Will See realm expert, they're asking for death. Sword intent. What every sword way practitioner dreams of. Who would have thought Qin Yujie had not only comprehended the sword intent, but also reached perfection with it? His understanding of the sword path is too monstrous. If Qin Yujie doesn't fall prematurely, he will certainly become a world-defying expert in the future. The Qin family will rise, and the entire Lingxiang kingdom will be shaken. I'm afraid this elder is about to die now. If his blade energy is a small river, then Qin Yujie's sword energy is an ocean. There is just too much disparity between them. Yes, incorporating the perfected wind sword intent into an already formidable unrestrained sword technique. Its strength isn't merely a case of 1 + 1 = 2. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the two attacks clashed instantly. The elder's wave of blade energy crumbled like tofu under Qin Yujie's sword energy. The momentum of Qin Yujie's sword energy remained unfazed, arriving in the blink of an eye in front of the elder. Fearing the approaching sword energy, despair flickered within the elder's heart. He couldn't imagine that Qin Yujie's mastery over the sword path had advanced to such a terrifying height, comprehending not just the wind sword intent, but elevating its practice to perfection. Underestimating Qin Yujie's talent for the sword, even the entire Lingxiang kingdom royal family underestimated his strength. Once Qin Yujie matured, who in the Lingxiang kingdom could possibly stand against him? And as the royalty oppressing the Qin family, they would definitely not escape his wrath either. How could Qin Yujie possibly let the royal family off? When the nest collapses, there won't be any intact eggs. No, I can't die. The elder recalled his lifelong martial path, from learning knife techniques as a child, later joining the Gu family, then following Lady Shu into the royal palace, step by step achieving his current status, revered by all as a 5th level Wheel See realm martial artist. His status, wealth, and beauty all disappeared in an instant. In a flash, Qin Yujie's horrifying sword energy pierced through the elder's body, cleaving him into pieces. Blood sprayed wildly into the sky. His corpse disintegrated into flesh powder scattered on the ground, the sight dark and eerie. The surrounding spectators were struck speechless by Qin Yujie's frightening sword energy. Only now did they understand the sheer, terrifying might possessed by Qin Yujie. Is he truly just a 7th-rank celestial human realm martial artist? Muttered a spectator watching nearby. Qin Yujie's strength has truly upturned all my previous notions. I had no idea he was this powerful. Yes, compared to Qin Yujie, we are merely wasted meals, utter waste. To live in the same era as Qin Yujie is both a cause for celebration, for we get to witness the growth of a world-shaking genius, and yet a sorrow, for every other prodigy fades in comparison. Qin Yujie, with one person and one sword, can match thousands upon thousands. Qin Yujie is my idol. From now on, I will also learn the sword technique and become stronger. I wonder if Qin Yujie takes apprentices. I want to be his disciple. The onlookers around gazed at Qin Yujie as though their hearts were a jumble of flavors, admiration, envy, and even fear. Gu Tianqing, how do you feel now? Is there anyone who can save you now? From being full of hope to utter despair, this feeling must be wonderful. Qin Yujie smiled while looking at Gu Tianqing, who was frozen like a wooden chicken. Qin Yujie, you're a devil. No, you're more terrifying than a devil. Why not just kill me directly instead of letting me go through despair, then fill me with hope again, only to destroy that hope myself? Gu Tianqing shouted wildly at Qin Yujie like a crazed wild dog. Such a huge contrast between the highs and lows had driven Gu Tianqing mad. He was insane. You love using 108 cruel tortures, don't you? Were the warriors who died by your hand not all innocent? If you knew what would happen today, why didn't you change back then? Qin Yujie said. Qin Yujie, my sister won't let you go unpunished. Neither will the entire royal family of Lingxiang Kingdom. I'll wait for you down in the underworld. Hara! Gu Tianqing laughed out loud. I'm afraid you won't live long enough to wait for me. With one thrust from Qin Yujie's sword, Gu Tianqing was instantly sliced into 2 pieces. I've heard that the city lord's mansion has plenty of resources. Fatty, go find them. Divide them among yourselves. Qin Yujie said indifferently. The Gu family was already destroyed. Even if Qin Yujie didn't take these resources, they would still be taken by others. It would be better to let Fatty have them. As for Qin Yujie himself, he didn't care about these resources. All right, boss. Zheng Nanhua disappeared in a flash. Not long after, Zheng Nanhua returned with a bounty of treasures. Qin Yujie released Qi Qing Flame Fire and burned the entire city lord's mansion into ashes. Then, the 3 flashed away gracefully, leaving behind the shocked crowd. Chapter 214, Ambushed Midway. Because Qin Yujie and the other 2 had completed their sect mission, they had no intention of lingering on the road. Throughout their journey, Qin Yujie and his companions were riding a flying celestial carriage, quickly heading towards the Tianyuan Sect. After all, the Tianyuan Sect was located atop Spirit Mountain, where the internal energy was much more abundant than in ordinary cities outside. Moreover, there were numerous cultivation resources and facilities available. Although Qin Yujie didn't care too much for Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua, naturally they wanted to return to their sect as soon as possible to continue their diligent cultivation. 2 days later, at a dense forest area, when Qin Yujie's carriage flew by from the sky, he suddenly sensed 3 powerful auras that abruptly ascended from the dense forest, instantly blocking his flying celestial carriage. Looking at the 3 figures surrounding him, Qin Yujie slightly furrowed his brow. These 3 individuals wore black robes, each with a peculiar mask. One had a tiger head, another a pig head, and the third a leopard head. Qin Yujie briefly thought about it, and remembered that he also had a similar mask. It was obtained when he initially killed Xuanhuan, who carried a storage bag containing this mask, a bullhead mask, along with a black token. Judging from their attire, these 3 looked like they belonged to some kind of assassin organization. Could it be that Xuanhuan was also an assassin from their group? Their appearance aroused Qin Yujie's interest. He signaled Lin Qinin and Zheng Nanhua to stay inside the celestial carriage, while he himself leapt onto the roof of the carriage. Without exchanging many words, the 3 immediately launched a fierce attack on Qin Yujie. These 3 clearly showed excellent training. Unlike other martial artists, they did not indulge in posturing or insulting their opponent before engaging in serious combat. This might suggest that these 3 were indeed likely from an assassin organization. Assassins would not arbitrarily attack martial artists without a reason unless someone had issued a bounty. It seemed that someone couldn't wait any longer and was preparing to make their move. Alternatively, his extraordinary talent made others wary. However, due to their fear of his master Xuanhuan, they decided to secretly hire assassins to do the job instead. The 3 possessed a cultivation level at the 5th tier of the Wheel C realm, and together their combined power could easily defeat a typical 6th tier Wheel C realm martial artist. These 3 came from a renowned group within the Lingtian Kingdom assassin organization, Blood Divine Gate, known as the Demon Trio Assassins. The Demon Trio Assassins were infamous. Their teamwork was extremely harmonious, and all their missions had been successfully completed at a 100% rate. Their most glorious accomplishment was assassinating a significant figure at the 6th tier of the Wheel C realm. Boss, I never expected our organization to send all 3 of us out at the same time. Really using a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I'm enough on my own. One of the leopard-headed warriors among them smirked, looking disdainfully at Qin Yujie, who hadn't shown any reaction yet. This person wielded a greatsword. In a single strike, heaven and earth seemed to transform, and a slash of sword chi approached Qin Yujie's head. To him, Qin Yujie appeared completely defenseless. The other 2 didn't hold back either. One of them used a sword, and the other used a hammer. The tiger-headed swordsman coolly said, "Second brother, remember that this Qin Yujie effortlessly killed Tang Jinan at the 4th tier of the Wheel C realm. His abilities aren't to be underestimated. Let's give it our all. We don't want to end up capsizing in a small ditch." This tiger-headed warrior was also an expert swordsman. Despite believing he could easily defeat Qin Yujie with his skill, he still maintained caution and began with his strongest offensive technique. A sword thrust emerged, and a shocking blade of chi surged towards Qin Yujie. This man specialized in swift strikes, and the sword chi was so fast, resembling lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi reached Qin Yujie's chest. If Qin Yujie reacted even slightly slower, his heart could have been shredded effortlessly. Another individual, wearing a pighead mask, summoned terrifying true yuan energy. He held dual hammers, which glimmered with complex runic patterns. Instantly, two enormous hammer-shaped shadows formed in the sky, like twin mountains crushing down heavily on Qin Yujie's head. In just a moment, Qin Yujie felt three massive attacks pressing down upon him, ready to obliterate him into pieces. With a thunderous boom, the three attacks struck Qin Yujie directly, causing him to vanish in a cloud of smoke. Haha, boss, I told you. This Qin Yujie could have been handled by me alone. There was no need for all three of us. Yes, this Qin Yujie is too weak. Honestly, I can't understand why anyone would commission us, the Demon Trio assassins, to act. Our trio, Ghost knows, never waste time on unknown commoners. This Qin Yujie was merely undeserving of his reputation. Indeed, it seems Qin Yujie has been annihilated without a trace. Just as the three were basking in their presumed victory, a voice suddenly rang out from not too far above their heads. You three are celebrating a bit too soon. Startled, the trio looked up and their hearts skipped a beat when they realized this figure was none other than Qin Yujie. Naturally, Qin Yujie hadn't perished. With a perfect level half-step cicada technique, he had simply shifted away in an instant. What remained at the original spot was merely a fleeting shadow. Such terrifying agility. It seems we must take him seriously, the swordsman said cautiously. The three figures flashed once again, instantly reappearing around Qin Yujie in a triangular formation, surrounding him. Second brother, third brother, unleash your full power, shouted the swordsman to the other two. In an instant, three attacks erupted simultaneously, completely sealing off all possible escape routes for Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie, upon observing the three formidable assaults, simply smiled. He could have still utilized the half-step cicada technique to evade, but in his view, there was no need for that. To an average person, these three's attack would indeed seem overbearing and terrifying, but to Qin Yujie, they were insufficient. Your attacks are too weak, and your speed is too slow. Qin Yujie then produced a wok, tossing it outward. Infused with true Yuan energy, the wok instantly grew larger, transforming into a black shadow of itself that shielded Qin Yujie within. Though unremarkable in appearance, this wok was a high-grade heaven-tier treasure, fortified by Qin Yujie's potent true Yuan. The three's combined assaults were powerless against its defenses. Boom! The three strikes crashed onto the wok, creating an ear-splitting explosion. Qin Yujie deployed the wok primarily to protect the flying celestial carriage and the passengers inside, Lin Qining and Zheng Nanhua. Although the celestial carriage possessed decent defenses, it couldn't compare with a heaven-tier upper-grade wok. For the sake of safety, Qin Yujie ensured a second layer of protection. Chapter 215, Giant Spirit Chaotic Hammer Technique. The three evil disciples of the Ghost Sect watched in astonishment as their strongest attack was effortlessly blocked by Qin Yujie. At that moment, Qin Yujie used the semi-step cicada leap and instantly appeared before the warrior wielding dual hammers, throwing a punch at him. This warrior with the dual hammers clearly specialized in body refinement, possessing immense strength. Qin Yujie wanted to test just how strong he was. Great Yin-Yang Sky Fist. As Qin Yujie threw a punch, the spiritual energy around him violently vibrated, and an astonishing fist shadow shot towards the dual hammer warrior. Seeing this terrifying fist shadow from Qin Yujie, the dual hammer warrior's face became very grave. He could sense a powerful force emanating from it. He knew that if he didn't give it his all, he would certainly die. With this realization, he unleashed his strongest attack once more. Giant Spirit Chaotic Hammer Technique. Ninth form. One force subdues 10 assemblies. Suddenly, the body of the dual hammer warrior began spinning rapidly, disturbing the surrounding spirit energy into a chaotic storm. Go! His momentum was overwhelming, and with a fierce swing, he hurled both hammers. In the sky, two terrifying hammer shadows emerged, spinning continuously until they merged into one colossal hammer shadow, releasing shocking power. This hammer shadow resembled a colossal heavenly hammer, descending ruthlessly upon Qin Yujie. The two attacks collided immediately, producing a thunderous sound that shook heaven and earth. Qin Yujie's physical form had already become extraordinarily fearsome, though he did not specialize in techniques focused solely on physical enhancement. Every day, he consumed various spirit medicines and pills, using half of his spirit energy for refining his body. Furthermore, being subjected daily to the purification by Qi-Ching Flame Fire, his physical form had long surpassed what it was in the past. Qi-Ching Flame Fire was divine and extraordinary. Since Qin Yujie had refined and assimilated this flame, it had always remained within his heart, purifying his entire meridian system and body night and day without pause. This was the mysterious essence of Qi-Ching Flame Fire. Although Qin Yujie did not practice any dedicated body refinement techniques, having this flame proved even more effective than general body refinement methods. Moreover, as long as Qin Yujie had access to sufficient resources to withstand the process, with the presence of Qi-Ching Flame Fire, his physical form could grow stronger indefinitely. If he could acquire a cultivation method for body refinement in the future through some mechanism like a lottery, then Qin Yujie's physical form would undoubtedly become incredibly terrifying, far surpassing its current state. All along, everyone focused on Qin Yujie's supernatural talent in sword arts, inadvertently overlooking the strength of his physical body. However, being overlooked does not diminish the formidable nature of Qin Yujie's physical form. Amidst everyone's shock, Qin Yujie's attack met head-on with the dual hammer warrior's terrifying assault. With just this single blow, the dual hammer warrior was flung away like a car crashing into something, forcefully pushed back by Qin Yujie's fist shadow. The warrior's chest was seen indented with a massive impact mark, and his heart was shattered completely from the punch. With merely one strike, the dual hammer warrior fell dead. Even though this dual hammer warrior was the weakest among the 3 evil disciples of the Ghost Sect, as a warrior at the 5th level of the C rotation realm, no matter how weak, he should not have been so easily defeated. Third brother, Qin Yujie, I will make your life worse than death. The remaining 2 members of the trio surrounded Qin Yujie from the left and right, trapping him in the center. They looked at Qin Yujie with cold faces, anger surging in their expressions. The 3 evil disciples of the Ghost Sect, infamous and ruthless killers who took countless lives, shared an unshakable bond despite their despicable deeds. They often worked together, forming deep friendships over time. They had assumed that this mission would be easy, but unexpectedly, after merely exchanging blows, one of their own had perished while Qin Yujie remained completely unscathed. Qin Yujie, you ambushed third brother and killed him. I'll make sure you end up torn apart limb by limb. The sword warrior said darkly, filled with grief and rage. That's right, Qin Yujie. Now that you don't have your protective iron pot anymore, let's see how you can fight against us. The knife specialist sneered cruelly at Qin Yujie. In their opinion, Qin Yujie had exploited the mobility technique to suddenly appear before the third brother, causing a hurried defense that led to his fatal mistake and death. As mere observers, these 2 did not feel the full intensity that the hammer warrior felt at the moment of his death, the fear and despair. Are you assassins from Blood Spirit Sect? Qin Yujie asked calmly, observing the hostile demeanor of the 2 warriors. What if we are? Let me tell you, if you had just died quietly, it would have been fine. But now that you killed the third brother, there will be an unceasing feud between you and our Blood Spirit Sect. Today, not only will you die, but your 2 companions will also die. The sword-wielding warrior readily admitted his identity because he thought Qin Yujie was surely going to die today. To a dead man, they felt there was nothing worth hiding. Moreover, the Blood Spirit Sect, as the largest assassin organization in Lingtian country, would certainly make any ordinary person tremble with fear upon hearing their name. In their eyes, if they revealed their identities to Qin Yujie, he might fall on his knees and beg for mercy out of fright. However, it was quite obvious that the 2 had underestimated Qin Yujie's composure. After hearing their words, his expression remained completely calm. The Blood Spirit Sect is utterly infamous. If you hadn't come to bother me, it might have been better. Since you dared to provoke me, I don't mind wiping you out. Qin Yujie said indifferently. Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Ghost disciples burst into laughter, saying disdainfully, Qin Yujie, you truly exemplify ignorance being strength. Do you know how many assassins belong to our Blood Spirit Sect? Our sect master has reached the 9th level of the C rotation realm cultivation stage, needing just one more step to enter the Heaven Whole realm. And you, a mere heavenly man realm warrior, actually dare to dream of destroying our Blood Spirit Sect? It's nothing short of delusion. Qin Yujie responded coolly. Talking too much serves no purpose. I'll kill you first today as some interest payment. The brows of the Ghost disciples furrowed as they coldly said, Today, the one who's likely to die is probably you. After finishing their sentence, powerful aura surged around them instantly. Then the Ghost disciples unleashed their strongest attacks respectively, causing dramatic changes in the weather between heaven and earth. A streak of sword chi and a streak of knife chi rushed toward Qin Yujie madly. Ultimate sword drawing technique. A flash of sword light appeared, and a terrifying sword chi split immediately into 2, appearing respectively before the 2 Ghost disciples. The knife-wielding warrior didn't even have time to react, and was split into 2 by the sword chi in an instant. Qin Yujie's sword chi was too fast, unbelievably so. The knife-wielding warrior, at the moment of death, still maintained the forward momentum of his dash. Upon close inspection, one could see the traces of terror in both his face and eyes just before he died. Chapter 216. Great Chaos Between the Righteous and Demonic Forces. Second Elder Brother. The sword practitioner never expected that Qin Yujie's sword could move so swiftly. As a fellow sword practitioner, he believed his own sword skills were already fast. But compared to Qin Yujie, he realized how slow his strikes truly were. Nevertheless, the reaction speed of this sword practitioner was remarkable. His combat experience far surpassed that of a knife practitioner. As they watched, the sword practitioner managed to abruptly change his trajectory mid-motion, stabilizing himself before his technique became outdated. Then he unleashed all his true essence, shooting off to the side in an instant. Though the sword practitioner had dodged vital areas of his body, his left arm was still injured. However, due to wearing a defensive soft armor, it helped absorb part of the attack. Otherwise, his arm would have certainly been severed. Of course, Qin Yujie hadn't exerted his full strength with this slash. If he had, there would be no way for the sword practitioner to either escape or block the blow. After darting away, the sword practitioner paid no attention to the knife practitioner. In an instant, he used his footwork skill and fled towards the distance. Qin Yujie didn't expect that this sword practitioner would run away. But in front of him, this man had no right to flee. Qin Yujie instantly took out his soul-blinding bow, pulled it fully, and released a horrifying spiritual energy arrow that shot straight toward the fleeing sword practitioner. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying arrow had reached the back of the sword practitioner. It can't be. Your power is actually this strong. The soul-blinding bow itself was a middle-grade celestial weapon, and its power was naturally tremendous. The soft armor on the sword practitioner's body was merely a superior-grade spiritual treasure and could not possibly resist such a ferocious attack. This powerful arrow immediately pierced through the soft armor and then stabbed into the sword practitioner's back. Instantly, the figure of the sword practitioner fell from the air down to the ground, whether dead or alive unknown. Using half-step cicada leap, Qin Yujie instantly appeared beside the sword practitioner. He observed that the sword practitioner had a large bloody hole in his chest and was already dead beyond recovery. Qin Yujie collected the storage pouches of the three individuals, discovering numerous cultivation resources inside. Indeed, without unexpected wealth, one cannot become rich, and without feeding at night, horses cannot grow fat. These demon sect disciples were quite famous within the assassin world. They had completed countless missions and killed many people, naturally accumulating a large number of cultivation resources within their storage pouches. But now, these resources all fell into Qin Yujie's hands. 2 days later, Qin Yujie and the other two finally returned to the sect. Having completed his sect mission, Vice Patriarch Tianyuan naturally couldn't find any excuses. Thus, Qin Yujie and the other two officially became internal disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Even though Blood Spirit Sect failed to eliminate Qin Yujie this time, after their probing, Tianyuan could also confirm that Qin Yujie's master Xuanhuan had indeed left Lingxian country. This assassination mission by Blood Spirit Sect was heavily funded by Tianyuan. Half a month later, at Tianyuan Sect's Shihai Peak, Qin Yujie was cross-legged sitting on the ground. His aura was becoming increasingly formidable as the heavens and earth filled with frighteningly powerful spiritual energy rushing into his body. Half an hour later, there was a series of crackling sounds from Qin Yujie's body, and upon opening his eyes, he immediately stood up. With just a random set of boxing moves, everyone could see the intimidating momentum around him, every punch filled with grandeur and imposing might. Finally advanced to the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm. Satisfied, Qin Yujie nodded slightly. At this moment, he had grown even stronger, not only in his immense inner energy, but also in both his soul and physical body, which had become more formidable. Cultivating essence, chi, and spirit simultaneously, none of these aspects were neglected, ensuring a comprehensive improvement. Within half a month, under the support of Qin Yujie's high-quality resources, Lin Xining and others' cultivation speeds were astonishingly swift. Lin Xining had advanced to the 7th level of the Heavenly Man realm. Xuanhuan broke through to the 6th level of the Heavenly Man realm. Huang Yoha advanced to the 7th level of the Revertible Yuan realm. And Zhang Qiuling had reached the 3rd level of the Wheel Sea realm. Just as Qin Yujie and his group made their breakthroughs, a major event occurred throughout Lingxian country. A great battle erupted between the 4 major sects. The cause of the conflict was Guiying Sect and Inma Sect using commoners' blood and corpses brazenly across Lingxian country to cultivate demonic powers. Not only that, but recently, many outer and internal disciples of Tianyuan Sect and Xuanhuan Sect also fell victim to the nefarious deeds of Guiying Sect and Inma Sect. Guiying Sect and Inma Sect had long joined forces. To counteract the 2 evil demon sects, Tianyuan Sect and Xuanhuan Sect also united, combining their strengths. However, the 4 major sects also took into consideration that once a large-scale war broke out, none of them would be able to withstand it. Therefore, the masters of the 4 major sects jointly stipulated that core combatants above the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm were not allowed to participate in the battle. As for the inner disciples below the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, they could all join in this competition and fight. Of course, each sect offered massive contribution rewards. For instance, in Tianyuan Sect, killing an inner disciple of Inma Sect at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm could earn you a terrifying 5,000 points. Many inner disciples of Tianyuan Sect joined the battle just for these points. Of course, Qin Yujie didn't need to fight for these points. However, he had a strong aversion to Inma Sect and Guiying Sect using the blood and corpses of ordinary people to cultivate demonic powers. He had once encountered Fu Kunyang, the son of the master of Inma Sect. In order to cultivate his demonic power, Fu Kunyang had slaughtered an entire city. Although Qin Yujie had killed 2 of Fu Kunyang's subordinates, fat and skinny twin demons, with one stroke of his sword back then, Fu Kunyang managed to escape. Fu Kunyang, the grudge between us should be settled. You wanted to refine my blood before, and that is a debt that must be repaid. Qin Yujie muttered while standing on Shihai Peak. Boss, I also want to join the fight. Without experiencing such life and death battles, I will always be a flower in a greenhouse, never growing into a towering tree. Xuanhuan was eager to get involved. Although Xuanhuan had received top-notch cultivation resources from Qin Yujie, he truly lacked participation in life and death battles. There were no such opportunities in Tianyuan Sect, so naturally Xuanhuan didn't want to miss this rare chance for training. Yes, I also want to train. On the path of martial arts, daily practice alone without life and death fights can never achieve transformation. Lin Xining also said. Lin Xining was originally the young miss of the Lin family in Xuanhuan City. She was well provided for, and her martial arts journey had been smooth. Moreover, Qin Yujie had given her many cultivation resources. Now, the only thing Lin Xining lacked was combat experience. Chapter 217, The Demon Realm, Great Battlefield. The martial path will eventually require one to go through these trials. As the miss of the Lin family, Lin Xining has always had a smooth journey in the Tianyuan Sect. She has never engaged in life and death duels with others, and even her regular sparring matches with people have been few. Lin Xining is a music enthusiast. Her heart lies solely in playing the guqin. She does not like killing, but in order to advance further on the martial path and not fall too far behind Qin Yujie, she decides to fight. Because on the martial path, the more you progress, the more perilous situations you face. Since this cannot be changed, it's better to adapt early. Master, I want to go too, Huang Youhe said excitedly. Huang Youhe now possesses the cultivation of the 7th level of the Guiyuan realm. Her strength is equivalent to that of an outer disciple from any of the 4 major sections. Going out to engage in life and death training sessions against those with similar abilities would be beneficial. After all, Huang Youhe has 0 combat experience. And while Qin Yujie is Huang Youhe's master, he cannot possibly accompany her for her entire life. One day, Huang Youhe will venture out alone. All right, Qin Yujie nodded and agreed. Qin Yujie gave everyone some top-grade resources. However, if they were to set off alone, Qin Yujie would naturally worry. Therefore, he decided to lead the group himself, bringing them all along. Nevertheless, Qin Yujie would not interfere easily, because doing so would render the training meaningless. He would only step in during moments of life or death. For this battle, the 4 great sects specially designated a battlefield called the Demon Realm Great Battlefield. The Demon Realm Great Battlefield is a vast battlefield spanning hundreds of miles, divided into east, south, west, and north sections. There is a flag at each section, guarded by one of the 4 great sections. They jointly stipulated that only disciples below the 4th rank of the Weelsea realm could participate in the battle within this area. If any sect's flag is taken away by the enemy, it signifies defeat. Currently, the 4 great sects have formed alliances of 2 parties each, as no one dares leave their main camp lightly. Otherwise, if the base is left defenseless, it might get attacked and easily lead to failure. This grand battle between the righteous and evil factions will determine the status and future layout of the 4 great sects of Lingtian country. If the righteous sects of Tianyuan and Xuanhuan fail, henceforth, the 4 great sects of Lingtian country will revere Guiyuan Sect and Immortal Sect as their leaders. The reason why the sect leader Hong Yuchuan agreed to such terms was that he had confidence, thanks to Qin Yujie. Although Qin Yujie is only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm, in Hong Yuchuan's eyes, his prowess is extraordinarily monstrous. With Qin Yujie stepping up, the tide of war could change, wiping out all members of Guiyuan Sect and Immortal Sect. And the reason Guiyuan Sect and Immortal Sect proposed such rules was that they also possess powerful 4th-rank Weelsea realm warriors. In their minds, victory was certain. Just as Qin Yujie was preparing to bring everyone to the Demon Realm Great Battlefield, a figure appeared on Shihai Peak. Hong Sect leader, what brings you here? Qin Yujie was surprised to see Hong Yuchuan personally arriving at Shihai Peak. Qin Yujie, regarding the matter of the Demon Realm Great Battlefield, you must have heard about it already. Now our Tianyuan Sect and Xuanhuan Sect are being heavily oppressed by Guiyuan Sect and Immortal Sect. Although our sect's elite fighters are not inferior to those of Guiyuan Sect and Immortal Sect, our disciples below the 4th rank of the Weelsea realm are weaker. This time, only your participation can reverse the situation, Hong Yuchuan said anxiously. Do they have a particularly strong opponent? Qin Yujie asked calmly. In Guiyuan Sect, there is a man named Xiao Tai who is at the 4th rank of the Weelsea realm. His strength is formidable, and his talent in swordsmanship is terrifying. Many of our disciples have died under his hands. Xiao Tai has become the pivotal figure in this battle for Guiyuan Sect. His prestige is high. Moreover, he is well versed in military tactics. Our fighters have been repeatedly defeated when facing him. Now our Tianyuan Sect can only focus on defending our base. At this rate, we will inevitably fail. And in Immortal Sect, there is another strong disciple named Zhou Moheo, whose power exceeds even Xiao Tai. It's rumored that he strikes and vanishes without a trace. His shadow sword technique has no equal. Anyone who encounters him in battle dies instantly. Besides them, overall, Guiyuan Sect and Immortal Sect's combat capabilities below the 4th rank of the Weelsea realm surpass ours. We underestimated them this time. Qin Yujie, only you stepping up can revive us from this predicament. The Demon Realm Great Battlefield is a rare place for honing skills, filled with adversaries everywhere. Qin Yujie certainly did not want to miss this opportunity. Besides, considering how Hong Yuchuan had treated him decently while he was in Tianyuan Sect, Qin Yujie was willing to contribute to the sect. Hong Sect leader, please rest assured. I will definitely participate in the Demon Realm Great Battlefield. Time waits for no one, and I shall depart immediately. After saying this, Qin Yujie led everyone away from Shihai Peak. After Qin Yujie left, he used a sound transmission talisman to inform Li Kun and Meng Xiao, instructing them to lead the members of Piaomiao Pavilion to the Demon Realm Great Battlefield. After all, what Qin Yujie's Piaomiao Pavilion needs are not flowers grown in a hothouse, but truly strong warriors with rich combat experience. Without undergoing trials, how could one grow? The main base of Tianyuan Sect was located to the south of the Demon Realm Great Battlefield. Qin Yujie took about a day to arrive there. When Qin Yujie arrived, the disciples of Tianyuan Sect were all filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Their previously disheartened and depressed expressions vanished without a trace. Qin Yujie's strength was known by all the disciples of Tianyuan Sect. The astonishing battle between Qin Yujie and Tang Jinan made Qin Yujie the leading figure among the young generation of Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie could defeat Tang Jinan at the 6th level of Heavenly Man realm. Now that Qin Yujie had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm, he was practically invincible across the entire Demon Realm Great Battlefield. Even if he encountered Xiao Tai from Guiyuan Sect or Zhou Moheo from Immortal Sect, Qin Yujie could easily slay them. Brother Qin has come. We will definitely win now. One disciple of Tianyuan Sect couldn't help but shed tears of joy. In the martial world, battles were cruel. This disciple had witnessed his friends being killed by disciples from Guiyuan Sect, their bodies even taken for refining afterward. He hated himself and despised Guiyuan Sect and Immortal Sect. But with his meager power, before this, he couldn't see any hope for revenge. Now that Qin Yujie had arrived, he saw hope once again. At this moment, Qin Yujie seemed like a savior to him, powerful and sacred. Yes, Brother Qin could kill Tang Jinan with a single sword strike. Even if Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Brother Qin. Another disciple of Tianyuan Sect said excitedly. Chapter 218, The 5 Elements and 8 Trigrams Formation. Master Qin, you're invincible. With Master Qin by our side, what do we have to fear from the so-called Zuxian Sect or the Ghost Shadow Sect? Our Tianyuan Sect has truly turned its fortunes around. Yes, Master Qin is a prodigy. I bet even Xiao Tai and Zhou Moheo would kneel down and surrender upon seeing Qin Yujie. The sword chi stretches for 10,000 miles, a single sword strike chilling 14 continents. To this day, I still vividly remember that stunning final blow during Master Qin's duel with Tang Jinan. Master Qin's talent in swordplay is unmatched. He must be a reincarnated sword immortal. Finally, we can sleep well tonight. With Master Qin here, we no longer need to live in constant fear. I suggest that all of us follow Master Qin's orders. Our sect is falling apart right now. Only Master Qin possesses the authority and charisma needed to unify us. Yes, I agree. I'm willing to follow Master Qin's commands. So am I. Count me in. When Qin Yujie arrived at the main camp of the Tianyuan Sect, every disciple gazed upon Qin Yujie with admiration and excitement. They were all willing to take his orders and submit to his arrangements. Qin Yujie knew that, at this critical moment, there needed to be someone who could step forward to coordinate everything. Otherwise, everyone acting on their own would fail to maximize their combat potential. Fine then, I accept the responsibility willingly. From today onwards, in this demon domain battlefield, all commands are given by me. If anyone resists my orders, they will be executed without mercy. Qin Yujie said calmly. From now on, you have half an hour to elect 10 captains. Then report back to me. Qin Yujie took a glance at the main camp. Currently, the entire Tianyuan Sect had about 5,000 people. Dividing them into 10 groups would mean roughly 500 people per team. He made this decision to facilitate troop deployment later on during battles. Although Qin Yujie had not been a general in his previous life, he was very familiar with military tactics like those found in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Moreover, Qin Yujie knew the 36 stratagems like the back of his hand. Normally, Qin Yujie's immense strength alone was enough to easily kill everyone from both the Ghost Shadow Sect and the Zuxian Sect, but he felt intrigued at the thought of testing his battlefield formations. After analyzing the geographical location of the Tianyuan Sect's main camp, typically being a basin surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack, he realized that constructing a city wall at the narrow exit could stop ordinary people. However, neither the Ghost Shadow Sect nor the Zuxian Sect consisted of normal people. Even average chi pole stage martial artists generally possessed movement techniques that rendered regular walls ineffective. After pondering for a while, Qin Yujie decided to activate the 5 elements and 8 trigrams array. As soon as he hurled the formation disc upwards, the flags automatically embedded themselves into the ground. Placing 2 top-grade spirit stones into the array eye, the sky immediately trembled with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a golden defensive barrier appeared overhead, enveloping the entire base of the Tianyuan Sect within its protection. This sudden move stunned the multitude of Tianyuan Sect disciples. It was as if lightning had struck them all. Good heavens, is that an array? Could Master Qin be an array master too? Master Qin doesn't just possess extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. He also excels at array techniques. Master Qin likely knows little about array techniques since he used an array disc, which is prefabricated by true array masters for quick deployment. I happen to know much about array techniques, and based on what I see, these flags are distributed according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the superior rank Earth class array known as the 5 elements and 8 trigrams formation. What? An Earth class superior rank array? Even our Tianyuan Sect's protective grand formation cannot compare to it. Master Qin's hidden abilities truly surpass expectations. Last time, we witnessed his miraculous cauldron, and now it seems he possesses such an incredible defense array as well. This has blown my mind. Master Qin is simply extraordinary. With this 5 elements and 8 trigrams formation, our Tianyuan Sect already stands invincible. That's right. I doubt even the Zuxian Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect can penetrate our defenses. Did you notice? For the focal point of his array, Master Qin used top-grade spirit stones and placed 2 of them. Heaven forbid. A single top-grade spirit stone is worth more than any treasure trove combined. Even our sect leader probably does not possess one. Only Wheel C realm martial artists require spirit stones for cultivation, and most use low-grade ones. Medium-grade stones are rare treasures already, let alone top-grade stones. When martial artists reach beyond the Wheel C realm, spirit stones become standard currency. It's incredible to think that Qin Yujie actually owns top-grade spirit stones. 1 top-grade spirit stone equals 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and 1 middle-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Brothers' 2 top-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Heaven forbid, this is blowing my mind. Qin Brother truly has immense wealth. It's outrageous. He's just too rich for words. Qin Yujie didn't realize that his casual move had caused such a huge reaction. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, he felt disdain in his heart. 2 top-grade spirit stones are enough to shock you like this? Look at your limited vision. I have hundreds more stored in my space ring. If you knew about them, wouldn't you be stunned into idiocy right on the spot? Xiaoling, I will entrust this array disk to your safekeeping. You have already reached the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm. With you stationed here at the main camp of Tianyuan Sect, and with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams array defense in place, this area can truly be considered impregnable. Qin Yujie said lightly. Master, will you not stay at this main camp? Zhang Xiaoling asked with some surprise. The main camp is fine with just you here. I will assign another team to assist you. Tomorrow, I will lead the rest of the disciples on an expedition to attack the Devilish Een Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect. Qin Yujie said calmly. Understood. Xiaoling will not fail Master's trust. Zhang Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the group from Tianyuan Sect had selected 10 captains. These 10 captains all possessed fairly strong abilities, most of them hovering between the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Wheel C realm. As for anyone at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, none were left. Even if there were before, they would have been killed by Xiao Tai and Zhou Mo Hao. Xiao Tai and Zhou Mo Hao could be described as unmatched within their realm, but that was before encountering Qin Yujie. Should they come across him, Qin Yujie wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson about humility. You 10 captains, line up in a single row, numbered from left to right. Each of you will be assigned positions 1 through 10. Each of you leads a team of approximately 500 people. Teams 1 through 9 will rest well tonight, and then follow me into battle tomorrow. As for Team 10, you'll take turns keeping watch overnight, assisting Zhang Qiuling in guarding the main camp. While I am away, all of you must follow Zhang Qiuling's orders without question. Chapter 219, Taiyuan Wuji Pill. After giving his instructions, Qin Yujie came to an open area. With a wave of his hand, the mansion he carried with him appeared on the ground. Looking at the luxurious and exquisite mansion, the surrounding people were envious again. They suddenly felt their own caves weren't good enough. I've obtained quite a lot of resources recently, but they are useless if not utilized. I will refine some pills tonight. Qin Yujie entered the mansion with Lin Qinin and others. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the Panlong cauldron. When the crowd saw that Qin Yujie had taken out a medicinal cauldron, they were greatly surprised. Qin Yujie's identity as a pill refiner was known to Lin Qinin and others, but many disciples of Tianyuan Sect did not know about it. Heaven, could Qin's senior brother be a pill refiner? Definitely. We should have thought of it before. There are so many top-grade pills with Qin Yujie. If he wasn't a pill refiner, where would those pills come from? Qin's senior brother is just too extraordinary. Compared with him, I suddenly find myself a waste of food. Qin's senior brother not only excels in swordplay and music, but now even excels in refining pills. Isn't this terrifying? I remember, Qin's senior brother should belong to the Qin family of Xuanhuan City. At that time during the Pill God Hall test, there was a mystical level pill refiner. Could it be Qin's senior brother? Definitely. Everything described fits Qin's senior brother perfectly. My heavens, I am utterly astonished. Qin's senior brother, what an unmatched genius. No wonder the people around him all cultivate with top-grade pills, because Qin's senior brother himself is a mystical level pill refiner. After I return, I must definitely tell the sect about this news. As the #1 inner disciple, Qin's senior brother not only has extraordinary talent in swordplay, but also is a pill refiner. He deserves the attention of the whole Tianyuan Sect. He has the qualifications to become a core disciple. That's right, having Qin's senior brother is truly a great fortune for our Tianyuan Sect. However, most annoyingly, Vice Master Tian always thinks about suppressing and removing Qin's senior brother, which is simply outrageous. Qin's senior brother, quickly display your pill refining technique, and let us have a visual feast. Qin's senior brother, do you lack female attendants? I'm willing to warm the bed for Qin's senior brother. Warming the bed is nothing. Qin's senior brother, whatever you want me to do, I am completely yours. The surrounding people looked at Qin Yujie with shocked and admiring expressions. Many female disciples showed obvious fascination. Qin Yujie paid no attention to the crowd. He sorted out some spiritual herbs and began preparing to refine pills. Now at the 8th level of the heavenly human realm, Qin Yujie's true essence had already grown very powerful. Also, since he practiced the true spirit decisive technique, his soul power grew significantly stronger as well. Therefore, he was already able to refine certain earth-grade pills, making him a qualified earth-grade pill refiner. However, today, Qin Yujie didn't intend to refine earth-rank pills. Today he mainly focused on refining ordinary pills used by Wheel C realm warriors because he would soon break through to the Wheel C realm. Qin Yujie shot out a ball of flames, and instantly the bottom of the Panlong cauldron erupted in roaring fire. This is the crimson blue flame fire. I saw Qin's senior brother use this when fighting against Tang Jinan. This fire is the legendary strange fire. Tang Jinan was finally burned to soul destruction by this. Qin's senior brother has way too many treasures. Any random thing he pulls out is something we can only dream of acquiring. That's right. Who would dare oppose Qin's senior brother? Tang Jinan's fate was exactly that. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Qin Yujie casually waved his hand, causing the Panlong cauldron to fly up into the air. The cover automatically flew off, and the leftover medicinal dregs inside instantly flew out. The pills Qin Yujie was going to refine today were Taiyuan Wuji pills. There are various types of pills commonly used by Wheel C realm warriors during their cultivation, such as Tianqin pills and Taiyuan Wuji pills. Taiyuan Wuji pills have a slightly higher rank than Tianqin pills and naturally possess greater efficacy than Tianqin pills. To say the least, Taiyuan Wuji pills are the optimal pills for the cultivation of Wheel C realm warriors. Qin Yujie took out over 20 kinds of spiritual herbs from his spatial ring and placed them together into the Panlong cauldron. Currently, Qin Yujie was highly skilled and confident. In the past, he would surely have classified them carefully, refining each plant separately, but now his soul force was exceptionally formidable. His control of true essence and the degree of heat was at an incredibly subtle level, and his understanding of pharmacological principles reached a horrifying level. Thus, he didn't need to follow the conventional methods anymore when refining pills. Qin Yujie split dozens of streams of true essence to simultaneously refine the spiritual herbs. This action from Qin Yujie instantly made the surrounding people extremely shocked. Among the numerous disciples, there were not a few who understood pill refining techniques, and they couldn't imagine that Qin Yujie had such audacity. Wasn't he afraid the cauldron would explode? Qin's senior brother is truly amazing. He managed to place over 20 different kinds of spiritual herbs into the pill cauldron all at once. I think senior brother Qin's pill refining skills are even more impressive than the master foam of the pill god hall. Lin Qinin, Zhang Qiuling, and the others are so enviable. They never lack cultivation resources by following senior brother Qin. Yes, we're tough. For a little cultivation resource, we risk our necks every day. One day, our heads might just be gone. If only senior brother Qin could teach us a bit of his pill refining technique. That would probably be enough for our entire lives. Pill refining requires talent. Even if you don't have it, senior brother Qin can't help you if you cannot understand all his techniques no matter how hard he tries to teach you. Yeah, and do you know how many resources and spiritual herbs go into training a pill refiner? An ordinary person cannot train to become a pill refiner. Only those powerful families or sects with strong backgrounds can bear such expenses. A pill refiner is a money-burning profession. To cultivate a pill refiner consumes resources, but once one becomes a pill refiner, they earn quickly. Look at Master Foam of the Pill God Hall. Each year, the 4 major sects buy plenty of pills from the Pill God Hall, and quite a few pills are impossible to acquire even if you have the money. Senior brother Qin's pill refining ability surpasses Master Foam already, and he's still so young. In the future, his accomplishments in the way of pills will surely be boundless. Senior brother Qin, please take my knees. I admire you like the endless river, ceaselessly flowing. The crowd around were stunned by Qin Yujie's naturalness and mastery in refining pills. What seemed very difficult in others' eyes was as simple as having a home-cooked meal to Qin Yujie. Lin Qinin and the others were no longer surprised at this. Qin Yujie's talents were so monstrous that nothing about him surprised them anymore. After all, for an emperor of cultivation reincarnated, what could possibly be impossible? In Lin Qinin and the others' eyes, they had long accepted Qin Yujie as the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Otherwise, they could not comprehend such celestial-level skills. If the crowd here knew that Qin Yujie wasn't just a pill refiner but also a spirit chef, they would probably be shocked speechless. Chapter 220. The Supreme Elixir is formed. Half an hour later, amidst everyone's astonishment, Qin Yujie completed the alchemy. On the Panlong cauldron, streaks of thunderous calamity appeared, wondrous beyond belief. Elixir calamity. Everyone's expression turned serious. Usually, only the supreme grade elixirs would attract such calamities. Qin Yujie casually refined a batch of elixirs, and they were already legendary supreme grade elixirs? No one was a fool. Everyone knew that for an alchemist to refine a supreme grade elixir was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Even being able to refine middle grade elixirs made one a remarkable existence. Yet, Qin Yujie managed to refine supreme grade elixirs so effortlessly, demonstrating his uncanny talent in alchemy. In his left hand, Qin Yujie took out a jade bottle, and with a pat of his right hand on the Panlong cauldron, 9 supreme grade elixirs flew out immediately. Each of these 9 elixirs gleamed full of vitality, their surfaces covered with intricate elixir patterns, looking incredibly mystical. Goodness! Elixir patterns. These are supreme grade elixirs. Supreme grade elixirs. These are the elixirs entirely free of poison. Consuming such elixirs will have no adverse effects on one's future martial path. Brother Qin is truly amazing. I wonder what kind of elixir Brother Qin has refined. I heard that the mysterious pavilion holds supreme grade elixirs. Just join the mysterious pavilion and make some contributions, and you'll have a chance to obtain them. I want to join the mysterious pavilion too. With Brother Qin there, it's sure to become the top power of Lingxianshan Kingdom. Amidst everyone's shock, Qin Yujie continued refining several more batches of Tianyuan Wujiden. 3 hours later, Qin Yujie stretched lazily, and in everyone's envious eyes, he took a sip of Forget Sorrow's wine. The next day, Qin Yujie set out with Lin Qinin and others, followed by 9 teams. First squad, advanced 10 miles ahead to survey the terrain and gather intelligence. Everyone else rest here. After about 3 hours of walking, Qin Yujie and his group reached a canyon. This place was already at the heart of the Devil Territory. Qin Yujie had heard from Han Yuchuan that Xiao Tai was well-versed in military tactics. Given such a favorable geographical location, ambushing enemies above the canyon could easily wipe them out completely. Qin Yujie himself wasn't afraid, but behind him, he led 9 detachments, over 4,000 people, including Lin Qinin and others. If they fell into an ambush, while Seawheel Realm martial practitioners might survive, those below the Tianyuan realm would likely either die or be severely injured. High above the canyon, hidden in the dense jungle, was a group of about 1,000 men. Their leader was none other than Xiao Tai, infamous in Ghost Shadow Sect. Brother Xiao, a team from Tianyuan Sect is coming. We should order our archers to attack immediately. In this way, that team will definitely suffer heavy losses, possibly even total annihilation. A disciple from Ghost Shadow Sect beside Xiao Tai whispered, "Hold your horses, let that group pass first. Don't attack yet, it's just the scouting party." Maintain concealment. Indeed, Xiaotai lived up to his reputation as an expert in military tactics. He instantly recognized the situation for what it was. Xiaotai harbored lofty ambitions. He had long noticed that this scouting party consisted of only around 500 men, whereas the main force of Tianyuan Sect numbered 4,000. They were his target. He intended to wait until the main force passed, then cut off their retreat and annihilate every single one of Tianyuan Sect. Warfare is based on deception, and such advantageous terrain would be wasteful if not used. Xiaotai sneered inwardly. Today, all members of Tianyuan Sect would become stepping stones for my fame. However, Xiaotai was slightly astonished. He hadn't expected Tianyuan Sect to exercise such caution, even dispatching a vanguard unit for reconnaissance. Could it be that a warfare expert had joined Tianyuan Sect? This thought excited Xiaotai further. Tianyuan Sect? Today, I'll ensure none of you return. A master strategist? It's laughable against me, Xiaotai. Half an hour later, the captain of the first detachment returned. His name was Xuanhuan. His strength ranked second in the Wheel Sea realm. Brother Qin, I've scouted ahead thoroughly. This canyon is extremely safe. Our team of 500 went through without encountering any danger at all. Brother Qin, aren't you being overly cautious? This canyon, it's like a deserted land where even birds wouldn't excrete. How could there be danger here? Sun Wenming asked, confused, unable to understand why Qin Yujie acted so carefully, perhaps unnecessarily so. Qin Yujie looked at Sun Wenming, not getting angry but merely giving a faint smile. Young brother Sun, war is based on deception. What you see may not always be true. Sometimes, it could be deliberately staged by the enemy for us to see. Qin Yujie's words greatly surprised everyone present. They never imagined that Qin Yujie possessed such profound understanding of the art of war, and he had articulated its essence beautifully. Brother Qin, please instruct me, Sun Wenming requested humbly. Did you see the dense forests on both sides of the canyon? Logically speaking, such dense forests should be full of birds. However, as you went past, not a single bird was disturbed and flew away. Don't you think it's too quiet? After Qin Yujie finished speaking, those around him finally noticed that they indeed hadn't seen a single bird just then. What does this prove? At most, it proves there are no birds here, Sun Wenming said. Qin Yujie shook his head and replied, good birds choose good trees to perch on. Such an excellent environment would naturally have flying birds. This situation can only mean one thing. Before we arrived, the birds here had already been scared off. Why were the birds scared off? It indicates that enemy troops might be lying in ambush on both sides of the canyon, waiting for us to pass through so they can launch their attack. The enemy has the advantage of terrain. Think about it. If we accidentally walk into the trap and suffer a sudden assault, won't we all perish? Even if we are lucky enough not to be completely annihilated, with the canyon surrounded by mountains on two sides, once our retreat is cut off, where could we possibly escape to? We would be forced to move forward. However, what awaits us ahead is probably an even bigger trap. Listening to Qin Yujie's meticulous analysis, everyone broke out into a cold sweat. If it weren't for Qin Yujie leading the team, and someone else blindly rushing in, the result would be unimaginable. Senior brother Qin, your analysis is truly profound. I've learned a lot. Earlier, I was too rash and nearly caused a major mistake. Cold sweat dripped down Sun Wenming's forehead. Without Qin Yujie, it was likely that all members of Tianyuan Sect would meet a deadly end today. Senior brother Qin is absolutely incredible. He seems like a living god of war. Yes, listening to Mr. Qin speak a single sentence is better than reading books for 10 years. Unbelievable, we unknowingly passed through the gates of death just now. Chapter 221, Uncovering the Plan. However, if young Master Qin is correct, why didn't the hidden troops on both sides of the canyon attack us just now? You're an idiot. Just now, it was only a small squad. If they had launched an attack in advance, it would be like picking up sesame seeds, but losing watermelons. Our main force hasn't even entered the canyon yet. That's true. How could I not think of this? Young Master Qin is truly amazing. With just one glance, he has seen through everything. I've heard that Xiaotai uses his soldiers with divine skill, but I see he's no better than our senior brother Qin who, with just one look, saw through his strategy. Unfortunately, Xiaotai still doesn't realize. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Yujie with astonishment and admiration. To everyone, Qin Yujie, even if he didn't pursue martial arts, would likely achieve great fame as a general in the mortal world. Qin Yujie led everyone to quietly retreat, then bypassed the canyon and entered another forest. Half an hour later, all traces of Qin Yujie and his team were gone. At this moment, Xiaotai's face was exceptionally grim. He never expected that the Tianyuan Sect team would all retreat, spoiling his grand plan for achieving fame in one fell swoop. I wonder who led the Tianyuan Sect's team this time, managing to uncover my strategy. Where did I make a mistake? Xiaotai turned around and looked at the quiet woods before slapping his head. I was too careless. When things are abnormal, there must be something strange going on. I should have noticed that all the birds here were scared away by us beforehand. Who is this person? Could he have uncovered my strategy based on just this clue? His mind is really so meticulous. A disciple of the Guiying sect beside Xiaotai was shocked and said, Senior brother Xiao, someone couldn't possibly have figured it out, right? It might just be that the Tianyuan sect happened to be heading back anyway, accidentally letting them escape danger. No, today there is a military expert in the Tianyuan sect. Let's go. Since they've left, it no longer makes sense for us to keep hiding here. After saying that, Xiaotai led the group and departed. Now let's speak about both sides. Qin Yujie led the group to a place within a mountain forest. After ordering everyone to stop and rest, He took over a map of the demon domain from Sun Wenming's hands and carefully studied it. Qin Yujie scrutinized the map in detail, studying every aspect. In the blink of an eye, a plan formed in his mind. There is a Star Cloud Mountain here, which contains 2 roads that are mandatory for the Guiying Sect to pass when returning to their main camp. We'll ambush the Guiying Sect here. Qin Yujie pointed to a location on the map while speaking to Sun Wenming. The Guiying Sect people are still at the canyon. This is a good opportunity for us to set up defenses on the Star Cloud Mountain. After finishing, Qin Yujie stood up and took everyone towards the Star Cloud Mountain. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie's group arrived at Star Cloud Mountain. Star Cloud Mountain was vast, with dense forests where 4,000 people could easily hide. Boss, there are 2 roads on this Star Cloud Mountain. How do we know which road Xiao Tai will take? Asked Xuanhuan, the fatso. Qin Yujie smiled and said, we'll take the left path. We will hide in the forest and order everyone to light fires for cooking, producing smoke. Soon enough, Xiao Tai will come. Master, if we're hiding here, why produce such thick smoke? Isn't this telling Xiao Tai that we're hiding here? Huang Youha asked with confusion. Xiao Tai is proud. Despite possessing Sea Wheel Realm 4th tier strength and being able to win easily, he insists on using tactics, indicating that he is very confident in his own strategies. People like him are often overly suspicious. They don't just look at surface phenomena. Thus, reality conceals truth and truth masks fiction, combining both is the essence of battle strategy. Ordinarily, anyone seeing smoke on the left side of Star Cloud Mountain would definitely choose the right. However, I'm sure Xiao Tai will pick the left path. He will believe that I intentionally created smoke on the left side of the Star Cloud Mountain to make him take the right route, thinking the left side is merely a ruse and the right side is where we actually lay in wait. Therefore, he will act counter to expectations and select the left road. After hearing Qin Yujie's analysis, everyone felt it was correct, but many still harbored doubts. Lin Qining and others listened to Qin Yujie's words and were astounded by his thorough reasoning and analysis. Qin Yujie seemed to have calculated into account even the thoughts of Xiao Tai. Military strategy is indeed deceitful. Without doubt, if my brain were to lead armies, it'd probably result in total annihilation after 1 round, said Xuanhuan with shock and admiration as he gazed at Qin Yujie. He thought that Qin Yujie's talent for military strategy must be as freakishly powerful as his swordplay talent. Teacher's analysis breaks down details thoroughly and explains profoundly. I am certain Xiao Tai will follow what teacher predicted and take the left road, exclaimed Huang Youha with respect. I also possess the 36 stratagems. These strategies are not only applicable to military tactics, but even in the path of martial arts. Mastering these 36 strategies will surely allow one to progress much further, Qin Yujie said with a smile. 36 stratagems? Lin Qining asked in surprise as well. That's right. I'll tell you all about them when there's time. For now, everyone conceal your presence and hide. In a flash, Qin Yujie disappeared, concealing himself. Smoke continued to rise from the left side of Star Cloud Mountain, while the right side remained eerily quiet and peaceful. Before long, Xiao Tai arrived at Star Cloud Mountain leading a group of men. Upon seeing the smoke rising from the left side of the mountain, his brows furrowed immediately. Brother Xiao, it seems that the Tianyuan Sect isn't simple after all. They've already realized that Star Cloud Mountain is our necessary route back, and have cleverly set up an ambush on this left path. But they probably didn't expect that their own cooking smoke would expose their hiding spot. A disciple of Guiying Sect said confidently. That's true, Brother Xiao. There are 2 paths up Star Cloud Mountain. The right one is completely silent, so it definitely doesn't have an ambush. We should take the right road. It will be much safer. Another disciple of Guiying Sect echoed. Just then, Xiao Tai suddenly wore a confident smile on his face. He said with certainty, you're thinking too simply. Let me ask you, if a child can discern that the left path is dangerous and the right path safe, why would the Tianyuan Sect's tactical warrior deliberately choose to do this? Do you not know that creating fire for cooking will produce smoke? Such a basic principle. How could they not understand this? If they clearly know this, then why would they deliberately make smoke just to draw our attention? Xiao Tai's 2 soul-piercing questions instantly plunged those around him into confusion. Puzzled, they looked at Xiao Tai. These 2 questions were something they couldn't comprehend. Chapter 222, Ingenious Calculation. Looking at the worried crowd, Xiao Tai was brimming with powerful confidence and arrogance. He said calmly, warfare is based on deception. I have seen through the enemy's strength and weaknesses. The bulk of their troops are almost entirely hidden on the right side of the Nebula Mountain, while the left side of Nebula Mountain is nearly unoccupied. These cooking fires are deliberately set up by them to confuse us, making us believe they are hiding on the left so that we take the right path. If we had taken the right path, we would have fallen for their trap. When something appears real, it may actually be false. When something seems false, it might be genuine. This time, the Tianyuan Sect has a war strategy master with them. If it were anyone else, they surely would have fallen for the deceit. Unfortunately, this time they encountered me, Xiao Tai. After hearing Xiao Tai's analysis, the group from the Guiying Sect finally realized what had happened. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. If it weren't for Xiao Tai, they would have indeed fallen for Tianyuan Sect's scheme. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Tai with admiration and astonishment. At this very instant, Xiao Tai was like the god of war reborn. Brother Xiao, you're incredibly skilled. You just took one look and unraveled the enemy's conspiracy. It's truly laughable how members of the Tianyuan Sect dared to show off in front of Brother Xiao. It's a perfect example of incompetence. A disciple from the Guiying Sect said admiringly. Yes, as long as Brother Xiao is here, All members of the Tianyuan Sect will come and not return this time. In this great magical domain battle, we are certain to win. Indeed, from now on, among the 4 major sects, our Guiying Sect shall reign supreme. Brother Xiao not only possesses an extraordinary talent for blade artistry, but also excels remarkably in military strategy. In the entirety of Lingtian Kingdom, there probably isn't a single person more talented and extraordinary than Brother Xiao. This time, once we've killed all members of the Tianyuan Sect, we can practice with their blood again. Surely our power will ascend even further. The surrounding crowd looked at Xiao Tai with awe and admiration. They were astonished by his terrifying military strategic talent. Let's go then. We'll take the left route and eliminate a few enemies first to collect some interest. As for those people from Tianyuan Sect, we'll ambush them another day. Having finished speaking, Xiao Tai swiftly led the team into the left path of Nebula Mountain. Boss, do you think Xiao Tai won't take this route? Zheng Nanhua questioned doubtfully after seeing no one arriving. Just as Qin Yujie prepared to respond, the group from Guiying Sect finally appeared before Qin Yujie and his companions. Attack! Qin Yujie made the first move. Taking out his Raiji spirit weapon, he instantly shot numerous horrifying arrows toward the Guiying Sect's party. All other members of the Tianyuan Sect also quickly unleashed their strongest attacks, which surged forward rapidly toward the Guiying Sect's ranks. In an instant, the sky became filled with dazzling attacks, powerful, magnificent, and overwhelming. The Guiying Sect's members were caught completely off guard and suffered heavy casualties immediately. How terrifying Qin Yujie's attack was. A third-level Sea-Wheel Realm disciple from Guiying Sect instantly got struck by Qin Yujie's arrow, leaving behind a gaping hole in his chest. He died instantly. Lin Xinin also brought out her purple jade harp, locking onto a Guiying Sect disciple who matched her cultivation level. Immediately, both engaged in combat. This trip was Lin Xinin's training mission. Naturally, she put forth all her effort. Her opponent was a 7th-level Tianyuan Realm Dao warrior from Guiying Sect. Their cultivation levels were similar, making them evenly matched rivals. Cold Wind Blade Art, first form, piercing cold winds. That disciple from the Guiying Sect launched a full-strength slash from the start. A sharp blade energy streaked toward Lin Xinin instantly. Lin Xinin remained calm and unfazed. With her hands moving over the harp strings, harmonious notes rang out, summoning a massive fist-shaped energy in the sky. The 9 demon harp styles, first form, demon harp, true fist. With continuous practice and guidance occasionally given by Qin Yujie, Lin Xinin had achieved mastery in the 9 demon harp styles. Being a high-quality earth-grade skill, the 9 demon harp styles possessed incredible power. Moreover, Lin Xinin's purple jade harp was also a high-grade earth weapon. Combining these elements enhanced its effectiveness significantly. Bang! Both devastating attacks collided, causing the ground to shake violently. Their confrontation drew much attention. What an overwhelmingly fierce string art technique. How powerful this woman is. She is Lin Xinin, a genius in string arts from Tianyuan Sect, also the only daughter of Clan Lin from one of the 4 great families of Lingtian Kingdom. Wow, Lin Xinin is stunningly beautiful. Remember to capture her alive. The spectators buzzed around with comments. Lin Xinin's attack shattered the opposing blade chi easily. Its momentum undiminished, it raced straight towards the Guiying Sect disciple with astonishing speed. The disciple of the Guiying Sect looked in despair at Lin Xinin's terrifying attack. He never imagined that Lin Xinin was so powerful. Despite both being at the 7th level of Tianyuan Realm, he was not a match for Lin Xinin, even with his first move. No, Xiao brother, please save me. I don't want to die. Before the disciple of Guiying Sect could finish speaking, he was hit by Lin Xinin's attack and turned into a corpse. Such fierce battles were not only happening around Lin Xinin. Every member of Tianyuan Sect found suitable opponents for themselves. Whether it was 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, the fights were blazing hotly, though Tianyuan Sect had a tremendous advantage. Firstly, since Tianyuan Sect had laid an ambush, they had the upper hand. Secondly, naturally, this advantage stemmed from Qin Yujie, who swiftly killed many 3rd-level Sea-Wheel Realm warriors. Just after Lin Xinin dealt with a 7th-level Tianyuan Realm disciple from the Guiying Sect, she faced off against another 8th-level disciple from Guiying Sect. Lin Xinin's talent for Qin art and martial arts was commendable, and she also benefited from the superior cultivation resources given by Qin Yujie. Alongside her earth-grade purple jade harp and the 9 demon harp styles, it wasn't just against an 8th-level Tianyuan Realm opponent. She even felt confident she wouldn't lose if facing a 9th-level Tianyuan Realm warrior. Of course, this referred to ordinary martial artists. If she encountered someone with freakishly exceptional talent, things might be different for Lin Xinin. 9 demon harp styles, second form, demon harp, true mirror. Lin Xinin quickly plucked with both hands, causing the spiritual energy in the forest to vibrate wildly. Instantly, the purple jade harp emitted 3 strings of sound. These 3 notes immediately transformed into 3 mirrors in the sky, blocking the attack of the Guiying Sect disciple and reflecting it back. Lin Xinin possessed excellent combat acumen and had developed her own unique insights into understanding and using the 9 demon harp styles. She was also adept at timing her attacks in battle. Qin Yujie glanced at Lin Xinin, saw she was not in any danger, and then shifted his gaze away. Daring to kill before my eyes. Lin Xinin, you truly overestimate your own strength. Xiao Tai gave Lin Xinin a look, his figure flashing instantly as he launched a grab towards her with an agile hand technique. Chapter 223, Battle against Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai, your opponent is me. Qin Yujie used the technique half-step chasing cicada and instantly blocked Xiao Tai's way. Xiao Tai looked at Qin Yujie blocking his path, then said disdainfully, "A mere insect in the 8th rank of the Heavenly Man realm also dares to stand in my way? Truly reckless." Qin Yujie said calmly, "I think the insect here should be you. Bring out your full strength, otherwise, you're no match for me." Upon hearing Qin Yujie's words, Xiao Tai's face immediately turned sour. He had seen arrogance before, but never such extreme arrogance like this from Qin Yujie. A warrior at the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm dared to challenge him, who was at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. You truly lack an understanding of your own insignificance. Fine, tell me before I kill you. Whose stratagem did you follow to uncover our plan and successfully ambush us? Xiao Tai asked coldly. Besides me, who else? Qin Yujie said casually. You? I clearly uncovered your plans, yet I still took the left road around the Star Cloud Mountain. Why were you still there? Xiao Tai asked, puzzled. Qin Yujie laughed lightly. Because I predicted your prediction. When something appears real, it may be fake. When something looks fake, it could be real. That's the essence of military strategy. If it were an ordinary person, my stratagem would definitely not have worked. Unfortunately for you, Xiao Tai, you're overly confident in your military strategy and usually plan much deeper than others. How could you be deceived by a simple surface phenomenon? After listening to Qin Yujie's words, Xiao Tai suddenly understood. He found that after hearing these words from Qin Yujie, his own understanding of military tactics had advanced further. I didn't expect someone who claims to master military tactics like me, Xiao Tai, would fall for your trap today. However, strategies are merely trivial details. The true strength of a warrior is the most important. In front of absolute power, any scheme or deception is useless. Even if you succeeded in ambushing us today, so what? Before my immense strength, you are utterly helpless. Ultimately, it's your group that will perish entirely. Indeed, Xiao Tai was correct. Before absolute strength, battle strategies and tricks were meaningless. The martial world wasn't like the secular world. On the path of martial arts, the strong don't fear numbers or encirclement. At its peak, a single punch can shock the world and break through the void. Xiao Tai was at the 4th rank of the Wheel Sea realm, already the highest realm among everyone present. Without Qin Yujie, Xiao Tai indeed could easily have slaughtered all the disciples of Tianyuan Sect present. However, meeting Qin Yujie today sealed Xiao Tai's fate as a tragedy. Xiao Tai, have you ever heard a saying? Qin Yujie said indifferently. What saying? Xiao Tai asked, confused. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles without danger. How well do you know me? Although I am only in the 8th rank of the Heavenly Man realm, those who underestimate me will surely pay a heavy price. Qin Yujie said arrogantly. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles without danger. Those words are the ultimate truths of military strategy. Your one sentence has deepened my understanding of military tactics even further. You truly are a genius in military affairs. Frankly, I've developed admiration for your talent, though unfortunately, as a disciple of Tianyuan Sect, I cannot let you live. Xiao Tai said, astonished inside. He couldn't believe that every word of Qin Yujie could provide him with such profound insight, which deeply shocked his soul. Xiao Tai, if you weren't a disciple of Guing Sect, I might consider taking you under my command. Your strategic talent isn't bad. But today, we are destined where only one of us can survive. Your sect has killed so many disciples of Tianyuan Sect, and worse, used innocent human blood to practice devilish techniques. That's crossing all boundaries. A man who does not act for himself will be condemned by heaven and earth. Considering how much I've learned from your profound words on strategy, I'll give you a quick death. Xiao Tai grinned as he finished speaking, and powerful momentum surged from his body, revealing a terrifying amount of Yuan energy, creating an imposing aura. My sword is named the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. Whenever it draws its blade, blood must flow. You will die today. Terror-inspiring Yuan energy continued to surge into the bloodthirsty demon sword, causing patterns of light to flash, with complex symbols resembling stars shining brightly, blindingly so. The 3 styles of Celestial Demon. The first style, 1,000 Blades of Demon Sword. These 3 styles were an Earth-tier inferior grade sword technique accidentally obtained by Xiao Tai. He had reached a high degree of mastery in this art. In Guing Sect, within his same realm, hardly anyone could match Xiao Tai. Not to mention that Qin Yujie was merely in the 8th rank of the Heavenly Man realm. To Xiao Tai, it would take only one move to handle Qin Yujie. Indeed, Xiao Tai's confidence and pride were justified. That previous strike wasn't fully exerted. It hadn't even released his sword intent. Looking at the intimidating wave of sword chi approaching, Qin Yujie shook his head and said quietly, for others, this slash might be terrifying, but for me, it's too weak. After Qin Yujie finished speaking, he thrust out his sword. Instantly, the heavens and earth underwent a tremendous change as a terrifying sword chi surged toward Xiao Tai. The Zhongheng sword technique. Domineering ferocity. Suddenly, the 2 attacks collided. Xiao Tai's fearful blade chi was instantly split into 2 by Qin Yu's single slash. Not only that, but Qin Yujie's sword chi continued unabated, rapidly advancing toward Xiao Tai. Seeing this sword chi, Xiao Tai felt a moment of shock in his heart. Although Qin Yujie had earlier used the Break Sun Spirit attack to kill several Guing Sect disciples at the 3rd level of the Wheel Sea realm, Xiao Tai didn't think highly of Qin Yujie's strength. He believed Qin Yujie merely relied on the power of the Break Sun Spirit bow itself. In Xiao Tai's view, Qin Yujie himself wasn't very strong because Qin Yujie was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm. But now, Qin Yujie's sword stroke completely overturned Xiao Tai's perception. Even though Xiao Tai had just used 1/3 of his true power, that blade chi could not be withstood by an average warrior at the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm. Yet, Qin Yujie managed to withstand it. Your strength is commendable, but don't become too arrogant. Just now was merely my casual strike. Despite being slightly surprised by Qin Yujie's performance, Xiao Tai quickly regained his composure and confidence. While Xiao Tai and Qin Yujie were battling, the people of Tianyuan Sect and Guiying Sect continued to fight. Xuanhuan also found his opponent, a disciple of Guiying Sect who was at the 6th rank of the Heavenly Man realm. Xuanhuan's abilities were impressive as well. The martial skill he used wasn't ordinary. It was actually an upper-grade, earth-level boxing technique known as Nine Dragons Subdue the Tiger Boxing. From the martial art Xuanhuan employed, it was clear that Xuanhuan had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how would Xuanhuan possess such a high-tier boxing method? Huang Yoha also found her own opponent, a disciple of Guiying Sect at the 7th rank of the Reverting Source realm. Chapter 224, Huang Yoha's Progress. Among the people around Qin Yujie, Huang Yoha had the weakest combat experience. Although she was at the same level as her opponent, Huang Yoha was almost completely overpowered. It should be noted that Huang Yoha practiced the superior earth-grade martial art called Eternal Youth Technique, possessed the powerful heavenly-level martial skill 9 styles of Jade Dragon, and wielded a heavenly-tier weapon called the Jade Dragon Bone Whip. However, Huang Yoha was not able to unleash her true strength due to her lack of combat experience. She possessed great power but couldn't utilize it effectively. Her timing and rhythm in battle were fully controlled by the opponent. Gradually, through constant battles with her adversary, Huang Yoha began to adapt, and her combat experience steadily improved. Huang Yoha's talent was not bad, and soon enough, she fought more courageously. Eventually, she turned the tide and began dominating her opponent. The 9 styles of Jade Dragon. First style, Jade Dragon emerges from the mountain. Huang Yoha seized the moment, unleashing one move of the Jade Dragon technique, breaking through her opponent's defense and striking her enemy on the chest. How is this possible? Until his death, the disciple of Ghost Shadow Sect couldn't understand how Huang Yoha, who he was previously overwhelming, suddenly managed to kill him. Lin Qinin, Xuanhuan, and Huang Yoha all grew stronger with every fight. These 3 individuals already possessed exceptional talent. Moreover, they were regularly nourished with top-quality spiritual wines and pills by Qin Yujie, which gave them an incredibly solid foundation. Their only weakness was their lack of battle experience. Once their combat skills improved, they would be able to handle opponents 1 or 2 minor levels higher without any problem. As everyone else was engaged in battle, Qin Yujie stood face-to-face with Xiao Tai. Their first encounter could be considered evenly matched. Qin Yujie divided a bit of his focus, constantly monitoring Lin Qinin and the other 2. If any danger arose for them, Qin Yujie's agility and reflexes would easily allow him to rescue them in time. Qin Yujie, your strength indeed surprises me, but from now on, I won't hold back. Today, I will let you witness my Tao of the Blade. To die under my blade Tao, you can consider it an honor, Xiao Tai said arrogantly. A terrifying aura surged from Xiao Tai, causing the spiritual energy around to wildly vibrate. With a single swing of his blade, a frightening blade energy surged towards Qin Yujie. Heavenly Demon Blade Technique. 3rd move. Heavenly Demon subdues the world. Gold Blade Intent. Everyone present momentarily paused their battles, utterly shocked by Xiao Tai's shocking blade energy. Indeed, Xiao Tai was quite formidable. His power surpassed even Tang Jinan, who was once at the same 4th level of the Wheel C realm, proving far greater. Moreover, Xiao Tai had cultivated the gold aspect of the 5 elements blade intent to its great completion stage. Clearly, Xiao Tai's talent in the path of the blade was immensely terrifying. The 5 aspects of blade intent are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these, the metal blade intent focuses primarily on offense, making it the most potent attack among the 5. Xiao Tai's strike was so strong that even an average 5th level Wheel C realm warrior might find it impossible to withstand. It made sense that the Ghost Shadow Sect would propose such a large-scale domain battle with Xiao Tai as one of their strongest disciples. If it weren't for Qin Yujie joining the Celestial Yuan Sect in this battle, the Celestial Yuan Sect would undoubtedly be annihilated entirely. Still, despite Xiao Tai's immense strength, it was no match for Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie himself didn't know just how powerful he had become. Should he unleash his full potential, including the immortal defying sword body, it was likely that he could cross 2 major realms in battle, killing a normal cave heaven realm warrior with a single strike. At this moment, all the disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect looked up to Xiao Tai with admiration. They knew that once Xiao Tai defeated Qin Yujie, the remaining members of the Celestial Yuan Sect would be nothing more than ants before Xiao Tai. Now, the decisive factor for victory between the 2 sects wasn't the surrounding disciples of either side. Victory depended solely on Qin Yujie and Xiao Tai. Whoever triumphed would bring fatal despair to the other party. When an individual becomes overwhelmingly powerful, numbers mean nothing. Either Xiao Tai or Qin Yujie had the capability to exterminate everyone on the battlefield. Xiao Tai proudly gazed at Qin Yujie and laughed. This is my utmost strength. You must be feeling quite desperate right now. Unfortunately, in the path of martial arts, one misstep leads to total failure. Your tactical expertise may be remarkable, but what good does it do? In the martial world, strength is supreme. Even if an ant's strategy were flawless, could it ever defeat an elephant? Qin Yujie looked at the fearsome blade energy heading his way and shook his head disdainfully. Calmly, he replied, I am not an ant, and you're not an elephant. You've merely attained the great completion stage of the gold blade intent. far from reaching perfection. What makes you so smug? Very well, then let me show you my perfected sword intent. After finishing his statement, Qin Yujie casually thrust out his sword. Instantly, a mysterious and profound realm emerged around the blade. This stroke seemed perfectly natural, simple yet embodying the ultimate Tao. Zongheng Jianfa, Zongheng Tensha. Fire sword intent. As everyone looked at Qin Yujie's sword strike, they were all stunned. The Tianyuan Sect members were fine since they had seen Qin Yujie's sword techniques and knew how terrifying he was. However, the Guiying Sect members had never heard of Qin Yujie's name nor seen his sword techniques. When they witnessed such a fearsome sword energy from him, their bodies froze as if struck by lightning. This person's sword technique is so terrifying. My goodness, this is a perfectly complete fire sword intent. Who would have thought that the Tianyuan Sect would produce such an extraordinary genius in swordsmanship? This single sword strike feels completely natural and flawless, which is the ultimate realm pursued by all sword practitioners, a perfect fusion of fully realized sword intent with supreme martial skills. Heavens, this person is truly terrifying. I think Brother Xiao is in danger this time. Not just Brother Xiao, we are also in danger. If Brother Xiao loses, none of us can match against this person. We thought Brother Xiao's talent could stun Lingxianshan country. We didn't expect this person to be even more talented than Brother Xiao. That's right. Brother Xiao is already at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, but this man has only reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm, yet he has already comprehended the complete sword intent. His sword enlightenment is simply monstrous. If he grows stronger, who in Lingxianshan country will be able to stand up to him? And this person's sword technique is also remarkable. I see that this sword art possesses an overwhelming and majestic aura. It's definitely not an ordinary technique. This must be the legendary heaven-grade sword art. Heaven-grade sword art? That's too terrifying. Except for having a higher cultivation level, Brother Xiao is being outclassed in every other aspect. I've heard that some time ago, an inner disciple of Tianyuan Sect named Qin Yujie killed Tang Jinan at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm with a single strike. Could this person be Qin Yujie? It must be him. Other than him, who else in the Tianyuan Sect could possess such terrifying combat prowess? The onlookers around Qin Yujie stared at his frightening sword energy, sparking whispers and murmurs. Chapter 225, Small Teleportation Talisman. It happened in the blink of an eye. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the two attacks collided instantly, producing a ground-shaking sound. The onlookers were thrown back by the aftereffects of the collision. Many of those with lower cultivation levels were severely injured just from the residual force of the clash. Just as everyone thought the battle had ended, Qin Yujie's streak of sword energy continued relentlessly. After breaking through Xiao Tai's blade Qi, it rapidly advanced toward him once more. Xiao Tai stared at the terrifying sword energy with a look of horror. He couldn't believe that his full-strength attack and the prideful knife intent he wielded could be so easily neutralized by Qin Yujie. He now recognized who this person was. If his guess was right, this must be Qin Yujie, the well-known figure from Tianyuan Sect. This sword energy is impossible for me to withstand. In a panic, Xiao Tai retrieved a talisman from his storage ring. Without wasting another moment, he activated it, causing his figure to vanish instantly. The moment Xiao Tai disappeared, Qin Yujie's sword energy struck the empty spot where Xiao Tai had been, carving a horrifying sword mark into the ground. This sword mark split the entire ground into two halves, an unnerving sight. Small teleportation talisman. Qin Yujie felt slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Xiao Tai to possess such a good life-saving tool. The small teleportation talisman was a kind of teleportation talisman. Once activated, it allowed its user to instantly move several dozen miles away. With his formidable soul power, Qin Yujie observed a direction invisible to others. Although Qin Yujie could chase Xiao Tai now, confident that he would catch up in no time, the presence of a large group of Guiying Sect members stopped him from acting on the impulse. To Qin Yujie, encountering Xiao Tai again sooner or later within this great battlefield of demons was inevitable. Listen up, disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Leave none of Guiying Sect alive. Qin Yujie cast a cold order toward the group of Guiying Sect members. The members of Guiying Sect, watching their idolized Xiao brother flee without them, were deeply disappointed. Their morale plummeted significantly. Did Brother Xiao actually escape? What about us? What should we do? Let's run too. Everyone scatter. Maybe some of us will survive. Lacking any combat will, the Guiying Sect disciples began scattering in different directions. Qin Yujie pulled out the Peri Ling Gong, slaying Sun Divine Attack. Any disciple who fled was killed effortlessly. As a result, the Guiying Sect members stopped fleeing when they realized all who ran first were dead. Since running won't save us, I'll take someone down with me before I die. That's right. Killing one person makes the loss worth it. Killing two earns you extra points. Yeah, not everyone in Tianyuan Sect is as strong as Qin Yujie. Apart from him, others might not even stand a chance against us. Brother Xiao must have gone to summon Inma Sect. Remember, out of the 1,000 of us, our Guiying Sect has another 5,000 disciples, currently joining forces with Inma Sect to attack Xuanhuan Sect. Listen up, Tianyuan Sect. Even if we die, so will you eventually. That's right. Xuanhuan Sect must be annihilated by now. Next, our Guiying Sect and Inma Sect combined forces will ensure your doom as well, Tianyuan Sect. Realizing their escape attempts were futile, Guiying Sect's disciples resorted to desperate measures, channeling an all-or-nothing resolve. Qin Yujie deliberately targeted the fleeing individuals. If he wanted to, Qin Yujie could have killed all Guiying Sect members with a single strike. However, he chose otherwise. The people of Tianyuan Sect needed experience, particularly those around him like Lin Qinin, Xuanhuan, and Huang Youha. They all required combat to master techniques and gain fighting experience. The many disciples of Ging Sect fighting them to the death served both as a trial and an opportunity for growth, especially for Lin Qinin and the rest. Moreover, every disciple they killed earned them redeemable points within the sect. Additionally, the treasures stored in the rings of Ging Sect members went to Tianyuan Sect's disciples. Although Qin Yujie did not need these points or care much for the contents of Ging Sect's ordinary disciples' rings, this was an invaluable chance for the common disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Thus, Qin Yujie stood idly aside without intervening in the fight unless any disciple faced fatal danger. What Qin Yujie didn't know was how profoundly grateful these Tianyuan Sect disciples were toward him. His reputation in Tianyuan Sect soared higher than ever. Half an hour later, all the Guiying Sect disciples were slain. Lin Qinin and the others had fought numerous opponents today, and their practical combat experience had grown exponentially. In this battle, Tianyuan Sect only lost around 50 people, while over 1,000 members of Guiying Sect were all wiped out, making it a great victory. Looking at the blood-soaked hills, as everyone was cutting off the heads of Guiying Sect disciples and sorting their war spoils, Qin Yujie unleashed the Qi Qing flame, reducing the remains of Guiying Sect to ashes with a single fire. Brother Qin, according to the Guiying Sect's members, Xuanhuan Sect is on the verge of collapse. Should we hurry over there now? Xuanhuan asked. Surely it's too late now. Let's first destroy Guiying Sect's main base, then deal with Immortal Sect. If Xuanhuan Sect's headquarters have already been destroyed, rushing there now would be futile. As for those Xuanhuan Sect disciples who escaped, they will definitely head to our Tianyuan Sect headquarters for help. Zhang Qiuling herself being a disciple of Xuanhuan Sect won't let them perish without aid. As long as they remain within the confines of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, they will stay safe. Qin Yujie glanced at the crowd, noticing everyone looked at him with admiration and respect. At this moment, Qin Yujie was the hope of everyone. Let's go. All-out attack. Head to Guiying Sect's main base. Qin Yujie roared and led everyone, charging towards Guiying Sect's headquarters in an overwhelming manner. Guiying Sect's main camp was almost defenseless now, with most of their forces likely stationed with Immortal Sect. If Qin Yujie hadn't appeared, Xiao Tai's scheme would surely have succeeded. With the alliance between Guiying Sect and Immortal Sect, they would have swiftly annihilated Xuanhuan Sect and then surrounded Tianyuan Sect with combined armies. The two righteous sects would have had no resistance, and they would be entirely destroyed. However, none expected that Qin Yujie would lead the large force of Tianyuan Sect not only away from their own base, but also wipe out 1,000 men of Guiying Sect. Of course, if it weren't for the protection of the 5 elements 8 trigram array and the presence of Zhang Qiuling at the headquarters, Qin Yujie wouldn't have dared to leave his home base at all, because the banner there was key to deciding victory. Chapter 226, Slap in the Face for Sect Leader Luo. On the way, Qin Yujie took Lin Qinin and Huang Youha in a flying carriage. He controlled the speed and quickly led everyone to the main camp of Ghost Shadow Sect. The remaining disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect looked at the large group from Tianyuan Sect and were immediately scared out of their wits. Kill. Leave none alive. Qin Yujie ordered. An hour later, the main camp of the Ghost Shadow Sect was completely destroyed, and the banner was claimed by Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie did not know that the scenes inside this Demon Realm battlefield could be seen by people outside. Above the Demon Realm battlefield floated a mirror, a treasure of the sect leader of Immortal Sect, called the Universe Mirror, which could reflect the battle situation inside the Demon Realm at all times. 3 hours ago, at this moment, on a peak outside the Demon Realm battlefield, the leaders of the 4 major sects each sat in a corner, watching the scene reflected in the Universe Mirror. The current expression of the sect leader of Xuanhuan Sect, Qianmian, was particularly grim. She had never imagined that her sect's main base would fall under the joint attack of Ghost Shadow Sect and Immortal Sect. Their banner was also taken by the Immortal Sect. Moreover, countless Xuanhuan Sect disciples had perished, with only a small part fleeing toward the main camp of Tianyuan Sect in great disarray. Qianmian had already lost all hope for this battle. Even though Xuanhuan Sect's overall strength was much stronger than Tianyuan Sect, Xuanhuan Sect had still been defeated, leaving no chance of victory for Tianyuan Sect. Once Ghost Shadow Sect and Immortal Sect rest for a night and gather their energy, and Xiao Tai's other team joins them, there would simply be no place for the members of both Tianyuan Sect and Xuanhuan Sect to escape death. Looking at Hong Yuchuan, the dignified sect leader of Tianyuan Sect, Qianmian's expression grew dark. She couldn't understand why Hong Yuchuan persuaded her to agree to this battle. Now, the 2 largest sects of the righteous path had completely disgraced themselves. Would they truly allow these demon sects to continue running rampant? Sect leader Qian, I regret to inform you, your Xuanhuan Sect and Tianyuan Sect have failed. In accordance with our agreement, the 2 sects must acknowledge the superiority of our Ghost Shadow Sect and Immortal Sect. Fu Herong, sect leader of Immortal Sect, said smilingly. That's right, from now on, our Ghost Shadow Sect and Immortal Sect will be the superior sects, while your Tianyuan Sect and Xuanhuan Sect are subordinate sections. Remember your place well from now on, sect leader Luo Xuehao of Ghost Shadow Sect added, filled with self-satisfaction. Qianmian twitched her face. If it weren't for the previous agreement among the 4 of them, she would have broken out into a fight immediately. Sect leader Fu, your son Fu Kunyang has progressed very rapidly recently. Who would have thought he's reached the 7th level of the celestial human realm? Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Under the leadership of Zhou Mafei, perhaps he will break through to the We'll See realm this time. Sect leader Luo Xuehao of Ghost Shadow Sect flattered. It is thanks to Xuanhuan Sect and Tianyuan Sect. Without the blood contributions from your sects, how could my son progress so fast in his demon arts? Also, your sect's Xiao Tai isn't bad either. At the 4th level of the We'll See realm, he's already brought the golden knife intent to full mastery. His achievements in the future will surely be boundless. The sect leader of Immortal Sect responded with a smile. Sect leaders Yin and Fu, do you think we don't exist? If you keep boasting arrogantly, we don't mind breaking the agreement and starting a war. Even mutual destruction is better than such humiliation. Qian Mian replied coldly. Exactly, our Tianyuan Sect is also willing to tear off the mask and start a war. Hong Yuchuan chimed in. If a war between the 4 sects broke out, it wouldn't be beneficial for any of them. Naturally, the 4 major sects didn't want massive conflicts. However, even clay figurines have 3 shares of anger. If Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect overstep their bounds too much, they wouldn't mind a fight. Sect leaders Qian and Hong, we apologize for our remarks. But even if you're angry now, it's too late to turn things around. You might as well admit defeat. This way, fewer lives will be lost. Sect leader Luo Xuehao laughed. At this moment, the leader of Tianyuan Sect, Hong Yuchuan, smiled confidently and said, Sect leader Luo, aren't you speaking too soon? I estimate you won't be laughing much longer. Both Luo Xuehao and Fu Herong looked puzzled, failing to understand where Hong Yuchuan derived his confidence. Fu Herong injected a stream of essence into the universe mirror, and immediately the scene shifted to show Qin Yujie leading the Tianyuan Sect group arriving at the Grand Canyon. I still can't believe who it is, an 8th level celestial human realm warrior. Could such a person cause much trouble? Do you seriously pin your hopes on him? That's absolutely hilarious. Fu Herong laughed loudly. That's right. It seems that Chief Hong is grasping at straws in his desperation. Very well, let Xiao Tai destroy everything. Once your people pass through this Grand Canyon, all of you from Tianyuan Sect will have no way out, and will be completely wiped out. Xiao Tai not only possesses monstrous martial talent, but also excels in military strategy. It seems like your Tianyuan Sect is truly destined to be annihilated without a trace today, Luo Xuehao said smugly. Qian Mian watched the scene reflected in the universe mirror, her heart filled with tension. Just then, she heard a voice coming from the mirror, a report from the captain to Qin Yujie stating there was no danger. Isn't there danger ahead? Could this person really lead the entire force into a trap? Qian Mian's face showed deep concern. Now, Xuanhuan Sect had almost been completely wiped out, and if Tianyuan Sect suffered the same fate, they would indeed lose this demon realm battle royale. To me, this person is just an imbecile. Don't blink, everyone. Let's watch as the entire Tianyuan Sect meets its doom. Just imagining it makes me excited. Xiao Tai has done a great job this time, and when we return to the sect, I must reward him handsomely. Luo Xuehao bragged arrogantly. Hong Yuchuan was sweating bullets at this moment. Although he knew that even if Qin Yujie fell into an ambush, with his strength, he could easily kill these people, the loss of so many Tianyuan Sect disciples would still be catastrophic. Just as everyone was tense, Qin Yujie made an analysis. Merely by noticing that the birds in the forest were not disturbed, he led everyone to bypass the canyon. Qin Yujie's keen observation and cautious reasoning stunned everyone. Chief Luo, the grand spectacle you predicted was quite entertaining. Never did I expect you'd get slapped in the face so quickly, Qian Mian said with a smile. What's there to gloat about? This boy merely got lucky. Military tactics are utterly useless against absolute power. Xiao Tai is merely playing around with them. Once he acts, none of the members of Tianyuan Sect will be able to match him, Luo Xuehao said darkly. Chapter 227, The Duel of the Two Grandmasters. It has to be said, Luo Xuehao was not wrong. Xiao Tai's strength and talent were there for all to see. With his We'll See realm 4th tier power, it would indeed be effortless for him to kill the group from Tianyuan Sect. This young man actually plans to ambush Xiao Tai at all on Star Cloud Mountain. He must have swallowed a heart of courage along with a leopard's gall. How could he possibly lack self-awareness? Fu Hairong of Immortal Sect sneered. Yes, people should know their limits. A mere celestial man realm 8th tier insect actually dares to scheme against our Ghost Shadow Sect disciple. This is just courting death. Luo Xuehao of Ghost Shadow Sect also mocked. And more than that, look how absurd this kid is being. He even lit a fire and produced smoke while lying in wait. Isn't that as good as telling others, I'm here? It's utterly foolish. Fu Hairong continued jeering. Yes, Xiao Tai will definitely see through this boy's plot soon. Such a person even dares to compare tactical acumen with our Xiao Tai. What utter stupidity. Fu Hairong and Luo Xuehao traded barbs, hurling mockery and derision at Qin Yujie through the heaven-earth mirror. What's happening? This brat Xiao Tai has chosen this left path? Any sharp-eyed person can see there's an ambush on this path. That's right. Won't your disciples fall into the trap now? Fu Hairong asked following up. Xiao Tai really overestimated himself. It's a case of smart backfiring. Qin Yujie already predicted his prediction, taking every aspect of Xiao Tai's internal thought process into account. I think it's not Qin Yujie who is stupid, but Xiao Tai. Hong Yuquan chuckled. While these discussions went on among them, suddenly two forces clashed, and Qin Yujie had squared off against Xiao Tai. Ho, this is great. This kid doesn't know his own weakness, actually daring to fight with Xiao Tai? I bet he's looking for trouble. Fu Hairong said without any doubt. Yes, what if Xiao Tai fell for the trick, so what? In front of absolute power, any conspiracy or strategy means nothing. Master Hong, prepare yourself. All of you from Tianyuan Sect are likely going to perish. Luo Xuehao said smugly. Except for Hong Yuquan, the other three grandmasters weren't optimistic about Qin Yuzhe. Even Qian Mihan felt that Qin Yuzhe was no match for Xiao Tai. After all, Xiao Tai had grasped the full essence of knife intentions and had reached the 4th tier of the Wheel Sea realm, whereas Qin Yuzhe was only at Celestial Man realm 8th tier, a large gap in cultivation realms between the two. Master Luo, don't jump to conclusions too early. The main event is yet to come. Qin Yuzhe's strength far exceeds your imagination. Who knows, maybe your Ghost Shadow Sect ends up annihilated. Hong Yuquan calmly remarked. Naturally, Hong Yuquan didn't tell the three that Qin Yuzhe had already achieved the feat of slaying a Wheel Sea realm 4th tier sword genius when he was merely at Celestial Man realm 6th tier. Nor did he reveal that Qin Yuzhe had long since mastered the ultimate sword intent, let alone that Qin Yuzhe was none other than Jiang Fanxian's disciple, an Emperor realm warrior who surely wouldn't lack for powerful cards. Oh, Grandmaster Hong, where do you get your confidence? I think you're being foolish. Luo Xuehao said disdainfully. Think about it. Xiao Tai himself was a fiendishly talented knife person whose peers were often surpassed by him. Usually, even martial artists of Wheel Sea 5th tier couldn't withstand Xiao Tai. Now, Master Hong suggested a Celestial Man realm 8th tier warrior could defeat Xiao Tai. How believable was that? Grandmaster Hong, if you don't believe me, we can wager something. Do you dare take the bet? Master Hong said steadily. What kind of bet? Master Luo replied indifferently. I possess a blood fiend stone that you've been coveting for quite some time. Today, I'll use it as the stake. And my target is your Heaven-Earth mirror. I wonder if you'll dare take the bet, Hong Yuquan said. The blood fiend stone contained a refined energy of blood fiends, ranking among the top-tier resources for devilish techniques. Possessing this stone, Luo Xuehao was certain to break through from Wheel Sea 9th tier to Celestial Man realm. Who would have thought that you'd place such a precious item like the blood fiend stone on the line? So where does your confidence come from that this lad can defeat Xiao Tai? Luo Xuehao hesitated, probing. How about it? Afraid? Never mind then. But after passing up this chance, you'll never acquire this blood fiend stone. Hong Yuquan stated coolly. That's right. Master Luo, you truly lack the nerve. Shame on you for always bragging about how strong Xiao Tai of your Ghost Shadow Sect is, but fearing a mere Celestial Man realm 8th tier fighter. Looks like Xiao Tai is just overrated. All those talk about invincibility within the same realm. It's all a waste. Qian Mihan fanned the flames. Shallow Sect Leader, forget it. Since Sect Leader Luo is unwilling, then let's drop it. Haha. Hong Yuquan laughed as he said. Humph, Sect Leader Hong, I think you're just pretending. If you truly used the Demon Bloodstone as a bet, I would have accepted it without hesitation. But do you dare to swear by the oath of Heaven's way? Who knows if you wouldn't renege later? Luo Xuehao thought about it carefully. He really believed Xiao Tai would win in all aspects, so he agreed to place the wager. Moreover, if he backed down today, word would spread and damage Luo Xuehao's reputation. After all, considering the cultivation gap between Qin Yuzhe and Xiao Tai, not daring to make this bet would completely cost Luo Xuehao his face and credibility. Fine, let us both swear by the oath of Heaven's way then. Once we've made such an oath, there will be no reneging, Hong Yuquan said. Both Luo Xuehao and Hong Yuquan swore upon the oath of Heaven's way, making the wager official. Neither could back out or they'd risk being struck by heavenly retribution. Sect Leader Hong, I don't understand what's wrong with you that you'd willingly hand over the Demon Bloodstone to me. Could it be that you already know your sect, Tianyuan Sect, is destined to lose in this great chaos battle of the demon domain, and are now using this opportunity to curry favor with me under the guise of a duel? That way, you'd both please me openly and retain your standing as a righteous sect leader. It seems like a double gain for you. Luo Xuehao smugly commented. It has to be admitted, Luo Xuehao's reasoning was sound. Even Qian Mihan almost believed it. Otherwise, who would believe that a Celestial Man realm 8th tier martial artist could possibly win? For Hong Yuquan, wasn't this a surefire losing bet? Sect Leader Luo, you're thinking too much. I simply want your Heaven-Earth mirror. Nothing more complicated than that. Hong Yuquan couldn't help but admire Luo Xuehao's creativity. Just at that moment, Qin Yuzhe and Xiao Tai began their battle, and incredibly, the first round ended in a tie. Chapter 228, The Shock of Everyone. Hong Zhongzhu, don't be too proud. Xiao Tai just used 1/3 of his strength earlier. Your young man may have good power, but he will definitely not stand a chance against Xiao Tai next time. After all, Xiao Tai didn't even use the Tao of Sword just now. That's right, Hong Zhongzhu. Hand over the Blood Demon Crystal to me quickly. Sooner or later you'll give it to me anyway. Luo Xuehao was feeling quite smug inside. He couldn't believe how lucky he had been today, getting this Blood Demon Crystal for free. Wasn't it like heaven has eyes? Could it be that I, Luo Xuehao, am also a chosen one of destiny? Is this an opportunity knocking at my door? Isn't this the Blood Demon Crystal coming straight to me on its own? Luo Xuehao indulged in a fantasy, feeling that his martial path was about to completely rise. Luo Zhongzhu, don't celebrate too early. Be careful not to fall victim to your own success. Hong Yuchuan said calmly. Hong Zhongzhu, you really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Fine, I'll wait a little longer, but it won't take much more time anyway. Just as Luo Xuehao's words ended, Qin Yuzhe and Xiao Tai engaged in combat again. This time, Xiao Tai wielded the perfected Tao of Metal Swordsman Spirit. Ha ha ha. This is Xiao Tai unleashing his full potential with one stroke, blending the perfection of Metal Swordsman Spirit into one cut. No one at the same realm can be his opponent. While Luo Xuehao was being arrogant, Hong Yuchuan also laughed and said, this boy Qin Yuzhe finally decided to unleash his perfect wind sword spirit. There's an essential difference between the accomplished sword spirit and a perfected sword spirit. Their powers are vastly different. What? Perfect wind sword spirit? How is that possible? He's only at the 8th rank of Tianyuan. Fu Hairong exclaimed in shock. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Qin Yujie's single strike terrified Xiaotai so much that he had to use the instantaneous escape talisman and flee. By this point, the victory or defeat was obvious. One could say Xiaotai lost, and lost completely. If he hadn't decisively used the instantaneous escape talisman, he might have already perished under Qin Yujie's blade. Luo Zhongzhu, give me your heavenly balance mirror. Hong Yuchuan said laughing. Hong Zhongzhu, you're truly crafty, waiting for me to fall into your prepared trap. You're tough. But there's no way around it since we made an oath-bound promise. Reluctantly, Luo Xuehao handed over the heavenly balance mirror to Hong Yuchuan. After half an hour and a series of refining processes, this heavenly balance mirror now belonged solely to Hong Yuchuan. Hong Zhongzhu, your act of hiding was superb. Qin Yujie's sword talent is such a prodigy. Could it be that he comes from the Qin family in Xuanhuan City? Qian Mihan questioned doubtfully. Qian Zhongzhu, your guess isn't wrong. He indeed is from the Qin family, and he is even the son of that person. Hong Yuchuan responded. He's Qin Hanjing's son? Qian Mihan inwardly shuddered. Qin Hanjing's name in Lingtian Kingdom is naturally known by all, having once reached the level of a royal-level warrior. It was said that he could annihilate the 4 major sects with just one finger. Although his cultivation eventually met with destruction, and his whereabouts became unknown, the former glory of the Qin family still lingers vividly in people's minds. The talent of this child surpasses even his father's, truly embodying the phrase, excellence exceeding excellence. Luo Zhongzhu, I wonder if Qin Yujie can be taken as a disciple in our Xuanhuan sect. After all, Qin Hanjing was once a peer of mine within the same sect. Qian Mihan mentioned. Originally, when Qin Hanjing entered the Xuanhuan sect, he was adopted as the top disciple by then sect leader of Xuanhuan sect. Qian Mihan was precisely the daughter of the sect leader back then. Later on, due to an accident during cultivation, the sect leader and father of Qian Mihan fell, and she thus inherited the title of sect leader. The reason why Qian Mihan was able to achieve 9th stage Hu Hai realm at such a young age was naturally because of Qin Hanjing's assistance. The royal family of Xuanhuan City dared not blatantly move against the Qin family, partly out of respect for the Xuanhuan sect. Over these past few years, Qian Mihan had always been in seclusion, cultivating her abilities. If it weren't for this grand battle against the devilish realm, she would never have emerged from her closed meditation. She never imagined that Qin Yujie's natural talent in swordplay would be this demonic. Hong Yuchuan stroked his beard while glaring angrily, saying, Qian Zhongzhu, this is you poaching talents from my doorstep in broad daylight. Is this how people usually behave? I was merely throwing out a casual thought. Qian Mihan smiled faintly. Luo Xuehao and Fu Hairong exchanged glances, their inner selves trembling slightly. It seems that we must eliminate Qin Yujie early on. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, where will Guiying Sect and EngSub Sect stand in this Lingtian kingdom? Luo Xuehao thought internally. Luo Xuehao couldn't forget that Qin Yujie had previously slaughtered approximately 1,000 disciples of Guiying Sect. Given Qin Yujie's clear hatred towards Guiying Sect and EngSub Sect, once Qin Yujie matures, for these two sects, it would mean a nightmare-like situation. In the grand battlefield of the devilish realm, Qin Yujie successfully led numerous disciples of Tianyuan Sect, breaking through the main camp of Guiying Sect. Next, they just need to break through EngSub Sect, and this battle will be victorious. Xiao Senior Brother, I just received news that the main base of Xuanhuan Sect was attacked and broken by people from EngSub Sect yesterday. Now, we only have Tianyuan Sect left. A disciple of Tianyuan Sect said to Qin Yujie. Take half an hour to rest, then we head for EngSub Sect to finish this battle. Qin Yujie gave orders to everyone. On the other side, Xiaotai had already fled back to the main camp of EngSub Sect. After the fight with Xuanhuan Sect, out of the over 4,000 members of Guiying Sect, only 3,000 remained. EngSub Sect also still had about 3,000 members, making a total force of 6,000 people. However, the team led by Qin Yujie from Tianyuan Sect consisted of only around 4,000 members. In terms of strength, EngSub Sect and Guiying Sect still held the advantage. But the outcome of this battle depended solely on Qin Yujie, Xiaotai, and Zhou Machao. More troops wouldn't sway the conclusion. Xiaotai, is it true that this Qin Yujie is so strong, defeating you in one strike? Zhou Machao asked seriously at the main base of EngSub Sect. Naturally, individually, both you and I are no match for him. Only if we join forces can we kill him. Xiaotai still felt chilled recalling his narrow escape from death. Alright, let's both attack. If Qin Yujie dares to come, today will be his end. Zhou Machao replied coldly. Senior Brother Zhou, when we kill Qin Yujie, make sure to keep his blood for me. Fu Kunyang laughed as he spoke. Fu Kunyang narrowly escaped death under Qin Yujie's blade last time, and this time, he intended to take revenge. Qin Yujie is a sword genius, and his blood might not be ordinary. Let's divide it evenly among us three. As for his body, I'd like it for forging into a magic puppet. We'll discuss his resources later on. Zhou Machao responded after pondering for a moment. Chapter 229, The Final Battle. The other two naturally had no complaints about Zhou Machao's decision, as he was the strongest among them here. Although Zhou Machao's realm was only at the 4th level of the Wheel C stage, his strength surpassed Xiaotai's by a notch. Fu Kunyang, despite being the son of the EngSub Sect leader, possessed only average talent. If it weren't for giving face to Fu Sect leader, Zhou Machao wouldn't even consider sharing blood with him. Now, Fu Fu Kunyang receiving 1/3 of the blood already constituted a significant concession from Zhou Machao. Qin Yujie didn't know that Zhou Machao and the other two were already plotting how to divide up his blood and resources. 2 hours later, Qin Yujie led the disciples of Tianyuan Sect and finally arrived near the main base of the Immortal Sect. When Qin Yujie arrived, Zhou Machao and Xiao Tai had already gathered all members of the Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect, waiting outside the main camp. Qin Yujie, I didn't expect you to really dare coming. Zhou Machao looked at Qin Yujie and said indifferently, Qin Yujie, today is your death day. With me and brother Zhou joining forces, even if you have wings, there'll be no way for you to escape. Xiao Tai glared at Qin Yujie coldly. Xiao Tai couldn't forget that he had almost died at Qin Yujie's hands before, and also wasted his precious short teleportation talisman in the process. Xiao Tai hated Qin Yujie deeply. Qin Yujie looked at the dense crowd of the Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect and laughed with disdain. Although the total number of the Guiying Sect and the Immortal Sect was twice that of Tianyuan Sect, for someone at Qin Yujie's level, the number wasn't crucial anymore. Even with both Zhou Machao and Xiao Tai uniting against him, Qin Yujie could kill them both effortlessly. Are you sure that the two of you working together can match me? Qin Yujie said nonchalantly. Qin Yujie, don't think that just because you've been able to beat me, you can act arrogantly. When my partner Zhou and I join forces, you probably won't even last a single move. Xiao Tai boasted smugly. Xiao Tai, stop wasting words with him, let's attack. Zhou Machao, tired of talking, flanked Qin Yujie on either side, trapping him in the center instantly. Outside the Demon Field battleground, Luo Xuanhuan and Fu Herring noticed that Zhou Machao and Xiao Tai had successfully cornered Qin Yujie, their faces lighting up with smug smiles. Grandmaster Hong, this time Qin Yujie will definitely die. Zhou Machao is much stronger than Xiao Tai. Now that they've joined forces, Qin Yujie has absolutely no chance against them. Fu Herring said gleefully. No one knew better than Fu Herring about Zhou Machao's true capabilities. Until now, Zhou Machao hadn't revealed all of his strengths. Though outwardly he appeared just slightly stronger than Xiao Tai. In reality, Zhou Machao could kill Xiao Tai in 3 moves or less. This information Fu Herring didn't share with others, but secretly transmitted it through sound waves to Luo Xuanhuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanhuan's face changed dramatically as if an extraordinary opportunity had just dawned on him. An opportunity not only to reclaim the Heavenly Qi Mirror, but also to deal heavy blows to Hong Yuchuan and Qin Mihan. Hong Sect Master, since you're so confident in Qin Yujie, would you still take another bet? If Qin Yujie wins, you win. If Qin Yujie loses, we win. Luo Xuanhuan asked casually. Really? What do you want to bet? Hong Yuchuan responded cautiously, having doubts whether Qin Yujie could definitely win. But remembering Master Jiang Fanxian, who was at the royal realm behind Qin Yujie, he steadied himself once more. Yet, his expression betrayed a sense of disarray. If Hong Yuchuan maintained calmness again, Luo Xuanhuan might suspect something and refuse to place a bet altogether. At this moment, seeing Hong Yuchuan appear uncertain, Luo Xuanhuan and Fu Herring internally cheered, thinking Hong Yuchuan lacked faith in Qin Yujie's victory. They continued to suppress their joy. However, I have a piece of Qinyu Thunder Bamboo Wood here. It contains traces of lightning attributes, which is incredibly valuable. To bet it against your previous Heavenly Qi Mirror and Devil Blood Savage Stone, it seems fair enough. Luo Xuanhuan took out the Qinyu Thunder Bamboo Wood from his storage bag casually. Qinyu Thunder Bamboo Wood? I didn't expect sect leader Luo to possess such treasures. Nevertheless, I won't take the bet. Qin Yujie's chances in this battle seem bleak. There's no need for me to gamble with you. Hong Yuchuan hesitated and declined. Hong sect leader, your courage is too small. In the path of martial arts, no one knows the outcome until the end. Perhaps Qin Yujie can create a miracle. Some geniuses grow stronger under pressure. Given his exceptional talent in the sword way, you should trust him. Fu Herring chimed in, exaggerating further. Yes, sect leader Hong, your heart seems too small. Don't let me look down on you. Luo Xuanhuan followed up, encouragingly adding fuel to the fire. Hong Yuchuan's heart was filled with great joy, but he still hesitated for a moment. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he unwillingly said, all right, I'll gamble with you. You're right. I believe Qin Yujie can create a miracle. Fu Hairong's heart was also brimming with joy, yet he maintained his composure on his face. He then said to Qin Mihan, Qin Patriarch, I wonder if you would like to join us in this bet. I have an unhatched ice core silkworm cocoon here, which I hear could be of great use to you. If you need it, why not put your ghost face spider cocoon up for the wager? I didn't expect the ice core silkworm cocoon to be in your possession. Fine, I'm in. The reason Qin Mihan was so bold was because Hong Yuchuan had secretly sent her a message, otherwise she wouldn't have risked such a precious ghost face spider cocoon in a bet. After all 4 of them swore a heavenly oath, the betting agreement was established. Once the bet was settled, Fu Herong and Luo Xuanhuan wore smug expressions on their faces. They no longer needed to pretend. Fu Herong confidently said, Patriarch Luo, Patriarch Qian, you've underestimated this situation. Fu Kunyang's strength is far more profound than it appears on the surface. The opportunities he has encountered are terrifying, and his power defies heaven. There's absolutely no way Qin Yujie could be his match. Hong Yuchuan felt surprised inside. He wondered where Fu Herong got such confidence that led him to give such a definite conclusion. It's too early to talk about this now. Didn't you yourself say that Qin Yujie might create a miracle? Hong Yuchuan retorted indignantly. Haha, if I hadn't said that, would you have participated in this duel? It seems you actually believed it, Patriarch Hong. How naive of you. Luo Xuanhuan gloated. How cunning you two are. Hong Yuchuan exclaimed furiously. That's right, Patriarch Luo. This time, even lying down, I get hit by your scheming. You've doomed me. Qian Mihan complained irritably. At this point, Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mihan were still performing their act. If Qin Yujie had seen it, he would have surely awarded them both with an Oscar. Chapter 230, 1 against 2. Hong Zhongzhu, Qian Zhongzhu, we didn't force you to join the duel. You volunteered and took a heavenly Dao oath, so there's no backing out now. With this ghost-faced spider cocoon, my power will grow even further. It looks like today is going to be a great day. Fu Herong laughed. That's right. With the Devil Blood Demon Stone in my possession, my demon technique will surely improve. Hong Zhongzhu, thank you for gifting me such a treasure. You're truly a great man. Luo Xuehao replied sarcastically. You two are shameless. Hong Yuchuan shouted angrily. Humph. Qian Mian let out a cold snort and fell silent. As the crowd conversed, within the demon realm great battlefield, the confrontation between Qin Yujie, Xiao Tai, and Zhou Maheo was about to erupt. Qin Yujie prepared to die. Terror-inducing primal essence surged from Xiao Tai. His presence radiated immense power, resembling a divine demon. Heavenly Devil Blade Technique. Third form. Heavenly Devil dominates the world. Blade intention of metal. Fuse. Xiao Tai unleashed his strongest move immediately. Both hands gripped tightly onto his blade as he slashed downwards with all his might. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy shook violently, releasing a horrifying golden blade chi that surged towards Qin Yujie at incredible speed. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Tai's frightening blade chi with shock, even though they had seen him fight before. This time, they were still stunned by its dazzling display. Xiao Tai's blade chi is too terrifying. Yes, Xiao Tai is a natural blade genius. His talents are incomprehensible. The full-blown blade intention of metal, Xiao Tai's insight into this is simply devilish. Yeah, despite being only in the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, Xiao Tai has perfected the blade intention. We can only watch and admire his greatness. People always say that all lives are equal, but how can people ever be truly equal? Xiao Tai is an exceptional dragon among men. He's destined to rise. That's right. Like the great rock bird, Xiao Tai will definitely soar up tens of thousands of miles when the wind comes. The spectators whispered anxiously as they marveled at Xiao Tai's terrifying blade chi. Qin Yujie faced the incoming attack expressionlessly, readying himself to stab forward with his sword. However, behind him, a horrifying blade chi emerged suddenly. This blade chi came from Zhou Maheo, who had seized the perfect opportunity to unleash his sword strike. In comparison to the terrifying blade chi of Xiao Tai, Zhou Maheo's blade chi felt eerie instead. This was due to his use of shadow sword technique. The shadow sword technique was famous even in Lingxiang Kingdom. It was both potent and enigmatic. When perfected, the slash would leave not a trace of blade chi, but only faint shadows visible. If combined with a stealthy movement technique, it could become nearly invisible and deadly, often killing opponents before they had any chance to react. Moreover, Zhou Maheo wielded a sword that was thin like paper, crafted entirely of transparent material, making it almost impossible to see unless one paid close attention. The surrounding crowd stared at Zhou Maheo's strange figure and blade chi with growing unease. Many thought that an ordinary martial artist would likely perish without getting a chance to strike back against such an opponent. Qin Yujie activated half-step chasing cicada, instantly vanishing from his original position. As soon as Qin disappeared, both attacks landed simultaneously on where his shadow had been just moments ago. Had Qin responded even slightly slower, he would have surely fallen victim to Zhou Maheo's bizarre blade chi. And Xiao Tai's own devastating blade chi wasn't weak either. If Qin engaged Xiao Tai directly, he'd be left exposed to Zhou Maheo's assault from behind. Neither Xiao Tai nor Zhou Maheo were ordinary martial artists. Their martial arts and battle talent were exceptional even within Lingxiang Kingdom. Working together, their combined strength far exceeded a simple sum of 1 + 1. However, no matter how strong the duo became, today they met their end with Qin Yujie. There's a saying, all kung fu in the world fears only the fastest. Qin Yujie had fully mastered the half-step chasing cicada. Even though Xiao Tai and Zhou Maheo also excelled in lightness techniques, compared to Qin Yujie, they were nowhere near his level. Your speeds are too slow. No matter how powerful your attacks may be, if they can't reach me, all you're doing is wasting effort. Qin Yujie utilized half-step chasing cicada and swiftly appeared behind Xiao Tai, launching a finger strike toward him. Sky-piercing finger. Instantly, a terrifying golden finger shadow shot toward Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai's heart was filled with terror. He never expected Qin Yujie's footwork to be so bizarre. In their previous encounter, Xiao Tai only knew Qin Yujie's sword technique was terrifying. This time, he subconsciously ignored Qin Yujie's agility. Great strength, golden body shield. Xiao Tai channeled his true essence, and instantly a terrifying protective shield erupted around his body. This shield gleamed gold, incredibly mysterious. The surrounding crowd was stunned by the intense battle before them. Qin Yujie's movements are incredibly fast. I can't even make out his figure at all. Yes, and this strike from Qin Yujie is terrifying as well. It possesses overwhelming power, which most people wouldn't be able to withstand. I think Zhou Maheo is more frightening. His swordplay is so strange. Look, there he goes, appearing behind Qin Yujie again. Zhou Maheo's speed is horrifying too. I feel that his agility is almost on par with Qin Yujie. That's true. Until now, Zhou Maheo still seems completely relaxed. I don't think he's exerting his full strength. Ho ho, do you think our senior Xiao has reached his limit? You guys have no idea about our senior Zhao's true capabilities. Why should we bother boasting when facing your Zhou Maheo and Xiao Tai? Our senior Qin here can toy with both of you. Once he gets serious, no one can stop him. Exactly. Everyone here talks nonsense. If not for the fascinating battle between Senior Zhou and Xiao, I'd kill you right away. Yeah, once Qin Yujie dies, your Tianyuan Sect will mean nothing. It seems that either Zhou Maheo or Xiao Tai alone would be enough to slay all of you. The disciples from Tianyuan Sect, Immortal Sect, and Guiying Sect began to murmur among themselves. They were less focused on fighting because they knew their survival depended entirely on the three individuals, Qin Yujie, Xiao Tai, and Zhou Maheo. Chapter 231, Xiao Tai's Demise. Amid the discussions and shock of the crowd, Qin Yujie's attack instantly collided with Xiao Tai's protective barrier, producing an earth-shaking sound. Bang! Xiao Tai's protective barrier, under Qin Yujie's attack, burst like a balloon. How is this possible? Xiao Tai let out a startled cry. He knew Qin Yujie's sword technique was strong, but he didn't expect that a casual flick from Qin Yujie would be so powerful. The piercing heaven finger was already a terrifying lower-tier heavenly martial skill, not to mention that Qin Yujie had cultivated this finger technique to its perfected state, making it even more formidable. Moreover, Qin Yujie's physical body was very powerful, and such finger or boxing techniques heavily relied on the physical strength, meaning the stronger the body, the more potent the techniques became. Even though Qin Yujie's most terrifying attack was his swordplay, his other attacks were also powerful and sharp. Just as this fearsome finger was about to hit Xiao Tai, Qin Yujie immediately sensed a fierce sword intent heading straight for his back. Qin Yujie needed no guess. He knew Zhou Machao had made his move. Shadow Sword Technique. First form. Ghostly Shadow Sword Light. Swift Sword Intent. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Machao thrust his sword, immediately releasing a sword chi that was incredibly fast, hurtling towards Qin Yujie. The surrounding crowd, watching the horrifying sword chi unleashed by Zhou Machao, all felt a chilling fear. Zhou Machao's sword. How fast it is. What? That's the Swift Sword Intent. Heaven. This is the Swift Sword Intent at the great perfection level. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable except speed. This sword is too fast. Who can block it? The Shadow Sword Technique is already a light and agile sword technique. Now paired with the Swift Sword Intent, it has become nearly invincible. You see, Brother Zhou's sword moved so swiftly that in the blink of an eye, it reached behind Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie took out a chopping board, which immediately appeared behind him, controlled by true essence, transforming into something miraculous. Qin Yujie paid no attention to the sword chi, continuing to control the golden finger moving toward Xiao Tai. Bang! Under this terrifying attack by Qin Yujie, Xiao Tai's body instantly shattered into pieces, leaving no corpse intact. While Zhou Machao's sword chi was horrifying, the chopping board wielded by Qin Yujie was also extraordinarily strange. Upon their collision, another earth-shattering tremor occurred. After everything calmed down, the crowd observed Qin Yujie and Zhou Machao standing separately on opposite sides, and they all involuntarily sucked in cold breaths. They never imagined Qin Yujie would choose to withstand Zhou Machao's attack in order to decisively kill Xiao Tai first. It was evident that Qin Yujie was not only powerful, but possessed rich combat experience. Fighting 2 against 1 often led to constant restrictions, but now being 1-on-1, Qin Yujie's situation had greatly improved. Of course, the crowd didn't know Qin Yujie's full strength. If he were serious, Qin Yujie could deal with both Zhou Machao and Xiao Tai with just one move, without needing any special movements. At the moment, outside the great battlefield of the demon realm, Luo Shuahao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that in just the beginning, Xiao Tai had already been forcefully killed by Qin Yujie. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Yujie wasn't just strong, but also possessed so many treasures. This chopping board was clearly not ordinary. It was a top-tier heavenly artifact. With this chopping board, Qin Yujie's defense was essentially flawless. Besides Luo Shuahao, Chen Mihan, and Fu Herong were equally shocked. They realized they had underestimated Qin Yujie's strength. Among the 4 present, only Hong Yuchuan sat there smiling as if everything was completely predictable to him. Hong Sect leader, you old fox, it seems you've known Qin Yujie's strength all along. You deliberately put on a show for us. Luo Shuahao silently worried. Sect leader Luo, don't worry. Zhou Machao's strength isn't limited to this. Rest assured, Zhou Machao will definitely win. Fu Herong smiled and said, Sect leader Fu, I naturally trust your judgment. With Fu Herong's words, a stone in Luo Shuahao's heart fell into place. Great battlefield of the demon realm. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Qin Yujie and Zhou Machao. Qin Yujie, I admit your strength is indeed impressive, but today, you must die, because my strength surpasses anything you can imagine. Zhou Machao looked at Qin Yujie and confidently said, Oh, then bring forth your strongest power. Qin Yujie showed some interest, speaking indifferently. Indeed, Xiao Tai's talent in the way of the sword was remarkable. Not only did he comprehend the swift sword intent, but he had reached its great perfection stage. Qin Yujie possessed the undying sword body, and naturally his talent in the way of the sword was extraordinarily demonic. However, Qin Yujie didn't need to personally comprehend sword intent, since the system rewards came with perfect sword intents. Xiao Tai previously said you had comprehended the perfect wind sword intent. Today, we'll see who is the true master of the way of the sword. Zhou Machao looked at Qin Yujie and arrogantly proclaimed, Fine, you make the first move. If I went first, you wouldn't even have a chance to react. Qin Yujie said indifferently, Qin Yujie, your arrogance is unmatched. My strength is more profound than it appears. Fine, today I'll show you my strongest capability. I'll only use one strike. This single strike will decide superiority, as well as life and death. Dare you receive it? Confidence surged within Zhou Machao's tone, his demeanor brimming with assurance. Good, since you're so confident, then let's settle this with a single move. Qin Yujie replied nonchalantly. Qin Yujie, your talent for the way of the sword is admirable, but unfortunately, for a martial artist, cultivation realm is the most crucial aspect. You're bound to die today. After speaking, an overwhelming momentum erupted from Zhou Machao. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth trembled violently. At that moment, a streak of sword chi surged out of Zhou Machao's body, and astonishingly, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon appeared in the sky. Upon seeing this miraculous sign, all spectators were dumbfounded. Heavens, Zhou Machao possesses the innate sword bone. That's a Tao of the sword's spirit body. Spirit body of the sword? Each individual possessing such a spirit body is destined to be a world-class genius. The spirit body of the sword may not surpass the saint body of the sword, but in Ling Tian Kingdom, his talent in the Tao of the sword would definitely place him among the best. When wielding sword techniques, those with the spirit body of the sword increase their power by at least double. Double? Zhou Machao's sword chi was already powerful before. If it doubles, how terrifying must it be? Qin Yujie is in trouble now. With Zhou Machao's horrifying strength, subduing Qin Yujie will take just one sword strike. Chapter 232, Born with Sword Bone. Yes, born with sword bone. It's a constitution all swordsmen aspire to but rarely achieve. Zhou Machao is truly enviable. Heaven sure does play favorites. With the born sword bone, Zhou Machao's path in swordsmanship will undoubtedly reach further. Yes, elder brother Zhou is destined to become an unmatched powerhouse one day. The onlookers, seeing the divine phenomenon behind Zhou Machao, were instantly stunned. At this moment, Qin Yujie looked at the strange occurrence behind Zhou Machao and mused thoughtfully. Ah, so it's the born sword bone. Zhou Machao, this is your trump card then? The born sword bone, a formidable body of swordsmanship, powerful and indeed extraordinary. Zhou Machao, seeing Qin Yujie acknowledge his strength, immediately surged with a proud confidence. Qin Yujie, you're nothing but an ordinary body. How can you compare with my sword bone constitution? Today, I'll let you see the power of my born sword bone. With the born sword bone, wielding sword martial techniques sees roughly a twofold enhancement. My sword bone, combined with my sword intent and sword skills, needs just a single stroke to effortlessly slay you. Hearing Zhou Machao's overbearing words, the crowd couldn't help but believe that he did have the capital for arrogance and confidence. A warrior who possesses such a spirit body is incomparably different from an ordinary body. Each spirit body comes with its own great powers, and once a warrior attains a spirit body, they are without doubt heaven's favored child. And the born sword bone, ranked middle among all spirit bodies, has power that is nothing short of extraordinary. In a place as small as Ling Tian Kingdom, a warrior possessing a spirit body would absolutely be regarded as heaven's chosen elite. At this moment, outside the great battlefield of the demon domain, Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mihan finally lost their calmness. They abruptly stood up from their seats, utterly shocked. Could it be that Zhou Machao actually has the born sword bone? Hong Yuchuan exclaimed in disbelief. Although Qin Yujie's sword talent was monstrous, in Hong Yuchuan's eyes, he was still just an ordinary body because Qin Yujie had not shown any signs of a sword constitution during his time at Tianyuan Sect. However, when Jiang Fanxian, a regal realm warrior, willingly took Qin Yujie as his disciple, Hong Yuchuan suddenly felt that Qin Yujie must not be an ordinary genius. Compared to Jiang Fanxian, with double saintly bodies, common spirit bodies seemed like garbage. Yet why did Jiang Fanxian show favoritism towards Qin Yujie? It was clear that Qin Yujie must possess some profound martial arts talent that Hong Yuchuan didn't know about. Or perhaps, their horizons were too narrow, and they had failed to recognize the truly demonic aspects of Qin Yujie. Suddenly, Hong Yuchuan remembered a shocking phenomenon that occurred above Tianyuan Sect before Jiang Fanxian. His heart trembled violently. Could it be that the awakening of the celestial phenomenon related to the sword back then was caused by Qin Yujie? Timing it, that time precisely coincided with Qin Yujie's rise from being a menial apprentice. Hong Yuchuan couldn't help trembling. He felt as if he had discovered a monumental secret. He could still vividly remember the terrifying celestial phenomenon from that time. 10,000 swords resonated, fairies played music, dragons and phoenixes heralded blessings, and ethereal tunes floated in the air. That terrifying celestial phenomenon was even more frightful and magnificent than Jiang Fanxuan's when he awakened to the saintly sword body several times over. Hong Yuchuan organized his thoughts, and everything seemed to fit together. Qin Yujie must have awakened to a terrifying sword constitution, which led to the celestial phenomenon, and then rose step by step from being a lowly servant disciple in Tianyuan Sect, eventually becoming an inner sect disciple in just a few months. Jiang Fanxian might have taken him as a disciple precisely due to Qin Yujie's horrifying sword constitution. That kind of terrifying celestial phenomenon could very well be what's rumored as the saintly sword body, or it might even rank ahead of the immeasurable sword body. Hong Yuchuan's face brimmed with excitement, transforming from initial worry into overwhelming anticipation. Of course, with Hong Yuchuan's perspective, he could only imagine Qin Yujie having reached the level of saintly sword body. As for the divine body, it was something he dared not even dream of. After all, in a place as remote and chi-sparse as Ling Tian Kingdom, how could anyone awaken to a divine sword body? Divine bodies? Even in the mighty Tianyao Empire, it was virtually impossible for them to appear. Thus Hong Yuchuan had never entertained the notion. However, if Hong Yuchuan knew that Qin Yujie truly possessed a divine sword body, and not only that, one of the 4 top-tier divine bodies, the immortal sword body, one can only imagine his reaction. Standing beside him, Fu Hairong observed Hong Yuchuan's unusual state and couldn't suppress his smug satisfaction. Elder Hong, looks like you've lost this wager. Not only have you lost the bet, but you're also about to lose a talented swordsman. I feel genuinely sorry for you. Haha, Elder Hong, with the born sword bone, it's a once-in-a-lifetime sword cultivator constitution. In the future, Zhou Maqiao will absolutely become a top-tier powerhouse. What a pity that Qin Yujie will have to become Zhou Maqiao's stepping stone today. Luo Xuanhuan also said smugly. Dean Qian, I owe you thanks for your ghost-faced spider cocoon. Never did I think we'd obtain something so precious today. It's just like picking up treasure from the ground. Fu Hairong said to Qian Mizhan with a knife hidden in his smile. Don't be overly confident too soon. What difference does having a born sword bone make? A special body isn't omnipotent. There are many factors that decide the success or failure of a battle. Techniques, martial skills, treasures, and combat experience. All are essential. Although Qian Mizhan was slightly surprised by Zhou Maqiao, she felt that Qin Yujie wasn't necessarily without the strength to fight back. Fu Hairong and Luo Xuanhuan joined forces to mock Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mizhan coldly. I feel Dean Qian is correct. You shouldn't celebrate prematurely. Maybe the one who ends up dying in the end will be Zhou Maqiao. Hong Yuchuan calmed down, then sat cross-legged on the ground as steady as an elder monk seated in meditation, speaking softly. Elder Hong, truly you only shed tears when you see the coffin. Well then, let's watch how Qin Yujie will die under Zhou Maqiao's hand together. Fu Hairong replied with full confidence. Great battlefield of the demon domain. At this moment, behind Zhou Maqiao stood a shadowy figure composed of golden sword qi, the divine phenomenon associated with being born with the sword bone. With the augmentation of this shadow, Zhou Maqiao's power became even more terrifying. Waves of true essence swirled around his body, his aura reaching heaven and earth as if he were a celestial swordsman. Qin Yujie, there is always someone better and higher than you. Defying me is the most foolish thing you've done in your entire life. Today, there is no way you can escape. Before you die, I'll show you my strongest attack. Zhou Maqiao looked at Qin Yujie and arrogantly declared from his high position. His words fell like a death sentence pronounced by a grim reaper, overbearing yet majestic. Everyone present was shocked by Zhou Maqiao's immense aura. They couldn't believe that after activating the power of his sword bone, his strength had grown so formidable. Chapter 233, The Powerful Zhou Maqiao. I don't know what you're so proud of. A natural-born sword bone is indeed extraordinary in others' eyes. But in my opinion, it's as good as garbage, not worth mentioning. Qin Yujie looked at the mighty Zhou Maqiao and said something that was shocking. Qin Yujie's words were like a huge stone thrown into a lake, creating a series of ripples, stunning everyone. Is Qin Yujie crazy? I admit Qin Yujie has great sword talent, but compared to Zhou Master's natural-born sword bone, he still lacks a lot. Yeah, I guess Qin Yujie can't accept it for now, and says this deliberately. Qin Yujie is merely an ordinary human. How does he have the right to talk about Zhou Master like this? Qin Yujie was originally a genius, and seeing someone more talented than him makes him unbalanced. So he deliberately belittles Zhou Master and elevates himself. Is it so hard for Qin Yujie to acknowledge other people's excellence? Just let Qin Yujie brag some more. Anyway, he's going to die next. Haha, well said. This great battle in the Devil Realm should be over. In the team of Immortal Sect, Fu Kunyang saw Zhou Maqiao activating his natural-born sword bone, and instantly realized that Qin Yujie was bound to die today. As the son of the master of Immortal Sect, Fu Kunyang naturally knew Zhou Maqiao's true strength and cards, so he maintained rare humility in front of Zhou Maqiao. Qin Yujie, today will be your death day. Last time, you killed 2 of my attendants, fat and thin twin demons, and I haven't sought revenge yet. Today, elder brother Zhou will take revenge for me. Thinking about it just makes me too happy. Fu Kunyang loudly mocked towards Qin Yujie. Fu Kunyang, don't celebrate too early. It might be your elder brother Zhou who dies first. Qin Yujie said with calm assurance. What a laughable joke. I see you as nothing but a buffoon. Can elder brother Zhou lose? How possible? You, frog at the bottom of the well, don't even know the power of a natural-born sword bone. Elder brother Zhou, you only need 1 strike to kill you. The mocking tone in Fu Kunyang's words was very evident. He could never forget how close he had come to dying by Qin Yujie's hand, nor could he forget the blood on Qin Yujie, which excited him endlessly. If Qin Yujie died, he would absorb his blood, which surely would improve his devil powers further, as well as his cultivation. Thinking of this, Fu Kunyang felt excited as he looked at Qin Yujie, licked his lips, and smiled evilly. Qin Yujie, how dare you, a common person, talk boldly about elder brother Zhou's natural-born sword bone being garbage? Please tell me, where do you find the courage and confidence? After Zhou Maqiao finished speaking, a soft sound came from his right hand, then the spirit sword in his hands flew out of its sheath, like lightning. Zhou Maqiao held the sword and thrust it into the air. Instantly, a terrifying sword qi moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye, heading directly toward a distant mountain. Boom! With the sound of a collapsing mountain, it became apparent that the once towering mountain had been leveled to the ground, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in astonishment and widen their eyes. After all, they were peers in age, and yet Zhou Maqiao's strength and talent were far beyond reach. Even those from Tianyuan Sect who initially believed firmly that Qin Yujie would win started to waver internally at this moment. Could Qin Yujie truly block such a terrifying strike? Is this the strength possessed by a fourth realm We'll See warrior? Heavens, elder brother Zhou is even stronger than before. This sword chi is absolutely terrifying. This time, Qin Yujie is definitely dead. The surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. The reason why Zhou Machao swung his sword was not because he was merciful or wanted to spare Qin Yujie. Rather, he wished to make Qin Yujie feel fear and trembling. He didn't intend to kill Qin Yujie with one strike. He wanted Qin Yujie to experience helplessness and despair before death, just like a cat playing with a mouse before killing it. That's exactly how Zhou Machao felt right now. Qin Yujie, now you know the gap between us, right? Are you desperate now? The more desperate you are, the more excited I get. I love slaughtering so-called geniuses like you. Zhou Machao said arrogantly. Qin Yujie shook his head slightly and said indifferently. I'm afraid I've disappointed you. To me, your attack is completely insignificant. This statement shocked everyone once again. This Qin Yujie is really arrogant. I think Qin Yujie is looking for death. At this point, he's still so stubborn. Qin Yujie is a stone in the toilet pit, stinking and hard. Just now, even a rank 6 We'll See warrior might not be able to withstand Zhou Master's sword. How much more so for Qin Yujie, who is merely at the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm. Yeah, our elder brother Zhou is truly formidable. Among the spectators from Immortal Sect and Xuanhuan Sect, everyone was discussing excitedly. However, within the group from Tianyuan Sect, they glanced worriedly at each other, all feeling a little concerned for Qin Yujie, as Zhou Machao was displaying strength far beyond anyone's expectations at this moment. Qin Yujie was already considered strong in the eyes of the Tianyuan Sect, but Zhou Machao possessed something rare, a natural-born sword bone, an extraordinary spirit body associated with sword mastery, making the members of Tianyuan Sect feel uncertain and uneasy. Of course, exceptions were people like Lin Xinin, who had full confidence in Qin Yujie's abilities. After all, in their opinion, Qin Yujie was like an emperor reborn, possessing unmatched omnipotence. While everyone was engrossed in heated discussions, Zhou Machao suddenly bellowed loudly. In that moment, his momentum burst forth, with horrifying true essence rapidly channeling into the spirit sword he held. The once transparent blade now turned vividly blood red, as if covered by a thin layer of crimson glow resembling coagulated blood, both eerie and fearsome. Shadow Sword Technique. Third form, Ghost Shadow True Sword. Swift sword intention. Amidst the stunned onlookers, Zhou Machao thrust his sword outwards. Instantly, a scarlet streak-like sword chi leapt out from his sword, turning the surrounding air as fiery as burning clouds, menacing and terrifying. The surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth began to wildly surge towards Zhou Machao, continuously flowing into his body. As the heavens and earthly winds changed dramatically, an even more horrifying sword chi than before flashed across the battlefield like lightning, hurtling swiftly toward Qin Yujie. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, completely astonished by Zhou Machao's awe-inspiring strike. Watching battles between such mighty warriors was hugely beneficial to cultivators. Everyone present was wary not to miss a single detail of this clash, given that both Zhou Machao and Qin Yujie were experts in the art of the sword, and it had been previously declared that the outcome would be determined in a single stroke. Chapter 234, A Swordsmanship Confrontation. What a terrifying sword strike. With the enhancement of his innate sword bone, Zhou Machao's sword chi is more than twice as powerful. This sword chi is absolutely horrifying. I can't even find words to describe this stunning strike. It seems there's no need to watch the rest of the battle. Qin Yujie is definitely going to die. Yeah, looking at this sword chi scared me so much that I couldn't help but lost control of my bowels. I had an accident. No wonder it smells so bad. You defecated in your pants. Master Zhou, after today's battle, will rise completely and dominate. Yeah, I want to follow such martial arts experts like Master Zhou, so that I too can go further on this path. For all these surrounding discussions, Qin Yujie paid them no attention. He saw this astonishing sword chi, then slowly raised his sword with one hand. At this moment, Luoshua's sword, infused with Qin Yujie's true essence, shone abnormally bright. Qin Yujie's true essence was unlike that of ordinary people. He cultivated Chongqing's skill, which was already extraordinary. Thick true essence plus his formidable body made this single strike of his become extremely horrifying. Qin Yujie thrust out his sword, carrying an earth-shattering force. The 7-foot blue blade could pierce through everything. This simple straight thrust caused Qin Yujie's momentum to explode instantly. A powerful and overwhelming great momentum gathered from the world, fusing into this single strike of his. An ordinary person, to cultivate this horizontal vertical sword technique to perfection, would not only require terrifying insight, but also countless practice sessions. However, because of the system, Qin Yujie directly skipped this process and perfected the horizontal vertical sword technique. Horizontal vertical sword technique. Unchecked domination. Wind sword intent. Fire sword intent. The combination and fusion of two perfected sword intents fundamentally changed the power of Qin Yujie's strike. Qin Yujie let out a cold snort. His Luoshua sword swept with boundless spirit essence, the air around violently vibrating due to the rotation of energy. The horrifying sword chi rushed towards Zhou Machao like a mountain pressing down. Some disciples around, who were lower in strength, immediately collapsed under the pressure, some even severely injured. Too strong. The crowd watching Qin Yujie unleash such a horrifying strike quickly realized they stood no chance against this kind of force. If any of them were caught within this strike, they would surely be killed by the residual sword energy alone. Of course, the crowd was not just shocked by this. Qin Yuzhe managed to superimpose two types of sword intent in this strike, and both were perfected intents. It was difficult enough for a swordsman to master one kind of sword intent to perfection, let alone two kinds. We might say that Qin Yuzhe's understanding of swordsmanship was extraordinarily devilish and far beyond everyone's imagination. Heavens! Qin Yuzhe actually utilized two kinds of perfected sword intents. Am I dreaming? Two intents. Qin Yuzhe's insight is too devilish. Although he doesn't have innate sword bones, his insight is way stronger compared to Zhou Moheo. Qin Yuzhe's strike was too terrifying. This sword chi is much stronger than Zhou Moheo's. They aren't even in the same class. As the murmurs echoed among the audience, the two sword chi collided instantly. Looking solely at Zhou Moheo's sword chi, it indeed was quite terrifying. But compared to Qin Yuzhe's, they were as different as a river and an ocean. No matter how mighty the river, how could it surpass the ocean? With a boom, Zhou Moheo's blood-red sword chi broke apart instantaneously like tofu encountering iron, while Qin Yuzhe's continued its charge toward Zhou Moheo with terrifying momentum. The horizontal vertical sword technique was always expansive and focused on the overbearing and commanding nature of killing enemies with one strike. Add to this the fusion of two perfected sword intents, and Zhou Moheo's sword chi attempting resistance was truly like a mantis trying to block a card, completely unrealistic. This can't be possible. Zhou Moheo despaired as he stared at this horrifying sword chi. Only now did he realize how weak and helpless he was in front of this strike. Bang! Zhou Moheo was hit by Qin Yuzhe's sword chi. He spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backward before crashing onto the ground. There was a massive hole in his chest, about the size of a bowl, gruesome and terrifying. Zhou Moheo was dead. He was killed by a single strike from Qin Yuzhe, and it was done cleanly and neatly. Before Qin Yuzhe, he didn't even have the chance to execute a second strike. Qin Yuzhe sheathed his sword, and at this moment, he was exactly like his sword, world-class yet fully revealed in brilliance. Is Senior Zhou dead? So terrifying, Qin Yuzhe actually won. Qin Yuzhe's swordsmanship talent is truly demonic. The superposition of two complete sword intents is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. I want to follow Qin Yuzhe and learn his sword techniques. Do you think that just because you want to learn, you can master it? This requires talent. Without talent and insight, you can't go far in the path of swordsmanship. If perseverance alone could help in understanding sword intent, what would be the use of talent? Yes, like me practicing the autumn wind sword technique every day, and yet I've only reached the elementary level of success. As for greater achievements or perfecting the technique, that feels so distant and unattainable. You all have forgotten. Qin Yuzhe is merely at the 8th stage of the celestial human realm, while Zhou Moheo is already at the 4th stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Zhou Moheo himself is extraordinarily talented. His abilities allowed him to fight opponents above his level. But still, he was defeated by Qin Yuzhe with a single strike. It wasn't until someone mentioned this that everyone realized Qin Yuzhe's current cultivation was at the 8th level of the celestial human realm. The battle had been so captivating that they had subconsciously ignored his lower rank. The surrounding onlookers, whether from the Heavenly Origin Sect, the Devil Sect, or the Ghost Shadow Sect, were all stunned. They were genuinely frightened by Qin Yuzhe's terrifying combat strength and unnatural swordsmanship talent. Fu Kunyang stared blankly at Qin Yuzhe, eyes wide open, his throat convulsing involuntarily. He was now terrified, completely overwhelmed by fear at Qin Yuzhe's formidable strength, his legs trembling slightly. At this moment, outside the Demon Domain battlefield, where the 4 patriarchs gathered, each of the 4 patriarchs was deeply shocked by Qin Yuzhe's terrifying power, whether Han Yuchuan, Qin Mihan, Luo Shuahao, or Fu Herong. All were speechless, their hearts roiling like a tumultuous ocean. Qin Yuzhe actually won, and from start to finish, he only used one move. In fact, he didn't even change his position, showing just how confident he is in his own strength. A flash of murderous intent crossed Luo Shuahao's eyes. If Qin Yuzhe has become this strong already, imagine how powerful he would be when fully grown. Perhaps in the future, the Ghost Shadow Sect might lose its name in the Ling Heaven Kingdom. Chapter 235. Fame spreads among the 4 great sects. Zhou Moheo is actually dead. He had a natural sword bone, and he was even a martial artist at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Qin Yuzhe is merely at the 8th level of the heavenly human realm. Fu Hairong's face turned pale as he realized that he still underestimated Qin Yuzhe's strength. With this kind of monstrous talent, it wouldn't take long before Qin Yuzhe would surpass him too. Fu Haijing and Luo Shuahao exchanged glances, and each saw murderous intent in the other's eyes. This young man absolutely must not be allowed to live. Haha, I knew it. Qin Yuzhe will surely win. Who would have thought? Qin Yuzhe has even grasped 2 kinds of sword intentions. His talent for the way of the sword is probably unparalleled within the Lingxiang country. Hong Yuquan laughed heartily. Qin Hanjing, Qin Yuzhe's father, was far less accomplished when he was at the same level of cultivation. At the great battlefield of the magic domain. Fu Kuanyang, you can die now. As Qin Yuzhe looked coldly at Fu Kuanyang and struck with his sword, Fu Kuanyang immediately crushed a jade token. It turned out that Fu Kuanyang had been prepared for this very moment. Knowing well that Qin Yuzhe would definitely not let him go, Fu Kuanyang had secretly kept a jade token ready in his hand. This jade token contained an attack from Fu Hairong, whose formidable abilities at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm were, in Fu Kuanyang's view, certainly enough to kill Qin Yuzhe. The 2 forces clashed with a thunderous boom. Qin Yuzhe frowned. As Fu Hairong's son, Fu Kuanyang surely had many life-saving treasures, and one of them was this jade token containing the sealed attack. Qin Yuzhe, looking at Fu Kuanyang's retreating back, instantly unleashed the True Spirit Shocking Stab. The True Spirit Shocking Stab was a low-grade heavenly martial technique that attacked the soul, invisible and formless. Unless one possessed specific soul defense treasures or sufficiently strong soul power, a sudden strike like this would most likely inflict heavy injuries, even death. Fu Kuanyang's martial cultivation was lower than Qin Yuzhe's. His foundation wasn't as solid as Qin Yuzhe's, and his soul power was only average. On the path of martial arts, one generally doesn't start training soul-related techniques until the Will See realm, and such techniques are highly valuable. Thus most Will See realm practitioners focus primarily on physical martial training and find it hard to train both simultaneously. Even Will See realm practitioners find it hard to simultaneously cultivate their soul power, let alone someone of the heavenly human realm like Fu Kuanyang. With this True Spirit Shocking Stab, Qin Yuzhe directly shattered Fu Kuanyang's soul into fragments. Without a soul, one naturally dies. Before everyone around could understand what had happened, they saw Fu Kuanyang fall abruptly to the ground, unconscious. The True Spirit Shocking Stab was also one of Qin Yuzhe's hidden cards. If someone were to carefully inspect Fu Kuanyang's body, signs would surely be revealed. Thus, Qin Yuzhe took over Fu Kuanyang's storage bag and set him alight, turning his corpse into ashes. At this point, Fu Hairong's expression had darkened significantly, not expecting that Qin Yuzhe would actually dare to take his son Fu Kuanyang's life. Qin Yuzhe, you're truly asking for your own death. How dare you kill my Fu Kuanyang? Fu Hairong said angrily. Headmaster Fu, these were the rules we all agreed upon for the Four Great Sect battle. Back then, our Xuanhuan sect lost more than 4,000 disciples, with only a few managing to flee to the Tianyuan Sect headquarters to survive by luck. I didn't complain about that. Why? Does this mean you intend to go back on your word? Xuanhuan coldly replied. Yes, Headmaster Fu. Before Qin Yuzhe came, our Tianyuan Sect also suffered significant losses among our disciples. At that time, you seemed quite pleased. Now, after losing your son, do you want to regret the war? Han Yuquan also said coldly. Fu Hairong, upon hearing the words from Xuanhuan and Han Yuquan, paused momentarily, then gritted his teeth and said, in this battle, our Immortal Sect admits defeat. Once defeated, if Qin Yuzhe dares to continue slaughtering our disciples, don't blame me for reneging on my promise. Our Guiying Sect also concedes defeat. Luo Xuehao knew that with Qin Yuzhe present, continuing the fight would result in the complete annihilation of the Guiying Sect's disciples at the Great Battlefield. Good. Since you've admitted defeat, let's head together to the Magic Domain Great Battlefield to withdraw our disciples. Han Yuquan nodded and consented. Inside the battlefield of the Magic Domain, as the three sects' disciples were fiercely battling, a voice rang out from the sky. The Four Great Sect battles end here. All sects cease fighting. Upon hearing this voice, everyone stopped the fight, but even in this brief interval, both the Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect suffered heavily. Lin Xinying, Zheng Nanhua, and Huan Yuhe gained significant combat experience in this skirmish without killing anyone. This training experience will surely be of great help to their future martial paths. Qin Yuzhe also reaped substantial rewards this time. The storage bags of just Fu Kuanyang, Xiao Tai, and Zhou Mo Hao alone constituted an enormous wealth. None of the three had simple backgrounds, and the resources within their storage bags were far beyond those of ordinary people. It could even be said that any one of their storage bags was dripping with riches. Half an hour later, four imposing figures appeared in the sky above everyone. They were the sect leaders of the four great sects. Qin Yuzhe, you're a good one. I'll remember you. Fu Hairong shot Qin Yuzhe a chilling look. If it weren't for Xuanhuan and Han Yuquan present, he would have definitely attacked on the spot and annihilated Qin Yuzhe. Through this battle, Qin Yuzhe became well known across the four sections. In all four great sects, almost no one was unaware of the name Qin Yuzhe. With the four great sects leading the way across the Linxiang country, it wouldn't take long before Qin Yuzhe's name spread throughout the entire Linxiang country. When that happened, even children across the entire Linxiang country would probably know about Qin Yuzhe's terrifying talent. Master Fu, I'll remember you too. Qin Yuzhe replied indifferently. At this moment, his overwhelming aura rose into the sky. He didn't fear Fu Hairong at all. If Fu Hairong dared to attack today, Qin Yuzhe absolutely wouldn't hesitate to make sure he died a painful death. If the world thinks I am a mundane body, then if Fu Hairong dares to attack, let him see the power of my undying sword body. Qin Yuzhe thought secretly inside. The undying sword body is immortal and indestructible, and its strength can amplify by tenfold. To deal with someone like Fu Hairong, a mere single-fold increase would be sufficient. If the tenfold increase were fully unleashed, it would be enough to cross 2 major realms and kill even 8th-level Cave Heaven Realm warriors, against whom Qin Yuzhe could still fight. Moreover, as Qin Yuzhe grew stronger, the amplifying effect of the undying sword body would only become more powerful. If Qin Yuzhe reached the Emperor Realm, then with a tenfold increase, how immense would the power be? Qin Yuzhe couldn't even dare to imagine. And as sign-ins accumulated, Qin Yuzhe's strength and his methods against enemies would keep increasing. Perhaps after some time, even without using the undying sword body, Qin Yuzhe could easily kill Fu Hairong at the 9th level of the Will See realm. For example, if he mastered another perfect sword intention, killing Fu Hairong would be like slaughtering a chicken or butchering a dog. Or if Qin Yuzhe advanced to the 1st level of the Will See realm, then even without using the undying sword body, he could easily kill a regular warrior of the Cave Heaven realm. Every minor breakthrough for Qin Yuja resulted in a qualitative improvement in strength. And a major breakthrough? That improvement was incomparable. Even more so, with each progression through levels, Qin Yuja's combat capabilities improved exponentially. Chapter 236, The Ancient Tomb Appears. Master Fu, Qin Yuja is a disciple of our Tianyuan Sect. If you dare to threaten him, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hong Yuchuan coldly said. Yes, this Qin Yuja has quite a connection with me. Master Fu, you should think twice. Qian Mian also stepped forward. Qian Mian, not only the sect master of Xuanhuan Sect, but also one of the top beauties in Lingxiang country, was naturally well known to Qin Yuja. However, he did not understand what connection the sect master had with himself. If there had to be one, it might be with his father. Qin Hanjing had once been a disciple of the Xuanhuan Sect for a period of time. As everyone was confronting each other, the entire great battlefield of the demon domain suddenly erupted into a ground-shaking roar. The earth and mountains cracked open all at once, and many disciples of lower strength couldn't react fast enough, falling into the 10,000-foot deep abyss. Be careful. In an instant, Qin Yuja took action, bringing Lin Qinin, Huang Yoha, Zheng Nanhua, and others while executing the half-step cicada leap. Then, in midair, they immediately summoned the flying celestial chariot, and the group stably landed on the chariot's roof. Besides Qin Yuja's group, everyone else used their own extraordinary techniques, as if 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their prowess. They managed to evade this sudden calamity. Of course, not everyone could be so lucky. Many failed to dodge in time, and met their deaths at the bottom of the abyss. At this moment, divine anomalies appeared in the heavens and the earth. Only the shimmering spiritual lights could be seen, vibrant in 5 colors. Then, an ancient tomb slowly ascended from below and abruptly revealed itself before everyone. Originally, this ancient tomb had yet to reach its appearance time. However, due to the intense battle vibrations caused by Qin Yuja and Zhou Mo Hao, possibly for some unknown reason, it mysteriously activated, leading to its manifestation. All those present looked at the ancient tomb, their hearts startled. None had expected such a defying heaven opportunity hidden within the demon domain great battlefield. The 4 sect masters gazed at the suddenly appearing ancient tomb, their eyes glowing. On the path of martial arts, everyone needs opportunities. Naturally, the 4 sect masters were no exception. All had reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Finding an opposing heaven opportunity inside could surely elevate them to the Cave Heaven realm, or perhaps even break through to the Spirit Transformation realm wouldn't be impossible. Wow, whose mighty cultivator's ancient tomb is this? Our chance has come. This ancient tomb clearly seems extraordinarily special. There must be countless opportunities inside. We'll definitely gain something after we enter. Haha, who would have thought the demon domain battlefield hides such a heavenly opportunity? Luck truly comes, unstoppable as it may be. To be honest, although I am a disciple of Immortal Sect, we should thank Qin Yuja. Without his earth-shaking battle with Brother Zhou, this ancient tomb might never have appeared. That's right. I owe thanks to Qin Yuja for eliminating so many powerful genius disciples, greatly reducing our competition. That's correct. If Xiao Tai and Zhou Mo Hao were still alive, how could we possibly compete with them? Haha, I'm rushing in first. This time, I, Lu Yongyu, shall enter first. A disciple of Guiying Sect boldly charged into the ancient tomb while everyone was still shocked. I can't believe it. This Lu Yongyu is way too cunning. How could he seize the advantage this time? Another disciple of Guiying Sect angrily stated. That's right, we must rush in quickly too, another voice echoed. Indeed, this ancient tomb feels like a secret realm that hasn't been developed yet. The treasures inside are countless. Absolutely, we cannot fall behind. Inspired by the lead, everyone around prepared to rush into the ancient tomb without hesitation. However, at this moment, a piercing scream of death came from inside the ancient tomb. The first Guiying Sect disciple who rushed in earlier was already dead. This sent shivers down everyone's spines, breaking out in cold sweats. They immediately halted their steps, cautiously and fearfully observing the ancient tomb. An opportunity is great, everyone wants it, but primarily, you need life itself. What use is even the best opportunity if your life is gone? The elders of the 4 major sects exchanged looks as well. At this point, no one dared to make rash movements. As everyone was shocked, a calm yet authoritative voice sounded from within the ancient tomb. This ancient tomb will open one day from now. The quota is for 1,000 people. Warriors under the age of 25 and below the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm can enter. Those who intrude without meeting these regulations shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone understood why the Guiying Sect disciple had died. There were 2 reasons. First, the opening time hadn't arrived yet. Second, the warrior was already 30 years old, exceeding the age limit, hence mercilessly eliminated. Hurry, send a sound-transmitting talisman, summoning the 10 core disciples here. Hong Yuchuan realized he couldn't enter this ancient tomb, thus swiftly ignited a sound-transmitting talisman, decisively sending out the message. The other 3 great sect leaders were not far behind, quickly sending messages to their own core disciples to come. The 4 leaders naturally had some of their own thoughts. This ancient tomb would definitely contain a lot of opportunities. If their core disciples entered and submitted half of the gains to the sects, wouldn't it be equivalent to themselves indirectly entering the ancient tomb? As for the core disciples of the sects, they certainly wouldn't pass on such an enormous opportunity, especially with only half a year left until the 4 sects' Great War. If they could represent Lingxian country in the martial arts genius competition, or even join the 4 major sects of the Tianyuan royal dynasty, it would be akin to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. At this moment, almost all martial artists in Lingxian country had received the news and were flying toward the ancient tomb. Qin Yujie felt a storm was coming. However, the 4 great sects surprisingly agreed on one unified decision. The guarding of this ancient tomb would be handled jointly by the 4 sections. Out of the 1,000 slots available, each sect would get 250 spots. Common martial artists simply wouldn't have a chance to enter the ancient tomb. Having reached a consensus, the other forces must now weigh their strength if they wanted a piece of the pie. Even the royal family of Lingxian country probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly before the 4 great sects. Tianyuan Sect, core disciple area. Haha, this is truly heaven aiding me. My cultivation has been at a bottleneck lately, but who would have thought I'd encounter such an incredible opportunity? If I can enter this ancient tomb, with my 9th level we'll see realm cultivation, I'll definitely be invincible inside. And my age qualifies as well. This must be the heaven-sent opportunity prepared specifically for me. Hong Yuqiuan sent the news of the ancient tomb to Vice Sect Master Tianfeichen without delay, asking him to lead the top 10 core disciples and the inner sect disciples ranked around the first 250 to the Demon Domain Great Battlefield. Throughout Tianyuan Sect, all the core disciples as well as the top-ranked inner sect disciples had been informed. Upon receiving Tianfeichen's message, Li Junkan instantly became excited, realizing that his long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Qin Yujie, when I return from the ancient tomb, your death will be inevitable. A chill flashed across Li Junkan's face as he softly spoke. Chapter 237, Everyone's Envy. Not only Tianyuan Sect responded this way, but also Xuanhuan Sect, Immortal Sect, and Guiying Sect were all eager to try their hands on the news of the mysterious ancient tomb. The great battlefield of the magic domain. Big brother, should we enter this ancient tomb? Xuanhuan asked excitedly. Your strength, although quite good at your level, if you encounter core disciples from Immortal Sect or Guiying Sect, it will be almost like committing suicide. You need to know, the upper limit of strength in this ancient tomb is the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and your strength is too low. Qin Yujie shook his head lightly and said, what kind of opportunity can compare with my sign-in system? Xuanhuan realized immediately after hearing Qin Yujie's words. That's right. Going in with his current strength would be just like committing suicide. Lin Qinin, Fatso, take Huang Yoha back to the sect. Most who enter this ancient tomb will likely be at the Wheel Sea realm level, making it extremely dangerous for you to go in. I'll investigate this ancient tomb myself. If I find any opportunity, I will share it with you later. Qin Yujie thought for a moment and said faintly. Everyone listening naturally felt happy. In their minds, following Qin Yujie was already a great fortune. The opportunities within the ancient tomb could easily lead to many dangers. Not going was probably for the best. Alright, then be careful. I don't care about what opportunities there are, as long as you take care of yourself. Lin Qinin looked at Qin Yujie, nodding worriedly. The two had gone through that passion test before, along with their recent constant company. Although they hadn't explicitly admitted their feelings yet, there was naturally a trace of hidden affection. Rest assured, while everyone's attention is on the ancient tomb, quickly return to the sect. Qin Yujie nodded gently and said, Teacher, take care. Big brother, then we're leaving. Take care of yourself. At this moment, everyone's focus was on the ancient tomb, and no one noticed Lin Qinin and her 2 companions leaving. The 4 major sects, located in the 4 corners southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, surrounded the ancient tomb. Qin Yujie found a corner in Tianyuan Sect's territory, sat down, then took out a sound-transmitting talisman to send the message of the ancient tomb's appearance to Zhang Qiuling. Zhang Qiuling had already reached the 3rd level of the Wheel Sea realm, and she was an inner disciple of Xuanhuan Sect. Considering her personality, knowing of such a supernatural opportunity, she must surely want to go explore. Zhang Qiuling has decent abilities, and if she wants to enter the ancient tomb, Qin Yujie wouldn't stop her. 3 hours later, Zhang Qiuling arrived at the outskirts of the ancient tomb. Master, I also wish to enter this ancient tomb. Zhang Qiuling said. Good, then the 5 elements 8 trigram array will temporarily be lent to you for use. If we ever get separated once inside the ancient tomb, at least you'll have some means to protect yourself. Qin Yujie nodded and said, Thank you, Master. Zhang Qiuling happily sat cross-legged behind Qin Yujie and gave him a shoulder rub. Zhang Qiuling had become accustomed to massaging Qin Yujie's back and shoulders. She didn't care about being seen by so many people around them. The surrounding crowd, seeing Qin Yujie enjoying this treatment, suddenly felt bitter jealousy rise within them. It's exactly the same for all of us martial practitioners, truly driving me envious. Isn't Zhang Qiuling known as the #1 beauty of the Xuanhuan Sect? And yet, Qin Yujie has already extended his claws into Xuanhuan Sect. Yeah, apparently Lin Qinin has already become Qin Yujie's musical companion in the art of Qin. And still, he isn't satisfied. Now he's stepping into another woman's relationship. Jealous, aren't you? Do you know? This Zhang Qiuling is actually Qin Yujie's maid now. A maid, do you understand? I really want to be like Qin Yujie though. His sword talent is monstrously exceptional. It's normal for someone of his talent to have a few beauties around him. We're just sour because we couldn't achieve the same. If Qin Yujie didn't think I'm ugly, I'd willingly be his maid. There's a saying, on the path lies a man of refined elegance. There's none better than Qin Yujie. He's precisely my ideal martial partner. Men and women alike, upon seeing Qin Yujie enjoying Zhang Qiuling's massage while sipping fine wine, filled their hearts with envy and jealousy. Shallow Mihan's face turned slightly somber. She hadn't expected that the prodigy of her own Xuanhuan sect had already become Qin Yuzhe's maid. However, upon further reflection, she understood. It was difficult for any woman to remain unmoved given Qin Yuzhe's extraordinary martial arts talent and striking aura. Well, it's good fortune for Qiuling to follow Qin Yuzhe. His talent surpasses even her father Qin Hanjing's by far. Shallow Mihan murmured to herself. After considering this, her figure flickered, and she appeared in front of Qin Yuzhe. Lord Sect Leader. Zhang Qiuling saw Shallow Mihan and stood up abruptly, feeling a bit flustered. Sect Leader Mihan, nice to meet you. Thank you for your help earlier. Qin Yuzhe appraised Shallow Mihan. He had to admit, the Xuanhuan sect was truly brimming with beauties. The looks of Shallow Mihan were on par with Zhang Qiuling, and both women possessed their own distinct beauty. Qin Yuzhe, there is no need for formalities. Your father, Qin Hanjing, was once my senior disciple. However, after your father disappeared, I never saw him again. Shallow Mihan said with a sigh. So that's how it is. It seems Sect Leader Mihan is more friend than foe. In that case, to thank you for your earlier help, let me do you a small favor in return. Qin Yuzhe said with a faint smile. Do me a small favor? Shallow Mihan was completely puzzled, unsure what Qin Yuzhe meant. Sect Leader Mihan, there are too many people here. Could we go somewhere quieter to talk? Qin Yuzhe asked. Fine. With a flicker, Shallow Mihan took Qin Yuzhe away instantly, leaving the crowd looking at each other bewilderedly. In a short while, the two appeared atop a mountain peak shrouded in mist. The serene, ethereal setting was indeed beautifully chosen by Shallow Mihan. Now can you speak? How exactly do you intend to help me with a small favor? Shallow Mihan asked, her tone laced with interest. Sect Leader Mihan, I noticed your chi moving irregularly within your chest. Have you recently sustained injuries to your heart meridians during cultivation? Do you feel an excruciating pain every half month at midnight, as if being torn apart, difficult to endure? Qin Yuzhe casually asked after inspecting Shallow Mihan briefly. Shallow Mihan initially paid little heed to Qin Yuzhe's words. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Man realm, whereas she was a 9th level Will See realm warrior. Why would she need his help? However, when she heard Qin Yuzhe accurately describe her ailment, her heart was shaken by a wave of astonishment. Outside of herself, no one in the entire Ling Heaven Kingdom knew about her injury. How did Qin Yuzhe know about this? Chapter 238, Treating Qian Mian's Injuries. Not long ago, Qian Mian attempted to break through to the Dongtian realm, but failed, resulting in damage to her heart meridians. Naturally, Qian Mian wouldn't go around telling everyone about her injuries. The Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect were always watching closely, and if Luo Xuehao and Fu Haijun found out she was injured, they surely wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Qian Mian's expression turned cold. She didn't know why Qin Yuzhe had revealed her injuries. Could it be that he wasn't trying to threaten her? Qin Yuzhe, how did you know I was injured? Qian Mian furrowed her brows and asked earnestly. Qian Zhongzhu, don't worry, I mean you no harm. As for how I knew about your injuries, it's simple, because I'm well versed in medicine. Your condition was apparent on your face. Qin Yuzhe said calmly. You're actually skilled in medicine? As far as I know, you're already Linghua's youngest Xian-level alchemist. Qian Mian exclaimed in shock. Since ancient times, medicine and herbs have been inseparable. Alchemy and medicine share many similarities. Elixirs can cure diseases, and medical techniques naturally can too. Refining elixirs can enhance one's cultivation, and so does medical knowledge. Qin Yuzhe said confidently. Well, I believe you. Can you heal my injuries? Qian Mian asked expectantly. Of course. For me, your injuries are nothing significant. Qin Yuzhe said nonchalantly. Qian Mian was shocked by Qin Yuzhe's arrogant tone. Nothing significant? I've tried countless elixirs with no success, yet to Qin Yuzhe, my injuries are merely insignificant? Qian Mian didn't know that there would be a term called humble brag in later generations. Otherwise, she would definitely scold Qin Yuzhe for being overly smug. I hope what you say is true, but how should I cooperate with you? Qian Mian asked lightly. Just follow my instructions and channel your yuan energy. After speaking, Qin Yuzhe took out the Tianyuan needle from his spatial ring. Before Qian Mian could react, he used his yuan energy to control the needle and performed an intricate acupuncture technique, inserting one needle into Qian Mian's chest. Qian Mian's face instantly turned red. She felt a strange itch in her chest area. The essence from the cosmos rushed violently into her chest, repairing her meridians. Qin Yuzhe lightly tapped Qian Mian's chest with his finger, calming down the chaotic energy immediately. Qian Mian trembled slightly. Although she was the leader of Xuanhuan Sect, due to her obsession with martial cultivation, she had rarely been so intimately touched by another man. When Qin Yuzhe gently tapped her chest, her expression showed a hint of awkwardness, making her blush again. Qian Mian, focus on controlling this yuan energy. Now isn't the time for distraction. Qin Yuzhe frowned and said casually. I understand. Qian Mian retracted the unusual sensation and began controlling the yuan energy to repair her damaged heart meridians. Qin Yuzhe continued with several more needles, some inserted in her abdomen, others at her back, performing 7 consecutive insertions. These 7 Tianyuan needles formed interconnected flows of essence, each layer complementing the other perfectly. Clearly, Qin Yuzhe's needle techniques were no ordinary acupuncture. 3 hours later, Qin Yuzhe retracted the needles. His treatment was done, but Qian Mian remained seated cross-legged on the ground. Her momentum grew stronger and stronger. Although she still hadn't managed to break through to the Dongtian realm, she discovered that not only were her heart meridian injuries completely healed, but all her old training-related damages in other parts of her body were also repaired. Moreover, crucially, her power had grown stronger, her yuan energy denser. Even though she hadn't ascended in rank, her strength had indeed increased. Qin Yujie, you're truly impressive. You've left me utterly amazed, Qian Mian said in awe. Qian Zhongzhu, there's no need for gratitude. After all, you're my father's little junior sister. Now tell me more about my father's story. I'm sure you must know more than I do. Qin Yujie said with a smile. All right, your father possessed extraordinary talents. He originally had a chance to become the leader of Xuanhuan Sect, but given his martial potential, that was something he naturally looked down upon. Unfortunately, he offended a formidable force. As for other details, I'm unaware of them. I assume your grandfather knows much more than I do. Qian Mian replied calmly. Understood, Qin Yujie said. Qin Yujie, thank you for healing my injuries. If you need any help, just say it. I'll fulfill one request within my capability. Qian Mian smiled. No need. I've already stated that I keep track of debts. You stood up for me before, now I return the favor. Qin Yujie explained. All right, but you need to be careful about the royal family of Lingxiang country and the people from Immortal Sect and Ging Sect. They won't let this go easily, Qian Mian reminded. I know. The more lice there are, the less afraid I am of being bitten. Sooner or later, I will make them pay, including Xuxian Sect. Qin Yujie said casually. Xuxian Sect? Have you been targeted by their assassins? Qian Mian frowned and asked. Oh, Qian Zhongzhu, do you know where Xuxian Sect comes from? Qian Mian nodded and said. Xuxian Sect is a terrifying assassin organization. It's an organization that greatly troubles the four major sects of Lingxiang country. Their influence spreads across the entire Lingxiang country, and even in Tianyuan dynasty, they have their presence. Moreover, as long as they are paid well enough, they kill without hesitation. They don't care if their target is one of the heads of our four major sects. The head of the four major sects should have reached the 9th level of the Luanhai realm, right? They dare to assassinate them too. Qin Yujie was slightly startled internally. This Xuxian Sect was truly despised by all, yet feared even by members of the Immortal Sect and Ging Sect. Qian Mian continued. Their assassin groups are divided into wooden badge killers, iron badge killers, bronze badge killers, silver badge killers, and gold badge killers. Each one is stronger than the last. However, you don't have to worry too much. In Lingxiang country, their strongest killer only has the strength of the 9th level of the Luanhai realm. Have you ever thought about wiping out the Xuxian Sect? Qin Yujie asked indifferently. Qian Mian shook her head and said, forget retaliation, we don't even know the location of Xuxian Sect. Moreover, the branch of Xuxian Sect in Lingxiang country is just a sub-branch of the main Xuxian Sect in Tianyuan dynasty. They have very strong backing. A small country like ours is no match for them. Chapter 239, Gathering of the Strong. Ah, I see. You Qin Yujie are not one to take things lying down. Xuxian Sect, I'll remember you. Qin Yujie, be careful. There are many who now seek your life. Xuxian Sect was surely commissioned, and when they fail this time, the next assassin they send will certainly be more formidable. I understand. Qin Yujie nodded. Qin Yujie was not at all afraid of Xuxian Sect's assassins, because his strength and growth speed were definitely beyond their imagination. Let's go back. Qian Mian took Qin Yujie, and in a flash, the two disappeared from the mountain peak. Half an hour later, Qin Yujie returned to the location of the ancient tomb. When Qin Yujie returned to the Tianyuan Sect's area, many members of the four major sects had already arrived, including top prodigies from each sect. Is this guy Qin Yujie? I've heard that during this great battle in the demon domain, he killed Zhou Moheo. Sun Jiping, the chief core disciple of Immortal Sect, casually glanced at Qin Yujie and coldly asked an attendant beside him. Yes, Master Sun, this is Qin Yujie. It's rumored that he has mastered 2 perfect sword intentions, with unfathomable strength. The attendant respectfully answered. To be able to master 2 perfect sword intentions, his talent is indeed remarkable. However, talent and strength are 2 different things. If it were me dealing with Zhou Moheo, just a random finger flick would have crushed him to death. He wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. That's the difference in strength. Sun Jiping arrogantly proclaimed. That is naturally true. Qin Yujie is only at the 8th level of the heavenly human realm. No matter how extraordinary his sword talent may be, his strength is sure to be inferior to yours, Master Sun. A nearby attendant flattered him. But still, hitting a dog requires considering its owner. Doesn't Qin Yujie realize that Zhou Moheo was one of my 10 great diamonds? This is basically slapping my face. Sun Jiping's tone suddenly shifted, his harsh expression causing chills in those nearby. The attendants knew that whenever Sun Jiping displayed this kind of expression, it meant he was already angry. Sun Jiping flew over to the front of Tianyuan Sect's area. He glanced at Qin Yujie, who was drinking wine and enjoying a massage, and said indifferently, Qin Yujie, you killed Zhou Moheo. Now, I'll give you 2 options. First, take his position as my attendant. With your talent, I can let you be the leader among my 10 great diamonds. The group from the Immortal Sect all looked at Sun Jiping in shock, not expecting that Sun Jiping, known for his tyranny and sinister nature within their sect, would develop a love for talent regarding Qin Yujie. This showed that Qin Yujie's sword talent really made Sun Jiping interested enough to try recruiting him before he fully grew stronger. Within the Immortal Sect, everyone knew that Sun Jiping had under him 10 great diamonds, all extremely powerful. Although Zhou Moheo had freakish sword talent, his cultivation ranked last among the 10 diamonds. The 9 ahead of him were at least at the 6th level of the Wheel C realm. Qin Yujie, observing the mighty presence of Sun Jiping, calmly sipped his wine and casually asked, I'm not interested in the first option. What about the second? The second option is that you immediately destroy your own cultivation, then kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Perhaps then I might consider sparing your life. Qin Yujie, you're a smart man. One who knows his situation is a hero. Don't choose the wrong path. Sun Jiping said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Qin Yujie laughed out loud as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Neither of these paths suits me. I think the third path suits me best. The third path? Tell me about it. Sun Jiping responded curiously. If Qin Yujie's third condition was not too excessive, Sun Jiping could agree to it. After all, Qin Yujie's sword talent was freakish. In the future, once fully grown, he could surely be a great help. The third path is where I kill you. After another sip of his wine, Qin Yujie coolly stated. Everyone around was shocked by Qin Yujie's words, including Li Junxian, the chief core disciple who had already come to Tianyuan Sect, who was stunned by Qin Yujie's arrogant remarks. Li Junxian admitted that even if he faced Sun Jiping himself, he would not have absolute confidence. Yet here Qin Yujie was boldly claiming that he intended to kill Sun Jiping. Pure nonsense. Qin Yujie, get back here and stop making a fool of yourself. As an inner disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, stop spouting off like this. Li Junxian cast a glance at Qin Yujie and said coldly. This shocked everyone. In everyone's opinion, Li Junxian, as the chief core disciple of Tianyuan Sect, should support his sect's disciple at such a moment. Even if he couldn't offer support, he shouldn't add salt to the wound by saying something so harsh. Hong Yuchuan furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that Li Junxian had such a narrow mind and too small of a perspective. A person like this, even if they had the chance to enter the Tai Sword Sect, would not go far. At this moment, Tianyuan approached Hong Yuchuan and chuckled, saying, Patriarch Hong, although Qin Yujie has just made contributions in the great battle of the demon domain, this was something he should do as an inner disciple. Unfortunately, Qin Yujie thinks that with these accomplishments, he can become arrogant and haughty. This attitude is unacceptable. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter but benefits health. Sincere advice may be hard to hear, but promotes progress. If Li Junxian did not say what he said, perhaps it would be difficult for him to wake up Qin Yujie. There was no denying that Tianyuan was indeed an expert at deceiving others. Qin Yujie could not help but admire how easily Tianyuan's simple words nullified all his achievements and elevated Li Junxian's image significantly. Haha, Vice Patriarch Tian, you are truly sharp as bamboo shoots. Qin Yujie remarked casually. Bamboo shoot? Are you praising me for being as upright as bamboo? Qin Yujie, thank you for your compliment, but don't think that because you praise me, I will overlook your faults. You must immediately apologize to Sun Jiping. After all, you killed Zhou Moheo. Tianyuan confidently replied. Tianyuan's words were not only intolerable to Qin Yujie, but also to the masses of Tianyuan Sect. Qin Yujie smiled and said, Vice Patriarch Tian, you've misunderstood me. When I said you're like bamboo shoots, I meant that you have a sharp mouth, thick skin, and an empty belly. Your cunning and insensitivity are truly rare in the world. It's hard to find someone of your caliber every few hundred years. Qin Yujie's mocking words instantly shocked everyone around, then caused uncontrollable laughter. Sharp mouth, thick skin, empty belly. This description suits him perfectly. I've always disliked this man who twists facts and creates discord, but couldn't find the right words to describe him. Zhang Qiuling smiled delicately as well. Chapter 240. Ancient Tomb Inheritance. Yes, Tianyuan is truly bizarre. As the vice master of Tianyuan Sect, he actually helps outsiders bully the genius disciples of his own sect. It's really rare in this world. And Li Junxian, I see him as a beast in human form. Who would have thought that the core chief disciple I once admired turns out to be such a demon inside his elegant exterior? I want to gouge out my own eyes. Yes, from now on, in Tianyuan Sect, Elder Brother Qin will be our idol. Li Junxian doesn't deserve it at all. You must be crazy. Lower your voice. Are you not afraid Li Junxian hears you? Ho ho, laws don't punish masses. If he has any skill, let him kill all of us then. And didn't you notice? Elder Master Hong also seems to disapprove of Vice Elder Tian and Li Junxian. Hearing you say that, Elder Master Hong's expression indeed looks a bit difficult. The surrounding crowd gave Tianyuan and Li Junxian a series of cold sarcastic remarks. Enough. Vice Elder Tian, Li Junxian, your performances truly disappoint me greatly. Hong Yuchuan looked at the two people with a cold voice. The ancient tomb will open in a few hours. Elders Fu and Luo, please manage your disciples well. You wouldn't want any unexpected issues at this crucial time, would you? Hong Yuchuan said coldly to Luo Xuehao and Fu Hairong. Fu Hairong had been watching the drama unfold. Sun Jiping's actions earlier were tacitly approved by him. If Hong Yuchuan hadn't intervened, seeing Sun Jiping kill Qin Yujie would make Fu Hairong quite happy. Sun Jiping returned. Fu Hairong said indifferently, Qin Yujie, I'll let you go today. Once we enter the ancient tomb, it will be your death sentence. Sun Jiping glanced at Qin Yujie and said without hesitation, perhaps the one who dies will be you. Qin Yujie took a sip of wine, continuing to enjoy Zhang Qiuling's comfortable massage. Qin Yujie did not care about Sun Jiping's threat at all. He was merely an ant after all. Why waste words on him? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy more massages from Zhang Qiuling? Time passed quickly. By the next day, it was almost time for the ancient tomb to open. Qin Yujie carefully examined the ancient tomb. There was a layer of golden barrier outside the ancient tomb, with many complex runes flowing constantly, radiating terrifying power. Qin Yujie understood that it was a powerful formation. Anyone over 30 stepping inside would definitely be ruthlessly killed due to these runes. Whose ancient tomb is this? Why does such a tomb emerge in Lingtian Kingdom? Could it be that Lingtian Kingdom isn't just an ordinary place? Qin Yujie muttered to himself. Master, it is said that this demon realm used to be a place where an ancient magic had transformed during the ancient times. Could that legend be true? Zhang Xiuling picked up Qin Yujie's remark and said, that can't possibly be true. They are merely legends from long ago. Judging by this ancient tomb, it should only have existed for no more than 1,000 years. The runes above aren't from the ancient times either. Qin Yujie said indifferently. At this moment, a spiritual light flickered upon the ancient tomb, then a voice came from within. The ancient tomb opens. Those who meet the conditions may enter. This ancient tomb allowed 1,000 entrants, each faction having 250 slots. As the top inner gate expert, Qin Yujie naturally had one slot. With Zhang Xiuling being a level 3 Wheel C martial artist, even though she wasn't a disciple of Tianyuan Sect, but rather Qin Yujie's maid, she was counted as one of the sect's genius disciples, so naturally Han Yuchuan gave her a slot as well. However, usually, celestial human-level disciples wouldn't dare easily enter the ancient tomb. Inside, it wasn't calm like the outside. Celestial human-level warriors would be targeted objects hunted down by others once they entered the tomb. After all, in the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. In the face of fortune, how could regular folk have their turn when Wheel C level experts were present? However, Qin Yujie was an exception. Most likely, any Wheel C level warrior encountering Qin Yujie would obediently step aside. Zhang Xiuling, let's enter together. Qin Yujie stood up and led Zhang Xiuling as the two of them joined the crowd rushing into the ancient tomb. When passing through the golden rune barrier, Qin Yujie immediately felt darkness clouding his vision, as if entering a fathomless abyss. Soon enough, Qin Yujie regained his senses, his vision brightening. He found himself standing in a forest. The space inside here is much vaster than what appears from the outside. This is practically an unexplored mini-secret realm, Qin Yujie said in shock. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Yujie realized that entering the ancient tomb activated random teleportation to different locations. This prevented groups from forming too early and hunting down other martial artists. This forest was vast. A glance couldn't even reach the end. Qin Yujie's current position was at the outer perimeter of the ancient tomb. It appeared that the greatest opportunities within this tomb would be located at its very center. Qin Yujie made up his mind and executed the half-step chasing cicada technique, flashing into the forest in an instant. Is this 100-year-old Wu Hua Qinghua? Not long after entering, Qin Yujie discovered a Xian-level spirit herb. The Wu Hua Qinghua was an essential ingredient for refining some special pills, making it relatively rare in the Lingtian Kingdom. Qin Yujie carefully dug it up, soil and all, then stored it in his spatial ring. Even though he hadn't been inside the ancient tomb for long, Qin Yujie already had a profitable haul, improving his mood significantly. While this Wu Hua Qinghua paled in comparison to the Millennium Soul Nurturing Tree and Millennium Spirit Peach Tree obtained through his system's sign-in rewards, each type of spirit herb possessed unique medicinal properties. Some specialized pill refinements truly required even these common herbs. Just as Qin Yujie finished collecting the herb, he suddenly sensed an attack from behind. Qin Yujie thrust his sword forward, instantly cutting an Uhu Qing snake into two pieces. Though the Uhu Qing snake's offensive power was average, its venom was extremely potent. If a regular martial artist were bitten, they would surely perish without a specialized antidote. It's said that every spirit herb is guarded by a beast. It seems to be true. If someone isn't quick-witted, they could easily fall prey. Qin Yujie reflected. Though this ancient tomb appears full of treasures, danger lurks everywhere. Caution is best. With another step, Qin Yujie pressed on further into the forest. On his way, he encountered many more spirit herbs, all of which he diligently collected. Before long, Qin Yujie reached the edge of a lake. By the lake, there bloomed a lotus flower, emerging cleanly from the mud without being stained, pure despite its surroundings. A divine and extraordinary sight indeed. Chapter 241. A bright moon rises over the sea. Qin Yujie did not rush to pick it. He carefully examined it, and couldn't help but be astonished. This is actually a 5-colored lotus. The 5-colored lotus is a rather special type of medicinal herb suitable for warriors below the Wheel C realm. Qin Yujie was currently at the 8th level of the Celestial Man realm, and he could still use it. If someone were to obtain just one petal of the 5-colored lotus, they could definitely break through from the 9th level of the Celestial Man realm to the 1st level of the Wheel C realm. The 5-colored lotus has 5 petals: red, orange, green, blue, and black. Each petal can allow a warrior at the 9th level of the Celestial Man realm to break through to the 1st level of the Wheel C realm without any side effects. Besides direct consumption, the 5-colored lotus can also be refined into the 5-colored lotus pill. If it could be refined into the 5-colored lotus pill, its efficacy would be even more powerful. As Qin Yujie was pondering, a massive shadow suddenly leapt out of the lake water with an overwhelming momentum heading towards him. This shadow was huge, approximately tens of meters long. Its entire body was covered in terrifying scales, and its aura was mighty. It opened its gigantic mouth and, in the blink of an eye, was right in front of Qin Yujie, biting down on him. Qin Yujie used the half-step chasing cicada technique and disappeared instantly, reappearing dozens of meters away from the shadow. This is a black-mediated crocodile. Its strength is probably stronger than that of a regular warrior at the 9th level of the Celestial Man realm. If another warrior had encountered it today, they might not have been a match. However, what bad luck, you've met me today. Qin Yujie let out a cold laugh, his sword flashing once. and before the black-mediated crocodile could react, it was split into two by his blade. Killing a warrior at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm was like slaughtering chickens or dogs to Qin Yujie. How much more so for a mere black-mediated crocodile at the 9th level of the Celestial Man realm. Dealing with this black-mediated crocodile only required a simple slash. The corpse of this black-mediated crocodile is also a rare treasure. Its skin can be made into special clothing, and its meat is reportedly delicious, a rare delicacy. I'll store it away first. Qin Yujie stored the black-mediated crocodile into his spatial ring, then carefully picked the 5-colored green lotus and departed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Qin Yujie arrived at a secluded forest, dug a cave, set up an array, and prepared to consume the 5-colored lotus. With numerous treasures on his person and this 5-colored lotus, he was absolutely certain he could break through to the 1st level of the Wheel C realm. As for why he didn't refine the 5-colored lotus into the 5-colored lotus pill, firstly, Qin Yujie didn't want to waste time, and secondly, he lacked a particular medicinal herb to refine the 5-colored lotus pill. There was no way for him to refine it now. Qin Yujie placed the 5-colored lotus into his mouth, and as soon as it touched his tongue, it dissolved. Immediately, a terrifying medicinal force surged through his limbs and 100 bones. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Qin Yujie practiced his techniques. A fearsome spiritual energy gathered around him from all directions. At this moment, centered around Qin Yujie, a monstrous vortex formed, continuously drawing spiritual energy into his body. 2 days later, a series of crackling sounds rang out from Qin Yujie's body, and horrifying anomalies appeared in the heavens and earth, called a bright moon rises over the sea. When warriors broke through to the Wheel C realm, some genius warriors might cause anomalies in the heavens and earth, though most were relatively small. Phenomena like a bright moon rises over the sea were well known among many warriors, yet none had ever seen them because these phenomena were only described in ancient books. They only occurred when top-tier geniuses with perfect foundations cultivated terrifying top-tier techniques and broke through to the Wheel C realm. Among all Wheel C realm phenomena, a bright moon rises over the sea ranked first. Heavens! This is the legendary A Bright Moon Rises Over the Sea. Someone has broken through to the Wheel C realm. An erudite individual in the ancient tomb looked at the terrifying anomaly in the sky and exclaimed in shock. It must be young Master Qin breaking through to the Wheel C realm. In the entire ancient tomb, there is no one except young Master Qin with such terrifying talent. Zhang Xiuling gazed at the anomaly in the sky with eyes full of marvel. At this moment, both her body and mind were filled with awe and bewilderment. Zhang Xiuling knew that Qin Yujie's talent was strong, but she never expected him to awaken a phenomenon as terrifying as a bright moon rises over the sea. Even if geniuses gather in the central Holy Lands, none could possibly awaken such a terrifying anomaly upon reaching the Wheel C realm. Such anomalies are said to have been awakened only by top-tier geniuses in ancient times as recorded in texts. A bright moon rises over the sea indicates boundless Wheel Seas and inexhaustible essence. Even though this person has just reached the Wheel C realm, he has already become invincible within it. Yes, Qin Yujie is truly terrifying. I guessed it must be him breaking through, and only he dared to step into this ancient tomb with the cultivation of the 8th level of the Celestial Man realm. You're right. Only he could possess such terrifying talent. At the 8th level of the Celestial Man realm, he was already invincible at the Wheel C realm. Now that he's reached the 1st level of the Wheel C realm, who knows how fearsome his power has become. Brother Qin is truly badass. Following Qin Yujie means we can absolutely dominate in this ancient tomb. Let's quickly head towards the anomaly and ask Brother Qin to help deal with Li Junkin, said many disciples of Tianyuan Sect, looking at the anomaly in the heavens and earth with excitement. At this moment, Qin Yujie felt an incredible surge of power throughout his body. In just 2 days, he had advanced from the 8th level of the Celestial Man realm to the 9th level, and was now about to break through into the 1st level of the Wheel C realm. As Qin Yujie's Dantian Qi Si shattered inch by inch and transformed into a boundless Wheel C, the breakthrough into the Wheel C realm marked the conversion of one's Dantian into a Wheel C. For ordinary warriors, after breaking through to the Wheel C realm, their internal Wheel Cs would only span a few meters across. Some prodigious talents might achieve tens, even hundreds of meters wide. But inside Qin Yujie, there was now an endless expanse of Wheel C, limitless and vast like an overwhelming ocean. The immense Wheel C within Qin Yujie's body shocked all who witnessed it. He suddenly stood up and unleashed a single slash with his sword. Instantly, the entire heaven and earth seemed to split in half, generating a horrifying sword chi that stunned everyone present in the ancient tomb. The sword chi slashed for 3,000 miles, cutting through frost-covered 14 states. In the whole ancient tomb, no one could ignore this astonishing blade energy, as it was simply too extraordinary. At that moment, the entire ancient tomb shook violently. A terrifying momentum surged forth, instantly ejecting everyone out of the tomb except for Qin Yujie. By now, everyone was furious. They had fought hard to secure entry into the ancient tomb, yet were now kicked out. Even when they attempted to re-enter, they found it impossible to do so. Chapter 242, The Sect War Breaks Out. Dear me, what's going on? Outside the ancient tomb, an individual angrily said, Shit, have all of us been kicked out? I was about to gather spiritual herbs. Hell, I finally found a piece of black profound goldstone. Damn it, I was just about to collect it when I got teleported out. Did you notice that Qin Yujie hasn't come out? Shit, that's true. Could the legacy have chosen him, eliminating all of us? It's possible. After all, there was the phenomenon of bright moon rises over the sea. Obviously the legacy chose Qin Yujie. Yes, Qin Yujie's talent is simply unprecedented and unparalleled, yet he's younger than all of us. His sword Dao talent is monstrous. There's no reason for him not to be chosen as the inheritor. Everyone outside the ancient tomb started buzzing with discussions. Qin Yujie, you're absolutely ruthless. When you come out, I will make your life worse than death. Li Junqin was also expelled from the ancient tomb, angrily stating as he stared at it. Qin Yujie, your talent is monstrous beyond limits. Today, you must die. The sect master of Ghost Shadow Sect, Luo Xuanhuan, was shocked by Qin Yujie's terrifying talent. He wouldn't give Qin Yujie any chance to grow strong. That's right, Qin Yujie must die, or else we'll be the ones to die in the future. The sect master of Immortal Sect, Fu Haijun, spoke to Luo Xuanhuan. The two sect masters had already given orders. Core elders and vice masters among other top fighters were on their way. Under no circumstances would they let Qin Yujie leave alive. Even if it meant declaring war on Tianyuan Sect and Xuanhuan Sect, they wouldn't hesitate. Because they knew if Qin Yujie weren't killed today, considering his frightening talents and prodigious sword Dao abilities coupled with the inheritance of the ancient tomb, it wouldn't be long before both Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect would fall. Since their downfall was inevitable anyway, why not take this opportunity to suppress Qin Yujie now? Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mian were also shocked by Qin Yujie's terrifying talent. They understood that Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sect would never allow Qin Yujie to walk away. A major war between the four great sects would inevitably break out once Qin Yujie steps out of the tomb. Both Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mian looked slightly grave. No matter what, they had to ensure Qin Yujie's safety, even if it cost them their own lives. None of these events reached Qin Yujie, who only realized he appeared in a mysterious realm. I never imagined, in such a remote area, there'd be someone like you with this kind of terrifying talent. The common folk simply don't understand. To awaken, bright moon rises over the sea. One needs a perfect foundation and must possess one of the four divine bodies. The sword Qi you unleashed earlier was utterly terrifying, which makes it clear that your divine body is the undying sword body. A phantom-like figure of an elder appeared before Qin Yujie, his tone filled with shock and excitement. Who are you? Qin Yujie asked curiously. This ancient tomb is my creation. You are the successor I've been searching for. Heaven has treated me kindly indeed, leading me to encounter the legendary undying sword body. Listen to me. I'm about to dissipate. Here, I leave you a jade slip. It contains information on my enemies. Everything in this ancient tomb belongs to you now. Hopefully one day, you can avenge me. After finishing, the elder vanished into thin air, leaving behind a spatial ring and a jade slip. Upon picking up the jade slip, Qin Yujie instantly memorized the elder's name and his foes. My strength isn't enough yet. Once I'm stronger, I'll avenge you. Qin Yujie rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the astonishing resources inside the spatial ring, he wouldn't agree so easily. From the elder's spatial ring, Qin Yujie discovered a token. This ancient tomb is actually a special space. Possessing this token allows Qin Yujie free entry and exit into the tomb. Starting from this moment, everything within the ancient tomb belonged to Qin Yujie. With a mere thought, all the precious spirit herbs and treasures within the tomb flew towards him automatically, being stored in his spatial ring. The old man's spatial ring is loaded with rich resources, spiritual herbs, pills, cultivation methods, weapons, practically everything you need. Thought Qin Yujie. This trip into the ancient tomb turned out to be quite profitable. Now I've broken through to the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Time to challenge core disciples and continue signing in. From now on, I'll play safe till I become invincible without having to scramble for resources externally. With a satisfied smile, Qin Yujie disappeared swiftly from the tomb. Outside the tomb, a massive crowd had gathered. Many people learned from others that Qin Yujie awakened the terrifying phenomenon known as bright moon rising over the sea, and obtained the inheritance of the ancient tomb. Surrounding the ancient tomb were masters and peak fighters from the four great sects. Qin Yujie's enemies were all shocked by his terrifying talent, and they decided that they must kill him today. Otherwise, in a few years, Qin Yujie would become a nightmare for everyone, especially Li Junqin and Sun Jiping, who were terrified by Qin Yujie's frightening talent and resolved that no matter what, they had to kill Qin Yujie today. When Qin Yujie appeared outside the ancient tomb, the atmosphere on the entire scene instantly tensed up. The entire battle seemed ready to break out at any moment. Qin Yujie run! Qian Mian shouted loudly towards Qin Yujie, then decisively took the initiative and launched an attack against Master of Immortal Sect, Fu Haijun. You despicable woman! You're looking for death. All members of Immortal Sect, heed my order, go all out to kill Qin Yujie. Whoever kills him will receive a massive reward, Fu Haijun said while blocking Qian Mian's attack. Fu Haijun couldn't have anticipated that Qian Mian would act so preemptively. Just as he was about to take action to kill Qin Yujie, she thwarted him. It was clear that Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan had already made their plans. While Qian Mian was battling Fu Haijun, Hong Yuchuan engaged with Luo Xuanhuan. The power of the four sect leaders was comparable, making it impossible to determine a winner in such a short time. Now, Qin Yujie could only rely on himself since many people were already surrounding him like tigers watching their prey. Tianyuan, go save Qin Yujie. Hong Yuchuan ordered Tianyuan Sect's deputy master, Tianyuan. All right, Tian Feichen agreed verbally, but in a flash, he moved next to Hong Yuchuan and stabbed a knife into his back. Instantly, Hong Yuchuan started bleeding profusely. In this split second, Luo Shuahao struck Hong Yuchuan hard in the chest, causing his body to fly away like a sandbag. This unexpected incident stunned everyone, including Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan, especially Hong Yuchuan, who never thought Tian Feichen would betray and attack him. Hong Yuchuan and Luo Shuahao were evenly matched, and he certainly didn't expect that the deputy master of Tianyuan Sect would do such a thing to him as the sect master. In high-level combat, even the slightest mistake can be fatal. Struck unprepared by Tian Feichen, how could Hong Yuchuan be a match for Luo Shuahao? Immediately, Luo Shuahao seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy blow. Chapter 243, Instant Ascension. Tian Feichen, why? Hong Yuchuan asked furiously while dragging his injured body. Ha, why? I've wanted to kill you and take your place for a long time. I've already discussed it with sect masters Luo and Fu. Once you're dead, they'll support me as the master of Tianyuan Sect. With the alliance between sect masters Luo and Fu, and you being already injured, both you and Qian Mian are certain to die. After you're gone, Qin Yujie will be like a grasshopper, easily crushed. Tian Feichen said smugly. The crowd fell silent. Although Tian Feichen was undoubtedly despicable, his words were true. Hong Yuchuan had sustained severe injuries, and here there was no one who could stand against the combined might of Luo Shuahao and Fu Haijun. Qian Mian couldn't possibly match them, and today not only would Qin Yujie die, but so would Hong Yuchuan. Even Qian Mian would die? Qin Yujie, isn't this despair overwhelming? What's the point of finding a powerful master? Jiang Fanzhan has left, she doesn't even have the time to save you. Ha, you're just waiting to die. Li Junkin laughed maniacally. Qin Yujie, though your talent shocks the world, you will still die today. There are so many of us, you have no chance to escape. Sun Jiping said confidently. You two talk too much. Qin Yujie let out a cold snort. Instantly employing the half-step chasing cicada, he appeared beside Li Junkin. Qin Yujie grabbed Li Junkin by the hair and slammed him onto the ground, then picked him up again. Bang, bang, bang. He threw him down 3 times before stepping hard on Li Junkin's face. Qin Yujie asked indifferently. You worthless trash, where do you get off speaking here? You're such a waste. I could kill you with just my finger. Li Junkin, at this moment, was dazed. Qin Yujie had beaten him without giving him any opportunity to fight back. Qin Yujie, your death is imminent. If you release me now, I can persuade my master Tian Feichen to let you leave. Li Junkin seethed, nearly exploding in anger. He didn't expect that Qin Yujie would humiliate him right before dying. Also, Li Junkin feared Qin Yujie might lose control and kill him regardless. He had his whole life ahead of him, and the path of martial arts absolutely couldn't end at the hands of Qin Yujie, who was bound to die soon. So, Li Junkin attempted to persuade Qin Yujie to let him go first. Qin Yujie smiled and slapped Li Junkin across the face, laughing. What? Do you want mercy? Since you wanted to kill me, today I will kill you. No one will save you today. Not only will you die today, but all my enemies present will die. These words from Qin Yujie were like a bomb, making the entire scene fall immediately silent. Even the battle between Qian Mian and Luo Shuahao stopped. Qian Sect Master, Hong Sect Master, thank you for your hard work. Please step back, don't worry about me. I have my own ways to deal with them. Qin Yujie raised his head and spoke to Qian Mian and Hong Yuchuan. Qian Mian flashed to Hong Yuchuan's side, and the two quickly retreated, standing at a distance. Though shocked by Qin Yujie's words, they completely trusted him. They believed Qin Yujie must have treasures given to him by Jiang Fanzhan, which should be more than enough to handle Fu Haijun and Luo Shuahao. Hong Yuchuan and Qian Mian had guessed correctly. Qin Yujie indeed possessed 3 beams of sword qi given by Jiang Fanzhan, each equal to an all-out strike from a royal realm martial artist, which was certainly sufficient to defeat Fu Hairong and Luo Shuahao, both at the 9th level of the Sea Wheel realm. However, Qin Yujie wouldn't need those beams of sword qi at all. He had already broken through to the 1st level of the Sea Wheel realm. Killing Luo Shuahao and Fu Haijun would be akin to slaughtering chickens. All the surrounding people were stunned by Qin Yujie's words, and the entire scene became filled with chatter. Qin Yujie has truly challenged an unbeatable force this time. Fu Haijun and Luo Shuahao are already at the 9th level of the Sea Wheel realm. Haha, I think Fu Haijun and Luo Shuahao are dead meat this time. Who is Qin Yujie? He has already surpassed to the Sea Wheel realm and is invincible within it. That's right, looks like Inma Sect and Guiying Sect are going to be destroyed. The opinions among the surrounding masses varied. Some supported Qin Yujie, others supported Fu Haijun and Luo Shuahao. Qin Yujie glanced at Li Junkin and sneered disdainfully. Such a mere ant. After saying this, Qin Yujie stepped down and crushed Li Junkin to death, then kicked him away, instantly tearing Li Junkin's body into pieces. After killing Li Junkin, Qin Yujie flashed to Sun Jiping's side. Sword drawing technique. A flash of light appeared. In the blink of an eye, Sun Jiping's body was split into 2 halves, his face still holding a look of shock as he died. Qin Yujie, you truly have nerve. Today is your last day. Let's attack together. As Luo Shuahao finished speaking, he swung his blade towards Qin Yujie. A terrifying blade qi was rushing towards Qin Yujie with an overwhelming momentum. Apart from Luo Shuahao, there were more than a dozen others around. Some were at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, others at the 8th. These dozen people unleashed horrifying attacks, all targeting Qin Yujie. A bunch of ants. Today, I'll let you experience my true strength. Dealing with these people was actually simple. Only 1/10 of Qin Yujie's power would be enough. But today, Qin Yuzhe decided to unleash his full potential and wanted to see just how strong he had become. Zongheng Jianfa, Heng Xing Ba Dak. Zongheng Sword Art. Dominate at will. Wind Sword Intent. Fire Sword Intent. Water Sword Intent. Immortal Defying Sword Body. Tenfold Amplification. Unleash. Qin Yuzhe thrust his sword forward, and instantly, a terrifying sword energy streaked across the sky. No one could describe this sword energy, for it was simply too powerful. You're actually this strong. The group surrounding Qin Yuzhe realized in shock. In their shocked and fearful gazes, the horrifying sword energy pierced through their bodies in an instant. All of them, including Luo Xuehao and Fu Haijun, couldn't even block Qin Yuzhe's first move before meeting their demise. An oppressive silence blanketed the scene. From today onward, Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect will cease to exist in this world. Qin Yuzhe stabbed his sword again, and all disciples of Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect vanished into thin air instantly. With just a single strike, almost all members of Immortal Sect and Guiying Sect in the vicinity perished. Qin Yuzhe pulled out a miraculous healing pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Hong Yuchuan. Though Hong Yuchuan had sustained serious injuries, there were countless pills within the ring given by the elder. This single pill was enough to swiftly restore Hong Yuchuan's wounds and even push his cultivation further. 3 days later, Qin Yuzhe returned to Tianyuan Sect. Now, he was already the chief core disciple. Hong Yuchuan even considered passing on the position of sect leader to Qin Yuzhe, but Qin declined. Qin Yuzhe effortlessly wiped out everyone in Li Junken's faction, including some core disciples. At this moment, Qin Yuzhe was so powerful that he instilled fear in others, even defeating the former chief core disciple with a single stroke of his sword. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qin Yuzhe couldn't wait to start signing in. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on a great burst of luck, obtaining 1,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yuzhe froze. 1,000 years of cultivation, what did that mean? Given Qin Yuzhe's extraordinary martial qualifications as a result of his immortal defying sword body, after cultivating for 1,000 years, his strength might have long since reached the peak of martial arts. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qin Yuzhe felt his strength increasing rapidly. From Cave Heaven Realm to Yin-Yang Realm, Emperor Realm, Supreme Realm, Sage Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Human God Realm, and finally God King Realm. Qin Yuzhe's aura grew stronger and stronger, and the terrifying foundation of Tao appeared on his body. After a month, Qin Yuzhe's momentum soared to the heavens, and he had already broken through to the limit of this world, reaching the peak God King Realm of martial arts. System, you're breaking the rules of righteousness. I planned to train diligently, yet now you suddenly made me break through to the summit. Damn it. Qin Yuzhe was truly speechless. He lost his goal overnight. He who hears the way in the morning may die content in the evening. Ancient legends tell of people achieving immortality in a day. It's not a myth. Becoming an immortal in a day is a simple matter. With the system present, the path of martial arts can be quite simple. Achieving immortality in a day is nothing. Today, I will make you achieve godhood in a day. The system stated coolly. At the God King realm, Qin Yuzhe was already invincible. He wanted to leave this world and could easily tear apart space, moving freely. In the next period of time, Qin Yuzhe continued signing in and obtained many great things, including a token called the Void Token. The Void Token could even allow Qin Yuzhe to return to Earth. Since I'm already unmatched in this world, I might as well return to Earth soon. Now, it's time to seek revenge. As Qin Yuzhe stepped forward, he instantly disappeared and arrived at the royal palace. With a gentle flick of his finger, all the people inside the palace turned to ashes except for Li Shiming, whom he had once met briefly. I've killed your father and exterminated your royal family. If you wish to avenge them, you can come find me anytime. Qin Yuzhe said indifferently to Li Shiming. My father committed sins, and besides, he caused my mother's death. I don't blame you, but rather thank you for eliminating him on my behalf. Li Shiming shook her head while looking at Qin Yuzhe. Qin Yuzhe glanced at Li Shiming, leaving behind some resources for her before vanishing instantly. Chapter 244, Rescuing Mother, Family Reunion. Having reached the Divine King realm, there was no one in this world who could rival Qin Yuzhe. He had now ascended to the peak of martial arts and attained true immortality. Qin Yuzhe had more pressing matters at hand. First, to find his father, then his mother. In one stride, Qin Yuzhe crossed the southern domain and arrived at the distant western sea. Qin Yuzhe remembered a letter written by his father long ago. It said that if one day he broke through to the Emperor realm, he should look for someone named Sun Lihai at the western sea, who knew everything. With an awe-inspiring aura, Qin Yuzhe hovered above the western sea and said calmly, "Who is Sun Lihai? Appear immediately." A terrifying voice instantly covered the entire western sea, shocking everyone regardless of whether they were battling or meditating for breakthroughs. Qin Yuzhe's voice contained the laws of the great Tao, and if he wished, a single breath could annihilate the whole continent and the western sea. I am Qin Yuzhe. Is my father here at the western sea? Qin Yuzhe spoke again, and with just one sound, every person across the western sea trembled violently. What kind of person dares to create trouble at my western sea? Suddenly, a sage appeared before Qin Yuzhe, swinging a blade toward him. A horrifying sage-level principle spread overwhelmingly toward Qin Yuzhe. A sage? In my eyes, you are but an ant. The sage realm was several major realms away from the Divine King realm, completely incomparable. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Qin Yuzhe extended a palm and delivered a strike. In an instant, The heavens underwent tremendous change, and the sage shattered like broken glass, dissolving into dust. Qin Yuzhe, are you Yuza? My son. At this moment, a figure with a somewhat pale appearance appeared in the sky. Though his complexion was pale, his cultivation had already reached the 9th pinnacle of the Emperor realm. He hadn't expected that his son would come to find him so quickly. In his view, even if Qin Yuzhe possessed talent, reaching the Emperor realm would take countless years, decades, at the very least. Moreover, the scene of Qin Yuzhe wiping out the Sage Realm Adept in one move earlier was vividly imprinted in Qin Hanjing's mind. Father, I finally found you. Let's leave other things aside for now. I'll restore your injuries. Qin Yuzhe had thought this kind of reunion would only happen at the grand finale. Unexpectedly, the system had abruptly propelled him to break through to the Divine King realm, allowing him to reach the apex of the world's martial arts much sooner than expected, which led to finding his father prematurely. Son, what is your current cultivation level? If even a sage is not your equal in a single move, then it seems your mother can be saved. Qin Hanjing said with relief and joy. Father, I've already reached the Divine King realm, the pinnacle of martial cultivation in this world. First, let me mend your wounds and assist you in breaking through. After that, we'll find mother. Good. Qin Hanjing was astonished by Qin Yuzhe's frightening cultivation. The Divine King realm was the summit of martial arts. Even in the upper realms, those at this level were considered the peak and invincible. Not to mention, in the sacred immortal continent, the strongest cultivators were merely at the 9th pinnacle of the Sage realm. To break through from the Sage realm's 9th pinnacle to the Earth Immortal realm required ascending to the upper realms, where even the strongest rulers only reached the Divine King realm. Qin Hanjing didn't hesitate, seeing no need to be polite with his own son. Father, which great Tao do you cultivate? I cultivate the Thunder Great Tao. Fine, father. Then I shall help you master the Thunder Great Tao and break through to the 9th pinnacle of the Sage realm. Qin Yuzhe flicked a finger, releasing a formidable essence, extracting the Thunder Great Tao from the 3,000 Great Taos of the world, and infused it into Qin Hanjing's body. After 3 days, Qin Hanjing's injuries were fully healed, and his cultivation leaped 2 great realms, ultimately breaking through to the Sage realm. Yuza, let's go. Quickly head to Central Holy Land. Your mother, Lu Mingyao, was originally the Saint Maiden of the Tai Chu Holy Land, one of the 4 great sanctuaries of Central Holy Land. She has been confined within the 9 Abyss Demon Tower. We will now storm the Tai Chu Holy Land. Go. Let me handle them all alone. Father, stay close by me and watch as I avenge you both. Qin Yuzhe tore through space and, in the blink of an eye, transported Qin Hanjing to the skies above the Tai Chu Holy Land in Central Holy Land. Central Holy Land, where martial prowess thrives, abounds with experts. The 4 great sanctuaries especially wield immense strength and deep reserves. As the foremost of the 4 great sanctuaries, Tai Chu Holy Land rightfully ranked as the first in power. When Qin Yuzhe and Qin Hanjing appeared above the Tai Chu Holy Land, the entire sanctuary immediately braced itself for battle. In one glance, Qin Yuzhe locked onto the 9 Abyss Demon Tower located at the mountain gate of Tai Chu Holy Land. Mother, you've endured too much suffering. As someone who had reached the Divine King realm, Qin Yuzhe's strength was unfathomable. With just a gentle wave of his hand, the indestructible top-grade holy artifact 9 Abyss Demon Tower at the mountain gate of Tai Chu Holy Land was effortlessly dismantled by Qin Yuzhe. Qin Yuzhe supported Lu Mingyao and brought her to Qin Hanjing's side. At this moment, Lu Mingyao was covered in injuries, her energy weak, her dantian destroyed, a sight that deeply shocked Qin Yuzhe. All the people of the Tai Chu Holy Land must die. Qin Yuzhe erupted with overwhelming anger as he declared furiously, Are you sure? I can't believe you've grown so big. Lu Mingyao saw Qin Yuzhe. Although he had grown up, there were still traces of familiar features around his eyebrows. Mother, I came too late. Let me first help you recover from your injuries. After speaking, Qin Yuzhe took out a 9-curved celestial lotus root. This 9-curved celestial lotus root was a divine medicine he had obtained from signing into the system recently. It could repair the dantian and modify one's constitution. The terrifying aura emanating from Qin Yuzhe alone, just the might of the Divine King realm, forced everyone in the Tai Chu Holy Land to kneel on the ground, including the Saint Lord at the 9th level of the Sage realm in the Tai Chu Holy Land. After 3 hours, an overwhelming aura surged within Lu Mingyao. Not only were her injuries completely healed, but she also advanced directly to the peak of the 9th level of the Sage realm. Mingyao, I have finally seen you again. Our family can finally reunite. Qin Hanjing looked at his wife and said excitedly, Hanjing, I never thought I would see you again in my lifetime. I thought I was doomed to die. Lu Mingyao said emotionally, Father, Mother, today I will avenge you. Just tell me who the enemies are, and there's no need for you to lift a finger. Qin Yuzhe said calmly, There are 4 great sanctuaries in this Holy Land continent. The Tai Chu Holy Land and the Gui Su Holy Land ruined our family's happy life. Qin Yuzhe lightly commented. Since it is like this, Tai Chu Holy Land and Gui Su Holy Land don't need to exist in this world anymore. Qin Yuzhe casually threw out a palm, instantly causing a tremendous change in the heavens. A terrifying golden palm shadow, like a mountain pressing down, instantly enveloped the entire Tai Chu Holy Land. You dare to cause trouble in the Tai Chu Holy Land. We Tai Chu Holy Land's Yin-Yang Array isn't so easy to break. The leader of the Tai Chu Holy Land arrogantly stated. Trifling techniques die. Qin Yuzhe looked at this pitiful array and simply waved his hand, causing the array to vanish into thin air. How can you be so strong? Impossible. I refuse to accept it. The Saint Lord of the Tai Chu Holy Land exclaimed in disbelief. Boom. In the desperate gazes of all, Tai Chu Holy Land became flat ground, and everyone turned to dust. A massive palm shadow loomed like a giant basin or the shadow of a deity and devil. It was horrifying and suffocating to behold. Chapter 245, the grand finale. The Guizhou Holy Land had a hand in it, so let it perish as well. Qin Yuzhe thrust his sword, and immediately an earth-shattering sword energy appeared. It instantly arrived above the Guizhou Holy Land, followed by a piercing strike. All the people within the Guizhou Holy Land didn't even understand what happened before they were instantly killed. Father, mother, let's go. Qin Yuzhe tore open a spatial rift, and in an instant, the three of them crossed the boundless chaotic Devil Sea to arrive at the northern region of the Holy Immortal Continent, Beimo. Beimo, the Reincarnation Holy Land. After Jiang Fanxian returned to the Reincarnation Holy Land, with her terrifying swordplay talent and possession of two saintly bodies, she was immediately declared the Sacred Maiden of the Reincarnation Holy Land and destined to become its future sect master. Apprentice, I wonder how you're faring in Lingtian Kingdom. After their separation, Jiang Fanxian realized that every moment of her heart yearned for Qin Yuzhe. Master, your apprentice has come to see you. At this very moment, a horrifying figure appeared suddenly in the sky above the Reincarnation Holy Land. Listening to the familiar voice, Jiang Fanxian felt as if she were dreaming. With a flash, Jiang Fanxian appeared in the sky above the Reincarnation Holy Land. Qin Yuzhe, is that really you? It's me. Are you willing to leave with me, to depart from this world? Qin Yuzhe nodded slightly, and said indifferently. Qin Yuzhe was prepared to leave this world and return to Earth. To the ends of the Earth, wherever it may be, I am willing. Jiang Fanxian nodded in agreement. At that moment, all the men of Beimo were shattered-hearted. The Sacred Maiden of Beimo already had an owner. Master, who are your enemies? Qin Yuzhe asked lightly. At that time, it was Divine Sword Villa that extracted my sword saint body. Jiang Fanxian explained. Very well, since they dared treat my master like this, the Divine Sword Villa does not need to exist anymore. Qin Yuzhe casually waved his hand, releasing a powerful sword chi. Immediately, terrifying heavenly rules surged forth, destroying the entire Divine Sword Villa. Everyone inside, without the slightest ability to resist, dissipated into thin air, including the formidable warriors at the 9th peak level of Sage Realm, who were as fragile as ants, unable to withstand even one move from Qin Yuzhe. Let's go. Qin Yuzhe took the three of them, and in an instant, they returned to Lingtian Kingdom. Qin Yuzhe executed a mysterious technique with his hand, and within moments, everyone related to him was teleported to stand before him, such as Lin Qinin, Fat Zheng Nanhua, Zhang Qiuling, Grandfather Qin Songyan, Mu Linglong, and Huang Youha. Qin Yuzhe left behind vast cultivation resources for all of them. With these resources, they could cultivate up to the Sage Realm. Meanwhile, Qin Yuzhe fabricated an excuse, telling everyone that he was originally a reborn god king from the upper realms, now recovered his former life strength, and would soon leave this world. A month later, Qin Yuzhe prepared to leave the Holy Immortal Continent with Jiang Fanxian, Lin Qinin, Zhang Qiuling, and Mu Linglong. The four women truly loved Qin Yuzhe, and naturally, Qin Yuzhe couldn't bear to leave them in this foreign world. As for others, Qin Yuzhe did not wish to disturb their lives, such as Fat Zheng Nanhua awaiting his imperial succession, his disciple Huang Youha wishing to personally avenge her family, and his parents wanting to enjoy their own two-person world. Primarily, Qin Yuzhe's relatives and friends knew that if they followed Qin Yuzhe, they'd just be a big third wheel. Finally, Qin Yuzhe created a division of himself. Although its power was less than a tenth of his, given Qin Yuzhe's extraordinary talent and strength, even a tenth was still invincible, which put Qin Yuzhe at ease to leave. As for unfinished tasks, Qin Yuzhe entrusted them to his division, such as the annihilation of the Blood God Sect and avenging the old Tomb Keeper, which, with the division's power, were easy undertakings. My family, my friends, farewell. If there's an opportunity, I will come back to visit you. After saying this, Qin Yuzhe disappeared from the Holy Immortal Continent with the four women. Although Qin Yuzhe had vanished, throughout the Holy Immortal Continent, tales of Qin Yuzhe continued to circulate endlessly.